Chapter 1, The System Has Been Added, Do You Dare to Cheat on Me? Beihai City, a state-owned electronics factory. As night fell, Shen dragged his tired body off work as usual. Because he was expelled from school several times for hanging out with his classmates in high school, he came to this electronics factory to screw screws. Forgive me for my unruly and free love in this life. I am also afraid that one day I will fall, oh no. Familiar music played in the headphones, and Shen walked towards the dormitory under the moonlight. I will get my salary tomorrow. I have saved for so long. I can finally buy Feifei the pineapple she wants. As he was thinking about it, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Just then, he looked up inadvertently and saw his girlfriend Zhuang Feifei chatting and laughing with a middle-aged man. What's more, the greasy old man's elbow would occasionally hit her sensitive parts. Zhuang Feifei. What are you doing? Shenyan's loud roar startled everyone around him. Regardless of his physical fatigue, Shenyan's eyes were red at this moment. He called out to Zhuang Feifei from a distance and said angrily, What are you doing? Who is he? Zhuang Feifei was startled at first and panicked for a moment, but then she calmed down and said, Oh, Shen, you found out. Let's break up. Why? Why on earth is this happening? Shen had a look of disbelief on his face, his blood boiling and his face flushed red. Usually Shen would try his best to meet all the requirements of his girlfriend, getting up early and going to bed late, tightening screws during the day and delivering takeout at night, buying mobile phones and bags, washing clothes, brushing shoes, washing underwear and panties, and he was almost pouring out his heart to her. Huh? You ask me why? Zhuang Feifei's voice became louder and louder. Because you can't give me what I want. But he can give me everything. Look at this Hermes bag. Can you afford it? Why? I have tried my best to be nice to you. Shen looked at her, the girlfriend who used to act like a spoiled child and buy him things but never cared about him. Is it because he's fat and greasy? As more and more people gathered around, the middle-aged man felt embarrassed. Hey, kid, talk to me nicely, or I'll make you pack up and get out of here. The middle-aged man looked at him with contempt, a sly smile appeared on his face, and he walked over and whispered in Shenyan's ear, Your girlfriend has a really nice car. With just this one sentence, Shen felt his chest vibrating, his scalp numbing, and his body trembling slightly. It was a great shame and humiliation. After a long time, Shen looked around, looked at the two people who were whispering and laughing, and then looked at the spectator crowd around them. Okay, I understand now. Shenyan's eyes were filled with tears, and he was disheartened. He lit a cigarette and said in a low and slightly hoarse voice, Thinking back on what I did, I admit that I was wrong. I just hope that there will be reincarnation in the world. Ding! The system of the male protagonist of the Invincible and Cool novel has been successfully activated. Trigger the God level selection. The God level selection begins. Suffer in silence, and be awarded the title of the strongest cuckold king in the world, and be rewarded with 500 renminbi. Be a fight back, and the reward will increase as the anger value dissipates. I rely on plug-ins, no, the system. Shen is also a senior novel fan, so he certainly knows what the system is. He didn't expect that he would be so lucky, just like the handsome guy who opened the book. As for the choice, he didn't even think about it. I don't want the Green Hat King, I choose B. Ding! Selection successful. Host, hit him. Hit him. Fire. You are a super rich man, fight him to death, otherwise the readers will scold you. If I remember correctly, your last name is Chow, right? Shen looked at the middle-aged man with contempt. Uncle, you are at least 59, right? Look at you, with a Mediterranean hair and lotus feet. At your age, you are not watching the aunties in the square, but you are here to flirt with young girls? Look at you again, your face is greasy, tut, I heard that the oil price is ridiculously high recently. I come to you to fill up the 92 grade oil. We are from the same factory. Can you give me a discount? Ding! Host, if you work harder, the rewards are cumulative, the system lowly voice sounded. Shen became more and more excited as he spoke, and you, Zhuang Feifei, you really deserve your surname Zhuang. You are so good at pretending. The harvest from your tea garden should be very good this year. Passers-by couldn't stand it and said, This old Chow is famous for picking up young girls. He must have picked up 80 if not 50 girls. Zhuang Feifei looked at so many people talking about her, her eyes dodging, and she couldn't help but lower her head in shame. Oh, you're blushing? You looked awesome just now, weren't you? Don't bow your head, gold digger. Xinyan started again. This old man, can he get 5 minutes? Oh no, 3 minutes? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. You really will do anything for money. After scolding, Xinyan felt much better. Boy, you poor fellow, that's all you can do. The old man was unwilling to be insulted like this. In this society, if you don't have money, who the hell will follow you? Ding. Mission accomplished. Completion level, almost advanced, reward, 1000 gold bars. Location, under the mattress and under the bed in the dormitory. When the system voice sounded, Xinyan lost his composure. Thousands of gold bars. I got rich. Xinyan was so excited that he couldn't speak. Then he saw the old man and Zhuang Feifei and smiled evilly. Who said I have no money? Do you dare to follow me? He hooked his finger at the two of them. You? Are you kidding me? If you had money, why would you go to the factory to screw in screws? Poor bastard. The old man laughed even louder. If you were rich, I'd call you dad. People around him also felt that Xinyan was hurt too deeply and spoke without thinking, and they all advised him. Alright bro. Go back and get some sleep and it will all be over. Yes, it's a good thing you found it early, otherwise you might have been deceived for years. I'm fine, really. Now, let's get into the show. Xinyan looked at them, then looked at the two of them and said, Am I pretending to be cool or are you trying to slap me in the face? Why don't you just follow me? Xinyan laughed loudly and went straight to the dormitory, and everyone followed him. Dormitory. Uncle Chow, I'll wait for you to call me daddy. Then Xinyan lifted the quilt, and everyone exclaimed, Wow, the golden bars were particularly dazzling under the light, and how do you smash them? Who are you trying to fool with your counterfeit products? Are you fooling yourself with fake products every day? Chow was slightly startled at first, and then his expression of contempt became even more intense. He always thought that how could a poor worker have so many gold bars? He must have been cheated on and driven crazy. Oh? Really? Then Xinyan opened the door of the cabinet under the bed, and inside was a pile of gold bars, 2 screws, and a certificate of appraisal issued by one of the 4 major banks. You believe it? Xinyan looked at the two of them, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Looking at the two stunned people, Xinyan knew that he had finally let out some anger today. Oh my god, it's real gold bars. Everyone took the certificate and said, So many gold bars to make the bed, how inhumane. Yeah, you're here to experience life, right? Do you need a pendant on your legs, boss? Looking at so many real gold bars, everyone was talking about it. Zhuang Feifei looked at the bed full of genuine gold bars, and she felt so regretful. She thought for a while, Xiaoyan, please forgive me. Listen to my explanation. I was coerced by this old man. I love you. I squeezed out a few tears and thought to myself, he must still love me. At worst, I can just coax her a little more. Then all the gold bars will be mine and I can buy whatever I want. Hearing this, everyone booed. Ha 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 ha, Zhuang Feifei, are you kidding me? Xinyan looked at her. He had figured it out and would not forgive her. I have the system, and you dare to cheat on me? Even if I can't cure you, I will make you regret it. Do you think that with my status, I can't find any kind of woman who has to commit herself to you? Oh, and congratulations, you almost became the girlfriend of a rich second-generation guy. Xinyan's ridicule was endless, and Zhuang Feifei looked as pale as death. Now she wanted to cry but had no tears, and she felt more uncomfortable than having eaten shit. Uncle Chow had already left in disgrace. What else could he do if he didn't leave? Would he wait to be laughed at or would he acknowledge his father? When Xinyan saw Chow sneaking away, he smiled indifferently and didn't take it to heart. In other words, if he is willing to call me dad, I still despise him for being useless. It turns out that it feels so good to pretend to be awesome and then get slapped in the face. The novel by the godly rich really doesn't lie to me. Xinyan looked at the gold and said, we need to find a way to store it. It's too conspicuous to leave it here. While Xinyan was thinking about these things, Zhuang Feifei, who was sitting on the ground, looked at him and thought to herself, I won't give up. We have been together for so long, he must still love me. I won't give up. Chapter 2, Give rewards to anchors and get 100 times the rebate. After a long time, the crowd of onlookers dispersed, and Xinyan lay on a bed covered with gold, playing with gold bars in his hands, which made pleasant clinking sounds. Gold bars, it would be great if you could give me a discount. Ding. In view of the host's good completion of the novice mission, 3 lucky draw opportunities are given. The system's voice sounded again, and a light curtain will appeared in front of him. Start. Shenyan looked at the screen, car, house, money, villa, company, without saying a word. Fuck me to death, start fucking me. The system dial slowly stopped. Ding, the first reward is 500 million renminbi, the second reward is Lamborghini Venom, and the top driving skills are given as an additional gift, and the third reward is 50 million shark coins. The source of system funds is normal and the source is encrypted. Oh my goodness, 500 million. This is something I never dared to think about in my entire life. Ha, I don't have to be so timid when amplifying equipment in games in the future. Shenyan was overjoyed, but then he changed his mind and said, I have so much money, why am I still working a 6-hour shift? I have to quit. I can't work for a part-time job. Shark coin, 50 million, isn't this equivalent to 50 million renminbi? Shenyan is also a person who likes to watch live broadcasts. After all, men all like to watch beautiful women. Hey, system baby, what functions do you have? Shenyan thought to himself, is it like in the novels where money, girls, cars and houses are given away at any time? First, I don't say hello. The system's lowly voice sounded again. Second, do you remember the name of this system? The system where bad people support good people and even more so the invincible and cool male protagonist. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. This system is a system within a system, with so many functions. I will just tell you a few: God level selection, system store, consumer rebate. There are so many system draws, you can develop them slowly by yourself. Don't call me if you don't have anything to do. It will disturb my rest. This system is quite interesting. Afterwards, Shenyan turned on Shark Live. Although he usually watched live broadcasts, after all, men love to watch beautiful women, but he was not willing to give gifts. A small anchor whom he had been following for a long time on Shark Live just started broadcasting. She was a typical Jiangnan girl, graceful and elegant. As soon as I entered the live broadcast room, I saw that there were only about 40 or 50 people interacting with the host Xiao Xiao. It was not lively, but it was not deserted either. You are a funny girl, not a lady, huh, anchor? Xiao Xiao, do you have any talents? Show us some. Shenyan also became interested in Xiao Xiao's talent show. As a girl from Jiangnan, Xiao Xiao's figure and appearance are absolutely top-notch. If she were to be scored, she would score above 95 points. Her breasts are as beautiful as a cow, but not as beautiful as a cow. She loves fitness and has a perfect figure. Wang Yuemin. Then comes the appearance. She is incredibly beautiful with just light makeup on. Of course, it may have something to do with the beauty filter. But without a good foundation, the beauty filter may not make her look that good. I want to experience being a big boss today, Shenyan then decisively chose to open the Emperor. A bright yellow bullet screen floated by. Old Antique opens Super God Emperor for anchors. Old Antique sends out cloud-piercing arrow X10. Ding! The host triggers the system and gets 100 times the rebate, limited to 1 hour. Ding, Huaxia Bank, your account with the last number 4976 has 150 million deposited into it. Ding, Huaxia Bank, deposit 30,000 into your account number 4976. Hearing the bank's notification tone, Shenyan was somewhat shocked and did not react for a moment. The anchor Xiao Xiao was also shocked by this sudden gift. Then the live broadcast room went crazy. Oh my god, the Super God Emperor, the top emperor of the Shark platform, the monthly fee is 1.5 million. Yeah, where did this big guy come from? Xiao Xiao was also excited. It was rare to see such a precious Super God Emperor at a normal carnival, let alone such a precious Super God Emperor. Thanks to brother Lao Gudong for opening the Super God Emperor and the cloud-piercing arrow. Shenyan was looking at the mobile banking text messages at this time. In this case, he would swipe more. Anyway, the system can ensure the safety of the source of funds. Then another 100 cloud-piercing arrows came out. Inside the live broadcast room, the special effects of the cloud-piercing arrows flashed continuously on the screen, and the fans in the room were shocked beyond words. On the live broadcast room list, Shenyan was far ahead and at the top of the list. Shenyan watched for a while and felt that it was boring to keep giving gifts. Just as he was about to take a shower, Wang Jia, a popular person on the platform, came to the live broadcast room and said, "Hey, Xiao Xiao, you did well today. Look at your ranking. Wow, I am jealous." Then he asked, "By the way, which boss is it? Let me pay my respects to him." At this time, not only top anchors like Sister Wang came, but even some small anchors came to Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room to watch the game. Xinyan's backstage private messages had already exploded, and they were all sent by female anchors who wanted to add WeChat to seek Xinyan's protection. Xiaoxiao also said politely to Sister Wang, "Oh, sister, how can I compare with you? There are so many big brothers in your live broadcast room. I heard that you made tens of millions overnight in the annual competition a while ago." Sister Wang smiled and said, "Xiaoxiao, you are too polite. How about we have a PK? Just treat it as entertainment." Xiaoxiao hesitated a little, not because she was worried about not being able to beat him, but because she was afraid of betraying Xinyan. After more than half a year of live streaming, she finally had a big brother. If he ran away, she would have no place to cry. Xinyan saw Xiaoxiao's difficulties in the live broadcast room and quickly sent 2 words. "Let the war begin. Anyway, there is 100 times rebate, you may make money, but I will never lose money." Just these 2 words passed by and put Xiaoxiao's heart at ease. When the audience saw Xinyan's news, they all praised the boss's courage. You know, the reason why Wang Jie can become one of the best anchors on Shark Head is not only because of her humor and appearance, but more because of the big boss behind her. With Xinyan's answer, Xiaoxiao also became more determined. "Okay, sister, please let me go." "Xiaoxiao, can Brother Gudong help me?" Sister Wang has many big guys behind her. Some netizens expressed their concerns, but others followed suit. "What are you afraid of, Brother Gudong? Just go ahead and do it. We will try our best. If we can't, we will cheer for you." For a time, the live broadcast room became more and more popular than ever before. When other anchors on the platform heard that Sister Wang was going to PK with a little-known anchor, they all came to the live broadcast room to watch the match out of curiosity. Even the top anchor of a certain game, De Maho, came. "Oh my god, the big monkeys are here, it's even more lively now." The big monkey said that he was here to watch the game and would act as a referee if possible. This is actually the dividing line. 10 minutes later, Sister Wang came to the microphone as expected. "How about it, Sister Xiaoxiao, are you ready?" Sister Wang asked with a smile. "No problem, let's get started, sister." Xinyan knew clearly that in this PK, he was just trying to cheat his big brother out of his money, but he didn't care too much about it. Anyway, his system gave him a 100-fold rebate, otherwise, he would have turned around and left long ago. "No matter how rich he is, I'm not a sucker." Then he typed on the public screen, "Let's get started, I have something else to do later." He did have something to do. He had to deal with the more than $1,000 in gold bars given by the system. Otherwise, not only would it be too conspicuous, but it would also be easy for them to be stolen. "Ha, your big brother is anxious, Xiaoxiao sister, let's get started." Top floor of a financial company in Beihai. A greasy middle-aged man was sitting at his desk, watching Sister Wang's live broadcast with a lecherous look. His name was Yang Wei, and he was one of the bigwigs in Sister Wang's live broadcast room, a company boss worth billions. The usual entertainment is to broadcast bubble broadcasts and drink flower wine. At this time, he was holding a mobile phone and sending out a provocative message. Where did this wild boy come from? He is so awesome? Beihai City is not allowed to have such an awesome person appear. Xinyan didn't care about this PK at all. He was spending more and more money anyway, so he wasn't afraid even if Brother Sikong came. Yang Wei's provocation instantly attracted a lot of netizens 6666. Yang Wei was not in a hurry to buy. These were all small gifts from some big brothers who came to support and cheer for Sister Wang in her live broadcast room. On the other hand, Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room was very quiet. "Xiaoxiao, is Brother Gudong scared? Why doesn't he take action?" Everyone voted and contributed their own meager efforts, but the PK bar was still severely suppressed by the opponent. At this time, Xinyan was recharging slowly. In addition to the nearly 50 million shark coins on his account, he poured in another 200 million renminbi, with a calm expression and no panic at all. Everyone, please move your hands and click to urge the update. Chapter 3 Lamborghini Poison. After stretching, Xinyan finally finished recharging. At this time, there were 250 million shark coins in Xinyan's shark account. In Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room, the PK bar was severely suppressed, and everyone was worried that they would lose the PK. Old Antiques Giveaway Carnival 10. Old Antiques Giveaway Carnival 100. Old Antique sends out cloud-piercing arrows 500. For a while, the live broadcast room was flooded with all kinds of gift special effects, and fans didn't know how much money Xinyan had spent. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, father, grandfather, ancestor. The crowd counted and counted, and they were all speechless. What the hell, you spent hundreds of millions in a live PK? Have you drunk too much? This is not just drinking too much, this is a real boss. Not only were everyone in Xiaoxiao's live studio shocked, even the big monkey who came to watch the game couldn't help but say, "He's right, brother." Wang Jia live room. When you thought the big brother in Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room was scared and ran away, you didn't expect that instead of scaring him, he punched you twice on the back of the head. Yang Wei, who was daydreaming in the office at this time, saw that the PK bar was ruthlessly crushed, and no matter how many gifts he gave, it did not move at all. However, Xin Yan's crazy gift-giving behavior did not stop because of this. Carnival, arrows piercing the clouds, hot air balloons, sports cars, all kinds of special effects kept flashing, and the people watching the live broadcast room had already become numb. In the past, he would be excited for a long time when he saw a cloud-piercing arrow, but today he felt that the cloud-piercing arrow was nothing. All this stopped only when the shark coins in Xin Yan's backpack were emptied. As for Yang Wei, he had already packed up his bags and ran away, quietly leaving the live broadcast room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the rebate of 20 billion. The shark coins given by the system are not included in the rebate. When the system's voice sounded, Xin Yan was slightly startled. At this moment, money was just a string of numbers to him. There was no difference between 20 billion and 200 yuan. Just as Xin Yan was thinking about these things, Xiaoxiao's voice came from the live broadcast room. "Thank you for the gift, brother Gudian. Xiaoxiao doesn't know how to thank you. I have sent you my WeChat ID. From this live broadcast, according to the platform's share, I can get more than 120 million, which was something I never dared to think about before. This is still the dividing line." Until the PK ended, there was no movement from Sister Wang, and this PK that shocked the live broadcast industry came to an end. Xin Yan saw the WeChat ID Xiaoxiao sent him in the background. After adding it, he saw the message from Xiaoxiao. "Hello, brother Gudong. Don't call me that. I'm only 23, not an old antique. Just call me Xin Yan." Xin Yan joked. "What about you, Xiaoxiao?" At this time, Xiaoxiao no longer cared about the conversation in the live broadcast room, and started chatting with Xin Yan. In fact, when I first saw Xin Yan's ID, I thought he was at least a successful boss in his 40s or 50s. I didn't expect he was only 23. He was probably a rich second generation. "My name is Wang Yuanmin, just call me Xiaoman." "What a nice name." Xin Yan praised without reservation. "By the way, what does Brother Xin do for a living? He spent so much money tonight, there shouldn't be any problem, right?" Wang Yuanmin didn't think much about it, but was worried that the family might have embezzled public funds or that they might have swept away everything in the house in a fit of rage. Of course Xin Yan saw through his thoughts. After all, more than 200 million is not a small number. "It's okay. It's just pocket money. But when do you have time to come out for dinner?" Looking at the message on the phone, Wang Yuanmin hesitated for a moment, but still agreed, "I'm fine with it, brother Xin." "It depends on your time." Seeing his message, Xin Yan said with satisfaction, "How about tomorrow night, I will pick you up then." "Okay, brother Xin, see you tomorrow." Wang Yuanmin responded. The next day, Xin Yan looked at the more than 20 billion renminbi in his bank card and without saying a word, he sent a message to his leader to resign, without caring whether he got a reply or not. Then I started looking for houses on my mobile phone. Since I had no place to live after quitting my job, I chose Tangshanipin without any hesitation. Don't ask me, the only thing I knew was that I had to live in the best one. Before that, I have to go to the bank to deal with the gold bars. Xin Yan came to the basement and looked at the most perfect work of art, which was as black as the night, with a streamlined body, exaggerated wheels and rear wing. After walking around the car, he pressed the key, the lights came on, the scissor doors slowly rose, he got in the car, and leaned back in the comfortable seat. Xin Yan's eyes were full of satisfaction. Lamborghini Veneno, there are probably only a handful of them in the whole of China. Boom! The starting sound of the supercar sounded instantly, like the roar of a wild beast. Sitting in the driver's seat, Xin Yan was still a little nervous, even though he had driven a car before, but this was a top-level supercar after all, and even with the driving skills, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Driving on the road, the poison that burst out with a roar instantly became the focus of the road. What the hell is this car? Why is it so cool? Fuck, this is a Lamborghini Veneno, right? it costs tens of millions. Not to mention Beihai, there are only a few of them in the whole of China. I have to say that the poison is really fast. In addition, the vehicles on the road avoided it for fear of scratching it and not being able to afford the compensation. Shen Yan quickly arrived at Huaxia Bank. He hurriedly deposited the money and took the receipt. Someone would come to collect it within 3 days. Looking at the flattering look of the bank manager, Shen Yan remembered a sentence once said by a movie star: "When you are successful, you will be surrounded by good people." After leaving the bank, Shen Yan drove to Thomson Ipin without stopping. The sales office of Thomson 1 is rather deserted. After all, the housing prices here are too expensive and not everyone can afford it. Walking into the hall, the female salesperson came towards me and said with a smile, "Welcome to Thomson first floor. Are you here to view the house?" "I'm not going to look at the room. I'm going to the bathroom," Shen Yan joked. The salesperson was stunned for a moment, then immediately responded, "I'm really sorry, sir, I said something that didn't fit my words." "It's okay, let me introduce myself first." "Okay sir, we are Thomson Ipin, there are 5 buildings in total." The saleswoman held up a folder and said, "One building is mainly large-sized, and the remaining buildings are slightly smaller. Of course, the prices will be relatively cheaper." Shen Yan was very satisfied with her service attitude. "It's a large apartment, so it's better to get it done in one go." "Are you kidding me? I am so rich, I will definitely choose a big apartment." While Shen Yan was thinking, another salesperson came over and said with a smile, "Qingqing, you just came here and don't know anything. Look at what he's wearing. Can it add up to 100 yuan? Does he look like someone who can afford such an expensive house?" Listening to his words, Shen Yan's face darkened, and a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. He didn't expect that he would encounter the plot in movies and TV dramas where people were treated differently to their friends. Before Shen Yan could speak, the saleswoman named Qingqing spoke first. "I'm sorry, sir. She is in a bad mood today and her words offended you. I hope you don't mind." "I wasn't wrong." The woman retorted emotionally, "Qingqing, we are colleagues, why are you helping outsiders to scold me? I think he's just here to use the air conditioning." "Qingqing, you better watch out, he's just a poor loser." Shen Yan ignored her. After hearing Qingqing's words, his expression softened slightly. "Go on, I want the biggest one." "Okay sir, the largest one should be our king of the building. It is about 1,100 square meters and luxuriously decorated." "Loft king?" Shen Yan was a little tempted. "How much is it? Tell me a number." "Okay, Mr. Shen, this apartment is priced at 510 million. When Qingqing heard Shen Yan asking about the price of the best building, she felt that she had met a big client. The saleswoman at the side continued to mock him. "Besides, how much is the price of the building, king? Do you have money?" Shen Yan still ignored her and smiled at Qingqing. "The price is good, let's go check it out." "No problem sir, I'll go get the key from the manager. After all, it is the king of buildings in Thomson 1, and not everyone can go and see it if they want to. One needs to apply." In the manager's office upstairs, the manager frowned as he listened to the salesperson Qingqing's report. Chapter 4, Take down Lu Wang and meet Wang Yuemin. In the manager's office. "Qingqing, you're new here. He said he wanted to see the building king. Have you seen his qualifications?" The manager said unhappily, "You can't just take everyone to the top floor. What if a random guy comes to show off his stuff and you run around, but he ends up not buying? That's not good." After hearing what the manager said, Qingqing felt that she had been a bit reckless. Qingqing lowered her head and mumbled, "Sorry, manager, I haven't looked at his qualifications yet. I'll go down and take a look." After saying that, Qingqing turned around and was about to go downstairs. "Okay, Qingqing, bring this Mr. Shen upstairs. I'll examine him myself." "Good manager." Qingqing went downstairs and explained her purpose to Shen Yan, saying that the manager wanted to receive her personally. Shen Yan nodded to show his understanding. After all, he had heard that qualifications should be considered when buying a house, let alone buying the best building in Thomson first floor. Shen Yan followed Qingqing upstairs to the manager's office, shook hands with the manager, and asked, "Hello, manager. What qualifications do I need to buy your top floor apartment?" The manager glanced up and down at Shen Yan several times, and his first impression was that he was too young. This was the king of buildings in Thomson Ipin, and even some bosses of listed companies could not come up with so much cash. Could it be that he is a young master from a noble family? If this works, then I will make a fortune. If he really comes to see the world, then God is really playing a big joke on me. Sir, any of your properties or bank account balances are fine. Xinyan hesitated and said, I don't have any property, but I can let you check the balance. The manager withdrew his gaze and became more convinced that he was a young man from a wealthy family or a second-generation rich man. It's not Xinyan's fault that he hesitated. He currently has no assets except a string of numbers on his bank card and a sports car. Then let's check the balance. Xinyan took out his mobile phone, opened the Huaxia bank app, and showed it to the manager. But when the manager saw the balance of Xinyan's bank card, his mouth gradually opened wider and wider. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions. The long string of zeros on the screen was simply dazzling. The manager swallowed and couldn't help but counted out, 20 billion? Not to mention the salesperson, even the manager had never seen such a large balance in the bank card. The two looked at Xinyan. How big is this for a rich second generation to have a bank card balance of over 20 billion? Even brother Sikon can only look up to him. How is it, is the balance enough? Xinyan put away his phone and said with a smile, I just don't know if the fact that I don't have any property under my name will affect my qualification assessment. Enough, more than enough. The manager smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Shin, you are joking. More than 20 billion. If you are willing, you can buy all the houses here. Please don't joke with me. Then please take out the key and show me the house. If you like it, then sign the contract and transfer the money. Okay, I'll get it for you right away. The manager's eyes flashed with joy. It seemed that this order today was almost certain to be successful. He quickly told Xingxing, Xingxing, take Mr. Shin. Oh no, I will personally take Mr. Shin to visit. Don't worry, the commission will be yours. Thank you, manager. Xingxing smiled and bowed to the manager. Classic dividing line. The sales office was very close to Thompson Epine. After the security guard verified their identities, the three of them entered the community. It was Xinyan's first time to visit such an upscale residential area, and he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed after looking around. To be honest, the environment of Thompson Epine is really not that good. Except for the good location, the other facilities are average. The house prices are all inflated. I just hope the house doesn't disappoint me too much. As a luxury building, each unit in Thompson 1 has an independent private foyer, 2 master elevators and 1 nanny elevator, combined with a 3-way palm print access control system to ensure the privacy of the residents. As you enter the door, what catches your eye is the extra-large living room and the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, which face the river view. There is an independent elevator and cloakroom leading to the second floor. There is a private home theater, study, gym and more than 10 bedrooms. After the manager's detailed introduction, Xinyan was very satisfied. It's settled. Sign the contract. Transfer the money immediately. The manager smiled and said, Okay, Mr. Shin, please come back to the sales office with me to rest for a while we prepare the formalities. Back at the sales office, the manager was excitedly busy preparing the formalities, while Qingqing served tea and water and chatted with Xinyan. When the saleswoman heard the manager say that this young man had more than 20 billion in his card, she regretted it and hurried over to flatter him. Mr. Shin, I was blind and made a mistake. Please don't be angry. You see, Qingqing is new here, and I almost neglected you. How about I take care of this order? Then the saleswoman said softly, special services are also available. After that, the saleswoman wanted to flatter him and wanted to get some help, thinking that even if he didn't like her, the commission from this order would be enough to last her for a long time. Unexpectedly, Xinyan dodged by turning sideways. Manager, it suddenly occurred to me that I may need a dozen or so houses to use as gifts. But I'm really angry that you have such flatterers under you. Xinyan pointed at the female salesperson next to him. The manager was overjoyed. He did not doubt Xinyan's words at all. This was really a windfall. He got the best apartment and still needed more than 10 more. Oh, what did he say? A gift? You treat your house as fruit and say you are giving a gift? You are right, Mr. Shin. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. The manager also understood what happened, and a stern look flashed in his eyes. As a service industry, we must treat everyone equally and not look at people with tinted glasses. Because of you, we almost lost a big customer. Xiao Wan looked flustered. I'm sorry, manager. I'm sorry, Mr. Shin. I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me. Xiao Wang was filled with regret, because of his sarcastic remarks, he lost a prime apartment in a building and dozens of small apartments. I declare you fired. The company doesn't allow bad apples like you. Shen Yan kept a calm expression, and the manager ignored her, leaving her standing there alone, regretting. I wonder if Mr. Shen would be satisfied with this approach. The manager said with a smile. Yes, that's fine. Shen Yan didn't say much, just nodded, picked up the pen and signed the contract. The house purchase cost more than 1 billion yuan, and Xingqing got at least 20 to 30 million yuan in commission from this deal. It is conceivable that if Xiao Wang had not been so snobbish, he would not have lost both the wife and the army. After signing the contract, Shen Yan sent a message to Wang Yuemin, agreeing on a place to have dinner in the evening, and also asked for her home address so he could pick her up. When I arrived downstairs of Wang Yuemin's community, I didn't wait for long before a beautiful figure appeared downstairs. The long legs make everyone who sees them have wild fantasies. Wang Yuemin looked around and found Shen Yan's parked car. Sitting in the passenger seat, Wang Yuemin felt a little embarrassed. He smiled slightly and said, Sorry, brother Shen, have you been waiting for a long time? It's okay, I just got here too. After saying this, Shen Yan took a closer look at Wang Yuemin, who was wearing a long dress with her hair draped over her shoulders. She was indeed much prettier than in the live studio. I was afraid of keeping you anxious, so I packed up and came down. Yeah, it's okay. After saying that, Shen Yan started the car and left the community. Dividing line. On the way, Wang Yuemin sat in the passenger seat of the car, feeling the breeze, her long hair fluttering in the wind, which for a moment made people daydream a lot. Suddenly remembering something, he turned around and asked, By the way, brother Shen, it's still early for dinner, what are we going to do now? Go to the mall. Why go to the mall? Wang Yuemin asked. Looking at Wang Yuemin, who was a beat slower, Shen Yan joked. Go shopping, of course. Take you to buy some clothes. What else can I do? Wang Yuemin didn't understand what Shen Yan meant by that, and just thought it was a joke. He turned his head and looked at Shen Yan, who was driving, with a slight smile on his face, curious about what kind of person Shen Yan was. In fact, Shen Yan went to the mall to try whether changing the area would trigger new tasks. Chapter 5 Earn Money. Reward, Beihai Building. Shengshi Plaza. It is the largest shopping mall in Beihai, and even in China. If you come here and don't spend 1 million or 800,000 at a time, you'd be embarrassed to show off to others. After parking the car in the parking lot, the two took the elevator to the first floor. It was the first time for both of them to come to such a high-end consumption place. There were a wide variety of items. At a glance, there was everything from Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Bulgari, Gucci, etc. There was nothing you couldn't buy. Let's go and check out Dior first. Shen Yan was about to walk into the Dior store, but Wang Yuemin stopped him. Brother Shen, you don't have to buy anything. You've already bought me so many gifts, how can I let you spend money on them? It's okay, I bought it for you, just keep it. Without waiting for Wang Yuemin to refute, Shen Yan took the opportunity to pull her hand and walk towards the Dior store. Wang Yuemin's cheeks flushed red at the sudden hand-holding. As soon as the two entered the store, a salesperson came over and greeted them. Welcome to Dior, what can I buy? Help her put together some clothes. Shen Yan pointed at Wang Yuemin, who was standing beside him, smiled at the salesperson and said, The price doesn't matter, as long as she likes it. Yes, sir. The salesperson bowed slightly to Wang Yuemin and said, Ma'am, please come this way. I'll introduce you. Arriving at the women's clothing area, after the clerk's detailed introduction, Shen Yan immediately saw a dress on the counter in the middle of the area. He pointed and said, What's so special about this dress? The clerk smiled and said, Sir, you have a good eye. This dress was made by foreign master plant purely by hand over a period of 3 months. The fabric is extremely expensive. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the treasure of the store. That's it, take it down and give it a try. Yes, sir. The clerk smiled and nodded. After a long time, Wang Yuemin came out of the locker room. Shen Yan was stunned for a moment, and gradually his eyes widened. Perhaps he realized that his behavior was inappropriate, and smiled awkwardly. It's so beautiful, it's like it was tailor-made for you. You know, Wang Yuemin is over 1.7 meters tall, and with her 95-point appearance and the unique gentle temperament of a Jiangnan woman, she is simply flawless in this dress. Wang Yuemin smiled brightly when she heard Shen Yan's compliment. After all, everyone likes to hear compliments. That's it. Shen Yan was very sure that Wang Yuemin had to own this dress. By the way, take out a few sets of the best cosmetics in the store and pack them together. The clerk's eyes widened. Sir, are you sure you want this dress? This dress is priced at 6.61 million. The clerk was just confirming, but in fact, he hoped that Shen Yan would buy the skirt, so that he could not only get a considerable commission, but also possibly get a promotion in position. Yes, can't I? Shen Yan joked. If possible, send money. That's great, sir. The clerk was overjoyed and quickly took out the card machine. Including the cosmetics, the total cost was 8.03 million. Ding, the host has successfully consumed and will be rewarded with 100% equity of Beihai Financial Building. As expected. Turning his head, he thought, this financial building is the tallest building in Beihai City. My God, I have really become a landlord now. Restraining his inner excitement and asking the clerk to deliver the goods to the designated location, Shen Yan took Wang Yuemin to buy jewelry and also went to Armani to buy himself a suit. Shen Yan's appearance was already quite good, and with the help of an attractive temperament and a suit, the two of them walking on the street looked a perfect match. After shopping for an afternoon, when Shen Yan walked out of the mall, he had spent more than 20 million. The two left Shengshi Square and looked at the sky. It was getting late, so Shen Yan asked, "What do you want to eat?" Wang Yuemin thought for a moment and said, "Brother Shen has already spent a lot of money today, so let's just have a simple dinner. How about we go eat at a roadside stall or a food stall?" A roadside stall? Shen Yan was stunned for a moment. Then he agreed, okay, let's go to the food stall. Supercars worth tens of millions appeared near the food stalls, attracting passers-by to pick up their mobile phones to take photos and record videos. Lao Kai, am I drunk? Why does this car look flattened? What car is flattened? This is a supercar. Fuck, I've never seen this before. This is the first time I've seen someone driving a supercar and eating at a roadside stall? No, isn't this the poison that has been very popular recently? The two got out of the car and, ignoring the jealous and envious looks of the people around them, found a barbecue restaurant to sit down. Xiaomin, can I call you that? Of course, Brother Shen. Wang Yuemin was also stunned for a moment and blushed at this sudden nickname. You know, she had been staring at this man all afternoon. She felt that Shen Yan was also a man who would take advantage of the situation like Brother Sikong and leave after paying some money. But after spending an afternoon in contact with him, Wang Yuemin discovered that Shen Yan's eyes were deep, deep yet pure. He was very caring and his tone was very gentle. Maybe he himself didn't even know that he had developed a crush on the man in front of him. Hearing Shen Yan calling him that, Wang Yuemin raised the corner of his mouth and drew out a very ambiguous smile. Shen Yan pushed the menu to Wang Yuemin. You order first. Wang Yuemin ordered all vegetarian dishes, probably to keep in shape. Then Shen Yan called the boss. Boss, give me 30 skewers of lamb, 1 serving of roasted leeks, 2 kidneys, a plate of oysters, and 2 plates of crayfish. God knows how much was ordered, the entire table was still not full, and we had to add another table to barely make room. The two smiled at each other and started eating. Xiaomin, you know, before I became rich, I often came to places like this to eat barbecue with my friends. Come on, cheers. After drinking a glass of wine, Shen Yan looked at the silver moon in the sky and said, it doesn't need to be a lot. 3 or 5 people are enough. We can talk about everything. Those are my happiest days. I didn't expect Brother Shen to come to a place like this. Wang Yuemin thought that a rich second generation like Shen Yan might not be used to the food or would not come to such a place at all. And during the chat, Wang Yuemin caught a very surprising piece of information. Shen Yan was not a rich second generation, but a rich first generation. Shen Yan replied with a smile, what's wrong with this kind of place? This place is so nice, with a lively atmosphere and most importantly, it's very lively. He looked at Shen Yan in disbelief. How old was he? Only 23. And he was known to have given himself more than 200 million renminbi and a sports car worth tens of millions? Wang Yuemin couldn't help but feel that Shen Yan was extremely mysterious, and became more and more curious about her. What Shen Yan didn't expect was that the gentle and graceful Wang Yuemin could drink so well. In the end, the two of them drank 1 cup after another, and they were both a little tipsy. Shen Yan suggested taking Wang Yuemin home, and Wang Yuemin gladly agreed. The poison is thrown on the side of the road for now. I believe no one will dare to scratch it. After all, a scar is like a car. He hailed a taxi, put his hands on Wang Yuemin's slender waist and helped her into the car. Master, Wen Yuangsing community. On the way, looking at Wang Yuemin leaning on his arms, coupled with the stimulation of alcohol, it was impossible to say that he had no other thoughts. The shackles of morality were spinning above his head. After holding it in all the way, I finally arrived at the residential area where Wang Yuemin lived. Seeing her condition, I could only take her upstairs. Xinyan supported Wang Yuemin, who was unable to stand steadily, and walked out of the elevator carefully. Xinyan asked, "Where's the key, Xiaomin? Let me perform a magic trick for you." Here it is." Wang Yuemin held up the key that he created, very excited, then lowered his head and became confused. Xinyan looked at the person in his arms, looked at her tenderly and said, "I didn't expect that a little girl like you would have this side." Chapter 6 You Are My Future. Wang Yuemin. After entering the house and turning on the lights, Xinyan discovered that although the rental house was small, it was kept very clean and tidy by Wang Yuemin. The bedside is filled with small dolls, giving people a very warm feeling. He put Wang Yuemin on the bed, poured her a glass of water, and just as he was about to turn around and leave, he was stopped by a slender little hand. He turned around and saw Wang Yuemin looking at him with a confused look in his eyes. Brother Shin, I like you, can you not leave?" Xinyan looked at her lovingly, leaned over and kissed his forehead. "Okay, I won't leave. I'll stay here with you." Hearing Xinyan's answer, Wang Yuemin raised the corner of his mouth and gave a very ambiguous smile. Then he looked at Xinyan with some disappointment. "You know, since Dad passed away, no one has been so nice to me anymore." Tears welled up in her eyes. Mom only helps my brother and treats me as a money printing machine." Xinyan didn't say anything, just listened quietly. He knew that some things needed to be vented. "They come to me every week to ask for money, but I really have no money, so they make a scene. All the neighbors know about it." Wang Yuemin's tears fell. "Not only that, for the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift, they forced me to marry a deaf person. If I hadn't put a knife to my neck, I'm afraid I would." At this point, Wang Yuemin's face was filled with fear. Xinyan walked over and patted her on the back gently to help her calm down. "Okay, Xiaomin, everything will be over. You're my girlfriend now, and I won't let this happen again." After a while, Wang Yuemin stopped crying and kissed Xinyan when he wasn't paying attention. "Thank you for listening to me for so long, Xinyan." In fact, when he found out that the man in front of him didn't take advantage of his drunkenness to do something excessive, he had already completely decided on him. As time passed, the atmosphere gradually heated up and both of them became a little restless. Wang Yuemin looked at the man in front of her and took the initiative to kiss Xinyan on the lips. What's more, Wang Yuemin, under the influence of alcohol, turned over and took the initiative to occupy the high ground, raised his eyebrows, hooked his fingers and asked provocatively, "Will you do it? Do you want to fight? This, did you listen to what others say? Even if you can't let yourself down by exercising regularly, you can't let down tonight's kidney and oyster feast. Although I, Shin, am no longer in the martial arts world, my deeds have been passed down in the martial arts world. There is a saying, one day is one day, one day is one day." Xinyan showed a sly smile, and pressed Wang Yuemin under him with his backhand, and said condescendingly, "Do you dare to fight?" That night, the fire was raging. From the sofa to the bed, from the living room to the kitchen, the sounds of breathing and panting filled the whole room. In the end, Wang Yuemin swallowed the product of his soul with happiness. The next day, the two didn't wake up until noon. Looking at the person in his arms, Xinyan scratched her nose and said with a smile, "Are you awake?" Thanks to you, my legs are still weak," she said coquettishly, and then bit Xinyan fiercely. I see you're a little unconvinced. Want another fight?" Wang Yuemin begged for mercy quickly. She could barely walk now, and if it happened again she might not be able to get out of bed. "Xinyan." Suddenly Wang Yuemin called Xinyan, "You are my future." Upon hearing this, Xinyan nodded, then gave her a passionate kiss for a long time before parting their lips. The two of them played around for a while, and in the middle of the time, Xinyan received a call from the general manager of Beihai Building, asking Xinyan when he would go to inspect the company. Xinyan looked at Wang Yuemin and said, "Xiaomin, we have already confirmed our relationship. Why don't you move in with me?" "Okay, but I have a lot of stuff." Wang Yuemin turned around and looked at her room. Although it was tidy, only she knew how many things she had. Xinyan waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I'll call a moving company later. By the way, Xinyan, I haven't asked you yet, what do you do?" Wang Yuemin asked out of curiosity, and she was not afraid that Xinyan would misunderstand her. At your age, I have never seen anyone so generous, except for those rich second generations. Me? I work in finance, Shenyan answered casually. He couldn't tell him, oh, I have a system and I am the chosen one. Then Shenyan changed the subject, Xiaomen, I have something to do this afternoon, can you come and watch over the moving? He did have something to do. He had to drive the car back and also go to his own building to check it out. After all, it was his own company, so it would be better for him to get to know it better. No problem. Where do you live? Someone of your wealth must live in Thompson Mansion or Tianyue Mansion, right? Yes, I live in Thompson 1. I will contact the guard when the time comes. After lunch, Shenyan went to the place where they had dinner last night to pick up the car. After seeing that the car was intact, he drove to the financial building. Beihai Financial Building. Shenyan looked at the towering building and couldn't help but feel a little proud. You were out of my reach before, but now you are in my hands. After entering Beihai Building, Shenyan did not choose to go directly to the manager's office, but walked around the top floor office area. Shenyan's behavior attracted discussions from people around him. Xiao Xia, look quickly, who is this person? He doesn't look like someone from our company. Don't mind your own business. I heard from the manager that the head of Beihai Building has been replaced and he will come to inspect the work today. Yes, at this critical juncture. It's better to have less trouble than more. Maybe if you perform well, you will be favored by the new chairman and get a promotion and a raise. But this little brother is so handsome. But there are many nosy people who ask, hey, where are you working for? Why are you here? This person is Zhou Zhang, a man with a feminine appearance, or what we call a sissy. Coincidentally, Zhou Zhang used to be a management trainee in an electronics factory, and now he is working as a clerk in this company. As a former celebrity in the team, Zhou Zhang naturally knew Shenyan. But at that time, because he was a management trainee and was considered a management person, he always used the little power in his hands to control others. Because of this, Shen and Zhou had a lot of unpleasant arguments. Meeting again today, how could Zhou Zhang give up such a good opportunity to criticize someone? Oh, it's Shenyan. Zhou Zhang said in a mocking tone, how did you find a job here? Do you have enough education? Shenyan had already caught sight of him from the corner of his eye, but now his worth and status were different, so there was no need to bother with such a person. Well, long time no see. Shenyan said in a cold tone, why am I here? Does it have anything to do with you? Zhou Zhang looked at Shenyan, who was neither hot nor cold, and thought he was just doing his job. Since you are here to find a job, shouldn't you greet us? Even if you don't, your attitude should be better, right? The more Zhou Zhang thought about it, the angrier he became. Security, where are the security? How do they guard the door and let anyone in? There are no rules at all. It was as if he was telling everyone that God was the boss and he was second only to God. I'm here to look for someone, Wang Mian. Shenyan looked at Zhou Zhang. You? Are you qualified to come to see Manager Wang? Zhou Zhang's voice was getting louder and louder. Everyone, this Shenyan is a worker in an electronics factory. He didn't even finish high school. I heard that he was cheated on a few days ago. Zhou Zhang felt that he was so handsome at the moment, and at the same time the security guards also rushed here. Shenyan looked at the idiot in front of him calmly. Are you really going to kick me out? Don't you regret it? What? People like you are not qualified to be here. Then he called the security guard to kick Shenyan out. While being dragged by the security guard, Shenyan was not angry but happy. He turned around and said to Zhou Zhang, I hope you can keep smiling. Looking at Shenyan being taken away, Zhou Zhang's heart was satisfied. At this moment, a sudden voice sounded. What happened that's making you yell? Chapter 7, Appointment Announcement, Both Kindness and Punishment. Seeing Wang Mian coming in, Zhou Zhang walked over with his back bent. Hey, Manager Wang, you're here. Nothing has been resolved. Zhou Zhang said complacently, it's just a kid from an electronics factory looking for a job. I've asked the security guard to take him away. It's okay as long as it's okay. The new chairman is coming to inspect our work today. Nothing can go wrong. Wang Mian looked at him and asked casually, do you know the person who came? I know him, his name is Shenyan, he is an electronics engineer. Wait, what did you say his name was? Wang Mian interrupted him with a loud shout. Manager Wang. His name is Shenyan. Zhou Zhang said indifferently. He's just a lousy worker from an electronics factory? Hearing the name, Wang Mian thought that this was a serious sin. When I got the new chairman's information and saw that he was so young, I thought he must be a rich second generation or have a strong background. When I was ready to flatter him, I didn't expect that the new chairman came and was driven away. I thought that I had just left for a short time and there was still time to make up for it and catch up. Hurry, hurry, all department heads, follow me downstairs. Everyone looked at Wang Mian's anxious look. Some smart people had already realized that the person who could make the general manager act like this was probably the new chairman. Before going downstairs, Wang Mian glared at Zhou Zhang fiercely. I'm telling you, Zhou Zhang, if anything happens to the new chairman, you can't stay here anymore. He is just a worker in an electronics factory. I know him. How could he be the new chairman? Wang Mian looked at him as if he were a fool and cursed him in his heart thousands of times. How could a worker in an electronics factory buy Beihai No. 1 building? Just use your toenails to figure out that he must have a background. Without paying any more attention to Zhou Zhang, Wang Mian and his group took the elevator downstairs to chase after him, and finally caught up with Shen Yan in front of the turnstile on the first floor. Mr. Shen, yes, I'm sorry. I've wronged you. Wang Mian was rather fat, and he ran over in a hurry. Without even catching his breath, he began to apologize to Shen Yan. Manager Wang is really good at managing his subordinates, Shen Yan said to Wang Mian with a calm expression. When Wang Mian heard this, he was immediately disappointed. He was screwed. He had been planning to put on a good show, but he didn't expect this to happen. Damn Zhou Zhang. This Zhou Jingxin has been here for a short time. He is the nephew of Deputy Manager Zhou. Otherwise, how could he be qualified to join our company? Shen Yan smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Every company has bad apples. I will handle this matter. I admit my mistake and reflect on it. I shouldn't have kept this kind of rubbish in the company, eating for free and destroying the company's image. Wang Mian admitted his mistake and reviewed his mistakes while nodding like a rooster pecking at rice. Shen Yan had a good first impression of Wang Mian, despite what happened. The responsibility was not entirely his. Let's go and meet this uncle and nephew. Back to the top floor. In the hall, Zhou Zhang was dumbfounded as he looked at Shen Yan, who was surrounded by people. How is it possible? You are not working in the electronics factory, how come you are now the chairman of the building? Shen Yan ignored him. At his position, there was no need to bother with such people. He turned around and looked at Wang Mian and asked, what do you think? I'll listen to Mr. Shen. Wang Mian did not express his doubts. He knew what he could say and what he could not say. Ha 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 ha, Shen Yan's laughter resounded throughout the hall. When everyone was puzzled, Shen Yan suddenly looked at Zhou Zhang and said word by word, you are fired. No, you can't fire me, my uncle is Zhou Xian. Zhou Zhang shook his head with panic in his eyes. He had finally found a decent and easy job, and was looking forward to going home to brag during the holidays. No, he must not lose this job. Even if you are the chairman, you can't do that. Zhou Zhang said something that was beyond his control. Just because I'm the chairman, this company now belongs to me. Shen Yan simply interrupted him, even your uncle is the same. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhang fell to the ground with a thud. Shen Yan ignored Zhou Zhang, who looked ashen. He turned around and looked around. A deep voice rang out, department heads and managers, there will be a meeting in the conference room in half an hour. No absences or lateness are allowed. Half an hour later, in the conference room. Everyone's face was filled with worry, fearing that the new official would make 3 big moves upon taking office and that this big move would burn them. In the general manager's office, Shen Yan had an extra document in his hand, which contained the damage and contribution of each employee to the company, as well as the company's detailed income. Being able to get this kind of information is naturally the work of the system. After reading the information, Shen Yan was stunned. The annual rent was 3.5 billion. He knew that Beihai building was large and the annual rental income was very high, but he didn't expect it to be so high. In the back, it describes in detail what the black sheep of the company did. The first one to bear the brunt is Zhou Xian. Shen Yan smiled slightly, your uncle and nephew deserve to die. Ding, the system issues a random task, 1. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey, get rid of the bad apples in the company, 2. Make the company's employees full of cohesion, no reward, NB points plus 3. Shen Yan was slightly stunned, and asked in his heart, what is this NB point? NB point is also called the light of righteousness. The system issues random tasks without rewards. You can exchange items in the system store. After listening to the system's explanation, Shen Yan opened the system store. This was simply not comparable to a lucky draw wheel. There were physical enhancement potions, truth potions, 100 injury ointments, estrus cards, bad luck cards. Scrolling to the bottom of the page, there is a pill, which costs 1 2 3 4 5 NB points. It is called the Resurrection Pill, and its efficacy is to cure all diseases and bring the dead back to life. Shen Yan opened his mouth in shock. How could this work? After a while, Shen Yan calmed down, turned off the screen, and prepared to go to the meeting room. In the conference room, with the arrival of Shen Yan, the atmosphere gradually became depressing. Standing at the main seat, Shen Yan looked at everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Shen Yan, and I'm a small employee of an electronics factory. Now I'm your boss. Seeing that no one spoke, Shen Yan began to call the roll. After looking around, his eyes fell on the right. Is Deputy Manager Zhou Xian here? After hearing Shen Yan's name, everyone knew what was going on. After all, your nephew had offended the chairman, so who else could he target if not you? Hello, chairman. Zhou Xian stood up and greeted Shen Yan. He was about to explain to the chairman about his nephew's matter, but he didn't expect Shen Yan to beat him to the punch. Zhu Hian, oh Zhu Hian, you are greedy. Why are you not doing your job and flirting with your female secretary? I didn't do that, Mr. Shin. Who framed me? It must be someone who framed me. Zhou Xian was puzzled as to how the chairman knew about this. Oh? Then you received high kickbacks from tenants and rented the 19th floor to your aunt at half the market price. Was that also a frame-up for you? Shen Yan looked at Zhou Xian with a smile, but Zhou Xian always felt that Shen Yan's eyes were deep as if he could see through everything. Before Zhou Xian could explain, he was taken away. Looking at everyone who was frightened, Shen Yan had already made an example of someone to scare the monkeys. Even if there were still some people who had done things that were detrimental to the company, he would continue to employ them only if they corrected themselves in the future. After the beating, it's time to feed sweet dates. Ahem, I declare that starting today, everyone's salary will increase by 25%. As soon as the words fell, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then burst into warm applause. Long live Mr. Shin. Boss Shin, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Wait a minute. I haven't finished talking yet. Shen Yan patted the table and continued, I'm new here, so I don't have much to offer you. Let's give out red envelopes. 500,000 for the manager, 200,000 for the department manager, and 50,000 for the employees. From the 1st to the 5th of next month, all employees will go on a trip to Jiangnan, and the company will pay for it. The entire conference room erupted in unprecedented noise. If there was anything that could immediately improve cohesion, it would of course be to directly increase wages. But the employee instantly quieted down. I know what some of you have done. I just don't care about it today. I hope you 1T give me the chance in the future. And I promise that if you follow me, your salary will be much higher than that of people in the same class. From today on, Wang Mian will be in charge of all company affairs. If you encounter any undecided issues, please come and ask me. Ding, mission completed, obtain 3 bad luck cards and 3 body part shrinking pills. After issuing a series of orders, Shen Yan politely declined Wang Mian's proposal for a dinner party in the evening and decisively became a hands-off boss. System, how to use the bad luck card. You don't even know this? The system said with disdain, just read the name of the person being used. The validity period is 31 minutes. Don't ask why it takes 31 minutes, it's just my personality. This system is really interesting. What about the body part shrinking pill? Is it the kind I think it is? Yes, don't ask. I'm grumpy when I just woke up, It turns out that the products produced by the system must be high quality, and they even have things like this. Shen Yan chuckled, wishing someone would come and provoke him so that he could try a new path. After explaining the company's affairs, Shen Yan drove out of the company and returned to Thompson Epine. When Shen Yan returned home, Wang Yuemin was packing up the things he had moved in. He was shocked to see that there were so many things. There were all kinds of things scattered all over the floor. Husband, you're back. How did you handle things? Wang Yuemin looked at Shen Yan with a sweet smile. Chapter 8 Zhuang Feifei's Regret. Shen Yan looked at the person in front of him. Ever since the two of them opened their hearts to each other, Wang Yuemin had become much more cheerful. I'm done. I just dealt with some company affairs. I brought you a small gift. After saying that, Shen took out a new pineapple 14 from somewhere and gave it to her. In the afternoon, he bought himself a new phone, mainly because he was too frugal in the past and hadn't changed his phone for a long time. Looking at Wang Yuemin's things on the floor, he helped her clean up and asked, Xiaoman, why don't we hire a nanny? She can help clean up and cook for us. It is really necessary to hire a nanny, because neither of them can cook, and such a large house also needs someone to tidy up and clean it frequently. Okay, I'll listen to you, Wang Yuemin nodded and answered obediently. After a simple dinner, Wang Yuemin went to take a shower. Shen stood on the balcony, lit a cigarette, and murmured, I have money now. Should I transfer some to my parents? They have worked hard all their lives. It's time for them to enjoy their life. After that, he picked up his phone and transferred 300,000 yuan to his parents. It's not that he couldn't transfer more, but he was afraid that if he transferred too much, they would worry. I remember when I was very young, my parents would go fishing very early in the morning and would come home very late at night, dragging their tired bodies. They lived frugally and worked very hard. Later, Shen was admitted to a key high school, but was expelled and went to work in a factory, where he was gossiped about a lot in the village. After a while, my father Shen Jidong called. Hey son, why are you transferring so much money to us? Before the father could say anything, the mother snatched the phone away from him. Xiaoyan, tell me if you have done anything bad, otherwise where did you get so much money? Shen smiled awkwardly, Mom, this is what I earned. I transferred the money to you because I wanted you to live a better life. You see on TV and mobile phone news every day there are accidents happening here and there. We can't do that. Shen felt warm at heart seeing the concern from the two elders. Really, Mom, these are some BB coins I bought before, they have increased several times, and I made a lot of money. So, you should spend when you should, don't save. Shen could only reply to his parents with the usual routine in the novels of the rich. While the two elders were very proud, the mother said, Son, I'll save all of this for you when you get married and find a wife. Really, no need. I still have a lot. It's enough for marriage. You can eat well at home and don't go to work. Your son will support you in the future. You can go out for a trip when you have nothing to do. Shen smiled. His parents were happy, which was happier than him no matter how much money he got. My son has made great progress. The mother was so excited that she almost cried. After all, he was her own son. Seeing her son succeed, which parent wouldn't be proud? Humph, I wonder who in the village will dare to say bad things about my son in the future. My son is the best. Okay, Mom and Dad, I'm going to clean up and get ready for bed. I'll bring my daughter-in-law back to see you later. Without waiting for his parents to reply, Shen hung up the phone. The idea of bringing Wang Yuemin home had already formed in Shen mind last night. Thinking about Wang Yuemin's experience, it would be good to bring her home to let her parents see her. Shen parents are very open-minded, and Wang Yuemin is also very likable. He believes that this will make up for the lack of family affection in his heart. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Shen's mother said to Shen's father, Oh, my son has really grown up and become sensible. While sighing, Shen's mother suddenly remembered what Shen said before hanging up the phone. Old man, didn't Xiaoyan just say that he would bring his girlfriend back in a while? Father Shen said helplessly, You had the phone in your hand the whole time, how would I know? I can't count on you for anything. Mother Shen glanced at him, then said happily, My silly son finally has a girlfriend, I don't know if he will fall in love. North Sea. Achoo. Achoo. Shen sneezed violently several times, scratched his head and asked in confusion, Could it be that I overexerted myself last night and caught a cold? After a while, Wang Yuemin's voice came from the bathroom, Honey, I didn't bring my shower gel to the room. Can you bring it to me? Okay, wait a moment. Shen replied. Before entering the bathroom, Shen joked, Baby, I'm coming in. As soon as he entered the bathroom, Shen was stunned. The bathroom glass was fogged up, and Wang Yuemin's perfect figure was dimly revealed. He couldn't help swallowing. Xiaoman, I brought you the shower gel. Wang Yuemin poked her head out and said playfully, Husband, you've been busy all day and haven't taken a shower yet, do you want to take a shower together? After saying that, she gave Shen an extremely charming look. Who could resist this? They quickly took off their clothes and walked in, enjoying the joy of lovemaking. An hour later. Wang Yuemin limped to the bedside and sat down, then said to Shen coquettishly, Humph, you are just an animal. Xinyan chuckled, and the two joked for a while. Suddenly, Wang Yuemin's phone rang. When Wang Yuemin picked up the phone and saw the note, his face darkened instantly, and he hung up without saying a word. What's wrong? Who's calling? Xinyan asked with concern after seeing Wang Yuemin's expression change. It's okay, it's just a harassing call. Wang Yuemin uttered a few words coldly through his thin lips. Seeing that Wang Yuemin didn't want to say more, Xinyan didn't ask any more questions. He kissed Wang Yuemin's forehead, and the two fell asleep in each other's arms. State-owned electronics factory. Since that day, the news of the gold bar gradually spread. Xinyan also resigned from the electronics factory, and Zhuang Feifei became a notorious green tea. At this time, Zhuang Feifei, who was working the night shift, had dull eyes and did not look like she was working seriously at all. There were already more than a dozen TVs on the assembly line that had been faulty because of her. These days, all he could think about was Xinyan's bed of gold bars and all the kindness he had shown him in the past. It regretted it. If it had hidden itself a little, and not been discovered by Xinyan, and waited until he took the initiative to tell it that he was rich, maybe he would not have discovered it, and maybe it would have become a wealthy woman with financial freedom. I finally made it to the break time and wanted to open Douyin to watch some videos. Unexpectedly, as soon as I opened it, I saw Xinyan and a woman getting out of a supercar. I read the comments and found out that this was a supercar that there are only a few in China and its value is inestimable. Originally, I should have been sitting there. Zhuang Feifei muttered, tears of jealousy flowing down her face. As the saying goes, jealousy can make a person unrecognizable. These days, he tried to call Xinyan, but found that he had been blocked. She was unwilling to give up. I won't give up. Then he carefully searched for any trace of the car on Douyin, because he knew that with such a valuable car, someone would definitely take photos and record videos and post them on Douyin. Finally, through her unremitting efforts, she found it. Tang Chenipin. Xinyan, you have kept it a secret from me. At the same time, I feel more and more regretful. If it were me living there, I could just post something on WeChat Moments every day and attract countless people to watch. My vanity would be greatly satisfied. So, he decided to go find Xinyan. She firmly believed that Xinyan still loved her. After all, they had been together for so long. That girl next to him must have been brought in by him to take revenge on me, to comfort his wounded heart. Yes, that must be the case. After asking for leave from his boss, he took a taxi and went straight to Tomsanipin without caring that it was dark outside. Chapter 9. Just because you are so beautiful. When Zhuang Feifei arrived at Tomsanipin, it was already dawn. She hurriedly got off the car, but the driver called her in the car. Hey, girl, you haven't paid yet. Zhuang Feifei turned around and smiled awkwardly. How much? 65, said the driver. How much? It's only 40 yuan for such a short distance and you're asking me for 65 yuan? Zhuang Feifei yelled. Then she took out 65 yuan in small change and gave it to the driver. She cursed, when I have money, I won't even do it even if you beg me to sit on it. Then, when Zhuang Feifei was about to walk in, the security guard opened his eyes and said, Hey, girl, you can't come in without a reservation. I'm here to find my boyfriend, his name is Xinyan. Can you help me check which building he is in? Zhuang Feifei was arrogant, as if she had already regarded this place as her home. Oh, Mr. Xin. As far as I know, he has a girlfriend. And even if you are here to look for your boyfriend, how could you not know which building he is in? Let's go now, and don't disturb my sleep. The old man waved his hand randomly. Zhuang Feifei then spat softly. You are such a dog that looks down on others. She rolled her eyes and decided to give it a try. Even if Xinyan didn't want to see her, she would have no choice. Then he sat on the ground and started crying. Xinyan, you are such an ungrateful man. You just walked away without paying anything. How will I and my child survive? At this time, there were more and more pedestrians on the road. When they heard the crying, they slowly gathered around. Little girl, what's wrong with you? My boyfriend doesn't want me anymore. He just ate and slept with me, and now I'm pregnant and he's dumped me. Whoa, I wanted to go in to find him, but the security guard stopped me. Zhuang Feifei cried even louder. How can this person be like this? He has absolutely no conscience. That's right, let the little girl live on her own. Don't worry, little girl. I live in this neighborhood. I'll ask an old man to call your boyfriend. After that, he talked to the doorman for a few words, and then called Xinyan. Zhuang Feifei, who was standing by, wiped her tears and secretly rejoiced. Hey, Xinyan, you can't escape. On the other side, Xinyan was hugging Wang Yuemin and dreaming sweet dreams. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. The phone rang, and Xinyan hung up in a daze, only to have it ring again. He had no choice but to pick up the phone. Hello, Mr. Shen? I'm the security guard at the door. The security guard apologized. I'm sorry to disturb your rest. There is a woman at the door who claims to be your girlfriend. Do you want to meet her? Ha? Xinyan was not fully awake at this time. He looked at Wang Yuemin next to him and said to the phone, My girlfriend is sleeping next to me. You got the wrong person. It's like this, Mr. Shen. I also know that you have a girlfriend, but this lady is making a lot of noise at the door now. Do you want to come and take a look? Xinyan thought about it. Could it be Zhuang Feifei? Okay, I'll go down now. Xinyan got up, put on his clothes, and walked towards the gate of the community. At the door, the security guard turned to Zhuang Feifei and said, Mr. Shen said he will be down soon. Don't cry yet. It will have a bad influence. Before Zhuang Feifei could speak, the person next to her said, What can't be said? If someone does something like this, then the person should be condemned. Yes, as a man, it's very irresponsible. The security guard had no choice but to keep silent. After a long time, Xinyan slowly walked over from a distance. When he got closer, he saw Zhuang Feifei sitting on the ground, and Xinyan curled his lips. What are you doing? Ding, the system issues an emergency task. 1. Solve this matter and you will be rewarded 16 NB points. 2. Hold your temper and be rewarded with a body part that will shrink by 5-10 centimeters. Hearing the system's voice, Xinyan subconsciously lowered his head. Fortunately, it is still there. If it is gone, how can I dominate the world in the future? System baby, I choose 1. Looking at the man in front of me, he seems to be more handsome than before. I'm pregnant with your child. You can't abandon me just because you like someone else, Xiaoyan, she said, shedding 2 lines of tears. Hearing this, Xinyan laughed out loud, looking at the crocodile tears streaming down his cheeks, thinking to himself, You are really amazing. I want to watch the next Golden Horse Awards if you were not there. How come you performed so vividly and vividly? No, I admit that we have been together for such a long time, but at most we have held hands and have never kissed. How can there be a child? If you hadn't found an old man behind my back, I might have foolishly bought you this and that. Now that I'm rich, you regret it? Are you using this excuse to blackmail me? Xinyan asked 3 questions in a row, leaving Zhuang Feifei speechless. People around her also began to talk about it. Zhuang Feifei's eyes were filled with tears. If you don't want me, you can just say it. Why are you slandering me like this? She looked around and explained hurriedly, You have to believe me. How could I make such a joke with my innocence? This move made Xinyan laugh and cry. This woman was really good at pretending. Xinyan put his hands behind his back and smiled slightly. You said you have a child, but where is the evidence? Even if you do, fine, I, Xinyan, have plenty of money and can raise the child, but do you want to confirm whose child it is? After saying that, he picked up his phone, opened Douyin, and found the video from a passerby's perspective that his friend had forwarded to him on the day of the accident. Take a look at this video again, and let's all watch it together. Let's see whether it was me, Xinyan, who abandoned my girlfriend, or Zhuang Feifei, who cheated on me with an older man. Everyone got closer and roughly understood the situation. The wind direction changed immediately. This little girl is really indecent. She has such a good boyfriend, but she still goes out to hook up with someone else, and the one she hooks up with is an older man. Yeah, I didn't expect this guy to be a rich second generation. This girl must be regretting it now. Listening to everyone's discussion, Zhuang Feifei simply stopped pretending and ran to Xinyan's side almost instantly, holding Xinyan's arm. Xiaoyan, I know I was wrong. It was that old man who threatened me at that time. I still have you in my heart. Then he tightened his arm around hers and said, I've been regretting it every day these past few days. I know you still love me. Can you please forgive me? To make it up to you, I'll show you some of the new positions I've learned, okay? Xinyan felt a chill in his throat as he thought, how dare you do this? You cheated on me first, and then you made a scene and slandered me downstairs of my house, and now you're asking me to get back together? You're dreaming. Xinyan exerted force, his hands like steel pliers, and shook off Zhuang Feifei's hands. Let's not talk about cheating being unforgivable. Even if you forgive it, what else? Besides, ask yourself, do you regret not continuing to be with me, or not being with the money? In other words, with my wealth, I can find anyone I want. Why do I have to find you? Is it just because you are too beautiful? Shen said bluntly, you have slandered me today. I reserve the right to pursue responsibility. I hope you will take care of yourself. After that, he turned around and walked towards his home without paying attention to anyone's eyes. Passers-by pointed and talked and left one after another, leaving Zhuang Feifei alone in the wind. After a long while, Zhuang Feifei clenched her fists, stared at the direction where Shen left with a vicious look and said, Shen, you forced me to do this. Chapter 10 Faust Auction House. After returning home, Wang Yuanmin was still not awake. Shen walked up to her, patted her butt and said, wake up, lazy bastard. Wang Yuanmin moaned, let me sleep a little longer. You were too busy yesterday. After that, she turned over in a daze, regardless of Shen objection, and continued to sleep while hugging the quilt. Shen touched her head lovingly, closed the door quietly, walked to the balcony and lit a cigarette. Beat the drums. Beat the gongs. I picked up the phone and saw that it was Wang Mian calling. I thought something must have happened to him. Hello, Mr. Shen, Faust Auction House has sent you an invitation to participate in tonight's charity auction. All proceeds will be donated to the southwestern mountainous area. Shen was stunned. Shen knew that Faust Auction House was the largest auction house in Beihai City. But how did they know that I was the owner of Beihai Building? On second thought, for a large enterprise like this, other companies would know about the personnel changes at the top, and it would be easy to check. Okay, sure. Please send someone to deliver the invitation this afternoon. You can come with us in the evening. Now that you are rich, you should do more charity. As the saying goes, if you are poor, you should take care of yourself, and if you are rich, you should help the world. After asking a few questions about the company, Shen hung up the phone. Lying on the recliner, Shen opened his favorite novel, titled Cheated at the beginning, thousands of gold bars in the backhand. Wang Yuanmin slept until noon, then limped out rubbing his eyes. Honey, why did you wake up so early today? Something happened in the morning, so I woke up a little early. Shen looked at Wang Yuanmin, who was walking towards him in a hip-hugging pajamas and shorts, with two long white legs bare, and he couldn't help but feel a little eager. He retracted his gaze, took Wang Yuanmin in his arms and sat him on his lap, his hands wandering over Wang Yuanmin's body. By the way, there's a charity auction tonight, do you want to go with me? Okay, I haven't been to an auction yet. Wang Yuanmin clapped her hands. But honey, your hands are a little bit naughty. Upon hearing this, Shen picked up Wang Yuanmin, walked back to the room and threw her on the bed. He looked at Wang Yuanmin's seductive figure and said, hey, here I come. 70 minutes later, Shen put on his clothes, looked at her angry eyes, and rubbed Wang Yuanmin's hair. Okay, lie down for a while. I'll take you to the auction tonight. Deep City, Shark Headquarters. Mr. Chen, I have checked it out. The secretary bent over and reported, this person is the new owner of Beihai Building in Beihai City. Over the past few days, Shark Headquarters has discussed Shen identity many times and has been investigating the wealthy man who spent more than 200 million that night. Shen, 23 years old. After searching for so long, we only found this little information. This means that Shen's information is encrypted and protected, and he is very likely the third generation of a secret family. In that case, there is no need to check it for now. Mr. Chen said in a deep voice, just pretend you know nothing. Avoid getting into trouble. In the evening, Shen and the other man changed into formal wear. Shen wore a neat suit and looked at Wang Yuanmin, saying, my girlfriend is so beautiful, she will definitely outshine all the other girls. Wang Yuanmin is already beautiful, and with the contrast of the dress, she is simply more beautiful than anything else. Wang Yuanmin gave a lovely smile. The scissor door slowly rose, and the two got in the car. Then they drove away from Thompson 1 and headed towards Faust Auction House. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the Faust Auction House. After getting off the car, they looked up at this century-old building with its quaint appearance. This auction house, which existed during the war years, has a history of more than 100 years. Shen left Wang Yuanmin at the door and went to park the car. As soon as Wang Yuanmin got out of the car, he attracted the attention of people around him. After a while, a man in gorgeous clothes came over, followed by 5 or 6 men. Goldman looked at the woman in front of him, who had a great figure. The more he looked at her, the more greedy he became. He turned to his men and said, this woman is really awesome. Go check who she came with. Hello, my name is Gao Shang, and I'm the son of Gao Gang, the chairman of the construction group. He looked around and said, Are you here alone? It just so happens that I'm in need of a female companion. I wonder if you can do me the honor of meeting me. Gao Sheng thought that maybe it was a prostitute who came to such a place to fish, and Wang Yuemin was pretty, so if he kept her as his girlfriend and took her out to meet his friends, it would also make him more proud. Wang Yuemin smiled and said, Sorry, I have a boyfriend. I came here to accompany him. Hey, Goldman waved his hand and said, It's okay. In Beihai, whatever Goldman takes a fancy to must be mine. Wang Yuemin ignored him and moved aside politely. After a while, Wang Yuemin saw Shenyan walking towards them, and he walked over and naturally took his arm. What happened just now? Shenyan asked. Wang Yuemin shook his head, nothing. At this time, Gao Shang looked at Shenyan with disdain and said, Boy, where are you from? Don't you know where this place is? Looking at Shenyan in front of him, he was wearing a suit but looked to be only about 23 or 24. He knew most of the second generation in Beihai, but had never seen such a person, so he was more certain that this person was at most a short video blogger who heard that there was an auction here and came to live broadcast to increase popularity. Thinking of this, he looked at Xingyan with even more disdain. Boy, give me your girlfriend and I'll give you 500,000. How about it? Who are you? Xingyan asked calmly. Just 4 words, it sounds like an insult to Goldman Sachs. I am a well-known figure in Beihai. How come you don't know me? At this time, the younger brother beside him couldn't stay still. Hey, kid, you don't even recognize our eldest brother? Have you ever heard of the construction group? Don't you know that every coin falling from the sky in Beihai must belong to the Gao family? Goldman Sachs looked at his younger brother with satisfaction. In his opinion, when the other party knew his identity, he would definitely bow and scrape to flatter him. Hearing this, Shenyan lowered his head and thought. He knew that the construction group was one of the best construction groups in Beihai. It was said that many projects were done by the construction group. But so what? Shenyan believed that although his company was not as good as the construction group, if it was a cash flow competition, the construction group was the younger brother. Thinking of this, Shenyan's mouth corners slightly raised. I have heard of the construction group, what's the matter? The younger brother continued, Our eldest brother is the only son of Gao Gang, the chairman of the construction group. What's wrong? Before Shenyan could continue, the younger brother continued, Get out of here if you know what's good for you. Don't disturb my eldest brother from picking up girls. To be honest, my eldest brother thinks highly of you because he likes your girlfriend and is willing to give you 500,000 yuan. Do you understand, kid? Shenyan looked at the people in front of him and said, Young master of construction group, that's it? Upon hearing this, Goldman Sachs was furious. How dare you, a small-time person like you, look down on me like this? Boy, you'd better be sensible. When I'm angry, it's hard to calm down. I'm sorry, I'm also very hard to calm down when I'm angry. If you want to pick up girls, go find someone else. If you touch my girlfriend, I will kill you even if your father is the king. When the two sides were about to fight, 2 people came towards them, chatting as they walked. Chapter 11 CA.99999. Dad. I'm here. Goldman greeted from a distance. The man who came was Gao Gang, the head of the construction group, and the man next to him was Wang Mian, the general manager of Beihai Building. The two met in the parking lot. When they heard that Beihai Building had changed its owner and the owner turned out to be a young man in his 20s, they couldn't help but be curious, so they went together to meet the new owner of Beihai Building. Goldman Sachs was about to use this opportunity to mock Shenyan, but Wang Mian, who was standing next to his father, quickly walked up to Shenyan and bowed slightly. Chairman, I'm sorry I'm late. There was a traffic jam on the road. Goldman was stunned, he knew Wang Mian. It turned out that the man in front of him was not the nobody he thought but the chairman of Beihai Building. He became even more jealous. How could such a young man have such a fortune and such a beautiful girl? Shenyan waved his hand, It's okay, we just got here too. Wang Mian then looked at Gao Gang and said, Boss Gao, let me introduce you to this person, Shenyan, the new owner of our Beihai Building. Then he turned to Shenyan and said, Boss Shen, this is Gao Gang, the chairman of the construction group. After listening to Wang Mian's introduction, Shenyan looked at Gao Gang, who was a tall and strong middle-aged man with great dignity. At the same time, Gao Gang also looked at Shenyan. Is this the new owner of Beihai Building? He couldn't help but become more curious. Shenyan smiled and said, Hello, Mr. Gao, I have heard of your construction group. It is well known. Gao Gang was also very modest. No, Mr. Shin is not as powerful as me. I have investigated and found that Mr. Shin bought Beihai building at a price 10% higher than the market price. Then he laughed and said, Mr. Shin, you are young and promising. When I was your age, I didn't have such achievements. I hope we can have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. After some business exchanging, the two exchanged their WeChat accounts. Then Shin Yan took Wang Yuemin and Wang Mian to bid farewell to Gao Gang and went into the auction house first. Looking at the backs of the three people, Gao Gang looked at his son, remember, don't offend this person. Goldman Sachs said loudly, why? He just provoked me. Then he recounted what happened just now with exaggeration. Looking at his son, he sighed. He knew his son well enough that he was a playboy. He must have thought the other man's girlfriend was pretty and wanted to have her for himself, which caused the two of them to be unhappy. It's not easy for a young man to own Beihai building. Although our company is large, we cannot afford to offend this person. In other words, it is better for us not to cause trouble before we find out the truth. Do you understand? Listening to his father's words, Goldman became even more angry. How could a young man like him get his father's attention? He didn't take his father's words to heart at all. Instead, he was thinking about how to get his place back. On the other side, after Shin Yan and his party walked into the auction house, they were attracted by its interior decoration. The golden roof and stone walls were painted with various patterns and colorful. The floor was covered with a carpet with soft-toned brocade and satin embroidery, which was simple yet elegant, dignified yet graceful. The three of them walked for a while and came to the central service counter, where many waiters stood around with number tags on their bodies. Seeing the three people coming, the waiter with number 12 in front of him walked forward, bowed and said with a smile, "Hello, sir, please show me your invitation ticket. After you show it, I will be your temporary personal assistant. I will be responsible for calling numbers, processing orders, and various matters for you." Shin Yan looked at the two of them, then at the waiter and said, "The service here is really good. Let's go." There was still some time before the auction started, so Shin Yan suggested visiting the auction house. The waiter introduced as he walked, the entire auction hall is divided into two floors. The upper floor is the VIP area, and the lower floor is the general area. I learned from the waiter that I was in room 12 in the VIP area. I walked in and took a look. The waiter continued to introduce, the room is fully equipped with all the necessary supplies and facilities. It can meet all your needs. Oh, by the way, sir, users on the second floor can take out an item for auction. What do you think your item is? Listening to the waiter's introduction, Shin Yan had a general understanding of the auction house and the auction process. As for the auction item, Shin Yan reached into his pocket and took out a hairband. This was dropped by Wang Yuemin when he was drunk that night. Shin Yan had been carrying it with him for so many days. Take this. Shin Yan handed the hairband to the waiter. Wang Yuemin felt a little disappointed when she saw Shin Yan taking out the rubber band as an auction item. Shin Yan later told her that he had picked up her hairband, and Wang Yuemin put it on Shin Yan's hand as a token of love. She didn't expect him to take it out so casually as an auction item. At 6 p.m., everyone took their seats and the auction began. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the center of the stage. There was a woman with skin as white as snow, thick raven feather-like black hair that fell to her waist, a round oval face, a pair of big black eyes, and picturesque eyebrows. However, the woman was dressed very seductively, in a cheongsam with a pair of bare legs. The combination of youth and charm touched the nerves of men. Jiangya. The woman smiled slightly and said, "Welcome everyone to Faust Auction House. I am Jiangya, the host of tonight." Jiangya's eyes flickered, and she showed a charming smile. "Tonight, there are new faces and old friends invited here. I believe you have a general understanding of the mechanism after the waiter's introduction. Without further ado, let's start tonight's auction." Then the waiter pushed the auction items. Jiangya pulled down the curtain, and a simple vase was placed in the middle of the counter. "Okay, this is our first auction item today, a 5-color koi dragon-shaped moon-embracing vase from the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty. The starting price is 300,000 renminbi. Each bid must be no less than 50,000. As soon as Jiangya finished speaking, someone raised a sign, "I'll pay 550,000 yuan, and then someone shouted, "I'll pay 600,000 yuan. The price was raised one after another, one wave after another. In a short while, the price exceeded 1 million. Shin Yan was not in a hurry to auction it, because he didn't like bottles and jars. He could take some famous calligraphy and paintings home to decorate the wall. Finally, at the moment when Jiangya's auction hammer fell, this colorful koi dragon embracing moonscreen was won by the construction group. Everyone bowed and said, "Congratulations, Director Gao, you have set a good example for all of us." Jiangya also smiled slightly. Mr. Gao is keen on charity, Jiangya admires it. Seeing so many people complimenting his father, Gao Shang's great vanity was satisfied. He then looked at the private room where Xinyan was and murmured, "Did you see that? This is the real strength." Then the auction continued. The waiter pushed the second item up. When the curtain was lifted, everyone was shocked to find that it was a license plate with the number Haya 99999. Jiangya's every move and every word affected the emotions of every bidder. That's right. The second lot is the license plate issued by the president of Beihai Chamber of Commerce, which is known as the most respected person in Beihai. The starting price is 5 million, and each bid must not be less than 1 million. Xinyan had never thought that he could actually bid for a license plate. Thinking of his poison, he always felt that something was missing, but now he knew. He was missing a license plate that matched this car. He signaled to the waiter. The waiter understood. Mr. Shin, number 12, offers 10 million. Everyone was shocked. Where is this big shot from? I've never heard of him. He raised the price by 5 million. It seems like he is determined to get it. Jiangya was also slightly stunned, and her beautiful eyes looked at the private room where Xinyan was. I'll pay 11 million. A sudden voice rang out. It was from Goldman Sachs in room 7. Gao Gang had already left and instructed him to be the full agent, just to go through the motions. Seeing Xinyan, who had made him lose face, bid, how could he hold back? He directly matched the price and gave Xinyan's room 7 a middle finger. Ding! Ding! Limited time mission released, limited time mission released. Only do better, not the best. The host will get 10 times the cash back for all consumption in the next 2 hours. Remember that you are a super rich person. Otherwise readers will scold you. Xinyan listened to the task issued by the system, and then watched his actions with a calm smile. You want to compete with me in cash flow? Then come on. Then he bid, 15 million. After saying that, he waved to number 7. As for Goldman Sachs number 7, he was already so angry about Xinyan's behavior that he lost his mind. Even if he fails today, he will fight for his dignity. 16 million. I'll pay 16 million. The crowd watched the two of them chasing each other. The bidding price had reached 50 million. Fuck, do these two have a grudge against money? No. This is definitely hatred for money. There's no way to increase the price like this. 55 million. When Xinyan shouted out 55 million, Goldman Sachs on the other side obviously hesitated. I'll pay 56 million. Xinyan picked up the microphone in the room and adjusted it to the public channel. Hey, Mr. Gao, can you do it? Why are you adding 1 million at a time? Listening to Xinyan's ridicule, Goldman Sachs was furious, but the finance officer at the side stopped him and said, Master, we can't add any more. The chairman told us before he left that we can only spend another 1 billion yuan as a formality. Besides, spending more than 50 million yuan on a license plate is the worst deal in the world. Chapter 12 Strong Cash Flow. Hearing this, Goldman had to calm himself down, telling himself that this idiot spent 50 million to buy a license plate number, and that there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with him later. Looking at this young man, Jiangya thought to herself, she didn't remember there was such a person in the Shin family. 55 million once. 55 million twice. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price? Jiangya glanced at the crowd with her beautiful eyes. Even a fool can see that this guy is determined to get this license plate. Who would dare to humiliate himself? 55 million for the third time, deal. Finally, with Jiangya's final decision, the auction item was won by Xinyan. Jiangya smiled gently, congratulations to Mr. Xinyan from room 12 for winning this unique license plate. The auction then continued. Apart from spending 20 million to buy a pair of jade bracelets for Wang Yuemin, there was almost nothing that Xinyan could look at. Finally, the second to last lot was pushed up, and when the curtain opened, everyone was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? A hair tie can cost $3? Yeah. Who pushed this? It's disrespectful to the organizer. Everyone blamed. It's me. At this time, Xinyan picked up the microphone and said in a low voice, "I didn't know in advance that I needed to prepare auction items, and I didn't mean to disrespect the organizer." Take a rubber band as an auction item? Isn't that disrespectful? Don't think you can be arrogant just because you spent a lot of money tonight. Yes. Brother Zhang is right. Amid the indignation of the crowd, Xinyan stood up and slowly bowed to Jiangya. "I am not disrespecting the organizer, but I want to bid for this item myself. After all, this hairband is very important to me. It can be regarded as a token of love." After that, Xinyan spoke again. "I'll bid 200 million renminbi for this item. To support charity." After listening to Xinyan's explanation, everyone stood up and applauded, and even Jiangya's eyes were filled with tears. Suddenly, Xinyan was hugged from behind. It was Wang Yuemin. 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks. At this moment, she finally knew that he didn't care about her. On the contrary, this man in front of her cared about her more than anyone else. Seeing this scene, everyone started to cheer. "Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss." And Xinyan lived up to everyone's expectations and kissed Wang Yuemin on the forehead. Goldman Sachs, which was standing opposite, was so angry that it threw its pineapple 14 to the ground. "You buy your own things, why do you have to take all the limelight? Why do you have such a beautiful girlfriend? As the saying goes, what you can't get is the best." Gao Shang was extremely jealous when he saw Xinyan kissing her. "Boy! I'm going to make you pay next time." Finally, it was time for the last item to be auctioned. "System, help me check the authenticity of the last lot." "I don't even need to check, this is a fake, any expert can tell after a careful look." But after tearing it open, there is something else. Listening to the system's voice, Xinyan secretly thought that what the system said must be correct. Looking at Gao Shang, who was glaring at him angrily, Xinyan came up with a plan. "Since you have provoked me again and again, don't blame me." Jiangya took a sip of water and said to everyone, "The last lot for today is provided by the Construction Engineering Group. It is the Lanting preface by Jin Dynasty calligrapher Wang Shiji. The starting price is 500 million. Each bid increase must not be less than 10 million. The people on the first floor could only look away from the auction item because it was too expensive. If they could buy it, they would not be sitting on the first floor. They just became spectators. I offer 510 million. Xinyan was the first to bid. Goldman Sachs followed closely behind. "I'll offer 600 million. Of course he knew that the one he put up was a fake, but the fake was so finely crafted that it was almost indistinguishable from the real thing. After seeing that Xinyan was determined to get the item, he only needed to drive up the price. In the end, the more Xinyan spent, the more he lost, and he could use this to mock him in the future. After that, the two of them continued to compete with each other, and the price reached 1 billion, and the enthusiasm of everyone in the auction hall was ignited. "Anyone else wants to raise the price?" Jiangya looked around and continued. 1 billion for the first time. 1 billion second time. 1 billion for the third time, sold. Congratulations to Mr. Xinyan for winning the Lanting preface. The first thing Xinyan did after receiving the Lanting preface was to tear it up, which angered everyone. You shouldn't do this even if you have money, right? Fuck, this is what a big shot is like. He spent 1 billion to buy it and just tore it apart like that. Lian Jiangya frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Mr. Shin, what are you doing? Xinyan didn't say anything, but took out another painting from the painting. He gently opened it and saw that it was the Goddess of Luo River by Gukaiji of Jin Dynasty. Everyone was shocked, and Xinyan looked at Jiangya. Miss Jiang, I spent so much today, is it okay to ask your experts to carefully appraise it? Yes, no problem. Jiangya no longer had the charm and seduction she had just now. He didn't expect that this young man, in addition to having a huge cash flow, actually had some knowledge of treasure appraisal. He couldn't help but become interested in the young man in front of him. In the end, after experts' appraisal, it was determined that preface to the Lanting poems was fake, while Goddess of the Luo River was authentic and worth about 1.5 billion yuan. Fake? The information provided by the construction group is fake. Everyone looks at the representative of the construction group, Goldman Sachs. The construction group is a big company, is this how they do things? Faced with the anger of the public, Goldman Sachs felt as uncomfortable as if it had eaten shit. It had originally expected Xinyan to spend 1 billion to buy the fake Lanting preface, but unexpectedly, Xinyan not only did not lose money, but instead made 500 million. The old man's voice rang out in the headset. Jiang Ye turned to Gao Sheng and said, Mr. Gao, you know the rules of Faust Auction House. The boss said that for the sake of Uncle Tai of the construction group and your father, you will only be banned from entering Faust Auction House for 1 year. Before he could explain himself, Goldman Sachs was kicked out of Faust Auction House by several burly staff members. Shen Yan didn't care about Goldman's departure. He turned to Jiang Ye and said, I am donating 10 billion renminbi on behalf of Beihai Building. You decide how to use it. I only have one request, that it be put to good use. Suddenly, the whole audience was silent, and then a heated discussion broke out. Oh my god, 10 billion. What kind of cash flow is this? Mr. Shin is so young and yet he can come up with such a huge amount of cash. He must have a big family backing him up. Even his girlfriend Wang Yuemin opened her mouth into a capital O. She knew Shen Yan was rich. She didn't expect that he was so rich that he would donate 10 billion casually. Jiang Ye looked at Shen Yan in disbelief. He was really impressed by this man who was a few years younger than him. He spent a huge amount of money to buy his girlfriend's hair circle and donated 10 billion to charity. He couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in his heart. In fact, for Shen Yan himself, part of the reason was the tenfold cashback, but a bigger part was that he had suffered a lot when he was a child, and he always remembered a saying, if you are successful, you should help the world. Jiang Ye picked up the wine glass and smiled charmingly. I propose that we raise our glasses to toast Mr. Shin and everyone. Cheers to everyone's contribution to charity. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses, and some complimented Shen Yan, showing great interest in making friends with him. Oh, Mr. Shin's family is so rich and powerful that I didn't expect he also has some knowledge of antiques, calligraphy and paintings. Mr. Shin, let's make friends. If we have any cooperation in the future, please think of me. Shen Yan responded with a smile. In the end, after swiping the card, Shen Yan declined the request to have dinner together in the evening on the grounds that he was accompanying his wife. The two drove away from Faust Auction House. As soon as he got in the car, Shen Yan took off his suit and threw it on the back seat. I really don't like wearing this suit. It's not comfortable at all. Wang Yuemin smiled gently without saying anything. Thinking of what happened today, the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Being cared for is always the best thing. While Wang Yuemin was thinking, the system's voice sounded in Shen Yan's mind. Ding, mission completed, spending 11.7 billion, rebate 117 billion, due to the host's good deed, reward verbal praise. Shen Yan almost fainted when he heard this. I thought you were going to reward a group company, but you just gave me a verbal praise? This system is really unique. Looking at the balance in my bank card, I realized that I had finally reached a net worth of hundreds of billions. Chapter 13 Lamborghini Sixth Element. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. Not long after I got home, the phone rang. It was Wang Mian calling. Hey boss, are you home yet? I just got home, what's up? Wang Mian replied, it's like this, the people behind Faust want to see you. Because they couldn't find your information, they called me. Do you think you can go? Shen Yan pondered for a moment, who was behind the auction house? Wang Mian said, he is the former president of the Beihai Chamber of Commerce. Everyone calls him Mr. Ming. He has a very high prestige in the Beihai business community. He couldn't help but think of the day when Jiang Ye drove Gao Sheng out after she put on her headphones. At that time, she said that he was her boss. It can be seen that this person's ability is extraordinary. It is a good thing to be able to make friends with him. Okay, sure. Let's set the time for tomorrow. After saying that, Shen Yan hung up the phone. On the other side, construction group. In the general manager's office, Gao Sheng was fuming at his younger brother. I'm so pissed off. This scumbag has money and a beautiful girlfriend, and he even knows about antiques, calligraphy and paintings. Why is he better than me in everything? He has taken all the limelight today. He turned to the secretary and yelled, where's my dad? Hasn't the meeting finished yet? The secretary shook her head. She was already used to the young master's temper. At this time, Chairman Gao Gang had just walked out of the conference room when he heard Goldman Sachs yelling in the office. Why are you shouting? What happened? Gao Sheng blabbered over what happened today. When Gao Gang heard that Shen Yan donated 10 billion, his face changed slightly and he said, you mean, after he exposed you, he not only didn't pursue the matter of the counterfeit, but donated 10 billion for free? Yes, if he hadn't stolen my limelight, would I have been kicked out of the auction house? Today we have a grudge against each other, and this matter will never end. Goldman said with a grim look on his face. Shut up. Look at him. He seems younger than you, but his methods and vision are much greater than yours. Gao Gang said loudly. What else do you do besides going out to bars every day to find women and eat and drink with your friends? Looking at his useless son, Gao Gang stopped scolding him and sighed. I just asked a friend to check this Xinyan, and my friend gave me one word, none. Do you know what this means? 23 years old, information encrypted, and casually donated 10 billion. Is this someone you and I can afford to offend? When he was young, he went through a lot of hardships to achieve his current success. He has been training his son to be his successor since he was a child, but Goldman Sachs is ignorant and only knows how to spend his days in debauchery. Given the way you are now, how can I trust you to hand over such a huge business to you? Goldman said with regret. Then he sat on a chair, lit a cigarette, took a long puff, and the smoke slowly rose. Ming Lao has an appointment with Xinyan tomorrow night. I will go there as the current president. He put out his cigarette and calmed down. You will come with me then. You don't have to apologize deliberately, but you must be polite. Our construction group is in urgent need of transformation, and some gray industries must be cleaned up. If Xinyan really has a background, then our Gao family will be one or even several levels higher than it is now. Turning his back, under the lights, his figure was no longer majestic. In order to make up for the lack of maternal love you had, I did indulge you a little in the past few years. But you have to know that a company can never make decisions based on personal emotions. Showing off and being aggressive will not achieve anything great. After saying that, Gao Gang left the office, leaving Gao Sheng standing there alone, unable to speak for a long time. Looking at his father's exhausted figure, Gao Gang felt a little touched. Yes, his father was right. He was too spoiled to understand his father's good intentions. On the other side, Thompson Epine. Wang Yuemin sat on Xinyan's lap and hugged him. Xinyan's big hands wandered between Wang Yuemin's legs. Looking at the scenery outside the window, the two of them rarely had such leisure time. Xinyan said, Xiaomin, let's go buy a car this afternoon. There happens to be a 4S store nearby. I have too few cars, and I also need to buy a commercial vehicle for convenient travel. Think about the novels I have read, where the protagonists often have dozens of luxury cars, but I only have a Duster. The Duster is too small, with only 2 seats, and it is not very convenient to go out. Besides, I will have to go home in the future, and I will definitely have to bring a lot of things, so I might as well buy another commercial vehicle. Okay. Wang Yuemin nodded obediently. Do you have a driver's license, Xiaomin? Xinyan continued to ask. Of course, Wang Yuemin stuck out her tongue and continued, my husband wants to buy me a car? Xinyan didn't say anything, and his evil big hand continued to wander between Wang Yuemin's legs. Then her pretty face turned slightly red, and she looked at Xinyan and found that Xinyan was looking at her with lustful eyes. He picked up Wang Yuemin and threw her on the bed. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Xinyan was about to pounce on her but was hit on the chest by Wang Yuemin's toes. I'm coming. With just this sentence, Xinyan fell to the ground instantly, and said with a sad face, why didn't you say it earlier? Looking at Xinyan's frustrated look, Wang Yuemin started to chuckle. It seems that there will be a fight between the left and the right in the next few days. In the afternoon, the two came to Fuhua 4S store, which is actually a car sales company that sells many brands of cars. It is said that this store has a most expensive Lamborghini, which is called the treasure of the store. As soon as the two entered the door, they were greeted by a female salesperson. Hello, sir, how can I help you? Looking at the respectful salesperson in front of him, Xinyan thought that he was finally no longer the same as the salesperson in the sales office who served different people differently. In fact, in the sales industry, you get paid according to how much you sell, so the service attitude of most salespeople is still very good. Little did they know that when Xinyan's Lamborghini Veneno first drove into the 4S store, it attracted everyone's attention. Of course they knew this car, so everyone had only one thought in their minds, a big customer had come, so they must serve him well. Xinyan smiled and said, of course I came to see the car. I heard that your company has a Lamborghini, the treasure of the store, right? After a quick glance at the store, Xinyan saw all kinds of brands, with about 100 cars of all sizes parked. It was a bit dizzying to see. Yes, sir. Hearing this, the salesperson perked up. This was a big customer, so he smiled and said, Lamborghini 6th Element, priced at 24 million renminbi. There are only 20 of them in the world, and our boss took a lot of effort to get it. Shen heard that 24 million was in line with his worth, and the Lamborghini Sixth Element had a maximum horsepower of 570 horsepower in full-time four-wheel drive. Because its chassis is almost entirely made of carbon fiber materials, and the atomic number of carbon is 6, it is called the Sixth Element. Okay, then take me to see the real car. If it's okay, then I'll order it. Shen didn't want to put in any more effort, so when he entered the 4S store, his target was very clear, which was the Sixth Element. Okay sir, please wait a moment, I'll go get the manager, the saleswoman bowed and then walked upstairs. When the salesperson was going upstairs, he happened to meet manager Zhou, who was coming downstairs. Zhou looked at the salesperson in front of him and said, Xiao Wang, you did a great job and maintained a good attitude. You didn't let us lose this big customer. When Shen drove the poison car into the 4S store, Zhou, who was on the second floor, had already received a report from the people below. What a joke! Can someone who can afford this kind of car buy a normal car at a 4S store? Can he buy a car? So when Zhou heard the news, he immediately dressed up and prepared to go downstairs. Looking at manager Zhou, who was running towards him in a hurry, Shen touched Wang Yuemin's little hand. Hello Mr. Shen, I am Zhou, the general manager of this company. Welcome to our Fuhua automobile sales company, Zhou said hurriedly without even catching his breath. Chapter 14. Buy a car and get a villa. Shen extended his hand. Hello, Manager Zhou. I came here today to buy your store's treasure, the Lamborghini Sixth Element, and by the way, buy a sports car for my girlfriend. Finally, I want to buy 1 or 2 business cars. There may be opportunities for cooperation in the future. I want to equip the company's senior executives with cars. The man in front of Zhou gave him the feeling that the god of wealth had arrived. No matter how young he was, anyone who could afford such a car must not only have a wealthy family, but also have connections. Okay, Mr. Shen, please come this way. I will take you to see the Sixth Element. Zhou said flatteringly. Xiaomin, pick a salesperson to go with you to look at sports cars. Shen turned to Wang Yuemin and said. Wang Yuemin nodded obediently. After walking for a while, the group finally arrived at the innermost exhibition hall. The lights came on, and the car body appeared in front of everyone like a blue flame. Manager Zhou pressed the car key, and the sharp headlights lit up, like a clear diamond, pure and flawless. Then, the car door slowly rose like butterfly wings. Shen got into the car, stroked the silky steering wheel, and looked at the various interior decorations. From the inside out, the ultimate luxury and coolness were displayed everywhere. Ding! The system issues a random task. I am the richest man, buy all cars above 200,000 yuan in Fuhua 4S store, and the reward is Sinan Mansion. Shen, who was sitting in the car, was shocked. No way, I am rich, but I am not a car dealer. You want me to buy out the Fuhua 4S store? Then he thought, since he had to provide the company with a car anyway, he could just treat it as an early welfare payment. Speaking of Sinan Mansion? Shen had never heard of it. He took out his phone and searched it. His jaw almost dropped. It was a luxurious villa with an area of 1,800 square meters and built in the 1930s in the Baroque architectural style. Oh my god, it seems I have to move again. Just as Zhou was about to introduce it to Shen came out of the car and said, Manager Zhou, I want it. Hearing Shen's words, Zhou's mouth almost stretched to the back of his head, and he said with a smile, Okay, Mr. Shen, you really have great taste. I'll ask someone to handle the formalities right away. Wait. Just as Zhou was about to turn around to go through the formalities, Shen's voice rang out, wondering if Master Shen suddenly didn't want to buy it anymore? This was not a joke. Mr. Shen, do you have any other instructions? Zhou asked cautiously. Maybe you'll have to bear the consequences. Zhou heaved a sigh of relief when he heard it. Just as he was about to flatter Shen, he heard Shen's next words. I want all the cars in your store that are over 200,000 yuan. Zhou was probably stunned by Shen's words, and he stood there for a long time without saying anything. The sales staff covered their mouths in shock, their faces full of disbelief. Manager Zhou. Are you listening? Shen looked at Zhou with his eyes wide open and suddenly found it a little funny. Listen, Mr. Shen, this is not a joke. There are 146 cars in the store that cost more than 200,000 yuan, but there are 12 million level sports cars alone. The remaining cars are also dozens of cars worth about 800,000 yuan. If this is true, then it can be summed up in 3 words, making a fortune. Do I look like I'm kidding you? Shen Yan looked at him. Zhou Shen probably didn't expect Shen Yan to buy all the cars in the 4S store. I'm not kidding you, I still need to provide cars for the company, and now the company's cars are too old. After hearing what Shen Yan said, Zhou Shen was relieved. Okay, Mr. Shen, I'll go and handle it right away, but it may take some time. How about this, you go back first and wait for me to handle it. After calculating the price, I will personally deliver it to your home. Ding. Mission completed, reward, Sinan Mansion. Someone will contact the host later. After receiving the reward, Shen Yan nodded and handed the address to Zhou Shen. He also told him that he only needed to send him 2 business cars, the red Ferrari that Wang Yuemin liked, and the 6th element, and he would find Wang Mian to coordinate with him for the rest. Looking at the address Sinan Mansion, Zhou Shen believed Shen Yan's words even more. Someone who lived in such a private villa could certainly afford all the vehicles in his store. Shen Yan did not order Thompson Epine, but gave him the address of Sinan Mansion. Thompson Epine is good, but the parking space is limited, so it is better to send him to Sinan Mansion. When searching for information, he found that there is an underground parking lot. It is just right for parking. With the farewell of manager Zhou Shen and a group of salesmen, Shen Yan and Wang Mian left Fuhua 4S store. After getting in the car, Shen Yan called Wang Mian and told him to allocate a car for the senior management and someone would contact him later. Beihai Building. Wang Mian stared at his female secretary with wide eyes. He couldn't believe it. The chairman was just a businessman. Without saying anything else, he had already distributed benefits to employees in the 3rd wave. This chairman really had a grudge against money. The female secretary felt frightened by Wang Mian's gaze. She had been in the company for 2.5 years and had never seen the general manager behave like this. Perhaps realizing that he had lost control of himself, he looked at the secretary and said, "It's okay, I'm fine." "I'm fine." 10 minutes passed, and Wang Mian still hadn't recovered from the shock. He staggered out of the office and leaned against the door. "Colleagues, I just received a call from the chairman." All the employees looked up at the general manager, but found that he was a little different from usual. "Chairman, the chairman just went to Fuhua 4S store. He said that he ordered 140 cars with prices ranging from more than 200,000 yuan, and even a dozen sports cars. They will be distributed to employees from top to bottom, and he informed me that as long as you work for me for 5 years starting from today, the car will be yours." Wang Mian finally finished the sentence. Silence, deathly silence. Then there broke out an unprecedentedly enthusiastic cheer. "Long live the chairman." "Chairman, don't worry, I will work hard for the company until my death." Some even cried with joy. Since the chairman took office, although his methods are extremely cruel, he is really good to employees. Not only did he increase their salaries, but he also gave them cars. Even in Alimama and Tingshuan, there is no such treatment. Looking at the scene in front of him, the company's people have never been so united. Wang Mian had a feeling he had never had before. He felt that their chairman was a really amazing person. Following such a person, his future will only get better and better. Thompson First Class. Shen Yan was unaware of the bustling scene in Beihai Building. At this moment, he was holding the beauty in his arms, his hands constantly wandering on the high peaks. "Xiaomin, I'm afraid we have to move," Shen Yan said with a wry smile. "Ah?" Wang Yuemin looked at him in disbelief, thinking, "Didn't you just buy Thompson Epine?" She said with a very sad face, "Where are we moving to, husband?" "I just packed my things." Shen Yan rubbed her head. In fact, he was not a person who liked to move. He was a bit lazy. But he had to move. There was no place to put so many cars. "I just bought the Sinan Mansion in the south of the city." Wang Yuemin pouted and said, "I heard them talking about Sinan Mansion during the live broadcast before, but it seems that it is not available for sale to the public." "Honey, don't lie to me about exercise." Seeing how cute this little girl is, he really wants to throw her on the bed and give her a good beating. But when he thinks that Wang Yuemin has relatives visiting him, he looks at his hands unconsciously. "Good brother, hold on for a few more days." Chapter 15 Zhong Guoming. The next afternoon, Shen Yan arrived at Ming's home according to the address given by Wang Mian. As soon as he entered the door, he was attracted by the quaint courtyard. There were bluestones everywhere in the courtyard, and there were flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Ding! This system is here again. Listening to the system's voice, Shen Yan thought, another task? I wonder what reward they will give me this time. It would be best if they give me a house in the school district so that I can experience the life of collecting rent with a sack on my back. Hey, what are you thinking about? I came here to tell you that I will be upgrading for 3 days. Shen Yan scratched his head awkwardly. He thought he was overthinking it. Huh? The system can be upgraded? Wouldn't the rewards be richer after the upgrade? Shen Yan tried to call the system, but got no response. He thought the upgrade must have started. Yanza, how can I live without you, Yanza? After a while, an old man came into the yard with the help of a servant. You must be Xiao Shun. Shen Yan bowed slightly and said, Hello, I guess you are Mr. Ming. He took a look at the old man in front of him. He was very kind. His temples were grayed by time, and his body was bent by the years. Only his eyes were bright and sharp. Just by looking at each other, Shen Yan felt as if his whole body was seen through. The old man nodded and laughed. Yes, my name is Zhong Guoming. You can just call me Grandpa Zhong. No need to follow them and call me that. Shen Yan replied, I wonder why Grandpa Zhong asked me to come here today. Ha, young people are impatient. Come, sit down and drink tea with me. The best Wui Mountain de Hongpo. Elder Ming chuckled and poured Shen Yan a cup of tea. You must know that I was the last president of the Beihai Chamber of Commerce. In fact, before you took over the Beihai Financial Building, the old stubborn man had always refused to join the Chamber of Commerce and wanted to work alone. This is not a change of ownership of the building. I, an old man, want to do something for the current president and invite you to join the Beihai Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, Shen Yan frowned. Shen Yan didn't know about these things. Since he wanted to join the Chamber of Commerce, he should just join. We can all prosper together. Since Mr. Zhong has spoken, I won't refuse. Shen Yan took a sip of tea. It's just that you said you wanted to help the current president of the Beihai Chamber of Commerce, but I don't know who it is. Zhong Guoming chuckled. You will see. Just when the two were chatting excitedly, Gao Gang came here with his son Gao Shang. Hey, Mr. Zhong, Mr. Shen, sorry to have kept you waiting. Gao Gang laughed, bowed to Mr. Ming, and turned to look at Shen Yan. Mr. Shen, I just heard yesterday after I went back that my son and you had some minor friction. I hope you don't mind. Gao Shang, come over and apologize to Mr. Shen. After saying that, Gao Shang lowered his head and walked over. Brother Shen, I offended you yesterday, please don't take it personally. If you need anything in the future, please tell me, and I will be your younger brother. Although he didn't know why Gao Gang was able to persuade Goldman Sachs to apologize to him, Shen Yan didn't take it to heart. Now the two of them were no longer on the same level, so there was no need to worry about it. Shen Yan waved his hand. It's okay, it's okay. I guess Mr. Gao's appearance here is not just to apologize to me, right? Since the two of them came here, Shen Yan has already determined that the construction group is the leading enterprise in Beihai. Gao Gang is the current president of the Beihai Chamber of Commerce mentioned by Mr. Ming just now. At this time, Elder Ming came over and said, Xiao Shen is really smart. Gao Gang is the current president of the Beihai Chamber of Commerce. Come, let's sit down and talk. Elder Ming took a sip of tea and said, Xiao Shen, I asked you to come here today because I want you to be the vice president of Beihai Chamber of Commerce. With you as the owner, Beihai Building will only get better and better. And with you joining the Beihai Chamber of Commerce, its strength will become even stronger, enough to compete with Huizhou merchants. Hearing Zhong Guoming's words, Shen Yan's face showed an imperceptible fluctuation, and then he understood that his cash flow might have attracted their attention at the Faust auction house. And Zhong Guoming just mentioned Huizhou merchants, so the purpose of calling him here today should be related to this. Elder Ming continued, I can also promise that after Gao Gang retires, you will succeed him as the president of the Beihai Chamber of Commerce. Okay, Mr. Ming, stop beating around the bush. Just say what you want to say. Shen Yan did not respond to Zhong Guoming's words. He knew that this old fox who had been in the underworld for many years was not someone he could guess through. Instead, he would be lured into his trap through a few words. Looking at the young man in front of him, Zhong Guoming's eyes were full of admiration. If it were someone else, even the current president of Beihai Chamber of Commerce, he would not dare to speak to him like this. He gave Gao Gang a look, and Gao Gang immediately understood. In fact, we hope that you will join the Beihai Chamber of Commerce so that we can compete with the Huizhou merchants and Zhujiang merchants. In recent years, with the rise of the Huizhou merchants and Zhujiang merchants, some old established enterprises in Beihai have been gradually suppressed by the Zhujiang merchants. Some enterprises are now in a precarious situation, and survival and destruction are just a matter of a day. Moreover, under such circumstances, the Beihai Chamber of Commerce is no longer as united as before. Zhong Guoming stood with his hands behind his back, listening to Gao Gang's words, his expression no longer as kind as before. Although I know you are from Zhejiang province, your companies, at least the ones we know of, are all in Beihai. I sincerely want to invite you to join the Beihai Chamber of Commerce, and work together to fight against the Zhejiang merchants and the Anhui merchants. With your joining, the Beihai Chamber of Commerce will take a big step forward. Shen looked at the old man who was in his twilight years and did not answer him. He could tell that what the old man said just now was sincere. He was right about one thing. All his industries were in Beihai, at least for now. Joining the Chamber of Commerce would be a good thing, whether it meant helping or being helped. Although Zhejiang province's development and policies are not as good as Beihai's, I am still a Zhejiang native after all, and the Zhejiang Chamber of Commerce is also relatively united. If I join the Beihai Chamber of Commerce, in order to prevent the occurrence of business wars threatening my family, it seems that I still need to bring my parents over. It seems that I have to go home earlier. Looking at the two of them, Shen made a decision. I agree to join the Chamber of Commerce, but I hope that the news will be announced after I bring my parents over. This is my only request. Gao Gang agreed without hesitation. Now they are a united front. It doesn't matter whether it is announced earlier or later. He excitedly held Shenyan's hand, while Zhong Guoming cried with joy. The old man hasn't been so happy for a long time. The three of them talked until late at night before leaving. Shen drove back to Thompson Epine. After returning home, Wang Yuemin had already gone to bed with her cell phone on the floor. In order not to disturb her, he picked up the phone and quietly left the house. Shen simply washed up and went to sleep in another room. Lying on the bed, Shen was thinking about how to go home and gradually fell asleep. What he didn't expect was that Wang Yuemin in the next room not only didn't fall asleep, but cried so hard that half of her pillow was wet. Chapter 16, Beautiful Sky on the Clouds. The next day, Shen woke up very early. When he opened his eyes, he heard some noise on the balcony. After listening carefully, it seemed that Wang Yuemin was calling someone on the balcony. I walked over and listened closely, and heard Wang Yuemin speaking stiffly into the phone. Even if I do live streaming, I don't have that much money now. The previous live streaming income will not be in my hands until next month. Where can I find 300,000 yuan? 300,000? Shen remembered that night when Wang Yuemin told him that his mother asked him to raise 300,000 yuan for his brother's betrothal gift. It must be his mother's call. No wonder Wang Yuemin's face changed every time he heard the call. When Wang Yuemin finished the call and returned to the room, she saw Shen leaning against the head of the bed, staring at her. Tell me, what's going on? Wang Yuemin thought Shen must have heard the call, so he lowered his head and answered hesitantly, My mother saw that you gave me so many gifts. She insisted that I immediately take out 300,000 yuan as a betrothal gift for my younger brother, saying that the girl's family needed it urgently. My younger brother is also waiting to get married, and he also said that if he couldn't, he would go to accompany the big brother in the live broadcast room. Slowly, 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks, and a trace of pain crept into her eyes as she said, They said they didn't acknowledge me because I couldn't make it together. I'm also their daughter. Why do they treat me like this, asking me for money every now and then, working part-time in college, and now live streaming? Besides you've given me so many gifts. Normally the income is very low. And even this, they still ask for it every now and then. As Wang Yuemin was talking, he couldn't stop crying. My brother asks me for money every now and then for electricity, water and other expenses at home. Why? How can they say such things? Shen didn't say anything, but patted her back gently, acting as a listener. If possible, he could pay the 300,000 yuan himself, but if the person was the greedy type, Shen would have to make plans early. Ding! The system is here, triggering the God-level choice. 1. Pay out of your own pocket and give a good person card as a reward. 2. Perfectly solve this problem and reward Liti in Yunshang Hotel. System, I choose 2. Is there any need to think about it? Even if it's not for the reward, it should be for Wang Yuemin. Ding! The selection is successful, and the reward is Liti in Yunshang Hotel. The equity change is completed. Someone will contact you later. By the way, system baby, didn't you upgrade? How come you can still issue tasks? There was a buzzing sound from the system. I can't help it. I was afraid you would hesitate. So I asked for leave from the upgrade system. 5 minutes are up. Bye. Damn, this is the first time I see someone taking a leave to issue tasks while the system is halfway through an upgrade. You are worthy of being my system, baby. Xiaomin, don't cry, I will take care of this matter. Xinyan ruffled her hair and looked at her lovingly. I have to go out for a while. Call your mother and tell her that the person who gave you the gift is now your boyfriend. You are going to treat them to a meal. The location is Yunshan Lydian. Wang Yuanmin held back tears and forced a smile. I've caused you trouble again. In fact, Wang Yuanmin was very reluctant to trouble him, but she had an inexplicable trust in Xinyan and felt that he would solve the matter. What are you talking about, little fool? Your business is my business. When he heard her mother say that she could accompany her elder brother for her younger brother, he became furious. Is there such a family? This matter must be resolved. After comforting Wang Yuanmin, Xinyan took out his phone and checked the hotel he had just obtained. It was really a surprise. Yunshan Lydian was the largest hotel in Beihai City, a 5-star hotel that integrated catering, accommodation and bathing. It is indeed a product of the system. It is absolutely top-notch. System baby, I really love you. Call me Lunga. I am very cool. I'm going to take a bath, please leave. Xinyan was amused by the system and laughed out loud. Is this a system or a tsundere baby? On the other side, Wang Yuanmin was calling his mother Zhao Damei. Hey mom, I have a boyfriend. He's the one you guys were talking about, the one who gave you a lot of gifts. He wants to have dinner with you guys tomorrow. Oh, Xiaomin, I didn't expect you to be so quick. You caught it already? Zhao Damei changed her usual cold tone towards Wang Yuanmin. So is my 1 million now settled? Listening to her mother's words, Wang Yuanmin felt a chill. In her mouth, she actually became that kind of person, and Xinyan became an ATM? The betrothal gift also jumped from 300,000 to 1 million. It was obvious that Zhao Damei saw that Xinyan was rich and wanted to extort more money. Come to Yunshan Lydian tomorrow. Without saying much, he left this sentence and hung up the phone. On the other end of the line, Zhao Damei looked at the hung-up call and said, this little slut, now that she's hooking up with a rich man, has a bad temper. She even dared to hang up on me. What a money loser. Mom. Is my gift settled? Wang Yuanmin's brother Wang Kun took off his headphones while sitting in front of the computer. He crossed his legs and flicked the ash from his cigarette. If he doesn't give it to me, Feifei will run away with someone else. Oh my good son, this little slut hooked up with the big brother who gave him gifts that day, and he wants to treat us to dinner tomorrow. Zhao Damei looked at her son and was more and more satisfied. Don't worry, my son is so outstanding, how could Feifei run away with someone else? Don't worry, not only will your betrothal gift be settled, but mom will also ask for an extra 700,000 yuan, which will all be given to you when the time comes. Boys are out there. Be generous. When we meet tomorrow, I'll ask your brother-in-law to give you a house. Zhao Damei became more and more excited as she spoke. She stood up and laughed towards the sky, as if she was so very rich. Thompson first class. Hubby, do you really want to treat them to a meal? Aren't you afraid that they will blackmail you? She told me today that she wanted 1 million. When Wang Yuanmin mentioned the 1 million, his face turned ugly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. This was 1 million, and he didn't want Xinyan to be the scapegoat. At the same time, he was even more disappointed with his mother. And my younger brother spends every day playing games in internet cafes. He often goes out to treat this person to a meal and that person to a meal to act like a rich man. It's okay. I know. Xinyan didn't say much, but just these few words made Wang Yuanmin feel at ease. The next day, Xinyan drove away from Thompson Epine at noon. The cool poison attracted countless passers-by to turn their heads. In the car, Wang Yuanmin was playing with teasing. She turned around and asked curiously, "Husband, you are in finance, why do you have a hotel?" Xinyan replied with a smile, "Oh, the hotel, I just bought it." "Which hotel?" Blinking, the curious baby kept asking questions online. "The sky is beautiful above the clouds." Wang Yuanmin's eyes widened when she heard these words. She had never been to Yunshan Lydian but had heard from colleagues that it was one of the best hotels in Beihai and a meal there would cost at least hundreds of thousands. Wang Yuanmin knew that Xinyan was not a second-generation rich man, which proved that all these achievements were earned by himself. She couldn't help but admire the man in front of her even more. How good must he be to open so many companies at the age of 23? How good must he be to buy the most luxurious hotel in Beihai so easily? 10 minutes later, the two arrived at Yunshan Haitian Hotel in the city center. As soon as they entered the lobby, they were attracted by the magnificent decoration. I picked up the phone and called the manager. Hello, Manager Zhang? I'm in the lobby. Manager Zhang on the other end of the phone broke out in a cold sweat. The chairman suddenly attacked. Maybe he found something wrong. Okay, Mr. Shen, I'll be right there. Manager Zhang hurried downstairs and trotted over from a distance. Are you Director Shen? He didn't expect that the person who took over the hotel was a young man. What a huge power this is. Yes, it's me. Shen Yan said calmly. Hello, Mr. Shen, my name is Zhang Shang. You and your wife, please come this way. I'd like to introduce you. The word wife made Wang Yuemin's pretty face slightly blush. Zhang Shang has been a manager for so many years, so he still has some common sense. The female guest brought by the chairman must be his girlfriend. On the east side of the first floor of our hotel is the Marco Polo Western Restaurant, and on the west side is the Fenji Yuan Chinese Restaurant. The first and second floors below ground used to be parking lots. The second floor is a cafe, bar, conference room, childcare, and provides high-quality medical services. The third and fourth floors are hotels with 144 guest rooms of different grades. After Zhang Shang's explanation, the two had a general understanding of the hotel. Manager Zhang, please arrange a table for me. I will entertain them later. Shen Yan turned to look at Zhang Shang. You can decide the specifications. Just then, Zhao Damei and Wang Kuan arrived at the gate of Yunshan Lydian. Chapter 17 Greedy Wang Kuan. Son, remember to be nice to your sister later, so that we can talk about the 1 million, and maybe there will be unexpected gains. Looking at such a luxurious hotel, the mother and son became greedy. They had already regarded Shen Yan as their son-in-law and were ready to live a rich life. After entering the hotel, the two looked around like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Mom, look at the decoration here, it's so high-end. It would be great if we could eat here every day in the future. Wang Kuan said excitedly. Zhao Damei looked at her son and said proudly, Son, what belongs to your brother-in-law is yours. Just come here every day from now on. Seeing the two people walk in, the waiter came forward and asked, Hello, are you here to eat? Why? Aren't we here to eat? Zhao Damei looked at the waiter with disdain. What else? Arrange the best private room for me quickly. The waiter smiled politely and said, Excuse me, do you have a reservation? Our hotel requires reservations 2 days in advance. What appointment? My future son-in-law is treating me to a meal. Just be a good waiter, or he'll fire you. Giving the waiter a blank look, Zhao Damei picked up her phone and called Wang Yuemin. Hey, girl, we're here, where are you? Wait a minute, I'll go down to pick you up. Wang Yuemin said calmly. This damn girl has no manners at all. She didn't even come to pick us up even though we were here. Zhao Damei shouted in dissatisfaction. After a while, Wang Yuemin took Shen Yan downstairs and introduced them to each other. Mom, this is my boyfriend Shen Yan. Shen Yan, this is my mom, and this is my brother. Shen Yan smiled and said, Hello, Auntie. Zhao Damei looked the young man up and down. He was too young, he must be a rich second generation. A smile appeared on her face that she had never seen before. The more she looked at Shen Yan, the more she liked him. Oh, son-in-law, I finally meet you. Our Xiao Min has caused you trouble. She's my girlfriend, no trouble. Shen Yan released her hand and said, Auntie, let's go in and eat and talk. Then he made a gesture of invitation. Several people walked into the private room under the guidance of the waiter. In the private room, Shen Yan said politely, Auntie, I don't know what you like to eat. I just ordered something casually. Please take a look at the menu. If you need more dishes, just tell the waiter. Wang Kuan snatched the menu and looked at the dishes that cost no less than 50,000 yuan. Based on the principle of ordering everything he had never eaten, he said loudly, Let's have them all. If you can't finish them, take them away. Before Wang Kuan finished speaking, Wang Yuemin interrupted him and said, Do you know how expensive a dish is? Did you eat all the food you ordered? Hey, what are you doing? Wang Kuan said in a slightly coquettish tone. It's just a few dishes. Brother-in-law doesn't need this little money. He smiled and looked at Shen Yan. Isn't that right, brother-in-law? Shen smiled and nodded, then gave Wang Yuemin a comforting look, indicating that he would take care of everything. The waiter looked at Shen, and after seeing Shen nod in agreement, he took the menu away. Shen looked at the mother and son and gave a meaningful smile. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. During this time, Zhao Damei inquired about Shen businesses, which made Wang Yuemin feel sick. She knew that his mother was only interested in money, not her son-in-law. Seeing that the meal was almost over, Shen took the initiative to ask, "Auntie, I heard that you asked Xiaomin for 300,000 yuan?" Zhao Damei was delighted when she heard this. "I haven't even waited to ask you for money yet. Why are you so anxious to give me money?" "It's not 300,000, it's 1 million, Zhao Damei pointed to the number 1 with her finger. "It's like this, son-in-law. My son just found a girlfriend. My husband passed away early, and I wanted my son to get married and start a family as soon as possible." He then made an aggrieved face. Shen looked at this future mother-in-law. Her acting skills are quite explosive in the entertainment industry. "Son-in-law, you don't know that I have been very kind to our Xiaomin since she was a child. Look how well she has been raised by me." Zhao Damei became more and more excited as she spoke. "Look at you two, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, you should get married soon. You don't have to give too much as a betrothal gift, 200 million will be enough. For a big boss like you, it would be embarrassing if you gave less." Hearing this, Wang Yuemin couldn't listen anymore. Was this marrying off a daughter? Or selling a child? And, 200 million, how dare she say that? "Mom, he and I have just confirmed our relationship for a few days, and we are not talking about marriage. There is also 200 million, which is too much. Shen still has to run a business turnover, so don't go too far." Shen, who was standing aside, didn't say a word, just quietly watching his future mother-in-law giving instructions. "You have no right to comment on family matters, you loser." Wang Kuan stood up and slammed the table heavily, showing no respect for his elder sister at all. Shen frowned when he saw Wang Kuan, who had no respect for his own sister. He thought that this was just a way of spoiling him. People like him would inevitably be beaten up when they entered society. "Okay, let's talk about marriage later. Let's talk about the 1 million first. I can give you the 1 million as a gift." Hearing Shen say this, Wang Yuemin became anxious. This kind of thing cannot be done. His mother and brother know him too well. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. It's like a maggot on the heel that cannot be shaken off. Now I am really disappointed with my mother. In her eyes, I am just an ATM that can be needed at any time. Now even Shen is going to be cheated by my family along with me. Then she looked at Shen worriedly, and Shen patted her hands. "You see, my son-in-law is really good at handling things. No wonder his business is so big." Zhao Damei said excitedly. "Son-in-law, my son needs to buy a house and a car. Do you think 2 million is okay? Such a generous son-in-law would be ashamed to refuse him. Besides, you won't have to go to that dead girl in the future because you have no money to play mahjong. You can easily get tens of thousands of dollars by then, which is so face-saving." Shen smiled. "Okay, I have a lot of houses under my name, I can give him one when the time comes." "Oh, my good son-in-law, I was right about you." Zhao Damei was already laughing to her heart's content. At this moment, Shen slowly took out a check from his inner pocket, wrote down 1 million, and handed it to them. "Auntie, Huaxia Bank can exchange it." Then he slowly put the check into his inner pocket. Zhao Damei looked at the 1 million check and smiled. Wang Kuan, however, seemed to be thinking about something and said, "Brother-in-law, it's already afternoon now. We will have to go home at midnight. Can I stay at your house tonight?" A smile gradually appeared on Shenyan's face, of course. Seeing that the meal was almost over, Shenyan stood up and said, "I'm going to call the nanny to clean up the room. Xiaomin, go ask the waiter to pack it up. By the way, ask Zhang Sheng to send a car to take aunt and brother back to our house." Wang Yuemin nodded obediently, and the two of them walked out one after another. Just as they were about to leave, she grabbed the corner of Shenyan's clothes. "Shenyan, I want to move my household registration out. They no longer treat me as their daughter, and my father is gone, so there is no point for me to stay in this family." Hearing this, Shenyan looked at her, probably understood what she meant, and rubbed her hair lovingly. "I'll arrange it." At this time, only the mother and son were left in the private room. "Son, Mom has an appointment with your Aunt Wang to play mahjong today. Why do you suddenly want to stay? Zhao Damei looked at Wang Kuan puzzled. Mom, did you see the checks in that kid's pocket? If we can get a few of them, we can spend them for several lifetimes. Wang Kuan was so smug that he even changed his address. He watched Shen Yan sign the checks and imagined how impressive it would be if he signed the checks himself. Oh, my son is so smart, Zhao Damei laughed and started to imagine the wonderful life in the future. After a while, Shen Yan and Wang Yuemin both returned. Auntie, the house is ready, let's go. Zhao Damei responded, and the two of them happily followed Shen Yan downstairs. When he got downstairs, the waiter had already brought the poison. Mr. Shen, here's your key. Shen Yan thanked him and then took out 1,000 cash and gave it to him as a tip. Wang Kuan saw this scene, thinking it was too honorable to just give a tip of 1,000 yuan. He then secretly made up his mind to steal the check. Chapter 18: Stealing Checks. Thompson First Class. Shen Yan walked into the living room, looked up and glanced a few times, then smiled with satisfaction. He made a gesture of invitation and led the mother and son in. Wow! As soon as they entered the house, they were attracted by the facilities and space in the house without even taking off their shoes. I have never lived in such a big house before. Letting the two of them look around, Shen Yan took off his suit and threw it on the sofa. He turned to the two of them and said, Auntie, I'm going to take a shower first. I have a meeting later. Just let Xiaomin take you to see the room. Zhao Damei waved her hand and said, Go, son-in-law. At this moment, her heart was already occupied by vanity, so she had no time to care about others. Wang Kuan also took out his mobile phone, took some photos and recorded some videos and sent them to the group where his friends were. Wow, your brother-in-law is so nice to you. Good brother, please invite us to visit when you are free. Looking at the various replies in the group, Wang Kuan's vanity was greatly satisfied. No problem. My brother-in-law gave me $1 million to spend as I please. If it's not enough, ask him for more. Guys, let's go to the bar tomorrow night. I'll pay for it. Wang Kuan said this quite generously. Looking at the suit that Shen Yan casually put on the sofa, Wang Kuan became more and more determined to steal Shen Yan's check. In the middle of the night, when everyone was asleep, Wang Kuan tiptoed out of the room without even wearing slippers to prevent making any noise. He turned on the flashlight on his phone and dimmed it, then walked to the sofa and saw the suit lying on the sofa. Wang Kuan reached into his inner pocket and easily pulled out the checkbook. He gently tore off 3 sheets of paper and put the checkbook back into his suit pocket. Just as he was about to turn around and go back to his room, his elbow hit the water cup on the coffee table. Wang Kuan was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't reacted quickly, the water cup would have fallen to the ground. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and went back to his room quietly. After returning to the room, Wang Kuan covered himself with the quilt, looked at the 3 checks, and smiled greedily. Now he could have as much money as he wanted. It's not that he didn't think about stealing the entire checkbook, but that would alert Shen Yan and he might end up losing more than he gained. If he just teared off 3 checks, it would be harder to be discovered. Looking at one of the checks, Wang Kuan thought, since everything is going well, let's go for a big one and get 5 million from him first. After making the decision, he picked up a pen and quickly wrote 5 million on the checkbook, preparing to go to the bank to exchange it tomorrow. Now, when you go out, you can give a tip and order as much wine as you want at the bar. You will definitely feel proud in front of your friends. Wang Kuan put the check in the phone case and the phone under the pillow and fell asleep happily. The next morning, Shen Yan was sleeping with Wang Yuemin in his arms when he heard a knock on the door. After covering Wang Yuemin with the quilt, Shen Yan opened the door and saw Zhao Damei. Shen Yan rubbed his eyes and said, Auntie, is there something wrong? Zhao Damei said, we want to go back. Can you send a car to take us back? This morning, Wang Kuan excitedly told her that he had successfully obtained 3 checks. Zhao Damei couldn't sit still when she heard that. She wanted to go home and exchange them quickly so that she could show off her wealth to her poker friends. But it's not enough to just show off your wealth, so they thought about whether they could ask Shen Yan to send a car to take them back, so that they could have face when they entered the village. Shen Yan nodded and said, okay, but why are you in such a hurry to go back? It won't be too late to leave after dinner at least. Zhao Damei made up an excuse and said, she's not Wang Kuan's blind date yet. We have to go back and settle the marriage today. Shen Yan nodded, did not force it, and called Yunshan Lydian to send a car to take them home. Not long after they left, Wang Yuemin also got up. After hearing Shen Yan say that Zhao Damei and her son had returned to their hometown, her expression did not change. It is conceivable how disappointed she was with Zhao Damei and her son that day. Suddenly remembering that he also had to go back to his hometown, he turned around and asked, Xiaomin, I will also go back to my hometown in a few days, you can come with me. My parents also want to see you. Ah. Wang Yuanmin was shocked by the sudden news. Is he going to meet his parents so soon? I'm not ready yet. What if his parents don't like me? What if his family despises me for not having money and not being a good match? Perhaps seeing Wang Yuanmin's tangle, Xinyan patted her head and said, Don't put so much pressure on yourself. My parents are easy to get along with. Maybe if you go there, their son, will not be favored anymore. After listening to Xinyan's words, Wang Yuanmin finally calmed down a little. After calming down a little, he replied, Okay. Xinyan rubbed her hair with one hand and roamed around her body with the other. Xiaomin, is she gone? Wang Yuanmin blushed and nodded. Beat the drums. Beat the gongs. The sudden phone call interrupted the battle of the century that was about to start with Wang Yuanmin. Xinyan hung up without even looking at it, and just as he was about to pounce on it, the phone rang again. Picking up the phone, Xinyan said impatiently, Hello, who is this? No matter who you are, you'd better tell me something. You little bastard, is this the tone you use when talking to your mother? Shen's mother's voice came from the other end of the line. Hearing this, Xinyan jumped up, Mom, what's wrong so early in the morning? What else can I do? You said last time that you would bring a girl home soon, and Mom can't wait. She really couldn't wait any longer, and she hung up before she could finish her words last time. This made me think about my future daughter-in-law every day and night. I was afraid that my straight son would not know how to date and would ruin his girlfriend. So today I couldn't help but call to urge him. Listening to what Shen's mother said, Xinyan scratched his head and said, I know. I have something to deal with recently. I will be home in a while. Don't worry. After saying that, before Shen's mother could speak, Xinyan hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Shen's mother scolded her son for a long time, then smiled. It seems that her son's relationship has a chance. Seeing Xinyan's deflated look, Wang Yuanmin covered her mouth and smiled, and the gloom of yesterday was swept away. Beat the drums. Beat the gongs. Just when Xinyan was about to continue the fight, the phone rang again. He picked up the phone without even looking at who it was. Mom, I'll be back in a few days, don't rush me. Mr. Shen. I'm Zhou Shun from Fuhua Forest Store. Before Xinyan could finish his words, Zhou Shun interrupted him, Your vehicle documents have been processed. Xinyan laughed awkwardly and said, Oh, Manager Zhou, you can just hand it over to Wang Mian. Okay, Mr. Shen. I'm calling today about the cars you need. Can I deliver them this afternoon? Zhou Shun was stunned. How come such a large amount of money was just like a bucket of water spilled on you? Is this the super rich man? Sure. Xinyan replied. Okay, Mr. Shen, I'll deliver it to you personally this afternoon. Zhou Shen flattered. As long as this order was completed, he would be able to earn several years' worth of money right away. After chatting for a few words, Xinyan hung up the phone. Looking at his brother lying on the ground, Xinyan no longer had the desire to fight. This action made Wang Yuanmin smile. Ding! Huaxiao Bank deducted 5 million yuan. Xinyan looked at the text message he had just received, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Chapter 19, Meeting a Girlfriend in the Parking Lot. Looking at the deduction record, Xinyan knew that it must have been done by Wang Kuan. He turned on the mobile monitoring system and looked at the living room surveillance last night. Sure enough, Wang Kuan took the check in the middle of the night. Before he came back yesterday, Xinyan had asked the nanny to install surveillance cameras in the living room, and Xinyan also deliberately left the suit with the check in the living room without letting the nanny pick it up. With the greedy character of the mother and son, it is impossible for them to remain indifferent to the check. As expected, greed made Wang Kuan reckless. Looking at Wang Yuanmin, who was teasing on the side, Xinyan hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell her the truth. Xiaomin, I have something to tell you. Hearing this, Wang Yuanmin raised his head. It was the first time he saw Xinyan so serious. Wang Kuan stole a check and withdrew 5 million yuan in the middle of the night yesterday. Xinyan said calmly. He took out the surveillance video from last night and put it in front of Wang Yuanmin. Hearing Xinyan say this, Wang Yuanmin covered his mouth with his hands in disbelief, watching the surveillance video on his mobile phone. He knew that his family loved money, but he didn't expect that for the sake of money, they would abandon their bottom line as a human being and do such a thing. How could he do this? After all, you are his brother-in-law, he said, picking up the phone to call Wang Kuan. Shen Yan held his hand and said, "Don't fight yet. Aren't you going to move out of your registered permanent residence? I think it should be possible to use this as an excuse." Wang Yuemin. "I'm sorry, Shen Yan, I will definitely get the money back and return it to you." Wang Yuemin lowered his head and muttered, "If I knew this, I would never allow them to move in." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Shen Yan stepped forward to comfort her, "Don't blame you. I did it on purpose." When signing the check for dinner yesterday, Shen Yan deliberately slowed down and gave a tip when picking up the car, just to magnify the greed of Zhao Damei and her son. Even though Shen Yan explained it this way, Wang Yuemin still looked worried and said, "But you don't know how many checks he stole, and this time he wrote 5 million, what if he wrote 50 million next time, what about 500 million? It doesn't matter, I can afford 5 billion, Shen Yan knew that he had made the right choice of girlfriend when he saw Wang Yuemin's anxious look. Not to mention 5 billion, he could also afford 50 billion, but he didn't know if Wang Kuan had such a big appetite. I guess he must have taken a few of them. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from simple to luxurious, but difficult to go from luxurious to frugal. After he has squandered all the money from the checks, he will definitely not think about going back to his old life, so he will definitely find ways to ask me for money. At that time, I can just ask him to bring his household registration book out." Listening to Shen Yan's words, Wang Yuemin's expression gradually eased. Lying on Shen Yan's legs, he said, "I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble again." Before Wang Yuemin could finish, Shen Yan leaned over and kissed her. He picked Wang Yuemin up like a princess and walked towards the bedroom. An hour later, Shen Yan was lying on the bed, and Wang Yuemin was curled up in Shen Yan's arms like a cat. "Honey, do we still have to move this afternoon?" "Yes, I have already contacted the moving company." Shen Yan stroked Wang Yuemin's hair. "There shouldn't be any problems in the next few days. How about coming home with me?" He could clearly feel Wang Yuemin's body trembling. After a moment of silence, Wang Yuemin said with thin lips, "Okay, then let's go buy something for uncle and aunt." "Okay, we'll go after we move this afternoon." Shen Yan looked at the person in his arms with lustful eyes, smiled slyly, and pounced on her. Dividing line. After lunch, Shen Yan tricked and threatened Zhang Sheng into coming over to be the supervisor. The two of them quickly left home, leaving Zhang Sheng standing there miserably. Shen Yan brought Wang Yuemin to Shangshi Plaza, and this time they were more familiar with the route. Since they had to buy a lot of things, the two did not use poison but drove out in a commercial vehicle. The two of them wandered from the first floor to the fourth floor and from the east hall to the west hall, buying a lot of various things. When they came to the jade shop, Wang Yuemin insisted on buying a jade bracelet with her own money as a gift to Shen Ma. After instructing the clerk to deliver it to Sinan Mansion, the two walked out of Shangshi Square. In the parking lot, the two were about to get in the car. "Ah, isn't this Xiaomin?" Wang Yuemin turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He took a closer look and then said excitedly, "Oh, Yuan, it's been a long time." Shen Yan looked at the girl in front of him, who was wearing heavy makeup and extremely revealing clothes. The two held hands, and Wang Yuan asked, "Hey Xiaomin, you don't do live broadcasts now?" "No, what about you? What are you busy with now?" "As for me, I'm still the hotel DJ." Wang Yuan answered, then looked at Shen Yan beside her. "Hey, is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome." Wang Yuemin slapped her forehead and said, "Look at me, I was so happy that I forgot to introduce him." Yuan, this is my boyfriend Shen Yan." Then she smiled at Shen Yan and said, "This is my best friend Wang Yuan. We grew up together." Shen Yan smiled and said hello. Inadvertently, Wang Yuan looked at the car behind Shen Yan and asked, "Is this car yours?" Wang Yuan nodded and said, "Yes, it belongs to my husband." "It's not much." Wang Yuan showed a little bit of contempt in her eyes. "What? What's the big deal? My husband is the boss of photon technology in Beihai Building." Then she took out the car key and hummed. A red sports car beeped not far away. "Look, this is the Maserati my boyfriend just gave me. It looks nice, doesn't it?" Hearing the name Beihai Building, Shen Yan and the other person looked at each other, and no one said much. Wang Yuan continued, "The annual rent of Beihai Building is very expensive, but my boyfriend is very good to me. He doesn't let me work and stay at home all the time. He is afraid that I will be tired. Listening to his words, Shen Yan always felt that he had some competitive intentions, but due to their close relationship, he did not show it. We haven't seen each other for a long time. To celebrate your finding a boyfriend, I'll treat you to a meal at Yunshan Lydian, where I'm a VIP. Wang Yuanmin did not refuse her best friend's kindness, but Shen Yan, listening to Wang Yuanyuan's words, smiled helplessly and said, "It's Yunshan Lydian and Beihai building, how can they be his properties?" 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the Yunshan Lydian hotel. The waiter was about to greet Shen Yan but was rejected by Shen Yan's eyes. When they arrived at the front desk, Wang Yuanyuan threw out her VIP card and said, "Please help me get the best room. I'm entertaining my friend." Before coming here, Shen Yan contacted the manager Zhang Shang, who had already returned to the hotel, and told him to ask the waiter to pretend not to know him. Everyone came to the Tian room of the Chinese restaurant and sat down. While waiting for the food, Wang Yuanyuan smiled and said, "Xiaomin, what does your boyfriend do for a living?" Wang Yuanmin glanced at Shen Yan and replied, "He works in the catering industry. For some reason, this time when we met, my best friend was very different from before, which made me feel particularly awkward." "Oh, catering. Catering is not bad. You can earn some money a year." "Unlike my boyfriend, he has to earn hundreds of millions at least a year," Wang Yuanyuan said proudly while sitting in the main seat. When Wang Yuanmin was in school, he was always courted by others, but he was the one ignored by everyone. Since then, Wang Yuanyuan pretended to be his best friend, but the jealousy in her heart never dissipated. Now that he has finally won over her in finding a boyfriend, how can he not show off? "Why don't you let your boyfriend work with my boyfriend? He'll earn more than working in the catering industry." Chapter 20. Sorry, this is also mine. Wang Yuanmin smiled and shook his head, indicating that it was not necessary. "It's okay. We are best friends. Wouldn't it be great if your boyfriend could be my boyfriend's driver and take us out to play when he's free?" Having said this, even the dumbest person could understand it. Shen Yan frowned, and the person in front of him was spitting out saliva from his mouth in excitement. He was about to speak when Wang Yuanmin spoke first. "I'm sorry, my boyfriend is a good guy. He can do anything. Just be nice to me. Don't worry about his work." "Oh, Xiaomin, don't blame me for being harsh. Society is so realistic nowadays. Are you going to suffer with him all the time? Look, he's good for nothing except being handsome. Why don't I let my boyfriend give him a good job with a higher salary? At least he can change the car first, right? That's enough." Wang Yuanmin slammed the table. Her face had darkened. She would not allow anyone to say a bad word about her boyfriend. Looking at the little girl's indignant expression, Shen Yan felt warm in his heart. He held her little hand and looked at Wang Yuanyuan. "You're right. I should really try harder. Why don't you call your boyfriend over? Look, your boyfriend is so sensible." After that, Wang Yuanyuan looked at the two with even more disdain. What's the point of being popular in school? Isn't it still the same after entering society? Then she took out her cell phone and called her boyfriend. "Hey, husband, I met a friend today. Can I ask his boyfriend to drive to your company?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Of course, I can, but I have to pay the rent soon, which is a bit worrying. I just invented a new position, do you want to try it tonight?" Wang Yuanyuan looked at the two of them, not knowing whether they heard her or not. Her face turned red and she replied shyly, "Okay, I'll satisfy you. Then can you come to Yunshan Lydian?" There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, then he said, "Okay. I'll be there in a minute." After hanging up the phone, Wang Yuanyuan said to the two of them, "My husband agreed and will be here soon. He never interviews people in person, he's doing this because Xiaomin is my best friend." After saying that, she kept urging the two of them to eat. Hearing this, Shen Yan didn't say much. He has always had good hearing and vaguely heard the issue of rent. It seems that there will be some fun in a while. After a while, the door of the room opened and a middle-aged man walked in. Wang Yuanyuan hurried over and took his arm. "Oh, husband, you are finally here." Yang Di grabbed Wang Yuanyuan from behind and asked, "Where is the person you introduced to me?" After saying that, Wang Yuanyuan looked at Shen Yan and found that Shen Yan did not even stand up to greet her. Even if he did not greet her, it would have been fine, he did not even turn his head. Wang Yuanyuan said loudly, "Hey! Shen Yan, my boyfriend is here, is this your attitude? You know, this is all for you, why don't you cherish it and act so arrogantly?" At this moment, Shen Yan slowly stood up, turned around, and said to Yang Di and Wang Yuanyuan, I heard that you want to find a job for me. Let me drive for you? Looking at the young face of the person in front of him, Yang Di was stunned. He seemed to have seen this person somewhere. No, isn't this the person who was listed in the information sheet when the owner of Beihai Building changed? Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen. Why are you here? Yang Di was stunned. He really wanted to skin Wang Yuan alive. You asked my landlord to drive for me? Are you trying to harm me? Manager Yang has a big family and a big business, but I didn't even know there was someone like you among the tenants of Beihai Building. Shen Yan said calmly. Listening to the conversation between the two, Wang Yuan understood roughly. It turned out that he was the new owner of Beihai Building that Yang Di always mentioned. This time, she had hit a wall. Wang Yuan looked at Wang Yuanmin and found that she had ignored her at all. After so many years, she was still suppressed by her. Why? Why was this woman so lucky? Mr. Shen, please listen to my explanation, Yang Di said anxiously. He had thought that as an old tenant, he had some cash flow problems recently, so he would delay paying the rent for a while. People would always give him face. He didn't expect Wang Yuan to make such a fuss. Okay, you don't have to say anything. Before Yang Di could finish, Shen Yan interrupted him. Manager Yang has a big family and a lot of wealth. We in Beihai don't dare to marry him. I just heard from Wang Mian that your rent is about to expire. You should find another place. Then, in front of the two of them, he picked up his cell phone, called Wang Mian, and asked Wang Mian not to rent to him anymore. Wang Yuan on the side could not stay any longer. If you don't want to rent it, then don't rent it. Who wants your shabby place? If you can't stay here, I'll find another place to stay, husband. Let's go. He pulled Yang Di's arm but failed to move it. When he turned around, he was greeted by Yang Di's big smile. Speak to me properly. How do you talk to Mr. Shen? Then Yang Di turned around and kept bowing to Shen Yan. Mr. Shen, please forgive me. He knew Shen Yan's ability. He raised his salary and gave him a car as soon as he took office, and donated 10 billion yuan casually. For such a person to kill him is not as easy as crushing an ant, right? No need. After saying these 3 words lightly, Shen Yan sat in his seat and drank a sip of tea. Yang Di looked at Wang Yuan and motioned for her to go and plead with Wang Yuanmin. However, Wang Yuan was feeling aggrieved because she had not been defeated by Wang Yuanmin and had just been slapped in the face. How could she possibly go? I'm not going. Whoever wants to go can go. Shen Yan smiled when he said this. Do you know who Mr. Shen is? Do you think someone who casually donated 10 billion renminbi is an ordinary person? If you still want to live your current life, apologize right now. Yang Di was so angry that he almost put a knife to his neck to force him. Hearing Yang Di's words, Wang Yuan panicked. She forgot that what she had today was given to her by Yang Di. If Yang Di didn't give her anything anymore, then she would really have nothing. Holding back the grievance, she looked at Wang Yuanmin and said, Xiaomin, for the sake of our best friend, can you please help me beg for a favor and let us renew the lease, please? Wang Yuanmin ignored him. This kind of person was no longer worthy of sympathy. Shen Yan looked at the two of them and said, I'll give you 5 days. Move out as soon as possible. He pointed in the direction of the door and said, you can leave now. As if remembering something, he said to the two of them, remember to pay the bill. Wang Yuan yelled, what does it have to do with you whether I pay the bill or not? Sorry, this is mine too. Shen Yan said with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Yuan fainted. She had pushed away this god of wealth. Even if she couldn't seduce him, she could still make a lot of money by cooperating with the company. What a good opportunity she had missed. Yang Di met Wang Yuan beautifully and walked out of the room dejectedly. Wang Yuan was carried out by the waiter. Beat the drums. Beat the gongs. Shen Yan picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from Zhou Shen. Mr. Shen, how is the business car driving? Very good. Shen Yan replied. As long as you are satisfied, I called to tell you that the 6th element has been delivered to Sinan Mansion. Zhou Shen said that this car is quite important and needs your personal inspection. It's okay. I believe you. Shen Yan suddenly remembered that he had assigned a car to Beihai Building but not to Yunshan Lydian, so he couldn't favor one over the other, so he said to Zhou Shen, by the way, Manager Shen, please order me another one according to the standard you gave me last time. Zhou Shen was confused, but he still came? 146 cars? Chapter 21 The Second Check. Mr. Shin, you are not kidding me, are you? Zhou Shin stuttered when he heard Shin Yan's words. It's not that he didn't believe in Shin Yan's ability, but he was a little surprised. Your big boss just bought so much and still wants to buy more? Hearing Zhou Shin's surprised words, Shin Yan found it a little funny and jokingly said, "No kidding, what's wrong? Can't I make a reservation? Then I'll change to another one." No, Mr. Shin. I can order it. Zhou Shin said hurriedly that such a big client would be enough to support him for several years, and he couldn't let him run away. After chatting for a few sentences and hanging up the phone, Shin Yan ordered 5 supercars worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and gave Zhou Shin the phone number of Zhang Shang, the person in charge of Yunshan Lydian, and asked him to contact Zhang Shang after the goods arrived. Then Shin Yan called Zhang Shang and called him to the private room, telling him that he had ordered dozens of cars for Yunshan Lydian, and the management had ordered supercars. He also told him that everyone's salary would be increased by 25%. After Zhang Shang notified everyone, just like the situation in Beihai Building, the entire Yunshan Lydian was in an uproar from top to bottom, and everyone was thanking Shin Yan. Before he even went downstairs, Shin Yan was surrounded by employees. "Director Shin, is what Manager Zhang just said true?" "Boss Shin, I have little education, please don't lie to me." Looking at the scene in front of him, Shin Yan laughed. "Everyone, I, Shin Yan, hereby announce that all employees will receive a 25% salary increase from top to bottom, and if you perform well, the company will provide you with a car. If you work for 5 years from the day the car is provided, the car will be yours. If you don't believe me, you can go to Beihai Building and see for yourself. It's also my property." This policy has already been implemented, but the car dealership can't take up so much cargo at once, so you may have to wait a few days here. After hearing Shin Yan's words, the uneasiness in everyone's hearts dissipated. They thought, since the big boss has spoken, how could it be false? After a brief chat, Shin Yan took Wang Yuanmin and drove away from Yunshan Lydian and headed towards Sinan Mansion. When he returned to Sinan Mansion, the house had already been tidied up, and Zhang Shang had thoughtfully hired a few more nannies for him. Otherwise, with only this one nanny for such a large house, it would take an indefinite amount of time to tidy up the house. As soon as I entered the house, the nanny came over in unison, bowed slightly and said, "Welcome home, sir and madam." Listening to their welcome, Shin Yan was a little uncomfortable and told them to get rid of the red tape and just follow the procedures. Wang Yuanmin, who heard the word madam again, was obviously more accustomed to it than last time. She looked at Shin Yan with a smile and took his arm. The two of them took a brief tour of the Sinan Mansion. Wow, it was worthy of being called the Sinan Mansion, with 3 floors underground and 2 floors above ground. Each floor was paved with marble, and there were precious carpets, a private swimming pool, an underground parking lot, and even a private golf course. Embracing Wang Yuanmin and lying lazily on the sofa, Shin Yan said, "Xiaoman, shall we go home tomorrow?" Wang Yuanmin nodded obediently. As she was about to meet Shin Yan's parents, she couldn't help feeling a little nervous and shrank into Shin Yan's arms. Ding! Huaxiao Bank deducted 25 million yuan. At this time, a text message rang on his cell phone. Shin Yan looked at the message and thought, "Wow, it's only been 2 days and you've already spent 5 million? Isn't that too fast?" Just as he was about to show Wang Yuanmin a look, he found that he had fallen asleep in his arms. Shin Yan pulled his arm out and stood up, picked up Wang Yuanmin gently and walked back to the room. After covering her with the quilt, he looked at the sleeping person, smiled dotingly, and kissed her forehead. He took off his clothes quietly and lay beside him. Let's talk about Wang Kuan. 2 days ago, Wang Kuan and his mother returned to the village, and before they got off the car, they attracted the attention of a group of women at the entrance of the village. Seeing them talking about her, Zhao Damiai's vanity was greatly satisfied. He rolled down the car window, waved at those people and said, "This is a special car that my son-in-law arranged for me. It's very valuable." As soon as he got off the bus, Wang Kuan hurried to the Huaxiao Bank branch in the town without going home. After exchanging a check for 6 million, Wang Kuan was overjoyed when he looked at the balance in his card. Now he had money, so he quickly contacted his friends to go out and spend money, and also called his girlfriend Feifei out so that he could show off. "What are you guys doing? Let's go to Melody's to spend some money tonight." "Hey! Master Wang is back? No problem, let us go." Come on, my brother-in-law gave me 6 million, let us spend it well." At night, we went to the bar and ordered more than a dozen bottles of wine, such as Ace of Spades and Napoleon, which we would not have dared to order before. Master Wang is so generous. Yes, yes, this is my first time drinking this wine. That's right, I never dared to think about it before. Looking at the compliments from the people around him, and then looking at the way his girlfriend Feifei was bowing to him, Wang Kuan laughed out loud. This is the life a man should live, this is what life is all about. After a few words of emotion, Wang Kuan picked up the wine glass and said, "Come on, brothers, let's not go home until we are drunk today." Everyone agreed, and his girlfriend Feifei rubbed him and said, "Husband, I will be yours from now on, don't forget the Ferrari you promised me." Wang Kuan was already drunk at this time. After touching Feifei's towering part, he said generously, "Don't worry, Feifei, I will take you to buy it tomorrow." Hearing this, Feifei smiled happily and threw a coquettish look at Wang Kuan. "Husband, I have learned a lot of postures from watching short videos recently. I will take you to experience them later." After hearing Feifei's words, Wang Kuan no longer had the appetite to drink. He hurriedly got up, paid the bill, and returned to the private room. "Brothers, I'm leaving now. Drink as much as you want. I'll pay for whatever you drink." Everyone looked at him and thought, "Just drink, it would be a waste not to drink when someone invites you." They came to the best hotel in the city and booked the most expensive room. After taking a shower, the two began to fight. I don't know how long they fought, but I only know that the guy downstairs didn't sleep well that night, not because of anything else, but because he heard the woman say, "It's okay, at most we can do it a few more times." The next day, the two of them slept until noon. "Honey, didn't you say you would take me to buy a Ferrari? When are we going?" Feifei asked, lying on Wang Kuan's fat belly. Hearing Feifei's question, Wang Kuan forgot what he said last night, but for the sake of face, he had to agree. He touched Feifei's buttocks and said, "Let's go buy a car after lunch." After saying this, Wang Kuan found an excuse to go to the toilet. Looking at his bank card balance, which was only over 2 million, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "What the hell did I do to spend so much money?" Then he looked at the bank statement. He spent 220,000 on meals, and the most important thing was that he spent more than 3 million at the bar. He vaguely remembered that after getting drunk yesterday, everyone played games and smashed the remaining wine on the ground. Later, the bar counter and chairs were damaged, and the cleaning costs cost hundreds of thousands. "I'm going to buy a car soon, but I don't have enough money." Wang Kuan sighed. Money is a good thing, but it's just not enough to spend. So he took out the second check from the back of his phone case and wrote down 25 million. This time he was no longer nervous and scared as before. Since the 5 million was gone in 2 days, he might as well write more so that he could spend more. Last time he took out 5 million, Xinyan didn't come back. He thought that either Xinyan's family was big and he didn't care about the 3-5 million, or Xinyan gave it as a small token of his wish to marry Wang Yuemin. In the afternoon, he found an excuse to go out and hurriedly took a taxi to the nearest Huaxia bank to withdraw money. Under Wang Kuan's urging, the bank clerk finally processed the withdrawal for him. Looking at the more than 27 million in his card, Wang Kuan finally felt relieved. Chapter 22 Return Home. Today was the day to go home. Xinyan hadn't told his parents and was going to give them a surprise. Wang Yuemin was putting on makeup in the room. When she was done, she was ready to leave. Xinyan was looking at the sky on the balcony and took out a lighter to light a cigarette. Ding! System update completed. Hearing the long-lost voice of the system, Xinyan was overjoyed and said, "System baby, you have finally completed the upgrade. Tell me what new functions have been added now. Why are you in such a hurry? Why are you rushing?" It seemed that he had become accustomed to such a unique system, and Xinyan could only smile bitterly. Ahem. This system upgrade has optimized various performances. In view of the host's ability, the NB store has reduced the burden. And the prediction function will be given once a month. I know what you are asking. Predicting the future means that you can know what will happen in the next day in advance, whether it is yourself or others. After hearing the introduction of the system, Xinyan opened the NB store. Wow, all the goods were half price, and the system interface looked much simpler. Xinyan touched his chin. Wow, it has all the functions for predicting the future. It's just that it's a bit stingy and only used once a month. In this case, he has to think carefully about how to use it. No, it just said that in view of my ability, the NB store reduced the burden. Does it mean that I am mentally retarded? Just as he was about to ask the system, it seemed to be able to hear what Xinyan was thinking, and quickly rang out a cold voice. Ding! I'm too tired. I'm going to sleep. Goodbye, world. Xinyan greeted the system gently in his heart. At this moment, Wang Yuemin walked out of the bedroom. Today, Wang Yuemin still wore light makeup and a white long dress, like a peony bud about to bloom, beautiful but not coquettish, gorgeous but not vulgar. Seeing Shenyan staring at her, Wang Yuemin burst into laughter, walked over, took Shenyan's arm and said, "Don't look at me, husband, we should set off." After that, the two came to the parking lot. The driver arranged by Wang Mian was already waiting in the parking lot. Last night, Wang Yuemin was still thinking about asking Shenyan to call Beihai and Yunshan Lydian to arrange some work, but Shenyan did not do so. He knew that even without him, Wang Mian and Zhang Shang would be able to run the business in an orderly manner, so he could just be a hands-off boss. This time, the driver drove the business car, while Shenyan and Wang Yuemin drove the Lamborghini Sixth Element. After taking all their belongings, the group drove away from Sinan Mansion. All the cars on the highway were avoiding him, for fear of scratching this expensive car, so Shenyan had a smooth journey. Shenyan originally planned to stay at home for a while longer, maybe 1 or 2 months, so that he could spend the new year with Wang Yuemin at home. But when he thought about Wang Yuemin having to move her household registration, he decided to just stay for a few days and then go back to Beihai, and come back during the new year. There was no book along the way, but the group finally returned home before the sun set, to a small village on the border of Zhejiang province. When they arrived at the familiar courtyard, Shenyan looked at the smoke coming out of the chimney and smiled. It seemed that he had come back at the right time. At this moment, Shenyan suddenly had an idea. He turned to look at Wang Yuemin and whispered something in her ear. After hearing it, Wang Yuemin looked at him with a frown. "This is not good. I am so embarrassed." Shenyan smiled and said, "It's okay, I understand them." Then Shenyan gave her an encouraging look and pushed her forward. Wang Yuemin then walked slowly towards the courtyard. After entering the courtyard, the dog beside him kept barking, which scared Wang Yuemin. After Shenyan signaled, the dog calmed down. Wang Yuemin walked straight to the kitchen, looked through the glass at Shen's father and mother who were concentrating on cooking, turned the door, and walked in. Surprised, Shen's father and mother looked at the beautiful girl in front of them, her face as red as a ripe apple, and asked, "Girl, who are you looking for?" Wang Yuemin clenched her fists, as if to cheer herself up. "Hello, auntie, my name is Wang Yuemin, I am Shenyan's girlfriend." The two elders were slightly startled when they heard Wang Yuemin's words. "What? My silly son's girlfriend? My son found such a pretty girlfriend?" Then Mother Shen wiped her hands on her apron and said with a smile, "Oh, it turns out that she is Xiaoyan's girlfriend. She is so pretty. My son is so lucky. Come on, don't stay in the kitchen anymore, it's choking here, come with me into the house." Before she finished speaking, Shen's mother took Wang Yuemin's hand and walked into the inner room. When they reached the yard, it was Shen's father who reacted and looked at his future daughter-in-law and said, "Xiaomin, I will call you this. Where is my silly son?" "Of course, uncle." Wang Yuemin smiled, then stretched out his slender little hand and pointed outside the gate. The two elders then looked in the direction Wang Yuemin pointed and saw their son watching them outside. "Dad and Mom, you two have forgotten your son now that you have a daughter-in-law." Shenyan told the driver to prepare to unload the goods as they walked. "How dare you say that, you little brat? Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were bringing your girlfriend home? We could have prepared a few more dishes in advance. This is a bit unfair to my daughter-in-law." Mother Shen looked at Shenyan with a slight reproach, but she couldn't hide her joy in her heart, and then said, "Well, you guys go into the house first, I'll go out to buy some food, and we'll cook more food tonight to welcome Xiaomin." Wang Yuemin took Shen's mother's hand and said, "Auntie, there's no need to buy vegetables. We can just eat like this." Mother Shen waved her hand and said, "That won't do. My daughter-in-law can't be dressed shabby for the first time. Listen to me." Wang Yuemin felt warm in her heart when she saw how the two elders treated her, but she didn't want to trouble them too much, so she looked at Shenyan for help. Shenyan said, "Mom, there's really no need to buy more. We've been driving all afternoon and we're already hungry." Hearing what Shenyan said, Shen's mother didn't say anything more. "Yes, you must be starving after traveling all afternoon. Let's eat first, and I'll make delicious food for you tomorrow." Then she looked at the things unloaded from the business car, including cigarettes, alcohol, supplements, and clothes. Shen's mother blamed her. "Why are you spending money recklessly again, buying so many things? And the money you transferred to me last time, our family didn't spend much, I saved it for you, waiting for you to use it when you and Xiaomin get married." When Wang Yuemin heard the two elders talking about marriage, her face immediately turned red. In her mind, she was already imagining the scene of marrying Shenyan. During the meal, Mother Shen kept talking to Wang Yuemin about all sorts of things. The more she looked at her future daughter-in-law, the more satisfied she was. She wished they could get married tomorrow. Wang Yuemin took out the jade bracelet she had given to Shenma and said shyly, "Auntie, this is for you. I hope you like it. Come if you want to. What do you need to buy? Uncle and aunt are already very happy that you can come." Aunt Shen declined, holding the gift box containing the jade bracelet. Looking at the two of them, Shenyan said, "Mom, this was bought by Xiaomin with her own savings." Hearing this, Shen's mother smiled even more happily. "Where can you find such a considerate daughter-in-law?" Wang Yuemin helped Shen's mother put it on her hand. Shen's mother touched it lovingly and said, "Xiaomin, don't buy anything next time you come here. It's not easy for you young people to make money. Do you hear me? If this brat bullies you in the future, you can call your auntie and she will deal with him for you." Wang Yuemin nodded, "I know, auntie, as long as you like it. Shenyan is very good to me." The meal lasted more than 2 hours. Shen's mother talked with Wang Yuemin for more than 2 hours, and Shenyan couldn't get a word in. It was as if he was alive and son-in-law and Wang Yuemin was their biological child. Wang Yuemin was about to get up to clean the table when Shen's mother pulled Wang Yuemin and said, "Xiaomin, let's go to the sofa and leave this mess to them." Then he pointed at the father and son and said, "You two, clean up this place. I want to have a good chat with my daughter." Shenyan smiled bitterly, "Mom, I am your biological child." Shen's mother was chatting with Wang Yuemin at this time, and she didn't even hear what Shenyan said. She had no choice but to wash the dishes. Chapter 23 Night Talk. At night, perhaps because she was tired from the day, or perhaps because she hadn't felt so warm for a long time, Wang Yuemin went to bed early. Shenyan sat at the head of the bed, staring at her sleeping body, with a smile on his face, kissed her forehead, and quietly walked out of the room. Shen's father and mother were sitting in the living room watching TV. When they saw Shenyan coming out, they said, "Son, what do you do now? Although your father doesn't know much about cars, I feel that the car you parked outside should be very expensive. That car costs more than 30 million. Shenyan said lightly. "Ha?" Shen's father and mother felt their scalps tingling. 30 million for a car was too expensive. The two elders couldn't help but worry about their son. They didn't explain it clearly during the last phone call. They just said that he was rich, but they didn't expect their son to be so rich now. The TV often reported news about people making money by doing illegal things. They were worried that Shenyan, who was so young, would be fooled into doing illegal things. "As for me, I now run a company, and it's all legitimate business." Shenyan saw the worries of the two elders. If it were him, he would also be very worried if his son suddenly had a lot of money. "Don't worry, Mom and Dad. My company is a legal business. Once we find the right direction, everything will go smoothly." After hearing what Shenyan said, the two elders' expressions eased slightly, and then they took Shenyan's hand and told him, "Son, Xiaomin is a good girl, you can't let her down just because you have money, otherwise your parents will not forgive you." Listening to his parents' instructions, Shenyan knew that they really approved of Wang Yuemin as their future daughter-in-law, and nodded seriously. "Son, when we were having dinner, I asked him about her parents, and I saw him hesitating. Is there something he can't tell us?" Mother Shen asked, changing the subject. Shenyan nodded. Anyway, Wang Yuemin would marry into his family sooner or later, and it would definitely be warmer in this home than in that one, so he simply told him everything. His father died when he was very young, and now she lives with her mother and brother, but... Looking at the changes in the two elders' expressions, Shenyan paused for a moment and then said, "Her mother and brother treated her very badly. Before I even knew her, they asked her for money every now and then. This forced her to work part-time while studying, and it was still like this after graduation." After Shenyan said so much, Shen's father and mother had a general understanding of his situation. It was hard to imagine that Wang Yuemin, who was always cheerful during meals, would have such an experience. "Son, you have to treat her well. Your father and I both like her. It's okay. Her mother doesn't want her, but I do. She's such a good girl." Shen's mother did not interfere in their relationship as in movies and TV dramas, worrying that Wang Yuemin was a brother-supporting demon. Instead, she persuaded Shenyan to treat her well. Listening to the words of the two elders, Shenyan was happy that he had such open-minded parents. Bang! A sound was heard from the bedroom, and the three of them looked towards the bedroom in unison. In the bedroom, Wang Yuemin sat on the floor with her back against the door. She had just gotten up to go to the bathroom, and before she could leave, she heard Shen's father and mother telling Shenyan not to let her down now that he was rich. She felt warm in her heart, and then after hearing the rest of the words, she was completely broken. She curled up on the floor, picked up her phone and looked at the photo of herself and her father, biting her lips tightly to stop herself from crying. Perhaps because she was too excited, she didn't hold the phone firmly and dropped it on the floor. Outside the room, Shin's mother nudged Xinyan and said, "Go and see if Xiaomin is awake." Xinyan stood up and walked towards the room. He pushed the door but it didn't open. He could faintly hear sobbing, "Xiaomin, are you awake? Open the door quickly." There was no response from the room. Xinyan was really anxious. He knew Wang Yuemin was very sensitive about his family problems. Just as he was about to kick the door slowly opened. Wang Yuemin, crying like a tearful person, stood at the door. Seeing Wang Yuemin with swollen eyes, Xinyan probably knew that Wang Yuemin heard their conversation, so he hugged her. When Shin's father and mother saw the situation at the door of the room, they rushed over and said, "What's wrong, Xiaomin? Did that brat Xinyan bully you? Tell your auntie and she will beat him up for you." After hearing the greetings from Shin's father and mother, Wang Yuemin burst into tears. Xinyan hugged her distressfully, stroked her hair, and said, "Let her cry, it will be fine after crying." After turning around and giving his parents a look, the two elders also understood. Mother Shin pulled Wang Yuemin over distressfully and wiped his tears. "Child, don't cry. From now on, this is your home, and we are your parents." Experiencing the embrace of her mother that she had not felt for a long time, Wang Yuemin's crying gradually became softer. The softest part of her heart was touched, and she hugged Shin's hand tightly. "Auntie, I'm sorry for making you laugh." "Why call me auntie? Call me mom." Shin's mother was used to being carefree, and she really sympathized with and liked Wang Yuemin. Her eyes couldn't help but turn red. "Why call her auntie? Call her mom." The commanding tone of the sentence made Wang Yuemin feel warm. She raised her head and said timidly, "Mom." "Hey. That's right." Hearing Wang Yuemin calling her mom, Shin's mom was overjoyed. In fact, she had wanted to have a daughter a long time ago, but the policy was there, so she only had Xinyan as a son. Now she has a daughter. She was so happy. She wiped away her tears and said, "Good boy, don't cry. You sleep with mom tonight and let the two of them sleep together." Wang Yuemin nodded obediently. How he wished his mother could be like this. Xinyan was also very happy when he saw the mother and daughter. Wang Yuemin's knot must have been touched. Then he joked, "No way, Mom, I want to sleep with Xiaomin." Go away, go away. I'm sleeping with my daughter tonight." Mother Shin looked at her son impatiently. Hearing this, Wang Yuemin made a face at Xinyan. Xinyan smiled bitterly and shook his head, then returned to his room. That night, Wang Yuemin, who was lying in Shin's mother's arms and being patted on the back, gradually fell asleep. Dividing line. Wang Kuan hurried back to the hotel from the bank. In order to save face, he bought a box of cigarettes worth 100 yuan and put it in his pocket. "Honey, where have you been? I thought you ran away secretly." Feifei sat on the spacious sofa, rubbing Wang Kuan's body with her 36D breasts from time to time. "Ha, my dear, you must be getting impatient." "I just had to go out for something." Wang Kuan looked at her with a lecherous look, and touched Feifei's body with his big hands. He flicked the ash gently. "Let's go, finish the cigarette and then we'll set off." 4S store. Wang Kuan walked into the hall with Feifei in his arms and waved to a saleswoman not far away. "You, come here." The saleswoman glanced at the two of them, not taking their words to heart, and walked over with a slight smile. "Good afternoon, sir. Are you here to look at the car? If not the car, what else are you looking at?" "You?" Wang Kuan cursed. If Xinyan were here, he would just say, like mother, like son. "Then may I ask what kind of car you are looking for, sir?" The salesperson smiled and didn't care. In the sales line, she has met a lot of people. She has met people like Wang Kuan more than once or twice and has long been used to it. "Ferrari, red, top of the line. Take her to see it. If she likes it, buy it," Wang Kuan said generously. He sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette, looking at his girlfriend Feifei who was choosing a car. At this moment, he was immersed in the world of rich people and couldn't extricate himself. He couldn't help but sigh that it was great to be rich. He could buy whatever he wanted without having to think about anything else. After a while, Feifei came back with the salesperson. Chapter 24 Ferrari SF90. "Honey, I've made my choice, let's go with the red one." Feifei pointed to a Ferrari not far away. Wang Kuan looked in the direction of Feifei's finger. He knew something about cars. It was a Ferrari SF90 worth more than 5 million yuan. Wang Kuan couldn't help but hesitate. After all, it was 5 million yuan, and 1/5 of it was already spent. With this little money, wouldn't it be nice to go to the bar a few more times? The salesman smiled and said, "That's right, sir. If you are not satisfied with the price, there are other models over there, such as the Ferrari 296, which is relatively cheaper." Wang Kuan frowned. "What? Do you look down on me? Do you think I can't afford it? I have to buy this car today, and I have to pay in full." Feifei beside her waved her arms and said coquettishly, "Honey, I really like it. Can you buy it for me?" "Oh, no, I was just thinking about what to name my sister's second baby, which is about to be born." After extinguishing the cigarette, Wang Kuan stood up, pointed at the Ferrari SF90 and said generously, "This is it, let's go through the formalities and swipe the card." "Really, sir? You have a really good eye," the salesperson said with a smile. With this order, he would make a lot of money again. Hearing Wang Kuan say this, Feifei immediately smiled and took Wang Kuan's arm. "Oh, my husband, you are so good to me." Then she whispered in Wang Kuan's ear, "I will serve you well tonight." Listening to Feifei's whispers beside his ear, a part of him became slightly hard. He wanted to go back to the hotel immediately and throw the woman in front of him on the bed. Facing the compliments from the people around him, Wang Kuan's vanity was greatly satisfied. How proud he was, and he acted very pretentiously in front of his girlfriend and outsiders. Dividing line. The next morning, when Shen Yan opened his eyes, he found Wang Yuemin's pretty face close to him. Then he screamed. "Ghost! Hateful! People called you to get up and you cursed at them." Wang Yuemin pretended to be angry, snorted and turned his head away from him. No, even if it's a ghost, it's the most beautiful female ghost." Shen Yan smiled and held her in his arms, his big hands began to wander around dishonestly again. "How did you sleep last night?" "It's been a long time since I slept so peacefully." Wang Yuemin recalled the scene of last night. It was a warmth that he had not felt in the depths of his memory for a long time. "You slept soundly." "I was really suffocated yesterday," Shen Yan chuckled. Wang Yuemin did not resist. When their lips were about to touch, a sudden voice rang out. "Ahem! Get up and eat." Mother Shen stood outside the door and looked at them with a smile. Shen Yan was almost mentally broken. This trip home was really bad. Not only did his parents give their love to Wang Yuemin, but even his morning exercise was interrupted. He was so pitiful. Ding! Give you 2 million renminbi. What? You're giving me money without any choice or mission? You're too willful. Shen Yan asked the system silently. This system feels sorry for you, so it will give you 2 million as a consolation. Shrimp and pork heart. Definitely shrimp and pork heart. Shen Yan smiled bitterly and said, "Even you want to bully me." At this time, Wang Yuemin's face turned slightly red and she ran out of the room shyly. After lunch, many guests suddenly came to the house. After listening carefully, I found out that they saw the sixth element parked in the yard when they passed by Shen Yan's yard. After all, it is a sports car. Even if no one knows how much it costs, it is very expensive in everyone's impression. In the past, because the family conditions were not very good, there were very few people coming to the house. He stood up and walked out of the room to greet the guests, and everyone gathered around him. "Hey, Shayan, it's time to go home. Is that sports car outside yours?" Shen Yan nodded and looked around the yard. A group of people surrounded the car and pointed at it. "Oh, Shayan has made it big. He now drives such a nice car. How many millions does this car cost?" A discordant voice sounded, and the eldest aunt came over and said in a sarcastic tone. "You have to know that my uncle and my family have never been in harmony, and my aunt is a petty person. Every time something good happened at home, my aunt would come and show off. I remember one time, my uncle's sister bought a durian, and my aunt took it wherever she went, as if she was afraid that others would not know about it." Listening to his aunt's words, Shen Yan nodded without caring. "It's not much money. Just 30 million. When Shen Yan quoted the price, everyone was shocked, and the aunt was even more incredulous. Wasn't this kid expelled from school and had to work? How come he was driving such an expensive car after more than a year? There were some young people among the onlookers. They took out their mobile phones to check the price. Wow, if I hadn't checked, I wouldn't have known it was indeed 30 million, and it wasn't the kind that anyone with money could buy. The aunt was jealous and continued, what kind of business do you do outside to earn so much money? Don't break the law, nephew. She thought to herself, you don't steal or rob, so how is it possible for you to do so well? I just opened a company, and it happened to be going smoothly. Xinyan certainly knew what his aunt was thinking. She just couldn't stand seeing others being better than him. In the past, his family had always suppressed Xinyan's family. Now the situation had reversed. How could he be willing to accept it? The people at home didn't leave until dinner time. Xinyan's plan for today was ruined. He had planned to go to his grandmother's house today. His grandmother had always wanted him to find a girlfriend and bring her back to her. He laughed dryly and decided to wait until tomorrow. After dinner, Wang Yuemin suggested going out for a walk. Holding Xinyan's arm, the two walked on the cement road in the village, surrounded by streetlights. Occasionally, when they met acquaintances on the road, they would say hello and introduce Wang Yuemin. Feeling the cool breeze, Xinyan couldn't help but sigh that the countryside is still better. In the city, the pace is too fast. Xinyan recalled that before he lived in the dormitory, he had to get up an hour earlier every day, and then squeeze into the subway or bus. Sometimes he didn't even have time to eat and could only work on an empty stomach for the whole morning. The two of them walked and looked along the way. When they passed a broken ship, Xinyan pointed and said, Xiaomin, remember when I was little, I always came here to play alone. Do you see this broken boat? I always wanted to be a captain so that I could go to sea with my parents and not have to worry every day that they would not come back. Wang Yuemin didn't say anything, but just listened attentively. Although she had only been here for one day, she had already fallen in love with this small village. Tonghulu, Tonghulu. The sound of hawking not far away interrupted Xinyan's recollection. He looked closely and saw that it was someone selling candied haws. Wang Yuemin pointed and said with a grin, Honey, I want to eat candied haws. He rubbed Wang Yuemin's hair lovingly, walked over and bought her a candied haws. The price of candied haws at home was still the same as when he was a child, unlike in the city, where a candied haws could be bought for 5 or 10 yuan. Xinyan took a bite of the candied haws that Wang Yuemin handed over and said with a laugh, I'll take you to see my grandma tomorrow. She always urges me to bring my girlfriend home. It's not far, just in the next village. Wang Yuemin nodded. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she looked up at Xinyan and said, Honey, how is Wang Kuan's matter going? Chapter 25, Everyone has a responsibility to fight against evil forces. Xinyan didn't say anything. He picked up the phone and let Wang Yuemin take a look. When Wang Yuemin saw it, he was immediately shocked. It's only been a few days and 5 million has been spent. And he's so bold, he actually asked for another 25 million? He never expected that his younger brother would become more and more daring. In just a few days, he had withdrawn 30 million yuan. Hubby, don't wait any longer. If you keep waiting, he might not write as much next time. Stop it now. Wang Yuemin was really angry and shook his head in disappointment. He was really afraid that Wang Kuan's greed would grow and cause irreversible consequences for him. Xinyan looked at her with a smile, Don't worry, everything is under control. In his eyes, money is just a number. As long as Wang Yuemin's household registration is moved out, it doesn't matter how much it costs. However, Xinyan still asked seriously. Xiaomin, are you really planning to move out? I'm sure. Without any hesitation, no one could understand what she had been through in the past few years. Now, she was completely disappointed with her mother and brother. Hearing Wang Yuemin's answer, Xinyan nodded. In fact, in the end, Xinyan would give them a lesson and let them go out of consideration for their feelings. However, if their bottom line was touched, that would be another matter. The next day, the two woke up very early, packed up simply, and drove to their grandmother's house in the neighboring village. The roar of the sixth element attracted countless passers-by to turn around, and some people hurriedly took out their mobile phones to take pictures. The two chatted and laughed, and in a few minutes, they arrived at Grandma's house. Before entering, Xinyan asked Wang Yuemin to wait outside for a while and went in first. Did you miss me? He suddenly looked into the bedroom from the living room. Just like when we were little. Grandma looked up, put down her work, and looked at me with surprise and joy. When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me in advance? At first, she didn't look up when she heard the door open, thinking that someone was visiting. After all, people often came to visit. Until she heard Xinyan's voice. I came back the day before yesterday. Every time Shen went home, the first thing he would do was go to his grandma's house, and every time his grandma would make dumplings for him. But I'm not alone this time. Before grandma could speak, Shen waved and Wang Yuemin came in from outside the door. Hello grandma, my name is Wang Yuemin, and I'm his girlfriend. Hearing this, grandma smiled kindly. Hey hello, my Shayan is so lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Don't leave at noon today, grandma will make dumplings for you. Wang Yuemin nodded obediently. Before they could say a few words, grandpa came back from outside. Whose car is that outside my house? There are a bunch of people standing there looking at it. Before he could finish his words, he saw his oldest nephew smiling at him, taking off his coat and putting it on the sofa. You little brat, when did you get home? Shen replied, I came back the day before yesterday. Look, I brought someone to you. When I came in just now, I was so busy talking to Shen that I didn't notice that my wife was chatting with a girl in the bedroom. Wang Yuemin stood up and smiled. Hello, grandpa. My name is Wang Yuemin, and I'm Shen's girlfriend. You can just call me Xiaoman. Okay. Grandpa was so excited that he said good 3 times in a row. This bad boy finally brought back a girlfriend. Maybe he could even hold his great-grandson in his arms in his lifetime. By the way, Grandpa, what did you do just now? Shen asked. I went to town to buy some medicine. He knew that his grandfather had asthma and needed medication all year round, but seeing him hesitating, Shen always felt that they were hiding something from him. Suddenly Shen discovered something. He accidentally saw that Grandma's ankle was wrapped in a bandage. No wonder Grandma had not gotten out of bed since she came in. Grandma, what's wrong with your foot? Shen turned his head and looked at his grandma and said. It's nothing, I just fell down. Before Grandma finished her words, the people who were watching outside came in. Hey, Shaoyan is back. This is your girlfriend, right? She's so pretty. After that, under Shen's introduction, Wang Yuemin greeted everyone one by one. Then the man continued, the world is really bad nowadays. Your grandma went to the city to visit your uncle a few days ago and was hit by a young man driving a car. As a result, the young man was quite arrogant. Not only did he not apologize, he also said a lot of nasty things. Okay, stop talking. Grandma waved her hand and stopped the man. What? Hearing their words, Shen glared at her and turned to her and said, Grandma, why didn't you tell me about such a big thing? From childhood to adulthood, what he feared most was that his grandmother would leave him. For example, during the National Day holiday one year, Shen went to help his friend keep his grandfather company in bed. The old man had broken several ribs and had a nebulizer the next morning. He then collapsed with his head tilted back and died. It's not a big deal. I can just take care of him for a few days. Your uncle said that the child is the son of a city leader. We ordinary people can't afford to offend him. Grandma was really afraid that Shen would do something impulsive if he found out. Besides, she couldn't afford to offend such a big leader. To this day, she just informed the village secretary and nothing happened. She didn't provide medical expenses or take him to the hospital. Ding! Everyone has the responsibility to fight against evil forces. Mission accomplished, reward given to South China Pharmaceutical Group. The system voice sounded. Shen rubbed Grandma's ankle and said with a smile, It's okay, Grandma, don't worry, I have a way to solve it. After lunch, Shen returned home and went back to his room alone. Shen's father and mother looked at Wang Yuemin and said, My child, what happened to this brat? Wang Yuemin shook his head and told the 2 elders what happened today. I didn't expect that he would find out. The 2 elders held Wang Yuemin's hand and said worriedly, My child, you have to keep an eye on him and don't let him cause any trouble. We can't afford to offend such a big leader. In the room, Shen picked up his phone and called Gao Gang. At this time, Gao Gang had just finished processing urgent documents and was about to take a break. Hey, brother Shen, what's wrong with you today? Why did you think of calling me? Of course I need your help, brother. Your construction group is huge and you know a lot of people. I wonder if you know any relevant leaders in City A? Shen said with a smile, picking up a cigarette and holding it between his lips. Can you please let them know for me? Just tell them I want to donate money. We chose Gao Gang because the construction group is well known far and wide, and people are more likely to trust it and avoid unnecessary trouble. After hearing Shen's words, Gao Gang did not hesitate. Now they were in a cooperative relationship and it was not a big deal, so he agreed. After hanging up the phone, he looked through his address book, found the number of the mayor of City A, and called him. Hello, Secretary Gua? I'm Gao Gang from Beihai Construction Group. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, Brother Gao, you are a rare visitor. What can I do for you? Gao Gang didn't hesitate and directly explained his purpose. It's like this, I have a little brother, his family happens to be from your City A, and he just called to ask for donations. Oh, is that so? Fine, I'll talk to the relevant department later. It's such a small matter, but it's really troublesome for Brother Gao to come here. Secretary Gua thought it was just a small company that wanted to get to know him by donating money, so he didn't take it seriously. Secretary Gua, have you read the recent news? Gao Gang laughed. Recently, someone donated 10 billion renminbi to the Faust auction. Oh, I saw the news. He had seen the news about a young man who bought a fake painting at an auction, and after tearing it open, it turned out to be the original, the goddess of Luo River. He then donated 10 billion overnight. He thought, something is wrong. Brother Gao, the person you are talking about is not the one. It's him. Gao Gang interrupted his guest before he could finish his words. I didn't expect that this young man is actually from our City A. It was not until he heard Gao Gang's affirmation that Secretary Guo realized that he had almost missed a big deal. He said gratefully, Brother, I won't say anything more. I remember that you told me this. I will contact you as soon as I have a good project in the future. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two hung up the phone. Looking at the contact information in the text message sent by Gao Gang on his mobile phone, Secretary Guo decisively dialed the number. Chapter 26. Being successful at a young age is also a kind of pain. Beat the drums. Tilt up the gongs. Picking up the phone and looking at the unfamiliar local number, Xinyan thought that there should be news about the matter of Tuogao Port. After clearing his throat, he answered the call. Hello. Who is that? Hello, I'm Guo Fan, the party secretary of City A. I heard from Brother Gao Gang from the construction group that you have something to talk to me about. A middle-aged man's magnetic voice came from the phone. Xinyan heard it. Secretary? Top leader? It seems that he still underestimated Gao Gang's connections. Yes, I'll get straight to the point. Although I've been staying in Beihai, I'm still a native of City A. I just returned home and I want to donate some money to support the construction of my hometown. Xinyan continued, I don't have your contact information. We just reached a strategic cooperation with Beihai Construction Group, so I asked Brother Gao to help connect us. In fact, even if this incident had not happened, he would still donate to his hometown. After all, his hometown is too backward and there is not even a high-speed rail station. I remember reading a news report that Dongzi from western Beijing moved his headquarters to his hometown when he became successful and famous, driving the economic development of his hometown. Sure, how much do you want to donate? Secretary Guo said with a smile. 30 billion. Xinyan answered very easily. Oh, 30 billion, you can find that much. Before he could finish his words, he froze, as if a radio had suddenly jammed. How much? 30 billion? Brother Xin, are you kidding me? In fact, Guo Fan didn't really believe that Xinyan could donate 30 billion. Even if you really donated 20 billion before, which company can easily come up with 50 billion for charity in just half a month? Besides, according to Gao Gang, this guy is only 23 or 24 years old. Where does he get such a strong cash flow? But now, when he heard Xinyan casually and calmly say that he would donate 30 billion, he had to believe it. He was immediately conflicted. If it was true, it would be a great help to him. City A was just a city on the border of Zhejiang province. The economy was not developed. It could be used for a lot of infrastructure construction. But if it was false, then he, the secretary of the municipal party committee, would be a big joke. It's true. Let's put it this way. I can't explain it clearly over the phone. I'll visit you tomorrow. Is that okay? Xinyan continued. Okay, come to my office tomorrow. Guo Fan left this sentence and hung up the phone. Xinyan was somewhat helpless. He knew that Guo Fan felt that he was too young and unreliable. He could understand that he should be cautious. He could not help but look at the mirror next to him and murmured, yes, it is rare to find someone as handsome, rich, and young as me. Being young and promising is also a kind of pain. But since Guo Fan agreed to his visit, it will be solved tomorrow. Shen Yan felt relieved. He walked out of the room and saw Wang Yuemin snuggling in Shen's mother's arms watching TV. Shen Yan really hoped that time could be frozen at this beautiful moment. When the two saw Shen Yan coming out, Shen's mother said anxiously, "Son, don't be impulsive. We are just ordinary people. We can only admit our mistakes. But he is different. He is the son of a leader. Even if we are right, he will become unreasonable." "It's okay, Mom. I'll take care of it," Shen Yan soothed. After dinner, Shen Yan's family sat in front of the TV. Remembering that they had some important business to attend to, he spoke. "Mom and Dad, come back to Beihai with us this time." As soon as Shen Yan said this, his parents rejected him. "No, as long as you are well, your parents will be happy. Come with me. Everyone knows I'm rich now, but I still leave my parents in the countryside. People will poke holes in my spine." Shen Yan continued. "Besides, I won't have to work so hard every day after I go there. The house I bought is very big." "Yes, Mom, Xiaomin also wants to be with you every day." Wang Yuemin sat next to Shen's mother and said coquettishly, "Beihai is great, dear mother, please come back with us." Looking at Wang Yuemin lovingly, Shen Ma smoothed Wang Yuemin's hair and said, "My child, I know you are doing this for our own good. My son has made a lot of progress now, but this is our route after all. Just come back and visit us often." Wang Yuemin was about to continue speaking, but was stopped by Shen Yan. "Okay, Mom and Dad, I have something to do in the city tomorrow, you can come with us, and then I will buy you a house, and you can live wherever you want. Okay?" After saying that, she gave Wang Yuemin a look, and she understood instantly, "Yes, Mom, you can't refuse. If you refuse, Xiaomin will cry, and after crying, I won't go back, I will stay at home with you." Hearing Wang Yuemin's words, Shen Yan exclaimed, "Good fellow, I asked you to act but not to surpass me. You don't want to go back? Then what should I do?" Okay, Mom agrees, but don't buy anything too expensive. It's not easy for you to earn money, so you can't just spend it carelessly like this. Do you hear me?" Shen's father and mother had no choice but to agree. After all, the two were used to a hard life. Although they didn't have many friends in the village, they had lived here for so long and knew everyone here. They didn't know anyone in Beihai and it would take a long time to adapt. "Great. Mom and Dad are the best." Wang Yuemin giggled and snuggled into Shen's mother's arms. Seeing the happy family, Shen Yan was filled with joy. In fact, she could understand her parents' thoughts. If they didn't want to go, then they wouldn't go. If they couldn't fight, they could send someone to protect them. She picked up her phone and started browsing some houses in the city. After searching for a lot, her eyes fell on a community called Yulangju. Yulangju, the residential area with the highest housing prices in City A, has a housing price of 8,900 per square meter. Although it is not expensive in the whole country, in City A, where the average price is 4,000–5,000, Yulangju is considered to be the top residential area in City A. Shen Yan raised the corner of his mouth, "This is it." At night, Shen's mother finally agreed to let Wang Yuemin sleep with her. After making sure that her parents were asleep, in the darkness, Shen Yan's big hands began to wander on Wang Yuemin's smooth body, trying to find the most mysterious place. Wang Yuemin also knew that Shen Yan had been feeling depressed these days, so she simply became bold and responded to his actions. After a while, the two of them were filled with passion and the air was filled with the smell of love. At 10 o'clock the next day, Shen Yan and Wang Yuemin got up at the urging of Shen's mother. They didn't know how long they had fought last night, and they also forgot what time they went to bed. Seeing Wang Yuemin limping, Shen's mother immediately understood and wondered how this silly son could be the same as his father when he was young, and couldn't feel sorry for others. She looked at her son in reproach, "You little brat, you bullied Xiaomin again." Shen Yan smiled bitterly and thought to himself, "Mom, why do you think I bullied her? It was Wang Yuemin who had the upper hand last night, and I was the one who was bullied." After the family had packed up, the driver drove their parents while Shen Yan drove the sixth element. Shen Yan was not a person who liked to keep a low profile. "I'm here to donate money, not to ask you to do anything for me. There's no need to be deliberately low-key. It's best to be real." On the way, Shen Yan called Guofan and agreed to meet him at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In this way, he could go to accompany his parents to look at houses first. 40 minutes later, the group arrived at the sales office of Yulangju community in the city center. Because the price here is more than twice that of other places, the sales office is almost deserted. Compared with other communities, it seems much quieter. After stopping the car, the eye-catching sixth element appeared in everyone's sight. Xiaoqing, a salesperson who was playing with his mobile phone at the door, looked up and saw Shen and his group. From their attire to the car they were driving, he knew that the store would open today. "Hello sir, I am Xiaoqing, a salesperson from Yulangju. How can I help you?" Salesperson Xiaoqing trotted over and asked Shen and his group. Chapter 27 Municipal Party Committee Secretary. I need a high-rise apartment, no, 2 high-rise apartments, a bigger one, preferably on the same floor. Take us to have a look. Shen looked at the sales in front of him. The reason why he bought 2 units was to make it convenient for them to live here in the future. And he knew that this Yulangju has 2 units per floor, which would be quieter and save a lot of trouble. Listening to what Shen said, Xiaoqing's eyes were shining. Oh my god, 2 sets would be enough for her to buy for half a year, and she could also get the bag she had just set her eyes on. Yes, sir, please follow me. Led by Xiaoqing, the group went around and looked at many houses, and finally Shen chose 2 rooms on the 18th floor of Building 8. The room was not small, and Shen's parents liked it very much, but his parents kept complaining that it was too expensive, and that they could buy a bigger one in other communities with the money. Facing his parents' nagging, Shen just laughed it off, as he no longer had to consider the cost-effectiveness. However, the location of this building was quite good, and there was a small park downstairs of Building 8, and the east gate was just a short walk downstairs. There was a supermarket very close to the east gate, which was convenient for his parents to buy groceries. The payment was made by swiping a card and the formalities were completed quickly without any delay. Shen and his party walked out of the sales office amid the compliments of the salesperson. Shen vaguely remembered that there was a fish restaurant nearby. It was delicious. When he and his friends ate it for the first time, he thought that one day when he had money, he would definitely bring his parents here. After dinner, Shen asked the driver to take his parents home first, and he and Wang Yuemin went to the government office building. Looking at the building that had not been repaired for many years, Shen couldn't help but sigh. Compared with big cities, the economy of City A is still relatively backward. After looking for a while, Shen took out his cell phone and called Secretary Gui. "Hello, Secretary Gui, I'm here, are you there?" Guofan joked, "I know you've arrived. As soon as your sports car entered the government gate, everyone noticed you. I'm in the office. Please wait a moment. I'll ask my secretary to pick you up." After hanging up the phone, Shen looked back at his car and scratched his head, wondering if he was too high profile. After waiting downstairs for a while, a middle-aged man in a suit came over and said, "Hello, are you Mr. Shen? I am Secretary Gui's secretary, and he sent me to pick you up." Shen took the initiative to extend his hand. "Hello, I am Shen, may I ask your name?" The secretary shook his hand. "Hello Mr. Shen, my last name is Wang." He looked at the man in front of him with some curiosity. He was very handsome and had an indescribable temperament. He finally understood why Secretary Gui was so surprised after receiving the call. It turned out that the person who wanted to donate 30 billion was such a young guy. "Hello, Brother Wang. I hope you can take care of me in the future," Shen said politely. The two of them walked and talked, and soon they reached the 3rd floor. They pushed the door open and said, "Secretary Gui, Mr. Shen is here." Hearing this, Guofan raised his head and looked at the young man in front of him. He had read Shen's information, but the more he read, the more curious he became, because Shen's information was too clean, so clean that it made people feel as if his information was deliberately encrypted. At the same time, Shen was also looking at the man in front of him. He was wearing cadre clothes, had a slightly Mediterranean hairstyle, but had a very kind face. "Oh, I've heard of Mr. Shen's name for a long time, and today I finally get to meet him." Guofan stood up and pointed at Wang Yuemin next to Shen. "I guess this is your girlfriend, right? You two are such a perfect match. I have long wanted to visit the leaders of our city." "Hello, Secretary Gui," Shen said politely. The two shook hands, and Wang Yuemin nodded to Guofan and said, "Hello, Secretary Gui." Guofan nodded, and then invited Shen and Wang Yuemin to sit down, and asked Secretary Wang to make tea. Although he was a secretary, he could not put on an official air, and tried to be more humble. "Mr. Shen, I've heard a lot about you recently. You bought a fake painting and found a real one. You also donated 20 billion to charity. I heard that you are the new head of Beihai Building. You have achieved so much at such a young age. You have a promising future." "Ha, the painting thing was purely accidental. I don't know how to appraise treasures. As for donations, I don't have Secretary Guofan's ability to manage a city. I only know that if I am successful, I can help the world and donate to those in need." Shen Yan did not exaggerate himself, he just said what he thought in his heart, which made him seem real. But he was used to being straightforward and could not adapt to the officialdom. Secretary Gua, let's talk about business. Shen Yan scratched his head. That's great. I didn't expect Mr. Shen to be such a generous person. Guo Fan laughed, a flash of surprise in his eyes, and he had some appreciation for the person in front of him. Mr. Shen, you said on the phone before that you would donate 30 billion. I was more or less unbelievable. I hope you understand. Of course I understand. If someone told me they would give me tens of billions one day, I wouldn't believe it. Shen Yan took a sip of tea and said, what I said is true. I really want to donate 30 billion, and it is a one-time donation. If you don't believe me, then I will show you the balance. No, that's not necessary, Mr. Shen. I still believe in your strength. Guo Fan laughed awkwardly, then can I ask why you suddenly want to donate? He was really curious. If you said that you did it to support the development of your hometown, I would believe it, but his intuition after so many years as an official told him that something must be wrong with Shen Yan. Suddenly, Shen Yan frowned and said seriously, support the construction of my hometown, and I want to ask Secretary Gua for an explanation. Oh? What do you mean? Shen Yan told Guo Fan about his grandmother. His tone was very calm, but Wang Yuemin, who was standing by, knew that Shen Yan was really angry. Then she reached out and held Shen Yan's hand. What? Guo Fan shouted. He really knew the person Shen Yan was talking about. He was Zhao Qua, the son of Zhao Chunlai, the secretary of the Huangqing District Party Committee. He had heard that Zhao Qua was arrogant and domineering, relying on his father being the secretary of the District Party Committee to do whatever he wanted. But whenever he wanted to investigate the father and son, the parties involved in the incident always denied it. Suffering from the lack of evidence, he could only put it aside for the time being. Ding! System welfare time. Benefit 1. The negative information about Zhao Qua and Zhao Chunlai, father and son, has been sent to the hostess mobile phone. Benefit 2. Refuel your sixth element. What the hell? Welfare? This is the most awesome system I've ever seen in so many novels, right? But what the hell is this welfare 2? I'm so rich, why do I need you to give me gas? He took out his phone and watched the video. Wow, I just came here to ask for an explanation, but I didn't expect to send away a district party secretary. He touched his chin and thought, this is going to be interesting. Shen Yan put the phone on the table and pushed it in front of Guo Fan. Secretary Gua, please take a look. This is the evidence I collected about Zhao Chunlai and his son's illegal activities. Guo Fan picked up his phone and watched the video. His face was sometimes blue and sometimes red. Damn it, you two are really evil. You opened an underground casino and hired evil forces. Zhao Qua's company even loaned money at high interest rates. What's worse, Zhao Qua actually forced a high school student under the age of 18. In addition to being shocked, Guo Fan also marveled at Shen Yan's ability. Good fellow, you can find out such a thing. No wonder you can achieve such success at such a young age. You must have an extremely powerful background behind you. He knew that he had to investigate this matter, and he had to investigate it thoroughly and clearly. Otherwise, even if he could let himself go, the people behind Shen Yan would not let him go. Secretary Wang. Gao Gang shouted angrily. Hearing this, Secretary Wang pushed the door open and trotted over. He had been a secretary for 7 or 8 years, but this was the first time he had seen a secretary lose his composure like this. Secretary Gua, what do you want me to do? Let the Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission and the Director of the Public Security Bureau come to see me immediately. Investigate. Must investigate. Now that there is evidence, we must get to the bottom of it. Even if Shen Yan has no background, he must investigate for the sake of getting rid of harm to the people. He has been the mayor for 11 years and has worked diligently. He will never allow this kind of social parasite to continue to go unpunished. Chapter 28 Problem Solving. After a long while, Guo Fan finally calmed down from his anger. He took a sip of tea and said, Mr. Shen, you have helped me a lot now. To be honest, I have been keeping an eye on Zhao Qua for a long time, but I have no evidence and the victim has denied it. It's okay. This is what I should do as a citizen. Shen Yan touched his chin and said, Mayor Gua, let's talk about the donation first. To be honest, even if this didn't happen, I would still donate, just to contribute to the development of my hometown. The two talked for a long time and finally finalized the donation. Guofan insisted on sending Xinyan downstairs, and Xinyan did not refuse. When they walked out of the government office building, it was already dark. After saying goodbye to Guofan, Xinyan and Guofan drove away from the government. Driving on the road, Wang Yuemin looked out the window for a while, then turned to Xinyan and said, "Secretary Gui is really a good official, but this Xiaoqua, how could he do such a heartless thing? When you have money and power, you are faced with choices. There are only two choices, good and bad. Both will end in the same way." Xinyan said this indifferently. At first, he just hated people like Xiaoqua, because he hated such uneducated second-generation officials, but now he felt disgusted. If people don't get rid of this kind of pests that harm the society, God will. Not long after, the two returned home. "Why are you back so late? Have you eaten? There's food in the pot that's being heated up for you," Mother Shen said with concern. "I went out to do something." "Don't worry, Mom, we've already eaten outside." After saying good night to his mother, he took Wang Yuemin back to the room. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Xinyan was woken up by his mother. He rubbed his eyes and asked, "What's wrong, Mom?" Mother Shen raised her voice and asked, "Tell me, what did you do yesterday?" "Just now, someone called and said that a lot of people came to our house, and there were people carrying cameras, and asked you to come over quickly." Before Xinyan could explain, Wang Yuemin whimpered, hugged Xinyan's arm, smacked her lips and continued to sleep. Xinyan gently pulled his arm out and walked out of the room with his mother. "I didn't do anything. I just went to the government office building to donate some money," Xinyan explained. Could it be that Zhaoqua's family came to cause trouble? "No, I have to go there quickly. I didn't even wash my hair." Just as I was about to go out, Shen's mother hurriedly stopped him and said she wanted to go with him. Before arriving at Grandma's house, he saw several cars parked at the door from afar. The area was crowded with people. Xinyan quickly stopped the car on the side of the road and walked over. "Oh, Xiaoyan, you're here at last," Grandma said, holding his hand. This morning, a group of people came to their home, apologizing and bowing, which confused the old couple. They also thanked me for training such an excellent entrepreneur like Xinyan. In order to prevent the old couple from being scared, they all returned to the car after explaining their purpose. After understanding the general process, Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief. Looking around, he finally found the target vehicle, walked over and knocked on the bay window. When the window opened, he realized that it was the municipal party secretary Guofan who came to deal with the aftermath in person. "Oh, Mr. Shen has been waiting for you." After dealing with the emergency of the Zhao father and son today, Guofan hurriedly brought the TV reporters here. "Secretary Gua, what are you doing?" Xinyan looked around and asked in confusion. "It's like this. The municipal party committee dealt with the Zhao father and son overnight. That's why I brought the media here early this morning. I wanted to apologize to the old man in person and use the media to release this news. As for your donation, I still hope you can explain it to the media in person," Guofan explained hurriedly. After hearing what Guofan said, Xinyan also expressed his understanding. The apology and donation would lead to misunderstanding among the people. He helped the grandma over and ignored the comments of the people around him. Xinyan explained, "Grandma, this is our municipal party secretary. He came to apologize for what happened before." Hearing Xinyan's words, Guofan waved his hand and called the media over, saying, "Yes, old man, the person who hit you was the son of a district party secretary. Our municipal party committee has been keeping an eye on them for a long time, but we have no evidence. We have to thank your grandson for this. Without the evidence he provided, we would not be able to arrest them." With Xinyan's comfort, Grandma's mood eased, and she roughly understood what was going on. She nodded and said kindly, it's okay, I'm almost well, you just need to deal with this bad guy." Next, at Guofan's instruction, a temporary podium was set up at the door of my grandmother's house. Guofan walked onto the stage and picked up the microphone. "Fellow villagers, many people may wonder what we are here for. I am Guofan, the municipal party secretary. I am here today to apologize for the son of one of our leaders who knocked down an old man. We would also like to thank Mr. Shen. It was he who provided evidence of the Zhao family's crimes, which enabled us to bring this corrupt official to justice. Now, let's ask Mr. Shen to say a few words." Guofan spoke in a calm tone, trying to be more approachable. He then made a gesture of invitation and invited Xinyan to the stage. "Hello everyone, many of you may know me. Yes, I am also a member of our village. The corrupt official knocked down my grandmother. It may be difficult for you to ask for an explanation from the senior officials of the municipal party committee, but I want to tell you that you must trust the leaders and the government. They will definitely give us justice. Xinyan glanced at Guofan and then said, "Fellow villagers, although I have been in Beihai and doing some small business, this is still my home. For the sake of my hometown construction, I have decided to donate 50 billion renminbi in my personal name." When this was said, not only the villagers were surprised, but even Guofan, who had already discussed it with Xinyan, opened his mouth wide. Wasn't it agreed to be 30 billion? How did it become 50 billion? What was going on? This kid from the Young family is really good at boasting. Out of 50 billion, he's already good enough to come up with 5 million. I don't think so. You weren't here yesterday, and my son told me that the car he was driving was worth more than 30 million yuan. I've always felt that this kid has great potential since he was young. Grandma wanted to stand up to stop Xinyan. She knew that Xinyan had made some money now, but 50 billion, that was a lot of money, a number that she couldn't even think about. He didn't want to delay himself because of his youthful impetus and nonsense. Mother Xin was also shocked. She believed that her son was not talking nonsense, but how much money did this brat make to donate 50 billion? She definitely couldn't ask now. She should wait until this matter was resolved before asking this brat properly. Facing the discussions of the villagers, Xinyan did not speak, but smiled and said to the stunned Guofan, Secretary Gua. Ah. Guofan finally came to his senses, seemed to realize that he had lost his composure, and tried his best to adjust his mood. He walked up to the podium step by step. On behalf of the Municipal Party Committee and Government, I thank Mr. Shin and guarantee that this donation will first be used in our village and town to strengthen infrastructure construction and build a model new village. When Guofan finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out from the audience. It lasted for more than 10 minutes. Guofan walked off the stage and looked at Xinyan's grandmother. Old lady, I hope you can trust the government in the future. We will definitely serve the people in a down-to-earth manner. Then he held Xinyan's hand tightly and said, Mr. Xin, the city will hold a commendation meeting in a few days. I hope you will attend. He is now really impressed by the young man in front of him. Not only is he well connected, but he can also casually spend 50 billion. He is really a living god of wealth. Xinyan nodded, okay Secretary Gua, I will definitely go. Hearing Xinyan's answer, Guofan burst into laughter. Okay, Mr. Xin, I have a meeting in the city later, so I won't bother you for now. Then he turned to his grandmother and said, Old man, I'm going back first. I wish you a speedy recovery. Grandma nodded kindly. After sending Guofan and his group away, Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the matter was finally resolved. When he turned around, he saw 3 pairs of eyes staring at him. Chapter 29, The Cool Wine Kuan. Mother Xin looked at her son and asked, Tell me, what's going on? Where did you get so much money? Yes, Xiaoyan, this is not a small amount, 50 billion. His grandparents looked at him worriedly. They were really afraid that the child would say that in front of the media just to save face. If he couldn't come up with so much money, he would become a laughingstock among the neighbors. I'm not talking nonsense, I just donated 50 billion. Don't worry, I have it, and I earned it all myself. Xinyan answered with a half smile. He knew it would be difficult for them to accept the fact that he was extremely rich in a short period of time, so he would take it slowly. At this time, Wang Yuemin also drove here. After getting up, she found that Xinyan was missing and the phone call was not connected. After asking Xin's father, she found out that they had come to her grandmother's house. When her grandmother saw her coming, she took her hand and asked her all kinds of questions. Wang Yuemin helped Grandma sit on the stool and said to her, Grandma, what he said is true. He has a big business in Beihai. I estimate that he is almost in the top 10 in Beihai. Finally, the family accepted the fact in shock. Grandma was very proud, she knew her grandson must be the best. He was not the bad boy that the villagers said he was. Ding! Mission completed, reward to South China Pharmaceutical Group, equity information change completed. If the system's voice hadn't sounded, Xinyan would have almost forgotten about the reward. He pretended to go to the toilet and took out his mobile phone to check. Wow, the system's products must be high quality. South China Pharmaceutical is the largest pharmaceutical group in Beihai and even in the southern region. Its pharmaceuticals are spread all over the country and even exported overseas. After the family had dinner together, they stayed for a while and then went home. Ding, Huaxia Bank deducted 250 million renminbi. As soon as he entered the house, a text message notification came. Looking at the text message, Shen Yan had an indescribable feeling. It's only been 3 days, and you spent more than 20 million? As expected, most people who have just become rich from poor have a nouveau riche mentality, and Wang Kuan is no exception. Just the day after buying a sports car for his girlfriend Feifei, Wang Kuan felt more and more bored while lying on Feifei's body. So he opened his phone and started chatting in the group, wanting to ask his friends if they had any good ideas to relieve his boredom. What are you guys doing? Why did Master Wang think of us? Have you finished enjoying your beautiful wife and concubines? Well, it's a bit boring to play like this all the time. Guys, do you have any fun to share with us? Let's go and have some fun together. I have it. Mr. Wang, you are so rich. Why don't we rent a yacht and invite some girls to go out to sea for fun? Isn't that what they do in TV dramas? Yacht? Going out to sea? Wang Kuan slapped his forehead, what a good idea, and glanced at Feifei who was flirting, thinking that I am so rich now, I can get any woman, and I have to change my taste after a long time. This is a good idea, so let's do it. Okay, Master Wang, you are so generous. I will go and find out the price of the yacht for you right now. At night, Wang Kuan was hugging Feifei on the sofa, imagining the bikini beauties sitting around him on the yacht. Wang Kuan was unconsciously excited. He didn't plan to take Feifei with him this time, but suddenly his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from the group. Master Wang, I have found out that a 16-meter yacht costs 60,000 renminbi per hour, but it can only carry a dozen people. If you want a luxury yacht, you can carry more people, but the price will be a little higher, 120,000 renminbi per hour. 120,000 per hour is not cheap, but for Wang Kuan now, it is nothing. If you calculate carefully, it is less than 3 million per day. You go and contact them and tell them we will rent it for 2 days first. It's just less than 6 million. Wang Kuan said proudly while typing on the keyboard. The next day, Wang Kuan went out for a few days on the pretext of something, and came to his friend's house. As soon as he entered the door, the house was filled with smoke, and a group of people sat together smoking and playing cards. Seeing Wang Kuan come in, he smiled and said, Master Wang, the yacht has been rented, and all that's left is the money. Wang Kuan nodded and transferred the money generously. The yacht deal was settled, and the only thing missing was the girl. He glanced at a few people, smacked his lips, and thought about what kind of people these bad friends could attract. He might as well spend money to find them. He took out his cell phone and called a number called Shogo. Hey, brother Go, what are you busy with? Wang Kuan asked. Busy with women. How come you have time to call me? A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Well, I need help from you, brother. Can you help me date a dozen girls, the hot ones, for 2 days? Wang Kuan had met this guy in a bar before, and he seemed to have a lot of connections. He remembered that when they were drinking together, someone called him to introduce him to 5 or 6 girls. It was just a phone call and everything was arranged immediately. Okay, 33,000 per day. I'll find you 12. Plus my handling fee of 110,000, I'll give you a friendly price of 900,000. When Wang Kuan heard this, he was like, wow, gold-plated? 33,000 a day, a little over $1 million has gone out. When I do something else, I have to pay extra. Then he changed his mind and thought, I'm not short of money now. I'm just having fun. Okay, brother Go, give me your card number and I'll transfer the money to you. Wang Kuan said generously. Hey. You've made a fortune from this. You spent $1 million without blinking an eye. Dog Brother found it incredible. When he first met him in the bar, he drank in small sips and was reluctant to order more after the drink was gone. He would finish all the skewers and pretend to be a rich man to treat him. Now he suddenly became rich. He didn't ask any more questions and gave Wang Kuan his card number. In this way, he made another 110,000 today. After transferring the money to the account given by Gogo, Wang Kuan breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was ready. Then he turned to everyone and said, brothers, it's done. They are all hot girls, 12 of them. Hearing Wang Kuan say this, everyone cheered and complimented Wang Kuan. The next morning, several people received a call saying that the yacht had docked at the port and the girl should be waiting on the shore. They quickly put on their clothes and came to the port. After arriving at the port, everyone was amazed at the luxury yacht. Wang Kuan stepped forward and pointed at the yacht and said, "Today, everyone can have fun. I'll pay for it. Let's have fun." Just like that, several people came to the yacht. Not long after they sat down, Gogo came here with more than a dozen people. After standing still, he said to Wang Kuan, "Wang Kuan, I've brought you the person you wanted. Don't forget it for 2 days. You can play other things, but you have to pay more." Wang Kuan nodded and smiled, and threw a box of huazi to Gogo. Gogo took the huazi, thanked him, and got off the boat. After Gogo got off the boat, everyone looked at these girls and smacked their lips. Fuck, that's too good. Look at that figure. 99 points wouldn't be too much. Wang Kuan stood up, pointed at the 2 girls in front of him and said, "You can choose any of them, I want these 2. After that, he took one of them in each hand and went downstairs to the bedroom, and on the way he told the captain to start the boat. Everyone also chose their favorite girls and took them downstairs to play. After all, someone was paying, and as long as they didn't get sick, they could play however they wanted. 2 hours later, everyone came to the top floor one after another, and after everyone was seated, Wang Kuan slowly came here, hugging the 2 girls with a beaming face. The 2 girls were also very happy today. Although Wang Kuan's fighting ability was not good, he gave too much. If they performed well, they would easily be rewarded with hundreds of thousands. "How are you guys doing? Did you have fun?" Wang Kuan asked with a wicked smile. He was having a lot of fun anyway. It was true that domestic flowers are not as fragrant as wild flowers. Haha, Master Wang's arrangements are perfect. As expected of Master Wang, my Xiaoqing is really good at playing. Hey! What you said, my Xiaohan is also very nice. Okay, just have fun, guys. Wang Kuan then said, "Now let's start the next program." They dance and we drink and play cards. When he came here today, Gogu told him that these girls have many talents besides those in other aspects. They can sing and dance, and one girl can even dance on a pole. So Wang Kuan couldn't wait to see how these girls dance. Chapter 30 General Manager Jiang Nan. In the blink of an eye, it was the morning of the 3rd day. Wang Kuan opened his eyes dazedly, stood up, walked to the window and lit a cigarette. He picked up his phone and saw that there was less than 2 million yuan left in the card. He took a deep puff of the cigarette and said, "This money is too easy to spend. It's gone before I can even have fun. I had too much fun these days, giving tips to girls, playing cards with higher and higher stakes, and then several rounds of group sex, spending an extra 7 or 8 million yuan. I don't even know how I got to the bedroom or what time I went to bed yesterday." He now has some symptoms similar to low battery phobia. He still has money in his hand, but he always feels that it is not enough to spend. He took out the 3rd check from the back of his phone case and said, "This time, I might as well go for a big one. Anyway, that kid's money will be mine from now on." Pick up the pen and write 250 million on the last check. After a quick wash, the group got off the boat. Wang Kuan turned around and said to them, "How's it going, brothers? Did you have fun? It feels so good. Fuck, I'm going to change my name from now on. Call me Mr. Kongshu." The person who was speaking was a yellow-haired man with a cigarette in his mouth, and he seemed a little dizzy when he walked. Wang Kuan said mockingly, "Brother, can you do this? Don't overdraw your account. We have to continue in a few days." Everyone laughed, and another person chuckled and said, "Brother Cohen, you said you were so rich now, why don't we go do something else together?" Anything else? Wang Kuan thought, there is strength in numbers, isn't this where the fun begins? He said, "Tell me about it." The man laughed evilly, then leaned over and whispered something in Wang Kuan's ear. Wang Kuan was instantly amused when he heard it. "Okay. Let's go back and rest for a day to recover our strength. See you the day after tomorrow." Wang Kuan then took a taxi and left the port alone, and came to Huaxia Bank again. This time he was greeted by the same female receptionist as last time. "Come, get me 250 million. As soon as he entered the door, he came to the counter, slapped the check on the table, and raised his voice deliberately. Looking at the surprised and envious eyes of the people around him, Wang Kuan felt so happy. The teller said politely, "Hello sir, since the amount you are withdrawing is large, you may need to wait a while." "How long will you wait?" "I won't wait. Do it for me right away." Wang Kuan slammed the table fiercely with an arrogant look on his face. He said, "You delayed my work, I will make you pay for it." "I'm sorry, sir, this is the rule." the teller said, still smiling. What a shitty rule. It's your honor that I can come here to get money. In the past few days, Wang Kuan has regarded himself as a rich man. His personality is much more domineering than before, and he looks like a dandy young man. This action attracted the attention of people around and security guards. Hello sir, please pay attention to your behavior. You stinky security guard, you are so nosy. Do you believe I will ask the manager to fire you? Wang Kuan raised his voice. A little security guard is here to give orders. Can't you tell the difference between the big and small Wangs? Call your manager. In fact, the manager had already arrived just now, and was just watching what was happening here. Hearing this, the manager walked over. Hello sir, I am the manager of the bank. I have a general understanding of what happened. It is true that the amount you withdrew was too large, and our bank does not have enough funds, so it will take time to mobilize the funds. However, I can help you urge and expedite the process. By the way, please go to the VIP lounge and wait. A manager is a manager, and it is easy for him to handle such matters. Hearing the manager say this, Wang Kuan's brows relaxed and he smacked his lips and said, see, if you were the manager, your attitude would be so good. Look at this teller again. The manager nodded with a smile, took Wang Kuan to the VIP waiting area, and then turned and left. In the waiting area, Wang Kuan was smug. It was great to have money. He didn't have to care about other people's feelings. He could also enjoy this wonderful service. An hour later, the money arrived. There was more than 200 million yuan in the card. Wang Kuan felt unprecedentedly inflated. I am a billionaire now. Zhejiang Province, City A. In the past 2 days, Xinyan and Wang Yuanmin did not go out and stayed at home with their parents. However, Wang Yuanmin was a little curious about why Xinyan did not go to visit his grandparents. As far as she knew, Xinyan's grandparents were now living in a village. Although she was curious, Wang Yuanmin did not ask much. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. At this time, Xinyan was sitting on the sofa, and Wang Yuanmin was sitting in his arms, feeding strawberries to her mouth. When she heard the phone ring, she picked it up and saw that it was from Guofan, the secretary of the municipal party committee. Hello, Secretary Gua, what's the matter? Well, you are a very forgetful person. Guofan smiled and said, isn't there a commendation meeting in the city? It's 2:30 p.m. Don't be late. When Xinyan heard Guofan talking about this, he slapped his forehead and wondered how he could have forgotten about this. Okay, Secretary Gua, I will definitely go there this afternoon. After the two of them talked for a few words, Xinyan hung up the phone and looked at the time. It was only 11 o'clock. Then Xinyan turned his head and looked at Wang Yuanmin, who was eating strawberries with a wicked smile on his face. Xiaomin, your parents are not at home, why don't we play the most fun game in the world? At first, Wang Yuanmin didn't understand what Xinyan meant until his big hand climbed to the top. Then she understood. After swallowing the strawberry, she closed her eyes and put her hands around Xinyan's neck. He looked at her with a sweet smile. How do we play? An hour later, Wang Yuanmin said to Xinyan in a veiled tone, you stinky man, you don't know how to cherish yourself at all. Xinyan smiled and rubbed her hair lovingly. Little did he know that someone was already feeling very uncomfortable. South China Pharmaceutical Group, General Manager's office. General Manager Zheng Nan was pacing back and forth anxiously. 3 days ago, she was notified that there were changes in the senior management of South China Pharmaceutical Group. Someone acquired the South China Pharmaceutical Group at a price 20% higher than the market price. In fact, this matter did not matter to her. After all, she was just a manager and it didn't matter who she worked for. But 2 days passed, and he still hadn't received a call from the new chairman. He couldn't help but wonder. It said that new officials start with 3 fires. Is it that the chairman deliberately tested him? Or is it that the chairman is rich and doesn't care about this company at all? After hesitating for a while, Zhang Nan decided to call the chairman. After all, he was just a subordinate, and he still had to report. Hello, is this Mr. Xinyan? Zhang Nan said cautiously because he didn't know the temper of the new chairman. Yes. Xinyan was still a little puzzled on the other end of the phone. Didn't they say the commendation meeting would be held at 2:30? It was only a little after 12 o'clock. It's like this. I'm the general manager of South China Pharmaceutical Group. My name is Zhang Nan. I'm calling you today to report to you about my work. When Xinyan heard the voice on the phone, he remembered that the system had just given him a pharmaceutical group a few days ago. How could he have completely forgotten about it? Just as he was about to speak, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Are you a pig-brained host? If you do this again, I will never give you anything again. You can't come here for nothing. I'll give you a secret recipe for acne cream, which will perfectly remove acne in 5 days. I'll also give you a bruise cream, which will take effect in 1 day. Xin Yan smiled bitterly. It seemed that his brain was not working well. No wonder the system complained about him. He took out the injury ointment from his pocket. It was just right for Grandma to use. For the elderly, health is the most important thing. Besides, Grandma is a very active person. I believe she must be very uncomfortable being confined to bed every day. Hello, Chairman, are you there? Jiang Nan's gentle voice came. Xin Yan turned around and remembered that he was still on the phone. He cleared his throat and said, "Oh, Manager Jiang, I was just looking for you." Chapter 31 Commendation Conference. Xin Yan thought that he now had a pharmaceutical group, and the system had just given him the perfect acne cream, which would allow the group to mass produce it, which would benefit many people. Xin Yan remembered that he had a junior high school classmate who often felt inferior because of the many pimples on his face and did not dare to look up at people. You announce in my name that everyone will get a 25% pay raise, and you will get a 50% pay raise. I'm very busy lately and may not be able to take care of the group. You will be in charge of the group from now on. You don't need to tell me unless it's a big deal, and you can do whatever you want. If Xin Yan saw Jiang Nan's expression, he would definitely smile and say, "Little sister, don't be surprised." There were a few people who were more surprised than you before. As for Jiang Nan, he was very puzzled. You are a company boss, but you don't inspect the company, assign tasks, or listen to reports. Instead, you raise the salary right after you take office? Even a strong woman in the workplace like me couldn't figure it out. Oh, by the way, I'll send you a document later. It's a new type of acne cream. We'll arrange for mass production immediately. Anyone who doesn't agree can just hold it in. Jiang Nan agreed and said he would go to the Food and Drug Administration for registration and inspection. After the two of them talked for a few words, they hung up the phone, leaving Jiang Nan standing alone in the office. In the afternoon, Xin Yan first sent ointment to Grandma and asked her to apply it 4 or 5 times a day, then came to the government office building at the agreed time. As soon as he entered the building, he found that Secretary Wang was already waiting downstairs. When he saw Xin Yan's car coming in, he greeted him from a distance. "Oh, Mr. Xin, I've been waiting for you to come." "Sorry, Secretary Wang, there was a traffic jam on the road." Xin Yan smiled. It was his first time to attend this type of meeting. In his impression, he thought that as long as he arrived on time, he would be fine. He didn't expect that he had to arrive a little early. Then, led by Secretary Wang, the two came to an auditorium on the 5th floor. As soon as they entered the door, Guo Fan, who was talking to others, noticed him. "Secretary Guo, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long," Xin Yan said with a smile. "It's okay. Originally, this commendation meeting was held for you. Now that you, the protagonist, are here, let's get started." Guo Fan waved his hand, laughed, and then made a gesture of invitation. When everyone was seated and the media were in place, Guo Fan, who was sitting in the main seat, cleared his throat and said, "First of all, let me introduce today's important guest, Mr. Xin Yan. Everyone has heard that recently, our city punished the illegal officials headed by Zhao Chunlai, the former secretary of the Huangqing District Committee, and his son Zhao Qua, who were bullies who harmed the area. In the past 1 or 2 years, we have received countless reports against the two, but we have been unable to arrest them due to lack of evidence. This time, thanks to the strong evidence provided by Mr. Xin Yan, we were able to bring Zhao Chunlai, a hypocrite who was seeking fame and reputation, and a treacherous official thief, to justice. Later, Mr. Xin donated 50 billion renminbi to City A in his personal name to support the construction of his hometown. I propose that everyone stand up and applaud Mr. Xin." Then, the audience burst into applause, wave after wave. It lasted for 5 or 6 minutes, and then at Guo Fan's signal, everyone quieted down. Guo Fan said, "Next, let's ask Mr. Xin to say a few words." Amid the applause of the crowd, Xin Yan stood up, straightened his collar, and became serious for once. "Hello everyone, my name is Xin Yan. Thank you Secretary Guo Fan and everyone for your applause. I am a native of City A and have been developing in Beihai City. Luckily, I have built a small business. I don't have Secretary Guo Fan's ability to manage a city, nor do I have the ability of everyone here. I just happened to take the opportunity to go home to visit my family and donate this money. I don't do anything else, just to support the urban construction and education of our city and do my best. Of course, I know that what I have done is just a drop in the bucket for our city but it represents my love for my hometown. But I hope that by doing this, I will encourage fellow villagers to return to their hometown to invest and drive the development of the city. Finally, I would like to thank the Municipal Party Committee and Government, and Secretary Guo for convening this meeting. I cannot express my gratitude enough. I will donate 2 more large libraries to my hometown. Thank you all. After Shen Yan finished speaking, he bowed. Before he sat down, thunderous applause broke out from the audience. Even Guo Fan looked at him in surprise. What a selfless and dedicated entrepreneur he was. After a long time, the applause faded, and Guo Fan stood up and said, "Next, I announce that Mr. Shen Yan will be awarded the Certificate of Outstanding Entrepreneur of City A." Shen Yan took the certificate and thanked Guo Fan. At this time, the system's voice sounded in his mind. The light of righteousness is spreading all over the earth. A reward of 200 billion renminbi will be given as an encouragement. Shit, this is the first time the system has been so generous. Shen Yan has read novels before where some protagonists were given hundreds of billions or trillions of dollars as soon as they obtained the system, while he still had to complete tasks. When he looked down at the notification of deposit on his mobile phone, he couldn't help but sigh. Half a month ago, he was just an employee, but now, half a month later, he has become a boss with a net worth of 500 billion. And this is not counting the 3 companies, but only the liquid funds on hand. After the conference, Shen Yan refused the interview. It was not because she was unkind, but because she saw several calls from Shen's mother on her mobile phone. After calling back, Shen's mother just said that she had something urgent to do. After saying goodbye to Guo Fan, Shen Yan hurriedly drove home. 40 minutes later, Shen Yan hurried back home. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his mother chatting and laughing with Wang Yuemin. "Mom, why are you calling me back so urgently?" "It's nothing, I'm just worried that you'd have an affair outside," said Shen's mother. "Mom, am I that kind of person?" Shen Yan scratched his head. "I just attended a commendation meeting today. I even turned down the interview." "That's not necessarily true. They say men become bad when they have money. I have to keep an eye on you for my daughter." Shen's mother scolded with a smile. Wang Yuemin on the side stuck out her tongue playfully. Shen Yan looked at her viciously, thinking that he had not been too lenient in the afternoon. "Little guy, just wait and see how I will teach you a lesson tonight." The next morning, Shen Yan got up early and looked at Wang Yuemin, who was lying on him like a sloth, and smiled dotingly. After the storm last night, she must be very tired. He carefully moved her to the bed, changed her clothes, and called her grandmother in the living room. "Hey, Grandma, did you apply the medicine I got you? How are you?" "Shayan, I was just about to call you. The medicine you took is so effective that I can already walk slowly this morning." Grandma was very excited. She had been lying in bed for so many days and was almost suffocating. She really wanted to go out for a walk and visit friends. Then she suddenly thought of the medicine and said, "But this medicine is so effective, it must be very expensive, right?" "It's not expensive, it's made by my company, it doesn't cost any money." Shen Yan chuckled. He knew that his grandmother had worked hard all her life, and even though he was rich now, the virtue of thrift was ingrained in her. After a few words, Shen Yan hung up the phone, looked at the scenery outside, and thought to himself that after so many days back home, it was time to go back to Beihai. Then he went to the kitchen and said to his parents, "Mom and Dad, we plan to go back to Beihai today. I will leave the commercial vehicle to you, so that it will be convenient for you and my dad to go out." No wonder Shen Yan always felt like he had forgotten something these days. He only remembered today that he bought a house but not a car. Chapter 32, Wang Kuan's Crime. Hearing this, a trace of sadness flashed across Mother Shen's eyes, and then she said, "Okay, go back. The company must be unable to do without you after being out for so many days. Anyway, the new year is coming soon, so take Xiaomin home with you then." He really couldn't bear to see his son leave him, and now he had Wang Yuemin, his daughter-in-law. But what could he do? His son had grown up, had a career, and would eventually leave him. After lunch, the two were ready to leave. My parents stood at the door and said reluctantly, "Son, you have to eat on time when you get there. You may not feel anything now because you are young, but when you are old, all kinds of problems will come to you. Do you hear me? Xiaomin, if this brat bullies you, tell Mom and I will punish him for you." Wang Yuemin smiled and nodded, then waved to the two elders and drove towards Beihai City. 2 hours later, the two finally returned to Beihai City. After Wang Yuemin got off the car, he stretched his body and said, "I am so tired after sitting in the car all the way." Xinyan looked at her with a smile. "I'm the driver, but you're tired before I say I'm tired?" He found that Wang Yuemin had become more cheerful recently, probably because he was spoiled by his parents in his hometown these days. Wang Yuemin stood there for a while and suddenly turned around and looked at Xinyan. "Hubby, I want to eat fish." "Okay, then I'll ask Zhang Sheng to cook a fish and some other dishes and send them over." Then he took out his cell phone and called Zhang Sheng. "Hello, Manager Zhang, ask the Chinese restaurant to make a fish and send it to my house." "Mr. Shin, you are back to Beihai?" Zhang Sheng said in surprise. "Yes, what's the matter?" Xin Yan asked. Your brother-in-law is here, and I suspect they are having sex in the private room, almost for sure." Zhang Sheng said cautiously. This morning, Wang Kuan brought a bunch of friends to the hotel to get a room, and at noon he asked Zhang Sheng to arrange a private room. His tone was very arrogant. Since Wang Kuan was Xinyan's brother-in-law, Zhang Sheng arranged one. But he didn't expect that when the waiter served the dishes at noon, the room was filled with smoke, and it was not the kind of smoke from cigarettes. When he was hesitating whether to go to Xinyan, who was far away in his hometown, Xinyan called. "What did you say? How dare he?" Xinyan was furious, which frightened Wang Yuemin beside him. "If you have no respect for the inferior, no manners, and even steal money, I can teach you a lesson for the sake of our family relationship and then stop there, but you are committing a crime now. Contact the relevant departments immediately and go to the site to verify," Xinyan said decisively. After hearing what Xinyan said, Zhang Sheng hesitated and said, "But Mr. Xin, once it is verified, it will have a great impact on our hotel. Besides, he is your brother-in-law." "What do you mean? You're still hiding something like this? Do you want to quit your job as a manager?" Xinyan was very angry. He knew that he would be affected, but he couldn't hide such things. Besides, he would never allow anyone to do anything illegal in his place. Besides, we took the initiative to report it. Even if the public has a bad impression of our hotel, it won't be too bad. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Yes, Chairman, I will contact the relevant departments right away." Zhang Sheng was frightened by Xinyan's words and was sweating profusely. He almost lost his position, and he had already shown signs of shielding a criminal. He shook his head vigorously to keep himself awake. "Hello, I'm Zhang Sheng, the general manager of Yunshan Lydian. I want to report that someone masturbated in my hotel." 10 minutes later, the police led people to surround the Yunshan Lydian hotel. People passing by speculated what had happened. "Police, don't move, put your hands on your head." The special police broke into the room, but as soon as they entered the room, they were choked by the smell of smoke and couldn't open their eyes. It took a long time before they could see the scene inside clearly. Wang Kuan was curled up in a chair, smoking something, looking euphoric, and the same went for the others. It turned out that the fun thing that the friend had talked about before was doing just this kind of thing. He bought a lot of things in a row and spent millions directly. That day he was just trying it out and always felt that he could control it, but he didn't expect that one misstep would lead to eternal regret. "Protect the scene and take these people away." After the captain gave the order, several special police officers stepped forward. Just as they were about to step forward, Wang Kuan seemed to have sobered up a lot. He looked at them and said, "Who the hell let you in? Get out, get out." Looking at the indifferent SWAT officers, a nameless anger surged in his heart. "Did I give you face? Do you know who my brother-in-law is? My brother-in-law is Xinyan, the chairman of Yunshan Lydian. Are you afraid? If you are, get out of here right away. That's right, if you disturb our young master Wang again, be careful or I'll slap you." The yellow-haired man on the side said, pointing at them. "Put your hands on your head and squat down." The subject gave the order again. One of them, who had smoked less, saw their faces clearly at this moment. "Fuck! Police! Run!" he shouted, pulling everyone out of their confusion. But could they still run? Just as the SWAT officers were escorting several people out of the door, Xinyan also arrived at the scene. Seeing the hotel surrounded by people, Xinyan parked the car nearby and squeezed in like a needle. After getting through, he just happened to see several people being pressed out. Xinyan hurried over and said, "Hello, officer. I am the chairman of Yunshan Lydian." The police officer was stunned when he saw such a young boss, and said, "Hello, the person was caught in your hotel, So even if you took the initiative to report it, I'm afraid you can't open for business in the near future. Shen nodded and said, "It's okay, we will definitely actively cooperate with the work." He had already thought of this. If something like this happened, no one would dare to come even if the business was open. At this moment, Wang Kuan accidentally looked up and saw Shen. He felt like he had found a savior and frantically said, "Brother-in-law, save me, brother-in-law." Shen ignored him directly. This kind of person is only responsible for his own mistakes. After turning around and greeting the captain, he walked towards the area where the employees were. At this time, Wang Kuan looked ashen. This guy gave him face, but he didn't save him. "I will kill you when I come out." Not long after, the special police took them away from the scene. Looking at the discussions of the people around him, Shen didn't care much. He turned around and looked at his employees. Although he had just taken office and almost didn't know these people, they were his employees after all. At this time, a girl ran out with red eyes. "Mr. Shen, my mother is in the hospital, and I rely on my salary, but now I can't go to class. What should I do?" Hearing this, the employees became even more flustered. Shen was silent for a moment, then took the speaker from Zhang Shang and said to everyone, "Brothers and sisters, please be quiet." The scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone wanted to hear what the chairman would say. "Employees who discovered this problem today, please step out." After that, a little girl came out. He was very panicked, fearing that the chairman would blame him for what happened today. After all, the person who was arrested was his brother-in-law. Shen said in a very calm tone, "What's your name?" "Chairman Dong." "Chairman, my name is Liang Yu, please don't fire me." As she spoke, the girl's eyes turned red and she was about to cry. Chapter 33 Paid Vacation. Hearing his words, Shen smiled and said, "Why should I fire you?" "Listen carefully, everyone listen carefully, Liang Yu, your report has been meritorious, and the reputation of our Yunshan Lydian Hotel has not been damaged. I declare a reward of 100,000 renminbi. Now the employees and passers-by are talking about it. His hotel can't even operate, and yet he says his reputation hasn't been damaged? That's right, this boss is still young." Ignoring them, Shen continued, "Everyone, I now announce that everyone will begin paid leave, with triple pay per day. I will let Zhang Shang notify you after it is processed. Don't worry, don't panic, I can afford the loss, everyone go out and travel to relax and unwind." After hearing Shen words, everyone felt incredible for a moment. How could there be such a good boss? Then they realized that this was what the boss said himself. How could it be false? Everyone cheered instantly, and the gloom just now was swept away. What's more, four young men directly lifted Shen up and threw him into the sky. Passers-by took short videos and posted them on Douyin. Such scenes are rare. There are very few bosses who are both domineering and treat their employees as family members. After handling it, Shen chatted with Wang Mian for a while and said that he just needed to pay attention in the future and he would not let him leave the manager position. Nonsense, who will work if he leaves? I just want to be a hands-off boss. Little did people know that the short video of Shen taking the initiative to report and comforting the employees instantly became popular on Douyin, and many people spoke up for Yunshan Lydian. Don't be fooled by the young age of this boss. His values are really positive. With such a domineering boss and such good treatment in a hotel, I want to quit my job and become a waiter there. I heard from my cousin that this young chairman gave employees a 25% salary increase right after he took office. Shen didn't know all this. When he got home, he saw Wang Yuemin staring at the photo album on her phone and crying. Shen knew that she was missing her father, so he quickly took off his coat, walked up to her and hugged her. Did Wang Kuan really do that? Wang Yuemin's cold voice came. He was now extremely disappointed with his so-called brother. He had stolen money, committed crimes, and his family was broken up. Shen nodded and said nothing. He just kept holding her. Unconsciously, Wang Yuemin fell asleep in Shen arms. Shen was also a little tired. After all, he had been driving all the way and encountered such a thing. He gently picked up Wang Yuemin, put her on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and then left the room. Shen came to the sofa and had just laid down for a while when he heard a bang on the door. He instantly woke up from all sleepiness, dragged his tired body to stand up, looked around the room, and after making sure that Wang Yuemin was not awake, he asked the nanny to open the door. "Son-in-law, please save Wang Kuan quickly. You are the only one who can save him now." "Zhao Dami," I said to Shen with a sad face. As soon as Wang Kuan was arrested, his mother Zhao Damei was notified. Later, when she heard that he was arrested in Yunshan Lidian, she hurried from the countryside to Beihai. He decided to beg Shenyan first, and if that didn't work, he would make a fuss, which would make everyone embarrassed. Seeing Zhao Damei like this, Shenyan had no choice but to explain, "Auntie, he committed a crime himself, was reported by the masses, and has been arrested. I can't interfere. Even if I can, I won't go." Zhao Damei was immediately anxious when she heard Shenyan say this. "How could you be like this? I gave my daughter to you, but you just watched her die without saving her? Oh, I understand. You must have planned to kill my son. Where's Wang Yuemin? Tell him to get out and take a good look at the wild man he found. This is why Sinan Mansion is surrounded by fences on all sides, otherwise people would have to stand and squeeze in." After saying that, Zhao Damei sat on the ground and cried, "Oh my god, my poor son was framed by his sister and brother-in-law and ended up in the police station." Shenyan ignored him and walked into the house. "Your son stole my money, and now he's in jail and you're blaming me? I won't serve you anymore." Seeing Shenyan ignored him, Zhao Damei took out his phone to record a video and captioned it, "An unscrupulous entrepreneur framed his own brother-in-law." After sitting there for a while and seeing no effect, he turned around and left. He believed that the video he shot would definitely go viral, and by then the pressure of public opinion would make his company unsuccessful. When he begged me for help, I would blackmail him. Things turned out just as Zhao Damei had expected. Her video became really popular and public opinion was in an uproar. "Fuck, this guy is so bad. I've seen this guy before. Wasn't he the good boss from yesterday? You don't understand this. Do you understand the character setting? Bah! What if the owner of the account framed me?" Within a day, public opinion on this matter was polarized, with some supporting Shenyan and others opposing him. Looking at the comments below the video she posted, Zhao Damei was smug and said, "You little bastard, if you fight me, I won't kill you." Shenyan, who was eating fruit in the living room, saw Wang Yuemin coming out of the kitchen with a cell phone. "Honey, my mother came over yesterday?" Shenyan nodded. He was still curious about how Wang Yuemin knew about it. Wang Yuemin handed his phone to Shenyan. Wow, there were more than 6 million likes. Shenyan couldn't help but frown when he saw the post. "What's going on, husband?" Wang Yuemin asked worriedly. After Shenyan briefly told Wang Yuemin what happened yesterday, Wang Yuemin clenched his fists and said, "How could I have such a mother?" Then he was about to pick up his phone to reply to the comments one by one, but was stopped by Shenyan. "What are you doing? Didn't you see a bunch of people scolding you online?" "I saw it. Will your response be useful? It will only make people think you are guilty. The so-called response must be the most powerful evidence." Looking at Wang Yuemin's angry look, Shenyan inexplicably found it a little cute. He pinched his little face. "You mean?" Wang Yuemin also reacted. Shenyan was going to use the surveillance video to make a fuss. She was not angry. This so-called mother of hers did not recognize her and slandered them like this. She deserved to be punished. Shenyan nodded, thinking, "Originally, I didn't want to care, I kept giving in, but you were aggressive and incited online public opinion to slander me. Then don't blame me for being ruthless." Then he took out his phone and called Wang Mian, asking him to contact dozens of acne scar influencers and more than a dozen authoritative media outlets to speak out, and then attached surveillance videos and text messages. As for the price, there was only one word: no shortage of money. "I told you that Mr. Shen was wrongly accused, but you still didn't believe it." That's right. This mother and son are so heartless that they secretly transferred nearly 300 million yuan from someone else's card. If it weren't for Mr. Shen not making a fuss about it for the sake of his girlfriend, we would still be kept in the dark. When new evidence was released, netizens who knew the truth were instantly shocked, and online public opinion instantly changed. At this time, Zhao Damei, who was coming out of the supermarket, humming a song, suddenly heard someone talking next to her. After listening carefully, it seemed that yesterday's incident had reversed. Then she took out her phone and opened the acne scar. She saw that her comment area had been flooded with insults. Feeling guilty, Zhao Damei hurriedly prepared to reply to each one, but her reply speed was not as fast as the speed of the increase in comments. She would never be able to reply to all of them even if she died. She took out her phone, found Xingyan's phone number and called him. "You little bastard, you framed us!" Zhao Damei shouted desperately. Chapter 34, West City Land. Listen carefully. I'll only say this once. If you want to save your son, you have to exchange his household registration. Xingyan hung up the phone without waiting for Zhao Damei to reply. Household registration book, what do they need it for? Never mind, as long as Wang Kuan can be rescued, anything is fine. After all, Wang Kuan is the only child of the Wang family, and they are counting on him to carry on the family line. The next day, Zhao Damei brought the household registration booklet early in the morning and kept urging Xingyan to rescue his son. In the end, she simply stayed at Xingyan's house and refused to leave. I will leave when my son is rescued. Xingyan ignored her and took the household registration book to the relevant department, and finally moved Wang Yuemin's household registration out. Xingyan also fulfilled his promise and withdrew the charges against Wang Kuan. Hearing this, Zhao Damei couldn't take it anymore and sat on the ground and rolled around. Didn't we agree that I would give you the household registration booklet and you would rescue my son? Why are you still doing this? I only did what I could do, which was to drop the 300 million yuan charge. As for Wang Kuan's crime, I never said I could bail him out. Xingyan laughed, and then his eyes turned extremely cold as he looked at Zhao Damei. Listen carefully, do you know what 300 million means? It's enough for your whole family to eat jail food for the rest of their lives. Afterwards, Xingyan ignored Zhao Damei's tantrums and rolling around, while Wang Yuemin stood on the second floor balcony and watched the whole process. This time, she did not cry. Looking at the household registration book in her hand, she could not help but sigh. After so many years, I am finally free. After a long time, Zhao Damei stopped crying. The internet can punish you. However, Xingyan was wronged in the first place, and the charges against his family were dropped. Now he is an extremely positive figure on the internet. Who will believe your accusations, Zhao Damei? After dinner, the two watched TV on the sofa. Wang Yuemin was still sitting in Xingyan's arms eating fruit. Looking at Wang Yuemin's little face, he joked, Xiaoman, why do I feel like you've gained weight since you came back from home? Hearing this, Wang Yuemin stopped what she was doing and covered her face. Really? No, I want to lose weight. Then she stretched out her little fist and gestured in front of Xingyan with some warning, as if to tell him not to despise herself. Beat the drums and strike the gongs. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. It was another unfamiliar number. Xingyan hesitated for a long time before answering the phone. Hello, who is this? Are you Xingyan, chairman of Yunshan Lydian? I am the secretary of the Beihai Municipal Party Committee. My name is Chen Huai. I am now informing you that after investigation by relevant departments, it has been determined that your Yunshan Lydian has not committed any illegal acts, so you can continue to open for business. A majestic voice came from the other end of the phone. No way, he is the top leader again, and the top leader of Beihai City. It is certain that there will be no problems with my hotel sooner or later, but I didn't expect that it was the top leader of Beihai City who came to inform me. I couldn't help but feel flattered. Hello Secretary Chan, thank you for upholding justice for us, Xingyan said. I've heard Mr. Ming mention your name, Xingyan, a long time ago, and I've always wanted to meet you. How about tomorrow? Are you free? Secretary Chen said with a smile. Of course I have time, Secretary Chen. See you tomorrow, Xingyan replied. After they talked for a few words, they hung up the phone. Then Xingyan called Zhang Sheng and told him that the hotel had been investigated and that it would reopen in a week, and that it would offer a 50% discount all day. Xingyan thought clearly that the employees had only had 2 or 3 days off, so he should let them have a few more days off. It was not for anything else, but for being arrogant. And a 50% discount could also attract customers faster. The two of them fell asleep in each other's arms in silence that night. The next day, after Wang Yuemin's careful selection, Xingyan changed into a set of sports casual clothes. After all, he was going to meet the municipal party secretary, so he could dress casually, but not too casually. After checking the time, Xingyan set off and drove to Beihai Municipal Government. 10 minutes later, Xingyan drove to the city government. This time, he had the experience from the last time, so he found a parking lot near the city government and walked over. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, Xingyan arrived in front of the city government gate. Looking at the brand new and magnificent city government, Xingyan murmured. After all, this is Beihai City. The government back home is far inferior to this place. Then he took out his phone and asked about the location of the office. Then Xingyan came to the office door and knocked. Come in, a voice came from the office. Xingyan pushed the door open and saw Chen Huai handling government affairs on the phone. After getting Chen Huai's instructions, Shen Yan sat down on the sofa beside him. After sitting down, he glanced at Chen Huai, who was on the phone. Although there was not much expression on his face, he could feel the majesty emanating from his strong aura. After a while, Chen Huai hung up the phone and said as he walked away, "Hey, Mr. Shen, I've heard of your great name for a long time." Shen Yan waved his hands and said, "I don't deserve it. I have admired Secretary Chen for a long time. I heard that you went home a while ago and spent 50 billion yuan. That's really a big deal," said Chen Huai. "How dare I, Secretary Chen, thank you for your compliment," Shen Yan said modestly. He always felt that Chen Huai would not ask him to come here for no reason, so he asked, "Is there something Secretary Chen wants me to do? Is there nothing I can do to find you?" Chen Huai smiled, "What a smart guy, actually, I have something to discuss with you. It's like this. There is a piece of land in the west of the city. After developing it a little, the developer went bankrupt and ran away. Why can't it be put out to bid?" Shen Yan asked. He vaguely remembered that this kind of land was put out to bid by the government, and then someone would come to bid. The first reason is that the land is too expensive. The second reason is that they were going to build an amusement park there, but ended up with a mess, so it always fails to sell. Chen Huai explained. "I've read your speech in your hometown and know that you are a person with a sense of social responsibility and have a strong cash flow. That's why I wanted to discuss this with you." Hearing this, Shen Yan thought about it. Chen Huai's words made him feel a little kidnapped, but he was still thinking about how to hold his wedding in the future a few days ago. If he turned around and built an amusement park and proposed in the amusement park, wouldn't it be of great significance? But thinking again, the amusement park should not be small, so he asked, "How much land is there in the west of the city?" 30 square kilometers, the selling price is as high as 34.3 billion renminbi, Chen Huai replied. Listening to Chen Huai's reply, Shen Yan touched his chin. My goodness, such a large piece of land, Disney is only about 1 square kilometer? No wonder it always fails to sell, with such an expensive price, even if it is bought, there is no money to develop it. Chen Huai looked at Shen Yan, who was thinking, and did not urge him. He understood that no matter how rich Shen Yan was, he could not force him to take over a mess. "I'll take over this mess." After thinking for a while, he finally made a decision because he thought of a better idea. He then said, "But I have another request. I want to jointly undertake this project with the construction group. In fact, I am fully capable of taking on this project, but when I think about the fact that I am a member of the Beihai Chamber of Commerce and also the vice president, I decide to lend a helping hand if I can." "Ha ha ha, I knew it. I didn't misjudge him," Chen Huai laughed. The long-delayed mess was finally dealt with. Moreover, if the amusement park opened smoothly, it would be his political achievement. After all, this scale could be regarded as the largest amusement park in China. The two chatted all afternoon and didn't even have time to eat lunch. After looking at the time, Shen Yan said goodbye to Chen Huai and prepared to go home. After arriving home, Shen Yan called Gao Gang. "Hey, what are you busy with, brother Gao?" "Oh, what brings you here?" Gao Gang joked. "Of course I have something to ask you. I've taken on a project. Do you want to work on it together?" Shen Yan said after a pause. Chapter 35, Rogue Zhao Damei. "Oh? What project?" Gao Gang asked with interest. "There is a piece of land in the west of the city. I plan to build an amusement park. It's over 30 square kilometers. What do you think?" Shen Yan said with a smile. "Fuck. It's so big." Gao Gang's mouth almost dropped to the ground, and he said in surprise. He could imagine that with Shen Yan's ability, the project he took on must be not small, but after listening to him, he still underestimated him, thinking that this kid has a big appetite. The land and the building will cost a lot of money. But after thinking about it, Gao Gang understood everything. Shen Yan could handle such a big project by himself, but now he wanted him to take it on together with him. The reason was all in his mind. "Okay, I'll take this project." Gao Gang smiled cheerfully and continued, "Let's meet some other day to discuss the details." After a few pleasantries, Shen Yan hung up the phone. "What were you talking about just now? You seemed so happy." Wang Yuanmin walked over and said, "Nothing, just work." This matter had to be kept secret from Wang Yuanmin, otherwise there would be no surprise. Then Shen Yan looked at Wang Yuanmin with a smirk on his face. It seemed like he hadn't favored her for several days. "Look at you, haven't you seen enough?" Come on, Wang Yuemin instantly understood his look, and then opened his arms and closed his eyes to welcome the storm of the night. The next morning, when Shen opened his eyes, he found Wang Yuemin hanging on him like a sloth again. He laughed and scolded, "You little girl, do you think I'm a tree?" Then he patted her little butt, covered her with a quilt and left the room. Ding, the latest task is released. Integrate all companies under your name and reward 188 NB points. Speaking of which, why don't you use the store I opened for you? Do you think I'm not classy enough? Listening to the task issued by the system, I was asked to integrate the company? That's right, the companies under my control are too scattered and should indeed be managed centrally. As for the NB store mentioned by the system, I have never used it. I clicked it and took a look, then smiled evilly. Otherwise, I should buy a Tell the Truth card and use it on Zhao Damei. He immediately did what he said, spent 10 NB points to buy a Tell the Truth card, and spent another 60 NB points to buy a Bad Luck Week card, and then silently recited Zhao Damei's name. The effects of the two cards took effect. In a hotel in Beihai, Zhao Damei was sitting on the bed fiddling with her phone. After returning yesterday, she saw a lot of scolding on the internet. Zhao Damei was so angry that she kicked a big hole in the hotel cupboard. She thought she would leave quickly tomorrow to avoid being discovered. At that time, she was editing an article about Shen on Weibo, trying to use online public opinion to make Shen submit again. Suddenly, her body shivered twice, her mind was a little confused, and then her hands uncontrollably typed out a 1,000-word apology article, in which she detailed her sins, how she treated her own daughter, how she deceived Shen, etc. But in her opinion, this article about Shen was written extremely perfectly, expressing her grievances and the persecution she suffered at the hands of Shen and his wife. After it was finished and published, Zhao Damei nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, her stomach growled. She was about to get up and go out to eat, but she stumbled and fell on the cupboard. The hole, which was originally as big as her foot, suddenly became much bigger. When she fell to the ground, she was about to grab it, but she didn't expect to pull the curtain down. The hotel receptionist heard the noise and rushed over to check. After knocking on the door, Zhao Damei quietly stood up and hid in the corner, not daring to say a word. If she was discovered, she would definitely have to pay compensation. She didn't have much money on her. However, the receptionist felt something was wrong, so she took out the spare room card and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, the receptionist was shocked by the scene in front of her. "You turned my hotel into a battlefield?" There was a pile of melon seed shells on the ground, and the curtains were torn down. Just as she was about to ask if anyone was there, she turned around and saw a big hole in the cupboard, and then saw Zhao Damei hiding in the corner. "Hello, the curtains are 200 and the cabinets are 1,000. Do you want cash, WeChat, or Zafubo?" The receptionist looked at her and said, "This cabinet was like this when I came here. Don't try to blackmail me. I don't have any money." Zhao Damei said loudly. He really didn't have any money. The money and checks given by Shen at the beginning, his son gave him 300,000 yuan, and he lost it in gambling. So he should deny it if he can. "Oh? Really? Then I can only call the police." Then he took out his cell phone and prepared to call the police. As a result, before the number was dialed, Zhao Damei smashed the phone to the ground, damaging the back glass. Then she said with a cheerful look instead of anger, "You have added another charge of intentionally damaging other people's property." Hearing the sound coming from this room, many people gathered over. "Screw you, you pig-eating, dog-smelling, toad-sucking bastard." It was clearly the phone that fell to the ground by itself. "What does it have to do with me?" Zhao Damei said with her eyes wide open. "Anyway, there is no direct evidence to prove that I damaged it. Even if the police come and arrest me, there is nothing they can do. Even if you are a police officer, you can't frame a good person, right? Then explain what you said to the police." Then a tall and strong guy picked up his phone and called the police. 5 or 6 minutes later, the police arrived at the scene and asked, after roughly understanding the situation, "Hello, you are suspected of damaging other people's property, please come with us." Zhao Damei sat on the ground, throwing a tantrum and rolling around, looking like a scoundrel. "I didn't do it, do you have any evidence?" The policeman smiled slightly. He had encountered such things many times and he saw such scoundrels very often. After giving 3 chances, he picked up Zhao Damei and decisively brought her back to the police station. Sinan Mansion. Shen didn't know what happened to Zhao Damei, he only knew that the system's products must be high quality, absolutely not bad. As for the integration company mentioned by the system, he really had no experience, so he put out the cigarette in his hand and called Wang Mian and Zhang Shang. Invite them to have lunch together at Yunshan Lydian Hotel at noon. By the way, talk about the issue of company integration. Why do you get up so early every day? Wang Yuemin rubbed his eyes and went downstairs with his hair loose. He was a little grumpy when he got up. He didn't accompany me every day. There was no one there when I opened my eyes. You're awake. That's great. Pack up and I'll take you to eat fish. Shen Yan said with a smile. The reason why he chose to go to Yunshan Lydian was that the atmosphere was good for eating and talking, and the other was that Wang Yuemin said that he wanted to eat fish when he came back that day. Hearing this, Wang Yuemin's bad mood disappeared. She jumped up, made a yes sign, and then rushed into Shen Yan's arms and kissed Shen Yan's face like a chicken pecking at rice. Beautiful sky above the clouds. The managers of the three companies were standing in front of the door waiting at the same time. Wang Mian said with a smile, I didn't expect that we are actually a family. Yeah, I didn't expect that Mr. Shen is so capable that he could acquire our three companies within half a month. Zhang Sheng agreed. As for Zhang Nan, don't tell me how autistic he is. You two have at least met the chairman, but I haven't even seen him in person, so I don't know what his temper or personality is like. As if he could see Jiang Nan's situation, Wang Mian said, Don't worry, Miss Jiang. Mr. Shen is a very approachable person. As long as you don't touch his bottom line, you can do whatever you want. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly and said, I haven't even met him, but he came up and gave me a raise. This is the first time I've seen a boss like this. Hearing this, Wang Mian and Zhang Sheng smiled at each other, thinking back, that is how we got through this. Let me hear who is saying bad things about me. Chapter 36 Group Merger. At this time, Shen Yan walked in holding Wang Yuemin's hand. Looking at the people in front of him, he thought, these are all business elites, and now they have become his subordinates. Thank you, system, thank you, system. You're welcome. The system responded. Mr. Shen, you are late. Wang Mian joked. Hello, Mr. Shen, I am Jiang Nan, the general manager of South China Pharmaceutical. I have heard of your name for a long time and finally met you today. Jiang Nan said with a smile. Shen Yan looked at the woman in front of him. Her appearance was not much worse than Wang Yuemin. Considering that she was the general manager of South China Pharmaceutical, Shen Yan was slightly surprised. She was a strong woman. Before Shen Yan could think for long, he felt a small hand circling his lower back. After feeling the pain, Shen Yan looked back and saw Wang Yuemin looking at him with a half smile, a warning in her eyes, as if telling him, don't mess with me. Well, hello? Shen Yan endured the pain and said to Jiang Nan, then looked at the others, are we just going to stand here and talk? Everyone was stunned, and then Zhang Sheng made a gesture to invite him in. Please come in, Mr. Shen, the dishes have been served, and the wife's favorite fish has also been served. Wang Yuemin took her hands off Shen Yan's back when she heard Zhang Sheng call her madam. She looked at him and compared her fists with him. Look at him. He's very considerate. Humph. I'm going to drain you dry tonight so you can't go out and mess around. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Shen Yan picked up a piece of fish for Wang Yuemin and looked at the 3 people and said, everyone, what do you think about integrating the company? Wang Mian spoke first, I agree to merge and form a diversified group. At the same time, the 3 of us will continue to perform our respective duties. The other 2 nodded, and Jiang Nan said, I feel that we can expand enrollment. First, it will help us recruit useful talents, and second, it will help ease the employment pressure in the city. Okay, I'll call and ask about this. Listening to Jiang Nan's words, Shen Yan drank a glass of wine with satisfaction. Indeed, the employment pressure in society is too great nowadays. There are hundreds of thousands of new graduates every year, and the supply is simply insufficient to meet the demand. He continued, what's a better name for our group? Seeing them scratching their heads, Shen Yan knew that this kind of thing should be decided by him as the head of the group, and then he said, why not, just call it Xingsha Group. Zhang Sheng smacked his lips and agreed. Midsummer, midsummer. It sounds catchy and resounding. The word midsummer shows that our group is full of vigor and vitality. Listening to Zhang Sheng's interpretation, Shen Yan was so happy that he cried out. This guy, he praised people in such a way that made people feel comfortable. However, he really said something that he had not expected. Xingsha Group was indeed a vibrant group. Let me tell you something first. After the group merges, I will give each of you 10% of the shares. Cheer up and work hard. Shen Yan thought that since he founded Xingsha Group, these three people were equivalent to the founding heroes in ancient times. Although there was no need to give them shares, the best way to win their hearts was to give them money. There was no other way, he was rich and domineering. Fuck. These two words are the only ones I can use to describe the excitement in my heart, Wang Mian said. Although he was already used to such lavish gestures from the chairman, he was really shocked when Shen Yan said that today. The other two were so shocked that their mouths almost dropped to the ground, especially Jiang Nan. She no longer looked like a beauty. Giving her shares would mean that she would be a director of the company as well. Zhang Shang looked at Shen Yan and thought to himself, I followed the right person. I knew that if I followed Shen Yan, sooner or later I would be successful. In this way, I would not have to worry about salary, but I would get dividends now. We will devote ourselves to Mr. Shen until our death, the three said in unison. Listening to the three people's words, Shen Yan smiled helplessly, but she was thinking in her heart, where should the headquarters of Xingxia Group be built? Then she slapped her forehead and thought, yes, it can be built in the west of the city, she just got a piece of land. An hour later, the banquet ended and Shen Yan and Wang Yuemin left with the three people saying goodbye. However, Shen Yan did not return to Sinan Mansion, but drove to the construction group. Wang Yuemin sent Shen Yan off and then went shopping with her bestie. After getting off the car, looking at the tall building in front of him, although he had dealt with Gao Gang many times, this was his first time to the construction group. Without letting the secretary know, Shen Yan pushed open the door of the chairman's office and saw Gao Gang processing documents. He looked up and was slightly stunned when he saw that it was Shen Yan. Why are you here? Are you here to visit? Gao Gang joked. Of course I came to discuss the project with you. Looking at the huge chairman's office, which was elegantly decorated, Shen Yan smiled as he played with the toad on the table. Brother, this office is unique. Gao Gang laughed, made a gesture of invitation and sat down on the sofa. The secretary brought tea. Shen Yan took a sip and said, I'll pay 70%, you pay 30%, and we'll split the profits in half. How about that, brother? Gao Gang was shocked when he heard this. You pay 70%, and the profits are split in half, so my construction group will definitely make a profit. Without saying more, he looked at Shen Yan meaningfully. Okay, thanks bro. The two discussed the land in the west of the city for an entire afternoon, and finally agreed that Xingxia Group would contribute 70% and Construction Group would contribute 30% to build the largest amusement park in China, and Shenyang Xingxia Group headquarters would also be located there. Shen Yan couldn't refuse Gao Gang's invitation. He was just about to call Wang Yuemin to say that he would not go back for dinner, but Wang Yuemin called him first. Shen Yan, I was at Genoa department store and my mother stopped me and asked me for money. Can you come and save me? Wang Yuemin said anxiously. Ding. The system issues a task, punishing Zhao Damei and rewarding lithography machine technology. Okay, don't worry, I'll be there right away. Shen Yan hung up the phone, apologized to Gao Gang, and didn't care about the reward given by the system. I have a good relationship with the person in charge of Genoa department store. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know, Gao Gang said. Shen Yan nodded and drove to Genoa department store. She really didn't expect that this crazy woman would never stop. Shen Yan spent 100 NB points to buy a Justice from Heaven card in the store. This card can be said to be the most expensive item in the store. Genoa department store. After Zhao Damei was brought back to the police station, he was subdued after acting like a rogue for a day. He finally borrowed money from others and repaid the store's losses. He was finally released from the police station. Therefore, Zhao Damei changed her strategy and planned to start with Wang Yuemin in order to get the money or release his son. She stayed in Sinan Mansion every day, staring at Shen Yan and Wang Yuemin, just for a chance when Wang Yuemin was not with Shen Yan. After a week of tracking, Zhao Damei had only one feeling, as if she were a crow, carrying something wherever she went. She followed them to Yunshan Lydian, but ended up stepping on dog shit. At night, she squatted downstairs of Sinan Mansion and was urinated on by stray dogs while they were using it as a telephone pole. Finally, Zhao Damei finally found out today that Wang Yuemin went to the mall alone after leaving Shen Yan behind. How could she let go of such a good opportunity? She followed all the way to the second floor of the mall and finally found Wang Yuemin. Then she ignored everything and started yelling, saying that the unfaithful daughter didn't care about her mother, and that she teamed up with her boyfriend to set a trap for her own brother. She whispered in Wang Yuemin's ear for 1 million yuan. Wang Yuemin was so frightened that she had to bear the criticism from people around her. Even her best friend looked at her differently. She had no choice but to call Shen Yan. After driving all the way, Xingyan finally arrived at Genoa Commercial Building. As soon as he entered the building, he heard shouting from the third floor. He didn't need to listen carefully to know that the voice was from Zhao Damei. He hurried to the third floor by the elevator. As soon as he got out of the elevator, he saw a crowd of people in front of him. After pushing through the crowded crowd, Xingyan saw Zhao Damei hugging Wang Yuemin's legs and crying. Zhao Damei. Let Xiao Min go. Your son broke the law himself. No one is going to harm him. Chapter 37 Lithography Machine. Seeing the scene, Xingyan came over and roared. When Wang Yuemin saw Xingyan coming, his eyes instantly turned red. While Zhao Damei was stunned by Xingyan's voice, she shook off his hand, ran to Xingyan, and threw herself into Xingyan's arms. Xingyan looked at her with eyes full of pity, comforting her and wiping her tears. You're talking nonsense. It was clearly you who framed my son. Zhao Damei said loudly. The government has approved the reopening of my hotel and told me that this matter has nothing to do with me. Moreover, I have not yet investigated the matter of your son stealing my 300 million check. I didn't expect you to dare to do this. Xingyan's eyes were very cold. He never thought that a person could be so shameless. Oh, I remember now. He is the villain who was very popular on the internet a while ago. Yes. Now that you mention it, I remember it. The people around recognized Zhao Damei and Xingyan and talked about it. Seeing the people around her commenting on her, Zhao Damei knew that she had failed again. Just as she was about to run away, a voice rang out, Zhao Damei, you are suspected of stealing a large amount of other people's property. Please come with us. Xingyan was surprised and said, I have never reported it. Then he thought, it must be the justice card that came into play. In that case, let us do it this way. It will also save me a lot of trouble in the future. I didn't. Zhao Damei tore at the money. She knew that this was 300 million yuan. If she was convicted, her whole life would be ruined. Then she turned around and said to Wang Yuemin in tears, Xiaomin, save me, please save me. I don't want to go to jail. This time, Wang Yuemin ignored her and didn't even look at her, allowing the case officers to take her away. After a while, Wang Yuemin's mood gradually eased. Xingyan embraced Wang Yuemin and prepared to leave. When passing by her bestie, Wang Yuemin gave him a meaningful look. The best friend was so regretful in her heart. She didn't stand with Wang Yuemin because she was embarrassed to be pointed at by others. Just imagine if they had stood firmly together at that time, she would be able to hook up with Xingyan, a rich man, now. After returning home, Xingyan picked up Wang Yuemin, looked at her and said, Do you blame me? Wang Yuemin shook her head. I have severed ties with him. Besides, they have gone too far time and time again. It's not your fault. Wang Yuemin knew that Xingyan had tolerated them for a long time for her sake. Even though they had severed ties, Xingyan still did not pursue the matter of the 300 million checks for her sake. Hearing Wang Yuemin's answer, Xingyan smiled, then carried him to the bed, sat beside the bed, and covered her with a quilt. He gently patted her back. Watching her slowly fall asleep, Xingyan exclaimed softly, Zhao Damei and her son will receive the punishment they deserve, and this matter is finally over. Ding, mission completed, reward, lithography machine technology, details have been posted to the host's phone. Tamarind chip blueprint is also included. Xingyan was shocked. He was too anxious today and didn't pay any attention to the reward given by the system. Now that the task was completed and the reward was issued, Xingyan finally reacted. Looking at the detailed information about the lithography machine on his mobile phone, Xingyan exclaimed, Oh my god, this is the technology of the lithography machine. You know, Huawei is being suppressed by the United States now. If I can really develop the lithography machine with the help of this information, it will be of great significance to the entire China. There is also the Tamarind chip. Although Xingyan cannot understand it, he understands the 3 nanometers marked in the upper right corner. You know, the United States has just launched a 5 nanometers chip. The next day, the two did not wake up until noon. After lunch, Xingyan was called by Gao Gang to inspect the land in the west of the city. Brother Gao, why do you come by yourself? Why bring me along? Xingyan complained a little. If Gao Gang hadn't insisted on letting him come, he would be hugging Wang Yuemin and playing with him now. Young people need to exercise more and not stay at home all the time, Gao Gang said with a smile. When I arrived at the west of the city, I was shocked. How long has it been abandoned? It was overgrown with weeds and the construction equipment was a bit rusty. On second thought, such a large-scale project is really not something that ordinary people can do. The two men walked around for a day and finally agreed that the construction group would take over in full, clear the land before the new year, and throw away everything that could be thrown away. They would have no shortage of money and would be ready to start construction after the new year. After returning home, Wang Yuemin had already gone to bed, and Shen Yan was alone on the balcony, in a daze, wondering how he should apply this technology. Should he set up his own company, or transfer this technology to Huawei? The system released a new task, acquired Huawei, mass-produced Tamron chips, and rewarded an Airbus A380 private jet. Well, I was just worrying about it, and the system solved it for me, directly acquiring it and merging it into Xingxia Group. As for this reward, Shen Yan took out his mobile phone and searched it. The Airbus A380 is currently the most expensive private jet in the world. The living space of this private jet is very luxurious, and there is also a special entertainment room. Before him, only Saudi Prince Al Walid paid 2 billion renminbi to buy it. Shen Yan shouted fuck. And almost woke up Wang Yuemin beside him. System dad is too damn good to me. A private jet, this was something I never dared to think about before. Don't be too happy, your task is not completed yet. I forgot to tell you that if the system task is not completed, the penalty will be shortened by 12 centimeters. 12 centimeters, isn't that all that's left? No, we must acquire Huawei, and we'll set out tomorrow, not for anything else, just so that the Chinese can use the chips produced by China. After thinking for a while, it seemed that among his subordinates, only Wang Mian could be considered the most idle. In fact, Shen Yan originally wanted to take Jiang Nan with him, but he had to follow Wang Yuemin, so let Wang Mian take care of it for a while. He did what he said, got up lightly and went to the living room, picked up his mobile phone and dialed a call for a long time before it was connected. Hey, Mr. Shen, you are young and I can't do it. It's already past 1 o'clock. Wang Mian complained. I'm sorry, it's really important. Please fly with me to Shenzhen tomorrow. Shen Yan said with a smile. Ah? Why are you going to Shenzhen Stock Exchange, Mr. Shen? My company has a lot of things to do. In fact, the company does have a lot of things to do. Recently, it is the time to pay the rent. As the general manager, Wang Mian must keep an eye on it personally and cannot make any mistakes. Hearing this, Shen Yan said directly, come with me to do something big, hurry up, will you come? Go. Before Shen Yan could continue speaking, Wang Mian hung up the phone. He was really too sleepy. He worked overtime until after 11 o'clock yesterday. Looking at the phone, Shen Yan smiled helplessly and glanced at the time. It was indeed very late. The next day, Shen Yan got up early and woke up Wang Yuemin. With reluctant whimpers, Wang Yuemin finally got up. After a while, Wang Mian also came to Sinan Mansion. After getting ready, they rushed to the airport. Chapter 38 Acquisition of Warwick Group. As soon as he landed, Shen Yan did not rush to Warwick. Instead, he returned to the hotel he had just booked. He decided to call and make an appointment first. Hey, help me make an appointment to meet with Mr. Ren tomorrow morning. Shen Yan said. He had learned about the old man he was going to meet tomorrow. He was defrauded of 2 million yuan when he was young, but he did not fall down because of it. He established Warwick Company and distributed the equity to everyone in the company. Now because of network technology, his daughter was detained in another country, but he was still the pillar of the entire Warwick and Shen Yan's idol. I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Ren has been ill recently. Unless it's an important matter, he refuses to receive visitors, the receptionist said politely. Please tell him that I have some photolithography technology and I want to sell it to Huawei. Shen Yan said calmly. In fact, it is understandable that an old man who was almost 80 years old, working under such great pressure for so long, would not be able to bear it even if he was made of iron. And he is the head of Huawei after all, and not everyone can meet him if they want to. Sir, you are really joking. Hearing Shen Yan's words, the receptionist thought it was just a prank. Although he was just a receptionist, he still knew the company's affairs. What Huawei lacked most now was the lithography machine. If it had the lithography machine and produced its own chips, there would be no need for the United States to control it. Then he would be able to compete with the fruit company. I'm not kidding. Please make an appointment for me tomorrow morning. Shen Yan said. The receptionist responded and hung up the phone. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Shen Yan brought Wang Mian to Warwick headquarters. After confirming with the front desk, they came to the chairman's office on the top floor. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Mr. Rin, who was handling affairs in the office. His face was full of vicissitudes of life. "Are you the young man who called to make an appointment yesterday?" Seeing Shen Yan come in, Mr. Ren looked at him kindly. "Yes, it's me." "Hello, Mr. Ren." Shen Yan walked over and took the initiative to extend his hand, and said with emotion that although the old man was old, he still couldn't stop his spirit. Then he said, "I didn't expect that you would meet me. I didn't believe it at first, and today I saw how young you are, but then I thought, no one would lie to an old man like me." Mr. Ren took a look at Shen Yan. This young man had a unique temperament and his words were very convincing. "Yes, I really have the information about the lithography machine," and then he took out his mobile phone, put it on the table, and pushed it over to show it to Mr. Ren. When Mr. Ren took the phone and looked at it, his face changed drastically. This seemed to be the information about the photolithography machine. Even with so much experience, he couldn't control his emotions. Then he called a scientist from his company, named Wang Wan, and handed him the phone. Wang Wan was slightly startled, adjusted his glasses, and looked at the information on the phone carefully. "Oh my God!" Wang Wan exclaimed, glanced at Mr. Ren, and then looked at Shen Yan, who showed the information. "Impossible, this is impossible." Looking at Wang Wan's expression, Mr. Ren looked at him in disbelief. He had a conclusion in his mind. Since it could make this scientist exclaim, he must think that the information was true. This is really the information of the lithography machine for producing 3 nanometers chips. Wang Wan was overjoyed. He never thought that the technology that was not available in the whole of China could be easily taken out by this young man. You know, the best chip in the world today is the 5 nanometers chip of Fruit Company. Before Huawei was sanctioned, it could also produce 5 nanometers chips. Moreover, this technology is extremely advanced, directly upgrading the chip to 3 nanometers. Shen Yan was watching the two people in surprise. He knew that today's event had already had a very good start. Then he said, "How is it, Mr. Ren? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Mr. Ren laughed, then suddenly became serious. "Name your price, Mr. Shen. I hope you can sell this information to us." The word "you" proves that Mr. Ren has recognized Shen Yan. At the same time, it is very different as to how Shen Yan obtained this lithography machine technology. "I plan to send this information to your company," Shen Yan said. As soon as Shen Yan said this, Mr. Ren was stunned. He thought that this young man would make a lot of money, but he didn't expect that he would give it away for free. Before Mr. Ren could speak, Shen Yan continued. "But I want to acquire the entire Huawei company." Then Shen Yan took out the Tamrin chip and pushed it to Ren Lao and Wang Wan. When the two were studying it, Shen Yan said, "I know that you are a patriotic businessman, but your company has suffered from several rounds of sanctions from the United States, which means that 5G mobile phones can only use 4G networks. Now I have new lithography technology, more powerful 3 nanometers Tamrin chips, and strong cash flow. I can guarantee that after the acquisition of Huawei, you will still have full autonomy. I will not interfere too much, not for anything else. I am also very patriotic, and we all have the same dream. For us in China, to use chips produced in China. Finally, I can guarantee that within half a year, I will bring your daughter back to China." After saying this, Shen Yan walked out of the office without even looking back. He believed that Mr. Ren would definitely agree in the end, because he knew that Huawei would be even more successful in his hands. And he promised to rescue her daughter. After Shen Yan left, he left the two of them standing there in a daze. Not to mention selling the company. Even if he really wanted to sell it, he couldn't make a decision immediately. It would take many rounds of discussions within the company. For an entire afternoon, Mr. Rin sent people to investigate Shen Yan. They found out that his donations exceeded 70 billion yuan and that he owned several large companies. The final result was that this young man was capable of acquiring the entire Warwick. As the sun sets, the old man stands in front of the window, the red light of the sunset shines on him. For Huawei, he has sold the sub-brand. Mr. Rin is thinking, what is he doing for? Finally, he figured it out. Everything is for China, for the rapid development of Chinese technology. Turning back, he sighs that he is old after all. After Shen Yan returned to the hotel, he changed his clothes, put on sunglasses, and went out with Wang Yuemin. His original plan was to travel and acquire a company at the same time. 2 days later, In the past 2 days, Xinyan took Wang Yuemin to travel around most of Shenzhen, visited tourist attractions and ate delicious food, while the poor Wang Mian was arranged by Xinyan to stay in the hotel waiting for news from Warwick, and his own Beihai building still needed Wang Mian's remote control. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. The phone rang. Xinyan picked up the phone and looked at it. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Compared to the acquisition of Huawei, the matter has been settled. Then he answered the phone. Hello. Mr. Shen, how have you been these days? Mr. Ren's voice rang out. Oh, Mr. Ren, you actually called me in person. I guess the matter has been resolved? Shen Yan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Mr. Ren would call in person. It seems that the result is good. I agree to accept the acquisition by your Xingxia group, but I have a request. Mr. Ren said calmly. Hearing this, Shen Yan almost laughed out loud. This was Huawei, and now it would soon become his own property. He cleared his throat and tried to keep his emotions stable. Mr. Ren, go ahead. I demand that the company have absolute autonomy, and the company's equity structure cannot be changed. They are all old employees who have followed me for half their lives, and I cannot treat them unfairly, said Mr. Ren. Okay, I agree to everything. And I will do what I promised to do, to bring your daughter back. Shen Yan said readily. Mr. Ren was a little confused about this young man. He agreed to so many requests without even thinking about it. Did he expect that I would make these requests? As for bringing his daughter back, Mr. Ren just thought that Shen Yan was joking. It was enough to have this intention. Chapter 39 Successful Acquisition, Airbus A380. After the two chatted for a few sentences, they agreed to sign the change contract the day after tomorrow, and then Shen Yan hung up the phone. Ding, mission accomplished. The reward is an Airbus A380 private jet, now parked at Shenzhen Airport, with a pilot. When the system sounded, Shen Yan was overjoyed. He finally got the most luxurious private jet in the world. This way, he could take his own private jet on the return trip. It would also be much more convenient for him to go out in the future. Shen Yan cheered, which attracted the surprised looks of Wang Yuemin and Wang Mian who were eating. Wang Yuemin asked, "What happened that makes you so happy?" I successfully acquired Warwick and bought a private jet along the way. Shen Yan said with a smile. Oh, my husband, you are so amazing. You actually acquired Huawei. So we can take a private plane when we go back here? Wang Yuemin said with a smile. He had never taken a private plane before. Afterwards, Shen Yan gave some instructions to Wang Mian and took Wang Yuemin back to the room to rest. 2 days later, Shen Yan brought the two to the Huawei headquarters. Mr. Ren personally led a group of people to wait downstairs. After seeing Shen Yan's arrival, Mr. Ren joked. Mr. Shen, you are here. If you hadn't come, my old bones would have fallen apart. Sorry, Mr. Ren, I kept you waiting for a long time. There was a bit of traffic jam on the road. Shen Yan said apologetically. He didn't expect so many people to be waiting for him downstairs, and he didn't expect Mr. Ren to come too. The two walked in front, chatting as they arrived at the top-floor conference room. After everyone took their seats, Mr. Ren spoke. Everyone, it's been a long time since we last met. I called you all here today to make an announcement. For the better development of Huawei, I have decided to sell Huawei Group to Xingxia Group. As soon as Mr. Ren finished speaking, there was an uproar in the audience, with everyone speculating, could it be that the entire group had really reached its most dangerous moment and could not hold on any longer? Looking at the people below the stage, Mr. Ren and Shen Yan exchanged a glance and continued, Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. Our group has not fallen, but is developing better, and I will continue to accompany you as always. Now, let's applaud and invite Shen Yan, chairman of Xingxia Group, to come and say a few words to us. Amid the discussion among the crowd, Shen Yan slowly spoke. Hello everyone, I am Shen Yan, chairman of Xingxia Group. First of all, I want to say that I know everyone here has shares in the group. When we acquire Huawei Group, your shares will not change. Secondly, everyone knows that after several rounds of sanctions by the United States, Huawei Group can no longer use 5G chips. Now I want to tell you that I brought the lithography machine research and development technology and the world's most advanced 3nm chip drawings. The audience below the stage were talking back and forth, not believing that the man in front of them was the chairman of Xingxia Group, let alone that he could produce a photolithography machine. What a joke, the photolithography machine technology was blocked, how could he possibly get one? Not to mention a photolithography machine that could produce 3nm chips? Finally, I want to say that I am only acquiring and will not interfere in the internal affairs of the group. The entire Huawei has a high degree of autonomy. Shen Yan ignored all the doubts and said lightly, everyone's salary will be doubled. Hearing this, the audience cheered. If buying Huawei and bringing out the lithography machine technology made the audience half believing and half doubting, then this real salary increase would be enough to convince the employees, right? Shen Yan was still the same as always, and he would spend money whenever he could. After all, everyone likes real money. Afterwards, after a series of handover ceremonies, Warwick Company finally officially belonged to Xingxia Group, and his own Xingxia Group became even stronger. 2 days later, Shen Yan and his party arrived at Shenzhen Airport and returned to Beihai on their private plane. Sinan Mansion. As soon as she entered the house, Wang Yuemin stretched out her body and couldn't wait to hang on Shen Yan like a sloth. She smiled gently and said seductively, "Do you want to play, husband?" Because Wang Mian lived next door to them these days, they didn't dare to be too unrestrained or make too much noise every time, which made them feel unsatisfied every time. As soon as they got home, Wang Yuemin couldn't wait any longer. Shen Yan smiled knowingly and let him hang on him, then walked towards the room. 2 hours later, the two of them were lying on the bed. Wang Yuemin stretched out his little fist and hit him. "It's better to be at home. You don't have to worry about this or that." Shen Yan touched her head lovingly, then hugged her and fell asleep. In a blink of an eye, a month and a half later, the Chinese New Year is only 10 days away. During this period, all the land in the west of the city has been cleared, and Shen Yan also decided to build the new headquarters of Warwick in Beihai City. As for the project, it was still handed over to the construction group, which made Gao Gang very happy. The verdicts for Zhao Damei and her son were announced. Zhao Damei was sentenced to 7 years for theft, while Wang Kuan was sentenced to 11 years for theft and illicit sex. After receiving the verdict, Wang Yuemin remained silent in her room for the entire afternoon. Shen Yan did not disturb her. She must have felt very uncomfortable at this time. In the evening, Wang Yuemin walked out of the room and said, "Husband, let's go buy New Year's goods tomorrow." Shen Yan looked up at her, his eyes swollen from crying. He rubbed her head and held her in his arms. "Okay, let's go home together for the New Year this year." The next day, the two went to Shangshur Plaza to buy clothes, jewelry, cigarettes, alcohol, and various supplements. Along the way, Wang Yuemin led the way, and Shen Yan followed behind to pay, driving like a hostess. At Wang Yuemin's request, Shen Yan bought her a limited edition LV bag. After all, it can cure all diseases. Shen Yan was also happy about this, and the desire to consume can make people happy. The ancients were right. After buying so many things, the car could not fit in, and finally had it delivered to the door. Shen Yan then called the heads of each company and told them that the year-end bonus must be generous. Without further ado, he directly paid the year-end bonus based on 1 year's salary. As soon as the news came out, all employees were shocked. Even the newly joined Huawei employees were very excited. What kind of boss is this? Compared with Dongzi, who treated employees as brothers and then laid off employees, this boss simply treats employees as family. Everyone shouted in unison that they wanted to stay in the company and work overtime. That night, Wang Yuemin climbed onto Shen Yan again in the moonlight, but she was really tired from all the shopping today, so Shen Yan politely rejected her. This made Wang Yuemin very unhappy, and she pointed her little fist at Shen Yan for a long time. On the 21st day of the 12th lunar month, 9 days before the Chinese New Year, Shen Yan packed all his things and prepared to set off at his mother's constant urging. Just like last time, he drove the sports car and let the driver drive the business car, and then let the driver go home after arriving home. The only difference this time was that Shen Yan drove a Lamborghini Veneno worth nearly 100 million yuan. Along the way, Shen's mother made countless phone calls to inquire about where they were, and confirmed whether Wang Yuemin had returned with them. Only after hearing Wang Yuemin's voice did Shen's mother finally feel relieved. After rushing all the way, they finally arrived home before dark, and what greeted them was a large table of dishes prepared by Shen's mother. After unloading the New Year's goods, the family sat together, and Shen's mother said, "You guys are finally back. I missed you so much." "I miss you too, Mom." After that, Wang Yuemin held Shen's mother with both hands and talked about what happened in the past few days. When she talked about how her mother and brother stole 300 million from Shen Yan, she thought Shen's mother would blame him, but unexpectedly, Shen's mother hugged her and said gently, "Child, it's okay, fortunately you have escaped from their clutches. Let alone 300 million, even if it's 3 billion, it's worth marrying you as a daughter-in-law." Chapter 40, Xinhua is too ambitious. When talking about Shen Yan's generous acquisition of Huawei, Shen's father and mother's eyes were filled with pride. They also used Huawei mobile phones themselves, so they naturally knew about this company. They didn't expect their son to be so promising and acquire Huawei. And he was actually able to take the company to a higher level. "Xiaomin, is this brat having any affairs outside?" asked Mother Shen. "Mom, of course not. Although Shenyan has many beautiful female subordinates, Shenyan listens to me." She seemed to be deliberately taking revenge on Shenyan's non-cooperation last night, and said something with hidden meaning. Hearing this, Shen's mother reacted immediately, walked over, grabbed Shenyan's ear and said, "Stinky boy, I'm telling you, if you dare to mess around outside, your mother, will not forgive you." "Mom, don't worry, I won't do that kind of thing." Shenyan was unable to dodge and said in pain, then looked at Wang Yuemin viciously, only to see her smiling sweetly and making a face, "Little rascal, wait and see how I'm going to deal with you tonight." That night, Wang Yuemin finally got the nourishment that she didn't get yesterday. She pecked Shenyan and fell asleep. The next day, the news of Shenyan's return home spread throughout the village. As soon as he got up, his house was crowded with people, even those who had not been in contact for a long time came to his house. They all came to greet each other and praise Shenyan. At noon, when the family was having lunch, my aunt came home with my younger brother. As soon as they entered the door, my aunt said, "Hey, Xiaoyan is back. I saw that the car outside looked like yours, so I brought your brother to visit." "Oh, Xiaomin is back too." Hearing this, Shenyan and Wang Yuemin stood up and greeted them. After asking them to sit down, the aunt smiled and said, "Xiaoyan is really capable. He can drive such a good car." After leaving Shenyan's house last time, he specifically asked his son to check Shenyan's information. Unexpectedly, he really found out that several companies under his name were leading companies in Beihai. This surprised his aunt. She thought Shenyan just rented the place to save face when he returned home. As a result, a few days later, Shenyan appeared in the news and donated 50 billion renminbi. He looked at his son, who had been unemployed at home since graduating from college. He didn't want to go back with Shenyan and ask him to find a decent job for him. "Sister-in-law, are you here for something?" Shen's mother asked. He knew his sister-in-law too well. She was the kind of person who would never come to see him unless she had something important to do. "Well, it's nothing. Shenhua has just graduated and hasn't found a job yet. He thought of coming here to ask Shenyan if he could arrange a job for him," said the aunt. Listening to his aunt's words, Shenyan looked at his younger brother Shenhua. As far as he knew, his younger brother graduated from college last year and stayed at home. His only exercise every day was playing online games. Although he didn't like his aunt's family from the bottom of his heart, they were relatives after all. He looked at him and asked, "Any intentions? I see that you have a lot of large companies under your management. You don't need to arrange it too well. A department manager will be enough. It's enough to earn 50,000 or 60,000 renminbi a month. We should be content with that." Before Shenhua could speak, the eldest aunt rushed to speak. Listening to his aunt's words, Shenyan couldn't help but laugh. For the companies under his control, not to mention Huawei, even Beihai requires at least a bachelor's degree, right? You still want me to arrange a manager for you? That's too much. Then he shook his head and said, "It's unlikely that a department manager will be hired. The minimum requirement in our company is a bachelor's degree. Don't you still have a hotel? Let him be the manager." The eldest aunt did not give up and said nonchalantly, "We are all family, and it is your company, so what's wrong with arranging someone to go in?" Shenyan ignored his aunt, turned to look at his brother and said, "Is your spoken English good? Beihai is the window of China, and foreigners often stay in the hotel, so spoken English must be good." Shenhua shook his head. He could barely recognize a few English words, let alone speak it. What about the basic theories and basic knowledge in the fields of industrial economics and business administration? Shenyan continued to ask. Shenhua still shook his head. He studied auto repair in college, and he really didn't know anything about hotel management. "Well, just let him take up a sinecure in your company. With you as a big brother there, no one dares to say anything," the aunt said with a smile. "No, not to mention my education. If you let me go, I'll just give him a sinecure, and I'll have to fill a position for him." Shenyan flatly refused. Shengxia Group doesn't keep idle people. Besides, if I give you a sinecure and pay you 50,000 or 60,000 yuan a month, why don't I spend 50,000 or 60,000 yuan to find someone with the right professional skills? How can you be so ambitious? Then he looked at Shin Kuo and said, if you really want to go back to Beihai with me, then start from the bottom and take one step at a time. How about that? How can that be possible? Starting from the bottom? Waiter? How long will it take before you can be promoted to manager? Shin Kuo said, crossing his legs. Listening to his words, Shin Yan shook his head and said nothing. The scene was very awkward for a while. Okay, I've figured it out. You've succeeded and can teach others a lesson, but you can't even help with this little favor. The eldest aunt broke the silence and said loudly, it doesn't matter if this relative doesn't get along. Then she turned around and left Shin Yan's house. Shin's mother kept calling her sister-in-law, but she didn't get a response from the other party. After walking out of the door, the eldest aunt looked at Shin Kuo and said, son, don't be discouraged. Your college degree is not a lie. He, a kid who didn't even graduate from high school, can succeed. You can too. Besides, your sister will be back soon. Her boyfriend is a senior executive of Warwick R&D Company. When the time comes, ask your brother-in-law to arrange a good job for you. After the aunt left, Shin Yan's family gathered together. Shin's father looked at Shin Yan and said, your uncle is good in every way, but his wife is not so good. Shin Yan nodded. Over the years, he had a deep understanding of this aunt. She would play tricks on his parents at dinner parties, show off her daughter and son-in-law, and say all kinds of bad things about others behind their backs. The worst incident was when she made a scene at his grandfather's house because of the unequal distribution of the family property and the two round tables. After dinner, Shin's mother and Wang Yuemin went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, leaving only the father and son sitting here. Looking at his father, Shin Yan seemed to remember something and said, Dad, you must have had a hard time these years. Father Shin was stunned by Shin Yan's words. After he reacted, he said, it's okay. We can't let you two down too much. Grandfather's house, now that I'm back, shouldn't I go to my grandfather's house and forget the grudges with a smile? Shin Yan vaguely remembered that when he was very young, he would fall asleep at his grandfather's house every time he had the New Year's Eve dinner. He heard from his father that his grandfather never let his father wake him up. He and his grandfather competed to see who could eat a dumpling in one bite, and he choked many times. He still remembered that when he was a child, he was always curious about why his grandfather would smack his lips after drinking from the cup. Later, at his request, his grandfather took chopsticks, dipped a little and put it in his mouth. Shin Yan felt it was very spicy. From then on, Shin Yan knew that the water in his grandfather's quilt was different from the water in his own quilt. Grandpa's house. Shin Yan's grandfather, Shin Jianghe, was sitting in front of the TV wearing a pair of reading glasses, but his eyes were not on the TV program. Instead, he was looking at the slightly yellowed photo in the frame not far away. That was the first family portrait of the family 20 years ago and the only one so far. You still won't forgive your father? Chapter 41 Old Things. Shin Jianghe murmured, and his eyes gradually became moist. Okay, stop looking. Will he come if you look at him? An abrupt voice sounded, and Shin Yan's grandmother Deng Hohat walked into the room and said, Ji Dong is a son, it's the same as not having him. Fortunately, there is Ji Qiang. Look at his daughter Fong Fong. I heard that she found a partner who works in a big company. Look at the second son's family, Shin Yan, who couldn't even graduate from high school. That's enough. Isn't it all your fault that things are like this today? Shin Jianghe roared. In the past few years, he had been too partial to the eldest brother's family. Even when Shin Yan came home to visit them, he still talked about Shin Kuo and his sister. 5 years ago. Mid-Autumn Festival is a rare festival for family reunion. Shin Jidong also took a leave from traveling back home. Shin Yan had just finished school. Everyone was at home, sitting together, preparing to have dinner. What's going on? You can't even hold a plate steady. A loud shout was heard and everyone turned around. Deng Hohat was talking to Zhang Lan, Shin Yan's mother. What happened was that Zhang Lan had just returned from the sea and was in charge of cooking for the whole family. After cooking the dishes, he accidentally spilled some of the food when he was putting them on the plates, which caused Zhang Hohat to scold him. You know, Zhang Lan has never received any kindness from the Shin family since she married into the family. There was no gift when they got married, and Deng Hohat was unwilling to take care of her during her confinement, pushing Zhang Lan to her biological mother's home. After much difficulty, her son was admitted to the best local high school, but Shin Yan failed to live up to expectations and was expelled. Deng Hohat, however, was even more sarcastic than before, and would complain from time to time, making Shin Jidong feel torn and not knowing who to help. Even in normal times, the old couple always talked about how good Shin Ji-kyung and his wife and her children were, and never mentioned this family. Even when Shin Ji-dong was injured and hospitalized and called his mother when he missed her very much, all he got from his mother was, "It's not a big deal, don't cry all the time." There was not even a word of concern. It was just because of such a small matter that Deng Hohat started to curse, and even became more and more excited. "No wonder your son was expelled. How could such a thing happen in our Shin family? It's so embarrassing." Then even my eldest aunt Fong Fong said, "What's going on? Mom is telling you to listen. Clean up quickly and don't delay everyone's dinner." "Okay, stop talking. What day is today?" Shin Jianghe quickly grabbed his wife and told her to stop talking. Then he said to Zhang Lan, "It's okay, it will be done in a while. Come and eat." "Say it again." Women are weak by nature, but they become strong when they become mothers. They can endure any hardship or fatigue, but they cannot talk about his son. Putting the plate on the table, Zhang Lan ignored Shin Jianghe's words and yelled at Deng Hohat. This roar made Deng Hohat laugh. "What's the matter? You can't bear it anymore after enduring it for so many years?" Then she turned to her husband and said, "You see, I said he was pretending. He pretended to be good in every way and pretended to be aggrieved." "Okay, Mom, stop talking. She didn't mean it." Shin Ji-kyung came out to smooth things over. Listening to Deng Hohat's words, Zhang Lan looked at Shin Ji-dong with tears in her eyes. "It's already this time, why don't you come out and say something?" Hearing this, Shin Ji-dong fell silent. Looking at the two of them, Deng Hohat said, "Look, my son is still my son. How could I possibly side with an outsider like you?" "Outsider?" Zhang Lan said, "I never thought that after so many years, I would only be called an outsider." Then he looked at everyone present, including the father-in-law and mother-in-law, the eldest brother and sister-in-law, and the nephews and nieces, and took Shin Yan's hand. "Son, let's go." Before leaving, he glanced at Shin Ji-dong with disappointment in his eyes. He didn't dare to say a word when his wife was bullied. Even Shin Ji-kyung knew to come out and smooth things over. After the two left, Shin Ji-dong stood up and said, "Mom, you really went too far today. She has been married for so many years and has worked hard without complaint. How could you hurt her like this?" Shin Jianghe also nodded to show his agreement. Although he was also biased, Deng Hohat had indeed gone too far today. No matter what, he couldn't speak like that. "What did I do wrong? If you have the guts, go ahead and leave." Deng Hohat shouted, then pointed in the direction where Zhang Lan and his mother left. "If you have the guts, just leave and don't acknowledge us as your parents." Shin Ji-dong clenched his fist and said, "Mom, you are still my real mother. I agree with what you said. Let's stop communicating from now on." Just as he was about to walk out, he was stopped by Shin Jianghe, who slapped him hard on the face. "How can you talk to your mother like that? You have been taught to respect the elderly since you were a child, and that's how you learned it. Even if your mother is wrong, you can't talk like that." Touching his burning left face and looking at his father, Shin Ji-dong recalled that the last time his father beat him was when he gave up high school to make money. He knew that if he continued like this, he would still be in a dilemma, so he might as well make a decision. Besides, Zhang Lan had suffered too much for him. Without saying anything, Shin Ji-dong ignored his elder brother's attempts to stop him, picked up his coat from the bed and walked out the door. After watching Shin Ji-dong leave, Deng Hohat shouted, "Let's go, all of you, this unfilial thing." She raised her voice in case others didn't know. Shin Jianghe took a sip of wine, looked at the table of food in front of him, then looked at his right hand, sighed, and thought that after a few days when he calmed down, he would probably come back. After all, this was his home. From that day on, the family never visited again for 5 years. Dividing line. The old man took a look at the family photo and sighed. He thought that the slap he had given him back then was wrong after all. In the bedroom of Shin Yan's house, Shin Yan looked at Wang Yuemin lying on the bed with a sly smile on his face. "Little rascal, you dare to make up stories about me in front of my mother. I think you have forgotten all the times you begged for mercy. Besides, your embroidery needle always leaves me wanting more." Then, Wang Yuemin lifted her hair, slid her fingers from her thighs to her waist, and hooked her hand and said, come on. How could this be tolerated? Uncle could tolerate it, but Aunt couldn't." Shin Yan rushed over and took off his clothes in no time. The sound of panting and the sound of running water echoed in the whole room. 2 hours later, Wang Yuemin curled up in Shin Yan's arms shyly. "You are so mean, I just provoked you for a moment. Why did you work so hard? You've been getting more and more arrogant recently. I'm going to teach you a lesson." Xin Yan looked at her with a smile. Then he said, Xiaomin, will you come with me to Grandpa's house tomorrow? He thought it through and decided to go. They were a family after all. Although the two elders were partial, his grandfather could at least distinguish right from wrong. Moreover, his mother must have gotten over it after all these years. She was angry a long time ago. Sometimes Zhang Lan even let him visit his grandparents when he was free. He couldn't always force his father not to go home. He didn't need to ask for an apology. As long as he could treat his parents well, that would be fine. Ding! The system issues a task to ease the relationship between father and son, and rewards asthma-specific medicine and formula. A specific medicine for asthma? It just so happens that my grandfather could use it. Wang Yuemin nodded, and seeing Xin Yan was a little dazed, she asked carefully, Husband, I have wanted to ask you for a long time. I have never heard you mention grandparents. Is there any hidden story behind this? Looking at Wang Yuemin in his arms, he nodded, and then told him a story. Wang Yuemin fell asleep at some point. She looked at him with a smile, perhaps because she was too tired. Xin Yan turned off the lights and lay on the bed. That night, he had a beautiful dream. He dreamed that his grandparents were very kind to everyone and treated their grandchildren equally. He still competed with his grandfather in eating dumplings and even drank white wine with him. Chapter 42, Old Things 2. The next morning, Xin Yan felt that he was having difficulty breathing while he was sleeping. He opened his sleepy eyes and found that it was dark in front of him. His nose felt a little blocked. After careful feeling, he found that his head was buried between Wang Yuemin's breasts. After the kiss, Xin Yan tried to move his head away, but Wang Yuemin held him tighter. Just when he was about to die, Wang Yuemin changed his position, perhaps because he felt Xin Yan moving. Xin Yan breathed in the air, thinking it was good to be able to breathe. But what would happen if the situation just now happened again? After a quick packing, he woke Wang Yuemin up, had breakfast, and went to the warehouse. He looked at the New Year's goods he had bought, selected a box of ginseng and a few bottles of mutai, and put them in the car. He left home with Wang Yuemin without telling his parents. On the way, Xin Yan was a little nervous. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he didn't know how his grandparents were doing. 5 minutes later, they drove to his grandfather's house in the south of the village. Because it was close to the New Year, there were a lot of pedestrians on the road, all looking at the car Xin Yan was driving. After arriving at the destination, Xin Yan took Wang Yuemin out of the car. When he turned around, he saw the eyes of passers-by. One of them was a neighbor of his grandfather's family. Xin Yan also called her grandma. He said in surprise, Are you Xiaoyan? Yes, Grandma Lu, I am Xiaoyan. You are still in good health. Xin Yan replied with a smile. Why are you here? Didn't I hear? Grandma Lu stopped talking halfway when she realized that what she said was inappropriate. Everyone knew that the second son of the Xin family had not been in contact with the old man in recent years. Oh, no. Xin Yan smiled and waved her hands. She knew what Grandma Lu was going to say. Then she said, I have been away from home for the past few years, so I have never visited Grandpa and Grandma. I came back this year. You have a lot of potential. Your grandma has that kind of temper. Don't bother with her. Grandma Lu looked at the handsome young man in front of her, and then pointed at the Lamborghini Veneno behind Xin Yan. She had heard from her son that any sports car would cost no less than 1 million yuan, and it was very expensive. She said, I heard from your brother that this is a sports car, right? It must cost a lot of money, right? Xin Yan smiled and said that he didn't have much money. Then he introduced Wang Yuemin to Grandma Lu. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two turned around and walked into Grandpa's house. Looking at the house in front of me, it still has the old-style wooden door and the threshold has not been put up. There is a pile of dry pine needles at the door. These are what my grandfather collected in Songling. They can be used to start a fire for cooking. Looking up, he saw a fire burning in the house and the window glass was misted over. Xin Yan couldn't help but sigh that he hadn't been here for so many years. At this moment, a small hand held his hand, with their fingers tightly clasped. Xin Yan looked at Wang Yuemin who was standing beside him. The latter was smiling at him, as if to encourage him. Holding Wang Yuemin with one hand and carrying something with the other, Xin Yan walked in. As soon as he turned the door, a wave of hot air rushed towards him. After a long while, Xin Yan and the other man could see clearly what was going on inside. Grandpa was sitting there, making a fire, steaming buns and stewing pork ribs in the pot. Grandfather. Shin Jianghe didn't look up after being called softly. Shin Yan had heard from his uncle Shin Jichun that his grandfather was old and his hearing was a little deaf. Grandpa. Shin Yan raised his voice. Shin Jianghe suddenly raised his head and looked at the person in front of him. Although his appearance had changed, his voice had not changed. That was Shin Yan, the voice of my grandson Shin Yan. He quickly took out his reading glasses from his pocket. Shoyan? Shin Jianghe asked with a trembling voice. It's me, Grandpa. Shin Yan looked at the old man in front of him and couldn't help but feel mixed emotions. He looked older than the last time he saw him, and his back wasn't as strong as it was a few years ago. Then he joked, "What's wrong, Grandpa, don't you recognize me?" You. For a moment, Shin Jianghe didn't know what to say. He was the one who hurt the other family, but now this kid came to his house on his own initiative. In the past few years, Shin Jianghe didn't know how many times he had looked at the door and imagined Shin Yan's figure coming in from outside. Why are you here? Shin Jianghe burst into tears as he looked at his grandson who was much taller than his father. It's almost Chinese New Year. I bought some things and came to see you guys. Shin Yan looked at Shin Jianghe and said, then pointed at Wang Yuemin beside him and said, besides, I brought my girlfriend back this year. Hello Grandpa, my name is Wang Yuemin, you can just call me Xiaoman. Wang Yuemin said. Good. Shin Jianghe laughed loudly, looked at Wang Yuemin and said, my grandson is so lucky to have found such a beautiful girlfriend. Before he finished speaking, a lot of people gathered at the door of his house. Shin Jianghe was still wondering, what's going on? There aren't usually so many people. Then he went out and saw a group of people surrounding a car and taking pictures. He turned around and looked at Shin Yan questioningly. Your car? Shin Yan smiled and nodded, yes, Grandpa, my car. Brother, your grandson is promising. At this time, Grandma Lu's voice rang out, this car is a sports car. I heard my son talk about it. Just now, the young man next to me checked it on his mobile phone. It's nearly 100 million. The voice was particularly loud. Grandma Lu had watched Shin Yan grow up since he was a child and had long regarded him as her own grandson. Of course she was very proud that her grandson was so successful. Now it was Shin Jianghe's turn to be stunned. He stared at Shin Yan blankly. 100 million. He had never seen a million in his life. How could this guy spend 100 million on a car? What's going on? Why are there so many people? Deng Hohat went to buy a bag of salt on her bicycle. As soon as she turned into the alley, she saw a lot of people standing in front of her house. She quickly sped up and came to the door. Hearing his wife's voice, Shin Jianghe quickly pulled her closer to the crowd, pointed at Shin Yan and said, look, who's here? Shin Jianghe didn't say anything, and he hadn't noticed yet that the man and woman in front of him looked familiar, and they seemed to be Shayan from Lao Er's family. Then he said, are you Shin Yan? Well, Grandma, I came to see you. Shin Yan said. Before Shin Yan finished speaking, Deng Holat saw the poison car and thought, could it be that her eldest granddaughter came back with her son-in-law? She was really proud. Then she looked at Shin Yan in front of her and said loudly, you haven't visited for so many years, and you still know that there are grandparents? Oh, sister-in-law, your grandson has become very successful now. Grandma Lu suddenly said that she knew everything about their affairs in the past few years. Her sister-in-law was famous for her partiality. She then stood up and pointed at the Lamborghini Veneno and said, Shayan bought a sports car worth nearly 100 million yuan. Hearing this, Deng Hohat was a little disappointed. It turned out that it wasn't her grandson-in-law who came back. Wait, Shin Yan, a sports car worth 100 million? How could this grandson have such a great ability? I have always heard that he works in an electronics factory in Beihai and only makes more than 4,000 yuan a month. He turned to look at his wife, and only after seeing her nod did he have to believe that this was indeed Shin Yan's car. Shin Yan looked around and thought that some things were better said behind closed doors. He then took out a few steamed buns from the car and distributed them to everyone. Amid the thanks and praise from everyone, Shin Yan said to the two elders, Grandpa and Grandma, let's go in and talk. I haven't eaten the food you cooked for a long time. Chapter 43, Grandfather and Grandson Conversation. After that, before Deng Hohat could react, Shin Yan took Wang Yuemin and walked into the house first. Later, Shin Jianghe and Deng Hohat also entered the room together. As soon as she entered the door, Deng Hohat couldn't wait to ask, did you really buy that car outside? Shenyan nodded, and then said, Grandpa and Grandma, this is Xiaomin, my girlfriend. Deng Hohot had been immersed in the shock of Shenyan's arrival and the hundreds of millions of sports cars he drove. Hearing this, Deng Hohot noticed the girl next to Shenyan. She was very pretty and graceful. After Wang Yuanmen greeted her politely, Shenyan did not mention his parents. Instead, he took out the gift he brought and introduced it, Grandma, this is some ginseng for you to nourish your body. Then he pointed to the paper box next to him and said, Grandpa, this is the Matai liquor that your grandson presents to you as a gift. He knew that his grandfather had no other hobbies except drinking, so when buying New Year's goods, he decided to buy a whole box of 15-year-old Kowloon Inkstone Matai for his grandfather, which cost more than 70,000 yuan per bottle. Although the old man loves to drink, he doesn't know the price of this wine. He just said, Come on, what do you bring? Shenyan smiled and waved his hand, then asked, I haven't eaten Grandma's big pot of cooking for a long time. How about this for lunch today? To be honest, he really wanted to eat the dishes cooked in this big pot. They were different from those cooked with gas and natural gas, and had a unique flavor. I remember when he was a child, he could eat 2 steamed buns for one meal. Well, Shen Jianghe quickly poked Deng Hohot, who was stunned beside him, and the latter quickly agreed, and then said, It's a good time to call your brother over as well. I haven't seen him for several days. Listening to his grandmother's words, Shen Yan not only did not have the resentment as before, but smiled instead. His grandmother still loved her little grandson the most. Then he said, Okay, I'll go pick him up. Just as Shen Yan was about to go out, he was stopped by Shen Jianghe. No need, let's eat together today. Shen Jianghe ignored the look from his wife Deng Hoat, pulled Shen Yan to the inner room and sat down, looked at him and said, Xia Yan, you've been doing well outside these past few years, right? What kind of work have you been busy with? I opened a small company, Shen Yan said. Hearing this, Shen Jianghe certainly didn't believe it. Nonsense, how can a small company afford such a nice car? Shen Yan smiled and said nothing. His original intention was not to show off his financial resources in order to make the old man apologize, but purely to show his filial piety. Seeing that Shen Yan didn't say anything, Shen Jianghe didn't ask any more questions. He turned to look at Wang Yuanmen, who was sitting next to him, and said, Kid, did this brat bully you? If he did, tell Grandpa and I'll beat him up. Wang Yuanmen smiled and said, Grandpa, he is so nice to me. I am almost spoiled by him. Hearing Wang Yuanmen say this, the old man was very happy and was satisfied with his granddaughter-in-law no matter how he looked at her. After taking a sip of tea, he seemed to see that the old man had something to say to Shen Yan alone, so he stood up and said he would go to help his grandmother. After closing the door, Shen Jianghe finally spoke, Child, I'm sorry for your family. Shen Yan waved his hand and said, Grandpa, we are all family, there is nothing to be sorry about. My mother didn't take it to heart and always asked me to come home and see you when I have time. Looking at the somewhat agitated Shen Jianghe in front of him, Shen Yan understood in his heart that he knew his grandmother was wrong at the beginning, but he could not allow his father to say that kind of words, so he slapped her. Moreover, Grandma Deng Hohat's temper has existed for a lifetime and cannot be changed. Therefore, as a younger generation, you can understand it if you can and avoid it if you can. For her grandson, although he is also angry in his heart, he will let it go after a long time. Your mother is a good child. We are the ones who let her down. The more he talked, the more emotional Shen Jianghe became. Looking at such a sensible grandson, he couldn't help but burst into tears. But the more sensible he was, the more guilty Shen Jianghe felt towards Zhang Lan's family. Your grandma's temper is just like this, hey. It's really okay, Grandpa. You don't have to be like this. Don't get excited, or your asthma will come back. After that, Shen Yan took out the spray from his pocket and sprayed Shen Jianghe. After a while, Shen Jianghe finally calmed down, looked at Shen Yan and said, Xia Yan, are your parents okay? They are fine and they miss you terribly. Although she had never heard her father say it, she knew in her heart that they were father and son after all, so how could she not think about it? In the past few years, the one who had the hardest time was her father, Shen Jidong. Grandpa, I bought 2 houses in the city. I'll ask my dad to send you the property certificates someday. The house Shen Yan was talking about was naturally the 1 elevator 2 household house in Yilanju, which was originally prepared for himself. The reason why he said this was to take the opportunity of sending the real estate certificate to have a good talk between father and son. After all, the house can be bought again. It is better to ease the relationship between father and son than anything else. Grandpa, no. I'm used to living in this village and can't get used to living in the city. Shin Jianhe waved her hand. Of course, she also understood what Xinyan meant. Then she looked at her eldest grandson and sighed inwardly, saying that he was much more sensible than when he just dropped out of school. I don't know how long they chatted. Wang Yuemin pushed open the door, stuck his head out and said, "It's time to eat." Just now, she had told her grandmother about Xinyan a lot. Now, her grandmother's attitude towards Xinyan has changed a little bit, but she doesn't know whether it's because he's rich or she is really treating him equally. Xinyan brought the round table from another room. Grandpa didn't drink the wine Xinyan brought. It was because he thought that the wine brought by his grandson was good no matter how much it cost. He couldn't bear to drink it. He took out his own erguotu from the cupboard. After the four of them sat down, Grandma didn't say anything, but just kept picking up food and eating. No one knew what she was thinking about. Grandpa kept asking questions. Xinyan told Grandpa about his parents' affairs in the past few years, while Wang Yuemin talked about Xinyan like a lark. The old man was sometimes happy and sometimes nervous, and his expression changed very well. The most nervous thing was that Wang Kungsi-du was arrested. He drank a sip of erguotu. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying sometimes, he was happy. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is called family happiness. He poked Deng Hohat, who was eating with her head down, with his foot under the table, and looked up to see his wife signaling to him what to say. Shen Yen. Deng Hohat spoke with difficulty. He was very conflicted. After all, it was a lifelong habit. How could he change it? But after listening to Wang Yuemin talking about Xinyan for a long time, he had a slightly different view of his grandson. He was no longer the Xinyan who was expelled from school. Moreover, he was now so rich and took the initiative to come to him to give him a way out. So he decided to leave. Then he said, "Your mother, is she still mad at me?" Chapter 44 New Year's Eve Dinner. Hearing Grandma say this, Xinyan looked at her sideways, was silent for a while and said, "My mother didn't blame you, it was my mother who asked me to come here today." Hearing this, Deng Hohat didn't say anything. She picked up the dishes and put them into Xinyan's bowl. She didn't speak during the whole lunchtime. After the meal, Xinyan played chess with the old man for a while and then left his grandfather's house with Wang Yuemin. After returning home, my parents were sitting on the sofa watching TV. When they saw the two of them coming back, Shen's mother asked, "Where have you two been? You didn't answer the phone. Are you hungry? The food is hot in the pot. I'll go get it for you." Wang Yuemin walked over and sat down, leaning on Zhang Lan's shoulder, and said with a sweet smile, "Mom, we've eaten." "Where did you eat?" Mother Shen asked in doubt. "As soon as I got home today, I didn't see them. They didn't answer my phone calls or WeChat messages. They didn't go home for lunch either, so the food had been heated up in the pot several times." "Mom, ask him." Wang Yuemin didn't say anything, but looked at Xinyan with a smile. "I'm going to take a shower." She knew that at a time like this, the family would definitely have to have a good talk, so it would be better for her not to be there, so she found an excuse to take a shower. After a while, Xinyan said softly, "I'm going to see Grandpa." "What?" Shen Jidong shouted. He thought of all kinds of possibilities, but he never thought that Xinyan went to see his father. Shen's mother Zhang Lan was silent on the side. Looking at their reactions, Xinyan smiled and said, I said I went to see my grandfather and had lunch at his house at noon." After a long while, seeing that no one of them spoke, Xinyan continued, "Mom, Grandpa is actually quite good. As for Grandma, she has been like this all her life, and it is difficult for her to change. I believe that since you let me go again and again before, you must have forgiven them, right?" Hearing this, Mother Shen nodded. Yes, no matter how bad she treated her, she was still her mother-in-law. After so many years, the resentment in her heart had long dissipated. "Dad, Grandpa has always felt guilty about slapping you. He understands that you protect Mom, but he doesn't understand why you said that, so he slapped you." Xinyan said slowly, "When I went there, Grandpa's waist was a little bent." "My father, your grandfather really doesn't blame me anymore?" Shen Jidong cried with joy. After all, he was his biological father. In the past few years, no one understood how difficult it was for him. In fact, one of the reasons why his home was often deserted was that people thought he was unfilial. Although he favors his eldest brother Shen Jidong's family, they are all sons after all, and Xinyan is right, his own mother Deng Hohat's temper will never change in her lifetime. Yes, although I can't figure out whether Grandma is like this because I become rich or she has really thought it through, but Grandpa never really blamed you from the beginning." Looking at his father, Xinyan couldn't help but feel distressed. He dropped out of school and went home to work. He worked hard every day to supplement the family income. He was criticized by his family and never went home in the past few years. His father suffered a lot in the past few years. Xinyan continued, Dad, give the house that Yulangju originally left for me to Grandpa. Mom, what do you think? Xin Yendue said with a smile. Okay. Zhang Lan didn't say much. She wasn't unreasonable, otherwise she wouldn't have urged Xinyan to visit his grandfather's house again and again. She also understood her husband's difficulties in recent years. He did this all for her. Okay. My son has grown up. Shin Jidong looked at Xinyan. His son was no longer the same as when he was expelled. He had grown up. Please go and deliver the property certificate. Grandpa should be waiting for you at home at this time. Xinyan said softly. Okay, I'll go right away, wife, let's go together. Shin Jidong didn't even change his clothes and pulled Zhang Lan out the door. After a while, Wang Yuemin finished her shower and came out with wet hair. Seeing that her parents were not there, she asked, Did Mom and Dad go to Grandpa's house? Xinyan nodded, looked at Wang Yuemin who was wiping her hair, and walked towards her with a wicked smile on his face. Xiaoman, your parents are not at home now, do you want to play together? No, I just took a shower. I don't want to play with a stinky thing like you. Wang Yuemin glanced at Xinyan and said. What's going on? It's rare that my parents are not at home. It's such a bummer. Xinyan said with a wry smile. Hearing this, Wang Yuemin burst out laughing. It was the first time he saw Xinyan like this. Then he walked to Xinyan, opened his arms and closed his eyes. I want a hug. Smelling the fragrance on Wang Yuemin's body and looking at the mysterious garden that appeared and disappeared under the bath towel, he could no longer bear it. He picked up Wang Yuemin in a princess hug and walked towards the room. For the next 2 hours, the room was filled with harmony. The two of them played happily, using all the possible positions. As for the parents, they did not return home until late at night. It is unknown what they talked about. All we know is that when my parents returned home, they had smiles on their faces. Ding, mission accomplished, asthma-specific medicine and formula. The efficacy is better than any other medicine on the market. Looking at the special medicine in his hand, his grandfather's asthma can be cured. As for the formula, it will be handed over to Jiang Nan after the new year, asking him to mass-produce it immediately. Even if asthma cannot be cured, it can still have a better effect. Xiaomin, when are you going to get the marriage certificate? Suddenly, Xinyan heard his mother talking to Wang Yuemin about marriage, and his mouth almost dropped in shock. He laughed dryly and said, Mom, I'll only be 24 after the Chinese New Year, so don't worry. Why not? Mom is anxious to have a grandson and become a grandmother. Shen's mother said that the neighbor's daughter was the same age as Xinyan, and her mother was already a grandmother, but she herself hadn't found a place to live yet. She then asked, What's the matter? Do you want to let our Xiaomin down? Feeling the murderous look in his mother's eyes, Xinyan quickly denied it. Of course not, I just felt it was a little too early. How about this, after the new year, you two go get the certificate? Mother Shen said anxiously, then looked at Wang Yuemin who was blushing and said, Xiaomin, what do you think? Well. Wang Yuemin's face was as red as a ripe apple, and it was red all the way to his ears. Before this, he had imagined listening to Xinyan's oath when they got married, and going on a family outing when they had a child. Now that day was about to come, he was at a loss as to what to do. In a blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve, and the whole family came to Xinjianghe's house. The eldest aunt looked at Xinyan's family and said, It's really strange. How come your family is here too? I was ignorant before and made my parents angry. Isn't this the same thing? Shen's mother Zhang Lan said. She had hardly seen her sister-in-law since she left last time, and now she is acting weird again when she meets her. Seeing that Zhang Lan was not angry, but instead spoke for the two elders, the eldest aunt became a little angry and turned her face to the side and spat. The family was cooking and chatting together in the house. Xinyan walked out of the house and lit a cigarette outside the gate. Looking at the red lanterns hanging in every house, he couldn't help but sigh, this is the Chinese New Year. Chapter 45 Reunion Dinner. After putting out the cigarette, Xinyan went into the house and started chatting with them. After a while, the meal was ready and the family sat together, except for the eldest uncle's sister who had not yet returned. Xiaoyan, your elder sister will be back with her boyfriend soon. I heard from her that her boyfriend is a senior executive of Warwick Company. He will definitely be able to arrange a good position for your brother. The aunt said complacently, no matter how rich you are, I don't count on you. My son-in-law works in a big company like Warwick, and he can be arranged a position that is easy and profitable in a few minutes. When the aunt mentioned Huawei, Xinyan and Wang Yuemin looked at each other. Wang Yuemin almost laughed out loud, but Xinyan was different. He was a veteran actor. He immediately agreed, great, Huawei, I've always wanted to work with Huawei. Hearing Xinyan say this, the aunt was so satisfied. Just as she was talking, the eldest sister Shenfang came in with her boyfriend. Before Shenfang introduced him, the aunt ran over and said, this is Luang, right? Oh, my son-in-law is so handsome. Afterwards, under the introduction of his great-aunt, Luang greeted everyone one by one. It seemed that his great-aunt did not introduce Xinyan in the corner on purpose. Luang walked over to introduce himself, but when he saw Xinyan's appearance, he was stunned. Seeing Luang in a daze, the eldest aunt asked with concern, what's wrong, son-in-law? Are you too tired? Shenfang looked at her boyfriend with a puzzled look on her face. She had never seen her boyfriend like this before. Her face was full of fear, terror, and a little excitement. Mr. Shen. Luang was a little excited. He never thought that he would be able to see the new chairman of his company in his girlfriend's hometown. During the handover meeting, he met Xinyan as a representative of the R&D department. Now his future is guaranteed. Who are you? Xinyan asked. He was not trying to show off. He really had no impression of the person in front of him. There were more than 100,000 employees in Warwick. My name is Luang, and I'm the director of the R&D department. I had the honor of meeting Mr. Shen at the previous handover meeting. Luang said stutteringly. Oh, hello. By the way, have you received your year-end bonus? Xinyan said. Yes, I got it. A whole year's salary. Hearing this, Xinyan nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the execution ability of Huawei as a whole is quite good. Everyone besides Shen's father and mother were shocked. Luang called Xinyan Mr. Shen. Could it be? Eldest sister Shenfang looked at her brother who dropped out of high school. She had heard from Luang that Xingxia Group acquired Warwick in full. How was it possible that he was only 23 or 24 years old and he took over Warwick? The eldest aunt was a little disappointed. After hearing what they had just said, Xinyan was now the head of the Warwick Group. She had wanted to show off, but she was outshined again. Huawei, is it the patriotic company Huawei mentioned on TV? Shen Jianghe asked. He had seen a lot of news about Huawei on TV and had great respect for this national enterprise. Luang nodded. Mr. Shen took out the 3nm lithography machine technology and the drawings of the 3nm Longting chip and acquired Huawei not long ago in the name of Xingxia Group. Deathly silence. Uncle Shen Jiqiang looked at Xinyan with some pride in his eyes. Wow, when he donated 50 billion, he thought it was the limit, but he didn't expect to acquire a company worth hundreds of billions. Is this still the Xinyan he watched grow up? Even Deng Hohat's eyes changed. She originally thought that the kid just had a little money, but she didn't expect that her grandson was so rich now. Hundreds of billions were spent just like that. What on earth had he experienced in the past few years? Okay, stop talking. Xinyan tried to stop him. He didn't want a family New Year's Eve dinner to become a scene of him showing off. He looked at Luang and said, okay, since you are my future brother-in-law, we are a family. Sit down. Don't be shy. After hearing what Xinyan said, Luang sat down, and everyone else sat down. Shen Jianghe took out the wine that Xinyan had sent. During the Chinese New Year, one must drink something good. It had just been opened, and the wine smelled pure. Uncle Shen Jiqiang habitually scanned the price. If he hadn't scanned it, he wouldn't have known. He was shocked after scanning it. 72999 a bottle. Xiaoyan, this. The uncle was so excited that he couldn't speak. Seeing Shen Jiqiang like this, the aunt scolded, what's wrong with you? Are you choking? No, this bottle of wine is 73,000 yuan a bottle. Shen Jiqiang said. Hearing this, the aunt grabbed it and scanned it with her mobile phone. It was indeed the 73,000 yuan bottle of Nine Dragons Ink treasure. Then she looked at Xinyan and could not speak for a long time. Xiaoyan, you shouldn't spend money like this even if you have money. Grandpa can't bear to drink such expensive wine. Shen Jianghe said. The most expensive wine he had ever drunk in his life was probably a few hundred yuan. He had never drunk wine that cost 70 or 80,000 yuan. He took the bottle from his aunt's hand tremblingly, looked left and right, and was about to seal it up. Shen Yan chuckled and said, "Drink it, Grandpa. I'm giving it to you as a gift. Don't worry, I'll buy you more after you finish drinking it, but don't drink too much." Based on Shen Yan's understanding of his grandfather, even if he didn't say so, he would only take a sip on important occasions and would never be willing to drink it on other days. Okay. You are promising, let's drink this today, Shen Jianghe said 3 okays on his face. He couldn't help but feel proud that his grandson was so promising now, and the old Shen family had a successor. During the dinner, everyone toasted each other and talked about family matters. It seemed that the grudges between parents and grandparents were gone. It seemed that they had talked a lot with their hearts open that day. Shen Yan patted Luang on the shoulder and said, "Brother-in-law. Come on, have a go." Upon hearing this, Luang hurriedly picked up the wine glass and said, No, Mr. Shen, please. I've already told you that we're a family from now on, and we're at home, so there's no need to be so reserved. Seeing Luang's cautious look, Shen Yan smiled and said, "I just checked your information. Yes, you are a talent. So, I can't arrange my brother's job for you, but I can make you a promise. When you get married to my eldest sister, you can choose to be transferred to the headquarters of Xingxia Group or become the boss of the RD department. But you have to treat my sister well." Really? Mr. Shen, okay, I will work hard and treat Fong Fong well. After saying that, he drank the wine in his glass. He was really excited. No matter what choice he made, it would be like reaching the sky in one step. Shen Fong said, "Thank you, Xiaoyan." Even the great aunt was somewhat grateful. She picked up the wine glass and said to Shen Yan, "Thank you, Xiaoyan." There were many things that the great aunt didn't do in the past. Don't blame the great aunt. Although she was a bit harsh, she was also a sensible person. On the one hand, she helped Luang get promoted, and on the other hand, she asked him to treat his daughter well. This was all for her daughter, so as a mother, there was nothing she couldn't say. Shen Yan finished the wine in his glass and smiled at his aunt, "Of course not." Looking at the happy family, Shen Jianghe sighed and said that the current situation was all thanks to his grandson. Chapter 46, being urged to get married. After a round of drinking, Shen Yan didn't know what time he drank, nor did he know how he got home. In his dream, Shen Yan dreamed of that scene again, but now it has become a reality. The next morning, Shen Yan woke up groggily and saw Wang Yuanmin pushing him. It turned out that Shen Jidong came to wake them up and go to pay New Year's greetings. Shen Yan got up reluctantly and put on his clothes. According to custom, Shen Yan went with Shen Jidong, while Wang Yuanmin, Zhang Lan, and his aunt went to pay New Year's greetings after they came back. To be honest, Shen Yan didn't like to go to pay New Year's greetings since he was a child. The reason was that when the elders gave him red envelopes, he really wanted to take them, but his father always stopped him from taking them. This made him feel very dilemma. I met a lot of people on the road, some I knew and some I didn't. We bowed to each other and wished each other a happy new year. In the whole morning, despite being in a dilemma, I received a lot of red envelopes. Because of Shen Yan, many people came to visit his family during the new year. Some came to thank Shen Yan for his donations, and some came to get to know each other after not having contacted him for a long time. Shen Yan was also happy about this. After all, it's better to have some fun during the new year. On the way, Shen Yan received New Year's greetings calls from Jiang Nan and others. After responding one by one, he sent out more than a dozen red envelopes of 50,000 yuan in 5 or 6 employee groups, which aroused cheers in the groups. Just after returning home, before entering the door, he saw a figure pacing back and forth in the distance. He was familiar with this figure. It was his childhood playmate Wu Tian. He remembered that when he was in high school, he had already joined the army. "Xiao Tian," Shen Yan called him. Wu Tian turned around and looked at Shen Yan. Actually, he came to see Shen Yan today. He was a little envious of Shen Yan's current achievements. After Shen Yan retired from the army, he couldn't find a good job, so he wanted to ask Shen Yan. But when he was not far away, Wu Tian hesitated. Would his childhood friend look down on him? And he was indeed a little embarrassed. When he heard Shen Yan calling him, he ran over and said, "Xiao Yan, it's really you. Happy New Year." Happy New Year. Shen Yan cupped his hands, looking at Wu Tian's embarrassed expression, thinking that he must have something to ask him. "What's wrong, Xiao Tian? It's been a long time since I saw you like this." Looking at the brother he grew up with, and then looking at himself, he just told them everything. "I want you to help me find a job. I haven't found a suitable job since I got discharged from the army. Oh, what's this? Shen smiled and waved his hand. He was just introducing a job. He was also a childhood friend. After returning home, he heard from his mother that Wu Tian's father had not been in good health, so Shen would definitely help if he could. Come to Beihai and help me drive. I will give you 50,000 a month. You can take some time to learn hotel management in the meantime. Wu Tian felt a little embarrassed for driving for Shen and getting a salary of 50,000 yuan. It was obvious that Shen was taking care of him so much out of pity for him. Otherwise, how could he earn 50,000 yuan just by driving a car? Shen looked at Wu Tian in front of him. He knew that his status was different now and he came to ask him to do something, so Wu Tian felt a little inferior. I'm talking to you, little god. Shen hit him on the shoulder, and the latter looked up at him. Shen continued, don't think too much. My company requires academic qualifications, so driving is only temporary. Take some time to learn hotel management. When you finish, I can hand over my hotel to you. After all, you are one of my own, so I feel at ease. The reason why he was asked to study hotel management was because Zhang Shang would definitely be transferred to the headquarters of Xingsha Group in the future. Instead of handing over such a big Yunshan Lydian to others, it would be better to hand it over to his trusted childhood friend. Wu Tian looked at Shen gratefully. It turned out that this guy didn't look down on him just because of his different status. He even asked me to run the hotel. He smiled and said, okay, I'll listen to you. The two laughed and then went to the inner room. If you want to say who is the most popular person during the Chinese New Year this year, it must be Wang Yuemin. Who can not love such a sensible and beautiful girlfriend? In addition, Shen's mother and aunt praised her. When Wang Yuemin returned home, the big red envelope in her hand really made Shen envious. Wang Yuemin waved the red envelope in front of Shen and stuck out his tongue. You definitely don't have as much as I do, hee hee. Shen laughed dryly and took out a few pitiful red envelopes from his pocket. These were forced upon him by his grandparents, aunt and uncle. Then, a figure appeared in front of him, snatched the few red envelopes in his hand and stuffed them into Wang Yuemin's hand. Shen smiled bitterly, Mom, you are robbing me, I only have a few red envelopes. You still need these few red envelopes? Shen's mother pretended to pinch Shen ears, and Shen ran away in fear. Then he looked at Wang Yuemin and said with a smile, Mom has made the decision. These are all given to Xiaoman. Looking at the mother and daughter talking and laughing, Shen felt so bitter in his heart. Mom, I am your biological son. At the dinner at Grandpa's house, Shen Jianghe didn't take out the Kowloon ink treasure matai that Shen gave him this time. He was reluctant to drink it. At the dinner table, Shen Jianghe suddenly said, Xiao Yan, you are already an adult. When are you going to get married? Grandpa is waiting to hold his great-grandson. After hearing what Grandpa Shen Jianghe said, everyone in the circle urged him to get married. Shen was a little overwhelmed. He really hadn't thought about it this way. This was the nth wave of urging him to get married when he returned home this year. Looking at Wang Yuemin beside him, her pretty face flushed. Well, Xiaoyan promised me that we will get the marriage certificate in a few days. At this time, Zhang Lan became interested and quickly said, it's a good opportunity for us to go to the city and buy a house for our wedding. After Zhang Lan's push, everyone became interested. Even the eldest sister Shen Fong joked that she couldn't let her brother get married before her. Xiaomin, is it true? Shen Jianghe asked. Wang Yuemin blushed and nodded. She was so excited that she had to dress nicely and the photo for the marriage certificate couldn't be blurry. Looking at the shy Wang Yuemin, Shen interrupted, yes, we will go to get the certificate in a few days. Come on, Grandpa, I'll toast you a glass and wish you good fortune and a long life. Then he took out a pair of gold bracelets and gave them to his grandmother Deng Hohat. Although he didn't like his grandmother very much, he still said that they were a family after all. Deng Hohat looked at them in her hand for a long time before putting them on her hand under the urging of everyone. Finally, Shen returned home drunk again. Under the influence of alcohol, he had a violent sex with Wang Yuemin on the bed. Then he fell asleep in Wang Yuemin's arms. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, the whole family came to Yilangju in the city. As for why, it was because Shen and Wang Yuemin were going to get their marriage certificate. In the past few days, Zhang Lan kept urging Shen to get the marriage certificate and get married, because he wanted to have a grandchild. Shen ears were almost calloused from hearing this. 3 more houses were bought in Yulangju, one of which Shen Yan planned to give to his grandmother. Then Shen Yan brought Wang Yuemin to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and the family chatted and played mahjong in Yulangju, waiting for good news from Shen Yan. There are so many people. Wang Yuemin saw the crowded crowd from a distance in the car. Today is the 16th day of the first lunar month. Why are there so many people getting marriage certificates? Are they all being urged to get married? Chapter 47 Cutting in Line. Shen Yan stopped the car from a distance, and the two of them walked over to line up, talking and laughing. As soon as they walked over, they attracted a burst of exclamations, and everyone exclaimed that the man was talented and the woman was beautiful. Wang Yuemin still wore light makeup today and a white long dress, looking calm and elegant. After waiting in line for half a morning, I was finally the next one. Just as I was about to speak, I was interrupted by an abrupt voice. It's my turn, right? Come on, process it for us. Shen Yan looked at the man in front of him. He was very strong and well dressed, a bit like a gangster. Then he said, "Excuse me, sir, it's our turn." Oh? Where did this wild boy come from? Zheng Shen looked back at Shen Yan, not taking him seriously at all. He even pushed towards Shen Yan, completely squeezing Shen Yan out of the team, and then said, "You don't even recognize my brother Dao Zhengshin? Get out of here if you know what's best for you. What if I don't leave?" Shen Yan's face revealed a calmness as if a tranquil well. Oh? Zheng Xian looked at Shen Yan with interest, then glanced at Wang Yuemin beside him, and almost fell down. My goodness, such a pretty girl. This face, this figure. Then he looked at Shen Yan and said, "Boy, if you let your girlfriend accompany me for a day, I will forgive you for being so rude just now." When the people on the side saw that it was Zheng Xian, they all advised Shen Yan to be patient. Zheng Xian was a local tyrant in City A and ordinary people could not deal with him. Ding, the system releases a god-level choice. 1. Compromise, reward a green hat. 2. Beat him, reward fighting skills, time limit 5 minutes. Shen Yan thought, do I even need to choose? I would definitely choose 2, but you are so stingy, you just give me a reward, but you also set a time limit for me. I decisively chose 2. Ding, selection successful, god-level fighting technique takes effect. What if I don't? Shen Yan looked at Zheng Qian with a smile and pushed Wang Yuemin aside. Before he could finish his words, Zheng Qian slapped him. Shen Yan dodged one by leaning sideways. Then, Zheng Qian swept his leg over and knocked Zheng Qian down. Maybe Zheng Qian didn't expect that Shen Yan was so strong. Before he could finish his thought, Shen Yan rushed over quickly and wrapped his legs around him tightly. Shen Yan thought that this guy was not that good. He was so big for nothing and had never used his god-level fighting skills. He looked at Zheng Qian with a smile and said, "Are you convinced? Boy, you have no moral principles at all. Don't you dare let me get up? My little brother will come and kill you." Zheng Qian struggled. He had been in City A for so long, but this was the first time he felt so embarrassed. He was actually restrained by a young boy. Okay, Shen Yan, loosen your legs. Zheng Qian was stunned. This guy is so easy to talk to? He just let go when he was told to? Then he stood up and dusted himself off. He picked up the phone and called his younger brother over. He glanced at Shen Yan, who was also talking on the phone. He must be calling someone. Come on, he looked at Shen Yan fiercely. Let me show you my strength. Shen Yan didn't call anyone, but just called Guo Fan, the party secretary of City A, and told him that it was really safe under his rule. Before Guo Fan could speak, Shen Yan hung up the phone. It's better to leave this kind of ruffian to the officials. I came here to get the certificate today, and I can't get my clothes dirty. On the other hand, Guo Fan was furious. There were still such hooligans under his rule. What if he offended this big boss Shen and stopped contributing to his hometown in the future? A few days ago, he was praised by the province because of Shen Yan's donation. He picked up the phone and called the police chief to mobilize police forces, and he also went there in person. 10 minutes later, at the Civil Affairs Bureau, a dozen of Zheng Qian's men came over and surrounded Shen Yan. Wang Yuemin, who was watching from the side, was a little worried. At the critical moment, the police sirens sounded, and soon the police surrounded the scene. One of the men secretly called Zheng Qian's father, Zheng Shengli. The director of the Public Security Bureau, Feng Chunlai, ran in and looked at Shen Yan breathlessly and said, Mr. Shen, are you okay? I was also present at the commendation meeting that day, and I saw with my own eyes how powerful this young man was. In addition, the municipal party secretary Guo Fan warned me not to neglect this big man. Xin Yan shook his head. Hello, director phone. I'm glad you're okay. I was so scared. Feng Chunlai barely caught his breath at this point, and then he said, Guo, Secretary Guo will be here soon, don't worry, our public security bureau will never allow this kind of evil gang to exist. While the two were talking, Zheng Xian looked at Feng Chun and said, Uncle Feng, I'm Xiao Qian. My father had tea with you before. He is Zheng Shengli from the cannery. Feng Chunlai turned around and looked at Zheng Xian, not having much impression. Zheng Shengli? I have some impression of him, so what? Does that mean you can break the law? Uncle, please let me go. I won't dare to do it again next time. Zheng Xian looked at Feng Chunlai hopefully, hoping that the director would give him a way out for the sake of his father, the factory director. As a result, Feng Chunlai did not speak, but kept talking to Xin Yan. After a while, a car drove up. Guo Fan got out of the car, hurried to Xin Yan and said, Are you okay, Mr. Xin? Xin Yan shook his head and said nothing. Looking at Xin Yan, Guo Fan felt very uneasy. If he got angry and turned to invest in other places, wouldn't he lose a lot? Then he looked at the others and asked, Your name is Zheng Qian? Yes, I am Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian felt a little depressed. It was not easy for me to get married here. He found a hard one. My father Zheng Shengli will be here soon. Guo Fan nodded. He said, I have met Zheng Shengli several times. I will have a good chat with him when he comes. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Xin Yan, Zheng Shengli came. Xin Yan felt a little disgusted when he saw the fat and big-eared Zheng Shengli. What kind of style is this? It is quite unique. Hey, Secretary Guo, you're here. As soon as he walked into the crowd, Zheng Shengli saw Guo Fan talking to Xin Yan. He knew this municipal party secretary, so he quickly said, The flood washed away the Dragon King temple. I apologize to you. Please spare my son for my sake. Zheng Shengli, huh? Your son got into big trouble today. Guo Fan looked at the fat Zheng Shengli and said, This canning factory is quite profitable. You have become so fat after eating so much. He pointed at Xin Yan standing beside him and said, This is the person he offended. Hearing this, Zheng Shengli looked at Xin Yan in front of him, thinking that he must be one of Secretary Guo's nephews, and then said, Sir, I'm sorry for being so rude. Xin Yan didn't say anything, and looked at Zheng Shengli and his son calmly, which made Zheng Shengli feel very embarrassed. He yelled, Boy, I'm going to apologize to you for Secretary Guo's sake. Don't be ungrateful. Shut up. Guo Fan shouted angrily, Do you know who this gentleman is? Your cannery was able to come back to life thanks to this gentleman. He donated 50 billion to our city. No wonder he looks familiar to me. Yes. I've seen news about him on TV. He's a very kind man. Zheng Shengli's head was buzzing when he heard this. Some time ago, due to a funding gap, his cannery almost went bankrupt. Fortunately, he was saved from bankruptcy by government funds. He also inquired about it and found that a local businessman named Xin Yan donated 50 billion to support the construction of his hometown. Zheng Shengli hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Mr. Xin, I didn't know it was you. I hope you can forgive me. Being arrogant at first and respectful later makes one laugh when thinking about it. Chapter 48 Getting the Certificate. Xin Yan said calmly. Then he turned around and sat down to the side without looking back. He wanted to see how Guo Fan could handle it. Guo Fan was very smart. He saw Xin Yan's intention at a glance. Moreover, Zheng Shengli's son had indeed done a lot of illegal things. He turned to look at Feng Chunlai and said seriously, Feng Chunlai, Zheng Qian is looking for trouble. Take Zheng Qian and his gang back to the police station. Feng Chunlai responded and escorted them into the car. In the stunned eyes of Zheng Shengli, the police car drove away from the scene. Without paying attention to Zheng Shengli, they came to Xin Yan and said with a smile, Mr. Xin, are you here to get the certificate today? Xin Yan smiled slightly and nodded. Guo Fan said, Then Mr. Xin, don't forget to ask me to be the master of ceremonies when you get married in the future. No problem, Secretary Guo. It's an honor. Xin Yan said that his wedding would definitely be held once in his hometown and once in Beihai. It would be great if he could invite the municipal party secretary to be the master of ceremonies. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Guo Fan led a group of people to leave the Civil Affairs Bureau. After an hour of processing, the two walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wang Yuemin took out her mobile phone, took a photo, and then looked at Shenyan with her beautiful eyes. Husband, you can't run away in this life. Seeing Wang Yuemin's sweet smile, Shenyan picked up his marriage certificate, then shook it in front of Wang Yuemin, and said with a wicked smile, then we don't need to take protective measures in the future. Hateful. You haven't even proposed to me. Shenyan's words made Wang Yuemin shy. She punched Shenyan's broad chest with her little fist. After seeing his expectant look, she said, yes, yes, my husband. The speaker may not mean anything, but the listener may take it seriously. Shenyan kept Wang Yuemin's words in his heart. Then the two drove back to Yulangju. As soon as they entered the door, they saw countless pairs of eyes staring at them, which made Shenyan's back a little creepy. How's it going, son? Shen's mother Zhang Lan was the first to rush out and ask, I've been waiting at home this morning and looked at the time and it seems like he should be back. Did something unexpected happen? I didn't get in line because there were too many people. Shen Yan said helplessly. Ah. Mother Shen thought, oh no, I guessed it right, what a bad mouth I am, and then she pulled Wang Yuemin over and said, come, I have prepared food for you, eat quickly, and when you are done, go and line up. I asked someone to tell the fortune, and today is an auspicious day. Puff. Compared to Shen Yan, the old actor, Wang Yuemin had already burst into laughter. She then took out the bright red marriage certificate and waved it in front of the family, saying with a smile, Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. We have already obtained the certificate. Looking at the marriage certificate in Wang Yuemin's hand, the family gathered around. Shin Jidong sighed, I always thought this brat was still a child, but he got married today. Time flies. At this time, Shin's mother was holding the marriage certificate and examining it carefully. She was holding Wang Yuemin's hand, but her heart was filled with joy. Then she turned around and glared at Shen Yan, pinching the latter's ear and said, you little bastard, you are joking with your mother. After that, Zhang Lan handed the marriage certificate in his hand to Shin Jianghe. Shin Jianghe took it and smacked his lips, hey, this kid's marriage certificate is really handsome, almost the same as his grandfather's when I was young. Grandpa, are you praising me or yourself? Shen Yan joked. At noon, Mother Shin cooked a large table of dishes, and the whole family gathered together, feeling extremely happy. 2 days later, the family was sitting in front of the TV watching a variety show. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. Shen Yan took out his cell phone. It was Wang Mian calling. Hello? What's up? Director Shen, I have an idea. This year is the first year of Xingsha Group. Should we hold a general staff meeting? This idea had been in his mind for some time, and the group was about to be established. In order to make further progress, he hesitated for a long time and then called Shen Yan. Collective staff meeting? Shen Yan was a little puzzled when he heard this proposal. Wouldn't it be better if everyone just did their job? Then he changed his mind and thought that the group had just been established and was extremely lacking in cohesion. It was not impossible to hold a general staff meeting. Ding, the God-level selection begins. 1. Improve employee cohesion and get 23 nanometers lithography machines. 2. There is no need for this. Lose your egg-shaped object. Holy shit, Shen Yan couldn't help but exclaimed. What was sent to the meeting were drawings. I heard from Udazue before that the entire RD department started researching on the second day of the Chinese New Year, and there has only been a little progress. If it is to be mass-produced, it will take at least half a year. Now that we have these 20 lithography machines, can't we produce chips directly? Egg-shaped object? Wouldn't that make me a eunuch? No, my father is still waiting for me to carry on the family line. Then he silently said, I choose one. Ding, the selection is successful, and 23 nanometers lithography machines are awarded, temporarily stored in the system warehouse. Okay, call all the senior executives and the company's annual outstanding employees to the scene, and the rest of the employees can be broadcast live on the internet. Then you go to Huaxia Bank to exchange 10 million in cash. I need it. Shen Yan said. Okay, Mr. Shen, I think it would be better to place it in the Yunshan Lydian Hall 1, Yunding Tiangong. For this proposal, Wang Mian specially looked up nearby large banquet halls. As a result, the largest banquet hall turned out to be the Yunding Tiangong of Yunshan Lydian Hotel. This made Wang Mian laugh. This was good, and he could save the rental fee. Shen Yan responded and hung up the phone, then looked at his parents and said, Mom and Dad, I think we have to go back to Beihai. Let's go back to the big mess in Beihai. Hearing this, Shen's father and mother were a little reluctant to let him go, but their child had such a big career in Beihai, so they had to go back to take care of him. They couldn't force him to stay. Mom, can I cook some food for you? Shenyan wanted to refuse, but past experience told him that if she agreed, his parents would definitely help him prepare overnight, and he didn't want his parents to be too tired. But then I thought, my parents can't bear to let them go, and only this way will they feel better. He gave Wang Yuanmin a look, and the latter understood immediately. Okay, Mom, I love the food you cook. Hearing this, the expressions on my parents' faces eased a little. The next day, the two woke up very early, and their parents had not yet gotten up. Seeing the steamed buns prepared by their mother on the table, they must have been busy until late yesterday. They couldn't help feeling a little sad. They really wanted to bring their parents to live with them. After lunch, with their parents' repeated instructions, the two drove away from City A and arrived at Sinan Mansion in the evening. On the way, Wang Mian called and everyone was already in place. Shenyan was a little surprised that Wang Mian was quite efficient. There were not many activities. The two took a bath together and went to bed early. Chapter 49 All Staff Meeting 1. 49 General Staff Meeting. The next day, Shenyan was tidying up his clothes with the help of Wang Yuanmin. He always felt that something was missing. Coincidentally, Wang Yuanmin was helping him tie his bow tie. When Shenyan saw the watch on Wang Yuanmin's wrist, he slapped his forehead and thought, oh my, he is so rich, but he doesn't have a decent watch. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. How can you live without a watch? Then Shenyan opened the system store. After sliding around, his eyes stopped on the Patek Philippe 7163. He was an outsider in the field of watches, but he knew the name of Patek Philippe. Master Zhou Zi once said in Douyin, no one can own a Patek Philippe. You are just the custodian of the next generation. After spending 68 NB points to buy it, Shenyan carefully looked at the watch. The outer ring was inlaid with countless long diamonds, the black lacquered pure gold dial was also inlaid with more than a dozen diamonds, and 42 long diamonds were inlaid on the surface of the buckle, which was extremely luxurious. After admiring it for a while, Shenyan nodded with satisfaction. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. At this moment, Shenyan's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Wang Mian calling. After the call was connected, he heard noisy voices on the other end. Hello, Mr. Shin, everyone is in place, waiting for you. What time do you think you will arrive? The meeting will officially start in half an hour at 9:30. By the way, have you prepared the cash I asked you to prepare? Shin Yan asked. This 10 million cash is what he uses to motivate everyone. I don't know other means, but I am good at spending money. We're ready, Mr. Shin, said Wang Mian. Shin Yan responded, hung up the phone, said goodbye to Wang Yuanmin, and drove away from Sinan Mansion. Although he was already a big boss in name only, some people suggested that he hire a driver, but Shin Yan refused. He still liked the feeling of driving on the road with one hand on the steering wheel. After all, it was better to control his own car. 10 minutes later, Shin Yan arrived a few minutes earlier than expected. As soon as he parked the car, he saw Jiang Nan and others waiting for him at the door. Among them, he also saw a familiar face, Udazue. Seeing Shin Yan walking towards them, Udazue spoke first. Hello, Mr. Shin, Mr. Ren asked me to apologize to you. He is not feeling well and cannot preside over the company's work for the time being. So he didn't come today. It's okay. Mr. Rin is so old. Even if he wants to come, I can't bear it. After all, he was almost 80 years old, and he didn't want the old man to go through so much trouble. Then he looked at Udazue and said, Old you will take over Warwick Company temporarily. As for you, you should practice your spoken English recently. After a while, I will arrange for someone to move into Warwick as soon as possible, and then transfer you to the headquarters of Xingsha Group. Shin Yan knew that Udazue was capable, and wanted to recruit him into Xingsha Group's headquarters out of respect for his talent. However, he had seen previous press conferences, and found that Yu's spoken English was really terrible. Okay, Mr. Shin, I will definitely work hard. Udazue said excitedly that he didn't expect that at his age he could still take one step forward, or even 2 steps forward. This was all thanks to the young boss in front of him. Later, Shin Yan was led by a group of people to Hall 1 of Yunshan Lydian, the Hentang Palace. This was the first time that Shin Yan came to the Hentang Palace. When he pushed open the step door, an extremely luxurious space came into view. There were gorgeous crystal chandeliers on the ceiling, and colorful lights could be seen from every angle. There were round tables under the stage. Zhang Shang wanted to temporarily change them into horizontal rows of seats, but Wang Mian thought it was better to use round tables, which seemed less serious. Each table was placed with a pure white vase, in which pale pink roses were blooming, which was very harmonious with the surrounding atmosphere. When Shen came in, everyone in the audience stood up and applauded, especially the Warwick employees, who finally met the legendary Big Boss. As soon as this Big Boss took office, he promoted and increased salaries, and most importantly, he brought advanced 3nm lithography machine technology. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Shen walked onto the platform. Jiang Nan and the others took their seats. Shen cleared his throat and said, "Hello everyone, I am Shen." Everyone was about to applaud when Shen stopped them. "No need to be like this, since we are all under the same roof of Xingsha Group, we are all brothers and sisters, relax a little, we are all family, there is no need to be restrained." Ha! In the past, regular meetings were always requested to applaud at certain places, but now they heard this kind of request, and everyone was amazed at the boss's approachability. Even the employees on the other side of the live broadcast relaxed. Today is the first general meeting of our Xingsha Group after its integration. The current Xingsha Group includes Beihai Building, the South China Pharmaceutical Group, which ranks among the top in China, the National Hero Enterprise Huawei Group, and Yunshan Lidian, the largest comprehensive hotel in Beihai where you are. Today's Xingsha Group can be said to be the largest comprehensive group in the entire China. Of course, we will also enter other fields in the future, such as film and television media and real estate. That's all for the future. I think everyone here and all the employees on the other side of the live broadcast will be proud to be a member of Xingsha Group. Hearing Shen say this, all the employees straightened their backs. Yes, the subsidiaries of the current Xingsha Group are all top in the industry, not to mention the whole group. Carry out the first project today, appoint the employees of Beihai Building. From now on, Wang Mian will no longer be the general manager of Beihai Building. He will be transferred to the headquarters of Xingsha Group as CEO. Hearing this, Wang Mian stood up excitedly, his hands trembling a little. He didn't expect that he could only enter Xingsha, but he didn't expect the chairman to directly appoint him as CEO. He must do a good job. After taking the letter of appointment on stage, he bowed deeply to Shen. The second appointment is the South China Pharmaceutical Group. Hearing Shen's words, Jiang Nan stood up, her beautiful eyes filled with seriousness, showing the demeanor of a strong woman. South China Pharmaceutical Group has been renamed Songqing Pharmaceutical. Jiang Nan will take over temporarily. When a suitable successor is found, Jiang Nan will be transferred to Xingsha Group headquarters as the group's executive vice chairman and will be in charge of all Xingsha Group affairs. Shen thought of Jiang Nan as the executive vice chairman. He just wanted to be a hands-off boss. Moreover, after so long, he believed in Jiang Nan's ability. After all, he was the one who could manage such a large pharmaceutical group. Therefore, Shen was very confident in handing over the entire Xingsha Group to Jiang Nan. Also, the acne cream formula I gave you last time must be mass-produced immediately. Jiang Nan nodded, and took the appointment letter from Shen. Jiang Nan was a little speechless. Does the chairman mean to hand over the entire Xingsha Group to me? Looking at Shen, who looked normal, Jiang Nan secretly made up his mind to manage the group well. The third appointment is Yunshan Lidian Hotel. Zhang Sheng stood up. He was very nervous about how his boss would arrange him. After all, he was just a person in charge of a hotel. Your position remains unchanged. Chapter 50 All Staff Meeting 2. What? No change? Zhang Sheng couldn't help but exclaimed, could it be that the chairman was disappointed last time because of the chairman's brother-in-law? Don't be nervous, I won't treat anyone unfairly. Looking at the slightly nervous Zhang Sheng, Shen smiled and then said, my request is to expand immediately. There must be at least 2 Yunshan Lidian in every first-tier city in China. All employee appointments and dismissals, site selection and construction will be decided by you. Your position is equivalent to Wang Mian. Hearing this, Zhang Sheng exhaled deeply. It turned out that the chairman did not favor one over the other. He was fully committed to expansion, and he decided on the appointment and location selection by himself. This was equivalent to the ancient practice of taking advantage of others. He walked up to the stage and took the appointment letter. He wanted to say something, but he was so excited that he couldn't speak. Finally, it's Warwick, the most important project of the year. Everyone in the audience, including the employees on the other side of the live broadcast and Mr. Rin who was watching the live broadcast, remained silent. Yu Dazue, you will take full control of Huawei. Xinyan stopped Udazue, who was about to express his gratitude, and continued, "Listen carefully, as the chairman of Xingxia Group, I hereby announce that our existing lithography technology will be made available to the public free of charge." Wow! Everyone was shocked. The free disclosure, not to mention its value, the chairman's generosity was unmatched. In this way, all Chinese technology companies can delve into the research and development of lithography machines. At the same time, everyone can bring vitality to the company and the competition and gradually make progress in the competition. After listening to me, Warwick Company should stop developing lithography machines. Xinyan said seriously. What? After all the information is disclosed, we are not allowed to develop the lithography machine? Little did we know that after obtaining Xinyan's technology, no one in Huawei was slacking off, and scientists were studying day and night to rush to develop the lithography machine. For a moment, everyone was a little confused about the chairman's mind. Udazue, please come to my house before you leave. I have 23 nanometers lithography machines ready-made. Send someone to transport them back to Huawei. Once we get back to Huawei, we will immediately start mass production of Longting chips and install them on the new Huawei phones before the autumn press conference. After a deathly silence, cheers that resounded through the sky were heard. Everyone was thinking, who on earth is the chairman? He can get the lithography technology and the ready-made lithography machines. It's amazing. No wonder the chairman just said that Huawei is the most important project of the year. It's conceivable how much the chairman values Huawei. At this time, Mr. Ren, who was on the other side of the live broadcast, couldn't help but burst into tears, thinking of the 9,000 that year, and then being sanctioned by the United States, which resulted in the use of only the United States 4G chips. How sad that was. He believed that this was also the voice of every employee of Warwick. It is true that the employees are united, but what is the use of being united? The technology is still suppressed, and there is still no most important lithography machine technology. Now, I no longer have to endure this kind of sadness, how refreshing. Looking at Xinyan on the screen, Mr. Rin murmured, people still have to be young, even the greatest heroes will grow old. Udazue walked onto the stage and looked at the chairman, who was younger than him, and was speechless for a moment. Xinyan patted his shoulder and said, work hard, don't let me down, don't let China down. Udazue stood there in a daze. It was not that he did not believe what Xinyan said, he just did not believe that he was still alive. It turned out that the chairman valued Huawei and himself so much. Don't let China down. Damn it, even if we don't eat or drink, we must rush to produce the Longting chip and let the Americans lie down. Then, Xinyan took off his suit jacket, the serious expression on his face disappeared, a smile appeared, and then he said, the appointment is complete. Next, we will proceed to the second project. Everyone is curious, ISNTM eating just a speech by the leader, what kind of project could there be? Xinyan pointed to the big thing covered with black cloth next to him, and tore off the black cloth. A transparent safe full of money came into view. When they entered the venue just now, someone had already noticed this big thing and was curious about what it was. It turned out to be money, all money. The second project is to give out money. Everyone present has won except Jiang Nan, Wang Mian, Zheng Shang, and Udazue. Everyone was slightly stunned, and then burst into laughter. So direct? This chairman is really interesting. Each outstanding employee will receive 300,000 yuan, and the rest will be divided equally among your leaders. Here, there are 10 million in total, 300,000 per person, so 8 or 9 million has been spent. Our boss really treats every ordinary employee as a family member. We must work hard in the future and live up to the boss's trust. Just as everyone was about to cheer, Xinyan put his hand to his lips, signaling them to be quiet. Then he said, do you think that's the end? The employees in the live broadcast will each receive 100,000 yuan. Go to the company department to pick it up. I have also explained to the relevant department of the company that it must be distributed within a week. Otherwise, I will deduct his annual salary. Okay, now you can cheer. The employees on the live broadcast side were all furious. What kind of boss is this? Is this the best way to spend money? If this live broadcast could post comments, I guess words of thanks would have been flying everywhere. Looking at the happy expressions of everyone at the scene, Xinyan smiled slightly. He still felt that if money can be spent, it should be spent. What do employees like? It is not the pie drawn by the boss, not the poisonous chicken soup, but the salary, that is, money. The cheers from the crowd lasted for more than 10 minutes. Some people even shouted themselves hoarse and almost rushed onto the stage to throw Shen into the air. The staff meeting that was originally thought to be extremely boring turned out to be so lively and interesting. It was so exciting. Finally, Shen accompanied his employees for a drink. Zhang Shang was very considerate and sent the drunk Shen to the Imperial Room No. 1 and contacted his boss's wife Wang Yuemin to come. Looking at Shen who was sleeping soundly in front of her, Wang Yuemin felt angry and amused. She helped him take off his clothes and laid him flat on the bed. Just as she was about to turn off the light, she was grabbed by a big hand and pulled into his broad arms. "Want a child?" Shen said in a daze. Hearing this, Wang Yuemin took off her clothes and sank into Shen arms. The two of them slept until the next morning. Shen opened his eyes and looked at Wang Yuemin next to him. Just as he was about to go to the bathroom, Wang Yuemin also woke up and stared at him with small eyes. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to the bathroom," Shen said. "I'll go first." Wang Yuemin then got out of bed in 2 or 3 steps, and her steps were very awkward. After coming out of the toilet, she looked at Shen in reproach. "What are you looking at?" "It's all your fault." Listening to Wang Yuemin's words, Shen scratched his head. He couldn't remember what happened last night very clearly. He only remembered that he had a very erotic dream. Chapter 51 Accident at the construction site. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Yu Dazue calling. There were more than a dozen missed calls. Shen slapped his forehead and thought, could this guy go back? The lithography machine is still at his home. "Hey, Mr. Shen, you finally woke up." Finally getting through to the chairman, Yu Dazue was overjoyed. He hadn't drunk too much yesterday and announced the lithography machine technology to the public overnight. "What's wrong?" Shen asked. "Your announcement of lithography technology has received mixed responses from all walks of life. Some mainstream media even want to interview you," said Yu Dazue excitedly. The outside world was already curious about the acquisition of Huawei, a national enterprise, by Xingxia Group. It was also said that the lithography technology that Huawei had mastered was provided by the chairman of Xingxia Group. Now, Xingxia Group has dropped another bombshell, announcing that it will release the 3 nanometers lithography technology to the public free of charge. The entire news industry was in an uproar, and everyone wanted to know who the chairman of Xingxia Group was. However, the 3 nanometers lithography machine technology announced by Xingxia Group has received mixed responses from all walks of life. Some highly praised it, while others worried that it was just a bluff. After all, Huawei is now suffering from sanctions from the United States. Moreover, the best chip in the United States is only 5 nanometers, and you have just released 3 nanometers, which seems like nonsense. Please help me reject all of them. If you really can't reject them, invite them to attend Warwick's autumn press conference. Shen thought that although the technology had been announced, no other company had verified or developed it except Huawei. It would be better to stay away from the whirlpool of public opinion and wait until the Longting chip was installed in Huawei's mobile phone before facing the media. He also had a clear understanding of himself. He really didn't like standing in the spotlight. He would rather stay at home with his wife, so he would refuse it if he could. By the way, find someone to bring the lithography machine back to Shenzhen. Yu Dazue responded, hung up the phone, and immediately arranged for personnel to charter a passenger plane. In the afternoon, he returned to Shenzhen under the protection of bodyguards. Huawei began to work intensively on the research and development. In the afternoon, Shen was passionately exercising with Wang Yuemin when the phone suddenly rang. Shen hung up decisively. What a joke, calling at this time, it would be a complete bummer. Just after hanging up, the phone rang again. After a closer look, it was Gao Gang calling, thinking Gao Gang must have something to do. Shen looked at Wang Yuemin, who was still unsatisfied and blushing, rubbed her head, and answered the phone. "Hey, brother Gao, do you know that your sudden phone call can scare people to death?" Shen joked. There was an accident at the construction site. It turned out that he had just received news that someone had died on his construction site. According to his subordinates, the deceased was a local from Beihai City. It was said that the cause of death was that the safety rope broke and he fell from the 9th floor. "I'm on my way to the scene now, you should come over quickly too." "Okay, I'll be there right away." An accident occurring at the construction site at this time is no small problem. One reason is that the superiors have been keeping an eye on this piece of land that has not been sold for a long time, and an amusement park is to be built on this land. If it is not handled properly, the project may be left unfinished. After all, There are many superstitious people among the Chinese. If someone has died on the construction site, who would dare to come? Turning back to look at Wang Yuemin, who had already sat up, Xinyan apologized. I'll exercise with you when I come back. There's an accident at the construction site now. I heard someone died. I have to go over and take a look right away. Okay, go ahead, I'll wait for you at home. Wang Yuemin was not an unreasonable person, so he stood up and helped Xinyan find clothes. After packing everything, Xinyan drove to the land in the west of the city. On the way, Gao Gang called and said that one of the suspects was a temporary worker at the construction site. After all, it was a construction site, so it was normal to have a few temporary workers. Xinyan frowned when he heard this. Whether it was an accident or homicide, it was unclear over the phone, so he had to rush to the scene immediately. When Xinyan arrived, it was already more than 10 minutes later. The police had already arrived and set up a cordon around the area. After hearing about it, all the major media had surrounded the place. Xinyan rushed over, explained a few words to the police, and then went in. What the hell is going on? Didn't I tell you to ensure the absolute safety of your employees? Why did something like this happen? From a distance, he could hear Gao Gang scolding his subordinates. After he arrived, he realized that the place where the man fell from the building was at the headquarters of Xingxia Group. Xinyan hurried over and asked, "How's it going, Brother Gao? Any progress?" "Oh, Brother Shin, you are here." Gao Gang was extremely anxious this afternoon. He knew that safety was the top priority for his construction company, and he always warned his subordinates to ensure the safety of their employees. But after this incident, he was doomed. There is no clue. The preliminary examination showed that the death was an accident. Didn't you say that a temporary worker was a suspect? Xinyan asked. There is indeed a suspicion. This temporary worker came yesterday, but he was still there before the worker died, and then he was gone. The police just asked him and he said he went to take a shit. Now that it has been identified as an accidental death, I am not afraid of paying some money. What I am most afraid of is that competitors are playing tricks behind the scenes. If it happens this time, there will be another time. This was the first time Xinyan had encountered such a thing. Losing money was a small matter, but the death of a person was a big deal. Moreover, this would affect the reputation of the entire amusement park and the construction group. He then silently said, "System baby, do you have any solution?" Ding, the system releases a god-level choice. 1. Find the real culprit and be rewarded with 5 minutes of Sky Eye monitoring rights. 2. That's it. Be rewarded with the title of Black-Hearted Entrepreneur and all rewards will be taken back. Listening to the system's voice, Xinyan thought, it seems that someone is really interfering. I must choose one, Sky Eye Monitoring, the name sounds awesome, I will not let the system take back all my rewards. Wait. Xinyan suddenly had an idea. Reward? He remembered that there were truth cards in the NB store. This was perfect. Then he silently said, I choose one. If you choose successfully, you will be rewarded with 5 minutes of Sky Eye monitoring rights, and you can capture and save the video. By the way, don't call me baby, call me brother. Xinyan was used to the system's aloofness, so he ignored him and called Gao Gang over. He took out his phone and watched the surveillance video together. Sure enough, it was the temporary worker who secretly untied the safety rope and pushed the worker down. Gao Gang was furious and surprised. He thought to himself that he had seen all the surveillance cameras nearby. Where did the surveillance video in Xinyan's hand come from? He couldn't help but look up to the man in front of him. He secretly sighed, you are a man of great means. It seems that I chose the right person to be my partner. After Xinyan cut out the clips from the video, he used up his last NB points to buy the truth card from the NB point store. While Xinyan was doing all this, Gao Gang called the temporary worker over. Xinyan looked at the man in front of him. He was tall and slender, with a gloomy expression on his face. He said, What's your name? The man slowly spoke, My name is Zhang Di. Zhang Di, very good. Tell me how you committed the crime. Xinyan looked at him calmly and said, Don't rush to answer me. You only have this one chance. Tell me who is behind this, and I won't put the blame on you. You can also choose to remain silent. After I find out, you will both die together. Chapter 52, Enemies. If Wang Yuemin was here and saw Xinyan's expression, he would know that Xinyan was angry. I don't know why you wrongly accuse me. I was taking a shit at that time, Zhang Di said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Shen Yan was not angry but happy. He gave Gao Gang a look, then silently said in his heart, and used the truth card on Zhang Di. When Gao Gang brought the police here, Gao Gang showed the police the surveillance video on the way, and then Shen Yan looked at Zhang Di and said, "Go ahead, tell me how you committed the crime." Zhang Di trembled all over, and then said, "Lao Zhang and I were sitting on the 9th floor eating. When he wasn't paying attention, I untied his safety rope, and when we started working, I pushed him down." "Who is behind you?" Shen Yan said. "It was Qian Xuanxi, the vice president of Continental Group. He told me that if I helped him complete this task, he would give me 500,000 yuan and let me go out and hide." Qian Xuanxi. Gao Gang said in a deep voice that he knew Qian Xuanxi, who was a representative of Huizhou Merchants and the deputy general manager of Continental Group. Gao Gang was furious. As an opponent, he welcomed any reasonable competition, each based on their own abilities. But he never expected that the Huizhou Merchants would be so hateful that they would take human lives in order to discredit themselves. Zhang Di was then taken away by the police, and he kept shouting that he was innocent along the way. After they left, Shen Yan looked around and ordered, "Treat the family of the deceased well and don't be stingy. After all, we are the ones who are sorry for them. If there are underage children in the family, Xinxia Group will provide funds to raise them until they are 22 years old." Listening to Shen Yan's instructions, everyone nodded. They had heard that the chairman of Xinxia Group was a good person, and now they saw that it was indeed the case. At this time, only Shen Yan and Gao Gang were downstairs. Shen Yan asked, "Who is this Qian Xuanxi?" Qian Xuanxi is the deputy general manager of Continental Group. "We have been dealing with each other over the past few years. He seems to be honest, but I didn't expect him to be so cruel." "It must be Continental Group behind this," Gao Gang said, gritting his teeth. Continental Group is a well-known construction group in Anhui province. Its size is not much different from that of Construction Group. The two companies have been engaged in open and secret struggles for 5 or 6 years. Ding, the mission is 50% complete. In order to help the host complete the mission better, a copy of Continental Group's black material will be distributed. Listening to the rewards given by the system, he secretly sighed that his system was definitely the most awesome and considerate system among all the super-rich novels he had read. Shen Yan looked at Gao Gang, then said with a wicked smile on his face, "This incident must have been done by the Continental Group, and the Continental Group will definitely push Qian Xuanxi out to take the blame. It's a good idea to think that this matter can be ended so easily. Brother Shen, what do you want?" Looking at Shen Yan's sinister smile, Gao Gang knew that a man like him would not suffer such a loss in silence. It seemed that this matter would not end until one side died. "I'll give you a Continental Group. Do you want it?" Shen Yan said calmly. Half an hour later, the two arrived at Mr. Ming's house. As soon as they sat down, Gao Gang told Mr. Ming everything that had happened today. Hearing this, Elder Ming frowned and said, "These Huizhou merchants are playing with fire. Thinking back to the time when I was in charge of the Beihai Chamber of Commerce, these Huizhou merchants often provoke me. I didn't expect that they would become so cruel now." However, looking at the young man in front of him, the matter this afternoon was resolved so smoothly, all thanks to his help and the ironclad evidence, otherwise Beihai Construction Group and Beihai Chamber of Commerce would be affected. Even someone like Ming Lao, who has been in the underworld for decades, could not see through Shen Yan, and what kind of huge background he had behind him. While they were chatting, the police station called. As Shen Yan had expected, the police went to the Continental Group. The Continental Group pushed Qian Xuanxi out to take the blame and issued a statement. The statement said that Qian Xuanxi, this rogue subordinate, did such a thing in order to gain his superiors' trust in him. And they hypocritically said that Continental was willing to bear all the costs. When Gao Gang heard this, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. His press conference hadn't even started yet, but he had been the one doing all the good stuff. Looking at the furious Gao Gang, Shen Yan paused, put his phone on the table, opened the black material sent to him by the system, pushed it in front of him, and said, "The fun has just begun." The two of them couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw the information on their phones. This was all Continental Group's dirty laundry, including tax evasion, hostesses being raped and killed, etc. Each of these items could cost him his life. The two of them looked at Shen Yan in unison. How could they get this information? Then Gao Gang felt fortunate that he had not chosen to be an enemy of Shen Yan. The next day, Continental Chairman Wang Dalu was hugging his beautiful secretary in the office, his hands constantly wandering over her body, frowning and saying, "This Qian Shuangxi is such a loser, he can't even handle such a small matter. He cost me so much money. But I heard that a new guy joined the North Sea Chamber of Commerce recently. He has a very powerful background. I didn't expect that such a perfect plan could be solved by him so easily." The secretary untied Wang Dalu's clothes with her slender hands and put her fingers on his chest. "Oh, Mr. Wang, the matter has been resolved. Thanks to your quick response, bearing all the expenses and issuing a statement, our group did not suffer much loss. Besides, no matter how powerful his background is, he is still a small figure. How can he be as powerful as you, Mr. Wang?" Hearing this, Wang Dalu's frown finally eased a little, and he picked up the female secretary and went to the inner bedroom. As the saying goes, if there is something to do, the secretary will do it, if there is nothing to do. He hadn't even taken off his clothes when his phone rang. He was just about to vent his anger, but what was the reason for the call? It made him feel a little annoyed. "Hello, who are you?" "Boss Wang, are you ready to die?" A voice came from the phone. She hung up without waiting for Wang Dalu to reply. "It's broad daylight, are you sick?" Wang Dalu spat, thinking it was just a prank. Then, at the secretary's urging, he put down his phone and rushed over. Shen asked Wang Mian to contact several media outlets to publish the negative information, and told him that it didn't matter how much money it cost, the most important thing was that the news must be all over the place when the sun rises tomorrow. Sure enough, the next day, Wang Dalu was woken up by his cell phone while still sleeping. He squeezed the female secretary next to him, picked up the phone and saw that it was his assistant calling. He said impatiently, "I tell you, you'd better find me if you have something to do, otherwise you'll be fired." "Oh no, Mr. Wang, there's so much negative information about Continental Group out there. Our stocks have plummeted, and now the relevant departments and reporters have come to the company and are standing outside your office," the assistant said anxiously. He had just woken up and glanced at his cell phone, which was full of negative information about his company, including tax evasion, keeping a mistress, illegal possession of firearms and murder, etc. So he hurriedly called the chairman. "What?" Wang Dalu stood up suddenly. He had been hiding very well in the past few years. The finances were all handled by his own confidants, and the gray industry had been successfully transformed. Who on earth found out? Chapter 53 Mr. Gua. Wang Dalu hung up the phone and turned on his phone. He wanted to check the news, but he saw an unread text message. There were a few big words on it. "Mr. Wang, are you ready to die?" He couldn't help but think of the phone call yesterday, which puzzled him. Thinking of the death of the construction group, Wang Dalu rubbed his eyebrows. Could it be that the construction group did it? This is impossible. The construction group doesn't have this ability. On second thought, could it be the mysterious chairman of Xingxia Group? If so, then I really hit a wall this time. I didn't expect that Beihai Chamber of Commerce would absorb such an awesome person. As soon as I walked out of the bedroom door, I heard a lot of noise outside the office. They were all media clamoring to see Wang Dalu. I couldn't help but feel a headache. After taking 2 steps, I found that someone was already sitting at my desk. "Wang Dalu, someone reported that you are suspected of multiple crimes. Come with us." Hearing this, Wang Dalu was about to call the Huaishan leader to use his connections, but he was forcibly taken away. At this time, he didn't know who reported him or who found out about it. At this time, within the Huaizhou merchants. The Huaizhou merchants sat together and discussed. What was going on? Why was the arrest carried out in just one morning? What was going on? At this time, a thin old man walked in from outside. He had a kind face, and his dry hands were full of traces of time. When they saw him come in, everyone stood up and shouted in unison, "Mr. Gua. Everyone, please take a seat." After sitting down at the main seat, Mr. Gua spoke slowly. Like Mr. Ming from the Beihai Chamber of Commerce, he was a retired leader of the previous generation of the Chamber of Commerce. He was invited here by the current president after hearing about this matter. "I know everything. What do you think?" Gu Ming, the current president of Huaishan, stood up and said, "Someone must be behind this. Otherwise, how could they arrest him in just one morning?" Everyone chimed in. Another person stood up and said, "Mr. Gua, could it be someone from Beihai who did it?" "I know everything. It was Wang Dalu who bullied others first and killed the workers of Beihai Construction Group," Mr. Gua said slowly. "I've also heard about this matter. Didn't the vice president get out to take the blame?" And even if we want to investigate, it's impossible to get to the bottom of it in such a short time. Besides, so much negative information about the Continental Group was revealed so early in the morning. How is this possible? Said a person sitting at the end of the table. I heard that a young man has just joined the Beihai Chamber of Commerce. Yes, I heard about it too. He's just a young boy, why bother with him? Another weak middle-aged man raised his voice. The young man you mentioned just acquired Warwick Company. Mr. Guo said slowly that at first he was not very curious about Xinyan, and thought that the Beihai Chamber of Commerce was eager to expand its strength. But later he heard that this person actually acquired Huawei, which made Mr. Guo curious, so he sent people to check this person named Xinyan. If he didn't check, he wouldn't know. He found nothing. His identity and background information was very clean. Later, I heard that this young man had come up with unprecedented advanced lithography technology. Could it be that he was also responsible for this incident? This was the only explanation. Everyone exclaimed. They really didn't know much about Xinyan. They just thought of him as a young and ignorant boy. After hearing what Mr. Guo said, they couldn't help but become curious. Elder Ming said in a deep voice, "You all should do your own job first, and publish another announcement to sever your relationship with the Continental Group. Wait a few days, and I will meet this young man. If you can win him over, then win him over. If you can't, let him know how powerful you are." Hearing this, everyone responded. Mr. Guo's position in the Huizhou Merchants' Chamber of Commerce was transcendent. With him around, the Huizhou merchants had a backbone. After everyone left, Mr. Guo looked at the sky outside and murmured, "Young people today are incredible." North Sea. Just at noon, Xinyan received a call from Gao Gang, who excitedly told him that Wang Dalu had been arrested and the stock price of Continental Group had plummeted. Listening to Gao Gang's words, Xinyan felt calm. He had brought disaster upon himself. He should blame himself for choosing the wrong opponent. At this time, Xinyan looked at the announcement released by Hui Shan on his mobile phone. The announcement strongly condemned the vicious incident of Continental Group and announced that Continental Group would be removed from Hui Shan. Xinyan was eager to distance himself from Continental Group. He guessed that the head of the Huizhou merchant would come to him soon. What would happen? Would he win him over? He didn't want to think about it. He would think about it later. Turning his head to look at Wang Yuemin beside him, he thought of the unfinished business they had yesterday afternoon. Her face full of unsatisfied look appeared in his mind, and he suddenly felt the desire again. Xiao Min? Wang Yuemin, who was eating fruit, turned to look at Xinyan and found that the latter was looking at him with a smirk on his face. He cursed inwardly, thinking that he hadn't enjoyed himself enough yesterday when you left. Now you finally remembered? He snorted and opened his arms, "I want a hug." Hearing this, Xinyan picked up Wang Yuemin, kissed her forehead, and walked into the room. After a while, panting sounds came out. 2 days later, Xinyan was leisurely strolling with Wang Yuemin in Shangshi Plaza. As they had come here so many times, many shop assistants recognized him. When they saw Xinyan and Wang Yuemin coming, they would come over with a smile and invite them in. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. At this time, the phone rang. Xinyan picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number from Anhui province. He smiled slightly, thinking that what was coming would eventually come. He called Wang Yuemin and told him to go shopping first and buy whatever he wanted. Then he stood outside the store and answered the phone. "Hello, who is this? Are you Xinyan?" Mr. Guo's voice rang out. "It's me, who are you?" Xinyan asked knowingly. "I am the former president of the Huishan Chamber of Commerce. You can call me Mr. Guo." Mr. Guo said with a smile. He came to Beihai quietly yesterday accompanied by several Huizhou merchants, just to meet this young man named Xinyan. "I'm in Beihai, I wonder if I can treat you to a meal." From the sound, it was an old man as kind as Mr. Ming. They actually came to Beihai? Why didn't the Beihai Chamber of Commerce know about it? Xinyan replied, "It's my honor, but I'm shopping with my wife." "Is it okay in the evening?" "Okay, the location is your Yunsham Lydian." Mr. Guo said slowly and hung up the phone. In the information he found, Mr. Guo found that the largest hotel in Beihai City now belongs to Xinyan. After hanging up the phone, Xinyan called Zhang Shang and asked him to prepare a private room for him to entertain the guests. At that time, Zhang Shang was inspecting various parts of the country. After asking about the standard of the food, Zhang Shang hung up the phone. When he turned around, he found Wang Yuemin smiling sweetly and looking at him with both hands outstretched. "Give me money, or I won't let me go." Xinyan walked over and patted her head lovingly. Wang Yuemin bought a new Hermes bag for more than 500,000 renminbi. She paid with a credit card and then told the clerk to send the new bags directly to Sinan Mansion as long as they were available. Wang Yuemin danced with joy. She really had no other hobbies except bags. She didn't expect Xinyan to be so doting on her. She ignored other people's opinions and pecked Xinyan's cheek. The two of them walked around Shengshi Plaza for half an afternoon. As soon as they got in the car, Xinyan asked, "Wife, do you want to eat fish?" Chapter 54, Winning Over. Listening to Xinyan's words, Wang Yuemin almost drooled. The fish at Yunshan Lidian was delicious. Then he nodded vigorously. After a while, the two arrived at Yunshan Lidian, and the front desk informed them that the guests had arrived and were waiting in the private room. As soon as they opened the door, they saw several people sitting down, with an old man sitting in the middle. "It must be Mr. Guo who called me." While Xinyan was looking at the old man in front of him, Mr. Guo, who was sitting in the main seat, was also looking at the young man in front of him. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still surprised. He is too young. How did he achieve what he has today? Mr. Guo stood up slowly. He said, "I guess you are Xinyan, right?" "Yes, hello. Mr. Guo." Xinyan nodded, and then said, "I wonder if Mr. Guo asked me to come here because of the Continental Group?" Young people are impatient. "Come, let's eat and talk at the same time." Mr. Guo laughed and made a gesture of invitation. Hearing this, Xinyan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Uncle, this is my place, how come you are the host?" Xinyan turned around and asked the waiter to prepare the dishes. After pulling Wang Yuemin to sit down, Mr. Guo introduced the people present to Xinyan, including those in the catering industry, construction industry, and network technology industry. Xinyan also introduced Wang Yuemin to everyone present. "I've heard from Mr. Ming a long time ago that the Huizhou Merchants Union has all the industry leaders under its command. It's really an honor for me, Xinyan, to meet them today." Xinyan said politely. "Haha, that old fellow Zhong Guoming, I'm afraid he described me as a jackal, a tiger, or a leopard, right?" Old Gui joked. He had been dealing with Zhong Guoming for most of his life, so he had some understanding of him. Then he looked at Xinyan with admiration and said, "My dear friend, you have such a family business at such a young age, and you have such a beautiful wife. I, an old man, am really ashamed of myself." After the two exchanged pleasantries, Mr. Guo suddenly said, "The purpose of coming here today is to deal with the Continental Group's frame-up of the group. Although what they did has nothing to do with us, he is still a part of our Huishang after all." "Oh? Are you here, Mr. Guo, to plead for Wang Dalo?" "Well, I'm sorry, he's been arrested and I can't interfere," Xinyan said, shaking the wine in his glass. "No, Wang Dalo has brought this upon himself. I have long reminded him to mind his own business, but he always turns a deaf ear to my words." Mr. Guo shook his head and then said, "I apologize to you on behalf of the Huishang Chamber of Commerce." Listening to Mr. Guo's words, Xinyan drank the wine in his glass and said with a smile, "I'm afraid the purpose of today is not this, but the second one you are about to say?" "Haha, it's comfortable to deal with smart people," Mr. Guo said slowly, his eyes full of admiration for Xinyan. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. "We would like to invite you to join the Huishang Chamber of Commerce." Sure enough. How could this old man come all the way here just to apologize? Xinyan didn't answer in a hurry. He picked up a piece of fish for Wang Yuemin beside him, and then slowly said, "Can I ask why?" "Hey, kid. We, Bosqua, have come all the way here just to invite you to join us. Even the current president doesn't offer you this kind of treatment. You'd better be sensible." Kai Kuan, who was working in the catering department, slapped the table and stood up and said, "What a joke. Others begged to join Huishang but can't. Our boss invites you, and you still consider it?" Hearing this, Xinyan smiled calmly and looked at Mr. Guo standing beside him. Could he not sit still so soon? Mr. Guo took a sip of wine, picked up a chicken leg, and then said, "Sit down, Kai Kuan. We are guests. How can you be so rude? Eat a chicken leg and shut your mouth." Then he turned to Xinyan and said, "After this incident happened, we investigated it. I heard that it was you who produced the fatal evidence, and there was no surveillance camera with a similar angle nearby. And we found out that you own many large companies. Even Huawei was acquired by you. I heard that you also brought out the information technology of lithography machines? You actually produced all the evidence of Continental Group in one night. This makes me really curious about who you are and why the information is encrypted. At the same time, I admire you very much. You have achieved so much at such a young age. Your future is limitless. Listening to Mr. Guo's praise, Xinyan's heart was calm. Mr. Guo, you are too kind, I am not as good as you say. How can someone who is not powerful donate 50 billion? Mr. Guo looked at Xinyan. When he saw the news on TV, he asked his subordinates to check it out. His subordinates reported that not long after that, Xinyan acquired a piece of land of more than 30 square kilometers in Beihai. He is so young, yet he has such a huge cash flow. If he can be recruited into the Huizhou Merchants Chamber of Commerce, then the entire Huizhou Merchants Chamber of Commerce will definitely become the largest chamber of commerce in China. Don't rush to refuse. If you agree to join, I will take care of Beihai and promise to let you be the next president of the Huishan Chamber of Commerce. With your leadership, Huishan will definitely be at the forefront of all of China. I'm sorry, I refuse. Xinyan didn't say much. The falling incident had already made him hate Huizhou merchants. They would do anything to defeat the construction group. After listening to Master Ming's story that night, he was simply disgusted. Oh? Can I hear the reason? Mr. Guo's face looked a little ugly. My business is mostly in the North Sea, and I'm very aware of the size of the North Sea, so I'm not going there. Xinyan said solemnly. He was right. Almost all of his companies were in Beihai. Why should he abandon Beihai City, which was close to the sea, and go all the way to Anhui Province? After that, Kai Koan on the opposite side was about to explode again, but Mr. Guo patted him on the shoulder. Then he said to Xinyan meaningfully, "That's such a pity. This Yunxian Lydian is really nice, with a great environment and good service. I heard that you plan to open hotels all over China? The first choice will be the provincial capital? I will take good care of it when the time comes." Xinyan smiled. His Yunxian Lydian would definitely open to Hui Province. The threat posed by this old man in front of him was too obvious, wasn't it? Am I afraid of you? Then I have to thank Mr. Guo a lot. With Mr. Guo's care, Yunxian Lydian will surely flourish in Anhui Province. There was no point in talking anymore, so Mr. Guo and his companions were about to get up and leave. Xinyan sat in his seat, ignoring them and just watching Wang Yuemin eating happily beside him. When he reached the door, Mr. Guo turned around and looked at Xinyan. He had anticipated the result of today. It was okay. At least he had a general understanding of Xinyan. As for winning him over, there were many ways. His hotel and his family. If he couldn't get them, he would destroy them. With such a person in the Beihai Chamber of Commerce, the Huizhou merchants were no match. After they left, Wang Yuemin raised her head and looked at Xinyan worriedly. "Husband, there won't be any danger, right?" In fact, Wang Yuemin had listened to their conversation just now. When he heard that Mr. Guo was going to take care of Yunxian Lydian, he couldn't help feeling a little worried. But after all, she is just a girl, and it is better not to interrupt her man when he is talking about something, so she could only eat the fish by herself. He rubbed Wang Yuemin's head and said, "I have never taken this kind of rotten fish and shrimp seriously." Chapter 55 Thriving. Xinyan was not in a hurry to go home. He picked up his phone and called Mr. Ming to tell him what happened today. "This old man actually came to Beihai in person to win you over?" Zhong Guoming said in surprise. As far as he knew, Mr. Guo had not been out of Anhui Province for a long time, and had not asked about the affairs of Huizhou merchants for a long time. He did not expect that he would come in person this time. "It's a good thing that you didn't go, otherwise the Beihai Chamber of Commerce would suffer a great loss." Zhong Guoming secretly rejoiced that if Xinyan was really poached by the Huishan Chamber of Commerce, with his huge cash flow and several companies in Beihai, he would definitely pose a great threat to the Beihai Chamber of Commerce. Then he said, "Xinyan, you said you have been the vice president for a while. When will you meet with everyone?" Zhong Guoming thought very clearly that he must strengthen the unity within the Beihai Chamber of Commerce. More exchanges could also strengthen cooperation, which would also make it easier to tie Xinyan more closely to the Beihai Chamber of Commerce. "I'll go when I have time," Xinyan said casually. Of course he knew what Zhong Guoming's intention was, but he was now a member of the Beihai Chamber of Commerce, so he had to meet with them. After a few pleasantries, Xinyan hung up the phone. "Honey, let's go travel?" I haven't traveled for a long time, Wang Yuanmin said pitifully. Looking at Wang Yuanmin's charming appearance, Xinyan nodded and said, when I'm done with this, I'll take you out to play. Great, my husband is the best. Wang Yuanmin pecked Xinyan's face excitedly a few times. In the following period of time, there was no news from the Huaishang Chamber of Commerce, and no further contact. He knew that the Huaishang Chamber of Commerce would never give up, so he reminded Zhang Sheng that the branch in Hui province must strengthen security measures. This group of people could deliberately kill people in Beihai, let alone in the local area. During this period, he also attended the dinner organized by Beihai Chamber of Commerce convened by Mr. Ming and met everyone. Everyone knew Xinyan's strength, so they did not look down on him because of his young age. Xinyan said that he must strengthen cooperation if there is a chance. A simple video conference was held that afternoon, and reports from several people were heard. Warwick is now producing Longting chips in full swing. Yu Dazue said that if it is installed on the previous generation 50 mobile phone, the performance is not inferior to the Fruit 14 mobile phone. If he is given another 3 months, it can be mass-produced, and the autumn launch conference will definitely go smoothly. Jiang Nan reported that the acne cream had passed the test and was more than twice as effective as all the acne creams on the market. It was now being prepared for mass production and would be available on the market in another month. She was also very curious about what kind of person her boss was. He was young, handsome, and rich, and most importantly, he had so many top technologies. It was incredible. Zhang Sheng said that the sites of the provincial capital cities in the north have been selected and construction is about to begin. He is preparing to inspect the southern provinces and cities with his team. At Xinyan's suggestion, the entire project will be handed over to the construction group and Changxing group of the Beihai Chamber of Commerce. He will arrange for the two parties to contact each other. If he gave everything to the construction group, he would not be able to handle it all. After all, the amusement park in the west of the city still needs the construction group. So Xinyan thought of another company, Changsheng Group, which is a construction company that is not inferior to the construction group. Listening to everyone's report, Xinyan nodded with satisfaction. Xinyan called Gao Gang to invite him for tea, and asked him to invite Lu Yuntian from Changxing Group. At first, Gao Gang was a little puzzled. This guy would not invite him for tea for no reason. Then he thought that both of our two companies are construction groups, so there must be a project for him. He laughed and said, this kid, I really didn't misjudge him. He didn't forget his allies even when he became bigger and stronger. In the afternoon, Xinyan came to Fuyuan Tea House in the city center. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Gao Gang and Lu Yuntian had arrived. Oh, Mr. Xin, I wanted to get in touch with you more last time we had dinner, but I didn't expect you to find me first. Lu Yuntian said with a smile. Before coming here today, Gao Gang told him that Xinyan must have a project to do when he asked them to come. And for someone like Xinyan, the project must be big. Just look at the Chengxi amusement park, it almost equals the profit of the construction group in half a year. You know how envious Lu Yuntian, as a colleague, was when he learned that Gao Gang had obtained the project of the Chengxi land. It's okay, Mr. Lu. We are all family. No need to be so polite. Xinyan smiled and waved his hand. Gao Gang stood up and patted Lu Yuntian on the shoulder and said, yes, Brother Xin is always straightforward, just don't be so polite. After a few pleasantries, they sat down and tasted the exquisite De Hong Pao. Gao Gang smacked his lips and said, great tea. Yes, the best De Hong Pao, more than 80,000 yuan per pound. Lu Yuntian is quite knowledgeable about tea. He can tell what kind of tea it is just by smelling it. After taking a sip of tea, he said, Boss Xin, why did you call us here today? It's like this. My hotel is going to open branches all over the country. I invited you two to come. I don't want to let the money flow to outsiders. Xinyan looked at the two and said. Moreover, their companies are well known in the industry, and they are both in the Beihai Chamber of Commerce, so they can be used by their own people with confidence. Okay, I wonder how many stores you want to open, Brother Xin? Gao Gang asked with interest. Xinyan said nothing and lightly made a one gesture. Oh, 10 companies? Then my Changxing group will take care of them all. Lu Yuntian said proudly. Moreover, this was a good opportunity to make friends with Xinyan. After dinner that day, everyone had only one thought, this boy has a bright future. But he did not notice Gao Gang's surprised expression. With Xinyan's strength, there must be 100 companies, otherwise it would be impossible for both of them to come. We'll start with 100. Xinyan shook his head and spoke slowly. His hotel was initially opened in the provincial capital, and it is possible to open 2 or 3 in some developed cities, and then slowly extend to second and third tier cities. Brother Gao is currently busy with the project of the West City Amusement Park, so I would like to trouble the 2 brothers to cooperate with us. 100? Mr. Shin, you are kidding me, right? Lu Yuntian felt that he couldn't close his mouth, not only because of surprise but also because of excitement. He accidentally glanced at Gao Gang, who was looking at him like a fool, and Lu Yuntian understood that the young man in front of him was really not kidding. Shen Yan shook his head and said, "I'm not kidding. Brother Gao is also responsible for the West City Amusement Park, so Mr. Lu, how much can you eat?" Lu Yuntian looked down and counted the projects under his control. There were still a few projects that were not completed. He could take 60% of them. Then he said, 60%. At most 70%. Shen Yan nodded and said that it was fine to eat 60% of it. Then he looked at Gao Gang beside him with a questioning look. "Brother Gao, what about you?" "The remaining 40% belongs to me, and the price is negotiable," Gao Gang said generously. Although the size of Changsheng Group is not much different from that of Construction Group has more people, so it can become the leader of Beihai City's construction. Shen Yan stood up, drank tea instead of wine and said, "I toast to you 2 elder brothers." When the meeting was almost over, Shen Yan gave Zhang Shang's phone number to the 2 of them, saying that he would give full authority to Zhang Shang and that they could contact him later. After that, Shen Yan drove away first. The matter in Beihai was finished, and he could take his wife out for a trip. Looking at the back of the 6th Element driving away, Lu Yuntian looked at Gao Gang beside him in disbelief. "Old Gao, I still can't believe it. You sent all my Changsheng Group out in just one afternoon?" Chapter 56. The 6th Element was scratched. Gao Gang laughed, patted Lu Yuntian on the shoulder and said, "Old Lu, you'll get used to it. I've seen his abilities with my own eyes. It will only benefit us if we are on good terms with Shen Yan." On the way home, Shen Yan stopped by Yunshan Lydian and asked the kitchen to make a grilled fish that Wang Yuemin loved. When he got home, he saw Wang Yuemin lying on the sofa eating fruit. Seeing Shen Yan coming home and smelling a fragrance coming from behind him, Wang Yuemin quickly stood up and said with shining eyes, "Husband, what delicious food did you bring me?" "Guess what? If you guess wrong, I'll eat it myself," Shen Yan joked. She rubbed her little head. This smell was too familiar. Why couldn't she remember it? What on earth was it? Looking at Shen Yan's cunning smile, she simply sat on the ground and said, I don't want to guess. I want to eat it, husband." Seeing how cute she was, Shen Yan didn't tease her for a while. He then took out the packed grilled fish from behind, shook it in front of him and said, "Hurry up, the ground is cold. I brought you your favorite grilled fish." Before she finished speaking, Wang Yuemin stood up. She took the grilled fish from Shen Yan's hand and turned to go to the kitchen. Suddenly, she was stunned and turned around to kiss Shen Yan on the face. "Thank you for feeding me, husband, he." Shen Yan smiled helplessly. His wife was an absolute foodie. After sitting down in the restaurant, looking at Wang Yuemin who was eating, Shen Yan slowly said, "I don't have much to do recently, so where do you want to travel?" Travel? Wang Yuemin, who was just immersed in the food, looked up at Shen Yan and said, "I have always wanted to see the terracotta warriors. But unfortunately, I was always working and had no time." "Terracotta warriors?" "Sure. I've always wanted to see them, and there are a lot of delicious foods nearby. I can take Wang Yuemin to taste them." "Then shall we set off tomorrow?" Shen Yan said lovingly. "Yeah. My husband is the best." Wang Yuemin was so happy that he danced with joy and almost knocked over the fish. He quickly sat down obediently, already thinking about what to wear the next day. The next day, the 2 woke up very early. Shen Yan, who had already packed up, sat on the sofa and watched Wang Yuemin come out to show her clothes one by one, asking which one looked good. He looked at the time, it was almost 9 o'clock, and then smiled and said, "Although the clothes are good looking, you also have to have a good frame. You are so good looking, you will get extra points no matter what you wear." After hearing this, Wang Yuemin finally did not go into the bedroom to change clothes. She put on a white long dress and sunglasses, and the 2 of them prepared to set off. On the way, Wang Yuemin kept talking to Shen Yan about the terracotta warriors and the food in Chang'an. He was so excited that he even said he saw a video of people drinking and smashing bowls, which was very cool. Shen Yan also echoed him impatiently. Finally, after more than an hour of chattering, Wang Yuemin stopped talking. He was a little tired and then closed his eyes and fell asleep. The road was not congested, and all the vehicles had no time to hide after seeing the sixth element, let alone getting close to him. 2 hours later, the two arrived in Chang'an City and found the hotel they had booked. As soon as they got out of the parking lot, Wang Yuemin stretched and said to Shenyan with a sweet smile, "Our world for two begins." After checking in, the two came to the room. Shenyan had seen a hotel with a terracotta warrior theme on the internet before, but he always felt that it was a bit scary to get up in the middle of the night, so he did not choose it, but booked a presidential suite for a week. Although it was not as luxurious as the Yunshan Lydian Hotel, it was also one of the best in the local area. After driving all the way, Shenyan was a little tired. He lay down on the bed as soon as he entered the door. Just when he was about to fall asleep, he found something pressing on him. He opened his eyes dazedly and saw Wang Yuemin, who looked excited, sitting on him and shaking his arms. "Hubby, play with me." Who could bear this? A girl with a score of 98 sat on his lower body and swayed her body, not caring about her tiredness. She turned over and pressed Wang Yuemin under her. The latter had an expression of enjoyment. An hour later, Shenyan looked at Wang Yuemin, who was lying in his arms and searching for nearby attractions on her phone. He felt a little hungry, so he said, "Xiaoman, shall we go eat some biang noodles?" Hearing about delicious food, Wang Yuemin instantly gained motivation, as if nothing had happened just now. He nodded excitedly and said, okay. I'm a little hungry too." The two of them packed up briefly, went downstairs, and drove out of the hotel. On the way, Wang Yuemin found out that there was a famous biang noodle restaurant nearby, and they arrived at the restaurant in 2 traffic lights. After arriving, he put the sixth element on the roadside and took Wang Yuemin's hand to walk in. The store was not big, but many people came here to eat. After pushing the door open and entering, Shenyan ordered 2 servings of the signature biang noodles, and the boss brought them up in a short while. As the saying goes, good food can make people happy. I don't know if this is true or not, but Wang Yuemin's eyes were almost straight, and he picked up his chopsticks to taste it without saying a word. Shenyan smiled and also picked up his chopsticks. After taking a bite, he thought it was famous, it was really delicious. Halfway through the meal, Shenyan suddenly saw a lot of people surrounding his car. At first, he thought it was the same as before, and the passers-by had never seen the car before, so they were just watching. But after watching for a while, he realized that the passers-by seemed to be talking about something. He thought to himself, "Oh no, has the car been hit?" After talking to Wang Yuemin, Shenyan walked out. Before he got close, he heard a group of people saying something like, "You are in trouble, this car is very expensive." When he walked over, he saw that the person in the middle was an old sanitation worker, and the front of his sixth element was scratched. When everyone saw the car owner coming, they all waited to see the show, and many even took out their phones to record videos and send teasing messages. The old man looked up at the young man in front of him, took off the small amount of cash he had on him, and said hesitantly, "Young man, I'm sorry, I scratched your car. But this is all the money I have, I don't know if it's enough." "Uncle, this car costs tens of millions. How can your little money be enough to buy it?" "Yeah, this scratch could buy a car." Several young men nearby said that they had originally planned to take a video of the car, but they did not expect this scene to appear. The shovel on the back of the old man's sanitation truck scratched a long scratch on the 2 sixth elements. Shenyan didn't say anything. He walked around his car and confirmed that there was only one scratch. Then he said to the sanitation worker, "Uncle, this money is really not enough, but I have a solution." Chapter 57, Even. Hearing Shenyan say this, the old man's heart couldn't help but get nervous, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was difficult for him to come up with tens of thousands of dollars, let alone hundreds of thousands or millions. If this was really the case, he might as well take his life. The people who were preparing to film the video had already prepared the copywriting, saying that the owner of the luxury car was blackmailing the sanitation worker. "No matter what, we will definitely get some explosive material today." Shenyan walked to the sanitation vehicle, picked up the shovel on the vehicle, smiled, and scratched a scratch on the sanitation vehicle that was almost as long as the one on the sixth element. After the operation, the sanitation worker was confused, and so were the people around him. "What did you do?" In the confusion of everyone, Shenyan smiled and said to the sanitation worker with a sweaty face, "Okay, you scratched my car, and I scratched yours, so now we are even." When this was said, everyone was shocked. They were all ready to watch the show, but it turned out to be this result. People around applauded. Otherwise, they would say that he could drive a luxury car. This is the pattern. Passers-by took out their phones to record this moment and uploaded it to Douyin. But your car. The sanitation worker pointed at the sixth element beside him and said hesitantly. Well, it's okay. I can really ask you to pay for it. Ding. The system issues a reward, the light of righteousness. The reward is Pagani Wind God. It has been placed in the hotel's underground parking lot. Wow, the system can randomly issue tasks and rewards. I just did something within my ability, but I was given a Pagani Wind God worth 90 million. I had only seen this car in novels before, but I didn't expect it to be in my hands now. Xinyan was so excited that he almost laughed out loud. He gathered his thoughts, pointed at the sanitation truck nearby, and said, "We are even now." Hearing this, the sanitation worker felt a little embarrassed and looked at Xinyan with gratitude. If he really had to pay for it, it would take him several lifetimes to pay it back. Xinyan waved his hand and said, "Okay, uncle, go and do your work. I still need to eat." After that, Xinyan turned around and went back to the store. As soon as he entered the door, he saw countless pairs of eyes staring at him. It turned out that the sports car at the door was his. Everyone saw what happened just now, and everyone applauded Xinyan's actions from the bottom of their hearts. After a moment of hesitation, he ignored everyone's gazes and sat down next to Wang Yuemin. The latter looked at him and said with a smile, "That was great just now." Xinyan waved his hands, "They have worked hard enough. I can't be a bad person, right? Just think of it as accumulating virtue for myself." After dinner, the two did not continue strolling, but returned to the hotel. They were very tired after driving all day. After a simple wash, the two fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, the two of them packed up briefly. Xinyan called Zhou Shen and asked him to send someone to transport his sixth element back for repair. Someone asked if it was okay. "Well, as long as the money is in place, he will come to do things for you even if he gets married again." "Honey, if you ask someone to transport the car back, then what are we going to drive these days?" Wang Yuemin asked, tilting her little head while lying on the bed. "Come on, I'll take you to see my new car." Xinyan smiled, stood up and was about to go out. Wang Yuemin was puzzled. Her husband bought another car? How come she didn't know about it? Then she followed Xinyan out and came to the parking lot. After walking to the parking space indicated by the system, Xinyan saw at a glance that there was a purple gold supercar parked in the parking space in front. He pressed the key, and the gull-shaped door slowly rose. Looking at the purple gold interior and the carbon fiber body, Xinyan smacked his lips. "This sports car worth nearly 100 million is mine. Wow, husband, he's so cool, not inferior to your poison at all, even cooler than the sixth element." Wang Yuemin walked over and looked at the car in front of him, with a gleam in his eyes. "A new car, Pagani Huayra, do you like it?" Xinyan said with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Yuemin nodded, and at Xinyan's suggestion, she sat in the passenger seat, then said, "The seat is more comfortable than your sixth element. I really like the color of this car's interior, husband. This was meant for you." Actually, he had originally planned to buy a car for Wang Yuemin, but he was busy all the time, so he forgot about it. It just so happened that the system gave him a bonus, and this car was a perfect match for Wang Yuemin, so he just lied. "Really, honey? He, thank you." Then she kissed Xinyan on the side of his face. Then she asked with some concern, "Husband, do you think I'm a bit materialistic? I always ask you to buy me this and that." Xinyan was stunned when he heard this, and then he said with a smile, "Why do you think so? Who doesn't have a hobby? If we have the conditions, we will buy it for you. Besides, we are married now." He scratched Wang Yuemin's nose with his fingers, and the latter blushed and laughed dryly. "Yeah, what kind of question am I asking?" Then he followed Xinyan into the car and prepared to go for lunch. After lunch, the staff of the 4S shop arrived. Because they had to hand over the items in person, Xinyan had to go back to the hotel. Wang Yuemin said she wanted to go shopping, so Xinyan dropped Wang Yuemin off in a nearby shopping mall and gave her a card, asking her to swipe it at will. After walking around the mall for a long time, Wang Yuemin found nothing to buy, so he sat on a stool in a daze. If he had known this would happen, he would have gone back to the hotel with Xinyan. Inadvertently glancing at the Huawei store nearby, Wang Yuemin suddenly remembered that her parents-in-law's mobile phones were old, and Xinyan was now the big boss of Huawei. It was not good to use an Apple phone, which could easily cause criticism. It was a good opportunity to help Xinyan find out about the situation of Huawei's offline stores, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After snapping his fingers, he stood up and walked towards the Huawei store. As soon as I entered the store, a clerk came over enthusiastically. "Hello ma'am, what can I do for you?" "Let me check the phone." Wang Yuemin said that he needed to buy 4 mobile phones in total, and he also needed to buy a tablet for watching TV series. "Take out the best mobile phones in the store. Help me get 4, and then help me get a tablet." "Okay, ma'am, please wait a moment." When the clerk heard this, he realized that this was a large order, and hurriedly served tea and water. His attitude was much better than when Wang Yuemin first entered the store. Wang Yuemin was sitting on the sofa, scrolling through Douyin, and found that the incident between Xinyan and the sanitation worker yesterday had spread all over Douyin. Looking at the man in the video, Wang Yuemin's mouth curled up. "My husband, he's really good. Beautiful lady, add me on WeChat." Just when Wang Yuemin was about to click the like button, a sudden voice rang out. Chapter 58, A Hero Saves a Beauty. I looked up and saw a man standing in front of me. He had pink hair, a bracelet on his hand, 3/4 pants, and loafers. He seemed to smell like women's perfume. He looked like a very energetic young man. She shook her head with disgust but still smiled and said, "Sorry, I have a husband. This man is called Mao Hong, and he is the son of the owner of this shopping mall. Every day he has nothing to do but wander around the mall looking at pretty girls, which always scares away customers. All the stores turn a blind eye to his behavior and dare not say anything. Just today, after having lunch on the top floor, Mao Hong was wandering around the floors as usual accompanied by his younger brother. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of an almost perfect girl sitting in the Warwick store. After watching at the door for a while, he found that she came by herself, so he went in. Oh, a married woman is better." Hearing Wang Yuemin's words, Mao Hengxi laughed. The wife was very skilled and relaxed. Then he looked at Wang Yuemin with a smile and said, "Come and buy a mobile phone. Tell me which one you like and I'll give it to you." Wang Yuemin looked at Mao Hong in front of him with some annoyance. "No need, I'll buy it myself." "Ha! This woman is really fierce. The more she is like this, the harder it is to convince her. The more she is like this, the more Mao Hong wants to conquer her. This is the most interesting way to play." Coincidentally, the clerk took out his cell phone at this time. After seeing Mao Hong, he was stunned for a moment, praying in his heart that he would not scare his customers away again. "Hey, come here." Mao Hong pointed at the clerk and said, "You're buying a mobile phone, so I'll show you my financial resources. Wrap up the phone that this lady likes. I'll buy it." The clerk looked at Wang Yuemin, who was already a little impatient at this time, thinking to herself, "Xinyan, why don't you come over here? If you don't come over, I'm going to be annoyed to death." She looked at the clerk beside her and said, "No, I'll buy it myself. Don't you care about this kind of thing in your store?" When the clerk heard this, he didn't dare to do anything. What if Mao Hong told his father about it, and his father told the boss would definitely fire him. So he put down his phone, pretended to have something to do and left the scene. Watching the clerks leaving back, Wang Yuemin felt disappointed, thinking that this was an employee of Warwick's offline store, and he was so timid and cowardly. "How about staying with me for one night and I'll give you these phones?" Mao Hong sat down next to Wang Yuemin. Seeing the clerk leave sensibly, Mao Hong felt happy and said, "It's a little big. Just bear with it. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Resisting the nausea and anger in her heart, Wang Yuemin stood up and prepared to leave the store. However, she was stopped by Mao Heng's younger brother just as she walked through the door. He pointed at her back and said, "Girl, it's your honor that our brother Mao likes you. Don't be so shameless." Wang Yuemin turned around and looked at the other customers and staff in the store, wondering if no one was really in charge. Just as he was about to pick up his phone to call Xinyan, the younger brother snatched the phone away and slapped Wang Yuemin in the face. "You bitch, you dare to call the police? Don't you want to live?" Wang Yuemin sat on the ground with tears in her eyes. "Husband, why haven't you come yet? Just like last time, take me to the top floor office. I want to have some meat today." After saying that, Mao Hong stood up and was about to go out, but he was kicked and fell in front of the counter just as he reached the door, smashing the entire counter to pieces. He shook his head and said, "Who the hell doesn't have martial ethics? Dare to hit me? You want to pick up my woman? I'll kick you." Xinyan clapped his hands and walked in. The handover was a bit troublesome just now, so he came a little late. As soon as he entered the mall, he heard passers-by say that a girl was bullied in the Warwick store. He hurried to the second floor to confirm whether it was Wang Yuemin. Ding, the system releases a god-level choice. 1. Suffer in silence, and be rewarded with a fluorescent green hat. 2. Go up and beat him, and be rewarded with ownership of this mall. Is there any need to think about this? If she wants to sleep with my woman, fucking her is considered a light punishment. Then Shen muttered to himself, I choose 2. Ding, the selection is successful, the equity change is completed more quickly, and a copy of the Mao Father and Son's black material is attached, which has been sent to the relevant departments. 2 bad luck cards are also attached, which will automatically take effect. Damn, the system is really considerate this time. It has already used the bad luck card on the 2 of them without any command from me. What's the point of posting this? Your wife is my wife, don't push her too far. If the relevant department comes a step later, you won't be able to beat her. Although this sounds heartwarming, why does it feel so awkward? As a result, as soon as he went up to the 2nd floor, he saw Mao Hang's little brother slap Wang Yuemin. Shen Yan was furious and rushed over. Boy, do you want to quit your job? Do you know who I am? Mao Hang stood up, patted the broken glass on his body, and said angrily. Shen Yan ignored him and said to the Huawei clerk behind him, I'll give you 1 minute to call your boss over, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Just now when Shen Yan kicked Mao Hang to the counter, everyone thought that the performance had come, and even if you were right you had to pay compensation, but the matter had already become a big deal, so they called the manager before Shen Yan said anything. You little bastard, my brother is talking to you, can't you hear me? The younger brother came over and said arrogantly. I heard you're pretty awesome? Shen Yan turned his head and looked at Mao Hang. He wanted to see how awesome Mao Hang was. People like you are not considered a dandy. Hurry up and call your father. It's too late, I'm afraid he won't be able to see you. After saying that, Shen Yan rushed forward and attacked left and right, then turned around and looked fiercely at Mao Hang's little brother who was about to attack him. If you want to die, just come over and try. 5 minutes later, Shen Yan stood up, looked at Mao Hang with a bruised face and nose, spat, and kicked Mao Hang in a sensitive part. Mao Hang felt his balls were broken, and he rolled around on the ground, covering his face with his hands. Where is your manager? Has he arrived? Shen Yan turned around and looked at the clerk, who looked at Shen Yan as if he were a monster. No one had ever dared to treat the son of the mall owner like this. Here I come. Hello, sir. The manager had arrived a long time ago. There was trouble in the store, and it involved the son of the mall owner. How could he not come? After arriving and looking at the young man who was teaching Mao Hang a lesson, the manager scratched his head. Why did he feel that he looked so familiar? Do you know me? Shen Yan said. I'm sorry I don't know you. The manager thought hard but still couldn't figure out that he knew such a person. I'm the new chairman of Warwick. Your bonus is given by me. You tell me you don't know me? Shen Yan said angrily. Chapter 59, The Punishment. I was wondering why you looked so familiar, so you are the chairman. Manager Feng Lei slapped his forehead. No wonder he felt that he looked familiar. Wasn't this the new chairman who sat in the main seat at the staff meeting that day and gave all employees promotions and salary increases? This was really a flood that had washed away the Dragon King Temple. At the same time, he began to worry. Was this considered an incognito visit by the chairman? Normally, he would just turn a blind eye to Mao Hang, but he had to deal with something like this. What should he do? Wang Yuemin came over and told the manager everything that had just happened. When he got to the point where the clerk left with an excuse, the manager turned around and glanced at the clerk viciously, thinking, why would you offend anyone else but the chairman's wife? The clerk was also very depressed. We were not present at the meeting, how could I know the chairman? At the same time, he felt very regretful. If he had performed well just now, then once the chairman was happy, there would be no problem for him to become a store manager. Is this the employee of Warwick? Do you usually turn a blind eye to this? Shen Yan yelled at the manager Feng Lei. The manager lowered his head in shame and dared not speak. At this time, Mao Hang's father Mao Qian rushed over. As soon as he entered the door, before he could say anything, he saw the younger brother smiling and said, Chairman, what's wrong with your face? Stop talking, I don't know what happened, that little bastard just threw a banana peel and I stepped on it and fell to the ground with my face. It was strange, I didn't see the banana peel just now, how come there was a banana peel after I fell on my face? Then I looked at my son lying on the ground with a mask of pain on his face, and asked, Son, what happened to you? Who was so blind to beat you like this? Seeing his son unable to speak due to the pain, he quickly asked his younger brother to contact an ambulance. After being informed by another younger brother, he had a general understanding of what had just happened. He turned around and looked at Shenyan fiercely. "Did you hurt my son?" "Yes, it's me," Shenyan said as he looked at Mao Qian, whose belly fat was almost as big as his skirt. Looking at the bruises on his face, it must be the bad luck card that took effect. "Good boy, you are in big trouble." Then he looked at the manager beside him and said, "Is this how you manage your store? You didn't call the police when you encountered something like this? If you don't want to work here anymore, get out now." Feng Lei felt so wronged after what happened today. He was afraid that he would not be able to continue as a manager. But the old man in front of him dared to scold him. Who could tolerate this? "I don't believe you don't know what your son has done. He goes around and harasses little girls every day. There must be more than a dozen of them who were forcibly taken away and raped. Is this how you, as a father, discipline your son? How dare you scold me? Let me tell you, our chairman Huawei came down to inspect the work in person. Your son has hit a wall today. He even dared to tease our chairman's wife and even slapped her in the face. Tell me, what should we do? Look at you, your face is so greasy, and your belly is almost as big as your skirt. The rent has been raised every month, so you must have made all the money, right? Have you paid your taxes?" After putting everything aside, Feng Lei no longer had any burden in his heart. He spoke as fast as Gatling, which made Mao Qian's face turn red and green, and he was speechless for a while. Pointing at Feng Lei, he said, You bastard, I order you to move out today. Just go ahead. I'm not going to put up with your bullying anymore. Damn it, I lose so many customers every day just because of your son. Don't you have any sense?" When he turned around and was about to leave, he was grabbed by Shenyan. He turned around and looked at his chairman in confusion. "Chairman, what are you doing? You have to finish watching the show first before you leave," Shenyan said with a smile. "You said you are the chairman of Huawei? Who are you kidding? If you are the chairman of Huawei, I am the mayor of Chang'an." Listening to the conversation between the two, manager Feng Lei called the young man Mr. Shen. Who would believe this? This young man couldn't even choose a good excuse to brag. "Hurry up, today I'll give you two choices. Let my men beat you up and let your woman stay with me for a month, or you can wait to die. I am not only the new chairman of Huawei, I am on the way here, and your shopping mall now belongs to me as well." Shenyan said with a smile that just now, the system had sent the equity change procedures to his mobile phone. Now, you should not think about how to retaliate against me, but think about how to protect yourself. After that, Shenyan pointed behind Mao Yan. Looking back in the direction of Shenyan's finger, several middle-aged men in suits and leather shoes stood behind him. "Mao Yan, you are suspected of tax evasion, and your son Mao Hang is involved in the disappearance of more than a dozen girls. Come with us." Listening to the middle-aged man's words, Mao Qian looked at Shenyan in disbelief. "Did you do this?" Shenyan smiled and nodded, and by the way, he placed the equity change procedures on his mobile phone in front of Mao Yan. "I did it. Now you are alone. You will spend the rest of your life working on a sewing machine in prison." Hearing this, Mao Yan sat down on the ground, and before he could say anything, he was taken away by the police behind him. Until now, Mao Yan still couldn't figure out how Shenyan did all this. After Mao Yan was taken away, Shenyan looked at Wang Yuemin with tenderness in his eyes. "Does it hurt?" The latter shook her head, but still couldn't help crying. Shenyan held her in his arms, and after a long time, Wang Yuemin stopped crying. "Why did you suddenly think of buying a mobile phone?" he asked after wiping the tears of Wang Yuemin in his arms. Wang Yuemin told Shenyan his thoughts, and then Shenyan felt a little regretful. If he had taken Wang Yuemin home earlier, this kind of thing would not have happened. Shenyan looked at Feng Lei and the staff and said, "I understand what happened today, but wrong is wrong. I will deduct half a month's salary from everyone. From today on, I am the owner of the entire mall. Feng Lei will be in charge of the mall when I am not here. Now that there are no hooligans, you must show your toughness like Huawei. You can't turn a blind eye to this kind of thing anymore. Do you hear me?" Everyone agreed in unison. Feng Lei, who was standing by, looked at the chairman with some excitement. He felt guilty because he not only did not blame him but also promoted him. "Chairman. Shenyan smiled and said, "It's okay, relax, I'll work hard while I'm away, show the Huawei spirit." Then he turned to the clerk and handed him his bank card. "Put the phone she likes in it and take it away." By the way, just deduct the damaged items from it. The clerk looked at Shenyan somewhat at a loss, then turned to look at his manager Fonlei, and at Fonlei's signal, took the bank card from Shenyan's hand. After a while, after packing everything, the two left the mall. Looking at the tablet in his hand, he smiled and said, "Xiaomin, TV is not enough for you to watch, so you bought a tablet? Hey, it's so uncomfortable to watch TV while lying down, and the TV can't be rotated. It's better to buy a tablet for convenience." Wang Yuemin chuckled. The hero saving the beauty just now really made her heart warm. Shenyan was so handsome at that time. Then she joked, "What's wrong, husband, are you hurt?" Shenyan gently touched Wang Yuemin's cheek and said distressfully, "Why are you hurting physically? You should go back to the hotel and find some ice to apply. Otherwise, I won't be hurting physically, but I will be hurting my heart." Chapter 60 New Product Launch 1. In the following month, Shenyan took Wang Yuemin to see the Terracotta Warriors, went to Sichuan Province to eat hot pot and see national treasures, and went to Guizhou Province to see the famous Huangguoshu waterfall. After traveling around almost half of China, the two came to Suzhou. Beat the drums and strike the gongs. At this time, the two of them were having fun on the boat when the phone rang. The unique ringtone startled the people around them. Shenyan smiled awkwardly and picked up the phone to see that it was Jiang Nan calling. "Hello, Mr. Shen, the acne cream will be on the market next week. Do you have time to come?" Jiang Nan asked. The factory had worked overtime for a month and finally mass-produced the acne cream. A press conference will be held next week, and as the company's former president, he should be present. "Okay, I'll be there then." Shenyan agreed, and suddenly thought of a question. Although the system's products must be high quality, it is used on the face after all, so it is better to ensure that there is no risk of error. Then he asked, "How effective is the medicine? Have you tried it?" "Of course. The effect is simply amazing." Jiang Nan said excitedly that after the acne cream passed the test, she gave it to her sister to try. The result was unexpected. The acne scars and acne that had troubled her sister for 5 or 6 years were mostly healed the next day after applying it. When she returned home on the third day, her sister was like a different person. The next day, Jiang Nan came to the company and distributed acne cream to employees with acne scars on their faces. At first, several people were reluctant to try it. After all, it was a test product, and it was applied on the face. What if it disfigured them? Under the temptation of Jiang Nan's promise of a large sum of money, several people agreed. As a result, the acne scars of the mild ones were healed on the second day, and the slightly more serious ones were healed on the 4th or 5th day at most. As long as it's useful, as long as it's useful. After listening to Jiang Nan's report, Shenyan nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, he heard Jiang Nan's voice. "Mr. Shen, what do you think of the price?" Jiang Nan asked cautiously. After all, there is absolutely no other acne cream on the market that is as effective as this one, and it is really hard to determine the price. 200 per stick will do. Shenyan said calmly. 200? I don't even have enough money. Jiang Nan almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Why did he set such a low price? Just listen to me. Shenyan said casually that if nothing else, it would benefit the society. Anyway, he was not short of money now. Then he said, "Do a good job of publicity, forget about the spokesperson. Good products don't need spokespersons." Looking at the cruise ship about to arrive at the shore, Shenyan gave Jiang Nan a few instructions and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Nan played with the newly produced acne cream in his hand. Who exactly is his chairman? He seems to be a few years younger than him. He has achieved so much at such a young age and can also come up with such high-end lithography technology. Suddenly, a different feeling came into his heart. He shook his head vigorously. Jiang Nan, what are you thinking about? She is your boss, she has a family and is younger than you. How can you have such thoughts? After drinking a mouthful of water, he hurriedly made himself busy, and being busy made him forget his troubles. As soon as they got ashore, Wang Yuemin turned around and asked, "Honey, why did Mr. Jiang call you?" Seeing Wang Yuemin's slightly jealous look, Shenyan couldn't help but laugh, and then told her what had just happened. Is the effect really that good? Wang Yuemin was a little bit unbelievable. Many of her friends also had acne scars on their faces, which were difficult to eradicate. How could this medicine heal in just a few days? And if it was really priced at 200 per bottle, I'm afraid it wouldn't even make back the cost, right? Shen nodded and told Jiang Nan that he would hold a press conference for 2 days and 1 night and invite several patients with different degrees of acne scars to the press conference so that everyone can witness the effect with their own eyes. Let the patients with acne scars always be in front of the media to avoid people making irresponsible remarks. Dividing line. 1 week later. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. Shen Yan's phone rang while he was sleeping soundly. He picked up the phone in a daze and answered it. Who is it that won't let me get a good night's sleep on this weekend? Mr. Shen, I'm Jiang Nan. Have you forgotten that today is the day of the press conference? Hearing Shen Yan's lazy voice, Jiang Nan chuckled. It seemed that she had disturbed the chairman's sweet dream. Hearing this, Shen Yan rubbed his eyes and looked to the side, only to find that Wang Yuemin was not on the bed. Then he said to Jiang Nan, "Okay, I'll pack up and come over." "Are you getting up? Your female subordinate is urging you to get up." Not long after hanging up the phone, Wang Yuemin walked into the room with a smile, looked at Shen Yan tenderly, and took out the suit that Shen Yan was going to wear today from behind. "Here, this is prepared for you. Auntie has prepared the food in the restaurant. Hurry up and clean it up." Today is the first time that Shen Yan has officially met with the media since he founded Xingsha Group, so Wang Yuemin got up very early and has been helping Shen Yan choose clothes. Looking at the sleeping Shen Yan, he was too fierce and exhausted last night, so he decided to let him sleep a little longer. After eating a simple meal and getting dressed with the help of Wang Yuemin, Shen Yan drove to Zhongxing Pharmaceutical. As soon as he arrived at the scene, Shen Yan saw that the audience was full of media, and even the corridors were full of people. Yesterday afternoon, Zhongxing Pharmaceutical announced that the company has developed a new acne cream that is guaranteed to be effective within a week. In addition, the chairman of Xingsha Group will personally attend the press conference today. Many media outlets have rushed to the event, hoping to get a first-hand interview with the chairman of this mysterious group. At the press conference, there were many colleagues who wanted to come and see whether this so-called miracle drug was really as miraculous as they advertised. The press conference started on time at 10 a.m. Jiang Nan, wearing a white dress, walked onto the stage, causing the audience to exclaim, "Is this still the strong woman Jiang Nan they know?" In their perception, Jiang Nan always wears a black suit, except for a pair of sunglasses. A younger brother beside her shouted, "Taikula." Maybe even Jiang Nan herself didn't know that after meeting Shen Yan, especially after seeing his girlfriend Wang Yuemin, she was slowly changing imperceptibly and becoming more feminine. "Hello everyone, I am Jiang Nan, the general manager of Zhongxing Pharmaceutical. Welcome everyone to attend today's press conference." He then covered his chest with one hand and bowed slightly. "I think everyone knows that today's press conference will only release one drug, and that is the Zhongxing brand acne cream. Some people may ask, how come a pharmaceutical company like you is also involved in the beauty industry? Some people may also ask whether the online propaganda that the results will be effective in 1 week is true?" Jiang Nan then smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. Just listen to me and I will explain it to you slowly." Chapter 61 Anti-Acne Cream Press Conference 2. After that, the big screen behind him lit up, and Jiang Nan introduced the efficacy and pharmacology of this acne cream to everyone while operating it. When everyone saw that the people in the picture were almost cured in just 2 or 3 days, some were surprised and some questioned. "Mr. Jiang, this is just a PPT. Will it really work?" A reporter from the second row stood up and asked. "Everyone, please listen to me slowly, and your questions will be answered slowly." Jiang Nan waved his hands. There must be more than one person questioning this. Besides, the efficacy of the drug was so amazing that it was inevitable that others would be suspicious. He smiled and said, "Back to the question just now, why is it that a pharmaceutical company like us is involved in the beauty industry?" Jiang Nan pretended to pause, then smiled and said, "You'll have to ask our chairman." Now, please welcome Mr. Shen Yan, chairman of Xingsha Group, to the stage. Everyone, welcome him. There were applause and screams from the audience. Are we finally going to meet the mysterious chairman of Xingsha Group? Then Shen Yan straightened his suit, walked slowly onto the stage, and stood in the middle. Not long after he walked onto the stage, the reporter spoke again. How could a waiter be so rude? He doesn't know the occasion. Hearing this, Shen Yan stopped Jiang Nan, who was about to explode, smiled, and said, "Hello everyone, I am the chairman of Xingsha Group, Shen Yan." The audience was silent for about half a minute, and then they started to talk. It was incredible. Was the young man on the stage really the chairman of such a big company? Was he just bluffing? Or was he just the so-called person in charge pushed out by the big family? Shen Yan did not say anything despite the discussion from the audience. Jiang Nan, who was standing beside him, could no longer hold back her anger and walked over to Shen and whispered, "Who made you look so young?" "Ha!" Listening to Jiang Nan's words, Shen laughed dryly. "Indeed, I am a promising young man, but this is not my fault." About 5 minutes later, everyone stopped talking, and Shen cleared his throat and continued, "Regarding the origin of the prescription, this is actually an acne-removing ointment passed down from my ancestors. Now I want to use it to benefit society." Jiang Nan at the side chuckled, and this was just to fool the media. Fortunately, her voice was low and the media's attention was on Shen, so they didn't notice her. "In fact, I have a junior high school classmate. She is a girl, and she often feels inferior because of the acne on her face. I believe this is also a distress for many people. This is the original intention of my developing this ointment. Mr. Shen, I'd like to ask, is this medicine guaranteed to be cooked?" A reporter in the first row stood up and asked. When Shen heard this, he thought, "You are buying melons from Lei Lei and you want to make sure they are ripe." He smiled and said, "To make sure they are ripe, in order to prevent the media from distrusting me, I plan to hold a 2-day and 1-night press conference. I have invited 3 patients with different degrees of acne and acne scars on their faces. During these 2 days and 1 night, we will all come together to witness the effect. Do you think it's okay? In addition, don't worry about food and accommodation. As everyone knows, I also own a comprehensive hotel. I have called the best Chinese and Western restaurant chefs from Yunshan Lidian. I guarantee that everyone will be satisfied. Also, if you feel sleepy, you can take a nap here. Considering that everyone must not have had a good rest these days, I will invite everyone to stay at Yunshan Lidian for 2 days after the press conference. What is the most convincing thing is to see it with one's own eyes, so that the news they report will be more true. Moreover, food and accommodation are provided. Attending a press conference can also stay in the most luxurious local hotel for 2 days for free. It is really humane and everyone stood up and applauded. Then, at Jiang Nan's signal, several acne patients came on stage, 2 men and 1 woman, and told their experiences and feelings. After that, they sat on the recliners, and the staff handed them the ointment. After a moment of hesitation, they applied it on their faces. Shen sat on a chair beside Jiang Nan, waiting for the final result with everyone. Compared to the nervousness of the people on and below the stage, Shen and Jiang Nan were chatting and laughing, looking quite relaxed, because they had witnessed with their own eyes the efficacy of the Tsunxing anti-acne cream. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The girl on the far right felt her face a little cold and called the administrator who was waiting on the side. The administrator walked over, smiled after seeing her face, and handed her the mirror. The girl looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't believe it. The acne marks had really disappeared. Was it going to be cured soon? When she was invited today, she was still nervous. If the other party hadn't promised to fine her 2 million if the acne marks couldn't be cured, she really wouldn't want to come. When she arrived at the scene and saw 2 boys with more serious acne marks than her, she became more nervous after talking to them. Then the girl jumped up and said excitedly, I'm fine. This move startled the media in the audience. Listening to the girl's excited voice, all the reporters looked over and said, "Oh my god, she is much better now. Moreover, this girl is the one with the mildest condition among the 3. It's only been a few hours? Maybe less than 4 hours?" Looking at the crowd below the stage, Shen and Jiang Nan smiled at each other. Everything was as expected. Then, under the guidance of the administrator, the 3 of them applied the Tsunxing anti-acne cream again. At 8 o'clock in the evening, everyone was a little bored after dinner. Today's food was indeed good. After all, it was cooked by Yunshan Li chef, but it was really boring to just wait like this, even if they could go out for a walk. But everyone didn't want to miss this magical moment, so they simply lay on the lounge chairs and started to flirt. What's more, some even took off their shoes and socks and sat on the lounge chairs to pick their feet. At this time, General Manager Jiang Nan stepped forward, cleared his throat, and then said, "Everyone, it's been 10 hours now. Let's see how the acne scars of these 3 people have been eliminated." After hearing this, all the reporters instantly perked up and stood up, holding their cameras and preparing to take pictures. The first one to stand up was the girl. The acne marks on her face had basically disappeared and were no longer visible unless you looked closely. After the show, the manager handed her a mirror. She was stunned at first, then she deliberately straightened her back and chest and laughed, "I didn't expect I was so beautiful. That stinky man who dumped me, I will make you regret it." This remark caused laughter on and off the stage. The second boy who stood up was the one in the middle of the 3. The pimples and acne marks on his face were much better than in the morning, and he looked very similar to the previous girl when she stood up for the first time. The third boy stood up slowly. He was the one in the most serious condition among the three. He rubbed his sleepy eyes. It was indeed Xingxia Group. This recliner was too damn comfortable. He slept for half an afternoon. When the boy stood up, the reporters in the audience exclaimed. The recovery of the acne marks on his face was almost catching up with the first girl. After the manager handed him the mirror, the man instantly woke up. Fuck, who is this? Chapter 62 Anti-Acne Cream Press Conference 3. He couldn't believe it. It was himself in the mirror. He remembered that when he came in the morning, his face was covered with acne marks. How did he look like this now? These acne marks have been with him for 7 or 8 years. He was laughed at when he was in school. Now he should have a family. He was rejected even when he went on blind dates. It really made him, a grown man, feel ashamed. In the past few years, he had tried all kinds of ointments and had seen both Chinese and Western medicine doctors, but in the end, they only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. After finally getting rid of the acne, it came back within a few days, and the acne scars did not get better. His whole face was full of pits and bumps. When he received the invitation from Sunxing Pharmaceutical, he came with the attitude of giving it a try. Unexpectedly, it really got better. The media in the audience were all a little confused at this moment. They saw it with their own eyes. The effect of the medicine was too good. It was only more than 10 hours. If it really happened tomorrow, what kind of scene would it be? Looking at the crowd in the audience, Jiang Nan was actually looking forward to the fact that Sunxing anti-acne cream would become popular all over the country through their spread tomorrow. Looking at Xinyan, who was standing beside him, he had already put on his headphones and fell asleep. He whispered to the administrator to bring a blanket and covered him with it himself. Looking at Xinyan's handsome face sleeping soundly, Jiang Nan's heart was beating fast. At midnight, after applying ointment to several patients and putting them down, some of the media below the stage were already drowsy. They knew that at this time, the efficacy of the Sunxing anti-acne ointment had been proven to be miraculous. Some of them were stubborn and insisted on seeing the patients on the stage being cured. Some colleagues even thought of stealing the anti-acne ointment. The next morning, the dazzling light shone into the hall, and the people under the stage opened their eyes one after another. A chef had already arrived with breakfast. Xingyan woke up reluctantly after being awakened by Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan chuckled. He had never seen such a chairman before. Jiang Nan walked forward, cleared his throat, pointed to the chef beside him, and said, "I believe everyone is hungry, please enjoy your meal." After breakfast, some people finally couldn't hold on any longer. Although they slept last night, they didn't sleep well. They wanted to check the progress, but they were too sleepy. Then they said, "Mr. Jiang, we have seen the efficacy of your acne cream. Do you think it's time to end the press conference?" Jiang Nan did not answer, but looked at Xinyan, the chairman of the board. Xinyan rubbed his sleepy eyes, walked forward and said, "Okay, then we will ask the three of you to stand up, and we will witness their recovery together." After saying that, the three of them stood up. The people in the audience exclaimed, and instantly woke up. They recovered too quickly, as if they were a completely different group of people. "Everyone please see, the first lady had a mild case, so she has fully recovered and will not have a relapse." Jiang Nan smiled and pulled the girl in front of the mirror. The girl looked at herself in the mirror in disbelief, her eyes moistened unconsciously. I'm fine, I'm finally fine." After wiping away her tears, she thanked Wang Yuanmen sincerely, bowed deeply, and said, "Thank you." Jiang Nan waved his hand, then pulled the second boy over and said, "Everyone, please look, this is the second moderate patient. He has recovered 70% to 80% now. As long as he continues to apply the medicine for 2 days, he will be fully recovered like this girl." After that, the third boy unconsciously walked to the mirror, pushed the second boy away, and looked at himself in the mirror who had almost recovered. The grown man actually shed tears. The acne scars that had troubled him for so long were finally healed. The sun shone on his face, and he felt very warm and comfortable. He hadn't held his head high like he did now for a long time. Please see, the third severely ill patient recovered faster than the second boy. What does this mean? It means that he must have a very regular schedule and loves to exercise. So he recovered quickly. In just 2 days, he will be back to normal. Jiang Nan had heard from researchers that the efficacy of the drug was also closely related to physical fitness. Then he looked at Shenyan, who came over and patted the third boy on the shoulder, then said, "Does anyone have any questions for today's press conference?" "I have." The reporter in the last row stood up, adjusted his hair, and said, "Excuse me, your ointment is so effective, it must be expensive, right?" Hearing this, Shenyan lowered his head and smiled. Finally, someone asked this question. Then he said lightly, 200 per stick. "What?" Everyone exclaimed, "Such a good medicine, only 200 per bottle, not to mention the cost, even the RD cost can't be recovered, right? Or will they cut corners and sell inferior products in the future?" There were many different opinions about pricing. Shenyan didn't interrupt and let them discuss. After a while, the reporter asked again, "Mr. Shen, can I ask why? You know, you are losing a lot by doing this." "I'm not short of money, and this is the first drug I've launched since I took over at Songqing Pharmaceutical, so I'll just consider it as giving back to society." Shenyan took a sip of water. He knew that the 200 yuan price would inevitably cause doubts, so he had already thought about how to deal with it. Then he said, "Don't worry about the quality of the medicine. I won't brag about paying 10 times the price for fakes. As long as you buy fakes, as long as your products don't work within a week, if you buy a few, I will refund you several million. Of course, please look for the anti-counterfeiting mark on the bottom." Damn, this is so inhumane. They compensate for fake and ineffective products, starting at $1 million. The people in the audience were convinced immediately. If they dare to make such a guarantee, I believe the efficacy and quality control of the product must be good. Then Shenyan said to the 3 patients, "Thank you 3 brave people for helping us test the medicine. To express our gratitude, we will give each of you a Yunshan Lydian membership card, which will provide free food and drinks, 20% discount on accommodation, and 100,000 renminbi per person." After receiving the award, the 3 of them left the stage excitedly. This day and night was just like a dream to them. Then Shenyan gave Jiang Nan a look, and the latter understood and said, "Everyone present, the chairman has said that Yunshan Lydian will provide free food and accommodation for 2 days. Before everyone could cheer, Jiang Nan placed her slender finger between her lips, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then said with a smile, "However, you must compile the most realistic situation and publish it after you go back." Everyone nodded and left the hall with a smile. In fact, Jiang Nan didn't need to remind him again. The video had already been recorded and could be released directly when the time came. After everyone left, Shenyan and Jiang Nan smiled at each other, and then Shenyan told Jiang Nan a few words about quality control and left the scene. This hall is not as comfortable as home, and the recliner is not as comfortable as Wang Yuemin's peak. Jiang Nan stamped her feet in anger. "Hate it, you've been busy all day and night, and you didn't even think of treating me to breakfast." Chapter 63 Female Anchor Weiya. Shenyan did not dare to delay any longer. He had been out for a day and a night, and he was really worried about Wang Yuemin being alone at home. According to Shenyan's understanding of Wang Yuemin, he should not have gotten up at this time. He packed a breakfast from the chef's dining car, drove away from the venue and rushed back to Sinan Mansion. After returning home, Shenyan put the meal on the table and quietly walked into the room. Sure enough, Wang Yuemin was sleeping with the quilt between her legs, with saliva faintly flowing from the corners of her mouth. Shenyan smiled slightly, took off his coat, kissed Wang Yuemin on the forehead, and then lay down beside her gently. Although he took a nap during this day and night, it was not as comfortable as home. Not long after, Shenyan fell asleep. When Shenyan woke up, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He rubbed his eyes and walked out of the room. He saw Wang Yuemin lying on the sofa, watching a TV series on his tablet. "Honey, you're awake." Seeing Shenyan coming out of the room, Wang Yuemin immediately sat up from the sofa, looked at him with a sweet smile, and then said, "Have you been holding a press conference for a whole day and night? You are so tired." Last night in the middle of the night, Wang Yuemin received a message from Shenyan saying that he would not be going home at night and asked her to go to bed early at home and try not to go out. This made her worry in the middle of the night whether he was sleeping with his female subordinate. "Fortunately, I watched the news this morning. Yesterday, Songqing Pharmaceuticals' operation simply blew up the entire media industry. Only then did I know that Shenyan actually held a press conference for a day and a night to verify the efficacy of the acne cream. Beat the drums, strike the gongs." Just as Shenyan was about to speak, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw many missed calls, most of which were from Jiang Nan. He quickly picked up the call. "Mr. Shen, good news." Jiang Nan shouted almost crazily. She had not slept since she left the venue today, waiting for feedback from the media and society. Finally, with the spread of various media, the news of Sanxing anti-acne cream spread like wildfire in just one morning. Don't be impatient, take your time. Xinyan could probably guess that the good news Jiang Nan was talking about must be that Sanxing anti-acne cream. Then he motioned for Jiang Nan to continue. As soon as the news about Sanxing anti-acne cream was released, it caused a sensation. Some people questioned it at first, but after several media outlets produced the entire day and night of video, all the negative public opinion disappeared. Especially the promise you made to compensate in the millions. Many media commented that our prices were fair and that we were a conscientious business. We would rather lose money than contribute to society. Jiang Nan seemed to realize that he was a little excited, so he paused and continued. Many netizens hope that our Sanxing anti-acne cream will be on the market as soon as possible. Okay, distribute the goods as soon as possible and prepare for listing. Xinyan gave the order. He had already thought of this a long time ago. Then he said to Jiang Nan, I'll call you Sister Shengnan. You are the general manager of a company after all. You will have to manage the entire Xingxia group in the future. Can't you be more stable? Hearing this, Jiang Nan laughed dryly and said sorry. She hadn't even noticed that the originally cold-faced strong woman had become more gentle and feminine. After giving Jiang Nan a few instructions, Xinyan hung up the phone. Yo, it's Sister Nan again. Wang Yuemin curled her lips, feeling a little jealous, and then looked at her angrily. Do you still want him to take charge of the entire Xingxia group? Think about it. As the general manager of South China Pharmaceutical Group, he must be capable. I have read his resume and it is extremely rich. In this situation, there is no one more suitable than her. Xinyan explained seriously, then sniffed the air nearby and said with a smile, oh, someone is jealous. There is such a strong smell of vinegar. Hearing Xinyan's words, Wang Yuemin puffed up her face and turned her head away from him. Then Xinyan walked over and tickled her armpits, causing Wang Yuemin to beg for mercy repeatedly. Then she looked at Xinyan with a slightly red face and said, you haven't been with me for a day and a night, I want. This battle was so earth-shattering that it seemed as if the bed frame was about to fall apart. More than an hour later, Wang Yuemin lay on Xinyan's broad chest, while the latter kept running his hands through her long hair. Then, Wang Yuemin flirted with Xinyan, hooked her finger and said provocatively, more. Then Xinyan turned over and pressed Wang Yuemin under him, and the air was filled with the smell of love. The next day, the two of them slept until noon. They had been tossing and turning so many times yesterday that Wang Yuemin had to be carried to the toilet by Xinyan. After lunch, Xinyan had a rare moment of leisure, and was lying on the sofa with Wang Yuemin, watching a running variety show. When the show required the guests to lie down in the bed instantly, it had to be Koen, who got in right away. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. Hearing the phone ringing, Wang Yuemin very obediently helped Xinyan pick it up from the table, and saw that it was Jiang Nan calling again. Hey, what's up? Chairman, someone is causing trouble. Jiang Nan said that an internet celebrity came to the company this morning, with two big men on the left and right acting as bodyguards. She also knew the internet celebrity, who was a live streaming anchor on the Alibaba Mama platform named Weiya. He walked into Sanxing Pharmaceutical wearing sunglasses and ignored the front desk's inquiries. He kept saying that he wanted to see the person in charge of the company. The front desk had no choice but to contact Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan happened to have nothing to do, so he invited Weiya into the office. When he saw the bodyguards standing by, Jiang Nan said politely, we are very safe here, the bodyguards will just wait outside the door. Unexpectedly, Jiang Nan's politeness did not win the other party's attitude. Instead, he raised his voice and said, I am here to bring you goods. It is your honor. Do you know how much I sell in a day? Looking at the arrogant people in front of him, Jiang Nan tried to calm himself down and told himself to be steady. Then he said, I wonder what you are doing here today? I saw the acne cream you produced, so I planned to come and get the goods, promote your products, and also be your spokesperson. The commission is negotiable, 10 million will be enough. As for the endorsement fee, 50 million will be enough. Weiya said. Listening to Weiya's words, Jiang Nan almost laughed out loud, thinking that if you had eaten some peanuts, you wouldn't be so drunk. 50 million to find you to be the spokesperson? 50 million, why don't I find the recently popular teacher Xiao Xiong? With a sentence the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish, it's simply amazing. I'm sorry, ma'am, our company is not planning to sell products online, nor is it planning to look for a brand spokesperson. Jiang Nan responded with an awkward but polite smile. What the hell? I condescended to come here today and you made me wait at the front desk for 10 minutes, but you don't even need such a big internet celebrity to endorse your products? Wei adjusted his sunglasses, thinking that this woman in front of him, although she looked pretty, how could she be so stupid? Then he said, "Don't you know how many sales I make in one night? I suggest you find out before you reject me." Chapter 64 Shark Live. After reading the news about Xingxing acne cream yesterday, Wei felt with his keen sense that this product would definitely be a hot seller, and the market price was only 200 per piece. He went to the manufacturer to discuss the price, and then performed a live broadcast, which would definitely be very profitable. Besides, I am the top anchor of Alibaba Mom, and it is difficult for ordinary people to ask me to bring goods. If I take the initiative to come to my door, one tea I have to beg for it? I'm sorry, ma'am. No matter how capable you are, we don't need you to promote our products. Besides, our pricing is already at a loss, so we don't have the extra funds to hire you as our spokesperson, said Zhang Nan. I can see that you can't make the decision. Call your chairman right away to save me from wasting my precious time. Wei said to Zhang Nan impatiently, then he picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Unexpectedly, he spat it out right after he put it in his mouth, and shouted angrily, "What the hell is this? Is this for people to drink? Is this how you treat people?" Looking at the water stains on the ground, Zhang Nan thought, "This is the top grade de Hong Pao that the chairman gave me, and you spit it on the ground?" He ignored the idiot in front of him and turned around to call Xinyan. Weia? Xinyan actually had an impression of it. She posted a link in 3, 2, 1, and the product was sold out in seconds. But why was she different from what Zhang Nan described just now in the live broadcast room? Ding, the system is here. What would you do if you found a public figure who was more serious in tax evasion than Fan Bai? When the system's voice sounded, Xinyan couldn't help but feel puzzled. He knew about Fan Bai's affairs, but now the system said that it had discovered a public figure who was more serious than Fan Bai. Could it be this way? 1. Report and be rewarded with 51% equity of Shark Live. 2. If you hire him as a spokesperson, the system will randomly deduct one reward that has been issued. Xinyan muttered to himself, "Is there any need to choose? Of course I choose 1. Ding, the selection is successful, and you will be rewarded with 51% of Shark Live's equity, and the equity change will be completed immediately. A complete set of information on the host Wei's tax evasion is also included. Shark Live, the big monkey that I liked to watch the most at that time, was on this platform." Wait, Xinyan thought, now that he is so rich, can he also spend money like crazy to enhance his equipment to level 17? "Hello, Mr. Shin, are you listening?" Zhang Nan asked when he saw no sound on the other end of the phone. "Oh, I'm listening. Wait for me, I'll be there soon." Xinyan came back to his senses and said, "This way, now that you have achieved some success, you are pretending to be awesome. I have to teach you a lesson." Then he said to Wang Yuemin beside him, "I have to go to Xingxing Pharmaceutical for something. Do you want to come with me?" The call was on speakerphone, so Wang Yuemin also heard it. He didn't expect that Wei would be such a person. He had bought a lot of things in her live broadcast room before. "I want to catch up on some drama, so I'm not going." After that, Wang Yuemin moved and lay down on the sofa. Xinyan stood up, looked at Wang Yuemin's breasts, and said with a sly smile, "Xiaoman, do you have trouble breathing when you lie down?" Hearing this, Wang Yuemin thought for a long time, and finally reacted when he saw Xinyan's evil smile, and then threw a pillow at him. Xinyan was so scared that he quickly ran away. 20 minutes later, Xinyan drove to Xingxing Pharmaceutical. On the way, Xinyan reported the materials to the relevant departments under his real name. Usually when he came to the company, Xinyan usually parked his car on the ground, so when he entered the door, he saw several Porsches parked there. "I think this is the car of the anchor Weia. Shenzhen Stock Exchange, the headquarters of Sharks." General Manager Chen Jie looked at the equity change procedures in front of him. This was the notice he received this morning. The original shareholders sold their shares, and the party whose shares were transferred was actually Xinyan, who had made hundreds of millions of dollars overnight at Shark. This made Chen Jie's eyes widen. Who on earth is he? Then, in the midst of hesitation, Chen Jie decided to report his work to the new chairman. After the call was connected, no one answered. Chen Jie thought that such a big chairman must be busy now, so it would be better not to bother him. Just as he was about to hang up, the call was connected. "Hello, who is this?" Xinyan asked. Looking at the strange number from Shenzhen City, Xinyan was a little confused. Could it be Warwick Company? Hello, Mr. Shin, I'm Shark Shinjia. You acquired 51% of Shark Live's shares, so you are now the chairman of Shark. I'm here to report to you about my work. Shen Jie said cautiously. His understanding of Shinyan was limited to what he had found out at the time and that he was a young man. Oh, 51% is less. Please ask other shareholders if they want to sell their shares. I will buy them at a higher price. Shinyan said calmly, what a joke, it was only 51% of the shares, not 100%, he didn't want to listen to those shareholders' noise, what he needed was that his company always had only his own voice. Okay, Mr. Shin, do you have time? I'd like to report to you about my work. The new chairman is really generous. He doesn't even ask about the work and just wants to buy shares right away. No wonder he can make hundreds of millions overnight. I have something to do right now. How about this? You go and settle the share issue first. After I take full control of the company, I'll let you manage the entire Shark. This is still Shinyan's usual style, finding a reliable person to be the hands-off boss. Then Shinyan said, by the way, I am very optimistic about the Anchor Damahu, and I hope that the platform resources will be relatively tilted. After all the problems are dealt with, come to Beihai to report to me on your work. Just kidding, I have been following this game Anchor since before Shinyan became famous. He is funny and has a positive outlook. Now that I have the ability, of course I have to take care of my favorite anchor. If possible, I can go to his live broadcast room and be his emperor for decades. Okay, Mr. Shin, I'll do everything you ask. Unexpectedly, the new chairman wanted him to take charge of the entire company without even meeting him. Shen Jie felt that this inexplicable trust was really comfortable. He secretly made up his mind to handle the matters entrusted by the chairman perfectly. After hanging up the phone, Shin Yan came to the top floor of the office building. Before he even got there, he heard a lot of noise in the office, and many employees were lying at the door. When they saw Shin Yan coming, they thought it was over, because the chairman, who was not often in the company, found out that they were not working seriously. They all lowered their heads in embarrassment. Shin Yan did not blame them, and chuckled, don't you want to save money for me and don't want the year-end bonus? The employees were stunned. They had never had close contact with this elusive chairman. How could they have imagined that he was not only young but also so friendly? They immediately hurried back to their workstations to prepare for work. Shin Yan looked at them and smiled, then pushed open the door of the general manager's office. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Jiang Nan leaning against the desk, covering his face, with a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 65 Solving Weia. Sister Nan, what's wrong with you? Shin Yan asked with concern. You're finally here. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't know whether I or he is in charge of the entire Songxing pharmaceutical. Jiang Nan roared. Just now, after several provocations from Weia, who even had her bodyguard threaten Jiang Nan, as a strong woman, finally couldn't help it. Sorry, we really don't need a spokesperson. If you have nothing else to do, you can leave. You are not welcome here. Then Weia sneered, crossed his legs, gave the bodyguard a look, and then said disdainfully, let him see how we solve the problem. The bodyguard went up and slapped her. It was painful for a 200-pound man to hold a 100-pound girl in his hands. Before Jiang Nan could recover, Weia said, didn't I just tell you to shut up? You are the one who can't make the decision and keeps talking. You are just a servant. Why are you pretending? Jiang Nan's head was buzzing after being beaten, and it took a while for him to recover. Just as he was about to call the police, Shin Yan pushed the door open and came in. After saying that, he rushed into Shin Yan's arms and started crying without caring about anything else. Looking at Jiang Nan in his arms, Shin Yan felt a little embarrassed. This was his subordinate, but he believed that with Jiang Nan's character, if she had not suffered a great injustice, she would not be in such a state. Shin Yan hugged her and then helped her sit on a chair beside him. He turned around, looked at the people in front of him, and said calmly, are you Weia? Yes, it's me. I didn't expect that the boss behind Songxing Pharmaceutical is such a handsome guy. Weia took off his sunglasses and looked at the person in front of him carefully. He didn't expect that the real boss of Songxing Pharmaceutical was so young. Then he said, I wonder if I can bring you products? Be your spokesperson? 50 million, what do you think about the price? First of all, she is not my servant, but my most capable employee. Shin Yan pointed at Jiang Nan who was sitting on the chair. He heard the words just a servant clearly. Shin Yan was furious. He asked himself, he never treated employees as servants, but as friends and relatives. Secondly, do you think someone like you is worthy of being the spokesperson for our Songqing pharmaceutical? Is your diamond worth 50 million? Wei Ya blushed after being confronted by Shen Yan and was about to call the bodyguard beside him. Just shut up. Shen Yan stopped Wei Ya from speaking. Then he said, it's only 50 million. Do you think I can't afford it? Forget 50 million, what about 500 billion? We have our own products, and every user is our spokesperson. Why should we look for you? Just because you evaded taxes? Hearing this, Wei Ya was shocked. Was he talking nonsense or did he know something? She couldn't help but say with a guilty conscience, what the hell are you talking about? I have always paid taxes reasonably and am a law-abiding citizen. Oh? Hearing this, Shen Yan laughed. How the hell did you come up with such a lie without blushing or beating your heart? Looking at Wei Ya, he said with a half smile, I hope so. But I am a kind person. As long as you let Sister Nan slap you back, I promise to pretend that nothing happened. But if you don't do this, you have to think about the consequences. Wei Ya choked his teeth when he heard this. This young man, is there something wrong with him? Then he sneered, stupid guy, do you think I was scared? Do you believe that my 2 bodyguards can chop you into meat paste? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Calculating the time, the relevant departments should be here soon. Then Shen Yan saw the spitted tea on the ground and said, did you spit this tea? Yes, I vomited. So what? You use such cheap tea to entertain guests. You run such a big company. Wei Ya said disdainfully. Then I really have to congratulate you. Congratulations on being a fool but having no luck. This is top grade Dahongpo, and you said it was cheap tea even though you haven't tasted it. TSK 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 TSK, you even spit it out. You must be really rich. Shen Yan said with a smile. Just keep bragging, I've tasted all kinds of tea. Wei Ya said. There was a knock on the door, and the relevant department had arrived. Looking at Wei Ya sitting on the sofa, he said, are you Wei Ya? You are really amazing. The amount of tax evasion has reached more than 10 billion. My wife even bought something in your live broadcast room. Come with us? Hearing this, Wei Ya was stunned. What was going on? How did they know? He had done it very cleanly. Then he remembered what Shen Yan had just said and turned to look at him. It's you. Yes, it was me. I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you were useless. Shen Yan said loudly. He really hates this kind of people, who flaunt themselves in the live broadcast room every day. Moreover, they have made so much money but still evade taxes and exploit loopholes in the law. It is really shameful and hateful. Then he said, I hope you have a good journey, big anchor. Finally, amid a cry of injustice, Wei Ya was taken away. The notice from the relevant department bowed to Shen Yan and said with a smile, Chairman Shen is really extraordinary. He has reported so many companies and individuals who evaded taxes. Before I came, the leader told me that he would issue you a certificate of outstanding citizen. Shen Yan smiled and waved his hand, sending them away. The law will punish such people. Turning to look at Zhang Nan who was sitting on a chair beside him, Shen Yan asked his secretary to prepare an ice pack. He handed the ice pack to Zhang Nan and said, Sister Nan, why don't you just hide for a moment? I was careless. I didn't dodge. Is that okay? Zhang Nan looked at the man in front of her with a frown, and couldn't help but think of the time when she was in his arms just now, when she felt a sense of security, as if everything could be solved with him around. It's a pity that he has a wife, otherwise I would chase you anyway. Okay, don't go to work this afternoon. Go home and rest for a few days. Shen Yan said. That won't do. These few days are a critical period. Everywhere is already distributing the products and preparing for the market launch. How can I go home and rest? Zhang Nan shook his head, causing his face to hurt. Since the goods have been distributed, how about this, you come with me? After saying that, he walked out of the office, and Zhang Nan followed behind Shen Yan. When all the employees saw their manager being beaten, they were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to pull the anchor back and beat him up. Shen Yan calmed everyone down and said, I'll give each of you 2 days off. After 2 days, you should all cheer up and strive to sell well. How about that? It's paid. This caused cheers from everyone. They were exhausted in the past month, working overtime day and night. Finally, the chairman was kind enough to give them a holiday. Who could not love such a humane company? Looking at the excited crowd, Shen turned around and joked to Zhang Nan, "You are the only one in the company now, will you still work overtime?" Zhang Nan stamped his feet in anger. "You have me under your thumb." "I am so angry, but I am the boss after all." He could only nod and agree. Chapter 66 Big Monkey Live Room. On the way home, Shen received a call from Wang Yuemin, saying that she was shopping with her girlfriend who had just broken up with her and would not be eating dinner at home. As soon as she got home, Shen ran to the computer room on the second floor and turned on the computer. He had quit gaming for so long, and now that he had money, he had to come back. Looking at the old equipment from the previous version on the screen, Shen couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He decided to recharge first. After all, this is a pay-to-win game. I remember netizens gave an estimate of the equipment on the Big Monkey, and no one objected that the equipment was a luxury car. Then Shen recharged nearly 1 million RMB in several times. He looked at the time and it was already past 8 o'clock, so Shen turned on Shark Live. Normally at this time, Damahu should not have started broadcasting yet. After all, being late every day has become a habit. When he was on another platform, he was obviously a top anchor. However, his salary was never raised and he was suppressed many times. He had no choice but to switch to Shark Live. Shen vaguely remembered that on the first day of Shark Live, Damahu directly crashed the Shark server. A down jacket can be worn from spring to winter. In the current era of various large-scale games, it can be said that if this anchor announces his retirement, the game will be half lost. Moreover, even some users who have already retired from the game will often watch his live broadcast. As expected, Lao Dio was late again. Seeing the screen full of comments urging him to start the broadcast, Shen couldn't help but smile. Then he recharged 100 million Shark coins on his Shark platform. After all, he had wanted to give gifts to this anchor before, but his wallet was empty, so he could only like it crazily. A few minutes later, Big Monkey started the live broadcast. He had a reason for being late today. He just received a call from the general manager of Shark Live, saying that Shark Live had a new chairman, and the chairman clearly stated that he would allocate more resources and valued him very much. This made Damahu feel a little flattered. Although he usually boasted in the live broadcast room, he was actually a very humble person with a positive outlook on life. Otherwise, how could the live broadcast room have so many loyal viewers? Seeing that the live broadcast room was several times more popular than usual, Damahu thought to himself, is this the chairman's resource allocation? Then he started his usual explanation, explaining why he was late. Just when he was halfway through his words, he saw a barrage of GIFs floating across the screen. Help me log in and open the Supreme Emperor for the anchor. Help me log in and send cloud-piercing arrow to the streamer 666. Thank you for the gift from the boss who helped me log in. I'll send you a private message in the background. The Big Monkey was a little surprised. Who is this boss? He has never appeared in the live broadcast room. He can only let him send a private message as usual. Fuck, where did this big guy come from? He is so rich. Yes, look at his level, it's not low. At this time, at the Shark headquarters, Chen Jie's secretary hurried into the office. He had just discovered that his chairman had changed his ID and recharged 100 million Shark coins on Shark Live, so he hurried to report to Chen Jie. After hearing the secretary's report, Chen Jie asked, whose live broadcast room is the chairman in now? In the Big Monkey live broadcast room, said the secretary. Quick, take my phone and tell this old man to talk properly. Don't fucking offend the chairman. Chen Jie was looking for his phone in a hurry. He was not sure whether Shen could adapt to Damahu's live broadcast style. Even if the chairman said he wanted to give Damahu some support, who knew if the new chairman had watched his live broadcast? He didn't want to anger the big boss because of a joke from Damahu. After sending a very long message, Chen Jie breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that everything should still be in time. In the live broadcast room, the Big Monkey saw the private message sent by Shen in the background, and then logged in. As soon as he entered the game, the Big Monkey was confused, and the barrage was also confused. What the hell? It's already the end of version 110, and you're wearing level 90 equipment? Are you trying to be funny? Boss, do you want to charge money to build it? But he stared at the live broadcast page in a daze, thinking, why are there twice as many people today as usual? Boss, when you asked me to help you log in, did you mean to help you build it? The Big Monkey was also a little confused. It was the first time for him to encounter such a situation. He avoided the camera, lit a cigarette, and then spoke to the camera. Help me build a set of Red 17. You can make as much as you want. If you don't have any, I'll buy it. If I make one, 10,000 copies will be sold. It's super popular. A line of barrage and a line of gift messages floated by, bringing up the heat of the entire live broadcast room. What's going on? How much does it cost to make a set of Red 17? Where did this rich second generation come from? They give away cloud-piercing arrows for thousands of dollars. And they give away 10,000 rounds for one set. It's so popular. You have a grudge against money. My dear, I understand your love for the game, but I still hope you can spend money rationally. After all, this game is notorious for burning money. At this time, the big monkey was still relatively rational. After all, it was not his own account. Not to mention whether he would give gifts after it was successful, it would be good if the 14 pieces of equipment could reach Red 16, and Red 17 was really an astronomical figure. Help me log in and get cloud-piercing arrow 6666. Help me log in and get Superfire 6666. Before the big monkey could finish speaking, Xinyan fired thousands of cloud-piercing arrows and thousands of Superfire arrows. The gift special effects almost overwhelmed the big monkey. Fuck, this is what a boss is like. It's worth the trip. It's worth the trip. I wanted to have some fun while eating, but I didn't expect to meet such a big shot. At this time, Big Monkey put out the cigarette in his hand, because his wife Cece, who was pregnant with their second child, pushed the door open and indicated that she had a very important call. Seeing the sister-in-law who had not appeared for a long time. The barrage of comments made jokes, Big Monkey, give way to the anchor, let the sister-in-law live broadcast and so on. The big monkey smiled and left the room. After leaving the room, his wife told him that the general manager of Shark Live had sent him several messages, and when he saw that he had not received any responses, he made several phone calls. Without even bothering to read the message, Big Monkey called back directly. Hey, Xiao Chen, what's the matter? The big monkey joked. Finally you answered the phone. I was so anxious that I almost died. I sent so many messages but didn't see any reply from Demaho, so I had to call him. Unexpectedly, no one answered. I just kept calling. Finally, the call was connected and it was his wife who answered. She told me that his phone was charging outside and she was live streaming. So he immediately asked Cece to call him out, saying that it was an urgent matter, and then Chen Jie continued, do you know who the big boss in your live broadcast room is? Boss? You mean the one who helps me log in? The big monkey was a little confused. How big of a boss could he be to make the general manager come to me in person? Could it be that he was attracted by my red 20 down jacket with built-in air conditioning? He is our new chairman. Chapter 67, The Strength of the New Chairman, the server is paralyzed. Oh, my God. Big Monkey never expected that the owner of the account who was so generous was actually his boss. He quickly recalled everything that had just happened and was glad that he did not make a joke. After all, Chen Jie was very familiar with him and it was okay for him to just call him Xiao Chun. However, he had never seen this new chairman before and had no idea what his temper was like. The chairman admires you very much, so he asked me to allocate some resources to you. Chen Jie took a sip of tea. The acquisition of equity is still under discussion, but the allocation of resources can be easily done. You can do what you should do when you go back now. Perform well. Maybe when Shark Live goes public in the future, the chairman will take you to ring the bell. Looking at the big monkey standing there in a daze, his wife Cece said, what's going on? And the big guy in your live broadcast room just now is really awesome. He gave you so many gifts. He is my current boss. The big monkey left this sentence and walked towards the room. Before entering the room, he even adjusted his down jacket. Usually when he went out of the room during live broadcast, he was to enhance the equipment of the account owner. He ran out because he didn't dare to watch. Only this time, it was because of his big boss. As soon as I entered the room, the barrage started to make fun of me again. Oh, this time it took longer, more than a minute. You are really good at bragging. My sister-in-law is pregnant and still needs injections. The big monkey sat down nervously, took a deep breath and tried to relax himself, then said carefully, Mr. Shin, you also like to play this game. The big monkey suddenly said something that puzzled the audience. What Mr. Shin? Isn't it Xiao Chen? I used to love playing. Xinyan, who was watching the live broadcast at the time, immediately understood what Damahu said when he heard it. He thought Chen Jie must have discovered him and told Damahu. Then he typed on the keyboard, "How about you help me fix my clothes?" At this time, the people on the barrage finally reacted. It turned out that this inhumane account owner was actually the boss of Damahu and the head of Shark Live. After learning the truth, everyone complimented him. "Oh my god, the boss of Shark Live is here. This requires a big red envelope." Under the urging of the crowd, Xinyan smiled slightly, recharged his account with 100 million shark coins, and then said, "I personally like the live broadcast style of the Big Monkey very much. Thank you all for visiting the live broadcast room. A small red envelope is not a respect." After that, Xinyan sent out hundreds of red envelopes in a row. After everyone got one, they all gushed over it. These are small red envelopes? Each red envelope was no less than 5 figures, equivalent to a month's salary for most people. After Xinyan's operation, people from other live broadcast rooms rushed in, wanting to see who could have sent out so many red envelopes and gifts. The popularity of the Damaho live broadcast room was unprecedentedly high. Later, Xinyan sent a private message to Damahu in the backstage, "Brother, don't just stand there, start the live broadcast." The big monkey in front of the screen tried to calm himself down. He had a lot of time for big scenes, but today's scene really shocked him. Then he said, "Okay, for the next show, help Mr. Shin to increase his red 17. Then the guessing game started, but unexpectedly the Bu Chang on the left side crushed the Chang on the right side. How could Xinyan accept this? He directly invested 20 million fish balls, which turned the situation around. Give it a try, don't worry too much. This is the character a man should have. The war song sounded, and the big monkey began to increase its power. An hour later, amid the exclamations of the crowd, the first red 17 weapon was unveiled, and the big monkey instantly became excited. "I am indeed the king of amplification." Xinyan also kept his word and directly fired 10,000 super fires. The entire live broadcast room was covered with super fire special effects. Many viewers went out to spread the word that the big monkey was giving equipment to the new chairman of Shark Live. And this chairman was a super rich man, and he fired 10,000 super fires for every item he made. After hearing the news, many anchors rushed to the site. They also heard that Shark Live had a new boss. At a time like this, they had to flatter the boss and make a good impression on him. "Hello, boss. I am Xiaomei from the beauty section. You can also come to my live broadcast room when you are free." Fuck, is this the strength of the platform, boss? At the same time, this news set off the entire network, and more people flocked to the Big Monkey live broadcast room. Even some viewers from other platforms came to Shark Live. Finally, the server capacity of Shark Live reached its limit. From the initial freeze to the current paralysis, Xinyan quickly contacted Chen Jie and immediately ordered a batch of top-level servers. He also issued an announcement that the unfinished work today would be continued in 3 days. Then he turned off the computer. Unfortunately, the money he recharged had not been used yet, and his equipment had not yet been fully upgraded to level 17. With Chen Jie's introduction, Damahu added Xinyan's WeChat. Xinyan didn't say much, just simply said that I would go back to watch your live broadcast in a few days, and don't be so nervous then. This really made the big monkey feel flattered and that he had never received such attention before. He then typed a line of words seriously. He would definitely perform well and take root in the big shark family. Seeing the WeChat message from Big Monkey, Xinyan smiled slightly. Xinyan still trusted his character. He glanced at his watch and couldn't help wondering, it was already past 9 o'clock, why hadn't Wang Yuemin come back yet? "I'm back." Sure enough, this man is like Chow Chow, who doesn't need to be talked about. Wang Yuemin came in with a lot of bags. "Husband, come and help me, it's so heavy." Xinyan hurried over. Wow, Xinyan still underestimated the purchasing desire of girls. "What are these?" "Clothes, shoes, bags and cosmetics are fine, but why are there a few car keys in the bag?" "Hey, honey, I bought a Maserati and a Rolls Royce." Wang Yuemin handed the things in her hand to Xinyan, shook her hands that were in pain, and then said, "I swiped your card, husband, you don't mind, right?" "I don't mind a 6. Xinyan put the things on the sofa, rubbed Wang Yuemin's hands, and said with concern, "With so many things, you can just ask the clerk to send them home, why do you have to carry them back yourself?" Hearing this, Wang Yuemin laughed and pecked Xinyan on the cheek. After more than half an hour, the two finally packed up these things, and then sat on the sofa to watch the news on TV, with Wang Yuemin lying on Xinyan's legs. "Honey, it's been raining heavily in Hunan province for so long, and many places are flooded," Wang Yuemin said while watching the news on TV. Xin Yan frowned and nodded. The rain this year was very heavy and many people were afraid that they would suffer again. Chapter 68. When one side is in trouble, all sides will come to its aid. Watching the news, the heavy rains in the past few days are equivalent to pouring half of the West Lake into the disaster area. For this reason, many well-known companies have donated money and materials to Hunan province. Xin Yan lowered his head in thought, thinking that he should also do his part. Ding! The system has issued a must-do task. When one side is in trouble, all sides will come to its aid. 1. Assist Hunan province at all costs. 2. Invest in Red Star to save it from bankruptcy. The system's voice sounded. This was the first time that a mandatory task was issued, and this time the system's voice became serious. Aid must be provided, but what does the second point, saving the bankrupt Red Star, mean? It seems to be different from the current situation. Honey, I just saw a piece of news. Wang Yuemin's voice interrupted Xin Yan's thoughts. Red Star Company was almost bankrupt, but it still donated 50 million renminbi worth of goods to Hunan province. I see. No wonder the system allowed me to invest in Red Star. When one side is in trouble, all sides will come to its aid. Even if I am on the verge of bankruptcy, I will still go to aid the disaster area. This is the spirit of Chinese enterprises. After checking the time, Xin Yan picked up his phone and called Jiang Nan. Sister Nan, how are you? Xin Yan asked. Much better. Jiang Nan replied that he didn't expect the chairman to be so considerate and call him in the middle of the night to greet him. Isn't he afraid that his wife will be jealous? Then he asked, What's the matter, Mr. Shen? Come to my house tomorrow to discuss matters related to aiding Hunan province, Xin Yan said. Aid Hunan province? Jiang Nan had a new respect for this chairman. He had also watched the news in the past few days. Hunan province was severely affected by the disaster, and many companies sent relief supplies. Then he replied seriously, Okay, Mr. Shen, I will go there early tomorrow morning. After a few pleasantries, Xin Yan hung up the phone. Wang Yuemin was looking at him. Husband, you are going to help Hunan province. How much are you going to donate? This is her man. She still remembers what Xin Yan said, if you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. 200 million renminbi, and I will do my best to collect supplies. Xin Yan knew that donations were not as good as donations of goods. What the people in the disaster area needed most was goods, not money. Moreover, if the money was transferred, if it happened to be exploited by corrupt officials, no one knew how much would be left. If necessary, he would personally serve the people in the disaster area. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Jiang Nan came to Sinan Mansion without even having breakfast. Looking at the building in front of him, Jiang Nan couldn't help but sigh that he would have to work hard for several lifetimes to buy this villa. Ding ling ling. Jiang Nan pressed the doorbell. Then the nanny opened the door and invited her in. She told him that Xin Yan and Xin Yan were having breakfast. If they hadn't eaten yet, they could eat together. Jiang Nan waved his hand to decline her kindness. After waiting for a while, Xin Yan and Wang Yuemin came out of the restaurant. Here comes Sister Nan, how is your face? Looking at Jiang Nan, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room and looked a little nervous, Xin Yan looked at his face and saw that the swelling had subsided. Then Wang Yuemin said, You came so early. Did you not have breakfast? Jiang Nan shook his head and looked at the two of them and said, I've eaten, and my face feels much better now. For some reason, I felt uncomfortable sitting in such a villa. I was afraid of breaking something. Then I looked at Xin Yan and said, Mr. Shen, do you want to help Hunan province? Seeing that the two were going to discuss matters, Wang Yuemin very tactfully returned to his room. Yes. Xin Yan nodded, his expression becoming serious. Even if there was no task issued by the system, as a Chinese entrepreneur, he would not turn a blind eye. As for money, donate 200 million first, mobilize all personnel, and search for the materials needed in the disaster area, whether it is quilts and tents, or food, even instant noodles, collect them all for me. All donated in the name of Xingsha Group. Jiang Nan took out a notebook and wrote down Xin Yan's instructions, then said, Do you need to prepare some disinfectants, masks, etc.? Xin Yan slapped his forehead. Yes, disinfectants would definitely be needed in this situation. Yes, prepare them as well as various medicines. Prepare them for me. In this way, the two discussed for a whole morning, and Jiang Nan wrote down a whole page. Next, she had to go and collect supplies, while Shen had to send the initial donations to the disaster area and contact a large truck fleet, otherwise the supplies would not be able to be transported. After seeing Jiang Nan off, Shen called Master Ming. He originally wanted to contact Gao Gang, but in the final analysis, when it comes to connections, it still has to be Master Ming, who has a long history in the officialdom. Xiao Shun, you are a rare guest. Why did you think of calling me? Old Ming said slowly. Mr. Ming, can you help me set up a large truck fleet? Shen Yan said. The convoy? Elder Ming was slightly stunned. Why did this guy suddenly want a convoy, especially a truck convoy? Suddenly, he changed his mind. He also saw the news about the disaster in Hunan province. With this guy's personality, it is impossible for him to ignore it. Then he said, I will send you a phone number later. When you call, just say that I asked you to find him. Shen Yan agreed happily and hung up the phone. Looking at the phone number sent by Ming Lao in the text message, Shen Yan called without delay. Hello, who are you? A man's deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Ming asked me to contact you. I'm in urgent need of a large truck fleet. Shen Yan replied. He sounded like a middle-aged man with a somewhat weathered voice. No matter how much it is, I'll pay you. I need it urgently. Mr. Ming? Sure, what do you want to do with the car? The man's tone softened a little. It is used to pack relief supplies for Hunan province. Shen Yan replied, it has to be Master Ming. When he mentioned Master Ming, his tone and attitude became much better. Okay, 3 days. Since it's Mr. Ming's order, and you're delivering relief supplies, forget about the money, he said, and hung up the phone without waiting for Shen Yan to speak. Looking at his phone, Shen Yan said to himself, what a weirdo. Although they didn't want money, they had contributed after all, so Shen Yan would not give less than what he should give. After lunch, Shen Yan contacted the local relief center and charity foundation, and transferred his 200 million donation in the name of the company. He also told them that there would be a lot of relief supplies shipped to the disaster area in the future, and he would arrange for people to contact them. That night, the news that Xingxia Group donated 200 million yuan was reported in the news. Most netizens had never heard of Xingxia Group, but as employees of Xingxia Group, they couldn't help feeling proud when they saw this news. After seeing the news, Shen Yan was not too happy. His original intention was not to get praise from everyone, but he sincerely hoped to do something for the disaster area. 2 days later, Jiang Nan came to Sinan Mansion again, holding in his hand the list of supplies he had collected in the past few days. Chapter 69 Red Star Company. Jiang Nan seemed much more natural this time than last time. After seeing Shen Yan, he said, Mr. Shen, this is the list of supplies we have collected in recent days. Please take a look. Shen Yan took it and flipped through it page by page, nodding with satisfaction. All he asked for was in it. When he saw the last page saying it was worth more than 3 billion, Shen Yan just smiled. As long as the money was spent worthily, it was fine. Looking at Jiang Nan in front of him, he was indeed someone he valued. He was resolute and decisive in his work, but also meticulous. Then he said, you did a good job. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, saying, the supplies are now stored in Sunqing Pharmaceutical spare warehouse. Mr. Shen, how is your fleet? Beat the drums, strike the gongs. Speaking of the devil, here comes the devil. Shen Yan laughed and answered the phone. Yesterday, he learned from Master Ming that this man was called Wu Feng, a retired Special Forces soldier, and many people in the convoy were retired Special Forces soldiers. After he was injured and retired and returned to Beihai, he had been taken care of by Master Ming. Mr. Ming was also a former soldier, so he took good care of them and arranged jobs for them, which was why Wu Feng respected Mr. Ming so much. Before hanging up the phone, Mr. Ming asked Shen Yan to take care of them like he did, as it was not easy for veterans. Hey, Angkor, what's going on? The personnel and vehicles are all in place. Where do we pick up the goods? Wu Feng said. For several days, he gathered all his brothers together and did not talk about money. He just wanted to help the people in the disaster area. Go to Sunqing Pharmaceutical now, which is the former South China Pharmaceutical Group. Someone will pick you up there. Shen Yan replied. Then he gave Jiang Nan a look, who understood immediately and left Sinan Mansion. After giving a few instructions, he hung up the phone. Shen Yan looked out the window. Now that everything was ready, he could breathe a sigh of relief. Ding, don't relax, there is still mission 2. Shen Yan, who was about to lie down for a nap, was forced to turn on the computer by the system, which was cursing at him. He had also been following the news these days. After netizens learned about the Red Star Company's deeds, they began to engage in wild consumption and rushed into the live broadcast room and offline flagship stores. They buy every pair of shoes, and when the pants are too small, they say it is their fault. Even the clothes on the models and the shelves of shoes in the store have people wanting to buy them. Now the CEO of Red Star is working on a sewing machine in the workshop. Shen Yan couldn't help but think of a sentence: he would always be moved by the spirit of the Chinese people. How could he bear to let such an excellent company fall? Then Shen Yan called the number given by the system. Hello. The voice of Red Star President Wu Yan came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Mr. Wu, I am Shen Yan, chairman of Xingxia Group. I saw the news about your company recently, so I wanted to lend a hand to you, said Shen Yan. Wu Yan was stunned. Xingxia Group? Isn't it the Xingxia Group that donated 200 million yuan in the news a few days ago? Then his attitude became more relaxed and he said, Hello, Mr. Shen, what do you mean? I'll get straight to the point. I want to invest in Red Star and help you survive. Shen Yan didn't waste any words and directly stated his purpose. Then he said, No matter how much shares I own, I will not interfere with the operation of your company. How about it? Wu Yan was speechless when he heard Shen Yan's words. How could such a good thing happen? Could he be a liar? Then he said, Mr. Shen, please don't joke with me. Do you think I'm kidding you? Shen Yan expressed his understanding of his behavior. If someone suddenly said something like this to him one day, he might have scolded him. Shen Yan smiled and continued, What I value is the character and corporate culture of your company. You spared no effort to help the disaster area, which showed me the spirit of Chinese enterprises. I believe you have also seen the news that I acquired Huawei. Yes, this news caused a sensation throughout China at that time, and everyone wanted to know who the chairman of Xingxia Group was. Wu Yan was a little conflicted. It was a good thing to let him buy shares. With such a boss, Red Star's future was bright. But he was afraid that he would betray his trust and interfere in the company's affairs in the future. After hesitating for a while, he said, I can agree to your investment. I hope you can really not interfere in daily affairs. So happy? Shen Yan had never expected this to happen. He had never expected this to go so smoothly. I guess Hongqing's situation must be very bad. Okay, let's settle this for now. I'm going to Shenzhen in a while, and you can come along then, and we can discuss this in detail. Now the headquarters of Xingxia Group has been completed and the amusement park is still under construction day and night. The reason to go to Shenzhen Stock Exchange at this time is naturally for the Longting chip and the autumn press conference. Ding, mission completed, reward, a luxury roulette draw. I didn't expect that there would be rewards. Looking at the rewards on the turntable, Shen Yan couldn't help but be a little surprised. Wow, chain cinemas, chain supermarkets, luxury residential areas, Koenigsegg sports cars, cruise ships, etc. This is too luxurious. After reciting silently, the turntable started. Shen Yan was a little afraid to look at it because he wanted every one of them. Finally, the pointer stopped at the column for chain supermarkets. Ding, congratulations on winning the Wanjiafu supermarket chain. The equity change has been completed. Wanjiafu? Oh my god, there's no need to check this. Shen Yan knows that this is a well-known supermarket chain in China, and it is the first supermarket chain to open overseas. I never thought that one day it would fall into my hands. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. The ringing of the phone brought him back to reality. Shen Yan picked up the phone and saw that it was Chen Jie calling. Hello, Mr. Shen, the server is in place. When will the live broadcast you mentioned start? Chen Jie asked. In the past few days, Chen Jie traveled around the country and abroad and finally got a few top-level servers. Now, no matter how many people come, there will be no paralysis. Let's do it today. He glanced at the time and it was almost evening. Wang Yuanmin happened to be going to the movies with a friend. It was a good opportunity to get his equipment ready. After hanging up the phone, Chen Jie contacted Dima Hou and repeated what Shen Yan had just said, and then asked him not to be late tonight. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Shen Yan opened the Shark Live on his computer. He found that the big monkey had already started the live broadcast, and he couldn't help but smile, thinking that Lao Dia was finally not late. The top 10 on the live broadcast reward list are all famous anchors of Shark. These people came for the chairman, hoping to get the chairman's attention. Welcome our most distinguished boss of Shark Live, Mr. Shin, to the live broadcast room. Seeing Shin Yen coming in, the big monkey said excitedly that he had seen what a top streamer was last time, and the server was directly paralyzed. This time he was not as nervous as last time, but more relaxed. Without further ado, the battle song begins, and we continue to work on our equipment. Just give it a try, don't worry too much. This is the character a man should have. The big monkey swung his hands back and forth, looking very humorous. Shin Yen smiled, this is the real appearance of this old man. Then he moved his fingers. Help me log in and get Super Fire 6666. Chapter 70 Wanjiafu Supermarket Chain. With the arrival of Shin Yen, anchors and viewers from various live broadcast platforms all flocked into the live broadcast room of Damo. It was really a pity last time. The system crashed as soon as he arrived. He wanted to see the big guy, but all that was left was the screen full of gift special effects. Today I saw an announcement from Shark Live saying that they had switched to a new server, so there would be no lag or paralysis, so they all came to see who the chairman of Shark is. After more than 2 hours of fierce fighting, finally, the second Red 17 equipment came out. Looking at the screen full of 666, Damaho wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought to himself, damn, it was not easy, I finally got up. If I couldn't get up, it wouldn't matter if I lost the title of the National Server Amplification King, but it would be difficult if the chairman was unhappy. Help me log in and get Super Fire 10,000. As promised, Shin Yen sent out 10,000 super hot gifts again. The screen full of gift effects made other anchors in the live broadcast room envious. If this happened in his own live broadcast room, then after working hard for one night, he would not have to worry about food and drink for 7 or 8 years. Seeing the rising popularity of the live broadcast room, Shin Yen did not hesitate to give out 5,000 red packets of 5,000 yuan each. The popularity of the live broadcast room reached its peak again. Shenzhen Stock Exchange, the headquarters of Sharks. In front of the computer, Shin Jia looked at the data in the big monkey live broadcast room. It was about to reach the critical point last time. He prayed in his heart, please don't let it crash. Otherwise, with the chairman's temper, even if he was not demoted, his salary would be deducted. Fortunately, the server held up this time. Chen Jia exhaled deeply. Honey, I'm back. Wang Yuemin's voice came. Shin Yen turned around and responded, then turned around and said in the live broadcast room, I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. You can take your time, and I'll be the one to make super hot when the time comes. He knew that it would take at least 3 to 5 days to complete the 12 Red 17 items in one day. It would also be a good opportunity to expand his live broadcast content. After posting 6,666 super hot posts, Shin Yen posted a comment. I hope everyone can do their bit to help alleviate the disaster in Hunan province. When everyone heard this, they all admired him very much. No wonder he was rich and had a big vision. It was said that he had donated 200 million yuan to the disaster area before, and it seemed that countless supplies were on the way. They all echoed Shin Yan's words, and the anchors in the big monkey live broadcast room said that they would also donate to the disaster area. After all, the boss has taken action, and has made it so clear, it would be unreasonable not to donate. After Shin Yan left the live broadcast room, the big monkey cleared his throat and said, I will donate 5 million renminbi to the disaster area as an individual. If you don't know how to donate, you can contact me and I can donate on your behalf. Upon hearing this, everyone sent private messages to Damaho. After all, he is such a big anchor, and his credibility is still there. No matter if it's 15 or 20, as long as he tries his best. Next, let's put on the earrings. That's right, brother. That's right, brother. Then there was another series of mysterious operations, and Shin Yan's account was messed with. Sinan Mansion. Why did you take so long, Xiaoman? Shin Yan walked out of the computer room and said with a smile while looking at Wang Yuanmin who was lying on the sofa. It's rare that both movies are good, so I watched one and then went to watch the other right after I finished watching one. Wang Yuanmin made a face. She was exhausted today. She drank several cups of milk tea. She was probably going to be called fat again. What are you doing in the computer room, husband? Hearing this, Shin Yan told Wang Yuanmin what had just happened. The latter burst out laughing and said, I didn't expect my husband also likes playing games and has a dream of spending money on games. Yes, at that time, when playing games, the most desired thing was to have money. Xiao Magu said that charging money makes you stronger. When you walk on the street, everyone calls you the boss. Honey, have all the supplies been sent out? Wang Yuanmin asked. We're already on our way. Shen Yan nodded and calculated the time. It would arrive about tomorrow. After sending it to the disaster area, Shen Yan asked Jiang Nan to continue searching for supplies. He knew that these supplies would not be enough. Coincidentally, Jiang Nan thought the same. After seeing off Wu Feng and his party, Jiang Nan immediately arranged for people to continue searching for supplies and prepare for the next trip to the disaster area. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. While Shen Yan was thinking, his cell phone rang again. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. He used to not receive a call for a week, but now, the calls are endless every day. He picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number from the capital. Hello, who are you? Mr. Shen? I'm Zhang Lei, the person in charge of Wan Jiafu. Zhang Lei said on the other end of the phone. Wan Jiafu? Shen Yan slapped his forehead. He had too many things to do and forgot about this. The system just gave him a chain supermarket. Is there anything wrong so late? Shen Yan replied. I want to report to you about my work. Chairman Wan Jiafu retired a long time ago, so he has been managing Wan Jiafu ever since. Finally, today, the information of the new chairman was sent over. Zhang Lei was shocked after just a glance. 24 years old. Is this fake? He couldn't believe it no matter what. This young man is his future boss. No need to report yet. Wan Jiafu, you will take over the full responsibility for the time being. Come and ask me if you encounter something you cannot decide. Wang Yuemin, who was standing by, opened his legs and arms. He had no time to care about anything else. Besides, he wanted to be a hands-off boss. Then he said, Wan Jiafu will be affiliated with Xingxia Group in the future, and all employees' salaries will be increased by 25%. Before Zhang Lei could reply, Shen Yan hung up the phone impatiently. What kind of work are you talking about with this beautiful woman in front of you? He threw his phone aside and rushed over. The two of them went from the sofa to the bedroom, from the bedroom to the bathroom. They went in and out 7 times, and finally ended the fight with Wang Yuemin begging for mercy. No words were spoken that night. The two of them slept until noon the next day. As soon as Shen Yan got up, he received a call from Gao Gang, saying that the headquarters of Xingxia Group had been completed and could be moved in. Snapping his fingers crisply, Shen Yan thought to himself, this is exactly what I want. Now that the headquarters is completed, graduation season is coming soon, and a large number of employees can be recruited to ease the employment pressure in Beihai City. More than 20 minutes later, Shen Yan drove to the east of Qingxi Amusement Park. After parking the car, Shen Yan got out and looked at the building in front of him. This was his headquarters. The whole building was in a double helix shape, with a total of 26 floors, and there were 3 floors of underground parking alone. After entering, Shen Yan visited several floors under Gao Gang's guidance. Shen Yan smacked his lips and was very satisfied with his new headquarters. Finally, he came to his office on the top floor. It was spacious and bright. Standing in his office, he could see most of Beihai. He couldn't help but give Gao Gang a thumbs up. Construction Group is Construction Group, with first-class speed and quality assurance. Now everything is ready, except for recruiting people. After a while, Gao Gang left Xingxia Group's headquarters to inspect the amusement park project, while Shen Yan took out his cell phone and called Jiang Nan. My boss, what's wrong with you? Chapter 71 Ice Cream, the foreign worshipping cashier. Jiang Nan's voice came from the other end of the phone. I was exhausted from collecting supplies these days. I finally had a leisurely afternoon. I was putting on makeup in the office when my boss called again. Xingxia Group is ready to move in. Recruitment will be arranged immediately. Fresh graduates will be given priority. I will contact the government. Shen Yan instructed. As the largest city in eastern China, Beihai's employment pressure can be imagined. This is a good opportunity to once again strengthen the relationship with the government. So fast? It was so fast. Although I haven't seen the headquarters of Xingxia Group yet, I have heard from Shen Yan that it is comparable to Beihai Building. Okay, Mr. Shen, I'll arrange it right away. Jiang Nan replied. By the way, from now on, you will officially take over all affairs of Xingxia Group, and you will also have to find a successor for Songqing Pharmaceutical. Shen Yan reminded him. In fact, Shen Yan hesitated for a long time between Wang Mian and Jiang Nan, but finally chose Jiang Nan. Putting aside gender, she can manage such a large pharmaceutical group by herself, and her ability can be imagined. Then he said, I just acquired several companies, one is Shark Live, one is Wanjiafu supermarket chain, and the last one is Red Star Company. When the time comes, the person in charge of Shark Live and Wanjiafu will come back to report to you, and I will go to Red Star to contact them personally. Damn it, Jiang Nan was speechless. I know you have money, and I can understand your acquisition of Shark and even Wanjiafu, but he didn't expect that you would even take over the Red Star Company. He had also read the recent news, in which Red Star went to support disaster areas when it was on the verge of bankruptcy, and was eventually saved from the brink of life and death by wild consumption. Unexpectedly, the chairman even acquired Red Star Company. Based on his understanding of Shenyang, this was not a simple merger, but a help to local Chinese companies. Okay, Mr. Shen. Jiang Nan agreed solemnly, pushed the makeup mirror aside, and arranged the follow-up work. After hanging up the phone, Shenyang glanced at the time and thought that Chen Huai should not be busy at this time, so he called Chen Huai. Drip, drip, drip. Hello, Shenyang, why did you think of calling me? Coincidentally, when the phone rang, Chen Huai had just put down his work and was about to drink a cup of tea. It was Shenyang calling. I heard about your recent big move. Even companies like Huawei and Wanjiafu were acquired by you. As the municipal party secretary, he certainly paid attention to Shenyang. When he came up with the lithography machine technology and announced it free of charge, even Chen Huai gave him a thumbs up. What a situation! Chen Huai even paid attention to the launch of his acne cream. When he heard the report from his subordinates, Chen Huai almost choked on his food. It is truly a benefit to the society. Hey, hello, Secretary Chen. These are just minor incidents, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Shenyang said politely that the reason he called him was mainly because he didn't know anyone in the government. Although he was rich now, his connections were not up to par. It seemed that he still had to expand his connections. Then Shenyang smiled and said, you know me, so I'll be frank. After hearing Shenyang's words, Chen Huai knew that this guy must have something important to say. He hummed. My Xingxia Group's headquarters has been built, right near the Chengxi Amusement Park. It's the headquarters of the integrated company, but we need to recruit people. I know that Beihai has been one of the cities with the greatest employment pressure over the years, so I wanted to share some of the burden with the leaders, but I only know you, so I can only trouble you. Shenyang said. Listening to Shenyang's words, he knew that Shenyang must have something to talk to him about, but he didn't expect it to be this matter. Yes, the employment problem of new graduates every year is a major worry for the municipal government. Shenyang's doing this is undoubtedly helping the municipal government share its worries. Including the land last time, this is the second time Shenyang has done this, and he knows the companies under Shenyang's control. If they are separated, they are powerful, and if they are united, they are invincible. If such a company is settled in Beihai, it will be very beneficial to his political achievements. In other words, he cannot make the final decision, otherwise he will have to award him the title of Beihai City's Outstanding Entrepreneur. Okay, I'll make the contact for you. Chen Huai's tone was much softer than before. This is your treasure, I can't let you run away. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two hung up the phone. With the promise of the top leader, the matter was naturally green-lighted. Then, just as Shenyang was about to drive home, he received a call from Yudazue, who told him that the Huawei 60, after the perfect combination of chips, mobile phones, and systems, was simply better than the Apple 14. Yudazue asked whether this year it would still be held on the same day as the Fruit Autumn Launch Conference. Shenyang thought about it and told Yudazue that it must be one day later than the Fruit Launch Conference. He said this for his own reasons. According to his understanding of the fruit company, this year's press conference will definitely be a squeezing toothpaste-style press conference, and the chip will definitely be the same 5nm chip as the previous generation, and at most it will be upgraded and renamed. Moreover, when Apple announced its 3nm technology, its 5nm chips must have already started mass production, and by then it would be too late to develop 3nm technology. So the Warwick press conference the next day will surely amaze the whole world. At the same time, there is still half a month before Warwick's autumn conference. I have a private jet, so I can go whenever I want and there is no rush at all. It was still early, so why not go check out the new Wanjiafu supermarket? It would be a good opportunity to buy some snacks for Wang Yuemin. Shenyang remembered that there were two in Beihai, so he went downstairs, said goodbye to Gao Gang, and then drove to the nearest Wanjiafu supermarket. 10 minutes later, Shenyang arrived at Wanjiafu supermarket. After parking in the parking lot, he pushed his shopping cart and walked in. As soon as he entered the door and saw everything in front of him, Shen exclaimed, "It really is worthy of being the largest chain supermarket in China. There is everything you need, the venue is simply too big. A walk around the venue costs tens of thousands of yuan. Slogans such as service first, customers or God are posted everywhere." After a round of shopping, Shen was very satisfied. He was queuing to check out at this time. As the queue was a bit long, Shen vaguely heard a quarrel in front of him. He only heard it after listening carefully. "Why are they only given to foreigners? Isn't it said that everyone can get one?" the second person said, pointing at the ice cream on the side. The person in front of him turned around with his ice cream and looked at him with contempt, and then started to speak a lot of bird language that no one could understand. When he was about to leave, he was interrupted by Shen voice. "What's going on?" Before the clerk could say anything, the auntie started to say, "Young man, you don't know. Before you came, they clearly said that you would get free ice cream if you paid the bill today or tomorrow. But today, when I was about to pay the bill and wanted to get an ice cream for my grandson, they refused to give it to me. They only gave it to foreigners." After saying that, he pointed at the foreigner who was looking at them sideways. Shen looked at it carefully and recalled what he had just said. Bird language, yellow skin, is he a person who lives a simple life? Chapter 72. Don't forget that the chairman is a young man. At amp he said a lot of gibberish, but I couldn't understand him. But I could tell that he was a little impatient. Then Shen looked at the cashier. "Is what Andy said true? Besides, don't mind your own business and just buy your groceries." The cashier said disdainfully, and then was very enthusiastic to send the little guy off. "Welcome to visit us next time, sir." Shen was a little angry at this. Did he forget about the national hatred and family feud? He licked it so quickly? He walked forward and pulled the daily life back. With his other hand, he grabbed the cashier's wrist and asked, "Let me ask again, is what this aunt said true?" The cashier's wrist was pinched by Shen, and it hurt. It was like a pair of pliers and he couldn't get rid of it. Then he said impatiently, "Yes, it's true. What's the matter?" As soon as these words came out, the people around him started to curse the cashier like a pot of boiling water, and Shen eyes became extremely cold, thinking, "Have you been wronged by being in China? What's so good about a simple life that you are licking like this? It's okay to have a bad service attitude, but you actually treat me differently?" Hashtag percent Xiaorizi, who was being held back, said a few words in bird language. Shen ignored him. "Where's your manager? Ask her to come out and see me," Shen said coldly. He must now figure out whether this situation is just an isolated case or a common one. He will not allow such scum to appear in his company. At the very least, it will affect the company's reputation, and at the worst, it will be considered treason. I understand what this kid is saying. I've learned Japanese. He's insulting the Chinese. At this time, a young man behind Shen said that he majored in Japanese in college and is now a translator. Hearing this, everyone was outraged. A big brother at the side immediately arranged a series of moves and knocked Xiaorizi to the ground. Even then, the people next to him did not forget to kick him a few more times. You want to meet our manager?" Looking at Xiaori, who was beaten, the cashier said loudly that Shen's grip was too tight and he couldn't get away at all. He simply gave up struggling and thought that there were so many nosy people today. Then he said, "Go do what you need to do, or I'll call security." Hearing this, they all shouted with joy, thinking, "I wish you would call security to throw you out first." Then he turned to look at the crowded crowd and said, "Everyone, as Chinese people, do you want to see this happen? Willing? What the hell, he still hasn't apologized to Huaxia, and he keeps picking on Huaxia." Everyone said in unison, "No." Good. Shen turned around and looked at the cashier with a grim expression. "You don't want to call? I'll call." The female cashier was amused. "Just you? How much did you drink to show off? It's hard to call the security guard, let alone the manager." She smiled disdainfully. Shen took out his cell phone and called Zhang Lei. "Hello, Mr. Shen." Zhang Lei was drinking tea, and when he saw that it was the chairman calling, he almost spilled the tea on the floor. He quickly stood up and answered the phone. "Call the person in charge of Carrefour supermarket in Beihai City to the cashier desk and tell him that I will only give him 1 minute. If he is late, he will be fired," Shen said. "What the hell, what's going on? When I called the chairman that day, he didn't speak so seriously. Could it be that there was a big problem with Beihai Wanjiafu supermarket? He quickly pushed the tea away and responded. Besides, why are you pretending to be so cool? Only 1 minute left? TSK, I think you only have 1 minute. The female cashier laughed at Xinyan. Xinyan didn't say anything, just watched the hands of his watch slowly turning. Da. 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 Boss Shen. Finally, in the last few seconds, a voice broke the silence. The person who came was Wu Wen, the manager in charge of 2 supermarkets in Beihai. Just now, when he was about to go downstairs to play tennis, he received a call from Mr. Zhang from the head office. Mr. Zhang's tone on the phone was extremely serious, and Wu Wen couldn't help but shudder. Damn it, his employees have offended the new chairman. Wu Wen was so angry that he kept sucking his teeth. He originally thought that since he was in Beihai and the new chairman was also in Beihai, he could get the upper hand. If he was appreciated by the chairman, he could rise to the top. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Without saying a word, he dragged his fat body, showing his amazing talent for the 100-meter race, and ran over as soon as he got off the elevator. When he was almost there, he braked suddenly, and before he could catch his breath, he spoke quickly. Hello, Mr. Shen, my name is Wu Wen, and I'm the person in charge of Beihai. Looking at Wu Wen in front of him, who was so fat and sweating from running, Xinyan ignored him and told him what had just happened. Hearing this, Wu Wen's blood pressure almost rose. What the hell is going on? It's fine if you offend the chairman, but you're still going to lick his ass? He secretly said, not good. Today's matter is not over yet. Who told you to do this? Wu Wen said to the cashier. The female cashier was still confused. Was she hitting a wall? Could this young man really get the manager to come in just 1 minute? I. The female cashier stammered and was unable to speak. Get out of here. I told you to treat everyone equally. Remember, we are Chinese. Originally, this small event was intended to stimulate consumption, but he didn't expect such consequences. If he wasn't on the first floor, Wu Wen would have wanted to jump off the building. Do you know who she is? She is our new boss. Wanjiafu was now affiliated with Xingxia Group. Do you understand? Oh shit, Xingxia Group. Not only the female cashier was stunned, but even the people next to her were confused. No wonder this guy looked so familiar, I have seen him on the news. My cousin's daughter used his acne cream on her face and it returned to its original state. Manager, I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me. The female cashier wiped away her tears and looked at Xinyan. She knew that with Xinyan's ability, if he really wanted to deal with her, she would have no chance to fight back. Mr. Xin, you were so generous. I will never dare to do it again. Please, as long as you forgive me, let me do anything. I think you should get out of China. Xinyan didn't look at him. Since this kind of person worshipped Xiao Rizi so much, then let her go. It's not bad to let him experience Xiao Rizi's AV culture. Then he said coldly, being arrogant at first and respectful later, it makes people laugh when thinking about it. Hearing this, the female cashier sat on the ground with a deathly pale face. She knew that she would not be able to survive in Beihai in the future and it seemed that she would have to leave her hometown. Then Xinyan looked at the small day beside him. Coincidentally, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Don't hesitate, let me get him. I'll give you 2 hours of Japanese proficiency first, and then I'll let you draw the luxury wheel twice. Good. I can vent my anger and get rewards at the same time, so why not do it? Then he turned to look at the crowd and said, everyone, I am the new chairman of Wanjiafu. I promise you that this will be the last time. I hope you all believe me. Believe it? Everyone nodded. They definitely believed it. After all, Xingxia Group had a high reputation in society, especially Xinyan, the chairman. Now that Xinyan took over Wanjiafu's supermarket, this kind of thing would definitely not happen again. Everyone, listen to me. To compensate you, everyone present will be given a 2,000 renminbi shopping voucher, which can be used at any time. Hearing this, the crowd cheered. Wu Wen on the side looked at the young chairman. After all, the chairman is the chairman, and he will win people's hearts. Wait, Wu Wen looked at Xinyan's cunning expression. Yes, he is a young man. Chapter 73, Fight or Not? Highly exciting second update. After everyone around him quieted down, Xinyan pointed at Xiao Ri who was lying on the ground. This bastard actually dared to insult the Chinese. What do you think we should do? What should I do? Sending him to the police station is not enough to relieve my anger. Besides, he is a foreigner after all. If he meets a bad leader, he might be released. Beat him? Like the big brother just now? I have to pay for his medical expenses. When everyone was struggling, Xinyan spoke again. Listen carefully, everyone present, beat him up. If you can't kill him, beat him to death. I'll pay for the medical expenses. This was so satisfying. He didn't know how to restrain himself in China and dared to insult Chinese people. He was tired of living. After saying this, the eldest brother who had just taken action turned his wrist and rushed forward first. When he saw his eldest brother rushing over, Xiao Rizi's face showed a trace of panic. Hashtag percent. Hashtag percent. Mr. Shen, he said he is a foreigner and cannot be bullied like this, otherwise he can go to the embassy. The Japanese-speaking student next to him translated. Then the eldest brother who was about to take action also stopped and looked back at Xinyan. Xinyan was about to answer when he realized that he actually understood what was said. The reward given by the system just now was proficiency in Japanese. When Xiao Rizi, who was lying on the ground, saw the scene, he laughed. Hashtag at percent. What? Why are you so arrogant? No matter if you are the boss, when the embassy comes and finds your leader, do you dare to confront your government? Xinyan listened to Xiao Rizi's arrogant words, and his face darkened again. What he meant was probably, you don't dare to do it, right? If you are afraid, send me away. If you are satisfied with the arrangement, maybe I will change my mind. Then he interrupted the college student who was about to translate for him and said, what is he saying? I don't understand. Young man, do you understand? The college student next to him immediately understood. Mr. Shin, I don't really know Japanese well. What he's saying sounds a bit like Japanese dialect. I don't understand it. Xinyan nodded in satisfaction, thinking that the young man was teachable. Then he looked at the people who were staring at him and said, my fellow countrymen, China is sacred and inviolable, and the Chinese people must not forget the national hatred and family feuds. Go ahead, if anything goes wrong, it's my fault. What kind of arrogance are you talking about? The embassy? Do you believe I will send you to the Nanchur Victims Memorial Hall and make you kneel for a few years? Do you think you are superior because you are a foreigner? There is no need to hesitate about such things. Even if nothing happened today, Xinyan still couldn't stand his normal life. After all, national hatred and family feuds can never be forgotten. As for the police, they would definitely come. He believed that the Beihai municipal government would make a fair response after the matter was thoroughly investigated. He turned to look at Wu Wen, who understood immediately and arranged for people to close all the doors. What are you waiting for? Let's get started. As Xinyan spoke, everyone rushed over. Even the old lady sitting in a wheelchair nearby ordered her daughter to go over and help, while she picked up the egg she had just bought and launched a long-range attack. Then came the wailing of daily life. Xinyan asked himself that he had never heard such a variety of cries in his life. He turned around and chopped to the side. The cashier who worshipped foreigners had slipped away before closing. If nothing unexpected happened, he should call the police. Outside, beside the road. Just after escaping, although I was afraid, as long as I helped that foreign friend, I believed that he would not treat me badly, and maybe he would take me to Sherry to enjoy the cherry blossoms. With beautiful aspirations, I tremblingly took out my phone. Hello, officer, I want to call the police. The chairman of Wanjiafu supermarket led a group of people to beat up a foreign friend. I finally escaped and called the police. Carrefour? Beating up foreigners? The police were a little surprised. Involving a foreigner was no small matter. After hanging up the phone, they trotted to the director's office and said, Director Li, something bad has happened. We just received a report from the public that Chairman Wan Jiafu and a group of people are beating up a foreigner. What? Director Li Zhongxin slammed the table and stood up. Judging from the title alone, this is no small matter, but the matter still needs to be investigated. There must be a cause. Wan Jiafu's chairman, Wan Jiafu. Li Zhongxin rubbed his chin. Why did it sound so familiar? He seemed to have heard Secretary Chen mention it when they were talking that day. After waving his hand and asking him to arrange for police officers to be on standby, Li Zhongxin called Chen Huai. Secretary Chen, I'm Li Zhongxin. I have something urgent to report to you. Sorry to bother you. Oldly, what's wrong? Chen Huai said. I remember you mentioned Wanjiafu supermarket to me when we were talking yesterday? He was very sure that Chen Huai mentioned someone when he mentioned Wanjiafu supermarket, but his brain was a little dull now and he couldn't remember it. What happened? Chen Huai asked instead of answering. Director Li has always been steady and is his right-hand man. Li Zhongxin repeated to Chen Huai the report he had just received. Chen Huai found it a little funny. Young people are just impulsive. However, based on his understanding of Shenyan, he knew that he was not a person who would bully others by taking advantage of his power. He also believed that there must be something hidden behind it. What country are you from? The municipal party secretary is the municipal party secretary, and he immediately grasped the key point of the problem. This question confused Li Zhongxin. Yes, why didn't he ask it clearly just now? Well, arrange for the police to stay on standby. Listen to my orders. Chen Huai ordered. It's better to make a phone call at this time. After all, he is a foreigner and it won't have a good impact. Then he called Shenyan. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. Sure enough, the phone rang, but what Shenyan didn't expect was that it was Chen Huai's call. Hello, Secretary Chen? Xiaoshen, I have arranged for the relevant departments to contact the person you need. Chen Huai did not speak directly, but talked about recruiting fresh college graduates. At the same time, he also heard the noisy noise from Shenyan's side on the phone, which was probably the sound of beating up foreigners. Really? Thank you so much, Secretary Chen. I'll ask Jiang Nan to go over there this afternoon. Shenyan said a few polite words, thinking to himself, you old fox, just be straightforward, I don't believe you can't hear my voice, and then asked, Secretary Chen should not be looking for me today just because of this matter, right? Ha, why is it so noisy over there? Chen Huai laughed dryly. Can't you be less straightforward, boy? Shenyan didn't say much nonsense and told Chen Huai everything in detail. After all, he was the top leader of Beihai City. Not to mention that he would need his care in the future. If they came to the embassy, they must be looking for him, so it would be better to tell him everything. They are indeed people who live a simple life. These bastards, while wolves travel 1,000 miles to eat meat, they travel 1,000 miles to eat shit. When Shenyan said that he called on the masses to beat up Xiao Rizi, he couldn't help but feel angry. They were still young, and it was such a simple thing. Just curse people, and curse the Chinese, and beat them up. Chapter 74, The Cruel Shenyan. After having a general understanding of the situation, Chen Huai expressed his plan. The media will also rush to the scene at that time, and he will definitely not let this foreign friend suffer a loss in China. Hearing this, Shenyan laughed, thinking to himself, you are so mean. After hanging up the phone, Shenyan stopped the crowd, looked at Xiao Rizi lying on the ground with a bruised face and covering his crotch, and asked in fluent Japanese, do you know you took it by mistake? Xiao Rizi heard this and realized that this person could speak Japanese. He was careless and then said, #%#amp%%. Oh? You're still so arrogant even after all this? You're such a jerk. Shenyan patted Xiao Rizi's handsome face and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, then I can only make you a eunuch. He slowly extended his hand to the crotch, and suddenly pulled a certain part down forcefully. Xiao Rizi burst into tears immediately. He did not expect Shenyan to be so quick. How could this old man play with young girls in the future? Seeing the blood flowing from the crotch to the ground, everyone was a little surprised. This chairman is too cruel. He just let it lay eggs? This is a man's hope. On the other side, the office of the municipal party secretary. After hanging up the phone, although Chen Huai was very excited, he still made a brief report to his superiors. After confirming their attitude, Chen Huai smiled slightly and immediately contacted the media, newspapers and the Public Security Bureau, requiring them to rush to Wanjiafu supermarket within half an hour. 20 minutes later, the municipal party secretary personally led a team to the entrance of Wanjiafu supermarket, but did not go in. It was very simple. He would delay until the people inside had vented their anger. Damn it, they actually dared to insult the Chinese. If I didn't hold a public office, I would be the first to rush in. His ancestral home is Nanshur, and his grandmother was killed by his ancestors when they were living a simple life, so he hates them deep down. Passers-by gathered around, wondering what was going on. They wanted to go shopping just now, but the door of Wanjiafu was closed. When they got closer, they heard wailing sounds from inside. Now there were media and police, and it was such a big scene. After taking a look at the time, he thought it was about time, so he called Shenyan. Xiaoshun, it's almost time. The sun is too strong outside. Hearing this, Shenyan checked his watch and found that it was true. He immediately ordered Wu Wen to open the door, and then asked the burly big brother to pick up the little one. Seeing the latter's frightened expression, Shenyan immediately understood that they were afraid of getting into trouble. Don't worry. I told you I will take responsibility if anything goes wrong, Shenyan comforted. After hearing what Shenyan said, the eldest brother didn't act pretentiously. He carried the guy by the neck like a dog and walked him out the door. Then, everyone in the supermarket walked out one after another. The door opened and the scene in front of them shocked passers-by, even Chen Huai, the municipal party secretary, who was shocked by the bruised face and nose. The entire lower body was bleeding. How cruel was this? The eldest brother threw Xiao Rizi on the ground, and then stepped back behind Shenyan. A group of media surrounded him, taking pictures of Xiao Rizi on the ground. Chen Huai looked at Shenyan and handed the microphone to Shenyan. Let me explain the cause and effect of the matter to everyone. Don't worry, I have already reported it to my superiors. Hearing this, Shenyan took the microphone, walked to a high place on the side, and said, Dear passers-by and media friends, I believe you are all curious about what happened today. I will explain it to you one by one. It all started with one of our own employees who worshipped foreigners and only gave ice cream to foreigners and not to Chinese people. I fired this employee, but I never thought that this arrogant little girl would insult Chinese people in Japanese, thinking that we couldn't understand Japanese. Fortunately, there was a young man who knew Japanese among the crowd. After saying that, Shenyan pointed at the college students in the crowd, who were very happy after being praised. It is conceivable that although Shenyan is the protagonist today, Mr. Shin also mentioned himself. Facing so many media, he has now brought honor to his family. I ask you, when the people of your country are insulted by those who once invaded our country, how will you respond? I only said one thing at the time. If you can't kill him, beat him to death. I will pay for the medical expenses of this devil. It must be said that Shenyan had a certain talent for public speaking. The audience was so excited that even the steady Li Zhongxin looked at the life downstairs with angry eyes. He wanted to go up and slap them in the face. I didn't expect that this guy would actually use the embassy to threaten me. I asked everyone, what's the use of their country's embassy? At that time, I was thinking, should I make him kneel in front of the Nanjing Victims Memorial Hall for a few years? Yes. The Japanese devils are still so arrogant after coming to China. The crowd shouted. Yes, everyone, the national humiliation must not be forgotten. If you come and talk nicely, then we can accept it. But if you insult the Chinese and think you are superior to the Chinese, then that is not acceptable. So, after fighting for a while, I went over to ask him, do you know you're wrong? Shenyan said in a sonorous and powerful voice, he is still arrogant and presumptuous. Too arrogant. Do you think he is a bastard? How cheap. How cheap. Said the crowd. So, I carelessly took him off as a man's tool. Shenyan spread his hands and said helplessly. But the people standing by didn't believe it, because they had witnessed with their own eyes how ruthless the chairman was. But don't worry, I will pay for his medical expenses. At least I will make sure he can get out of the country with all his limbs intact. Listening to Shenyan's words, everyone applauded. They heard that Xiao Ri was lustful, and picking his balls must be more painful than killing him. I'm sorry for delaying your shopping today. As the new owner of Wanjiafu, I'd like to announce to the media and everyone that within 3 days, both Wanjiafu stores in Beihai will offer a 50% discount and double your membership card points. I apologize. Hearing this, everyone cheered. Wow, 50% off. This has never happened before. Chen Huai on the side smiled at Li Zhongxin and said, it seems that there is no need for me to come today. This kid can handle it himself. Everyone, let me introduce to you, this is our Beihai City's parent official, Secretary Chen Huai. Looking at Chen Huai standing aside, he thought that since he was here, he couldn't come for nothing. Look, Secretary Chen cares so much about the citizens of Beihai that he came to the scene in person, fearing that our private entrepreneurs and the people would suffer. Let's give Secretary Chen a round of applause and ask him to say a few words for everyone, okay? Everyone came forward. They didn't expect the municipal party secretary to come in person. This is their parent official. This is what people-oriented means. Chen Huai stepped forward and took the microphone amid the applause of the crowd. He looked at Shenyan with satisfaction. He was patriotic, passionate, and young and promising. Hello everyone, my name is Chen Huai. Chapter 75, Proud of Being Chinese. Hello everyone, my name is Chen Huai. In a big way, I am an official. In a small way, I am just an ordinary citizen like everyone else. What happened today is extremely bad in nature. Then he pointed at Xiao Rizi, who was lying on the ground, and said, "As for this Xiao Rizi and this cashier who worships foreign things, I promise everyone that I and the Municipal Party Committee will never let him off easily. Anyone who offends China will be punished no matter how far away he is. Every stroke of our great Chinese nation is its backbone. At the same time, I want to thank Mr. Shen. If it weren't for him, today's incident might have been left unresolved. As for Mr. Shen's methods, although they were a bit cruel, they were not excessive. Through this incident, I also hope to tell everyone that when foreigners in our China bully the Chinese, everyone should be like Mr. Shen. Don't be afraid. The Municipal Party Committee in China will support you. Finally, I want to say that everyone should be proud of being Chinese." After Chen Huai finished speaking, the audience burst into applause. Yes, only China regards civilians as the most important. Don't mention anything else, just look at the United States and you will know. Shootings happen all the time. How can China be as safe as it is? After stepping down, Chen Huai took the initiative to shake Xinyan's hand and said excitedly, "Thank you, Mr. Shen." Xinyan waved his hand. "This is what we should do. If I hadn't happened to see it today, I wouldn't have done it. Please rest assured, you and the Municipal Party Committee, I will definitely provide all-round training for my employees, and this kind of thing will never happen again." After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Chen Huai led the group away from the scene, while Xinyan looked at the college student who could speak Japanese with great interest, thinking that he had always had a goal, which was to go to Tokyo to enjoy the cherry blossoms, so how could he do it without an interpreter by his side? The Japanese proficiency given by the system had expired long before he spoke, and this young man was very perceptive and had a lot of drive. Xinyan asked, "What's your name, buddy?" Mr. Shen, my name is Tang Chen, and I'm a student at Beihai University." Tang Chen actually became nervous this time. It is said that success requires opportunities. Could this be his opportunity? "You are very good. Come to Xinxia Group after graduation," Xinyan said with a smile. To be honest, he has never recruited anyone. At most, he was recruited when he entered the electronics factory. This kind of recruitment is the first time. What? Tang Chen was a little excited. The opportunity had come. It really had come. When many of his classmates were worrying about finding a job after graduation, he just did what he was supposed to do and joined the Beihai business giant Xinxia Group. "Mr. Shen, can I do it?" Ability is important, but quality is what is most needed. Xinyan smiled and nodded. This young man seemed to be about the same age as himself, at most 1 or 2 years younger than him. "You should prepare your resume in the next few days. I will greet them. But don't be complacent just because I hired you, and don't be arrogant just because I hired you. In Xinxia Group, you need to take one step at a time." While taking care of him, Xinyan also gave more warnings. He knew very well that if his younger brother Xinhua or his brother-in-law Wang Kuan, who was also in prison, joined Xinxia Group, they would definitely become powerful by relying on their connections and no one would be able to stop them. "Okay. Mr. Shen, I'll remember this." This was an interview conducted by the chairman himself. When I went home and told my parents about it, they were so shocked. Who would dare to believe that this was actually true? "Wu Wen, is it okay to deduct half a month's salary from you?" Seeing Wu Wen was about to defend himself, Xinyan continued, "I know what you want to say, but you are the person in charge after all. Listen carefully. Next, we will focus on cultivating the quality of our employees. You are so close to me, so your chances of promotion are great. Similarly, your chances of demotion are also great. If you do well, you will have a surprise at the annual meeting at the end of the year." "Yes, Mr. Shen." Wu Wen responded that his monthly salary was actually not that much, and after today's incident, he had half of it deducted directly. However, the chairman was worthy of being the chairman. He saw through his thoughts, and also told him clearly that he had a great chance of promotion. It all depended on whether he could seize it. After picking up the things he bought and saying a few words, Xinyan left Wanjiafu with everyone's farewell. The next evening, Xinyan received a call from Chen Huai while having dinner. Chen Huai told him that Xiao Zi was convicted of insulting China and would be deported after serving his sentence in China. After exchanging a few pleasantries and hanging up the phone, Xinyan laughed for no apparent reason. Even if the prison was full of criminals, when they knew that the person in there was a foreigner who insulted the Chinese people and lived a simple life, they would surely not have an easy life in prison. 10 days later, facing the upcoming autumn conference, all the netizens could not sit still. They all knew that this year Huawei would release a Huawei phone with a 3nm chip, so there was no need for preheating or publicity, and the internet was in full swing. At this time, Shen Yan brought Wang Yuan in to Red Star Company, and sitting opposite them was Wu Yan, the president of Red Star Company. I didn't expect that Mr. Shen is so young. Wu Yan spoke up and said that after Shen Yan hung up the phone last time, he conducted a detailed investigation on the young man in front of him. He did not expect that he only had 4 companies under his control the day before, but the number increased to 6 the next day, including some well-known large enterprises in China. Mr. Wu also looks very young. How is it? Has the Red Star Company turned the corner thanks to the wild consumption of the Chinese people? Shen Yan asked politely. I am indeed feeling better now. I really want to thank everyone for their help. I worked overtime at the factory again last night. Wu Yan laughed. His mood during this period was really a roller coaster. He had to bear the pressure and spend all his money to get the 50 million. The company was facing the crisis of bankruptcy, but he was saved by the warm-hearted netizens and survived. Watching the crazy buying spree in the live broadcast room on offline flagship stores, where even models were sold out in some places, Wu Yan did not get carried away. Instead, he reminded netizens to consume rationally and strongly recommended several other domestic brands. However, he didn't expect that the more he did this, the more serious the netizens' wild consumption became. That night, he sat in the office, drinking until very late, his eyes full of joy after sadness. Mr. Shen, do you want to buy more shares? Wu Yan said. Shen Yan came here specially today just for this matter. It would be better to get straight to the point instead of beating around the bush. Hey, don't worry. However, Shen Yan waved his hand, smiled at Wu Yan, and then said, I would like to invite Mr. Wu to go to Huawei with me first. After the autumn press conference, we will discuss the issue of equity investment. Oh? That's why, looking at the young man in front of him who was more than 20 years younger than himself, even a business veteran like Wu Yan can't see through him. Okay, I'll go with you. Wu Yan responded. Anyway, the company has been running normally these days, so it wouldn't be a big problem for him to leave for a few days. The next afternoon, the vehicle responsible for picking up the chairman of the board arrived from Warwick Company. Chapter 76 People's Hearts and Morale. In the car, Shen Yan was teasing Wang Yuanmin, while Wu Yan on the side was speechless. He himself was a socially anxious person and didn't like to deal with people. At this moment, he was imagining in his mind what the scene of tomorrow's press conference would be like. 10 minutes later, several people arrived at Warwick Company, and Mr. Rin and Udazue were waiting at the door. Seeing this scene, Shen Yan hurried over. Although Warwick Company is now affiliated to Xingxia Group, Mr. Rin is an elder after all, and a Chinese entrepreneur that Shen Yan respects the most. Oh, Mr. Rin, I am so honored that you come to greet me in person. Shen Yan walked up to Mr. Rin, held his old hand and said, I'm old now, so I just want to interact more with you young people, so that I can feel younger too. Mr. Rin smiled amiably, patted Shen Yan on the shoulder, and looked behind Shen Yan. He knew Wang Yuanmin, and he also knew the other person beside him. Isn't this Mr. Wu? Welcome to Huawei. Mr. Rin is a role model for Chinese entrepreneurs. It's my honor to meet you. Wu Yan stepped forward and said. In the past few years, Huawei's self-developed chips have been sanctioned many times. Since then, many technology companies have started to develop their own chips, but in the end they chose to give up. After that, everyone realized how awesome Huawei's chips were. Mr. Shen, what's this? Looking at Shen Yan standing aside, it's not that he was unwelcome, but Mr. Rin didn't quite understand why he had to bring Mr. Wu Yan along. Hey, Mr. Rin, Mr. Wu is my invited guest. Shen Yan smiled slightly, then said meaningfully, besides, maybe we will be colleagues in the future. Upon hearing this, Mr. Rin instantly understood that this guy was going to acquire Red Star Company again. Mr. Rin, it's windy outside, shall we go in? Shen Yan looked around and realized that it was really uncomfortable to stand at the door like this. It was not as comfortable as sitting in the house. And Mr. Rin was old after all. Okay. After saying a few good words, everyone walked in. Wu Yan was talking to Mr. Rin in front, while Shen Yan pulled Udazue and asked, Hey, Udazue, there's a press conference tomorrow, don't cause any trouble for me. Don't worry, Mr. Shen, everything is ready. Udazue patted his chest and promised. During this period, in addition to managing Warwick's affairs, he also specially learned spoken English. Now his spoken English is not as bad as before. Arriving at the conference room, Shen wanted to let Mr. Rin sit in the main seat, but he couldn't stand Mr. Rin pushing him. Shen had to sit in the main seat with a helpless smile. His man was working, and Wang Yuemin left here very tactfully. He heard Shen say that the meeting would last until late tonight. After all, the fruit launch conference was tonight, and then rented a car and went shopping. Wu Yan was specially invited by Shen to attend this meeting. Many people speculated that Red Star Company would also join Xingxia Group. Director Shen. The head of the R&D department walked to the curtain and said, "I'm here to introduce our latest brand, Huawei Kunling 1, to Mr. Shen." Since a new chip and various new functions were used, a new sub-brand was developed. Thinking back to when the other sub-brand had to be sold, everyone at Warwick felt the pain. The reason why it is named Kunling is because Kun means the earth and the great merits of the emperor and empress. It means wealth, courage and excellence. Ling means smart, flexible, spirited, quick to react, quick to move and beautiful. It just reflects the advantages of our new generation of Huawei Kunling, who has outstanding abilities in quick reactions. Good. This is a good name. Before the head of the R&D department finished speaking, Shen couldn't wait to interrupt him and said, "This name is really good. It's easy to read and sounds powerful." The head of the R&D department took a deep breath, and as long as the chairman was satisfied, he turned to the next page and began to introduce it carefully. The new generation of Kunling has powerful performance, and its running score is higher than that of the previous generation Fruit 14. Don't pay too much attention to the running score, the main thing is the user experience. Many young people want system smoothness, not just high running scores, Shen said. He has seen before that some companies blindly pursue high running scores but ignore the most basic user experience. Hearing this, Wu Yan secretly gave a thumbs up. He didn't understand the mobile phone industry, but he knew whether a high score or system fluency mattered. A high score was really useless. Smooth use without lag was the kingly way. At the same time, he looked up to Shen again. The head of the R&D department nodded and continued, "Our Dragon Tang first generation chip, whether it is Fruit or Fire Dragon, to use a popular saying now, is that they are all younger brothers in front of it. The Huawei Kunling with the Dragon Tang 1 has an unprecedentedly powerful performance." Blah blah. The R&D department introduced Kunling's various new functions, such as car accident alarm and the full series use of China's Beidou system. This meeting alone lasted until 12 o'clock in the evening. After dinner in the conference room, everyone waited for the fruit launch conference to be held. In fact, Shen thought carefully that there was no need to watch this conference, because they only released the 5nm Apple 15, and they were far behind in terms of chips alone. However, in line with the principle of mutual learning among friendly companies, coupled with Yudazue's strong request, except for Mr. Rin who was old and needed to rest, everyone else had to stay up late to watch it. At 1 a.m., the Apple conference was held. Everyone listened to the geek blabbering about his new Apple iPhone 15. Perhaps his company had produced a higher performance phone, so the entire conference was boring. I don't know when, Shen, who was sitting in the main seat, actually started snoring. This made everyone present angry and amused. It's okay that you don't pity us for staying up late to work overtime, but you also want us to sleep here. Ah. Shen woke up with a yawn, looked at the people in front of him, a little embarrassed, and then said, "Have you finished reading it? Are you confident tomorrow?" "Have." Everyone shouted loudly, saying that Huawei had been bullied so much in recent years, and finally under the leadership of the new chairman, it was going to be able to hold its head high. How could they not have confidence? Good, morale and people's hearts are on Huawei, we will win this battle. After the press conference, I will give everyone bonuses as compensation for being forced to watch me sleep tonight. Shen joked as he looked at the high atmosphere. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, thinking that this chairman was really humorous. Then everyone went back to their own homes to find their mothers, preparing to replenish their energy for tomorrow's new product launch. Chapter 77 Huawei New Product Launch 1. That night, after Shen returned to the hotel, he suddenly remembered something. When he taught Xiaori a lesson, the system gave him 2 luxury draws, but he had forgotten about it because he was busy these days. He quickly summoned the system silently. "System baby, are you there? Do I still have 2 more luxury draws?" "I'm not saying it, it's already so late, the store is closed." Hearing this, Shen thought that this system still had a bad temper, so he continued to flatter, "Brother Lang, can you bear to abandon me? If I don't draw the lottery, I will have a hard time falling asleep tonight." "Stop your pig eating, dog smelling, toad fart. Don't think I don't know that you just slept better than a pig in the conference room. I'll let you draw with reluctance, but you woke this system up in the middle of the night, so there must be a punishment. The punishment is that I'll draw for you. Draw for someone else? It's fine to draw for someone else. Anyway, I have seen it before, and there are good things on the turntable. Ding. First draw, thank you for your patronage, the system's impatient voice sounded. Oh my god, Xinyan almost died from a mouthful of phlegm stuck in his throat. When was this turntable added? Thank you for your patronage. Do we have to do it again? Ding. Second lucky draw, reward top physical fitness card. Top physical fitness? I don't need to go to the sky or the earth, why do I need physical fitness? Before Xinyan could finish thinking, the system's voice sounded again. The top level physical card has a bug function, which can double the time. Double? That means 2 hours plus? That's great. I was just thinking about trying it on Wang Yuemin to see how it works, so that this little girl wouldn't tease me all the time. But it was already past 4 o'clock. With a wicked smile, I looked at Wang Yuemin, who was sleeping beside me, and thought to myself, next time I will make you feel like you're in heaven and beg for mercy. The next day, Xinyan woke up very early, had a simple breakfast, and then put on the suit that Wang Yuemin had prepared for him. After all, it was such a grand occasion, so it was better to wear formal clothes. At 9 o'clock, Xinyan arrived at the venue of the Warwick press conference. From a distance, he saw Udazue waiting for him at the door. Xinyan couldn't help but want to laugh, thinking, why don't you hurry up and get busy inside, and still have time to come out and pick me up? Mr. Shen, Mrs. Shen. When Udazue saw Xinyan getting out of the car, he hurriedly greeted the two of them. How are the preparations going? Xinyan was not asking about the press conference, but about the spoken language of Udazue. He didn't want his employees to become the protagonists of ghost videos again. No problem. Udazue said this with almost standard pronunciation. He had put a lot of effort into it in recent days. Don't worry, Mr. Shin. I won't let you down. After entering the venue, I looked around and saw that even the corridors were packed with people. All major media are waiting for first-hand information from Huawei's press conference. You know, this is the world's first mobile phone equipped with a 3nm chip. Once this news is released, it will be full of hype. At 10 o'clock, after the invited media and special guests were seated, Udazue slowly walked onto the stage. Because the process of this press conference was changed, the previous Chinese press conference and overseas press conference were abandoned, so only this press conference was held. When Udazue stood still, the audience watching the live broadcast on the internet couldn't help but complain. What the hell, don't show off your poor English, big mouth. Who said it wasn't? I heard that the chairman of Xingxia Group will also be here. Why not let him go on stage? I heard he's a handsome guy. Ladies and gentlemen. Udazue spoke slowly and hosted the show in bilingual. At first, the media and netizens thought they had misheard or it was dubbing, but later they realized that it was Udazue's voice. They didn't expect that after a year or two of being a ghost, Udazue's English had improved so much. The audience applauded. Welcome everyone to Warwick's Autumn New Product Launch Conference. I believe everyone here already knows that Warwick's new products this time used the newly upgraded 3nm self-developed Longting chip. Udazue's voice spread throughout the hall. Xinyan and Renlao and others sitting in the front row felt very proud. With just these words, the audience burst into applause. Regardless of the performance, the fact that it was independently developed was enough to conquer everyone. You know, the Green Factory also developed its own chips, but due to the huge consumption, it had to stop chip development indefinitely. What's more, this is unprecedented, the unprecedented 3nm chip. Who says that the Chinese are not good enough? Who says that China cannot produce lithography machines even after decades? Now, the world's first mobile phone equipped with a 3nm chip is made in China. In order to match the new generation of Longting chips, Huawei has specially established a new sub-brand Huawei Kunling. Kunling means agile and nimble, which corresponds exactly to the new generation of Huawei Kunling mobile phones. The Kunling generation, which is equipped with the Longting chip, is responsive, has an unprecedented improvement in system fluency, and has extremely powerful performance. It can be said that the Kunling generation beats all mobile phones on the market. For more than half an hour, Udazue and several others took turns introducing the configuration of Kunling's first generation and the Longting chip, and applause broke out from the audience from time to time. Mr. Yu, I would like to ask, why don't you disclose the running points? Mr. Yu, I want to ask, does the coming first generation need to be equipped with a phone case to use 5G? Mr. Yu, may I ask how much the coming generation one sells for? After the introduction, media friends stood up and asked questions. They were afraid. When the scores were high, netizens praised them, but when they were not, they were worried. Moreover, the previous generation of Huawei phones required an extra phone case to use 5G, and the price was quite expensive. 4G phones were sold at the price of 5G high-end phones, which made many netizens complain. Dear reporters, this is not my home court anymore. As everyone knows, our Huawei is now affiliated with Beihai Xingsha Group. Yu Dazue waved his hand, and then it was up to Xinyan, the chairman of Xingsha Group, to come on stage. Since he was here, he had to show his face, right? Then Yu Dazue said, "Let's welcome the chairman of Xingsha Group, Mr. Xinyan," with warm applause. Upon hearing this, the audience was silent for a moment, and then there was a wave of applause. It was said that the reason why Huawei accepted Xingsha's acquisition was because this mysterious chairman came up with the 3nm lithography technology, and it was he who advocated the unconditional announcement of this technology. Xinyan stood up, straightened his suit, walked briskly onto the stage, and took the microphone from Yu Dazue. "Hello everyone, I'm Xinyan, welcome to Huawei's autumn press conference." The media in the audience had already had a general understanding of the young man on the stage when the Tsungsheng anti-acne cream was released last time. Despite this, when they saw Xinyan on the scene, everyone was still very surprised. How did he do it? He was so young and had such a big family business. Afterwards, at Xinyan's signal, the media began to ask questions. "Mr. Shin, I'm personally more concerned about the price of the phone. After listening to Mr. Yu's introduction, I think this phone is worth tens of thousands." Chapter 78 Huawei New Product Launch 2. As time goes by, more and more people buy Huawei phones out of patriotism, but now Huawei 4G is sold at the price of 5G, and even if they want to use 5G, they need to buy an expensive mobile phone case. He can't help but think so. This time, Huawei Kunling has only two versions, Kunling First Generation Pro and Kunling First Generation Pro Max. When Xinyan first listened to Yu Dazue's report, he specifically told Yu Dazue to make the price more affordable and to lower it appropriately without losing money. Although mobile phones are just a commodity, many people still associate them with politics. This is why netizens complained about Huawei, saying that it was expensive but had low specs. Xinyan then continued, "The Pro is priced at $57.99, and the Pro Max is priced at $61.99. Hearing this, there was a commotion in the audience. To be honest, this price is already good enough. Don't forget that it is equipped with China's self-developed 3nm 5G chip, and the mobile phone system and configuration have been optimized and upgraded. The price is even cheaper than when 4G was sold as 5G. Mr. Shin, can I ask why? As far as I know, Huawei has invested a lot of money in developing chips. Aren't you afraid of losing money?" The reporter from Botao News in the third row stood up, looked at the price on the screen and said, "And according to rumors, it was you who brought the technology to Warwick. Is that true?" "Yes, although I have acquired Warwick now, Warwick still has sufficient autonomy. This matter cannot be hidden. Instead of hiding it, it is better to admit it openly. Besides, after the technical patent is announced, the whole of China can share it, so there will be competition. As for whether it will lose money, it's actually not bad, only a little profit. I set the price of Huawei Kunling this time, and I focused on the experience while keeping the price as close to the people as possible." Xinyan took out his Kunling First Generation Pro Max and operated it on the spot, which was extremely smooth. "By the way, let me answer the question from the reporter just now. Why don't you disclose the running score? To be honest, is the running score really useful? I believe that the first purpose of buying a mobile phone is whether it is smooth and not stuck, right? Yes, who says it isn't true? Even if you install the best hardware in the world, but the phone you buy is lagging, who would buy it? Then Mr. Shin, I want to ask, will the Kunling First Generation always be free of lags like the Apple phones, or will it start to lag after 1 or 2 years of use?" The reporter just now continued to ask questions, which is also a question that many people are concerned about. Due to the differences in the systems, the Fruit system is very smooth for several years, while the Warwick system is open, so it will gradually become unsmooth after a few years. Okay, after a few rounds of testing, 5 years, no problem. This issue was also of concern to him, so Xinyan asked Yu Dazue at the meeting last night. Unexpectedly, the latter patted his chest and assured him that after several rounds of tests, he came to a conclusion that there would be no decline in fluency within 5 years. Upon hearing this, there was a commotion in the audience. Even though the test data appeared on the screen, they still looked at it with suspicion. After all, no one could say for sure since they had not experienced it themselves. As for the problem with the phone case, while the audience was discussing, Shen picked up the microphone, cleared his throat, and continued, "We use China's self-developed 5G chip. What kind of phone case do you use?" Upon hearing this, the audience burst into laughter. Yes, how could they have overlooked this matter? "I want to ask Mr. Shen." At this time, a little girl sitting in the back stood up. Shen took a look and asked her to ask a question with a smile. "Mr. Shen, how did you get the lithography technology, and why did you make it public for free?" The audience fell silent instantly. Rather than saying that Warwick's press conference today was full of highlights, it would be better to say that the main purpose of their coming today was to find out how the young chairman of Xingxia Group got the lithography machine technology. Technology is naturally developed through research. Shen touched his chin, unable to think of a good reason, and quickly changed the subject. "As for why we want to make it public, we are all Chinese companies, and I don't want other companies to become Huawei, which was once sanctioned by many people. There is nothing that cannot be made public. Moreover, if other companies develop it, competition will follow. There will be a variety of 3 nanometers chips on the market. If you want to keep your company vibrant, you need competition, don't you agree? China is not the China of more than 100 years ago. With the efforts of generation after generation, it is time for it to take off." The media in the audience were silent for a while and then burst into thunderous applause. Wu Yan, who was sitting in the first row, looked at Shen on the stage and didn't know what to say for a moment. This young man was more than 20 years younger than him, but he had such a vision and cared about the whole of China. It is not a bad idea to follow such a person. Maybe, by following him, the future of Red Star Company will be limitless. Okay, everyone, that's all I have to say. Let's wish Huawei Kunling a big sale. Shen was rarely excited and raised his fist high and said, "Mr. Shen, I recently heard that your company's headquarters is recruiting. Is that true?" The little girl continued. Shen nodded and continued to say to everyone with a smile, "If you are interested, you are welcome to join Xingxia Group. I have to make it clear that I am not poaching anyone." After stepping down, Mr. Ren slowly stood up and patted Shen on the shoulder. "Young man, you are right. Huawei has a bright future with you. Now, he can really retire with peace of mind." As for his daughter, Shen said that if he can save her, then he can definitely do it. "I will be ready to retire tomorrow. I will leave the company to you. I am confident in your care. Remember to come and have tea with me when you have time." After saying that, Mr. Ren left the venue with a smile. Looking at Mr. Ren's back, Shen didn't say much. At his age, it was not easy for him to attend such a press conference. Moreover, he knew that Mr. Ren must miss his daughter who was far away from home very much. When the matter is over, it is necessary to ask the system how to save it. Shen looked around, a little dazed. The press conference was over and the sale would start in a week. By then, he would definitely be surprised by the result, right? "Mr. Shen, I agree to Xingxia Group's acquisition." Wu Yan stood up and said to Shen, "Oh? Have you thought it through?" Shen smiled. The reason why he didn't pursue him too closely was because he knew and believed that Wu Yan would definitely think it through on his own. "Okay, let's have a drink tonight and discuss the details. I still say that Red Star Company has absolute autonomy. Unless it's a big deal, I will never interfere with your decision." "Okay." Wu Yan nodded seriously. Chapter 79 Interview. That night, Shen and Wu Yan discussed various matters regarding Red Star Company. This time, Shen did not follow his previous style of making a full acquisition. Instead, he invested only 3.3 billion renminbi to acquire 51% of the shares of Red Star Company, and Red Star Company was merged into Xingxia Group. After returning to the hotel, Shen was lying on the sofa and Wang Yuanmin was taking a shower. "System baby, is there any technology that can rescue Ren Lao's daughter? This matter must be done by himself. Although he is now the chairman of Huawei, he has promised Mr. Ren after all, and only when she comes back, Huawei will have no worries. At the same time, Mr. Ren's daughter is a strong woman who is no less than Jiang Nan. With her joining, his Xingxia Group will be able to move to a higher level. Yes, I'm just afraid you can't afford it." The system's disdainful voice sounded, and he still remembered that Shen, the hateful host, had disturbed his sweet dream. "Ah? Tell me about it." Shen asked curiously. Short-range spacetime conversion card, price, 60,000 NB points. The system's voice rang out, and Xinyan's jaw almost dropped to the ground in fright. This was too exaggerated. 60,000, why didn't you just go and rob it? Didn't they say they would reduce the burden when they updated the system last time? Looking at Xinyan, who was speechless for a long time, the system was secretly happy, and then said, "Silly guy, I'm just kidding, 20,000 will be enough." Hearing this, Xinyan took a deep breath and thought to himself, "Your system is too unkind. What good will it do you if it scares me to death? Who told you to disturb my sleep? If I scare you to death, I will find the next host. If she is a pretty lady, I will make a profit." Xinyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this, and hurried to comfort her, thinking, "You can't leave. If you leave, who will I go to?" However, although the 20,000 is much less than 60,000, it is not a small amount, and I have to save more in the future. "Hubby, what are you doing?" Wang Yuemin had been out of the bathroom for a while when she saw Xinyan lying on the sofa. His facial expression changed so quickly that she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Even the bath towel fell to the ground. "Ah, it's nothing. I was just daydreaming." Xinyan shook his head upon hearing that and turned to look at Wang Yuemin. Wang Yuemin hugged her arms, trying to cover certain parts of her body. Oh my god, her clear lines were particularly dazzling under the bright yellow light. Such a perfect body was displayed in front of Xinyan without any obstruction. The latter almost had a nosebleed and felt hot all over. Wang Yuemin couldn't help laughing when she saw this, and then she made a very seductive pose. "Husband, do you like it?" Xinyan nodded greedily, and just as he was about to get up and go over, Wang Yuemin's little feet pressed against his chest. "I just don't know if my husband is a silver like wax spearhead, good looking but useless." After saying that, she threw a coquettish glance at the latter, full of charm. This little devil is getting more and more presumptuous. It's just right for me to test the physical enhancement card given by the system. With an evil smile, he carried Wang Yuemin into the bedroom. In the next 2 hours, the only sounds heard in the room were Wang Yuemin's frequent pleas for mercy and the two people's heavy breathing in harmony. "Honey, you're so great." Wang Yuemin lay on Xinyan's chest with her legs spread. "If it weren't for him being like this, it would have been a little hard to get up. Now you understand, right? Don't provoke me at will." Xinyan stroked Wang Yuemin's long hair. "But, I still wanted," Wang Yuemin said, and then his lips pressed against hers. The next morning, Xinyan and his companion flew back to Beihai on a private plane. Before boarding the plane, Udazue asked if they needed to find a brand spokesperson. At first, Xinyan refused. For a good product, all users are spokespersons. For a bad product, even if you bring in Koan, users will still not buy it. Later, after much persuasion from Udazue, Xinyan finally agreed. As for brand competitiveness, then let's look for it, and he could just keep an eye on it. 3 hours later, the plane landed in Beihai City. Xinyan asked Wang Yuemin to return to Sinan Mansion first, and he went to the headquarters of Xingsha Group. After arriving at the top-floor office, Xinyan knocked on the door. "Come in." Jiang Nan's voice came. After pushing the door open, Xinyan discovered that this workaholic didn't even raise his head. "Put the documents on the left, and the processed ones on the right." Jiang Nan continued, looking at the documents in his hand. "It seems I didn't choose the wrong person." Xinyan joked that Jiang Nan's ability was indeed strong. After hearing the voice, the latter raised her head suddenly. Xinyan found that Jiang Nan had dark circles under her eyes. Then he said with concern, combining work and rest, "Sister Nan, don't overwork yourself." "Oh, who was that? Isn't this the chairman? How come he still remembers to come back?" At first, she was excited to see Xinyan coming back, but then she felt aggrieved. This stinky man went out to have fun, leaving a lot of the group's affairs on her shoulders. Hearing this, Xinyan laughed a little and quickly comforted Jiang Nan. "Sister Nan, those who are capable should do more work, but you also need to pay attention to rest. Here, I brought you coffee." Seeing the coffee Xinyan took out from behind, Jiang Nan felt relieved. He rolled his eyes and said, "That's good enough. How is the recruitment going?" Xinyan asked. "The Municipal Party Committee has arranged a lot of excellent talents for us and has recruited many positions." Jiang Nan took a sip of coffee and felt a little comforted. Then he said to Xinyan, "There will be a group of management interviews soon. Do you want to go and take a look? It's okay to recruit fresh college graduates at the grassroots level, but the management level definitely needs to have experience." With the help of the municipal party committee, a lot of people have been arranged. Today, 4 people came for the interview. Okay. You go ahead and do your work. I'll go take a look around by myself. Xin Yan turned around and left the office. This made Jiang Nan so angry that she stamped her feet. Stinky man, don't you know how to spend more time with me? Xin Yan strolled around and came to the 3rd floor. He saw many faces. When the employees saw him, they thought he was new like themselves, so they didn't say much. After walking around, Xin Yan found that the company was well organized and very user-friendly under Jiang Nan's management, with public leisure areas, entertainment areas, and even a gym. As Xin Yan walked, he arrived at the interview room and found 4 people sitting inside, 2 men and 2 women, all around 30 years old. It's so annoying. You made us wait for so long. Do you know that talents like me are hard to come by? Why are you keeping me waiting like this? The woman sitting at the head of the table crossed her legs and said impatiently, this vice president position must belong to me. After all, my connections, education, and qualifications are better than yours. Hearing this, the other people didn't say anything, but the second woman, after hearing what this woman said, a look of nervousness directly appeared on her face. Listening to the conversation inside, Xin Yan walked in with interest and sat down behind him. Oh? You, young man, are also here to apply for a management position? Seeing Xin Yan coming in, the woman who had spoken just now said disdainfully. Chapter 80 Arrogant Lu Jing. What's wrong? Is it not possible? Xin Yan asked back. Hearing Xin Yan's words, the woman laughed out loud. Young man, you should go for an interview at the grassroots level another day. Do you have a resume? Is your resume as rich as mine? I have worked for a Fortune 500 company in China. Hearing this, Xin Yan did not speak, but turned to look at the other woman. After observation, he found that the woman seemed to be pregnant. Sister, are you pregnant? No. I'm just fat. The woman was a little flustered and quickly denied it. If she was really found to be pregnant, she would definitely not pass the interview. Looking at the woman's slightly bulging belly, Xin Yan had an idea in his mind. He must be worried that Xingxia would be like some other companies and not hire pregnant women. While they were chatting, Wang Mian came in from outside. After seeing Xin Yan sitting behind him, Wang Mian was slightly stunned. When he saw the gestures he made to him, the latter understood it immediately and hurried to sit in the main seat. Mr. Wang, do you know that my time is precious? Why did you make me wait for 47 minutes? The woman stood up and said disdainfully, you should know that other companies are vying for my resume, but you made me wait so long? Wang Mian didn't say much, took the resume from him, and motioned her to sit down. It must be said that the resume was indeed impressive. He graduated from a famous foreign university and worked in various major companies, but none of them lasted more than 6 months. Your name is Lu Jing, and your last company was one of the top 500 companies in China? Right. Listening to Wang Mian's words, Lu Jing felt very satisfied. When it came to the Fortune 500, her job should be secure. She said happily, how much is the annual salary? I heard that Xingxia Group's salary is higher than that of ordinary companies? Hearing this, Wang Mian did not answer his question, and then said, I have read your resume, please go back to your seat and wait. What the hell? Can't you see how good my resume is? Do you still need to compare? If I didn't know that your salary at Xingxia Group is higher than other places, I wouldn't come even if you begged me to. Then Wang Mian called the second lady over. Seeing that she seemed a little nervous, he picked up her resume and took a look. Jiang Hui graduated from a prestigious domestic university and had been engaged in management work in a state-owned enterprise for 5 years. You are pregnant? Wang Mian naturally saw her belly and asked. The latter shook his head vigorously and denied, no, I'm just a little fat. At this time, Lu Jing stood up, pointed at Jiang Hui and said, he's talking nonsense, he is pregnant, what's wrong with you, you came for an interview when you were pregnant, don't you know that the company doesn't need people like you the most? At this time, Lu Jing had already regarded himself as a member of Xingxia Group, looking like a vice president. I. Hearing this, Jiang Hui blushed and was speechless. Can you tell us why you came to work even though you were pregnant? Xin Yan stood up at the back and broke the deadlock because the system had just issued a task. Ding! System issues a task, stay with Jiang Hui, and get 100 NB points as reward. Shen Yan was a little puzzled. Is there any hidden reason? Besides, even if the system did not issue a task, Shen Yan could not let this Lu Jing bully a pregnant woman. And Xingxia Group did not have a rule that pregnant women could not be hired. As long as you have the ability, it's fine. Hey, where are you from? Why are you meddling in other people's business? Lu Jing rolled her eyes and raised her voice. Shen Yan ignored Lu Jing, which made the latter very unhappy. She thought, I am a gifted child of heaven, and who are you? I was talking to you because I respect you, and you dare not reply? Tell us why you still come to work even though you are pregnant? Shen Yan asked softly. My husband was diagnosed with cerebral palsy last month. My parents passed away early. The expensive medicines overwhelmed our family, so I had to come out to work. Jiang Huai's voice became lower and lower as she spoke, and she lowered her head deeply. She was a manager in a state-owned enterprise, and her husband was a doctor. But this disease had consumed all their savings, and she was also pregnant with a child, which made Jiang Huai feel troubled. In the end, she decided to come for the interview. I'm asking you where you are from and why are you meddling in other people's business? Lu Jing continued. Mr. Shen, what do you see? Wang Mian couldn't stand it anymore. What the hell, you're yelling here, someone who doesn't know would think you're the chairman's daughter. Shun, Dong. Everyone present was shocked. Lu Jing widened her eyes exaggeratedly. What the hell, you, the chairman, are interviewing with us? Even Jiang Huai raised his head and looked at the man in front of him. I have been here for more than 2 hours, and only the person in front of me has shown genuine concern for me. You're hired. Shen Yan supported Jiang Huai and sat on the chair under the latter's dull eyes. The latter looked at Shen Yan in confusion, but Mr. Shen, I'm pregnant and it will delay the company's business. Shen Yan picked up Jiang Huai's resume and took a look. Although it was not as impressive as Lu Jing's, he saw a down-to-earth person who worked diligently in a state-owned enterprise. This kind of talent is what he needs. In comparison, Lu Jing changes jobs every now and then. Even if your resume is as impressive as fireworks, I would not dare to hire you. Besides, Lu Jing's character is really not that good. Hey, as the chairman, can you be so casual? Can't you see how good my resume is? Lu Jing sat down on Wang Mian's seat. How could it be possible that I am so outstanding that other companies are vying for me, but you don't want me? She yelled at Shen Yan, if I didn't know that your Xingxia Group has high salaries, who would be willing to come to your small company? Then you can go. Shen Yan said coldly. You are Shen Yan, Mr. Shen. Just when Lu Jing was about to get angry, the man sitting behind her slapped his thigh, stood up and said, Did you acquire Huawei? Shen Yan didn't say anything, and Wang Mian, who was standing behind him, nodded. Shit. The man couldn't help but let out a sound. This is my idol. Then he looked at another person and said, Do you know what Mr. Shen has done? He not only has several Fortune 500 companies under his control, but he is also very kind. Mr. Shen and I are from the same city, and he donated 50 billion to his hometown with a stroke of his pen. He came here to change jobs, and the reason for the job change was for Shen Yan. Over a long period of time, Shen Yan's deeds have been revealed bit by the media, and this man has come to regard Shen Yan as his idol. Hearing this, Shen Yan smiled slightly, took the resumes of the two and read them carefully. Warwick. Lu Jing took out her Huawei phone and looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. She thought to herself that this was not good. She should have investigated it before coming here. Otherwise, she would never have ended up like this. Mr. Shen, hello. I was just joking. Please don't take it personally. Being arrogant at first and respectful later makes one laugh when thinking about it. Wang Mian knew Shen Yan would say this, so he said it for him. Our Xingxia Group is a small company and cannot accommodate a big Buddha like you. Please find another job. Hearing this, Lu Jing felt as if she had eaten shit and walked out of the interview room in disgrace. If she could be more restrained, she would get a lot of salary, and if she was appreciated by the chairman, she would definitely be promoted rapidly. Chapter 81 Let the Boss Be Your Boyfriend 1. After Lu Jing left, Shen Yan looked at the three people and said, You have passed the interview. Just as the two men were excited, Jiang Huai raised his head and looked at Shen Yan, But Mr. Shen, can I really do this? You can. Xingxia Group doesn't have a rule that prohibits hiring pregnant women. Shen Yan was just telling the truth, and felt that Jiang Huai was a bit pitiful, so he kept him. Then he said to the three people, Although you are applying for management positions, everything depends on you. You all know that the salary of Xingxia Group is much higher than that of people at the same level. The three of them nodded heavily. At Xinyan's signal, Wang Mian asked the two to wait outside the door first, and then said to Jiang Huai, "Don't be restrained in the company in the future. I will also greet you. If there are any special circumstances, you can take care of them. There is a medical room in the group. Remember to go for regular physical examinations. It's free. You can take paid leave 3 months before the due date. If your husband needs it, you can come to me. I have some connections and can help your husband with treatment." Hearing Xinyan's words, Zhang Huai almost cried. He thought he must have saved the earth in his previous life. What kind of magical company is this? He nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Xin, I will definitely live up to your expectations." After Zhang Huai left, Wang Mian reported to Xinyan about the recruitment situation during this period. Basically, all major positions had been filled. Some people even wanted to use their connections to get in. Ding, mission completed, reward 100 NB points. The system's voice sounded, unfortunately it was 100. If it was 1000, I believe I would be able to exchange for the time-space conversion card soon. After listening to Wang Mian's report, Xinyan returned to the top floor. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled a fragrance and saw Jiang Nan putting on makeup. Seeing Xinyan coming in, Jiang Nan hurriedly packed up her cosmetics, feeling a little flustered. This stinky man came in without even saying a word. It turned out that after Xinyan left the office, Jiang Nan was a little unhappy. She was staying up late and almost looked like a yellow-faced woman. How could she face Xinyan? So she took advantage of her free time to touch up her makeup. "Sister Nan, shall I treat you to a meal?" Xinyan saw through Jiang Nan's little thoughts at a glance. She had indeed worked hard recently, so he planned to treat her to a meal as a reward. Ah! Jiang Nan looked at her in disbelief. Although she always teased Xinyan, saying that he should at least treat her to a meal since she worked so hard, she didn't expect that on this day, Jiang Nan was actually at a loss. "Sister Nan?" Looking at Jiang Nan, who was a little dazed, Xinyan found it a little funny. "Ah, go go go," Jiang Nan said repeatedly, and was about to go to the bedroom to change clothes. Then, as if she had thought of something, she turned around and walked in front of Xinyan, looked at him coquettishly and said, "Invite your sister to dinner. Aren't you afraid that your husband will be jealous?" Seeing the close distance, Jiang Nan's red lips were right in front of him. Xinyan felt a little embarrassed. He asked himself that he would only have Wang Yuemin as a woman. He took a step back and laughed dryly, "I'm not afraid." Jiang Nan looked at Xinyan with amusement. In fact, she had put in a lot of effort to be able to do this. It was really because the stinky man in front of her was too charming. Then she turned and went into the bedroom. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan came out in a sky blue dress with her long hair loose. Looking at Jiang Nan, Xinyan almost spit out a mouthful of water. Is this still the Jiang Nan he knew? You have to know that in my understanding, Jiang Nan has always been dressed in professional attire, or at most casual wear, and my eyes became a little straight unconsciously. Do you like it? Do you want me to marry you? Jiang Nan said this jokingly, and actually looked forward to it, hoping that Xinyan would agree. "Ha, I've never seen you like this before." Xinyan laughed dryly and didn't answer his question. It must be said that Jiang Nan is also a 98-point beauty. She can kill everyone in seconds with just a little dressing. Then he walked out the door. "You're so annoying. You don't even answer other people's questions." Jiang Nan stomped his feet and scolded. Xinyan brought Jiang Nan and drove to a famous Western restaurant nearby. As soon as they sat down, a sharp voice rang out. "Hey, isn't this our squad leader Jiang Nan?" Hearing this, the two turned around and saw a group of people, led by a heavily made-up woman. Xinyan looked at Jiang Nan, who was standing beside him, and the latter said to him, "These are my college classmates. The girl in the lead is called Jinling." When several people saw Jiang Nan, their lips twitched a little. They thought back to when Jiang Nan was the center of their attention in school. She was pretty and had many boys who liked her. They followed her around all day long and asked about her well-being. The most important thing was that she was a good student. I heard that after graduating from college, Jiang Nan not only did not get married but became a strong woman. Fortunately, I found a rich and powerful husband, otherwise I would be outshined by Jiang Nan if I met him today. "Jinling, long time no see." Jiang Nan said politely. "That's right. It's been a long time since we last met. You never came to the class reunions every year. Are you really going to be a strong woman and become a Saint Seiya?" Jinling smiled and said to the people around him. Looking at Shen next to Jiang Nan, he felt a little jealous. Why do all the handsome guys surround you? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Do you mind sharing a table? Please. Jiang Nan was about to refuse when Shen interrupted him and invited everyone to sit down. He was furious, but only sat down after seeing Shen comforting eyes. You're almost 30, Jiang Nan, why aren't you married yet? Jinling has been competing with Jiang Nan for 4 or 5 years. Now the only thing she can show off is her rich husband. Although he is a little old, greasy and short, he is rich. Then she looked at Shen on the side and said, Where did you find this little puppy? Why don't you introduce him to us? Little puppy? Shen was unhappy when he heard this. I am handsome, so what do you mean by little puppy? This is my boyfriend. As soon as Jiang Nan said this, Shen couldn't sit still. Sister, I treat you as my subordinate, and you actually want to seduce me? Then Jiang Nan quickly typed a line of words under the table, help. Pretending to be my boyfriend will not make you suffer. Shen almost fainted when he heard this. Okay, then I will make a friendly guest appearance as your boyfriend today, as a reward for your hard work. Hey, Jiang Nan, this guy is several years younger than you, right? Jinling smiled at everyone and continued, no matter how anxious you are, you shouldn't look for it randomly. Yes, Jiang Nan. Another girl at the side looked at Shen for a while and said, This guy is indeed handsome, but what good is it if he has no money? Are you supporting her? Young man, how much money did she give you? I'll give you twice as much. Can you play with me for a few days? Jinling continued. She would not let go of this opportunity to vent her anger. He's my boyfriend, don't think too much about it. Jiang Nan's fists were clenched under the table, ready to explode. If you ask me, you should learn from Lingling when looking for a partner. Another girl said in a flattering tone, not only is her husband rich, but he also treats her well. He just bought Jinling a Ferrari last month. Hearing this, Jinling nodded with satisfaction, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. Chapter 82 Let the boss be your boyfriend too. Excuse me, whose Lamborghini is that outside? I need to move it. At this time, the waiter came over and asked. Lingling, you didn't drive a Ferrari today, but your husband's Lamborghini? Said the girl next to her. Ah, no, I'm driving a Ferrari. It probably isn't ours. Ask someone else. Jinling said to the waiter, Jiang Nan? Impossible, he can only drive an Audi at most. A Lamborghini is so expensive, how can a working man like him afford it? Excuse me, can you help me move it? Shen voice suddenly sounded, and he handed the Sixth Element's car keys to the waiter and gave him a tip of 300. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. This car belonged to this little puppy. He snatched the key from the waiter. It was indeed a Lamborghini logo, but how come they had never seen it before? Then Jinling said. What the hell, I thought he was a rich second generation, but I didn't expect his car keys were fake. Ma'am, it's normal that you don't recognize it. This car rarely appears in China. The waiter's voice sounded, and he took the key back. Fortunately, he had watched a lot of short videos and knew that this car was a Lamborghini Sixth Element. This is a Sixth Element worth tens of millions, and it's the first time I've seen it. What? Tens of millions? Lamborghini? Everyone was shocked. If this was true, then she was just a clown. Jinling couldn't believe it. Why? What was so good about Jiang Nan? He was better than her in everything. Even finding a boyfriend was much better than her husband. Isn't it rented? Hearing this, everyone laughed, and Jiang Nan took Shenyan's arm, and felt the latter's body tremble and then immediately relax. Jiang Nan smiled sweetly and tightened her arms around Shenyan's arm. This kind of opportunity doesn't come often, so just take it as a fantasy for a while. Shenyan looked at Jiang Nan helplessly. Forget it, just be a good person. This car can't even be bought, do you think you can rent it? The waiter looked at Jinling as if she were a fool, rolled his eyes and left. Jiang Nan, are you still working at South China Pharmaceutical? Jinling quickly changed the subject. Since my husband can't compare to you, I don't believe that your so-called boyfriend can have a career as big as my husband's. My husband is now the boss of a media company. It's under Shark, and many female anchors are from our company. Shark, the two looked at each other. Isn't this just walking into trouble? Ding. Slap the gold digger in the face and you will be rewarded with 100 NB points and a set of Dragon Domain Villa. Woohoo, the system has issued another task, but what is this Dragon Domain Villa? Why haven't I heard of it? Jiang Nan, I feel like you might as well be a host if you don't get paid like that every month. When she mentioned work, Jinling immediately became interested and said, with your figure and appearance, it's no problem for you to be a female anchor. If it doesn't work out, I'll ask my husband to help you find some connections. You can accompany him. He has a good relationship with the new CEO of Shark. For such a high salary, you shouldn't mind, right? As she spoke, Jinling showed a harmless smile. This statement couldn't be clearer. It was already an insult. You're still accompanying your husband? Why don't you just go and die? If I have the time, why don't I just accompany Shark's new boss? After thinking about it, he came up with a plan and said to Jinling, really, Lingling? That's great. Can you call your husband over now? My salary is too low and I am being exploited by my boss. Wow. Is this still the Jiang Nan I know? Shen Yan couldn't help but turn his head to look at Jiang Nan. Is he going to use his identity to slap the other person in the face? You see, that's right. Jinling looked at Jiang Nan with satisfaction. You little brat. You are only worthy of being so humble in front of me. It is your blessing to be able to accompany my husband. Jinling called her husband and said, Hey, husband, I found a girl for you, can you come over? Oh. A deep voice came from the other end of the line. It was Jinling's husband Zhang Dezhuang. Don't give me anything, or I'll cut off your bank card. Okay, husband, it's guaranteed to be top quality. Jinling walked aside and whispered, If you can come, I'll teach you Balenciaga tonight. I've learned a lot of new moves recently, and I just bought a lot of popping candies. Okay, I'll be there right away. Remember to serve you well tonight. Zhang Dezhuang wiped his saliva and sat on the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, Jinling returned to her seat excitedly and said to Jiang Nan, My husband will be here soon. You must behave well then. Your future depends on this. Jiang Nan nodded and thought to herself, I'll be waiting. Young man, you are a rich second generation, right? Look at your girlfriend, she doesn't want you so easily. Jinling was a little flattered at this time. After so many years, she was finally able to step on Jiang Nan, how could she not be happy? Then she continued, How about I introduce my sisters to you? As she spoke, Jinling pushed Yan Yan, the girl who had just spoken, and moved closer to sit next to Shen Yan. Shen Yan took Jiang Nan's arm and sat aside. What kind of person is this? She was wearing heavy makeup. Under the makeup, she might be the next Xiao Biluo. He said with a look of disgust, Go away, go away. Even the perfume on your body can't cover up your slutty smell. Damn, that feels so good. Jiang Nan secretly gave a thumbs up under the table. She didn't expect the chairman to be so good at arguing with people. Hey, kid, don't think you can be tactless just because you're a rich second generation. Because they didn't know Shen Yan's background, they didn't dare to say anything more. Jinling snorted coldly, You'll be in trouble when my husband gets here. Not long after, Zhang Dezhuang arrived at the Western restaurant. Seeing this, Jinling hurried over and took Zhang Dezhuang's arm, like a sexy kitten. Husband, you're finally here. I've been waiting anxiously. Zhang Dezhuang took advantage of the situation and grabbed Jinling's hips and said, Where's the girl you found for me? Jinling pointed at Jiang Nan who was sitting there, Look, that's her. She's pretty, isn't she? Without waiting for her husband's response, Jinling looked up at him in confusion, only to see that Zhang Dezhuang's eyes were wide open and cold sweat was breaking out on his forehead. What's the matter, husband? Come and sit down. Jinling pulled Zhang Dezhuang and asked him to sit next to her. This is my husband, Jiang Nan, you have to behave well. As she said that, Jinling gave Jiang Nan a harmless smile. Snap. 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 The sudden slap made Jinling a little confused, and even the people around her were shocked. A minute later, Jinling woke up and looked at her husband and said, What are you doing? Chapter 83 Let the Boss Be Your Boyfriend 3. What are you doing? Jinling said aggrievedly. Don't act like a chicken, brother. Tell me you found a girl for me, is she? As soon as he entered the restaurant, he saw Shen Yan. He knew about the new CEO of Shark. After all, his company had cooperation with Shark. As for the woman beside the chairman, it was not Wang Yuemin as he knew. He also knew that with his status, there must be many women around him. Damn, this woman really knows how to make trouble for herself. Then he slapped Shen Yan again and pointed at him and said, "Do you know who he is? He's just a rich second generation, what's so great about him?" Jean Ling covered her face and yelled. She thought she had provided good service. Every time Zhang Dezhuang had a request, she would accept it even if it was just wax stripping. She didn't expect that he would hit her today, and in front of Jiang Nan. He is the chairman of Xingxia Group. Do you know Xingxia Group? It is the leading enterprise in Beihai City. Even Shark belongs to Xingxia Group. How dare you arrange his girlfriend for me as a mistress? Zhang Dezhuang roared at Jean Ling, wishing he could eat her alive. Xingxia Group. Jean Ling looked at Jiang Nan and the other person who were watching the show. The man whom she called a little milk dog turned out to be the chairman of Xingxia Group. It was over, it was over. She was in big trouble now. Boss Shen, please listen to my explanation. This is all her idea. It has nothing to do with me, Boss Shen. Zhang Dezhuang picked up a bottle of red wine next to him and poured it directly into the bottle. His company has a deep cooperation with the Sharks. It can be said that his current achievements are all due to the Sharks. I heard that you like my woman very much. Shen Yan looked at him with interest. What he didn't see was that Jiang Nan, who was standing next to him, was so excited when she heard this. She said I was her woman and he was protecting me. Then Shen Yan said, "From what you said, you must have harmed a lot of girls, right?" No, Mr. Shen, I didn't. Don't listen to her nonsense." Zhang Dezhuang was so excited that he couldn't help but stutter. Then he turned around and attacked Jean Ling with a series of moves. "I'm sorry, although you usually serve very well and are very proactive, I can't ruin my future because of you. Bitch, you dare to slander me in front of Mr. Shen, get out of here." Shen Yan picked up the wineglass and clinked it with Jiang Nan, and the two of them watched the show with great interest. "Hubby, you can't leave me, I beg you." Although he was beaten, and being beaten in front of Jiang Nan made him lose face, he still knew which was more important than his future. Without Zhang Dezhuang, how could he afford to come to such a high-end restaurant? How could he afford to live in such a nice villa? How could he afford to continue to be the so-called superior person? Then he cried and said to Jiang Nan, Nan, it's all my fault. Please beg your boyfriend to let me go, okay?" Jiang Nan ignored her and looked at Shen Yan instead. Her eyes turned into a crescent moon as she smiled and said, "Hubby, shall we go to the sea tomorrow? I will not let go of this opportunity. I have a good impression of Shen Yan. I will take advantage of this opportunity. I am so happy today. Not only did I slap Jean Ling in the face, but I also became his girlfriend. Okay, let's go see the sea." Shen Yan looked at Jiang Nan as if he was struck by lightning, and said, "Sister, you can't play like this. I'm just making a friendly guest appearance. If you continue like this, I will charge you for the film. Mr. Shen, look at this." After finishing his work, Zhang Dezhuang came to Shen Yan dejectedly, hoping that he would spare his life. Shen Yan ignored her, drank the wine in the glass, picked up his phone and called Chen Jia. "Hello, Mr. Shen." Chen Jia said. "The company has a cooperative company, and the boss is Zhang Dezhuang?" Shen Yan asked. Zhang Dezhuang. There were too many companies to cooperate with, which made Chen Jia forget about it for a moment. Later, after being reminded by his secretary, he remembered and said to Shen Yan, "Yes, Mr. Shen, it's just a small company." "Okay, eliminate it." Shen Yan said decisively, "Even if you are not a small company, but a large media company, you still have to do what you should do. By the way, check how many girls this Zhang Dezhuang has harmed. You don't need to report to me, just call the police directly." "Okay, Mr. Shen." Chen Jia agreed without saying anything. Years of experience told him that it must be this Zhang Dezhuang who had offended Shen Yan, and he had indeed done such a heartless thing. "No. Mr. Shen, please listen to my explanation." When Zhang Dezhuang first heard that the land was going to be eliminated, he still had some hope. However, when he heard that Shen Yan wanted Chen Jia to investigate what he had done, he became completely confused. He knew exactly what he had done, and there was no need to investigate at all. Shen Yan ignored him, took out 2,000 renminbi and called the security guard to drive away Zhang Dezhuang and several other people. After Zhang Dezhuang was forcibly dragged away by the security guard, the restaurant returned to peace. Even the manager, after knowing Shen Yan's identity, hurried over with a bottle of 1982 Lafite, wanting to make friends with him. After seeing the manager off and just about to drink, Shen Yan suddenly realized something was wrong. He turned to look at Jiang Nan and found that the latter was looking at him with his chin in his hand. "Sister Nan, what are you doing?" "I'm looking at my boyfriend." Jiang Nan joked that Shen Yan was really manly just now, especially after he said the word his woman, which made Jiang Nan's heart flutter and his imagination run wild. But he also knew that the other person had a girlfriend and would never like him no matter what, so he can only joke with him and tease him. "Your acting skills are great, Sister Nan. It really opened my eyes." Shen Yan cleverly changed the subject. He knew what Jiang Nan thought of him. Sometimes, no one could explain a person's charm. "When will you pay me for the film? How about sister pledge her love to you?" Jiang Nan said excitedly. Of course, he really wanted to get a definite answer from Shen Yan, but he was a little late. "Okay, we've all been drinking, how are we going to get back to the company? How about taking half a day off?" Shen Yan said to Jiang Nan. "Okay, do you want to come to my house for tea?" Jiang Nan responded, and then rolled her eyes. Her family was urging her to get married, so she would bring Shen Yan home when the time came. After all, she would be acting in one scene and filming 2 scenes at the same time, so she could ask him to help her deal with her parents. "If I could give my virginity to the boy I like before I get married, it would be worth it. If I could have his seed, wouldn't it be a good idea for my future self?" Although Jiang Nan is a strong woman, she is also almost crazy when doing things. This is a plot that only exists in romance novels, but she can really do it. "Forget it, I have to go to the construction group this afternoon." Shen Yan refused. After all, just having a meal together would be enough. It was impossible for Shen Yan to go to the home of a female subordinate after work, even if both parties were innocent. So he just found an excuse to refuse. Hearing this, Jiang Nan nodded somewhat disappointedly. It was just as she expected. However, it was Shen Yan's personality charm that made her like him more. If she really went with her, and even did something excessive, would she not be so fond of him? After finishing their meal, the two took taxis and left the restaurant. As for the 6th element, the manager assured them that nothing would happen. Chapter 84 Wang Yuemin's popping candy. After returning home, Wang Yuemin was lying on the sofa watching an online drama. When she saw Shen Yan coming back, she sat up immediately. "Hubby, you're back. Why did you take so long?" "Well, I encountered a little thing," Shen Yan replied. Wang Yuemin stood up, walked over to Shen Yan and sniffed, then puffed up his cheeks and pretended to be angry and said, "Why do you smell like a woman?" "Ah." Shen Yan was shocked, and quickly told Wang Yuemin exactly what happened today. "This is how it happened, it's not what you think, wife." Seeing Shen Yan's helpless explanation, Wang Yuemin burst out laughing. "Okay, honey, I was just teasing you, how can I not believe you? Shen Yan is so rich, if he wanted to find another woman, he would have done it long ago." Moreover, after knowing him for so long, Wang Yuemin knew that he was not such a playboy. As she said this, she walked over and took off his coat for him. "Well, this little girl actually dared to tease me." Pinching the twin peaks in front of him, Shen Yan said viciously. "See how I deal with you tonight. One night of passion." The next day, Wang Yuemin was taking a shower, while Shen Yan was sitting on a recliner in front of the balcony, smoking leisurely. What a comfortable life. Who should I choose as the spokesperson? Suddenly Shen Yan thought about this problem. In fact, it is very easy to solve. Just find someone at random. However, Shen Yan cannot be casual. After all, if a Chinese company finds a celebrity as its spokesperson, and then the celebrity goes bankrupt afterwards, even the company's reputation of the product it endorses will suffer. Bang! Shen Yan slapped his thigh and stood up. He was so rich now, why not just set up an entertainment company? Then he wouldn't have to worry about this or that. He could also spend a high price to poach people from other companies. Ding! The system is here. Hearing this, Shen Yan became interested. Could it be that the system didn't want him to work so hard and directly gave him a media company? I heard you are going to set up a media company? Langge sends you 365 blessings. What? Shen Yan put out his cigarette. Your system is really useless. You should be glad that you don't have a physical body, otherwise I would have given you a set of combos. Shen Yan picked up his phone and called Jiang Nan. Sister Nan, are you busy? I'm not the boss, how can I be as free as you? Jiang Nan said unhappily, thinking, who is as free as you, with your beautiful wife and concubines hugging you, I, a poor worker, must be busy. Then he asked, "What's the matter?" "I want to set up an entertainment media company." Shin Yan replied. What? You said you have a beautiful wife and concubines, you really want to open a harem?" If Jiang Nan didn't know Shin Yan well, he would have cursed him a long time ago. You know, many so-called glamorous stars actually have big bosses behind them, and they must set up a company by themselves. Hey, taking one person's money and doing the work of 5 or 6 people, why do you want to open a media company? Do you want to fill your harem? Hey. Not allowing her to continue guessing, Shin Yan hurriedly stopped her. What kind of person does this elder sister think he is? If she continues to imagine, he will soon become a stalker, changing his partner every 3 to 5 days. Firstly, entertainment companies make money quickly. Secondly, I want to select a few people from them to endorse Huawei. Shin Yan told Jiang Nan his idea. What? Endorsing Huawei, doesn't that mean it has to be done in a week? Jiang Nan said, "Little brother, you are not really treating me like an animal, right? Huawei still has a week to go public." Why? Shin Yan waved his hand, then smiled and said, "Everyone in the company knows that Sister Nan is very capable. Besides, you didn't pay me for the guest appearance I gave you that day. In fact, we should first establish a rough framework, then select the candidates we like and recruit them first, and then slowly look for the right artist later." Oops, Sister Nan, my signal is not very good. Let's talk next time. Bye. Without hesitation for a second, he was not afraid that Jiang Nan would not agree. What he was afraid of was that Jiang Nan would curse at him, or put forward some conditions like last time to make him his temporary boyfriend. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Nan tightly grasped the phone, trying not to throw it away. After a long while, Jiang Nan muttered, "Damn capitalists." Sinan Mansion. Wang Yuemin finished her shower, wiped her wet hair, and walked out of the bathroom. "Hubby, are you going to enter the entertainment industry?" "Yes, this business makes money quickly, and Huawei also needs a reliable spokesperson." Shin Yan replied. Now his companies are diversified, but the only thing missing is the entertainment industry. As he spoke, looking at Wang Yuemin's proud figure looming under her bathrobe, Shin Yan smacked his lips and said, "Wife, don't worry about these things for now, let's talk about it later." Shin Yan emphasized the future. Wang Yuemin understood and said angrily, "You're going to die. I just took a shower. How about I change it for you?" "Oh?" Hearing him say that, Shin Yan immediately became interested. Although Wang Yuemin was very proactive, he never had any new tricks. More than an hour later, Shin Yan looked at Wang Yuemin, who looked very cute. He pointed at the exploding candy beside him and asked with a smirk, "When did you learn this new trick?" "Hate." Wang Yuemin glared at him. This was the first time she did such a thing, and she learned it from a short video specifically to satisfy Shin Yan. In the evening, Jiang Nan called Shin Yan and said that the company had been registered. According to Shin Yan's idea, it would be called Donghuang Entertainment. Moreover, she found that there was a big news in the entertainment circle today. Dachui News broke that Yang Mi was going to terminate the contract with the company, and Yang Mi was now in Beihai City. So she came to ask Shin Yan if he wanted to poach people. Terminate the contract with the company? Shin Yan was a little puzzled. Although he didn't know much about the entertainment industry, people on the internet were saying that Yang Mi was a shareholder of the company, which meant he was the boss. What was going on? Yang Mi, although his acting skills have been criticized, his figure and values have always been praised. It is not impossible for such a person to be the spokesperson for Huawei. She's the one. Contact him immediately in the name of Donghuang Entertainment and arrange a meal tomorrow so we can meet her. Okay, Mr. Shen. Jiang Nan agreed. She was very happy that she could have dinner with Shin Yan again. However, this boss should not be unable to walk when he sees Yang Mi tomorrow. Everyone knows that Yang Mi is stunningly beautiful. A photo of her in the swimming pool has charmed thousands of men. The next morning, after talking to Wang Yuemin, Jiang Nan went to Sinan Mansion to pick up Shin Yan and came to the Western restaurant yesterday, just in time to drive his sixth element back. As soon as the hotel owner saw Shin Yan coming again, he hurried downstairs. He wanted to make friends with such a big shot, and he had already planned it out. The reason he made that promise yesterday was because when Shin Yan came to pick up the car, he would definitely stop by for a meal, so he would have another chance to talk to him. "Oh, Mr. Shin, you're here. Our Grey Mirror Western restaurant is so glorious." Chapter 85 Yang Mi. Shin Yan waved his hand, exchanged a few words with the boss, and then came to the private room. At this time, Jiang Nan was still enjoying this world for two. There were only Xinyan and Jiang Nan in the private room. "Brother, I've exhausted myself running the company for you." Jiang Nan poured Xinyan a glass of wine and spoke. "These days, I have to manage the head office, handle daily affairs, and set up a new company to recruit people. It's simply too much. I am treating myself like a farm cow. My skin has been a little dry these days. How about giving my sister a raise, or doing something else?" Seeing Jiang Nan looking at him with a smirk on his face, Xinyan knew that this so-called other thing must not be a good thing, and then joked, "I am a good man who keeps his chastity as pure as jade. Unless you knock me out, I will not obey you." "How boring." Jiang Nan rolled his eyes and snorted, "If I really knock you out, your man will probably come with a Gatling gun and beat me into a sieve before I can even do anything." Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door, and then Yang Mi pushed the door open with his agent. Jiang Nan stood up to greet them, while Xinyan sat in his seat and looked at them. "Ms. Yang, welcome. I am Jiang Nan, vice chairman of Xingsha Group." Jiang Nan walked over and said enthusiastically, "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm Yang Mi, and she is my agent Xiaomei." Yang Mi held Jiang Nan's hand and said with a smile. Xinyan was sitting in the main seat and looking at the two of them. Yang Mi was not like other stars, looking down on ordinary people. Of course, this might also be because he was eager to find his next home, so he had to lower his posture. But Yang Mi is really amazing. Even with a mask and a baseball cap, it is difficult to conceal her beauty, not to mention her figure. Her graceful curves are well proportioned, and you can't tell at all that she is a person who has given birth to a child. When Xinyan saw this, his eyes were a little straight. There was nothing he could do. She is the dream goddess of most otakus in China. As the two of them were talking, Yang Mi naturally noticed Xinyan, who was sitting in the main seat. He took off his cap and mask and said, "I guess you are Mr. Xinyan, the chairman of the famous Xingsha Group in Beihai?" As someone who has been in the entertainment industry, Yang Mi still has some foresight. Moreover, Jiang Nan approached her yesterday and said that she was personally selected by the chairman, and promised that she would have an S-level endorsement immediately after signing the contract. She was also willing to pay the other party's penalty for breach of contract. "Hello, teacher Yang Mi," Xinyan said politely. He knew that people in the entertainment industry called each other teacher, so he called her that too. He then made a gesture of invitation, invited Yang Mi to take a seat, and asked the waiter to serve the food. "I don't dare to be a teacher in front of you." Yang Mi said modestly that she and her assistant investigated Xinyan thoroughly yesterday. Although some things were not made public, from the public events, he was definitely a big shot, and a more powerful big shot than the people behind her former employer, the company. Such a young and promising person is undoubtedly a towering tree for me who is anxious to terminate the contract. Or, Mr. Shin, just tell me frankly, what kind of treatment will I get if I sign a contract with Dongwang Entertainment? Perhaps because he was used to being decisive, Yang Mi asked directly. "Oh. Teacher Yang Mi is also a straightforward person." Xinyan took a sip of the red wine in the glass and couldn't help but sigh that a strong woman is a strong woman, and she is resolute and decisive. She smiled at Jiang Nan and said, "As the first artist of Dongwang Entertainment, I will give you 5% of the company's shares, and if you sign the contract today, I will help you pay the penalty tomorrow." 5% of the shares and a high amount of liquidated damages were indeed tempting, but Yang Mi did not agree to it. After all, in negotiations, one must maximize one's own interests. "Anything else?" Yang Mi asked. 2 dramas and 1 variety show every year, this is just the minimum. If there are good resources, I can also give you priority," Xinyan said calmly. He remembered one thing. In the past 1 or 2 years, the TV series broadcast by Yang Mi were mainly about introducing newcomers. She must be eager to terminate the contract and even give up the shares of her former employer. There must be a reason in this regard. After all, she is a female star over 40. Based on the transformation, she wants to come up with a masterpiece to prove her acting skills. It is not good to always bring in newcomers. Then Xinyan continued, "The company will not force you to bring in newcomers, and if you sign the contract today, you can endorse the new Huawei brand tomorrow." Looking at the man in front of him who was younger than him, Yang Mi was a little surprised that he even considered the reason for his termination of the contract. Yes, he has been constantly training newcomers in the past few years. Although he is also the protagonist, the feeling is different. Suddenly, Yang Mi was stunned. Endorsed by Huawei? I also found out that Shenyang Xingxia Group includes two national enterprises, Huawei and Red Star. And according to the news, the reason why Huawei agreed to the acquisition of Xingxia Group is because Shenyang took out an unprecedented killer weapon, the 3nm lithography machine. He wants me to endorse Huawei's new products? Is this what Jiang Nan calls an S-level endorsement? It's not impossible. I have national popularity, but what I lack is reputation and awards. Endorsing Huawei can earn me a lot of reputation. I have also seen many discussions among Xingxia employees on Weibo, claiming that their boss treats employees as human beings and friends, and even promotes them and gives them salary increases without even meeting them. Good. Yang Mi unconsciously parted his lips and agreed. As a veteran in the industry, he was not worried that Shenyang would set a trap for him, and he had no grudges against him, so there was no need for the other party to do so. Happy. Then he gave Jiang Nan a look, and the latter immediately understood and showed the contract to the other party. 50 million signing bonus, and another 61 million liquidated damages. Yang Mi nodded with satisfaction, and signed his name after confirming that everything was correct. After that, Shenyang called Udazue in front of Yang Mi. Hello, Mr. Shin. Udazue had nothing to do when Shenyang called him. Udazue, how is the new product launch going? Shenyang asked. Don't worry, Mr. Shin. Udazue assured that after a few days of hard work, Huawei had made all preparations for the launch, and then asked, Mr. Shin, how is the spokesperson going? If not, you can endorse it yourself. Ha? No, I don't want to be a national idol. I have to wear a mask everywhere. It's inconvenient to go out for a walk. Then he said, if you make fun of me again, don't take this year-end bonus. After hearing that Udazue had stopped talking, Shenyang continued, I found Yang Mi to endorse Huawei Kunling 1. He will probably go back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to start filming and promoting it. Did you hear me? In fact, there is no need for publicity at all. The 3nm chip alone is enough to attract attention. Udazue agreed and hung up the phone. Yang Mi kept staring at Shenyang. The man in front of her was so charming. If she had never given birth to a child or had given birth a few years later, she would definitely pursue him. I have always claimed that I refuse the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry, so why do I now have the urge to let him take advantage of me? Could it be that the saying that women are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40 really applies? Chapter 86, signing a contract with Yang Mi. I wonder if Mr. Shin is married. Yang Mi took a bite of the dish and asked curiously with his thin lips slightly parted. Upon hearing this, the situation suddenly became quiet. Jiang Nan looked at the two of them with a serious face, and a sense of crisis arose in his heart. No, I can't let Mr. Shin become the kind of boss in the entertainment industry who only knows how to use unspoken rules. I'm engaged. Thanks for your concern. Shenyang said to Yang Mi, and he naturally noticed the change in Jiang Nan. He knew the latter's feelings for him, so he laughed and said to Jiang Nan, Boss Jiang, you really treat me as that kind of person. It seems that you are more excited than Yang Mi? Hearing this, Jiang Nan's pretty face turned red like an apple, and she scolded, hateful. Then she hurried out with the excuse of going to the bathroom. It was so embarrassing, this man was really good at flirting. If he wasn't married, I would have paid for him. Looking at herself in the mirror, she straightened her towering parts and murmured, if it's an unspoken rule, it wouldn't be bad. In the private room. That's such a shame, ha ha ha. Yang Mi joked that she was very perceptive and could tell at a glance that the vice chairman of Xingxia Group also liked Shenyang. Then she stood up and said with a smile, Boss Shin, you will be my boss from now on, so I wish us a happy cooperation. After lunch, everyone was happy. Shenyang signed his favorite artist, and Yang Mi also got the high signing fee and liquidated damages as he wished. After seeing Yang Mi and his group off, he looked at Jiang Nan and joked, Sister Nan, this is the first time I see you blush. Hate. Jiang Nan scolded and punched Shenyang on the shoulder. This stinky man, can you stop your charm? Stinky brother, if you keep doing this, I will really be tempted. Being a mistress is not bad. Upon hearing this, Shenyang shut up immediately. It would be fine if he just made a joke, but if he took the joke too far, not only would it go against his principles, but the whole thing would also be impossible to resolve. Sister Nan, find a reliable person in charge to take over Dongwang Entertainment, so you can relax a little. Shenyang said that this arrangement would also make Jiang Nan feel more relaxed. After all, he was the person in charge, just like himself, and he only needed to coordinate the overall situation. As for the artists, continue to recruit them, regardless of the cost. We want to establish the largest entertainment company in Asia. Okay, Jiang Nan agreed and then hung up the phone. 3 days later. On the day when Huawei Kunling went on sale, Huawei official media, Shark Live and the entire Xingxia group all published publicity, and Huawei official media released the spokesperson Yang Mi, which caused a sensation in most of China. Honey, Huawei Kunling is on sale. Do you want us to go to the offline store and have a look? Looking at the news on the mobile phone, Wang Yuemin lay on Xinyan's legs and asked with a smile. Then go ahead. Xinyan agreed and said that Huawei Kunling would definitely sell well. Not to mention the popularity of Huawei and Yang Mi, the 3nm chip alone was a great selling point and the price was reasonable. Even though there are many doubts on the internet, questioning that although Huawei has installed a 3nm chip, other aspects must be castrated. Xinyan is not worried about this at all. Once the first wave of user experience is released, all the comments will disappear. As he spoke, Xinyan brought Wang Yuemin to the nearest Shengshi Plaza, where the largest Warwick authorized store was located. As soon as they got off the car, they saw a huge promotional photo hanging on the building of Shengshi Plaza. Xinyan nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that a lot of effort had been put into the promotion. Little did he know that Jiang Nan was promoting Huawei at all costs, no matter where it was, in shopping malls, squares, supermarkets, all promotion was done, the only thing missing was handing out flyers on the streets. Wang Yuanmin was different. Looking at the huge promotional photo, he looked at Xinyan sourly and said, Oh, I didn't expect you to find Yang Mi. You had lunch that day, so you must have gone to sign the contract, right? Hearing this, Xinyan fondly scratched her nose and said, yes, she happened to be caught up in the contract termination storm. Such a popular actress is the most suitable person to endorse Huawei. Wang Yuemin snorted lightly, not wanting to bother with him. As soon as he entered Shengshi Plaza, he saw that the entrance of the Huawei authorized point on the second floor was crowded with people, and the people in line were almost reaching the elevator entrance. Oh my god, this is so exaggerated. The last time I saw this was last time. Looking at the grand occasion in front of him, Wang Yuemin sighed and said that he had never seen such a thing happen in Huawei offline stores before. He only saw it in fruit stores. So he suggested, why don't we buy a few Kunlings to liven up the atmosphere? Let's just forget it. Xinyan said, this long dragon formation, will it be my turn tomorrow? It is not impossible for me to get in with the help of privileges, but in front of so many people, it is better to pay attention to the impact. It is better to go home and hug my wife to enjoy the silky smoothness. As he spoke, Xinyan took Wang Yuemin to a jewelry shop nearby and bought her a few gold bracelets and a few limited edition bags. Only then did the latter nod with satisfaction. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. At this time, Xinyan, who was lying on Wang Yuemin's legs, received a call from Yudazue. Boss Shin. It exploded. Yudazue said excitedly that as of just now, the data reported showed that the sales data of this launch far exceeded the data of previous launch days. Even Apple phones were trampled underfoot. Old you, be more steady. After all, you are the president of a company, right? Xinyan comforted him. He had thought of today's data a long time ago, so he was mentally prepared. The first wave of user experience of netizens has been released. Everyone who bought it felt that Huawei Kunling was extremely smooth, as if they were holding the original fruit in their hands, and it was fast and boundless. Yudazue was so excited that he shouted for joy. Now he has received unanimous praise. If he continues like this, tomorrow's data will be better than today's. At times like this, I have to praise Xinyan. He really deserves to be the chairman. Not only did he come up with the super awesome 3nm chip, but he was also mature and steady, which didn't match his age at all, as if everything was within his expectations. Pay attention to after-sales service. No matter how outstanding our products are, quality control issues are inevitable. Issue a statement immediately. If any buyer has purchased a mobile phone with a poor user experience, we will exempt them from liability and pay double compensation after verification. Xinyan advised. Although he believes in Huawei's quality control, it is still better to be on the safe side. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yuemin looked at Xinyan and said, "Congratulations, husband, you succeeded." She also saw the unanimous praise on the internet and couldn't help but feel proud of her man. Then she pecked Xinyan on the face with her little mouth. Looking at Wang Yuemin's pretty little face, a sly smile gradually appeared on Xinyan's face. He picked up Wang Yuemin and walked into the room. After a while, heavy breathing and seductive moans were heard from the room. Chapter 87 Cousin Xinyu. About a week later, Xinyan and Wang Yuemin were eating Wang Yuemin's favorite fish at Yunshan Lidian when they coincidentally received a call from Zhang Shang. Mr. Shen, something has been strange lately. What happened? Did the Huizhou merchants take action? Xinyan asked with some curiosity. After all, more than half a year had passed in Yunshan Lidian and Hui province was almost completed, but the Hui merchants had not yet taken any action. It's not about Huizhou province, it's about your hometown, Zhejiang province. Zhang Shang replied. Zhejiang province? I have no conflict with Zhejiang businessmen, and that's my hometown. Xinyan was puzzled. There have been suspicious people hanging around the two Yunshan Lidian restaurants in Zhejiang province in recent days, especially late at night. Since Zhejiang province is close to Beihai, the construction started earlier and it is now open for business. According to Xinyan's request, a restaurant should also be opened in his hometown, City A. However, recently, female waiters in a hotel in City A reported that there were always a few people wandering around the hotel at night. They were unshaven and unkempt, which made them very scared. At first, Zhang Shang took it very seriously, but he did not link it to the Huizhou merchants. After all, he had no grudges against the Zhejiang merchants. But things became more and more wrong. Several waitresses said they wanted to resign a few days later and looked very panicked. After repeated questioning, Zhang Shang learned that those people claimed that they were sent by the big bosses of Zhejiang businessmen to teach them a lesson and put their business out of business. Mr. Zhang, judging from their accents, they are not from Zhejiang province. They sound more like people from our Anhui province. A waitress said timidly. Her hometown is Anhui province, so she can tell from their accents. Zhang Shang gradually formed an idea in his mind. The Hui merchants might be trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife, using the name of Zhejiang merchants to do what they want, so he reported it to Xinyan without saying a word. Ha, what a low method. Xinyan exhaled a puff of smoke. After all, Mr. Guo was a man on par with Mr. Ming. How could he play such a childish trick? He thought there would be a business war. Then he ordered, I know, keep an eye on them these days. Also, all the Yunshan Lidian stores that have opened in China must be carefully checked. By the way, all food must be screened twice. Looking at the fish on the table, he suddenly thought that since he ran a hotel, food must be the first choice for his opponents to frame him. Zhang Shang responded and hung up the phone. Finally, you're done. Here, Mom's phone has been ringing for a long time. Zhang Lan just called. Wang Yuemin didn't want to disturb Xinyan because she was dealing with company matters, so she quietly sent a WeChat message to explain to Shen's mother. Ah, why is Mom looking for me at this time? Xinyan asked, then picked up the phone and called. You little rascal, you're so busy that you don't even answer your own mother's call? As soon as the call was connected, he heard Zhang Lan's yelling. This made Xinyan very helpless. It seemed that his mother was only gentle enough to Wang Yuemin. Mom, Xinyan was dealing with a very important matter just now and didn't even have time to eat. Wang Yuemin took the opportunity to explain for Xinyan. Xiaomin, Mom saw the message you sent. You really do have a lot in mind and don't want to think about that bad boy. Zhang Lan scolded with a smile. Mom, what do you want to talk to me about? Xinyan asked. Your sister, Yeye, was admitted to Beihai University, and your aunt asked me to tell you to take care of her. Zhang Lan replied. Shan Yu? Xinyan couldn't remember for a moment. His aunt's family had moved to the city a long time ago. They didn't see each other often, and they could only see each other during the Chinese New Year. Xinyan remembered that when he was a child, there was a little girl who chased after him and asked for candy. She was also the only family member who did not look down on him. College? This little girl has grown so big. Speaking of Xinyu, Xinyan's feelings for her are even stronger than those for his brother Xinhua. Then he asked, which university did she get into, Mom? You little brat, your sister was admitted to Beihai University and ranked first in Zhejiang province. As he said this, even Zhang Lan couldn't help but feel proud. He had watched this little girl grow up, and he was very happy that she was so promising. Awesome, awesome. This little girl is amazing. After hearing what his mother said, Xinyan was slightly surprised. What a nerd! Beihai University is one of the best universities in the whole South. However, Xinyan found a problem and asked, with Yeye's grades, she can definitely go to Peking University or Tsinghua University. Why did she come to Beihai? As the most awesome universities in China, Peking University and Tsinghua University are the places that all students aspire to be. Ye said the air there is bad, and if she goes to Beihai, she'll have an acquaintance like you. Otherwise, she's a little girl who's not familiar with the place. What should she do if she gets bullied? Mother Shen explained that he had asked his family this question this morning. Ye will arrive in Beihai tomorrow. You can take her out for a few days. If you don't have time, let Xiaoman take her around. Did you hear me? Tomorrow? Tomorrow is fine. There is nothing to do these few days, and my aunt has been very kind to me since I was a child. Then Shen Yan hung up the phone and told Wang Yuemin, who was standing beside him, what happened. Damn, the provincial champion. It was rare to see Wang Yuemin so surprised, and then, perhaps realizing that he had lost his composure, he said, I'll go with you to pick her up. Then she opened her arms and said cunningly, it's time to plow the land, husband, or it will be barren. Listening to Wang Yuemin's seductive words, Shen Yan couldn't wait to pick her up, if for no other reason, because his cousin was coming and she would definitely have to stay at his house. Even though his house was big, it would still be embarrassing. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. Shen Yan picked up the phone reluctantly while he was sleeping. Who is it? Hey, brother, it's already so late and you're still sleeping. The guy on the other end of the phone joked. Yeah? You're here? Shen Yan quickly sat up and looked at his watch. Oh my god, it was already 10:30. He looked to the side and saw Wang Yuemin sleeping soundly with the quilt between her legs. He was too tired from working last night. The old saying was true, there is no land that cannot be plowed, only cows that can plow it. Shen Yan quietly walked out of the room and then said, Are you here? I'm almost there, only half an hour left. Brother, will you come pick me up? The little girl asked impatiently. How about I send you the address and you come over? Shen Yan lit a cigarette. This little girl hadn't changed at all. She still had the same personality. Then he said, Wait for me at the station after you get off the bus. I'll pick you up in a while. Yes. The little girl was overjoyed. If it weren't for the car roof blocking her way, Shen Yu would have jumped out at this moment. Then she said, Is my sister-in-law coming? I heard from my family that my sister-in-law is very beautiful. Of course I'll go. Wang Yuemin's voice rang out from behind, scaring Shen Yan so much that he almost dropped his phone. Looking back at Wang Yuemin, he saw a smirk of triumph on his face. Chapter 88 Equations. Shen Yan gave her a vicious look, as if to say, Silly girl, it seems that your begging for mercy last night was just lip service, and I still didn't teach you a lesson enough. Yes. I am looking forward to it. Shen Yu said excitedly. After a few words, Shen Yan hung up the phone and looked at Wang Yuemin on the side. He saw the latter sticking out his tongue and running to the bathroom to wash up. Half an hour later, Beihai railway station. Wang Yuemin looked at Shen Yan. Do you think your sister will dislike me? Wife, we are now a legal couple, and you think this is a Qing dynasty drama. Shen Yan rubbed Wang Yuemin's hair lovingly. Then he looked at the time and saw that she should have gotten off the bus. Not long after, a pretty figure came out. She had a slender figure and beautiful hair. Her eyebrows and eyes looked more and more like her aunt. Shen Yan was about to say hello when he saw a young man following her and asking him questions. He couldn't help but frown. This guy wants to pick up girls, and he wants to pick up my sister? Yeah, I'm here. Shen Yan said to Shen Yu. Brother. As soon as she saw Shen Yu dropped her luggage and ran over to give Shen Yan a hug. Her long legs were wrapped around her waist. Brother, it's been a long time since we last met. Did you miss me? Come down quickly, come down. Don't you want your luggage anymore? Shen Yan lovingly took Shen Yu down from his arms. This little girl was used to being carefree. If he told others that she was the top student in the province, no one would believe that she was. Hey. Shen Yu scratched her head and looked at Wang Yuemin beside her. She couldn't help but exclaimed, Wow, brother, this must be my sister-in-law. She is so beautiful. I thought my family members were bragging to me. Today, I am shocked to see her. I don't deserve it. Hello, sister. My name is Wang Yuemin. Wang Yuemin felt a little embarrassed by the compliment. A top student is a top student, and compliments on people are all in a flowery way. After a few pleasantries, Shen Yan looked at the man next to him and asked, Who is this guy? He is my classmate, his name is Fong Cheng. He was admitted to Beihai just like me. Xinyu said hesitantly that before the college entrance examination, she had only given him a few words of encouragement, but she did not expect that he would ask her to be his girlfriend. Although he was very handsome, the college entrance examination was the most important thing at that time, so she agreed. As long as she was admitted to the same university as him, he would agree. From then on, Fong Chang was like a madman. He studied when others were studying, and he also studied when others were not studying. In the end, the two of them were admitted to Beihai University together. After hearing Xinyu's hesitant explanation, Xinyan looked at Fong Chang, who was standing beside him, and called him over. "Do you like my sister?" "Yes. If it weren't for her, my white moonlight, how could I have been admitted to such a good school?" Fong Chang said decisively that from the moment the results came out, he liked Xinyu and loved her. Xinyu also agreed to give him a surprise, so he asked around and bought the same high-speed train as Xinyu to Beihai. Looking at Xinyan, who was a head taller than him, he said, "Even though you are Xinyu's brother, you can't interfere with our relationship, right? This wasn't 100 years ago, why should I interfere?" Hearing this, Xinyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who does this guy think he is? Although I am very upset to see you chasing my sister, the fact that you can work hard for my sister and come to the city proves that you are also capable. Yeah, what do you think? I. Xinyu stammered and was speechless for a moment, and nodded with a slightly red face. How about this, I won't interfere with your affairs. Since you are here, I will take you to register at school first. When Xinyan thought about this guy having improper thoughts about his sister, he didn't dare to think about it anymore, for fear that he would not be able to hold back and crush the equation. So he just let the two of them go to school and handle it himself. Today, Xinyan did not drive a sports car because he had to pick up Xinyu. He only drove his own business car. At this time, Wang Yuemin was sitting in the passenger seat, while Fong Chang and Xinyu were sitting in the back seat. "Xiao Feng, which department did you apply for?" Xinyan asked. "I applied for the Department of Mathematics." Sitting in such a high-end car, Fong Chang was a little overwhelmed. She has won the provincial first prize many times. At this time, Xinyu spoke up. At that time, Fong Chang was famous for his partiality in subjects and was only keen on mathematics. It was also with her encouragement that he reluctantly came to Beihai. Oh? Xinyan became interested when he heard this. "This is a talent, but if you want to be my brother-in-law, it's not enough to have talent. It depends on whether he is good to my sister. I won't interfere in your affairs. I support dating since you are both in college, but if you really like him, you have to treat him well, otherwise I won't forgive you." "Brother, what are you talking about?" Xinyu's face flushed when she heard that. However, with the support of her brother, Xinyu felt much more comfortable. "When I was leaving the station, I was really scared when I met Fong Chang, but I still felt warm in my heart. This man was willing to come to a strange city for me. But I was really afraid that my brother would not be able to hold back and beat him up, so I kept my distance from him." 10 minutes later, Xinyan drove to Beihai University. Since he had informed the principal in advance, Xinyan wanted to go directly to the principal's office, which was easy and convenient. However, he did not expect that as soon as his car arrived at the school gate, he saw the principal and a few others waiting at the door. "Hey, Mr. Xin, you're finally here." Xinyan hurried forward and held her hand. "Principal Jiang, how can I have the nerve to ask you to wait for me?" It's okay. As everyone knows, Mr. Xin is a famous entrepreneur in Beihai. It's an honor for our school to have your sister come to our school," Principal Jiang said with a hint of flattery. When Xinyan called last night, the head of the school almost jumped up. This was Xinyan, the man who donated 50 billion yuan at will. Moreover, he had read his sister's information himself. With her grades, she gave up Peking University and Tsinghua University and came to Beihai University, which was simply too good to be true. Moreover, she could take this opportunity to interact more with Xinyan. No matter how you look at it, it is a profitable thing. Then, several people came to the office under the leadership of the principal. On the way, Fong Chang and Xinyu looked at each other in surprise. "Who is this brother? I only heard from my mother that my brother was doing business in Beihai, but I didn't expect it to be so big." Even the president of Beihai University came to greet him in person. In the office, Principal Jiang said, "I have asked someone to take care of your brother and sister's affairs. Mr. Xin, please wait a moment." "I am so sorry to trouble you, Principal Jiang. I will definitely cause you trouble in the future." Xinyan said politely that although he was of high status, she was his sister after all, so he should be practical. When I came here just now, I saw a vacant lot in the east of your school. Principal Jian couldn't help but clench his fists. Here it comes, here it comes. He's really here. How about this? I'll invest and build a few more teaching buildings for you. Xinyan said slowly after taking a sip of tea. Chapter 89 Enrollment. Even though he was mentally prepared, Principal Jian was still surprised when he heard Xinyan's words. How many teaching buildings are there? Isn't this too grand? Xinyu and Fong Chang on the side widened their eyes. Although she knew that her brother did all this for her, but with so many teaching buildings, did her brother run a bank? How can I thank you so much? Principal Jiang stood up and thanked him quickly. It's okay, Principal. My sister still needs your care at school. Xinyan waved his hand. This little money was nothing to him. The most important thing was that it would be convenient for her at school. However, he still said, you don't need to take care of her deliberately. She is an adult now and has some things to deal with herself. I understand. Just rest assured, Mr. Shen. Originally, the wasteland in the east of the school was to be used to build a library, but the plan had to be shelved temporarily because the builder ran away. Now that Xinyan has promised to build a teaching building, that is simply great. Moreover, Xinyan did not ask him to take care of her deliberately, but instead was self-reliant. This made Principal Jian look up to the young man in front of him. After a while, the admission procedures were completed, and a dormitory was arranged for Fong Chang. Xinyan then took Wang Yuemin and Xinyu back to Sinan Mansion. Brother, what kind of business are you in? Are you running a bank? On the way, Xinyu kept asking questions, which made Xinyan's ears almost calloused. He could only nod and say, it's similar to opening a bank. Anyway, there is no shortage of money. Then, at Xinyan's suggestion, Wang Yuemin handed a bank card to Xinyu. Yeah, this is the card your brother gave you. It will deposit 200,000 renminbi into your account every month. With Xinyan's net worth, he could have given Xinyu a credit card with unlimited overdraft, but considering that she is still a student, once she has so much money, will she become a gold digger like Zhuang Feifei in the future? So he decided to give her a limit. After several refusals, Xinyu finally accepted the card. At the same time, she felt touched that her brother still treated her the same as before and did not look down on them just because he was rich. Sinan Mansion. As soon as Xinyu entered the Sinan Mansion, she was stunned. Is this a villa? This is simply a palace. It's too big. Seeing the exaggerated expression on her face, Xinyan and Wang Yuemin smiled at each other, and then said, Yeah, relax, this is your home, your room has been arranged for you on the second floor. No, I want to sleep with my sister-in-law at night. Xinyu said. Xinyan was unhappy when he heard this. Who should I sleep with, you or your sister-in-law? We still have to farm at night. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Wang Yuemin. Okay, yeah, we'll sleep with your sister-in-law tonight. It's a good opportunity for you to tell me about your brother's childhood embarrassment. No. After hearing what Wang Yuemin said, Xinyan felt as if struck by lightning and was in agony. His sister and wife stood on the same front, and it seemed that the two sides would fight each other again tonight. Why don't we let Yaya sleep alone? Xinyan asked again. He wanted to fight for another chance at happiness that night. Unexpectedly, the two of them made the same face and went upstairs, leaving Xinyan standing alone in the living room. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. At this time, the phone rang, and Xinyan asked unhappily, Who is it? What do you want to say? Boss Shen, are you crazy? Zhang Nan asked on the other end of the phone. He originally wanted to ask about the donation of teaching buildings to Beihai University, but he didn't expect Xinyan to speak in this tone as soon as the call was connected. Oh, Sister Nan, what's wrong? Xinyan asked after calming himself down. I just wanted to ask you about your donation to the teaching building at Beihai University? Zhang Nan said unhappily. Oh, just to prove it. Xinyan replied. Bang! Zhang Nan hung up the phone without saying a word. I still have a temper. Looking at the hung-up call, Xinyan smiled helplessly. Could it be that Sister Nan's menstrual period was disrupted? At this time, the sound of two people talking came from upstairs, and there was a giggle. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. Just as Xinyan was about to lie down, the phone in his hand rang again. He picked it up and saw that it was Gao Gang calling. Hey, brother Gao, what's the matter? The amusement park has been built and the opening ceremony will be held the day after tomorrow, said Gao Gang. Wow! Brother Gao, you are so fast! Xin Yan exclaimed. The last time he went there, the facilities were not complete. It has only been a short time and they are almost completed. Okay, I'll go there the day after tomorrow. The amusement park was built, and it was time for his proposal ceremony to take place. Xin Yan always kept this in mind. After hanging up the phone, Xin Yan went upstairs. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the two of them lying on the bed, talking to each other, seemingly talking about Xin Yan's childhood. Little girl, what bad things are you saying about me now? Xin Yan walked in and pinched Xin Yu's little face. I was telling my sister-in-law about the time when you peeked at your elder sister taking a bath when you were a child. Xin Yu was a little unhappy when her little face was pinched. She puffed up her cheeks and said very cutely. Hearing this, and looking at Wang Yuemin who was about to lose her temper, Xin Yan was speechless. This little girl, why did she say anything? He quickly changed the subject and said to Wang Yuemin, Xiaoman, Beihai just opened an amusement park. I'll take you there the day after tomorrow. Okay, brother, I'll go too. Before Wang Yuemin could say anything, Xin Yu stood up and said aggressively. I won't take you with me. Who told you to say bad things about your brother? Xin Yan glanced at Xin Yu and said unhappily. I don't care. If you don't take me with you, I'll tell your mom and my aunt. Xin Yu stood on the bed with her hands on her hips. Anyway, she was not afraid at all because her aunt and sister-in-law were there. She turned her head to look at Wang Yuemin and said with a smirk, Sister-in-law, let me tell you, when my brother was 12 years old. Before Xin Yu could finish, Xin Yan hurriedly pulled her down, covered her mouth, and said helplessly, Little ancestor, I am afraid of you, so I will take you away. Yeah. Xin Yu made a cute face at Xin Yan, and then ran away while Xin Yan was chasing her. After Xin Yu went out, Xin Yan looked at Wang Yuemin and asked, Wife, are you going? Go ahead. I haven't been to an amusement park in a long time. Speaking of this, Wang Yuemin looked a little lost and couldn't help but recall that the last time he went there, it was his father who took him there. Seeing this, Xin Yan also roughly understood, walked up to him, smoothed his hair, and held him in his arms. Don't worry, my wife, you will only be happier in the future. After a long while, Wang Yuemin raised his head, looked at the man in front of him, opened his hands and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Xin Yan picked him up and said with a smirk, Today, let's change positions. Brother, shame on you. Xin Yan's elder brother had almost started up to 80%. When he heard the sound, he turned around and saw Xin Yu lying on the door and making faces. He lowered his head and saw that he was so frightened that the startup failed. Wang Yuemin couldn't help but chuckle. Xin Yan's face seemed to have 3 vertical lines. He was very embarrassed. He turned around and said viciously, Stinky girl, don't let me catch you. Chapter 90 Grand Proposal 1. In the evening, Xin Yan found an excuse not to eat at home and came to Xingxia Group. He was going to propose the day after tomorrow, so he had to be fully prepared. Proposal. Jiang Nan looked at Xin Yan in surprise, thinking, haven't you already got the marriage certificate? Haven't you proposed yet? Yes, it's a bit unfair to her that I haven't proposed to her yet. Xin Yan said slowly. Hearing this, Jiang Nan looked at Xin Yan with an indescribable feeling, a feeling of envy and jealousy. How wonderful it would be if she could also meet such a man, or if he could belong to her. What do you need me to do? Finally, he figured it out. He had been thinking too much. The man in front of him was good, but he belonged to someone else after all. By all the fireworks in the city, and all the tall buildings must display the words I love you on them that night. That's all I can think of. How about you help me add to it? These were all he could think of. After all, this was his first time proposing. He vaguely remembered watching a movie in which a man booked all the fireworks in the city in order to spend 1 billion yuan in a month. When the fireworks were set off, the heroine's eyes were filled with tears of happiness. The two chatted until very late before finally agreeing on the various procedures for the proposal day. On the way home, Xin Yan sent a notification to his friends. On the third day, in the afternoon, Xin Yan received a call from Jiang Nan. Everything was ready. He glanced at his watch and it was almost 5 o'clock. The time was just right. Xin Yan went upstairs and looked at Wang Yuemin who was choosing clothes with the help of Xin Yu. Xiaomin, let's go? Okay, right away. Wang Yuemin responded. She still chose a long dress, a white long dress, and the Vacheron Constantin watch that Xin Yan gave her. Looking at Wang Yuemin, Xinyan couldn't help but be a little dazed. With her super high appearance score of 98 points and the contrast of external objects, Xinyan suddenly imagined a scene in a while. Standing under the gorgeous fireworks, she was the most beautiful woman in the world. What are you looking at? Don't you recognize it? Wang Yuemin shook his little hands and couldn't help but feel curious. Could it be because there was something on his face? Ha, it's okay, I'm just thinking about company matters. Xinyan scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly. After going downstairs, Xinyan deliberately sent Xinyu away, and he took Wang Yuemin to drive the sixth element, while Xinyu got into the business car with a reluctant look on her face. Xinyan named the Chengxi amusement park after discussing with Gao Gang. There is no meaning behind it, just hope that people who come here will have fun. There are all kinds of amusement facilities in the park, whether it is bungee jumping, haunted house, bungee jumping machine, roller coaster, or projects in various environments. Even the length of the roller coaster at the colorful amusement park broke the world record. Since today is the first day of the park's opening, coupled with Gao Gang and Jiang Nan's promotion, it has attracted many tourists, even many from other places. After parking the car, Xinyan took Wang Yuemin to the front of the amusement park. Xinyu, accompanied by his subordinates, had already started playing. Such a huge playground, my god! Wang Yuemin exclaimed that she had never heard of such a large amusement park in her life. As soon as they entered the park, a pre-arranged staff member gave Xinyan and Wang Yuemin wristbands. Taking the opportunity of going to the toilet, the staff member secretly gave Xinyan the engagement ring. Honey, I want to go ride the roller coaster. Perhaps influenced by the environment, Wang Yuemin seemed very excited. Although she was afraid of heights, she still couldn't help wanting to ride the roller coaster that looked like a long dragon. She looked at Xinyan, who was standing aside with a strange expression, and said, "Husband, you are not afraid, are you?" Hearing this, Xinyan shook his head. He was just thinking about what to say next. Just when Xinyan was distracted, Wang Yuemin put his arm around him and said pitifully, "Good husband, please play with me." Okay, I'll go play with you." Xinyan touched her head lovingly, looked at the long queue at the entrance, and joked that the whole park belonged to him. Then he took her through a special passage. 10 minutes later, Wang Yuemin looked at Xinyan, who was holding the trash can with a pale face, and said, "Husband, are you afraid of heights? Your voice just now almost gave me tinnitus." Hearing this, Xinyan took a sip of water and looked at Wang Yuemin unhappily. "You seem to be having a lot of fun, but I really couldn't do it when I was on it just now. It was mainly because the roller coaster was too long. I couldn't bear it any longer halfway through and could only relieve it by shouting loudly. Ms. Wang Yuemin, please come to the radio station after hearing the broadcast. Your sister can't find you." At this time, the broadcast sounded. Hearing this, Xinyan was secretly happy, the timing was just right. Wang Yuemin on the side looked at Xinyan worriedly. This little girl had been having fun since she entered the park, and she hasn't come to find him yet. Besides, it is easy to get lost in such a big place. But Wang Yuemin was a little confused. Why did he hand it over to her instead of Xinyan? Without saying anything more, the two of them hurried to the radio station in the center of the amusement park. In the radio station, Jiang Nan looked at Xinyu, who was eating a lollipop in front of him, and felt helpless. He had spent a lot of effort to explain to this little girl what was going to happen. Yeah, are you okay?" At this moment, Wang Yuemin rushed in, looked at Xinyu, who was sitting on the chair, and said anxiously that he was scared just now. "Sister-in-law, I'm fine. Let's go out." Xinyu took Wang Yuemin's hand and was about to walk out. Wang Yuemin thanked the staff of the radio station and followed her out. Swish! As soon as they went out, the whole park went dark. The confused tourists were a little panicked. No way, it was only the first day of the park opening and there was a power shortage. What's going on? Not only the whole park, but also the nearby company building had a power outage. Wang Yuemin hurriedly held Xinyu's hand tightly, fearing that she would be scared. Swish! Just when everyone was panicking, the buildings near the park lit up. The park was dark, so the words on the nearby buildings were particularly obvious. There were 3 bright big words, "I love you." Seeing this, some experienced people reacted and realized that someone was proposing. Boom! Not only was there a loud bang somewhere, which scared everyone, but then fireworks exploded in the sky, very brilliantly. Then one after another, fireworks rushed into the sky, blooming into all kinds of brilliant fireworks. Everyone was excited at this scene, it was so beautiful. Suddenly, the fireworks stopped. When everyone was confused, the lights in the park came on, and Xinyan, wearing a tuxedo, walked out and pulled the surprised Wang Yuemin to the stage. Seeing this, everyone in the audience understood and then watched the scene quietly. Xiao Min. Xinyan held the microphone and spoke slowly. Just when Wang Yuemin rushed to the radio station, he ran to the office to change clothes and waited for this scene. I never proposed to you, so I brought out everything I could think of. Even this amusement park was built for you without telling you. Fuck, what kind of boss is this? Building an amusement park just to propose marriage. I know who he is. He is the chairman of Xingxia Group. I have seen the Huawei press conference. The people in the audience recognized Xinyan in surprise. Chapter 91 Grand Proposal 2. After hearing Xinyan's words, Wang Yuemin was speechless and stood on the stage with his hands covering his mouth. He never expected that Xinyan really prepared a proposal ceremony for him, and even built an amusement park specifically for him. Stop talking nonsense and propose now. When the system's voice sounded, Xinyan almost fell down. Was it me who proposed to him or you? You're so anxious. Thank you for your company. In fact, I owe you a lot. I have received the marriage certificate, but I only owe you a proposal. I'm not very good at talking, but I want to say how nice it is to have you. Marry me, okay? After saying that, Xinyan knelt on one knee and took out the diamond ring he had prepared in advance. This ring was bought by Xinyan in the system store with a lot of NB points, and the actual selling price was 70 million. Looking at the two people on the stage, everyone in the audience was moved and envious, and some even complained that their husbands were not satisfied with the proposal ceremony. Unexpectedly, the chairman of Xingxia Group is not only young and promising, but also very loyal in his relationship. He is a perfect man. Marry him, marry him. Everyone shouted. Even Jiang Nan, who was hiding in the corner, shed tears of emotion. Xinyu looked at Jiang Nan and said, Sister Nan Nan, why are you crying? Sister is touched. Jiang Nan touched his head and said, I believe that I will meet the right person who will hold me in the palm of his hand in the future. Xiao Min, will you marry me? Xinyan spoke slowly. I do. She said, trembling as she stretched out her little hand. Tears of happiness flowed down her cheeks. When Xinyan heard Wang Yuemin say that she was willing, he smiled from the bottom of his heart, tears welling up in his eyes. He picked up the ring and put it on her ring finger. Bang! 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 The moment the ring was put on, all the fireworks went up to the sky, and the brilliant fireworks lit up the night. The two stood under the fireworks and hugged each other. Wang Yuemin burst into tears. It turned out that she had always been so happy. It turned out that Xinyan had always been paying for her. She looked at the diamond ring on her hand. Give me a kiss, give me a kiss. The sound of the fireworks did not drown out the voices of the crowd, but instead made them even more excited. The noise they made was louder than before. They all picked up their phones, took videos and posted them on Douyin. After all, the probability of encountering such a thing is extremely low, so it is bound to become a hit. Hearing this, Wang Yuemin didn't care about being shy and closed her eyes. Xinyan didn't say much either. He looked at the person in front of him and their lips were tightly intertwined. Seeing the two kissing, the audience instantly went wild, and the third wave of fireworks shot up into the sky at this moment. Wang Yuemin, I love you. A few big words appeared in the sky, pushing the situation tonight to a new climax. After a long while, Xinyan looked at Wang Yuemin and said gently, From today on, you are mine. Hate it, I've belonged to you for a long time. As he said that, he put his little fist on Xinyan's shoulder. After that, Xinyan took Wang Yuemin and quietly left the playground and came to his office at the headquarters of Xingxia Group. Honey, ever since I met you after that incident, I feel so happy. Wang Yuemin said while sitting in Xinyan's arms. Silly boy, you will only be happier in the future. He gently scratched Wang Yuemin's nose. Then Wang Yuemin turned around and wrote on Xinyan, looking at her with a smirk on his face, Hubby, to thank you for the surprise you prepared for me, how about I also give you something new? Shit, Xiaomin said he wanted to do something new. This is an office, and he knew Wang Yuemin would take the initiative, but he didn't expect her to be so proactive today. Ding, the system gives you a proposal gift, 17 times a night. Wow, that is so thoughtful. It really is a good system of mine. It really considers everything for me. Then Xinyan nodded. In the playground outside the office, everyone was immersed in joy. The whole office was filled with spring colors, and heavy breathing sounds could be heard from time to time. 2 hours later, Shen Yan hugged Wang Yuemin and lay on the sofa. Looking at Wang Yuemin, who was sweating in his arms, Shen Yan gently kissed her forehead. Thinking of the scene just now, Shen Yan asked curiously. Wife, where did you learn that just now? You boys are allowed to watch porn movies but we are not allowed to? I have a lot here, they are all top quality. Do you want to see some, honey? Wang Yuemin said shyly. Fuck. Listening to Wang Yuemin's words, Shen Yan was a little surprised. It seemed that this little girl had watched it a lot. The popping candy last time must have been learned from a movie. I have you, that's enough. I won't watch it. Sir, do you want me to continue serving you? Wang Yuemin leaned over to Shen Yan's ear and said coquettishly. Yes. Shen Yan said to Wang Yuemin with his eyes shining. The next day at noon, Shen Yan stretched his body. As they had done the acupuncture too late yesterday, they slept directly in the bedroom inside the office. Looking at Wang Yuemin who was sleeping soundly beside him, Shen Yan patted her little butt. This little girl was too intense last night and must be tired. After that, he picked up his phone and called Yunshan Lydian to order some food. Then he slapped his forehead and remembered that there was also this little girl Shinyu. I don't know what happened. Hey, bro, do you remember me? Shinyu said on the other end of the phone with some displeasure. Stinky brother, I helped him so much last night, but he just left me alone. Fortunately, Sister Nan Nan took me in, otherwise I would have to sleep on the street. Of course I remember my dear sister. Where are you now? Shen Yan said somewhat embarrassedly. I'm downstairs from you. Luckily Sister Nan Nan took me in last night, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to see me. Shen Yu said. Come to my office later and we'll have lunch together. Shen Yan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, Jiang Nan was there, otherwise he would be criticized if his mother knew about this. Honey, you're awake. Wang Yuemin opened her sleepy eyes and looked around but didn't see Shen Yan, so she walked out of the bedroom. Last night was simply too much. I've never seen my husband so fierce before. I still feel a little awkward when I walk. Wake up, go wash up, I gave you your favorite fish. Looking back, I saw Wang Yuemin standing at the door with only the upper body of his pajamas on. I couldn't help but feel impulsive again, but then I thought that Shinyu would be here soon, so I decided to control myself. Really? Hearing that Shen Yan ordered his favorite fish for him, Wang Yuemin suddenly felt full of strength. His body was no longer sore and painful. He hurried into the bedroom to wash up. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Shen Yan walked over to open the door and found Shinyu looking at him with a pout. He couldn't help but laugh. This little girl, how wrong she must have been. Stupid brother, you only care about your own happiness and don't care about me. Humph. Shinyu pushed Shen Yan away and walked into the office. How about giving you 500,000 renminbi every month to compensate you? Shen Yan walked over and patted her head lovingly, and continued, Are you hungry? I ordered food from the best restaurant in Beihai. I forgive you not for the money, but for my sister-in-law's sake. Shen Yu said proudly. Okay. Shen Yan looked at his sister and smiled helplessly. Chapter 92 Threatening with Family. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully proposing. Now I am issuing a system task to completely solve the Huishang problem. After completing the task, you will be rewarded with a trans-time and space conversion card simplified version. Oh? Shen Yan, who was sitting on the bed, was a little puzzled. Why did the system issue such a task? Could it be? Bang! Shen Yan slapped his thigh and stood up. Could it be that the problems Zhang Shang had reported to him before were really done by the Huizhou merchants? But why did they target Zhejiang province? Could it be that their ultimate goal was really his family? A trans-dimensional conversion card? Before Shen Yan could finish his thoughts, he noticed that the mission reward was actually the most expensive spacetime conversion card in the system store that he had always dreamed of. Before he could be happy for a while, Shen Yan became a little worried. With such a generous reward, the difficulty of the mission must be quite high. But what does this simplified version mean? Will it be less effective? I knew you would ask, so I'll tell you. The trans-time and space conversion card, as the name suggests, can teleport people or objects to any designated location. The simplified version is to limit the distance. After hearing this, Xinyan roughly understood that he would eventually have to go to Canada in person. As for the specific conversion distance, they would talk about it later. Hubby, Yaya has eaten. At this time, Wang Yuemin's voice sounded, and Xinyan walked out of the room after hearing it. The three of them sat together in the restaurant. Yaya, there's still some time before your school starts, shall we take you out for some fun? Xinyan said that it would be better for him to go there in person to be prepared. If this group of people really set their sights on his family, he would not mind destroying the entire Huizhou Merchants Guild. Okay, brother. Where shall we go to play? Xinyu looked at Xinyan excitedly. She had been staying in Sinan Mansion for the past few days. Except for going to the amusement park, she had not gone out. She was almost suffocated. Yes, husband, where are we going? Wang Yuemin asked. Go to Anhui province. There happens to be some work there. Xinyan said lightly. Yeah. Long live brother. Xinyu jumped up from her chair, almost overturning the table, and then sat down somewhat embarrassedly. Hui Province, Huishang Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Gua, Shaoli, and the others have already taken positions near Xinyan's hometown, but Xinyan didn't find anything there. The only ones who found anything were our people near Yunshan Lidian in Zhejiang Province. A man who looked like a secretary stood beside Mr. Gua and bowed slightly, then took the tablet over. The picture inside was exactly what was happening at the door of Xinyan's house. Okay, call Xinyan for me. Mr. Gua closed his eyes, put his hands on the table, and said without looking at the video that the suspicious people discovered by Zhang Shang were just Mr. Gua's suspects, and the ultimate goal was to threaten Xinyan to surrender by using Xinyan's family. After the secretary left, Mr. Gua opened his cloudy eyes and muttered, "Don't blame me, such an excellent talent, if I can't use him, I must." A few minutes later. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. Xinyan, who was having dinner, saw an unfamiliar number from Anhui province displayed on his mobile phone. He frowned slightly, stared at it for a while, and then answered the call. Hey, there. Ha, Xiaoxin, it's me. How are you doing recently? Mr. Gua's voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh. Mr. Gua, you called me so late at night just to ask about my well-being, right? Xinyan was too lazy to waste time talking to him. Ever since the incident of falling from the building, he really had no interest in Huizhou merchants anymore, and he would do anything to achieve his goal. Young man, you are a little impatient. Mr. Gua laughed, looking like an elder educating a younger person, and then his tone became serious. Would you like to join us? I can promise that you will be the next president, which is much more useful than your current nominal vice president. Before Xinyan could answer, Mr. Gua interrupted him and continued. Don't rush to answer me, watch the video first. Video? Xinyan suddenly felt a very bad feeling in his heart, and his expression gradually became serious. He knew that this matter must be very complicated. I opened my phone and saw the video was right in front of my house. The time was exactly now. From time to time, there were a few people walking around. Although they were dressed like farmers, anyone with a discerning eye could tell who was pretending to be them. Didn't this mean that these Huizhou merchants were already monitoring my house from all directions? Seeing this, Xinyan clenched his fists and frowned like a twist. Wang Yuemin and Xinyu, who were standing by, were a little worried when they saw Xinyan like this. When had they ever seen Xinyan like this? Even when Wang Kuan committed a crime or when he was exposed online, he had never been like this. Threaten me? Xinyan sneered, his tone becoming extremely cold. You are so good. If you agree to join us, I believe this will not be a threat. Mr. Gua's voice was still very calm, but it sounded extremely disgusting to Xinyan. There is no business without fraud. Is this the bottom line of Huizhou merchants? Using family members as threats? I refuse, but Mr. Gua, think carefully. If anything happens to my parents, do you have the ability to withstand my wrath? After saying that, Xinyan hung up the phone. Thinking of the scenes in the video, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He should have called his parents over earlier. He asked himself that he had never taken the initiative to provoke them, but they had been looking for trouble every now and then, and now they were targeting his family. Okay, very good, be prepared to accept my anger, which would be the unbearable pain for the entire Huizhou merchants. Honey, what's wrong? Did someone threaten you with your parents? Wang Yuemin had just sat next to Xinyan. When she heard Xinyan say that the other party tried to threaten Xinyan with his parents, Wang Yuemin was really scared. Xinyan nodded, her eyes widened red, and she was immediately furious. She had never been so uneasy before. After all, they were her family members. She turned to look at Wang Yuanmin and told her what had happened. This is too much. How can this be possible? Do these Huizhou merchants have any bottom line? Wang Yuanmin said angrily. Brother, you need to stay calm at this time. They are sure that you will panic, so they threaten you like this. As expected of a top student, Xinyu changed her usual mischievousness and calmly helped Xinyan analyze the current situation. Brother, is this the reason you took us to Hui province? Right. After saying this, Xinyan stood up and walked into the computer room. Xinyu was right. He had to stay calm at this time, otherwise he would really fall into the other party's trap. System, how many NB points do I have left? I don't have any strategies, so I can only ask for help from the omnipotent system. Return to host, 2,310 NB points left. This time, the system no longer had its usual joking attitude, and its tone became cold. NB points can be borrowed. Just these few words gave Xinyan enough support. If he hadn't told him earlier that he could get the loan, maybe Mr. Ren's daughter would have returned to China by now. It's not that I don't want to say it, but loans are very harmful. You need to complete the top tasks issued by the system in installments to repay the loan. Okay, I agree. I want to borrow 20,000 NB points. He couldn't care about anything else at this moment. At most, he would have to work harder in the future, but he had to make these troublemakers lie down obediently. Ding, 22,000 NB points have been credited to your account, including 2,000 NB points given by the system. Host, go ahead and do it, I'll support you. Chapter 93 Preparation. While feeling angry, Xinyan couldn't help but sigh that this system was too user-friendly. He couldn't help but think about how to use these more than 20,000 NB points. Opening the system store, Xinyan slowly scrolled down, carefully looking at each product. Hire a security company to smash the store? No, this is a society ruled by law, and Anhui province is their sphere of influence. If there is a card that can kill people directly, it would be great to send that old man Gua to heaven and put an end to it. This time, Xinyan only had to deal with a few leading forces of Huizhou merchants, including Kai Kuan's Huiguan Catering, Xiao Liang's Huizhou construction companies, and that old man Gua. After searching for a long time, Xinyan did not find anything useful. He took a deep puff of the cigarette in his hand and found that he was still too impatient. He even thought of the trick of smashing the door. He was the one who had the system, and he had a lot of cash flow and many generals under him. Hello, Sister Nan, come to my house. Xinyan called Jiang Nan. He had no experience in this kind of thing, but as the former head of South China Pharmaceutical, Jiang Nan must have a way. Boss, it's already 11:30. Even if you're not afraid that your wife will be jealous, you should think about how busy I've been all day. Jiang Nan was woken up by Xinyan just after he fell asleep. It would be strange if he was in a good mood. I'm not kidding. Xinyan replied seriously. Okay, I'll be right there. Jiang Nan responded and rubbed his eyes. He knew that Xinyan called him over at this time because it must be something important, so he didn't even bother to joke. He changed his clothes and left his home. 20 minutes later, Jiang Nan arrived at Sinan Mansion. Mr. Jiang, thank you for your help. Wang Yuanmin opened the door for Jiang Nan. Then, under her guidance, they came to Xinyan's computer room. Sister Nan, you're here. Please sit down. Seeing Jiang Nan come in, Xinyan put out the cigarette in his hand. Afterwards, Wang Yuanmin tactfully withdrew and went to Xinyu's room. He knew that the two of them would probably discuss this all night. What happened? Although Jiang Nan was very reluctant to be woken up just now, but thinking about it from another perspective, it is also his honor to be valued by his leader. Xinyan told Jiang Nan what had just happened. Jiang Nan's eyes widened and his fists clenched slightly. This guy has no bottom line in doing things. He would do such a thing just to win people over. That's why I called you here to discuss it. Mr. Shin, I think the most important thing to do is to take my uncle and aunt over first, but this is obviously not realistic. Jiang Nan said that with the ability of the Huizhou merchants, no matter how capable they were, it was impossible for them to secretly transport people to Beihai under the surveillance of so many people. Then Jiang Nan continued, as for the security company you just mentioned, hire one and have them rush to City A overnight to protect uncle and aunt. Xinyan nodded, Jiang Nan was right, and then asked him to continue. I think instead of doing this, it's better to short sell directly. Jiang Nan continued. Yes, I have thought about this before. After all, my advantage is that I have a lot of money. But I don't understand finance. I can pay for it, but I really don't know how to short sell. He couldn't help but calculate the cash flow in his hands, which was close to 1 trillion. He directly bought a top-level financial pick in the system store, and then handed the list to Jiang Nan, saying seriously, this matter is entirely in your hands. You can allocate all the funds in my account. Tomorrow I will arrange a financial expert to short these 3 companies for me. Shorting 3 companies at the same time, is this boss crazy? However, after seeing the cash flow under Xinyan's name, Jiang Nan's blood pressure soared and he almost collapsed. My god, trillions, how rich is this boss? Jiang Nan couldn't help but sigh while being surprised. Nearly trillion RMB, this man in front of him authorized her unconditionally. It feels really good to be trusted. Thank you, Mr. Shen, for your trust. I will definitely get this done. Jiang Nan nodded solemnly, and then continued, I heard that Mr. Gua has a young son who is addicted to gambling. Why not start with him? Oh? Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Xinyan smiled. Sure enough, everyone has flaws, and Mr. Gua's son loves gambling, so that's easy to deal with. In that case, let's make good use of it. The two chatted until very late, and finally, at Xinyan's request, Jiang Nan stayed overnight at Sinan Mansion. Xinyan did not sleep that night. He spent 1,500 NB points to buy a security company called Tianlong in the system store. All its employees are retired veterans. This way, they are more than enough to not only provide protection, but also to deal with the group of people who are monitoring his parents. Jiang Nan can be in charge of those companies, but Guoya's son has to deal with it himself. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. The next morning, just as Xinyan was about to go to bed, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Zhong Guoming calling. Xiaoshen, I heard that the Huishang took action against you? Zhong Guoming's voice sounded on the other end of the line. Yes. Xinyan replied. Is there anything we can help with? After all, you are the vice president. If you need people or money, just let me know. Zhong Guoming said again. It is true that he valued Xinyan, but if he used him well this time, maybe there would be no worries about Huizhou merchants. Okay, I understand. Xinyan was really a little sleepy now, and he didn't have the energy to talk. But Zhong Guoming's words reminded him that to deal with a playboy, he had to use a playboy to deal with him. Isn't Gao Gang's son a playboy? After hanging up the phone, Xinyan hurriedly called Gao Gang. Hey, brother Shen, what's the matter so early in the morning? He glanced at his watch. It was only 6:30. Even in the past, he would not wake up until 7 at the earliest. From what Gao Gang said, he didn't know that he was going to go to war with the Huizhou merchants. Then, Xinyan told Gao Gang about the general situation. What? Gao Gang sat up from the bed in anger. Are the Huishang really so bold now? You know, I haven't settled the score with them for the last time, but this time they are targeting their vice president. Then he continued, tell me, what can I do for you, brother Shen? I need to borrow money from Goldman Sachs. Xinyan said. Ah. Gao Gang was a little stunned. What use could his bastard son be? But he changed his mind and thought that this was a good thing. After all, he had wanted to match the two of them many times. With Xinyan as a big tree, even if he left in the future, he could rest assured to hand over the group to his son. No problem, I'll let this brat come to find you right away, and he'll stay at your place for a few days. Gao Gang agreed without saying a word. After hanging up the phone, Xinyan fell asleep in the recliner in a daze and slept until the evening. Chapter 94, Vulnerable. Hubby, wake up. Wang Yuanmin shook Xinyan gently. In fact, she found Xinyan sleeping in the computer room in the morning. She couldn't help feeling distressed, so she didn't wake him up, but just covered him with a quilt. Until just now, Gao Gang sent Goldman Sachs here, and there was no way to wake Xinyan up. Oh, Xiaomin, how long have I slept? Xinyan sat up and rubbed his neck. He had to admit that this recliner was not as comfortable as the bed. You've been sleeping all day. Wang Yuanmin kissed him on the side of his face, and then said, Director Gao from the construction engineering group is here, you should go out and meet him. Hearing this, Xinyan stood up. He didn't expect that Gao Gang would come in person. Brother Gao, I'm sorry. I was busy all night last night. Xinyan walked out and apologized repeatedly. It's okay, brother. My son is here for you. Just tell him if you need anything. As he said this, he pulled his son in front of him. Brother Shen, what happened before? Goldman Sachs said hesitantly that after his father's repeated teachings and the various news he had seen about Shen Yan, he finally understood his father's intentions. It's okay. Everyone has a time when they are young. Goldman wanted to continue talking, but Shen Yan interrupted him, saying that the past was in the past and there was no point in talking about it again. Then he said, Goldman, I'll give you 1 billion yuan to help me do something. 1 billion. Not only Goldman Sachs was stunned when they heard this, even Gao Gang was a little confused. 10 billion yuan, what on earth was they going to do? This is Guo Xiaobao, the youngest son of Mr. Guo. He loves gambling. I want you to set up a game for him. Shen Yan said calmly. Let alone 1 billion, even 10 billion, as long as this thing can be done, it will be fine. Okay, I'll definitely do it. Gao Shang agreed immediately. Shen Yan was able to put aside the past grudges and give him such an important task. This was a great trust. Gao Shang secretly decided to follow Shen Yan in the future. After dinner, Gao Gang returned home, while Gao Shang stayed in Sinan Mansion. Brother Shen, I have a plan. Can you listen to it? Goldman said cautiously. Although Shen Yan entrusted him with such an important task, he still had to remain in awe. Go ahead. Shen Yan replied. I heard that Guo Xiaobao is in Las Vegas recently. I will go there when the time comes. I have a childhood friend there. I can ask him to set him up, and then I can pretend to meet him by chance and lend him money. That Guo Xiaobao didn't even know him. Although his father was the leader of the Huizhou merchants, he himself was a bad person. There was no need to worry about him at all. Okay, but you have to pay attention to your own safety. If you don't have enough money, call me and don't worry about the money. Shen Yan said with concern. After all, he was doing things for him and they were in Las Vegas. If something unexpected happened, he would be so sorry to Gao Gang. Don't worry, brother Shen. Hearing that Shen Yan cared about him, Gao Sheng suddenly felt a little guilty. Brother Shen trusted him so much, but he said that to him at that time. He was about to speak but was stopped by Shen Yan. No need to say anything else, we are all friends. Shen Yan waved his hand, patted his shoulder and said. The next morning. The security company has already set off for City A, Goldman Sachs has also set off for Las Vegas, and the financial experts bought by the system have also arrived at Xingsha Group. Now everything is in place. 3 days later, Xingsha Group. Mr. Shen, you're here. Jiang Nan said when he saw Shen Yan pushing the door open. As soon as I came in, I saw Jiang Nan's dark circles under her eyes. I guess Jiang Nan didn't get enough rest these days. Then I said, Sister Nan, I'll give you a day off this afternoon. I'll keep an eye on you. You can go home and have a rest. No, I can do it. Jiang Nan shook her head, her strong woman nature was revealed. Not to mention Shen Yan's trust, just such a large short sale, I guess she will never encounter it in her life, how can she miss it? Don't worry, Mr. Shen, if I really can't hold on, I will go back. How are things going? Shen Yan saw Jiang Nan's firm attitude and didn't say much. He changed the subject and asked. The financial expert you found is absolutely amazing. In just 3 days, Huishan Construction could no longer hold on and its stock price plummeted. As for Huiguang Catering, it was so vulnerable. Coupled with the appropriate public opinion, it collapsed directly. At this point, Jiang Nan couldn't help but sigh. It's okay if the boss is awesome, but are the boss's friends so awesome? The means are too cruel, not giving the other party any chance at all, and the most important thing is that not much money has been used so far. Oh? It is indeed a product of the system. With the introduction of the expert, Shen Yan was able to understand the stock market data on the computer. Huiguang Catering can no longer hold on, and Huishan Construction is on the verge of falling to the limit. In that case, let's keep the status quo. He was waiting to know the situation at Goldman Sachs. It must be difficult for Huishan now. I wonder if Mr. Guo would be so angry that he would die when he heard that his beloved youngest son was deeply trapped in loan sharking in such a panic situation? Since it's like this, Sister Nan, you should take a rest. This is his most capable general. Even if there is no other reason, Shen Yan will feel bad for him. Just when Jiang Nan was about to refuse, Shen Yan continued, how about this, you can rest in my office bedroom now, is that okay? Sleep, in your bedroom. Jiang Nan felt dazed and a little unwell when he heard Shen Yan's words. However, he really couldn't hold on any longer. In the past 3 days, he only slept for a few hours every day. He nodded and went to the bedroom on the top floor. As soon as he touched the pillow, he fell asleep. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. The phone rang, and it was the security company calling. Shen smiled, thinking it must be good news. "Mr. Shen, I'm Wu Jing, the captain of the security company. The mission is complete and all surveillance forces have been eliminated. Now please tell me what these people should do?" "Take out their cell phones, send text messages to the Huaishan people, and then send them to the police station." Shen Yan didn't say much. He received a call from Wu Jing these days. He heard him say that the villagers noticed the abnormality of these people and wanted to question them but were ruthlessly beaten by the other side. Just for this reason, they deserve to die. "Yes, Mr. Shen." Wu Jing hung up the phone and did as Shen Yan instructed. Shen Yan stroked his watch and looked out the window with interest. "That's it? I thought it was so powerful. I wonder how you guys are going to deal with it." Huizhou Merchants Union. "Mr. Gua, please save Huiguang Catering. It's been 3 days. It's already 3 days. It's almost collapsed." Kai Kuan looked at Mr. Gua, who was sitting in the main seat, with hope. In the past 3 days, facing Shen Yan's crazy attack, he had tried to fight back, but the money he threw in was like a drop in the ocean, without even a splash. "I was worried every day, and my hair was falling out because of worry. I felt a little depressed. Yes, Mr. Gua, my Huaishan construction is almost unable to hold on." Xiao Liang put out the cigarette in his palm, as if he could not feel the pain. In the past 3 days, his situation was not much better than Kai Kuan's. Chapter 95, The Helpless Huizhou Merchants. If he did not have sufficient funds, he would not be able to withstand such a fierce attack from Shen Yan. Mr. Gua, who was sitting in the main seat, closed his eyes as usual, but his brows were furrowed. He knew that Shen Yan was rich, but he didn't expect that he was rich enough to develop businesses simultaneously with 3 of Anhui province's leading enterprises. Now, the leading enterprises of the entire Huizhou business community have been madly suppressed by Shen Yan, and although the lower-level enterprises have not been attacked, they are extremely panicked. They think that even a few leading enterprises are difficult to preserve, let alone them. Some enterprises have even chosen to protect themselves and contacted the Beihai Chamber of Commerce privately. Don't panic, things haven't reached the most dangerous point yet. Despite this, Mr. Gua, as the leader of the Huizhou merchants, still has to say that people's hearts must not be scattered. Once people's hearts are scattered, the entire Huizhou merchants will be finished. Mr. Gua, something bad has happened." Secretary Gua rushed into the meeting room, and as the matter was urgent, he didn't even knock on the door. "What's going on? You're so flustered." Mr. Gua was so angry that he had no place to vent, so he started scolding when he saw this. Master Gua Xiaobao was arrested in Las Vegas. They said he owed gambling debts. The secretary said in panic. "Who is so blind as to arrest my son? Just give them money." Mr. Gua said disdainfully that he knew his son very well and he was addicted to gambling. It was all his fault. Besides, it was just money owed, so he could just give it back. There was no fuss. But. The secretary said stutteringly. "What do you mean by but? Tell me." Mr. Gua was really angry. This secretary was usually very steady, so what happened to him today? "Yes, Mr. Gua." The secretary pounded his chest, looked around, and continued, "But Master Gua owes 30 billion. What? Everyone in the conference room was stunned. They all knew that young Master Gua loved gambling. What on earth was going on? How could he owe 30 billion? Even Mr. Gua, who was sitting in the main seat, was stunned. There was no doubt that this must be Shen Yan's plan. 30 billion. Owing gambling debts is a small matter, but the solution is the most difficult. 30 billion, I can take it out myself. But if he did, his subordinates would definitely think, you can take out 30 billion to save your son, why don't you want to save your compatriots? If he didn't take it out, his beloved youngest son would be tortured by them. Shen Yan, what a vicious plan. Today's meeting ends here. I will consider your questions carefully." After saying that, Mr. Gua stood up tremblingly and walked out. What? Would Mr. Gua rather save his good-for-nothing son than us who have been following him around for decades? The man sitting at the end of the table slapped the table and stood up and said, "His name is Liming, and he is also a victim this time. His real estate group was turned upside down by Shen Yan. If it weren't for the sufficient cash flow in his hands, I'm afraid it would have become the second Huiguan Catering. But even so, the group still spent a considerable price. If it continues like this, it will have no choice but to sell several major projects. Yeah, why keep a chamber of commerce like this here? Another person muttered. Although he was not affected, if the war continued, it would inevitably affect him. What's more, his family is small and his business is small. How can he withstand it? Okay, everyone, stop talking and believe in Mr. Gua. Xiao Liang stood up and said. Although he was lying and he was thinking about surrendering, he was a Huizhou merchant after all. Even if he surrendered, would Xinyan let him go? Just think about the person who went in and you will know. After everyone reluctantly dispersed, in the office, Mr. Gua had a general understanding of the matter. With his experience, he could tell at a glance that his son was being set up. And his secretary just reported to him that the spies hovering near Xinyan's hometown had been arrested by the police, and now the entire village where Xinyan's family lived was protected by a mysterious force. I looked out the window with cloudy eyes. The sun was about to set. I sighed. Now I was surrounded by enemies on all sides. What should I do? Sinan Mansion. Well, Goldman, you did a great job. Xinyan slapped his thigh and exclaimed that it was so exciting. Originally, Xinyan thought that the debt was at most a few billion or that Goldman Sachs was in urgent need of money, so it made it owe more debt. However, he did not expect that Goldman Sachs was so powerful that with only 1 billion, it made Guo Xiaobao's grandson owe nearly 30 billion. Xinyan didn't care about the process, as long as the result was good, it was good. Now the whole Huizhou business community should be in a panic. Moreover, if Mr. Guo insisted on saving his son, his subordinates would not accept it. If he didn't save his son would be finished. The reason why he came up with this idea was because he learned from Master Ming that Master Guo doted on his son so much because he felt guilty about his deceased wife. Knowing this plan was perfect. This 1 billion is my reward to you. After that, Xinyan directly transferred 1 billion yuan to Goldman Sachs through his account. Xinyan was very satisfied with this move, and he saved such a huge sum of money, so how could he not reward him? Take it with confidence. You probably know that this is how I treat my employees, not to mention my friends. Before Goldman Sachs could refuse, Xinyan spoke first. Friend. Mr. Shin treats me as a friend. This sentence is much more valuable than the 1 billion renminbi. I believe my father will be proud to hear it. The word friend made Goldman Sachs completely devoted to Xinyan. Then he said, Thank you, Brother Shin. I, Goldman Sachs, will follow your lead. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two hung up the phone. Now that the trouble was solved, he could finally have a good sleep. Ding, mission completed, reward, super time and space transformation card. As expected, the system's voice sounded, and he finally got the trans time and space conversion card. However, Xinyan looked at the lower right corner and found that he still had more than 10,000 NB points. Then he said, System baby, can I spend some NB points to exchange my simplified version for the official version of the trans time and space conversion card? I told you to call me Lang Gu. Why didn't you listen? Yes, 3,000. Yes, Brother Lang. Now that the problem was solved and my mood was better, I just followed the system's instructions to call out. That's right, I'll give you a discount, 29.98, humane, right? Puff. A mouthful of happy water spurted out. Wow, you deducted 2 points from me for just saying Lung brother. This system is really unique. Then he spent 2,998 to exchange his simplified version of the trans time and space transformation card for the official version. Now, he could put his mind at ease. A few days ago, Udazue mentioned that Mr. Run was not in good health recently. Worrying day and night, it would be difficult for a normal person to persist, let alone Mr. Rin who is over 70 years old. If Mr. Ren's daughter is rescued, Mr. Rin will be in a good mood and his illness will be half cured. However, this matter must be done secretly, so that Mr. Ren can be given a surprise at that time. Honey, when are we going to go out and play? Hearing this, Xinyan turned around and saw the two sisters leaning against the door and looking at him. It was really funny. In a few days. Xinyan replied that the downfall of the Huizhou merchants would happen in the next few days, and that would be a good time for him to take over the company he liked. Chapter 96 Meng Lisheng. A private residence in Canada. Meng Lixing sat on the sofa. Her complexion was obviously much worse than before, and her body was thin, but even so, it could not conceal her unique temperament. Looking at the moonlight outside the window, I realized that I have been under house arrest here for 3 years. My home is full of surveillance cameras, and I have been wearing an electronic anklet for 3 years. This unfair treatment is unbearable for anyone else, and if it weren't for my husband who has always been with me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to bear it either. He didn't know how his father was doing. Although he could occasionally make a video call, it was not right in front of him. The feeling was different. Canada had found an excuse to arrest him. He knew very well that it was just to force his father to surrender, so he had to be strong. If you were given a chance, would you be willing to return home immediately? Just as Meng Lixing was distracted, a voice appeared in his mind. Meng Lixing looked around and found no one nearby. He scratched his head and thought, maybe I've been too tired lately and I'm hallucinating. If you were given a chance, would you be willing to return home immediately? The voice rang in his mind again, and Meng Lixing realized that it was not an illusion, but a real voice. He subconsciously asked, who is speaking? If you were given a chance, would you be willing to return home immediately? The voice continued to repeat this sentence, and Meng Lixing was almost certain that only he could hear this voice. He instinctively replied, I do. Just when Meng Lixing was wondering who was playing this prank, he was definitely willing to return to China. He heard that his father was in poor health recently. If he could go back, his father would definitely be very happy, and he could help share some of his burdens at that time. Please close your eyes. Don't open them no matter what. The electronic voice continued to order. Ha! Who is so bored as to play such a childish trick? Even so, Meng Lixing still did as he was told and closed his eyes. Swish! Where is this? When I opened my eyes again, the lights were a little dazzling. I looked around and found a young boy staring at me. Wasn't I in Canada? Where was I? Hello, Miss Meng. Xinyan's voice sounded. Just now, Xinyan used the super time and space conversion card to teleport Meng Lixing back over a long distance without anyone noticing. At first, Xinyan was a little hesitant to use it. After all, it was across the Pacific Ocean, and he couldn't afford to joke about it. But there was only one chance, and he still believed that the system's products must be high quality. Looking at Meng Lixing sitting in front of him, Xinyan took a deep breath. He finally succeeded. He smiled and said, Welcome back to China. Huaxia? Am I back? I quickly turned on my phone and found that I was in Beihai City, China. What on earth was going on? Is it you? Meng Lixing looked up and carefully examined the man in front of him. He felt familiar just now. Now that he thought about it carefully, wasn't this boy the new boss of Warwick? Through the news and conversations with his father, he knew that this was a legendary figure who had produced an unprecedented 3nm lithography machine and chip drawings. And he could make them public unconditionally. Tonight should be the most incredible night in his life. He then looked at the man in front of him with doubts. The excitement of returning home and the surprise at the moment made him speechless. You are not? Yes, I am Xinyan. Xinyan replied calmly. Not only Meng Lixing, but even the user Xinyan found it incredible. What on earth is going on? Meng Lixing was a little confused. He was in Canada just a second ago, so how come he was back in China now? Could it be that the body teleportation in science fiction movies really exists? I'm not in a position to say much about this matter. You can think of it as teleportation. Xinyan spoke slowly. The less you know about teleportation, the better. Then he continued, Can you keep it a secret for me? I paid a huge price to save you. Okay, I'll keep it a secret for you. Meng Lixing instinctively agreed. Even if it was an instinct, Xinyan was able to save him from afar, so he would keep it a secret to repay his kindness. Then he looked at Xinyan with tears in his eyes and said, Can I go back to see my father? I'm finally back home. Nothing is more important than my father. Okay, I'll take you back tomorrow. Xinyan looked at the agitated Meng Lixing, poured him a glass of water, and then asked, Are you hungry? Cuckoo. Meng Lixing was indeed hungry. How could he eat when he was far away from home and worried every day? But now that he was back home, his mood suddenly improved, and he felt hungry. He rubbed his stomach and said awkwardly, I'm hungry. After that, Xinyan took Meng Lixing out of the computer room and came to the restaurant. The nanny had asked for leave, so Shen ordered dinner from Yunshan Lydian early. Is he so sweet? Looking at the boy in front of me who was more than 20 years younger than me, I felt unhappy when my father told me to sell Warwick to him, but his actions afterwards really shocked me. Husband? Who is she? Wang Yuanmin walked out of the room. She got up to go to the bathroom and found that Shen was not in bed, so she walked out. As a result, she found Meng Lixing and Shen walking into the restaurant. She couldn't help feeling a little flustered. But when he got closer, Wang Yuanmin was speechless. She is not. You're awake now. Come and eat with us. I ordered your favorite fish. Shen walked over and rubbed Wang Yuanmin's little head, and told him what had just happened. The latter nodded repeatedly, but was still curious in his heart about how her husband did it. He also knew about this matter. How could he be rescued in one night when he was under house arrest? Fortunately, Wang Yuanmin was a smart woman and did not ask too many questions. The two met and introduced themselves to each other and then sat down. Mr. Shen, your wife is truly stunningly beautiful. Meng Lixing looked at Shen and said, the woman in front of him looked like she had walked out of a painting. She was so beautiful even without makeup. Even though Meng Lixing was past that age, he was a little envious. Mr. Meng, you are too polite. I will never be able to learn your temperament in my entire life. Wang Yuanmin said politely. How about this? Ye always wants to go out and play. Let's go to Shenzhen City early tomorrow morning. Shen looked at the two of them and decided to give Mr. Ren a surprise and inspect their work at the same time. Perhaps there would be results from the Huizhou merchants before the trip to Shenzhen was over. Okay. Meng Lixing didn't say much. He was about to meet his father, and the excitement in his heart was evident in his words. No words were spoken that night. Dude, you have a private jet. Shen grabbed her hair with both hands. She couldn't believe it. She had seen the news before. A private jet costs hundreds of millions. This morning, her sister-in-law told her that she would go to Shenzhen first before going to Anhui province. Before she finished speaking, Shen wanted to book a plane ticket, but she didn't expect Wang Yuanmin to tell her that she would take Shenyan's private plane to Shenzhen today. You are so startled. Go wash up quickly. I won't wait for you if it's too late. Shen knocked on the little girl's head. Upon hearing this, the latter hurried to wash up. Chapter 97 Father and Daughter Meet. Half an hour later, on a private plane. Mr. Meng, how do you feel? Shen looked at Meng Lixing jokingly. Meng Lixing was in completely two different states last night and this morning. It was obvious that he was in a good mood because he had returned to China. The long-lost smell of my hometown. Putting down the phone, Meng Lixing took a sip of tea and looked at Shen with a smile. At the same time, she became more and more curious about Shen. How could this young man in front of her have such ability? By the way, after returning to China, will I automatically become his employee? I don't know how the boss in front of me will arrange the funds. According to the usual practice, today is Tuesday, the day to call my father via video. I don't know how my father is doing. I wonder how Director Shen will arrange my work. That's all for later. Let's go home first. Shen said with a smile. 2 hours later, the plane landed. At Wang Yuanmin's suggestion, in order to prevent others from recognizing Meng Lixing, he wrapped himself up like a dumpling. This made Shen feel helpless. The suggestion was good, but the outfit was really not good. The driver took them to the lakeside villa where Mr. Ren lived. This was Shen's first time visiting Ren's home. As expected, the overall style was fresh and elegant. Compared with it, his own Sinan mansion seemed a bit exaggerated. Meng Lixing, who was standing by, had tears in her eyes. She was going home. She was going home. She was about to ring the doorbell but was stopped by Shen, who told her to be more cautious. Meng Lixing thought about it and realized that her father was sick, and she couldn't stand the surprise. He suppressed his restless mood, took a step back and followed Shen. Ding dong. The door opened, and the nanny looked at the young man in front of her and said, Mr. Shen, why are you here? Although I am a nanny, I also know Shen from the news. Of course I know him. Ha, Xiao Shen is here. Please come in. Mr. Ren's kind voice came from the living room. Meng Lixing at the side couldn't help it. After all, a video is just a video. Xiao Shen, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Mr. Ren said to Shen as he walked in. Well, I'm a junior visiting, I don't have so many thoughts. Mr. Ren sat on the sofa, looking very old. Although he had a kind face, one could see traces of illness on his face. Xiaoxin, what's the matter with you coming here today? Oldrin laughed and looked behind Xinyan. He knew Wang Yuemin, but there was another person wrapped very tightly next to him. I came here to visit you. Xinyan smiled, took a step aside, pointed at Meng Lixing who was wrapped tightly, and said, Mr. Rin, do you remember what I promised you when I acquired Huawei? You mean, she. Mr. Rin was a little excited, and the veins on his forehead bulged. If he really thought what Xinyan said, the person standing in front of him was his own daughter. As he spoke, Meng Lixing opened the packages layer by layer, revealing his tearful face, and looked at the old man in front of him. Gudong. Meng Lixing knelt in front of Mr. Ren, with an expression that made it hard to tell whether he was crying or smiling, and said, Dad, I'm back. Child, my child. Mr. Ren stood up from the sofa tremblingly, walked to Meng Lixing, and stroked Meng Lixing's face with his withered and old hands, as if he was worried that all this was a dream. Dad, I made you worry. Meng Lixing hugged Mr. Ren tightly, and his crying suddenly echoed throughout the villa. Xinyan and others standing by were all in tears. Although Ms. Run was always smiling, in fact, only she herself knew how sad she was. Several rounds of sanctions from the United States and the illegal arrest of my daughter by Canada. How sad. The father and daughter hugged each other and cried for a long time before slowly separating. Child, get up quickly and tell Daddy how you came back. Why didn't I have any news at all? Mr. Ren helped his daughter wipe the tears from her face. It was Director Shin who saved me at a great cost. Although Meng Lixing was also very curious, he had promised Xinyan after all, so he just made up an excuse. Shen Yan. Mr. Rin suddenly looked up at Xinyan with gratitude. He understood Meng Lixing's words and knew how difficult it was to rescue a person from a foreign country full of surveillance. It turns out that the young man was not bragging at the time. He did everything he said, whether it was chips, lithography machines, or his own daughter. Mr. Ren, it's nothing. Xinyan waved his hand, interrupting Mr. Ren's words. The atmosphere was a little sad. Then he looked at Mr. Rin and said, Mr. Rin, you two must have a lot to talk about after your reunion. We won't bother you anymore. No, you must stay here for dinner. Mr. Rin quickly refused. It's really nothing. I just happen to be going to inspect a company. I will stay in Shenzhen for a few more days and come to see you again in a few days. Xinyan said with a smile. Okay. Mr. Rin didn't say much. He will always remember the kindness shown today. After a few greetings, Xinyan and the other two left the lakeside villa. Ding, I'm talking about my host. Did you forget that you have a villa? Villa? When did I get a villa again? Bang, Xinyan slapped his thigh. On the day when he accompanied Jiang Nan to slap the gold digger, the system seemed to have given him a villa. It seemed to be called Longyu Villa. If you do this again, I will never send you off again. Yes, Brother Lang, I was so busy recently and forgot. Xinyan hurriedly apologized. This won't do. What should I do if you don't send me off? He then took out his cell phone to check Longyu Villa. Since the system reminded him only when he arrived in Shenzhen, he guessed that this villa was in Shenzhen. Sure enough, Longyu Villa is one of the largest luxury villas in Shenzhen, located on the southeast side of Warwick headquarters. Let's go home. Xinyan turned around and looked at the two of them and said, Ah, brother, you're going home right after you got here. I haven't even started playing yet. Xinyu crossed her arms across her chest and said with a complaining look on her face. What are you thinking about? Xinyan flicked Xinyu's forehead, then looked at the two and said, In order to make it convenient for you to play, I bought a villa in Shenzhen. Fuck, brother, are you rich? Can you buy that anywhere? Xinyu looked at Xinyan excitedly. Buying a house means she can have more fun in Shenzhen. It's just right. She heard from friends that there are many fun places in Shenzhen. She must have enough fun in these few days. Fuck you, your brother is a super rich man. Xinyan patted his chest and laughed. According to the information, although Longyu Villa is not as big as Sinan Mansion, it is also a luxury villa. It is said that there is also a super large private swimming pool in the courtyard. Afterwards, with the driver's help, they arrived at Longyu Villa. Wow! It's so big. Chapter 98 Dragon Domain Villa. Wow! It's so big. As soon as the car stopped, Xinyu got out impatiently, looking at the building in front of her and shouting. Behind him, Xin Yan held Wang Yuemin's hand and came closer to the villa. Indeed, although it was not as big as Sinan Mansion, the decoration styles were obviously two different ones. Sinan Mansion was more Western in style, but this Longyu villa was almost Chinese in style. As soon as you enter the door, you will see the living room. The whole living room adopts a symmetrical construction method, which is stable, elegant, and quiet. The sofa background is simple in shape, and the Chinese-style wall painting enhances the visual impact. It perfectly expresses the charm of Chinese style. Honey, I love this place so much. Wang Yuemin turned around and hugged Xinyan's arm and said that she liked the bedroom the most. The quiet and elegant blue and white landscape murals were restrained and calm, and the grand style complemented the peaceful and steady wood color, creating a simple and quiet style for the whole house. Okay, I know you like it, so I wrote your name. Xinyan doted on Wang Yuemin's nose. Indeed, in comparison, Chinese-style buildings were more appealing. He turned to look at Xinyu, who was looking around, and said, Yeah, when you graduate from college, I'll give you a villa, too. Yeah. Long live brother. Xinyu jumped up and cheered. She hasn't even started college yet, but she's already a wealthy woman. Wouldn't she be at the pinnacle of her life when she graduates from college? We'll simply order takeout for lunch, buy a car in the afternoon, and then go to Warwick. Xinyan spoke slowly, saying that it was really inconvenient to have a driver pick him up and drop him off, and it would be more fun to drive by himself. Yeah, bro, can I use the latest Huawei phone? Xinyu asked. When it was first sold, it was so popular that she couldn't get one. Now that she has her brother, the boss of Huawei, she can be considered to be the first to get one. Of course, ask them to get you one this afternoon. Xinyan said slowly. The group had a simple lunch, spending tens of thousands of RMB. During the trip, they saw today's news that Meng Lixing was missing in Canada. As the saying goes, the shorter the text, the heavier the matter. What they didn't know was that Canada was already panicking. First, they had lost their bargaining chips, which was a shame for the United States. Second, they had lost their hostages, which had offended China. If the person was still alive, it would be fine. But if something happened to the person, it would be a real problem. They never understood how Meng Lixing managed to avoid the numerous surveillance cameras and escape from here. Xinyan smiled after reading the news and didn't take it too seriously. Then he went to the nearest 4S store. Hello sir, what kind of car would you like to see? Seeing Xinyan and his companions coming in, the clerk walked up to them and said with a smile, seeing that they were all wearing famous brands, it seemed that he would receive another big order today. Rolls-Royce Phantom, right? Xinyan said slowly. Ah. The salesperson said in surprise that the store did have this car, but it cost more than 20 million renminbi. How could more than 20 million seem like $2 in the eyes of this gentleman? What's wrong? Is it because you came at an unlucky time and there is no car in stock? Xinyan asked. Oh, no, yes. The salesman was so excited that he was a little incoherent. He quickly put on a brighter smile and looked at Xinyan and the other two. Today, he made a fortune. He couldn't help but think about how to spend the money. 2 hours later, all the formalities were completed, and Xinyan left the 4S store amid the compliments of the salesman. Originally, he still wanted to buy a sports car, but there were 3 of them now. After a while, Xinyan and others arrived at the Huawei headquarters in Shenzhen. Mr. Shun, welcome. As soon as Xinyan got off the car, he saw Yudazue waiting at the door and nodded. Then the 2 of them walked in front. Yudazue and Xinyan reported their work, while Wang Yuemin and Xinyu followed behind. By the way, get a Huawei Kunling for my sister. Xinyan suddenly stopped and said to Yudazue. Yes. I'll have someone bring it over in a moment. Gang Yudazue was still wondering. He had seen Wang Yuemin before. She was the chairman's wife, but who was the little sister next to her? Now he finally knew. It turned out to be the chairman's sister. Hearing this, Xinyan smiled, and then continued to walk towards the elevator, and then said to Yudazue, call the management to hold a meeting in the conference room. Xiaomin, you and Ye go to the office and wait for me first. Okay. The 2 nodded. Since Xinyan had something important to do, the 2 of them would wait in the office. 5 minutes later, in the meeting room on the 9th floor, everyone was seated, their faces serious. Everyone, I believe you all know that Meng Lixing has returned to China. Xinyan opened his mouth with a powerful statement. Some people in the audience were well informed and had already known about it after watching the news, while some had been busy all day and had not yet had time to pay attention. How did Meng Lixing return to China? Those who were quick-witted immediately turned to look at Shen Yan. They still remembered that when Shen Yan accepted Huawei, he promised Mr. Rin that he would rescue Meng Lixing. Could it be that it was really done by the man in front of me? From today on, Meng Lixing will officially take over Huawei Company, and Yu Dazue will be transferred to Xingxia Group headquarters. Shen Yan spoke slowly. This was a decision he had just made. He had originally planned to transfer Meng Lixing directly to Xingxia Group, but Meng Lixing had just returned to China, so it would be better for him to stay in Shenzhen for the time being so that he could accompany Mr. Rin more. I've seen last month's sales. Everyone has done a great job and has worked hard. After this busy period is over, I'll treat everyone to a trip. After hearing Shen Yan's words, the people sitting below were all excited. Although it was hard work, they were willing to do it. After all, they would no longer have to suffer from the suppression of the United States. But after all, they have been working non-stop for several months, and even the toughest ones can't stand it. Now the chairman has announced publicly that he will treat them to a holiday, so how can they not be happy about this trip? After a few words, Shen Yan took Yu Dazue out of the meeting room. As soon as he entered the office, he saw Shen Yu sitting on the sofa playing with her new phone. Mr. Yu, you will join the headquarters in the future and obey Jiang Nan's dispatch. I will go to Anhui province next week, and I will make detailed arrangements when I return. Shen Yan knew about Yu Dazue's affairs. He was a capable and motivated person who just needed an opportunity. Okay, Mr. Shen, thank you for your cultivation. After saying that, he walked out. Brother, this Kunling is really fast. After playing with it for a while, Shen Yu exclaimed from the bottom of her heart that it was just like an Apple phone, and even better than an Apple phone. According to the news, all this was thanks to the old man's new lithography machine and chips, which made the little girl look a little respectful. Hearing this, Shen Yan smiled and touched her head. No matter when, running scores are all fake, and user experience is always the most important. Chapter 99 Solving the Trouble. 2 days later, when Meng Lixing appeared at the Warwick press conference, the whole of China was shocked. She actually came back. Shen Yan watched the news on TV, looking very heroic, and he was completely different from when he was just rescued. When a group of officials in Canada, far across the ocean, saw Meng Lixing in the video, they couldn't help but wonder how this woman escaped. Yesterday, officials from the United States called again to question them. How should they respond? They had offended China before, and now they have offended the United States. When the person was first lost, China condemned it, but Canada chose to ignore it. After all, it had the support of the United States. But now that it has offended the United States, what should it do? The relevant departments had no choice but to apologize, claiming that they had failed to protect him well. This caused boos from Chinese netizens. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. Ding! The system has issued a task. Kill him while he is ill. Collect the leading enterprises in Anhui province and get rid of Mr. Gua. Reward 500 NB points, 300 of which can be used to repay loans. When Shen Yan saw the call from Mr. Gua, he couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that the matter was finally settled. As for the task issued by the system, Shen Yan also readily agreed. What a good way to kill him while he is sick. This old man dared to threaten me with my parents. I am tired of living. Hey, who is it that won't let me sleep well so early in the morning? Shen Yan said impatiently. Ha, Xiaoxin, I'm Mr. Gua. Mr. Gua said with a smile on his face on the other end of the phone. In the past few days, under Shen Yan's crazy revenge, several leading companies have collapsed, and even many small and medium-sized enterprises have been affected. As for my son, I don't have any money to take care of him. I invested all my money in rescuing the market. If I save my son, my subordinates will eat me alive. I have become much more haggard these days. Oh, it's Mr. Gua. Is there anything I can help you with? Shen Yan exhaled a puff of smoke and asked knowingly. Hearing this, Mr. Gua was so angry that he choked his teeth, thinking, why am I looking for you? Don't you know what I am doing? Despite this, Mr. Gua still managed to smile and said, we were blind to the truth before. I hope you can let us off the hook. Otherwise, if the leader blames us, things won't be harmonious anymore. Oh? Shen Yan understood what was said, but he still didn't accept it. It turned out that the leaders of Anhui province were brought out. Old Gua, it's rare that you're this old. You're really eating melon seeds while having children. Your mouth is always busy. Shen Yan said sarcastically. You provoke me. If you can't afford to provoke me, just go to the leader. That's too childish. Since that's your attitude, let's just wait and see. But I kindly remind you, the longer the fight lasts, the higher the price I'll ask for. Arrogant. Old Gua scolded. This kid was too arrogant now and actually called himself Old Gua. Before Mr. Gua could finish his words, Shen Yan hung up the phone, making Mr. Gua cough repeatedly in anger. Mr. Gua, please drink some water. The secretary stepped forward and handed the cup to Mr. Gua. He had heard their conversation just now, and then said worriedly, Mr. Gua, the government doesn't seem to be willing to help. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Mr. Gua threw the cup on the ground and looked at the secretary in front of him with angry eyes. If he had been told the news earlier, he would not have been in such a state just now. Now, things are even more difficult. Ding, ding, ding. Mr. Gua picked up the phone and said impatiently, Hello, who is this? Dad, when will you come to save me? They trample on me every day. Wu Xiaobao's crying voice came from the other end of the phone. After all, it was a loan shark. If you don't pay back the money, they will beat you to death as long as they can't kill you. Don't worry, Dad will find a way. Mr. Guo was a little worried and didn't want to continue hearing his sons crying, so he simply hung up the phone. He sighed and called Shen Yan again. Ha, Xiao Shun. Mr. Guo said with a smile. Oh, Lao Guo, how is it? What did the city leaders say? Shen Yan said playfully, You old man, you are still fighting with me. I just signed a contract with Anhui province, promising that Xingsha Group will open its first branch in Beihai, and the size will definitely not be small, and promise to invest tens of billions in Anhui province every year. It would be strange if the government could control you. Anyway, money is just a bunch of numbers to me. It doesn't matter where I invest. I can take over those messes later. Why not do it? Well, I was too impulsive just now. Don't hold it against me. Mr. Guo smiled, but in his heart he cursed Shen Yan 1,000 times. Oh? Mr. Guo is so sensible. Shen Yan said. Let's stop beating around the bush. Shen Yan, just state the conditions. There's no time to joke now. If we delay for a minute, a company might go bankrupt. First, I want all those companies that went bankrupt. Shen Yan spoke slowly. These companies were all large in size, so he just had to take them over reluctantly. I agree. There was no way to refuse. The situation was urgent. Even if Shen Yan didn't accept them, these companies would not be able to get off the ground. Second, I am a man of great stature and I have a benevolent heart, so just commit suicide. Shen Yan patted his chest, sighing that he was so great. This guy bullied him like this, but he just let him jump off the building. How could you do this? Shen Yan's words made Mr. Guo so angry that he could hardly breathe. He never expected that this guy actually wanted to kill him. Don't worry, when a person dies, all debts are forgiven. I won't make things difficult for your son either. After all, I am such a great man. After listening to Shen Yan's words, Mr. Guo suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was a little dazed for a moment. This was a heartbreaking blow. Okay, I accept the outcome as the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Remember to go to the tallest building in your province. I will send someone to monitor you. Otherwise, your son will have to continue to suffer. Shen Yan smiled harmlessly and hung up the phone. A day later, a piece of news shocked China. Hua Huai, former president of the Anhui Chamber of Commerce, committed suicide by jumping off a building. The reason is unknown. After reading it, Shen Yan turned off his phone. Old man, you got it for free. Now we can start to clean up the mess. Then he called Zhang Shang and asked him to prepare to collect all the bankrupt companies and prepare to merge them into Xingsha Group. As for Mr. Guai's son, he has been tortured to the point where he is no longer like a normal person. Life or death makes no difference to him, and he does not believe that such a person will pose any threat to him. After all, your father can't beat me, so you can't beat him either. Ding! Mission completed, rewards received. Deduct 300 NB points to repay the loan. In the evening, Shen Yan brought a few people to visit Ren's home and told Meng Lixing about his arrangements for him. Listening to Shen Yan's arrangements, Meng Lixing felt grateful. He had just returned for a few days. If he were asked to go to Beihai to take up the post now, he would probably be reluctant. In the next few days, Shen Yan inspected the Red Star Company, and then turned around and took a few people to Anhui province. Under the reception of the leaders of Anhui province, he acquired several companies that were on the verge of bankruptcy and donated tens of billions of yuan, which made the leaders of Anhui province all smiles. Then it was time to play. About 10 days later, Xinyu was about to start school, so she took a private plane back to Beihai. Unexpectedly, she received a call from Jiang Nan as soon as she got home. "Mr. Shen, can you give me an advance on my salary?" Chapter 120 million. Hearing Jiang Nan's sobbing voice, Shen Yan couldn't help but wonder what was going on. According to Jiang Nan's status, he should not be short of money. "What's wrong, Sister Nan? Are you crying? I need 20 million. Can you advance me some of my salary?" Jiang Nan burst into tears. "Don't worry, you are in the company, right? I'll come find you later." 20 million was nothing to him, but Shen Yan still didn't understand why he needed so much money. After saying goodbye to Wang Yuemin, he left home. Half an hour later, Xingxia Group. Looking at Jiang Nan, who was sitting opposite him with red and swollen eyes from crying, Shen Yan handed her a piece of paper and said, "Tell me, Sister Nan, why do you suddenly need so much money?" "My brother owed gambling debts and even mortgaged his old house to it." As soon as she opened her mouth, Jiang Nan couldn't help crying. It turned out that her brother had lied to her that he had made a lot of money a long time ago and often bought things for the family. As a result, when people came to his house, they found out that his younger brother Jiang Wei not only gambled, but also borrowed various high-interest loans afterwards. A gambler is a gambler, and even the family house was used as collateral by him. This morning, someone from the bank came and kicked his parents out. Jiang Nan didn't know what was going on until then. In the past month, his parents had helped him borrow a lot of money to pay off his debts, but he didn't change his bad habits and went back to borrowing money from loan sharks to gamble. When he was pushed to the limit, he even imprisoned his parents. Jiang Nan settled his parents in the Yunshan Lydian Hotel. After repeated questioning, he found out that the total debt owed by his younger brother exceeded 20 million. "If it was 2 million, I could have come up with it, but this time it's 20 million. I have more younger brothers now, and my parents are homeless. After a few days, I have a lot more white hair. I have no choice but to ask Xingyan for help." According to her personality of asking for money, she can only ask for an advance on her salary instead of borrowing money. Ding, the system releases a god-level choice. 1. If you handle this matter properly, you will be rewarded with a building in Inhai Villa, plus 500 NB points, and 450 NB points for loan repayment. 2. If you ignore it, you will be rewarded with impotence for 3 months, plus 1.2 NB points. Before Xinyan could reply, the system's voice rang out, saying, "Do I still need to choose? Even if there is no task, I have to choose one. I still have to count on it to give me a happy life, so I can't choose two. If you choose successfully, you will be rewarded with a Inhai Villa building, 500 NB points, and 450 NB points for loan repayment." "Okay, Sister Nan, don't cry for now. I promise you, take me to visit your parents first." Shen Yan comforted her. After all, this matter still had to start with his younger brother Jiang Wei. "Thank you, Mr. Shen. As long as you are willing to help me, you can ask me to do anything." Jiang Nan's cheeks flushed. After all, it was 20 million. Not for her useless brother, but for her homeless parents. Even if she had to sell her body, it was okay. "Okay, Sister Nan, you know I'm not that kind of person. Besides, you're my employee. If I don't take care of you, who will?" Hearing this, Jiang Nan threw herself into Xingyan's arms and burst into tears. These past few days, she really couldn't borrow money no matter how hard she tried, and she could only raise 5 million at most. But the usury was compounded, and the money she borrowed couldn't grow as fast as others. Xinyan patted her on the back. Although this kind of hug was a little inappropriate, she was sad after all, and Xinyan was not the kind of man who couldn't control himself. "Don't worry, I will pay you back even if I work like a cow or a horse." Jiang Nan's crying gradually faded, and she got out of Xinyan's arms. Although 20 million was nothing to Xingyan, she had to change it. Half an hour later, at Yunshan Lydian Hotel. Boom boom boom. Who? Jiang Nan's father Jiang Hui asked stutteringly. Now, whenever there was a knock on the door, they would be scared, fearing that it was the creditor who came to their door. "Dad, it's me," Jiang Nan said loudly. The two people inside the door breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Jiang Nan's voice, and then opened the door. As a result, they saw their daughter with a young man, and they couldn't help but have some doubts. "Oh, Dad, let me introduce you. This is my boss, Mr. Xingyan, the chairman of Xingsha Group. Jiang Nan couldn't help feeling distressed when he saw his parents' haggard faces. Uncle and aunt, just call me Xingyan. Xingyan said politely. Oh. I know you. I heard our Nan mention that our family uses Huawei mobile phones. You are a young and promising guy. Jiang Hui praised. Looking at the two of them, Jiang Hui and his lover looked at each other. Could it be that? Hello, Mr. Shin. Before Xingyan could reply, a waiter passing by in the corridor greeted him. Hearing this, Xingyan turned around and responded with a smile, then said, Tell the front desk to change this room to a more private room, and I'll pay for it. No, Mr. Shin, you can't do this. Jiang Ma refused. Okay, Mr. Shin. The waiter responded and walked away. After leaving, Jiang Nan explained to his parents, Mom and Dad, this hotel is also owned by Mr. Shin, so it's okay. Jiang Hui and the other two were a little embarrassed. After all, they all care about their reputation. Do you want us to go in and talk, uncle and aunt? Xingyan changed the subject. Jiang Hui and the other two came to their senses and invited Xingyan in. After sitting down, Xingyan looked at the two elders opposite and said, Uncle and aunt, I know everything that happened, so don't get angry. I'll take care of it. When they heard Xingyan's words, the two elders' eyes brightened instantly. Although they had already guessed that Xingyan was asked by their daughter to help, after hearing Xingyan's confirmation, how could they not be happy? As they were about to stand up and kneel, Xingyan hurriedly stopped them. I will take care of the money issue. However, as an outsider, I would like to add one more thing. Your son will not change unless he suffers losses. Xingyan spoke slowly. When the two elders heard Xingyan's words, although they were reluctant to admit it, they found it easy to verify. In the past, the two of them ran around to borrow money for him, but the result was that Jiang Wei had to borrow usury again. We know, but we can't do anything about it. Jiang Hui said with an embarrassed look on his face. I have a friend in the Public Security Bureau. If possible, let him go in and learn a lesson. Don't worry, I will give him a call. Xingyan said slowly. After hearing this, the two elders became even more conflicted. Should they really send their son to the police station? He was their own son. Mom, just listen to Mr. Shin. My brother will never change. If he continues to be like this in the future, will you still help him borrow money? He can mortgage the house this time, but what about next time? Jiang Nan couldn't help but speak. Her parents doted on her younger brother too much. Okay, if a son is not well educated, it is the father's fault. Mr. Shin, I agree. Jiang Hui said after taking a sip of the tea on the table. As for the house, since it has been mortgaged, I can help you get it back, but it will take time. In this case, as long as the house has not been auctioned off, you can get it back after paying the money. However, looking at Jiang Nan, whose eyes were swollen from crying, Xingyan continued, you should move to Inhai Villa temporarily. I have another building there. You can choose whichever you like. No, absolutely not. Jiang Hui quickly refused. Xingyan had helped them enough. They might not be able to pay back 20 million in their lifetime, so how could he still want his house? Chapter 101 Jiang Nan's Kiss. It's really okay, uncle. Just consider it as me giving Jiang Nan the year-end benefits in advance? Xingyan said seriously. Jiang Hui was a little embarrassed and looked at his daughter beside him. The latter was also looking at them and said, Mom and Dad, let's move in. We will slowly repay this kindness, okay? After hearing what their daughter said, the two elders nodded. It was not good to always stay in a hotel, as they still had to do business. Mr. Shun, thank you. After that, Jiang Nan bowed deeply to Xingyan. Feelings rose in his heart again. He would return this love to him no matter what, even if. It's really alright, Sister Nan, let's solve the current problem first. Xingyan quickly helped Jiang Nan up and sat him on the sofa. Actually, it was nothing. He had just acquired a building, so instead of leaving it there, he might as well do something good. Then he joked, What's the matter, Sister Nan? You are not like this usually. You don't look like a strong woman at all. No. No way. Jiang Nan said angrily, wiping the tears from her cheeks. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hui and his wife were a little puzzled. Could it be that their daughter was in love? While Xingyan was on the phone, Jiang Hui sat next to Jiang Nan and asked. Nan Nan, are you and Mr. Shin in love? No, Mr. Shin has a girlfriend. Jiang Nan hurriedly explained, but who wouldn't like such a guy, considerate, handsome, and rich? Then why is he so nice to you and even gave you a new house? Jiang Hui and the others didn't believe it and continued to ask, I borrowed it from him and I have to pay it back when the time comes. Jiang Nan's cheeks flushed, and she wanted to change the subject quickly. Besides, Mr. Shin just said that I should just give him a year-end bonus. I've told you before that Mr. Shin is very generous to his employees. Oh. Hearing Jiang Nan say this, the two elders were a little disappointed. Although Shen Yan was a little young, they would certainly be satisfied if they had such a son-in-law, because they saw Shen Yan's thoughtfulness with their own eyes. Their daughter would definitely be very happy with him. More than 10 minutes later, Shen Yan turned back and brought a few people to Inhai Villa. Under the guidance of the staff, he walked and introduced to building number 6 which the system had just given him. Okay, thanks, we'll go shopping on our own. With the introduction of the staff, Shen Yan had a general understanding of the Inhai Villa. Although the Inhai Villa is not a luxurious community, it has a good geographical location and there is a subway station downstairs. Jiang Hui and his friends were still a little hesitant, so Jiang Nan contacted a moving company and finally chose a house on the 18th floor to live in. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Jiang Hui said embarrassedly that Shen Yan had been busy with them for the whole day. You know, for such a big boss, time is very precious. It's really okay, uncle. You don't have to be so polite. Shen Yan smiled and waved his hand, then looked at Jiang Nan who was rubbing her fingers and said, Sister Nan, I'll give you room 1802 next door, so you can be closer to your uncle and aunt. No, this has already troubled you enough, absolutely not. Jiang Nan shook his head vigorously, not knowing whether he was embarrassed or for something else. Well, you've worked hard over this period of time, so just consider this as a reward. Shen Yan really didn't mean anything else. From the rainstorm in Hunan province to today, Jiang Nan had never had a proper rest. Seeing that he was going to say something else, Shen Yan quickly leaned over to her ear and whispered, If you do this again, I will buy the entire community and reward it to my employees. Looking at Shen Yan's smirk in front of him, Jiang Nan was speechless. This was how he let himself rest last time, and he wanted to do the same this time. He quickly nodded and agreed. In the afternoon, Shen Yan brought Jiang Nan to the police station. Since Shen Yan knew the chief, the matter went smoothly. He was detained for 15 days to teach him a lesson. Later, he found a lawyer and returned the more than 20 million yuan. The house was also under negotiation. Mr. Shun, thank you. Sitting in the passenger seat of Shen Yan, Jiang Nan lowered her head and said with red cheeks. If it weren't for Shen Yan's help, this family would be finished. As she spoke, she actually felt a little scared, and tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing this, Shen Yan hurriedly stopped the car on the side of the road, turned around and handed Jiang Nan a tissue, saying, It's okay, Sister Nan, don't cry. What? Before he finished speaking, Jiang Nan suddenly came over and pressed his lips against Shen Yan's. Shen Yan was stunned by Jiang Nan's action and quickly pushed him away and said, Sister Nan, what are you doing? I like you. After being pushed away, Jiang Nan looked at Shen Yan with tears in her eyes and said, You helped me so much today, I have nothing to repay you. Although I am already 27, I am still a virgin. This is the only way I can repay you. Even if I am your lover, I am willing. Ding. The system releases a God-level choice about the host's future life direction. The selection time is limited to 3 days. 1. Open a harem, agree to Jiang Nan, reward golden gun, reward all shares of Beihai Bank, reward wish card. 2. Loyalty, reject Jiang Nan, reward 12.5 billion Chinese yuan, 2 sets of Beijing courtyard houses, and wish card. Hearing the system's voice, Shen Yan was stunned. What about my future life? And the rewards for each choice were extremely generous. What should I do? Shen Yan felt a little guilty. If he really chose one, he would be sorry for Wang Yuemin. But another voice in his heart told him that it was normal for rich people to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Okay, I'm not kidding you anymore. Seeing that Shen Yan didn't answer, Jiang Nan thought that his request had made him angry, so he simply joked, At worst, I can just work for you for the rest of my life. It's okay, Sister Nan. Shen Yan came to his senses after hearing Jiang Nan's words. He did not respond to his words and then said, Sister Nan, I will take you home. The latter nodded somewhat disappointedly upon hearing this. Sinan Mansion. Honey, you're back. What happened today? Wang Yuemin walked up to him, took off his coat, and asked with concern. Shen Yan told Wang Yuemin what happened today, and Wang Yuemin angrily said, "How can he do this? How dare he do this for more than 20 million yuan? But, husband, I support your approach. It's time to educate him properly." Shen Yan nodded. Regarding Jiang Nan's kiss today, Shen Yan didn't know what to do. Being so shy was really not like the behavior of a rich man with a system. Then he encouraged himself secretly and said, "Xiao Min, I want to admit something to you." "Go ahead." Wang Yuemin pulled him to sit on the sofa. Shen Yan then recounted what Jiang Nan had done in the car today. The more Wang Yuemin listened, the weirder her expression became. "It's okay, I understand what he did. And I've long seen that she likes you," Wang Yuemin said after a moment's silence. "But it's okay. It's normal for a rich man like you to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Besides, my husband is so outstanding. I feel proud that someone likes you." Chapter 102. The dream of that year finally came true. "If you like her, just accept it," Wang Yuemin said somewhat nonchalantly. Although he knew that Shen Yan was not like that, after all, it was hard to put it into words. Instead of getting angry with him, it would be better to calm down. "It's not like that. You know I'm not that kind of person." Shen Yan noticed that Wang Yuemin's attitude was a little strange, and hurriedly explained. Puff. Wang Yuemin couldn't help laughing. Looking at the man in front of her who was a little anxious to explain, she already believed it. How could a man who cared about her so much be that kind of person? Ah. Shen Yan was frightened by Wang Yuemin's laughter. This silly girl must be overthinking and too sad. "Silly, of course I believe you." Wang Yuemin got into Shen Yan's arms, touched his cheek, and panted and said, "You haven't been with me all day today, I don't care, you must make it up to me tonight." "Okay, I'll keep you company tonight." Shen Yan picked up Wang Yuemin and walked towards the room. Then he said silently, "System, I choose 2. Ding, the choice is successful, and you will be rewarded with 12.5 billion Chinese currency, 2 sets of Beijing courtyard houses, a wish card, and a golden gun." Roar, roar, roar. This system is really considerate. Is it a Sihiyuan in Beijing? It seems that I need to go to Beijing for a walk. After arriving at the room, the 2 of them quickly took off everything unnecessary on their bodies. The room was filled with spring atmosphere, and Wang Yuemin's heavy breathing could be heard from time to time. The next day at noon. "Honey, it hurts so much." Wang Yuemin lay on Shen Yan's broad chest. Although she comforted Shen Yan like that last night, it was impossible to say that she had no selfish motives. She was very afraid that Shen Yan would be snatched away by someone else. So she worked especially hard last night. But I didn't expect that he worked harder than me. You. Shen Yan smiled and stroked his hair, saying lovingly, "Just play with the tablet on the bed today, and try not to move." "Humph, you're still laughing. It's all your fault, you bad guy, acting like an animal." Wang Yuemin rolled his eyes, got off Shen Yan, turned his back and ignored him. "Oh. You little wild cat, if you continue like this I will have to continue exploring the mysterious garden," Shen Yan said as he was about to pounce on him. "Ah. Good husband, I was wrong. I really can't fight anymore." Wang Yuemin quickly curled up and looked at Shen Yan pitifully. Shen Yan chuckled and held Wang Yuemin in his arms. "Beat the drums, strike the gongs." Shen Yan picked up the phone and saw that it was Chen Jie calling. Why did this guy call him? "Hello, Mr. Shen." Chen Jie said respectfully. "What's wrong, Chen Jie? Is there anything wrong?" Shen Yan asked. "It's like this. Big Monkey reported to me this morning that your account is only missing the last Red 17 piece of equipment, so he asked me to ask you, can you come to the live broadcast room tonight?" Chen Jie said. "Oh? So soon?" It hasn't been long since he got 11 Red 17s. Although the Big Monkey had come to him before and said that the funds were insufficient, but he got 11 items in such a short time, Shen Yan had to say from the bottom of his heart, "You are really the king of amplification." "Okay, sure. Tell him not to be late again." Shen Yan joked. "It has become a habit for Lao Diao to be late." "Okay, Mr. Shen," Chen Jie said excitedly. Then he notified Big Monkey and all the major anchors, saying that the chairman would come to the live broadcast room tonight. Whether they could get the chairman's favor at that time would depend on themselves. In the evening, Xinyan ordered Wang Yuemin's favorite grilled fish and asked the nanny to wash a lot of fruits in the room. Xinyan then went to the computer room alone. Just like before, Xinyan came to the live broadcast room before 8 o'clock. As soon as Xinyan came in, the onlookers saw his special effects and started talking about it. Many major anchors also came to the scene. Wow! Isn't this Mr. Shen? Yeah, I didn't expect that Mr. Shen would really keep his word and come. At 8 o'clock, the camera of the big monkey was turned on time, and then he hurriedly looked at the list. It turned out that the chairman had come a long time ago. This morning, Mr. Chen had specifically reminded him not to be late and to perform well tonight. Unexpectedly, he was still one step behind the chairman. Hello everyone, welcome Mr. Shen to the live broadcast room. The big monkey calmed himself down and tried to stay relaxed as much as possible. Help me log in and get a Super Rocket X666. The show hasn't even started yet, but Xinyan went viral with 666, which has boosted the popularity of the entire live broadcast room. Okay. Thank you for Mr. Shen's popularity. Don't worry. I'll help you get into the top 10 of the national server tonight with his help. The big monkey patted his chest and promised. In the past few days, he has been enhancing the equipment for the chairman day and night. The live broadcast content and live broadcast popularity of the entire live broadcast room are much better than before. And his title of Enhancement King has completely shocked the entire gaming industry. This is my ancient treasure book. With its blessing, I will succeed tonight. As he said this, the big monkey took out his notebook from the side. Let the war song begin. The big monkey said excitedly. Just give it a try, don't worry too much, this is the character a man should have. After 15 pieces of equipment were broken in a row, the big monkey finally threw the red 16 equipment in. Just like before, he covered his eyes and ran out immediately after throwing it in. Everyone in the barrage hoped that this piece of equipment would be successful. After all, they come here every day. The shark chairman spent nearly 100 million renminbi to get this full set of red 17. Although 100 million is nothing to this wealthy chairman, after all, he is a big shot who easily donates 50 billion, but for them, it is really painful. Finally, with everyone's expectations, the last red 17 was returned to its place, and Xinyan relaxed completely. His dream of many years had finally come true. After a while, the door was quietly opened, and the giant macaque looked secretly through the crack of the door. After confirming that it was successful, it couldn't help cheering and made a yeah gesture towards the camera. That's right. It's done. That's right, brother, that's right. Mr. Shen, I didn't let you down. Help me log in and get a Super Rocket X10,000. Help me log in and get a Super Rocket X10,000. Help me log in and get a Super Rocket X10,000. Help me log in and get a Super Rocket X10,000. Help me log in and get a Super Rocket X10,000. No one knew how many Super Fire Xinyan had given away, and there were only countless gift effects on the screen. Even the comments of netizens were blocked tightly. Even the big monkey was stunned. He didn't expect that Mr. Shen would actually keep his word. This night, he conservatively estimated that he made tens of millions of dollars. He hurriedly said, Okay, Mr. Shen, stop brushing. Thank you for your hard work. I'll give you half a month's vacation. Take good care of your body and prepare to have a second child with your sister-in-law. Chapter 103 Dormitory Incident. As we all know, Damahu has been unable to have a second child because of his long-term nighttime live broadcasts. In addition, Damahu must have been very worried recently. So he decided to take a vacation. Thank you, Mr. Shen. I will definitely put down roots in Shark Live. Please rest assured, Mr. Shen. The big monkey promised. After chatting for a while, Xinyan left the live broadcast room. To be honest, although this has always been his dream, now that he has a career, games are not that important anymore. The next day was the first day of school at Beihai University. Sister-in-law, can you let me sleep for another 5 minutes? Xinyu buried her head under the pillow, holding the pillow tightly with both hands and said coquettishly, Anyway, today is the first day of school, it doesn't matter what time we go. Hurry up and get up. Look at the time. Wang Yuemin smiled and said, I don't know what happened to this little girl last night. At 2 or 3 in the middle of the night, Wang Yuemin passed by his door and heard that she was still awake. Seeing that the little girl had no intention of getting up, Wang Yuemin's expression became serious and he said, Your brother said that if you don't behave well, your card will be suspended. Don't want. Xinyu jumped up from the bed and looked at Wang Yuemin pitifully. She was still hoping to have a good time at school, but her brother couldn't do this. I won't stop for you. Hurry up and get up. Xinyan's voice came from outside the door. After lunch, Xinyan drove his Rolls-Royce Phantom to send Xinyu to school. Before he got out of the car, he had already attracted the attention of passers-by. After all, it was a Rolls-Royce Phantom. But after the people got off the bus, the rate of people turning their heads to look at them was 100%. What a good-looking combination this is. Originally, the principal called and said that he would come to meet Xinyu in person, but Xinyan refused. It was better not to make such a special arrangement. After all, Xinyu would live here for 4 years. Under the guidance of senior students from the previous class, Xinyan and his group came to the dormitory. Number 4. Xinyu was looking for her own bed, and suddenly found that her bed number 4 was already occupied. She turned to look at the person next to her. Excuse me, whose things are these? My, what's wrong? The little girl who was sitting on a chair and picking her feet stood up and said. According to the instructions, this bed is mine. Xinyu looked at her and said. If I like it, it's mine. The woman looked at Xinyu with disdain. She looked okay, but she was always bothering people. She continued, where did this little girl come from who was so uncultured and always bothering people? Please move away. Hearing this, Xinyu was furious. You said I have no manners and I am troublesome? You are really good at talking. What can I do if I don't move? I'll give you 200 yuan. Stay away. The girl took out 200 yuan from her pocket and threw it to Xinyu without even looking at her. Hey, you are so rich, why don't you do some charity work? What are you sitting here for? Xinyu didn't look at his 200 yuan. Are you kidding me? I have hundreds of thousands in my card. Don't be so shameless, you bitch. Do you know who my father is? The girl put down the nail clippers in her hand and said impatiently. Yo, no wonder he's so arrogant, it turns out he has a good father. Xinyu said in a frightened tone. He really didn't believe that in Beihai, whose father could compare to his brother. He turned around and looked at Xinyan, only to see the latter looking at him with a smile. Then he continued. Who is your father? Tell me about it. I'm afraid you'll be scared to death if I tell you. My father is the vice president of Xingsha Group. The girl said proudly that she believed that the other party would be scared when Xingsha Group was mentioned, and might even run to her in shame to seek forgiveness. Oh. Xinyu said oh, then looked at him and said, so can you move your things away? Ha? There was no apology as expected, nor was there any humbleness. The other party just said oh. The girl thought, maybe he is from the countryside and doesn't know what Xingsha Group is. Are you from the country? Don't you know Xingsha Group? The girl couldn't help laughing. This country bumpkin didn't even know about Xingsha Group, yet he dared to offend people here. What's wrong, Huan? At this time, a middle-aged man walked in from outside. Xinyan knew this man. He was indeed the vice president of Xingsha Group and Feng Huan's father Feng Yuan. Xinyan turned sideways to avoid being discovered by him, just in time to see what kind of character this man was. Dad, you're finally here. This country bumpkin insisted that I change my bed, and he didn't even know about Xingsha Group. He even beat me up if he couldn't convince me. Feng Huan looked at his father pretending to be aggrieved. With his father's ability, it was unlikely to expel him from the school, but it would be no problem to transfer him out of this dormitory. Ah, where did this wild girl come from? Feng Yuan said, looking at Xinyu in front of him. Uncle, you are so old now. If he is unreasonable, will you be unreasonable too? Xinyu was speechless. After all, they were all college students. It was okay for them to be unreasonable, but how could you, the vice president of a large group, be as unreasonable as a child? How can you talk like that? Don't you know how to respect elders at such a young age? Where are your parents? After hearing what Xinyu said, Feng Yuan couldn't help but curse. He was a vice president after all, and many people in the group revolved around him. But today he was confronted by a little girl. He was really embarrassed. Oh? Someone called me? Xinyan walked out from the balcony and said casually. You are the adult? Why are all the elderly people in your family dead? Why do you let a pretty boy like you come here? Feng Huan pointed at Xinyan and cursed him. Before he could finish his words, he saw his father standing there speechless. Then he asked, "Dad, look at this pretty boy." As expected, what kind of family can raise such a poor kid? Bang! Fang Huan was stunned by the sudden slap, and her cheeks were burning with pain. Then she looked at her father with tears in her eyes and said, "Dad, why did you hit me?" "Shut up, you rebellious son." Fang Yuan didn't even turn his head, he just kept staring at Xinyan in front of him. He didn't know when beads of sweat of varying sizes had appeared on his forehead. When Xinyan walked in from the balcony, Fang Yuan was stunned and felt ashamed. No wonder the girl looked down on him. It turned out that her family background was so strong that the chairman could come to deliver the luggage in person. "Mr. Shen, Mr. Shen." Fang Yuan said stutteringly. "Mr. Fang, you are so majestic." Xinyan snorted coldly, walked to his side and said, "No, no, no. Mr. Shen, please listen to my explanation." Fang Yuan turned around and said, "Boss Shen, I've been waiting for you for a long time." At this time, Principal Jiang arrived before he even showed up. Although Xinyan had requested that he not greet him in person, he still felt that it would be better to come and take a look. After all, he was a wealthy man. Ah? What's going on? Chapter 104, Getting Started with Real Estate. Principal Jiang had just walked in and looked at the scene in front of him and asked in doubt, "Director Shen, what are you doing?" Before Xinyan could speak, Xinyu ran to the principal and told him what had just happened. "What?" Principal Jiang was furious. "If it was just a simple bet issue, we could just negotiate it. You're even making a personal attack." Then he looked at Xinyan and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Shen. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. There are 6 people in a dormitory, and the other 4 are dumbfounded. Who is Xinyu's brother?" He could even make the principal come personally to solve the problem. As for the father and daughter, they were already as pale as death. If they had offended the chairman, could they continue to work? Could their daughter still stay in school? "Mr. Shen." Fang Yuan looked at Xinyan hopefully, hoping that the latter would give him a chance. "Go ahead. Xinxia Group doesn't support idlers." Xinyan didn't look at him, but walked towards Principal Jiang and said, "Is the funding enough for the last incident? If not, I will allocate some more to your school." "Enough. That's enough. Now the school building has started construction. There is even some money left over from what Xinyan gave. Principal Jiang is planning to buy some books and other things to fill it up." While the two were talking, Fang Yuan and Fang Huan left the school dejectedly. Everyone knew Xinyan's power and tactics. If they stayed here, they would probably face revenge. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. Xinyan picked up the phone and saw that it was Jiang Nan calling. Principal Jiang also tactfully left the dormitory. "What's wrong, Sister Nan? Is there anything wrong? I've got my house back, do you want to take yours back? Ever since I kissed Xinyan last time, Xinyan has never contacted me. I have been thinking about it these days. Now that I have the house back, I finally have an excuse to call Xinyan and ask about him." "Congratulations, you can accept the house," Xinyan replied. In fact, he felt a little embarrassed when talking to Jiang Nan on the phone now. "Well, what happened last time?" Jiang Nan said hesitantly, his voice getting smaller and smaller. "Sister Nan, we are friends." Xinyan interrupted him. He would never do such a thing. "Friend, does he only consider me a friend?" Jiang Nan's eyes were red, and it took a while for him to recover. "Yes, we are good friends. Director Shen, Director Gao asked if you are interested in developing real estate." Just as he was about to hang up, Jiang Nan said this, "Real estate? Real estate is not as profitable as before, but why did Gao Gang call Jiang Nan instead of himself? You need to think about this matter carefully. I'll call him back when the time comes." After Xinyan gave a few instructions, he hung up the phone. Half an hour later. "Sister-in-law, you must come to see me often," Xinyu said reluctantly. "Okay, take care of yourself here. If you have any problem, call your brother or sister-in-law. Don't save the money in the card, spend it when necessary." Wang Yuemin hugged her. Then Xinyan took Wang Yuemin and left the school under Xinyu's reluctant gaze. "Xiaomin, I'll take you home first, and then I'll go to the construction group. Regarding this real estate issue, I need to have a detailed discussion with Gao Gang." "Okay." Wang Yuemin nodded obediently. An hour later, construction group. "Brother Gao, why did you think of developing real estate? Shen asked after taking a sip of tea. I heard that the area to the south is going to develop a subway, and there will be 2 lines. We will definitely make money if we enclose land and develop real estate there. I learned from Mr. Ming that there will be an auction tomorrow, which includes several plots of land in the south, but I don't have enough money, so I thought of asking Shen to join me. And with the support of Xingsha Group, I believe many people will back down. Goldman Sachs told him exactly what happened last time. When he heard that Shen rewarded Goldman Sachs with 1 billion yuan, he was shocked. Sure enough, Shen was very kind to his friends. Is the news reliable? Shen asked. If it is reliable, then Gao Gang must be the only one who knows it. If it is not reliable, then it's okay, just treat it as starting a company for fun. It's almost right. Gao Gang said confidently, poured some tea for Shen, and continued, what for? Ding, the system releases the options. 1. Establish a real estate company, buy at least 2 plots of land, and you will be rewarded with 2 Beijing courtyard houses. 2. Reject Gao Gang and be punished with negative growth of 20 centimeters. Damn, negative growth, then I will become a woman. No, then Shen silently said, system, I choose. Ding, the selection is successful, half of the task is completed. Dry. The southern part is where the bus terminal is located. If a subway is built, I believe housing prices will soar. It's just 2 pieces of land, so just do it. Okay, brother Shen, since you are so happy, let's have a happy cooperation. The two discussed the issue of cooperation for an entire afternoon and agreed to go to the auction together early the next morning. After returning home, Wang Yuanmin was lying on the sofa with her arms and legs spread out. When she saw Shen coming back, she couldn't help but put down her tablet and jogged over to take off his clothes. Jiangnan called me at school today. When I heard Shen say that they were just friends, I felt very warm inside. It feels really good to be cared for. Thank you for your hard work, husband. What's wrong? You're so well behaved today. Shen hugged him in his arms and kissed his forehead. Hey, I just miss you. Wang Yuanmin rubbed Shen arms shyly, and then asked, husband, are you going to set up a new company again? Shen nodded and told Wang Yuanmin what happened today. Real estate? Is it possible? Even if there is inside information, if Director Gao can find out, other people can also find out. Wang Yuanmin took Shen arm and sat down on the sofa. It should be no problem. Do you want to go together tomorrow? Shen asked. I don't want to go. I'm still in pain from what you did that day. I could barely stand at school today. God had no idea how hard Shen worked that night. It had been so many days, and he was still in pain. How about this, to avoid any accidents, I'll go in and help you take a look. Don't worry, I'm just taking a look. Shen said to Wang Yuanmin with a smirk on his face. Really? Wang Yuanmin didn't react to Shen words. Of course it's true. I, Shen, always keep my word. If I say I'll go in and take a look, I'll definitely just go in and take a look. Then, Wang Yuanmin exclaimed, she was picked up and thrown roughly on the bed. Now that Shen was not at home, she didn't have to be so cautious. More than 2 hours later. Bad guy, big liar, you said you wanted to go in and take a look, but you didn't say there were construction workers going in and out. You didn't even wear a safety helmet. Wang Yuanmin lay on the bed, looking at Shen with a reproachful look. Xiaomin Shen looked at Wang Yuanmin seriously and said. Chapter 105 Bidding 1. Should we have a child? Shen asked. After all, they have been married for so long. Although my parents have never urged me to have a baby, as the old saying goes, there are 3 types of unfilial behavior, not having a child is the worst. So were you there to give birth to a baby or to help me with my medical treatment? Wang Yuanmin looked at Shen with ill intent, which made the latter feel frightened. All of them, all of them. Shen muttered. The next day, Shen came to Faust auction house. As for why he came here, he heard that the government rented it for 1 day. If all of them were local companies in Beihai, there would be no need for this. He heard that there were many entrepreneurs from other provinces and even Beijing today. After all, Beihai is the window of China, its economy is already developed, and now it is planning to build a subway, so many people come here to make a fortune. After entering the venue, Shen met a lot of people through Gao Gang's introduction, and the other party was also very interested in this emerging entrepreneur in Beihai. Oh, Mr. Shen is young and promising. I, an old man, can't compare to him. Yes, now Mr. Shen's Xingsha Group covers almost all walks of life. I didn't expect that it would also get involved in real estate. It's simply not giving us a chance to make a living. Shen Yan responded with a smile one by one. To be honest, he really doesn't like socializing, but after all, more friends mean more paths. After arriving at the private room, Gao Gang pointed to the one across the street and said, "Brother Shen, look, the first one in front is the Guo family of Beijing, and after that is the Yida group, you should know that. The third one is the Wang family of Beijing." "Oh? Yida group," Shen Yan looked at the bakery opposite, "that is not the group of Brother Sitsong's father." As for the Guo family and Wang family in Beijing, he really didn't know much, but according to Gao Gang, these are some big families. At this time, in a private room at the end of the second floor. "Mr. Jiang, Shen Yan is in the third private room opposite you." The man who looked like a secretary answered. "Okay, let's arrange a meeting after the auction." As he spoke, Mr. Jian lay down on the recliner with the help of his secretary. He was not here for the land, but for Shen Yan as he had received a task from his superiors. Since Meng Lixing returned to China, not only did it cause a stir internationally, but even the entire Chinese top leadership was shocked. After searching for a long time, there was no clue. If there was any useful information, it was probably that Meng Lixing was now affiliated with the Xingsha Group owned by a young man named Shen Yan. Welcome everyone to Faust Auction House. I am tonight's host Jianya. The lights on the stage came on, and Jianya appeared in the center of the stage. However, this time Jianya only put on light makeup and a black suit. Since it was a government-sponsored auction, it was not appropriate to dress so seductively. Shen Yan looked at Jianya on the stage and smacked his lips. Jianya had a different kind of beauty tonight. Without further ado, today we have a total of 6 plots of land to bid on. It's still the same old rule, the highest bidder wins. The first plot of land is Lot 002 located in the west of the city, adjacent to Xingsha Group and colorful amusement park. The starting price is 1.3 billion Chinese yuan. Jianya said, picking up the hammer. Wow! Whether on stage or off stage, there was an uproar. Although the focus of many companies' bidding was on the 2 plots of land in the south of the city, who has not known Xingsha Group for so long? It is well known for its high reputation and good treatment. If you can buy land near it, even if there is no subway, the house price will not be too low. Shen Yan glanced at Gao Gang. Wow, Secretary Chen is still hiding his abilities. This piece of land is just on the east side of the colorful amusement park. If he could have acquired it at the beginning, I believe the scale of colorful amusement park would be even bigger than it is now. Do you want it? Gao Gang of course knew what Shen Yan meant, so he asked. It's all fine. If not, just buy it, build apartments, and give them to outstanding employees. Shen Yan said lightly. Damn, you really have a grudge against money, spending more than $1 billion to build apartments for your employees? Gao Gang was almost shocked by Shen Yan's words. I offer 1.3 billion. The person on the first floor was the first to make an offer. I'll give you 1.5 billion. People offered prices one after another, trying to get the land. Soon, the base price of 1.3 billion renminbi was raised to 2 billion. This price has made many companies give up bidding. I'll give you 3 billion. At this time, a voice broke the silence. Yida Group, opposite Shen Yan, offered 3 billion to buy the land. The voice was very familiar. It was the voice of Brother Sikong. No one expected that Brother Sikong would come with his father to buy the land. On the second floor, Prince Wang of Yida Group offered 3 billion. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price than hers? Jianya said excitedly. How could he know that, in addition to completing the task given by his father, Brother Sikong came mainly to pick her up? You have to know why Brother Sikong changed girlfriends frequently without any scandal, mainly because he gave too much, often giving money and cars. Brother Shen, let's make an offer as well. The Yida Group being near us will definitely have an impact on us. Gao Gang said worriedly. Good. Shen Yan responded. In the final analysis, Wang of Yida Group was really a ruthless person. He went from being the richest man in China to the first loser in China, but he integrated his assets and paid off all his debts in a short period of time. Shen Yan smacked his lips and said, I'll pay 6 billion renminbi. As soon as this sentence came out, the whole audience was dumbfounded. 6 billion, aren't you afraid of losing everything if you pick up the property? 6 billion. Double it. Who is this, so arrogant? It turns out he's the chairman of Xingsha Group, 6 billion. Is there anyone who has a higher salary than him? Jianya looked at Shenyan with some admiration. When Shenyan donated 10 billion last time, she became very interested in him. During this period, she would also pay attention to his news. In just half a year, he already had nearly 10 companies under his name, and all of them were well-known Chinese companies. Wang Xikon looked at Jianya, who was full of admiration for Shenyan, and suddenly felt jealous. This kid actually dared to steal his limelight. After a while, Wang Xikon grinned and said, 6 billion, you will lose a lot of money if you buy it back. 6 billion is the third transaction. Congratulations to Mr. Shin. Jianya dropped the hammer, then looked up at the second floor, picked up the microphone and said elegantly, I would like to ask Mr. Shin personally, why did you buy this land? To expand Xingxia Group or to expand the Rainbow Amusement Park? Shen Yan on the stage was a little dazed. Why are you asking me this? I haven't thought about it yet. The initial plan is to build a few apartments as rewards for outstanding employees. Shen Yan said lightly. As soon as Shen Yan finished speaking, the people on the first floor were instantly in an uproar. My goodness, you don't treat money as money. Who would believe that they spent 6 billion to buy land and build apartments for their employees? Even Wang Xikon couldn't help but complain, you are the one pretending to be so arrogant. In the private room of the Guo and Wang families, there was no commotion after hearing Shen Yan's words. They just asked their men to investigate Shen Yan. In the private room at the end. Mr. Jiang, do you believe that Shen Yan built these apartments to give to employees? The secretary asked, handing Mr. Jiang a glass of water. Chapter 106 Bidding 2. It's hard not to believe it. Mr. Jiang slowly sat up and took the water cup, then looked at his secretary and said, the higher-ups have investigated and found that whenever Shen Yan gets a company, the first thing he does is to give people a promotion and a raise, and he knows how to use people well. So, I believe this must be true. After taking a look at Shen Yan's box, he became more and more curious about this young man. Long-lost dividing line. Beihai International Airport. It turns out that today is Shen Yan's birthday. Maybe he was so busy that he forgot about it, but Wang Yuemin was thinking about it, so he decided to bring his parents from his hometown to secretly give Shen Yan a surprise. Wang Yuemin stood on tiptoe, looking at his watch from time to time, thinking that the time had come, but why was there no one in sight? Dad, Mom, I'm here. Finally seeing the two of them come out, Wang Yuemin excitedly waved his little hand to greet them. Xiaomin, I miss my mother so much. Zhang Lan saw Wang Yuemin as soon as he got out of the station and gave her a hug across the fence. After all, it had been a long time since they last met, so how could he not miss her? Xiaomin has become more beautiful again. Shen Jidong looked at his daughter-in-law and became more and more satisfied. Wang Yuemin came today in a business car. After the driver put the luggage away, the group headed to Sinan Mansion. In the car. Dad, Mom, thank you for your hard work. Can you stay a few more days this time? Xiao Min will miss you. Wang Yuemin took Zhang Lan's arm and acted coquettishly. Okay, stay a few more days this time. Zhang Lan said lovingly. It just so happens that Shen Yan has gone out for something today. We can cook a large table of dishes for him when he comes back and give him a surprise. Wang Yuemin grinned. Seeing that their daughter-in-law Wang Yuemin cared so much about Shen Yan, the two elders felt warm in their hearts, thinking that they had chosen the right daughter-in-law. An hour later, at Sinan Mansion. As soon as they got off the car, the two elders were stunned. This is too big. They have never seen such a big villa before, let alone dared to imagine it. Dad, Mom, let's go. Wang Yuemin said, holding the arms of the two elders. After entering the house, the two elders felt a little hesitant. Although it was their son's home, they were always afraid of dirtying or breaking something. Mom and Dad, it's really okay. You don't have to be like this. Otherwise, when Shen Yan comes back, she will blame me for not treating you well. Wang Yuemin said while leaning on Zhang Lan's shoulder and blinking. Okay, my son is promising and can afford such a big villa. Shen Jidong's eyes were full of pride for his son. Then he was no longer reserved and asked the two to prepare dinner. Wang Yuemin called the cake shop. You know, he had ordered the cake a week ago. The second piece of land today is land number 009 located in the south of the city, with a starting price of 3.5 billion renminbi, Zhang Ye said. Here it comes, this is one of everyone's goals, the land in the south of the city. The starting price is as high as 3.5 billion, so the construction of the subway must be true. I'll pay 3.6 billion. I'll offer 3.65 billion. I'll pay 3.7 billion. Everyone was scrambling to bid, but there was no movement in the private rooms on the second floor. Everyone knew that it was just a small fight downstairs. I offer 4.5 billion. The first private room on the left side of the second floor began to bid. According to Gao Gang's introduction, the bidder came from the Guo family in Beijing. I offer 5.5 billion. After that, the Wang family in Beijing also made an offer. A young man in the private room gave the Guo family a vicious look. Oh my god, Wang Haoren, the son of the Wang family, offered 5.5 billion. It seems that he is determined to get this piece of land. Zhang Ye exclaimed. Damn it! This Wang guy has a piece of land behind him, why does he want to compete with me for it? In the Guo family's box, Guo Ting, who was dressed in sports casual clothes, cursed angrily, saying that all his limelight had been stolen. After that, the two of them bid back and forth, and the price of land number 009 had been raised to a high price of 9.7 billion. Wang Haoren took a deep puff of his cigar and said disdainfully, "Stupid, what can you compare with me? 9.7 billion first time. 9.7 billion for the second time." Zhang Ye said excitedly. Wait. I'll offer 10.7 billion. Just when everyone thought that this piece of land belonged to the Wang family, a voice came from the box on the right side of the second floor. Wow! Mr. Shin from Xingxia Group offered 10.7 billion. Zhang Ye shouted, with an indescribable feeling in her heart. Who is this Xing Yan? Why does it always seem that his cash flow is inexhaustible? Oh shit! Wang Haoren was shocked. 10.7 billion. His budget was only 10 billion. He had thought that after taking 9.7 billion, he would report to his family and keep the remaining 300 million as his pocket money. Unexpectedly, Chang Yaojin showed up halfway and turned around to ask, "How's the investigation going for you?" Mr. Wang, the Xingxia Group where Xing Yan works is the leading enterprise in Beihai. It has many well-known companies under its umbrella, and this person suddenly appeared half a year ago. The female secretary reported. Oh? Could it be someone from the Shin family? Impossible, how could he not know someone from the Shin family? Then he ordered, "Wait until the auction is over, contact him and tell him that I'm inviting him for tea." On the other side, in the Guo family S-box. Well done, let Wang Haoren continue to act cool. I will feel good when I see him get slapped in the face. Guo Ting drank a glass of Fat House Happy water, feeling extremely happy. The land or something is not important. I am very happy to see you unhappy. He turned around and hooked his hand to call his men and ordered, "I like this brother. Invite him over after the auction." In the end, no one could break Xinyan's 10.7 billion yuan price, and the number 009 plot of land was successfully owned by Xingxia Group. Brother Shun, will you offend both families by doing this? Gao Gang said worriedly. After all, Xinyan's behavior was too obvious. Not only that, I guess their two families must not be on good terms, and they will probably invite me to dinner or something after the auction. Xinyan smacked his lips and said. So what are your plans? Gao Gang continued to ask. As for me, of course I treat everyone equally. I will definitely go to Beijing to develop in the future. Although I am rich, I can't offend everyone. After all, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Besides, this is Beijing, there are many hidden families. An hour later, the auction came to an end. Since buying lot 009, Xingyan has not made any more bids. The following is the last piece of land today, number 050 in the south of the city. The starting price is 6 billion. Zhang Ye said slowly. Here it comes. Xingyan opened his eyes and the biggest piece of land in this game had finally arrived. I offer 10 billion. Wang Haoren directly raised the price to 10 billion. He guessed that Xingyan might have insufficient cash flow. As for the Guo family, they probably didn't have 10 billion either. No matter what, he had to get a piece of land so that he could show his strength to the family. Chapter 107, Befriending. I'll offer 12.1 billion. At this time, a sound came from the private room at the end of the left side. If they hadn't made the sound, the people below would have thought that it was an empty room. 12.1 billion, this is a price that no one dares to think about. Whether you can afford it or not is another matter. Even if you build a building at this price, you will still lose money. Xingyan also looked at the private room at the end, puzzled, and then turned around and asked, Brother Gao, who is in that private room? That is a private room specially approved by the government, and there must be politicians inside. Gao Gang replied. Since you are a politician, why do you want to do business? Isn't this a violation of discipline? Shen Yan asked. Gao Gang shook his head and indicated that he didn't know either. Regarding the list of incoming guests, only that box had the most concise and abbreviated list. Okay, box 5 bids 12.1 billion. Is there anyone who offers a higher price than hers? Zhang Ye came back to her senses and continued, 12.1 billion for the first time, 12.1 billion for the second time, and 12.1 billion for the third time. Deal, congratulations to box number 5. In box number 5, the secretary asked in confusion, Mr. Jiang, we are violating discipline by doing this. It doesn't matter. Just consider it as a gift from us to him. Old Jiang said slowly. As expected, right after the auction ended, Shen Yan received invitations from Guo and Wang's families. However, he did not expect that even the mysterious box number 5 would send him an invitation. So Shen Yan agreed to the Guo and Wang families first. As for Mr. Jiang in box number 5, he would book it for the afternoon. Beautiful sky above the clouds. I didn't expect that the chairman of Beihai Xingxia Group is so young. Wang Haoren said politely while looking at Shen Yan, who was sitting in the main seat. Although he was polite, he was still a little jealous in his heart. They looked about the same age, so why was he only a second generation while he had become the chairman of such a large group? You are so ignorant. Your Wang family is so rich and powerful, but you didn't even make this little preparation. Guo Ting sneered, then looked at Shen Yan and said, Brother Shen, I won't call you Mr. Shen anymore. It's too formal. I like making friends, especially good friends who can make my mortal enemy lose face. After saying that, Guo Ting gave Wang Haoren a meaningful look, causing the latter's teeth to chatter. You too, I wonder what brings you here today. Shen Yan laughed and asked, judging from the current situation, he would definitely offend one of the two of them. He preferred Guo Ting because he was carefree and had no heirs. My Wang family is willing to invest 200 billion to acquire 49% of Xingxia's equity. Wang Haoren said that just now, he had a phone call with his family, who clearly told him that Shen Yan was a business genius and could even get a photolithography machine. At most 300 billion renminbi, he must take over the equity of Xingxia Group. Mr. Wang, that's a great gesture, but I have no intention of selling my shares for the time being. Shen Yan said after taking a sip of tea. That's right. Even though your Wang family is so wealthy, you can't do this. You want to take over 49% of the shares of such a huge Xingxia Group with only 200 billion. How is this different from forced buying and selling? Guo Tingyi said angrily that he had just called home, and his family members said after some investigation that he should try to make friends with Shen Yan, as he would rather be friends with such a person than enemies. And he should try to get cooperation, as cooperation would bring endless benefits to his family. The Guo family is not as good as the Wang family, and they just happen to have such an opportunity to attract foreign aid, so that their own industry will gradually improve. Maybe one day they will surpass the Wang family. I don't have much to say, except that I like you very much and want to be friends with you, and my family also told me to try my best to get along with you. Shen Yan nearly dropped his teacup. Guo Ting was really straightforward. He just said what his family members thought. But she also liked his straightforward personality. How about this, the Wang family offers 300 billion for your 51% stake. How about that? Consider it as my Wang family owes you a favor. You should know that not everyone can get a favor from my Wang family. Wang Haoren spoke again, his words full of disdain. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Wang. I don't plan to sell my shares. Shen Yan responded. Okay, I hope Mr. Shen won't regret his decision today. After saying that, Wang Haoren left the private room with a dark face, and gave the two of them a vicious look the moment he left the room. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan immediately became interested. You little bastard is threatening me? Am I scared? Well done, Brother Shen. You don't know that Wang Haoren is used to pretending to be awesome in the Beijing circle. It's rare to see him get humiliated. Come, let me toast you a glass, ha ha ha. Guo Ting laughed loudly, picked up the happy water in the cup and drank it all, wiped his mouth and said, My father told me to be friends with you, and told me to tell you that although our Guo family is not as powerful as the Wang family, you can let me know if you need anything. Okay, Mr. Guo. Shen Yan readily agreed. He had been planning to develop in Beijing, and more friends mean more opportunities. He then said, I accepted your invitation today, and it's not for nothing. To be honest, I just happen to be planning to develop in Beijing. Now that we're friends, how about I give you a house? Just call me brother or my name. Calling me Master Gui is too formal. Looking at Shen, who was only 1 year older than him, he felt a little unhappy. It seemed that what his father said was right. The Guo family now has no support in the Beijing political circle, so he should work harder, otherwise how can he carry forward the Guo family? What? A house for free when needing? Guo Ting was a little confused. He already had quite a few properties under his name. Would Shen be so stingy? Number 47 Zhongxing Road is my gift to you, Shen said slowly. At the beginning, the system gave him 2 courtyard houses. It was enough for him to keep one, and the other one was just a favor. What did you say? Zhongxing Road. Guo Ting turned pale with fright at Shen's words. Zhongxing Road is the central axis of the capital. If he remembered correctly, number 47 Zhongxing Road is a courtyard house. The housing prices there cannot be measured by numbers. Yes, what's wrong? Seeing Guo Ting's performance, he could imagine how valuable the 2 courtyard houses given by the system were, and he actually felt a little regretful in his heart. No, nothing. I'm going out to make a phone call. Guo Ting stood up, held onto the wall and walked out of the healthcare center. Shen couldn't help but laugh. He looked cute. Although he had a system, he had a clear understanding of himself. He was not a scheming person. So this kind of friend was the most suitable for him. Bathroom. Dad. I have something important to tell you, Guo Ting said into the phone. What frightened you like this? Guo Ting's father was a little puzzled. His son was usually fearless, so why did he act like this today? Then he asked, how is the task I asked you to do going? Chapter 108 Birthday Surprise. This is what I want to tell you. I didn't get the land, but I successfully made friends with Shen, and he is very easy to talk to, Guo Ting said as he lit a cigarette. That's good, why are you so scared? Is Shen a gay? Guo Ting's father joked. I'm not kidding you. He said he would give me a house as a return gift. Do you know where the house is? Number 47, Zhongxing Road, Guo Ting said loudly, holding the toilet door. What? Now it was his father's turn to be surprised. If this was true, his family would make a lot of money. If it was false, it would be a huge joke. So I want to ask you, is number 47 Zhongxing Road a courtyard house? Guo Ting spoke word by word, trying his best to keep his words clear. Yes, it's probably a courtyard house that's more than 200 years old. Its value is inestimable. Compared to Guo Ting, Guo's father was much calmer. He was only surprised for a moment before he calmed down. If this was true, the favors of his Guo family would be nothing. He then instructed, son, no matter what, you must make friends with Shen. Do you hear me? Even if we don't rush to send this set of courtyard houses of immeasurable value, just for the information obtained from the investigation, we must make friends with this person. Anyone who can casually take out a 3 nanometers lithography machine and publish its technology for free is definitely not an ordinary person. Guo Ting responded and returned to the private room. The two chatted for more than an hour, and finally ended when Shen mentioned that he had an appointment in the afternoon. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Shen made an appointment with Mr. Jiang to come to Xingsha Group. Through Chen Huai, he learned that this was one of the bigwigs in the core circle of China. It was obviously not appropriate to receive such a guest in a hotel. Haha, the young man is indeed promising and promising, Mr. Jiang said with a kind smile. No, it's just a small fight, Shen said politely. The amiable attitude of the man in front of him did not seem to be fake. He was somewhat similar to Mr. Ren. Then Shen asked, I wonder what Mr. Jiang wants to see me for. Good tea. This is not a small business. You have more than a dozen famous Chinese companies under your control. I'm very curious, old man. Where did you get so much money? Could it be that your family owns a bank? Old Jiang took a sip of the Dahongpo in the cup and said, I can't tell you this, Mr. Jiang. This is my secret. Faced with such an old man, Shen was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to answer. He could only find an excuse to try to get away with it. Does Huawei Meng Lixing's return to China have anything to do with you? Mr. Jiang continued to ask. I don't know. Even if it has something to do with me, I have done a good thing for China. Will the leader blame me? No matter how I asked, Xinyan knew nothing about anything. If you don't agree, just bite me. That's not the case. From the time you made it public to the development of the 3nm chip to the rescue of Meng Lixing, China saw it all. The question just now was just my curiosity. Jiang Lao smiled. It seemed that Meng Lixing's return to China was closely related to Xinyan. Based on Xinyan's contribution to China, Jiang Lao did not continue to ask. Then he said, if another country investigates you, the country will stand up for you. I promise you this, old man. Oh? This treatment is really too good. Xinyan was a little puzzled, and then asked, why is this? Besides, is there any direct evidence pointing to me? There is indeed no direct evidence, otherwise Canada and the United States would not have found no news after investigating for so long. You can understand that we are willing to protect those who have made contributions to China. After all, your 3nm lithography technology is unprecedented. Mr. Jiang explained. Also, I'll give you the piece of land today. Jiang Lao pushed the contract to Xinyan, and seemed to see that the other party wanted to refuse, and then said earnestly, don't rush to refuse, just think of this piece of land as a reward from China. I hope you can continue to contribute to China in the future. Good. Xinyan responded without any pretense, and turned around to sign his name on the contract. He was a Chinese and it was his duty to contribute to China. Mr. Jiang liked Xinyan, a young man with a straightforward personality. The old and the young chatted for half an afternoon, and then Mr. Jiang left Xingxia Group accompanied by his entourage. Looking at the vehicles going away, he sighed, it seems that it is time for me to go to the Beijing Circle. He glanced at the time and saw that it was already time for dinner. He then prepared to drive home and called Gao Gang on the way to ask him about the matter of the land. Gao Gang couldn't help but exclaimed when he heard Xinyan's words. Yes, a person like Xinyan would never be relegated to Beihai. Sinan Mansion. As soon as he got off the car, Xinyan found that the house was dark and the lights were off. He was a little puzzled. Did Wang Yuemin go out shopping? No, he would report to him every time he went shopping. Even if Wang Yuemin wasn't at home, the nanny was at home, so the lights shouldn't be turned off. As soon as he entered the house, Xinyan groped in the dark to turn on the lights. Swish! The lights came on, and the sudden light was a bit dazzling, making Xinyan unable to open his eyes for a moment. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Those who can sing along. Happy birthday, hubby. Happy birthday, son. Hearing this, Xinyan took his arms away and opened his eyes. What came into his sight were his parents, Wang Yumin in a long dress, and the 8-layer cake. I was so busy that I forgot that today is my birthday. No wonder I didn't celebrate my birthday much in the past few years. I was always working. Wang Yumin threw herself into his arms and said, Happy birthday, husband. I didn't expect that Wang Yumin would do so much to surprise me, even inviting my parents. My eyes became wet, and I said, I like this surprise. There will be another surprise tonight. Wang Yumin lay in Xinyan's arms and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Upon hearing this, Xinyan immediately became alert, but since his parents were still there, he still restrained himself and said, Dad, Mom. When did you come? You little brat, you were so busy that you even forgot your own birthday. Zhanlan walked up to hug his son, and couldn't help feeling a little distressed. Xinyan has a big family and a big business now, so it's certain that he's very busy. We arrived in the morning, Xiaomin went to pick us up. Xin Jidong said. Looking at his son who was half a head taller than him, the old man couldn't help but shed tears. It seemed as if that child, Xinyan, was just yesterday. Afterwards, Wang Yuemin took Xinyan to the restaurant. Looking at the table full of dishes, Xinyan was speechless. He was afraid that this was the result of the three of them preparing for an entire afternoon. Blowing out candles, making wishes, the whole family enjoys themselves together. This is the most memorable birthday I have ever had. There are parents, a lover, and surprises. Chapter 109 Wang Yuemin's Surprise. In the evening, Xinyan hugged Wang Yuemin and stroked her hair with both hands. Suddenly he remembered something and asked with a smirk, Wife, what is the birthday surprise you mentioned? Hearing Xinyan's words, Wang Yuemin took a deep breath, took out a lot of toys from the drawer beside him, placed them in front of Xinyan and said, Of course it's this. Shit, Xinyan exclaimed, where did Wang Yuemin learn all this from? It was exactly to his liking. Without saying a word, he pounced on her. Throughout the second half of the night, all kinds of noises were heard in the room. Humph, bad guy. The next morning, Wang Yuemin looked at his body with distress and blamed him. Please, I can't bear to smoke, I'm just smoking air. Xin Yan spread his hands helplessly. But do you like it? Wang Yuemin leaned close to Xin Yan's ear and whispered. Xin Yan nodded. Of course I like it. It would be best if there were new things every day and nothing was repeated. Seeing Xin Yan's crazy look, Wang Yuemin touched Xin Yan with her pink little hand and said, You're almost drooling, what are you thinking about? No, I didn't think about anything. Xin Yan came back to his senses and smiled at Wang Yuemin. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. Xin Yan picked up the phone. It was Gao Gang calling. He then picked up the phone and said, Hello, brother Gao. What's up? As he spoke, Xin Yan felt his body twitch and his voice trembled. He took the phone away and saw Wang Yuemin lying on top of him and moving down. This was simply unbelievable. He really wanted to celebrate his birthday every day. This was simply heaven. Brother Xin, what's wrong with you? Gao Gang asked after hearing this. No, nothing. Xin Yan calmed himself down and saw Wang Yuemin looking at him with a smirk on her face. He thought, I didn't teach you a lesson yesterday, wait until I finish my call. Then he said, What's wrong, brother Gao? I was just looking for you. How about we work together on the 2 plots of land in the south of the city? Okay, no problem. I came to you for this matter. Gao Gang said. Since Xin Yan was willing to help him, why not do it? Moreover, as the chairman of the Vuezhou Merchants Association, he had already submitted an application to transfer the chairmanship to Xin Yan. Okay, let's meet in the afternoon and talk. Xin Yan hung up the phone without waiting for Gao Gang to reply. You are really good at picking the right time, little rascal. Xin Yan looked at Wang Yuemin fiercely, pulled him over, and said, Do you want to fight again? Just tell me whether you like it or not. Wang Yuemin said proudly. I like it. I like it very much. After saying that, Xin Yan was about to continue fighting, but at this time there was a knock on the door. Son, what time is it and why aren't you two getting up? Zhang Lan joked. Frightened like this, Xin Yan immediately wilted, and his sad face made Wang Yuemin giggle. Got it, I'll get up right away. Xin Yan answered reluctantly. Then he got up, dressed, and went out. As soon as he sat down in the restaurant, he smelled a long-lost fragrance. This was obviously the handicraft of his mother. It seemed that the nanny would be laid off. Wang Yuemin walked to Zhang Lan obediently and started to help. Son, don't you two have any idea of having offspring? Xin Jidong said, nudging Xin Yan with his arm. We've always had this plan, but it just can't be carried out. Is it because the timing is wrong? Xin Yan had also been wondering before. Was it because the timing was wrong, or was there something wrong with the health of one of them? My body has been transformed by the system, so there should be no problem. Could it be Wang Yuemin? Xin Yan shook his head. How could it be possible? Maybe it was the wrong timing. After lunch, Xin Yan came to the construction group. Regarding the 3 plots of land, they still needed to discuss them carefully. As soon as he opened the door, Xin Yan discovered a strange scene. Goldman Sachs was actually sitting steadily next to Gao Gang. This made Xin Yan look at him with new eyes. Could it be that this kid had changed his personality? Brother Xin is here, please sit down quickly. Gao Gang said enthusiastically. He had to be enthusiastic. For so long, he had been involved in the Xingxia Group, the amusement park, and the Yunshan Lydian Hotel in various places. Now he had acquired 3 more plots of land. Although he had put in a lot of effort every time, the benefits he had gained were definitely greater than the effort he had put in. What's more, his son also received 1 billion yuan in benefits from Xin Yan. Not to mention that, since then, his son seemed to have become a different person and even wanted to learn how to do business from him. This made Gao Gang very happy. Brother Xin, you guys are busy. I'll go out first. Goldman said with a smile. No, since you are willing to learn, then let's listen together. Xin Yan stopped Gao Sheng, who was about to leave, and said, in that case, the 3 plots of land in the south and west of the city will be handed over to your construction group, and the plot in the west of the city will be given to Gao Sheng. What do you think, brother Gao? Xin Yan knew this scene very clearly. Maybe this kid had changed his character, or maybe he was stimulated by his 1 billion yuan. But it was a good thing after all, so why not do him a favor? Really? Goldman couldn't believe his ears. He had learned that although the two pieces of land in the south of the city were the most important, the one in the west of the city was not bad either. After all, it was next to the group headquarters. Gao Gang was also a little stunned. He had originally wanted to teach his son slowly or give him a little authority to test him, but he didn't expect Shen Yan to hand over the entire Qingxi project to him. Although he was extremely grateful, he still said with some concerns, "Forget it, I'm afraid he will ruin things for you." "It doesn't matter. Find a subordinate to lead the work. After all, no matter how well you learn the theory, you still have to put it into practice." Shen Yan replied that he understood Gao Gang's concerns. The fact that he could think of this and didn't agree directly proved that he had made the right friend. Then he patted Gao Sheng on the shoulder and said, "The project for the land in the west of the city is very simple. Didn't Donzi threaten to build high-end single apartments for the brothers in the company? Then we will build them too. The main feature is the grandeur. You told me you can do it, right?" "I can." Goldman assured very seriously that although he had no experience, he had watched his father do business since he was a child, and his father had taught him a lot in person in the past few days. Shen Yan was right, and he still had to practice. The few of them discussed for an entire afternoon and finally decided to develop the two plots of land in the south of the city together. Since they were adjacent to each other, why not combine them into a small villa area? "Hello, Sister Nan. How is Donghuang Entertainment doing recently?" After coming out of the construction group, Shen Yan called Jiang Nan. Since he was going to set up an entertainment media company, it was impossible for him to have only Yang Mi as an artist. "Stop talking about it. I'm really upset about this matter recently," Jiang Nan replied. Chapter 110. Wang Yuemin is pregnant. It turned out that Jiang Nan and Yang Mi were planning to sign Koan recently. They had discussed everything, but when it came time to sign the contract, they asked for an increase in the signing fee. Originally, his 20 million liquidated damages were paid by Donghuang Entertainment, and the signing fee was 30 million. He was also promised to release 6 new songs in 2 to 3 variety shows a year, which was definitely one of the best in the industry. Unexpectedly, the signing fee was suddenly raised to 50 million, which made Jiang Nan very disgusted, but he was powerless. "I was just about to report to Shen Yan, but was afraid that he would think I was incompetent. While I was struggling, Shen Yan called me." "I see. Is Chicken Bro so expensive?" 50 million. Shen Yan smacked his lips. Nowadays, so-called traffic stars are rampant, and their appearance fees are often hundreds of millions. Some even evade taxes even though they make money so easily. Shen Yan is also very disgusted with such behavior. Moreover, Brother G once won the Chinese Music Award with an English song, which is simply unbelievable. Then he said, "Then don't sign it." 50 million, he is really bold to ask for it. Sister Nan, don't just focus on traffic. What artists compete on in the end is their strength. Did you hear me? Shen Yan said. "I understand, Mr. Shen. I want to poach Lao Hu. Do you think it's okay? This is a treasure. He has the strength, good looks, and acting skills. Tangren won't let us go. Once Lao Hu leaves, Tangren will be on the verge of bankruptcy." Shen Yan lit a cigarette and said, he also likes Lao Hu, the most handsome man in ancient costume. But since he can't be poached, he can change his mind. He snapped his fingers and said, "Sister Nan, have you seen The Legend of Sword and Fairy?" "Of course I have seen it," Jiang Nan said excitedly. Donghuang Entertainment will pay and let Yang Mi act as the go-between to create a slow variety show starring all the protagonists of The Legend of Sword and Fairy. During this period, Yang Mi will slowly lobby. Shen Yan said slowly. "What a good idea, Mr. Shen." Jiang Nan cheered. This was absolutely amazing, much more effective than directly poaching people and then being rejected, and the main theme of TV variety shows recently was sentimentality. However, Jiang Nan was not happy for a while and then became worried again. "Boss Shen, Lao Hu doesn't accept variety shows. After all, actors need to maintain a sense of mystery and can't always appear in the public eye. It's like when a certain actor appears in variety shows too many times, the first thing you think of when you see him on a TV series is that he is about to start cooking. When the time comes, you can tell him that the program is mainly for public welfare, the main purpose is to protect our homeland, and later on we will go to the plateau to pick up trash or something. Shen Yan had read in the news that Lao Hu always disappeared when he was not filming a TV series. Later, he found out that he had gone to the uninhabited area of the plateau to pick up garbage by himself. With his untidy beard, no one recognized him. This made Shen Yan give Lao Hu a thumbs up. In the era where traffic is king, there are not many such artists. Okay, Mr. Shen. Jiang Nan responded, as if he suddenly thought of something, and then said, speaking of which, Mr. Shen, you are so rich, why don't you just buy the sugar man? Only when there is competition can there be vitality. Shen Yan said earnestly. He could acquire him, but he couldn't just acquire anyone he valued. If he did that, what kind of competition would there be? It is just like announcing the 3 nanometers technology in the hope that all flowers in China will flourish. Only with competition can enterprises be full of vitality. Half an hour later, Shen Yan returned to Sinan Mansion. As soon as she got home, she saw her parents staring at her. Wang Yuanmin was sitting between them with her pretty face flushed. Dad, Mom, why are you looking at me like that? Shen Yan asked in confusion. Did they know about his relationship with Jiang Nan? That was impossible. He had told Wang Yuanmin the truth. Brat, let Xiaomin talk to you. Zhang Lan rolled his eyes at Shen Yan, pulled Shen Jidong and went to the kitchen. What's wrong, wife? Are your parents in menopause? Shen Yan walked to the sofa and sat down, putting his hands on Wang Yuanmin's shoulders and said, Husband. Wang Yuanmin threw herself into Shen Yan's arms and said in a tiny voice that only the two of them could hear, I'm pregnant. It turned out that after Shen Yan left today, Wang Yuanmin felt like vomiting for some reason. The same thing happened when she accompanied Zhang Lan for a walk at noon. Although Wang Yuanmin didn't have much experience, Zhang Lan did. Zhang Lan could tell at a glance that this was most likely morning sickness. I hurried back home and contacted Shen Yan's personal doctor to come to my home to check Wang Yuanmin's body. As expected, after a detailed examination by the doctor, it was confirmed that Wang Yuanmin was pregnant for at least half a month. This made the two elders very excited. They asked Shen Yan yesterday why he had not had a child but came today. They quickly helped Wang Yuanmin to lie on the bed and even did not let her play with the tablet. Wang Yuanmin was also very happy. They had been married for so long, and although Shen Yan had never mentioned it, it was still a pressure. There was still no movement in her belly, so how could he not worry? Really? That's great. Shen Yan hugged Wang Yuanmin excitedly, knowing that he was going to be a father too. Of course it's true. I feel like I'm being specially protected by my parents now. Although it was only half a month, her parents did not allow her to play with the tablet, but she touched her normal belly and raised her mouth slightly, as if she was already imagining the days after having a child. Then she raised her head and asked, Honey, do you like a boy or a girl? As for me, of course I like girls. It's best if they're as pretty as you. Daughters are the little cotton padded jackets of their parents, and sons are an example. Would you be angry every day if you gave birth to a useless son? I have a small problem, husband. After hugging for a while, Wang Yuanmin raised his head, blinked and asked, How are you going to solve this problem in the future? After hearing Wang Yuanmin's words, Shen Yan suddenly thought of it. Yes, 10 months. Could it be possible that he could become a Buddha and an ancestor? How about, just like last time, use your mouth? Wang Yuanmin leaned close to Shen Yan's ear and whispered that he had been watching a lot of TV dramas recently and had seen many men cheating on their wives when they were pregnant. Although he believed in Shen Yan, he still had to consider him. He couldn't really let him accumulate the desire for 10 months. He still had to release it occasionally. Shit, Shen Yan lowered his head and looked at Wang Yuanmin in shock. This girl is so wild and thoughtful. Then he nodded and kissed him on the forehead. At the dinner table. Today, Zhang Lan and his wife, together with the nanny, prepared a table full of nutritious meals, which was even more nutritious than a Manchu Han banquet. They even spent a lot of money to hire a nurse. Mom and Dad, Xiaomin has only been pregnant for half a month, why are you so nervous? Shen Yan looked at the table full of dishes. Although it was rich, it seemed that they were all prepared for his wife. You don't know anything. Xiaomin is now the focus of our family's care. After that, Zhang Lan picked up the spoon and scooped a bowl of chicken soup for Wang Yuanmin, then pointed the spoon at Shen Yan and said, And you, be honest tonight and don't do that kind of thing again. If I find Xiaomin with dark circles under his eyes again, I will kill you. After hearing these words and seeing his father nod solemnly, Shen Yan felt like crying, Mom and Dad, I am your biological son too. Chapter 111 Wedding Preparations. Sure enough, That night the two of them went to bed before 10 o'clock under the coercion of their parents. "Honey, I can't sleep. I want to watch some TV series," Wang Yumintang said pitifully in Xinyan's arms. "There's nothing I can do. Your tablet was confiscated by my mom. How about you use my phone?" Xinyan said as he took the phone. "I don't want to. The phone screen is too small and the barrage can cover half of my face. It doesn't look comfortable at all." Wang Yuemin said aggrievely, then raised her head, blinking her eyes very smartly. "Husband, why don't you tell me a story?" "Ah. He asked me to tell a story, but I don't know how to do it." I couldn't tell him the story of the little monk in the temple. But I couldn't bear to see Wang Yuemin like this, so I picked up my phone and searched for a few short stories and told them to him. As they talked, Wang Yuemin became more and more awake. After they chatted for a while, Xinyan heard the steady breathing and realized that Wang Yuemin had fallen asleep. He picked up his phone and saw that it was already 1:30. The next morning, Xinyan looked at Wang Yuemin, who was sleeping soundly beside him, gently pulled his arm out and walked out of the room. Now that Wang Yuemin was pregnant, he had to take it seriously. "It would be better to invite a private doctor to live in my house, but I didn't know anyone." Suddenly, an idea flashed through my mind. Jiang Nan was in the medical field, so he must know someone in this field. I immediately took out my phone and called Jiang Nan. "Hello, boss, it's only 7 o'clock now," Jiang Nan said from the other end of the phone. From the sound of his voice, he didn't seem to get up yet. "It's okay, Sister Nan, do you know any good private doctor?" Xinyan asked. "Hey, boss, do you have any hidden illness?" Jiang Nan joked. "Go to hell, Xiao Min is pregnant. I think it would be better to invite a private doctor to live at home," Xinyan said. Although he had a private doctor, he was not good at treating pregnant women. "Well, I really don't know," Jiang Nan said. "He is in the medical field, not running a hospital." "Okay then, you continue to sleep." After saying that, Xinyan Jiaozhong hung up the phone. "What? How can I sleep after you woke me up?" Jiang Nan on the other end of the phone wanted to throw the phone away to vent his anger. He was already awake after hearing the news that Wang Yuemin was pregnant, so how could he still sleep? Sinan Mansion. After hanging up the phone, Xinyan sat on the sofa, and then he changed his mind and realized that he already had it, so why should he ask others? The system's products are top-notch. Brother Lang, do you have a private doctor for sale?" Xinyan flattered. "Yes, 1200, professional gynecologist, validity period 320 days. "Then how much NB points do I have left?" Xinyan continued to ask. 1,200 is not a small amount of money, and he still has to pay off the loan every month. "There are 4,399 more," the system said in a cold voice. "Okay, change one for me, preferably a female one." Xinyan quickly exchanged one, but why was the system so cold today? Could it be that it had fallen in love with someone else? Then he asked, "Brother Lang, why are you so cold today?" "Nonsense, look at the time now, don't I need to rest?" "Okay, the private doctor will be here in 2 hours. If you have nothing else, please leave. I want to close my eyes and rest." As he spoke, the system screen disappeared from his mind. Xinyan was somewhat helpless. This system was probably the most unique system, right? However, novels were novels after all. Where did this system come from? I patted my forehead and decided not to think about it anymore. The system was harmless anyway, so who cares? 2 hours later, my parents got up one after another, and Wang Yuemin also slowly walked out of the room. Boom! 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 There was a knock on the door, and the nanny opened it and found a woman in her 30s. "Hello, I'm the private doctor that Mr. Shen has made an appointment with. My name is Xiao Mo." Hearing this, Xinyan hurried out to greet her. Fortunately, she was not dressed too glamorously, otherwise Wang Yuemin would definitely be jealous. Then she made a gesture of invitation, "Please come in." "Son, what are you doing?" Zhang Lan asked. "Mom, this is the private doctor I hired for Xiao Min, Dr. Xiao Mo." Xinyan explained to Zhang Lan that he didn't want his mother to think that he had found a tool to help her relieve her sexual desire, and then asked the nanny to arrange accommodation for him. Xinyan lit a cigarette on the second-floor balcony, thinking in his mind, "We've got the marriage certificate, we've proposed, we've got a child, but the wedding hasn't even happened yet. How could he forget such an important thing?" It must be done as soon as possible and to the highest standards. Shen locked himself in the computer room for an entire afternoon, looking up an auspicious day. Finally, he found out that the 16th, 1 month later, was an auspicious day. There were less than 40 days left, so there was still time to call his parents over and briefly explain. Shin Jidong said, "If you hadn't mentioned it, we would have thought you had forgotten, brat. This matter needs to be handled properly. Xiao Min's situation is special and he should not be made sad. After all, women understand women best. Zhang Lan is very considerate. Wang Yuemin's biological mother and brother are both in prison. Although they have severed their relationship, she can't help but think of them. So, they decided to keep this matter a secret from Wang Yuemin for the time being, so as to prevent her from being busy all the time due to her active personality. Everything was left to Shen Yan to handle on his own. I must give Wang Yuemin a wedding of the century comparable to the one given by Huang Xiaoming." A month later, Shen Yan had arranged everything, even the wedding rehearsal, which had been rehearsed 8 times, so there would be no mistakes. As for the final rehearsal, Wang Yuemin had to be present in person. "Wife, I have prepared a wedding for you," Shen Yan said with a smile at the dinner table. "What? Wedding? Why didn't you tell me? You must be kidding. Every girl has a dream of wearing a wedding dress and marrying a prince. Shen Yan didn't even tell me and got everything ready. What if I don't like it? This brat is afraid that you'll be tired. We've been to see it and it's shocking," Shen Jidong explained. "Okay then." Wang Yuanmin agreed reluctantly. As a result, he was slapped in the face during the rehearsal the next day. It was beyond his imagination. Wang Yuanmin couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Is it too late for him to take back what he said yesterday? The next day, the Huawei mobile phone advertisement was about the wedding, the cover of Shark Live was about the wedding, and even Red Star Company launched a special wedding edition of Huaxia Red sneakers. What Shen Yan didn't expect the most was that the official Weibo account of the central bank actually posted a 13-minute video to introduce and congratulate Shen Yan. With the support of a super official media like the central bank, the news that the chairman of Xingxia Group was about to get married spread throughout China through the internet. The wedding invitations of Shen Yan and Wang Yuemin have been sent out one after another. What's more, many media outlets have been scrambling to get the exclusive live broadcast rights, but in the end, the Sharks got the upper hand. However, despite this, many media outlets are still proud to be able to enter the venue and record such moments. 10 days later, the wedding of the century. Chapter 112: The Wedding of the Century. 10 days later, it happened to be the weekend, and the entire Beihai city had been setting off fireworks since 9 in the morning, and many onlookers rushed to the streets to watch. Even the signs on all the buildings were changed to include news about their wedding. Sinan Mansion. "Mom, do I have dark circles under my eyes?" Wang Yuemin changed into a Chinese-style phoenix crown and bridal veil, and looked at Zhang Lan with concern. For this wedding, Shen Yan booked the largest exhibition center in Beihai for Wang Yuemin, invited hundreds of famous chefs from all over China, and prepared several sets of wedding dresses for Wang Yuemin, both Chinese and Western styles. The first wedding dress was handmade by a famous Chinese designer and cost 4.6 million renminbi. The second wedding dress, a Chinese-style wedding gown embroidered with red and gold threads, was designed by a famous Chinese designer and took nearly 7,000 hours to make, with the embroidery alone taking several months. A pure gold phoenix crown alone cost several million, not to mention some earrings and jewelry. "Silly child, you look the most beautiful today," Zhang Lan said with red eyes. "Here they come. The bride is here." Shen Yu came in from the door and cheered. He is the bridesmaid today, so he must give him a good meal. The other bridesmaids are all good friends of Wang Yuemin. Although they don't have husbands as rich as Shen Yan, it's also nice to be bridesmaids who can experience the wedding of the century. Then Zhang Lan covered Wang Yuemin with a red veil and waited for the groom to welcome her. Outside the Sinan mansion, Shen Yan was riding a tall horse, wearing a red robe and a round hat, with a carefully prepared carriage behind him. To be honest, although he had rehearsed so many times, he couldn't help but feel nervous when the day really came. As soon as Shen Yan entered the room, he did not rush to look for the red wedding shoes prepared for the bride in the room. Although Wang Yuemin was covering her veil, he was still amazed by Wang Yuemin sitting upright on the bed. "Hey, brother, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and find your shoes." Shen Yu walked over, patted Shen Yan and said, Okay, I'll find it right away." Shen Yan came back to his senses and said, which caused everyone to laugh. Due to Wang Yuemin's special situation, the kneeling and tea-serving ceremonies to the girl's parents were simply omitted. After finding the shoes, Xinyan put them on for her. When she went out, Xinyu accompanied her with a red umbrella and scattered rice on the roadside. Wang Yuemin was accompanied by her bridesmaids, and Xinyan, holding a big red whip, slowly boarded the carriage. Afterwards, Xinyan rode a tall horse, with Wang Yuemin sitting in the carriage behind him. The entire wedding procession made a big circle on Jixiang Road and Rui Road in Beihai, and amid the sound of gongs and drums, they scattered red petals and wedding candies to the onlookers on both sides of the road who had learned the news in advance. Wow, I've always seen him on the news before, but I didn't expect Mr. Shin to be so handsome. Look, Mr. Shin just gave me some candy. He is so approachable. The scale of this wedding is truly unprecedented. I heard that the host of today's wedding is the secretary of Beihai Municipal Party Committee. Finally, the group arrived at the destination of the day, Beihai Exhibition Center. After the two changed into Western-style wedding dresses, Xinyan held Wang Yuemin's hand and walked into the venue to the wedding march, with the flower girl dragging Wang Yuemin's more than 2-meter-long skirt. This wedding march was played by Master Lang Lang, the newly signed pianist of Donghuang Entertainment. The seats were full of guests, and Xinyan greeted them one by one with a smile. His partners and subordinates were all there, and even Guo Ting, the second generation, came all the way from Beijing. What Xinyan could never have imagined was that Mr. Jiang also came to the wedding accompanied by Chen Huai. Then Xinyan and Wang Yuemin held hands and came to the center of the stage. At Chen Huai's signal, the two stood face to face. Come on, groom, are you willing to marry the woman in front of you? Can you do it without fighting back or retaliating when being beaten or scolded? Chen Huai asked Xinyan. I do, of course I do. I really do. Xinyan said with a grin. Then Ms. Wang Yuemin, are you willing to marry Xinyan? Chen Huai continued. I do. I did it a long time ago. Wang Yuemin said coquettishly. Maybe he had already had feelings for Xinyan since that drunken night. Okay. Finally, it's the most exciting moment of the day, the bride and groom exchanging rings. As soon as Chen Huai said this, Xinyu, the bridesmaid, came up with a jewelry box. After opening the jewelry box, everyone exclaimed. Fuck, it's Mr. Shin after all. The wedding is grand, but the diamond ring is too big. Yes, you evil capitalist, this is not a diamond ring, it's clearly a pigeon egg. Wow, husband, I want it too. Xinyan's sister Xin Fang said to her lover beside her in the audience. Finally, under the gaze of the crowd, the two exchanged rings, and then the audience began to make a noise. Give me a kiss, give me a kiss. Let's French kiss. Listening to the noise from the audience, Wang Yuemin felt a little embarrassed. After all, there were so many people. Xinyan was fine, he lowered his head and kissed Wang Yuemin on the lips. After a long time, their lips parted, and Xinyan took Wang Yuemin and walked around the banquet to toast everyone. Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect you to come today. Xinyan pulled Wang Yuemin to the main table. His parents already knew the identities of Mr. Jiang and the others, so they were very proud. Even the leaders of Beijing came to attend their son's wedding, which was such an honor. When people get old, they like to join in the fun. I hope you don't mind if I eat at your banquet? Old Jiang said with a smile. Of course I don't mind. It's my honor to have you here. Although he didn't know why the leaders of Beijing valued him so much, the visit of people of such status was always a kind of affirmation of himself. Good boy, you are finally married. I heard from your mother that Xiao Min is pregnant. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep well for several days. Just for my great-grandson, I have to live another 20 years. Xin Zhenghe drank the wine in the glass in one gulp and said generously. Grandpa, you are still strong and healthy. You will definitely live to be 100 years old. Wang Yuemin said with a sweet smile. Congratulations, Mr. Shen. Jiang Nan and others stood up to congratulate him, especially Jiang Nan, who seemed to have all the grudges in his heart dissipated and was now in high spirits. Thank you. Pass on my order. In order to celebrate the wedding, we will give you a 1-week paid holiday. It's a good time for you all to take a break. Xin Yan said to these people generously. That's great, thank you, President Xin. Jiang Nan, in particular, has been exhausted these past few days. She has to deal with Xingsha Group, Donghuang Entertainment, and help Xinyan with his wedding. She estimates that if she continues like this, she will become a shrew before she even gets married. Ding! To celebrate the host's wedding, the system sends a special gift. The gift list is as follows. Ownership of Tinglong community in Beijing, 300 billion renminbi, 2 wish cards, 5 times of mind reading, and exemption of all loans. Holy shit! Xinyan was so scared that he almost fell down. Fortunately, Wang Yuanmin was worried that he might have drunk too much and kept supporting him. This system is too generous. I have read so many novels about super rich people, but I have never seen such a system. An entire community in Beijing, RMB, wish cards, mind reading, and even my loan was waived. Xinyan couldn't help but be overjoyed. Today was a double happiness. Thank you, Brother Lang. I love you, Brother Lang. Moi, Brother Lang. Xinyan said silently in his heart. Don't be obsessed with me, I'm not interested in you. As expected, the system is still so unique. Chapter 113 Honeymoon begins, Departure for Jinling. After the two returned home in the evening, Xinyan decisively rejected everyone's intention to make a fuss in the bridal chamber. Not to mention that Wang Yuanmin was pregnant, and he also wanted to enjoy his wedding night. Hubby, today is the happiest day of my life. In the room, Wang Yuanmin lay in Xinyan's arms as usual. Although she was very tired today, she was very happy. The preparations were not sufficient. In fact, I could have done better. Xinyan said with some self-blame. It's okay. I'm already very satisfied today. Wang Yuanmin chuckled, leaned towards Xinyan's arms, and then said, Husband, don't we usually have to do that kind of thing on the wedding night? Now that I'm pregnant, what should I do if I can't do it? Then don't do it. Everything comes first for you and the child. Xinyan scratched his nose and said lovingly. How about I help you with my mouth like last time? Wang Yuanmin said. No, I'm tired after a day, go to bed early. Before Wang Yuanmin could finish, Xinyan interrupted her hastily, saying that although what she said was very tempting, he was not the kind of man who was obsessed with sex, and that the body was the most important thing for him. But I'm so afraid that you won't like me anymore because I'm pregnant. Wang Yuanmin said aggrievedly. Although she also liked to do that kind of thing, it was all out of love and worry. Don't think too much. I asked you to go to bed early because we are going on our honeymoon tomorrow. Seeing this, Xinyan had to tell him his plan. Really? That's great, that's great. I can go out and play again. Wang Yuanmin danced with excitement. Be careful, watch out for the kids. This scared Xinyan so much that he quickly steadied him. Hubby, you're so good to me. Wang Yuanmin leaned forward and kissed him deeply, then said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Honey, I want it. I asked the doctor and he said it's okay 3 months ago. After saying that, regardless of Xinyan's objection, Wang Yuanmin crawled into bed and looked for what he wanted. The next day, Xinyan woke up very early, slowly pulled his arm out from under Wang Yuanmin, and walked out of the room. This honeymoon was something he had planned long ago, a self-driving tour. Although I have a private jet, it is not the same as taking a self-driving tour and enjoying the scenery along the way. It just so happens that I can also inspect my own business. Mom, I'm planning to take Xiao Min out for a trip on our honeymoon. Xinyan walked into the kitchen and said to Zhang Lan. No, what if something happens? You are so impatient. Zhang Lan yelled that she was going to be a grandmother soon and he would not allow any mishap to happen to his darling grandson. It's okay, Mom. I'll be careful. Xinyan begged. Okay, just play for a few days and come back quickly, do you hear me? Zhang Lan looked at him unhappily. I know. Xinyan nodded and said, then an idea suddenly came to his mind. He looked at Zhang Lan and said, Mom, since you are here, why don't you and Dad come with us? No, I'm too old to get involved in your affairs. After all, they are from the countryside and they are afraid of embarrassing their son if they go out. It's okay, Mom, don't worry about anything else. Xinyan continued, so that they could feel more at ease and save themselves from having to make phone calls all day. You little brat, are you afraid that your mom will call you every day to urge you to do something? No one knows a child better than his mother. Zhang Lan saw through Xinyan's thoughts at a glance and said unhappily, okay, 1 video call a day. We really won't go. It's okay to get familiar with Beihai here. Hearing this, Xinyan had no choice but to nod. Because Wang Yuanmin was pregnant, the two elders decided to stay in Beihai temporarily, so that they could get familiar with the place. Maybe they would like it here, and then he would have a legitimate reason to keep them here, and avoid the same incident as the last time with the Huizhou merchants. Wang Yuanmin slept until noon, and after lunch, she simply washed up and drove to say goodbye to her parents. Since it was a self-driving tour, Shen Yan was well prepared and brought a lot of things, so it was not suitable to drive a supercar, so Shen Yan chose to drive the Rolls-Royce Phantom he had just bought. The first stop was naturally Jinling. After all, it was the ancient capital of 6 dynasties and had various tourist attractions, such as Confucius Temple, Qinhuai River, etc. It was not until the evening that the two arrived in Jinling. However, the two did not feel tired at all. They chatted and enjoyed the scenery along the way. Who would feel tired? As for why they came to Nanjing, in addition to the tourist attractions, there was also a music festival performance tonight. I have never been to a music festival concert. Besides the high ticket prices, it is almost impossible to get a ticket every time. Now that I am worth it, I just ask a friend for 2 front seats. And after the performance, they could go backstage to take photos. Shen Yan remembered that Wang Yuemin liked Su Song very much and claimed that he owed him a concert ticket. I have liked him for a while. His graceful Chinese style is not inferior to Jay Chou in any way. He has always insisted on originality. You won't see any news about him on weekdays, but his concerts are always packed and tickets are sold out in seconds. If by chance we can recruit him to Donghuang Entertainment, it would be a great addition to Donghuang Entertainment. After placing his belongings at the booked hotel, Shen Yan looked at Wang Yuemin with a smile and said, "Wife, let's go out and play. Let's go tomorrow. I'm a little tired." Wang Yuemin lay on the bed, closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. "Oh. All right then." Shen Yan said slowly, then took out 2 tickets from his trouser pocket and sighed, "Then I can only throw away these 2 tickets for the music festival. By the way, I also like Su Song's recently." After saying that, Shen Yan was about to walk towards the trash can. Ah! Su Song! A long, piercing sound was heard, and Wang Yuemin quickly turned over, sat up, looked at Shen Yan and said, "Show mercy." I'll go. Oh my god. Honey, go slow and be careful of the children." Shen Yan handed the ticket to Wang Yuemin and said with a smile. Ah! There was another long, piercing sound. Wang Yuemin quickly ran over, hugged Shen Yan's neck, smacked him on the face several times, and then said excitedly, "Hubby, you're so nice. And we're in the front row. Let's go. We mustn't be late. Walk. Slow down. My arm. Don't worry. We can still take photos backstage after the music festival," Shen Yan said with a wry smile. Sure enough, all star chasers are the same. Hearing this, Wang Yuemin smiled, changed his clothes, and prepared to go out. On the way, Shen Yan bought him a pair of glowing bunny ears. Although they were not expensive, they looked pretty even though they didn't work. Before entering the venue, at Wang Yuemin's strong request, he bought 2 more glow sticks. Dear readers, new illustrations have been added to chapters 2, 6, and 11 of this book, and more will be added in the future. Chapter 114 Jinling Music Festival. At 7:30, the music festival officially began. The first to perform was the rapper Laojiu, who sang Elevator God and aroused the passion of the audience. Shen Yan also learned that this song Elevator God of War was written for a competition. The funny thing is that my uncle participates in the competition every year, scolds everyone every year, and is eliminated after scolding, but every song becomes a hit. Someone on Sina Weibo teased Laojiu, 1 song a year, and then he leaves after he finishes scolding me. This Elevator God is really good, much better than last year's rap that was just a last-minute effort. I really don't know how those stupid critics judged it. The strength of the uncle is there, and now the popularity is high. If we can dig him up together, wouldn't it be better? As soon as he said it, Shen Yan used the excuse of going to the toilet to ask Wang Yuemin to be careful with the child. After arriving at the toilet, Shen Yan called Jiang Nan. "Hey, Nan, how was your vacation?" "My boss, you're assigning me work on only the 2nd day of the holiday?" Jiang Nan wanted to cry but had no tears. She was just planning to put on a facial mask and have a good sleep, but she didn't expect that this disaster would come again. "Oh? How do you know I'm here to arrange a job for you?" Shen Yan asked. "Why, would you be so kind and caring towards your female subordinate during the honeymoon period?" Jiang Nan said impatiently, even with a northeastern accent. "This week, you can't let me have a good rest." Then he said, "Tell me, what's wrong? Help me contact Su Song and Rapuncle's contacts. I'll treat them to dinner tonight." Hearing Jiang Nan's complaints, Shen Yan just smiled, wondering if he was too unkind, and then said, "I won't let you work in vain at this late hour, so I'll give you a bonus, okay?" No, I don't dare to ask for your Shinbaopi's bonus. Jiang Nan ruthlessly complained, if I accept your bonus today, I may make money, but you will never lose money. Who knows if you will arrange work for me late at night next time. Then he said, is it Su Song? Okay, I am also his fan. Okay, wait for me and I will contact you right away. Before Shen could speak, Jiang Nan hung up the phone and couldn't help but smile. What a grudge this is. I'm afraid I'll arrange a job for you. Then he returned to the music festival. Honey, sit down quickly, Su Song is about to come out. As soon as he came back, he saw Wang Yuemin shouting at him to sit down from a distance. No wonder, it turned out that his idol was about to come out. Ah! Seeing Su Song coming out, Wang Yuemin on the side started yelling in a long tone, which made Shenyan's ears tinnitus. Then I picked up my phone and took a lot of photos, preparing to post them on WeChat moments. Then please don't, meet me come together. If I look at you again, will you still feel anything? Back then, she was as pure as she could be without makeup. The first song Su Song sang was an original one he had created many years ago. When he reached the climax, he handed the microphone to the audience. Wow, he is worthy of being Su Song, the whole audience sang along. Shen vaguely remembered that about 3 or 4 years ago, Su Song was on the hot search because of his chorus. Seeing it today, he was indeed worthy of his reputation. Su Song on the stage also noticed Shen in the audience. While he was waiting, his agent told him that the chairman of Beihai Xingxia Group invited him to dinner. This made Su Song a little surprised. He had heard of Shen. After all, when Huawei Kunling made such a big fuss, Shen promised to compensate 2 million if there was a quality control problem. This made Su Song admire this person. It was because he trusted his products so much that he made such a heavy promise. And now he is using the Huawei Kunling generation. Next is the last song of the night, which is a new song released only this year. Su Song said. When the prelude sounded, everyone was guessing which song it was, but no one could guess. Su Song on the stage smiled slightly. If I had known that day would be the last time we saw each other. As Su Song sang the first line, the audience showed expressions of I see, that's what it is. Wow! This is the song. Lao Su changed the prelude again. This song is absolutely amazing as the last one. I love this song so much. Shen looked at Wang Yuemin who was singing along, his face filled with excitement. He decided not to think about anything else for the moment. He also knew how to sing this song, so he waved his glow stick and sang along. When only the essence remains in the memory, when the smile is no longer disguised. Let's meet at the old place. After finishing the song, Su Song bowed slightly and left the stage. Wang Yuemin, who was standing by, looked unsatisfied, so Shen said lovingly, let's go. There's nothing to see later. How about I take you backstage to take a photo? Really? That's great, husband. I love you so much. Wang Yuemin hugged Shenyan's head and kissed him regardless of other people's eyes. After that, Shen took Wang Yuemin out of the audience and quietly came to the backstage. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Lao Jiu and Su Song chatting about something. When the two saw Shen coming in, they greeted him. Hello, are you Mr. Shen? My uncle was the first to greet him and extended his hand. Yes, I am Shen. Don't call me Mr. Shen. I'm just a fan today. Shen smiled and then pointed at Wang Yuemin standing next to him. Although he was very enthusiastic in the audience, Wang Yuemin immediately became shy when he saw his idol. Then he said, she is my wife, and she is also a fan of both of you, even more fanatical than me. Can we take a photo together? Of course, I know Mr. Shen very well. He is an outstanding entrepreneur who can make 3 nanometers technology public for free to benefit China. After that, Su Song took out his Huawei Kunling from his pocket, shook it, and said with a smile, this is much better than the Fruit 14. No, it's just a small matter. The user experience is the most important. Shen smiled and waved his hand. Then, with the help of the staff, the 4 of them took a group photo. Then Shen took a few photos of Wang Yuemin alone. Looking at the photos on the phone, Wang Yuemin smiled with satisfaction. I wonder if you two have anything to do tonight. Would you like to have dinner together? Shen asked. I'm fine. I'll just go back to the hotel and have a video call with the kids. My uncle waved his hand and said. I'm fine too. I have work the day after tomorrow. Susong smiled and said that it was actually his agent who helped him postpone tomorrow's announcement. After all, compared with tomorrow's announcement, the boss in front of him was the most important. Although Susong himself was pure and did not like to get involved in the entertainment industry, he had agreed to it first, so he had to do so. Okay, then we'll meet at Yunxiang Lydian later, Shen Yan said with a smile. Jiling Yunxiang Lydian has been open for 2 months now, and its performance is very outstanding. It is one of the best Yunxiang Lydian hotels in China. It's a good opportunity to take a look around. Chapter 115, Recruiting. An hour later, the sky was clear. My uncle and Susong came together, wrapped up tightly to prevent others from recognizing them. When did Jinling have such a luxurious hotel? From the moment my uncle entered the hotel to the private room, although his cap was pulled down very low, he was still attracted by the grand decoration of the hotel. I have been to Jiling many times, but I don't remember this hotel. If nothing unexpected happens, this hotel belongs to Mr. Shen, right? Susong took off his mask and said to Shen Yan with a smile. Yes, this is a national chain. Shen Yan smiled and nodded. After inviting the two to sit down, he told the waiter to hand them the menus. Order whatever you want. I'll pay today. Haha, then I'm going to treat you to a good meal today. The uncle laughed heartily, then picked up the menu and started ordering. But compared to his uncle, Susong on the side was much calmer. He simply ordered 1 or 2 dishes and handed the menu to the waiter. Then he looked at Shen Yan and said, I think Mr. Shen asked us to come here today not just for dinner, right? After hearing this, even the uncle who was keen on ordering food looked up at Shen Yan. Teacher Su is Teacher Su. Shen Yan nodded in admiration, put down the menu in his hand, told the waiter to leave it at that, then looked at the two and said, I'll be frank with you. I want to recruit you. Hearing Shen Yan's words, the uncle almost choked on his water. Even the calm Susong never expected that Shen Yan would speak so bluntly. Just as the two were about to speak, Shen Yan continued. Don't rush to refuse, just listen to what I have to say. Wang Yuemin on the side had anticipation in his eyes. If Susong and his uncle could really sign with Donghuang Entertainment, then Shen Yan would have the final say on how many times he wanted to attend concerts and music festivals. Then he could show off the tickets to his friends. Rubbing Wang Yuemin's head, Shen Yan of course knew what Wang Yuemin was thinking. He smiled and continued, Uncle, I really like your rap. You are very talented, much better than that gay guy. It's you who made me realize that rap can be good without swear words. As for the competition, you'd better not participate. Participating in such a competition, and the champion is someone who can only repeat the last minute cramming over and over again, is a blow to your status. After saying that, my uncle poured out the water in the cup, replaced it with white wine, and then drank it all in one gulp. Yes, if it wasn't tea for a living, no one would take on that kind of crappy show. Looking at his uncle who was thinking with his head down, Shen Yan smiled. It seemed that the other party had listened to what he said. Then he turned to Susong and said, Teacher Susong, there is no need to say more about your talent. You are a singer comparable to Jay Chou. I have always wanted to go to your concert before I became famous. Since debuting, you have released nearly 10 albums and dozens of singles, all of which are personal creations. To be honest, I really want to sign you, not just for my girlfriend. Although your current company has given you the position of music director and a high degree of freedom, I don't think that's all you want. For example, an absolutely autonomous creative environment and a schedule that won't be controlled by others. What I value is your popularity. You are almost the only person in the entertainment industry who does not show off his talents but has packed concerts. Even though there have been rumors recently that you are sleeping with your fans are all overwhelmingly on your side. Last time Susong was exposed for sleeping with fans, although the fans were still one-sided, Susong's agency was slow to speak out, which attracted a lot of abuse from netizens. He then said, in the final analysis, it's the company that's not good enough. Last time you broke the rumor, the company was indifferent and was scolded by netizens. Susong pondered for a while and said, then what are the benefits of joining Donghuang Entertainment? After hearing what Susong said, the uncle slapped his thigh and said, yes, Shen Yan convinced the two of them with just a few words, but he hasn't put forward any conditions yet. Then he nodded in agreement. Perhaps you have some understanding of this. The first person to sign a contract with the Donghuang Entertainment that I founded was Yangmi, and now he is in contact with the original 5-member team of the Fairy Sword. Although it sounds pretentious, I still want to say that what Donghuang Entertainment, and even Xingsha Group, lacks the least is money. Xinyan smiled slightly. This thing is probably not going to run away, and then said, Uncle, if you come to Dongwang Entertainment, you will be guaranteed 6 rap songs and 3 S-level variety shows every year. This is the initial plan. Teacher Su Song, my Dongwang Entertainment is in need of a manager. I know you don't like doing these things, so just a figurehead is enough. Whether you want freedom, money, or people, it's all up to you. The managers I send won't interfere with you. As for your termination fee and signing fee, I can only say that I won't let you down. That's it. Please consider it. After that, Xinyan ignored the two of them and pulled Wang Yuanmin to walk out. Wang Yuanmin was also confused. It was not a negotiation, why did he suddenly leave? However, after all, it was a man's business, so Wang Yuanmin did not interrupt. Wait. I promised to go to Donghuang Entertainment. Just as Xinyan was about to leave, the uncle stood up and said, I don't have a company myself. Regardless of whether Xinyan's promise is true or not, it's better than working alone. I slapped my thigh and did it. Xinyan stopped, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, then he turned around and looked at his uncle and said, Uncle, don't worry, you will never regret making this decision today. I agree, but after all, my old club treated me well, so I need time to terminate the contract. Su Song slowly stood up and said that if he said he agreed to Xinyan, it was not for the signing fee. You have to know that he has earned a lot of money in copyright fees over the years, and he is not short of money at all. What he valued was the high degree of freedom given by Xinyan. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to contact you and help you terminate the contract and pay the penalty. Compared to his uncle, Su Song's agreement made Wang Yuanmin on the side almost shout with joy. Xinyan smiled, then returned to his seat, picked up the wine he had not drunk just now and said, I toast to you too, and wish us a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation, bro. It's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Shen. The four of them chatted until late, and Xinyan didn't dare to drink too much. After all, Wang Yuanmin was pregnant, which was no small matter. After returning to the room, he asked Wang Yuanmin to sit on the bed, and Xinyan took off her shoes and clothes very considerately. Honey, I'm not 7 or 8 months pregnant, I can still do this kind of thing on my own. Although she said that, she still felt warm in her heart seeing that Xinyan cared about her so much. Be obedient, you and the child are the most important. Xinyan hung up Wang Yuanmin's long skirt, put on her newly bought little dinosaur pajamas, and then said, I'll take a shower with you later. I'm afraid you'll slip. Okay. Wang Yuanmin nodded obediently. Chapter 116 Manager Gu Ming. In the bathroom, Wang Yuanmin stood there obediently while Xinyan rubbed shower gel on her body. Looking at her beautiful back, which was particularly beautiful under the light, Xinyan couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Hubby, how about I help you? Or is it the same as last time? Seeing Xinyan trying hard to restrain himself, Wang Yuanmin felt both distressed and amused. A long time. Cool. Xinyan, who had not been released for a long time, shouted loudly, while Wang Yuanmin leaned on the dressing table and licked the corner of his mouth. You little rascal. Xinyan scratched his nose lovingly. I can't bear to see you suffer. Wang Yuanmin stuck out her tongue, made an extremely cute face, then opened her arms and said coquettishly, my legs are sore from kneeling just now, I want a hug. Okay. Xinyan scratched the tip of her nose lovingly, then carried her to the bed in a princess hug. The two of them fell asleep in each other's arms in silence that night. The next morning, when Xinyan opened his eyes, everything was dark in front of him and he even had difficulty breathing. He looked carefully and found that Wang Yuanmin was lying on him like a sloth, with her breasts blocking his nostrils. Then Xinyan slowly put Wang Yuanmin down, covered her with a quilt, smiled and thought, she is about to become a mother, but she is still so clingy. I looked at the time and it was only 7 o'clock, so I decided to go down and check out the hotel. I washed up, changed into sportswear and went out. Taking the elevator to the lobby on the first floor, Xinyan found a seat by the window and sat down. After a while, a waiter came over and said, Hello, Mr. Shen. Our manager will be here soon. The waiter never expected that the man in front of him was the legendary chairman of Xingxia Group. He was so handsome. He had to stay calm and make a good impression on the chairman. Oh? Xinyan asked with some doubts. Although his trip to Jinling was not top secret, few people knew about it. Even the dinner and hotel accommodation for the two of them were paid for by Xinyan himself. But Xinyan did not ask any more questions. He smiled and said, Okay, please help me order 2 breakfasts. One will be delivered here and the other will be packed. And please order me a cup of coffee without sugar. Okay, Mr. Shen. The waiter responded and left. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. At this time, Xinyan's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Jiang Nan calling. Hello, Sister Nan, good morning. Wow, my big boss wakes up so early. Jiang Nan said angrily, this stinky man, he went out for his honeymoon while she was busy. He snorted and said, my uncle has already come to Beihai, and I have sent a lawyer to terminate the contract with Su Song. Yeah, that's good. I'll give you a raise then. Xinyan responded. Jiang Nan was indeed his capable assistant. Then he said, regarding their contract, just do as I told you. You can add some benefits as appropriate. After all, Xinyan has nothing else, and he has money that he cannot spend all, so it is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. Okay, Mr. Shen, don't forget to give me a raise. Jiang Nan was delighted when she heard about the raise and hung up the phone immediately. After a while, when Xinyan was eating breakfast, a thin middle-aged man walked over. Hello, Chairman. My name is Gu Ming, and I'm the manager of the Jinling Yunshan Lydian branch. Ultimately, it was all thanks to the front desk. If the front desk clerk hadn't happened to be a fan of the chairman, and if it hadn't been for him checking me in and reporting it to me, I wouldn't know what I had missed. He rushed here before his working hours and started searching the hall as soon as he entered. Looking at the young man in front of him, Gu Ming wondered in his heart, is the chairman conducting a secret visit? If so, it would be a blessing. He usually works diligently and treats his subordinates very kindly. Otherwise, if the chairman really finds out something, his career as a manager would be over. Hello, Manager Gu. I heard many employees are praising you. Even Zhang Shang mentioned you to me. Xinyan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, very modest, and immediately invited him to sit down and chat for a while, but the latter said that he would just stand and listen. Xinyan smiled helplessly and said, Manager Gu, you are my employee, not my follower, you don't have to be like this. I have heard Zhang Shang mention before that the person in charge of the southern branch of Jinling Yunshan Lydian is diligent in his work and is liked by many employees. So at the instruction of Xinyan, Zhang Sheng handed over the management rights of the two Jinling Yunshan Lydian branches to Gu Ming. After sitting down, Gu Ming listened carefully to what Xinyan said. He didn't expect that it was the chairman's instruction that enabled him to become the person in charge of Jinling. He couldn't help but feel excited. Relax, I'm not some man-eating demon. Xinyan saw that Gu Ming was a little nervous and joked. Yes, Mr. Shen. After saying that, Gu Ming tried to relax himself as much as possible, and then reported to Xinyan about his work in the past 2 months. 10 minutes later, Xinyan nodded with satisfaction and said, You did a good job. Zhang Sheng really didn't make a mistake in choosing you. Keep working hard. Your efforts will be reflected in your salary and bonus. By this time next year, I will transfer you to the Beihai Group headquarters. Hearing Xinyan's words, Gu Ming felt like he was struck by lightning. Oh my god, not only did he get the appreciation and encouragement of the chairman, but he even wanted to promote him to the Beihai head office. He was so excited that he picked up the water in front of him and said, Mr. Shen, I'll use water instead of wine. Thank you for your appreciation. I will continue to work hard and live up to your expectations. Good. Xinyan responded. He was not the kind of unscrupulous company that oppressed honest people. People who work hard should be seen and rewarded. After glancing at the time, Wang Yuemin was about to wake up, so he said, I'm staying here for the next few days, so don't be too serious. Just act like usual, okay? Yes, Mr. Shen. Don't worry. Gu Ming responded. The chairman was not only approachable but also extremely low-key. When he was a lobby manager at another hotel, when the boss came, everyone wanted to roll out the red carpet all the way to the car door. This behavior made Gu Ming very disgusted. After that, Xinyan picked up the packed breakfast and went upstairs. He opened the door quietly and saw Wang Yuemin rubbing his eyes in a daze and said, Honey, where have you been? I'm so sleepy. Are you awake? I went to order some breakfast for you. Come and eat something. After saying that, Xinyan unpacked the breakfast and placed them on the table one by one. Wow, it smells so good, you are worthy of being the chef of Yunshan Lydian. After smelling the fragrance, Wang Yuemin hurriedly got up, sat at the dining table, picked up an egg and stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing such a lovely Wang Yuemin, Xinyan couldn't help but smile slightly, handed her the mineral water and said, Eat slowly, don't choke. In the next 3 days, they visited the classic places in Jinling, including the Presidential Palace, Confucius Temple, Qinhuai River, and Xuanwu Lake. The last stop in Jilin was the memorial hall of the victims of the Chinese People's War. Chapter 117. How dare I forget the national hatred in Family Feud? At 9:30 in the morning, the two arrived at the memorial hall. As soon as they arrived at the door, they were overwhelmed by the atmosphere and walked in without saying anything. Looking at the photos and scenes on the wall, even Shen, a grown man, couldn't help but shed tears. Brute! Shen growled, 300,000 people, 300,000 lives. In the hands of those beasts, they were treated like grass and killed at will. Yes, husband. Even though more than 80 years have passed, they still have never admitted their crimes. Wang Yuemin looked at these real historical images, his eyes reddened as he said, even in the country of the past, a prime minister knelt down for the crimes of his country, but this little day, not only did he not admit his crimes, but he distorted history in his own country's textbooks. How dare I forget the national hatred in Family Feud? Shen clenched his fists tightly. In recent years, there has been a popular saying on the internet, wait until red flags are all over the world, and ride your horse to Tokyo to admire the cherry blossoms. I have also seen a news report about a veteran's descendant setting fire to the Yasukuni Shrine's toilet. Before he started the burning, I and many other netizens were already emotionally aroused by what he said. You know, not only do they not admit their crimes, but they also built the Yasukuni Shrine to enshrine their so-called heroes. They are simply worse than animals. Yes. The system sent itself a few wish cards when it got married. I don't know if it's okay. Then Shen put Wang Yuemin aside to rest and used the excuse of going to the toilet. Brother Lang. Can my wish card help me burn down the Yasukuni Shrine's toilet? Shen asked silently. Is this all you want? It's too small, and your vision is still too small. After being with me for so long, is this all you want? Ha? Shen was a little puzzled, and then asked, what do you mean? National hatred in family feuds, is it enough to burn down the toilet of the Yasukuni Shrine? Shen was confused by the system's words. Could it be even more cruel? I'll make the decision for you. Use a wish card to make the leader of Xiazizi personally admit his crime at the press conference this afternoon, and publicly burn down the Yasukuni Shrine. Wow, Shen exclaimed, wow. If this happens, the country will definitely be in chaos. However, Shen did not expect that the wish card given by the system is so powerful. Ding, the wish card is effective. Please remember to watch the news tonight. Also, in the future, you should have a bigger vision, otherwise you will not be worthy of this system. Yes, Brother Lang, I really admire you. Shen said from the bottom of his heart. Then Shen walked out of the bathroom and saw Wang Yuemin sitting in the rest area wiping her tears. He couldn't help but feel distressed. He said, wife, let's postpone it for a day. Let's go. Ah. Wang Yuemin wiped away her tears, feeling a little confused. They were supposed to go to the next attraction after visiting the memorial hall and having lunch, so what was going on? But she didn't ask any more questions and nodded obediently. Shaori country. The author's ability is limited. He really doesn't know the language of Shaori country. I hope readers will forgive me. The scene of the Yasukuni Shrine press conference. The reporters looked at each other, wondering why the leader suddenly wanted to hold a press conference. Not to mention them, even the officials were confused. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the big dog leader in a suit walked up to the podium. His eyes were a little dull, and then he slowly spoke. Today, I have called you all here because I have something to announce to you all. Today, on behalf of my country, I would like to formally offer a sincere apology to China for the Jilin incident several decades ago. Afterwards, the big dog leader knelt down in front of the media and kowtowed 3 times solemnly according to Chinese etiquette. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Not only the reporters from the small country, but also the reporters from various countries including China were stunned. What was going on? Could it be that this big dog, the big dog leader, had changed his nature? Decades ago, people in our country committed serious crimes and even enshrined war criminals in the Yasukuni Shrine. So I declare that the Yasukuni Shrine's toilet shall be burned down immediately. Finally, I want to say thank you to the nameless Mr. Shen. It was he who helped us recognize ourselves. After saying that, Daquan took the torch from his entourage and threw the torch into the Yasukuni Shrine despite everyone's objections. After completing this operation, the big dog leader ignored the reporters' questions and left the scene. Everyone present was very curious about who Mr. Shen the big dog was talking about. If we were to say who were the happiest reporters, it would be the Chinese reporters. Not only did they capture breaking news, but as a Chinese, they also saw Xiao Ri apologize and burn down the Yasukuni shrine with their own eyes. This made them happier than witnessing history. "Hey, Xiao Wang, are you at the scene? What's going on? And who is that Mr. Shin?" the station manager asked. After they received the real-time news, they immediately reported it to the leader. The leader came to the studio without saying a word. This was a big event, and it was related to China. He grabbed the phone and said, "Xiao Wang, I'm the director of the main station. I need to know the whole story." Reporter Xiao Wan was stunned. He had never met the director in the 7 or 8 years since he came to the station. He did not expect that this incident would give him a chance to talk to the director. He then said, "Director, the video I sent over shows what happened. It's very short. No one knows what happened. Even some officials from the little country rushed to put out the fire. It seems like they don't know what's going on either. As for Mr. Shin that Daquan mentioned, I don't know who he is either. Okay, you stay here for now and make sure to record all the useful information. I'll give you a promotion when you come back." The director hung up the phone without saying a word. In the capital, after receiving the news, the Chinese officials held a meeting of top leaders. The old man sitting in the main seat said, "Everyone, I'm sure you've seen the news. Please share your opinions." "These beasts deserve it," said the military representative, slamming the table. "Boss, I think we should accept Xiao Rizi's apology through authoritative media right now. As for the rest, let him do whatever he wants." The old man on the left said, "Looking at the current situation, there will inevitably be chaos in Ziazizuo, so let them be in chaos. Anyway, he will gladly accept their apology." "Okay. I agree with you." The old man at the main seat nodded. This matter happened too quickly. Then he looked at everyone and said, "As for the Mr. Shin that the big dog leader mentioned, what do you think?" Chapter 118, China is shocked. "Master, I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not." The old man sitting on the right said slowly that if Shen was here, he would definitely recognize that this was Mr. Jiang who gave him the land. "Mr. Jiang, there is nothing you can't say. Please go ahead," said the leader. "I feel like he is from China, and he is Shen, the chairman of Xingsha Group." Jiang Lao slowly said, "Shen is Shen?" And just now, his subordinates reported that Shen and his wife went to the memorial hall of the victims of the Nanjing massacre. "Shen, is he the person you mentioned last time who rescued Meng Lixing back to the country?" The leader asked. They had held a meeting last time, and the final conclusion was that unless he had some special ability, it would be impossible to rescue him without anyone noticing. Coincidentally, Shen Yan's promise when he acquired Huawei was to rescue Meng Lixing back to the country. Despite this, the leader still sent Mr. Jiang to praise her and gave her a piece of land. But, special abilities, how is this possible? Then he looked at Mr. Jiang who was standing beside him and continued, "Do you have any evidence?" "It's true. Shen Yan took his wife to visit the memorial hall of the victims in Nanjing this morning," said Mr. Jiang. Wow, the audience was in uproar. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Could it be that Shen Yan really had special abilities? It just so happened that Shen Yan's last name was Shen. Could it be that he really had special abilities? Well, I propose that this be done this way first. The leader on the left slowly spoke. He was as curious about Shen Yan as the others, but they couldn't do anything. Then he said, "Let's assume that it was Shen Yan who did it. What he did was right, and it's good for China. Let's not pay too much attention to it and let it grow slowly, isn't it?" After hearing his words, everyone suddenly realized that, yes, no matter whether it was the last incident or this incident, or Shen Yan's donation, it was all beneficial to China and had no harm. Instead of dwelling on it, it would be better to focus on international public opinion. After listening to everyone's opinions, the leader stood up and said, "Everyone, let me summarize now. First, we should actively respond to international public opinion and Xiao Rizi's apology, and ignore other things. After more than 80 years, we Chinese finally got their apology. Secondly, I heard that Shen Yan just gave little Guoting a courtyard house in Beijing. I guess he also has property in Beijing. When he comes to Beijing, we will meet this young man." Hearing the leader's words, everyone nodded. To be honest, their curiosity about Shen Yan was no less than that of Prime Minister Daquan, who kowtowed and admitted his mistakes in the old days. At 7:20 in the evening, the sky above Jinling was beautiful. Xinyan and the other person had just finished reading the news about the burning of the Yasukuni shrine today. After reading it, Xinyan took a deep breath and said, "Damn it. The century-long national humiliation has finally come to an end." At the same time, Xinyan once again marveled at the power of the system, which could actually do such a thing. He secretly gave the system a thumbs up. Wang Yuemin tilted her head and looked at Xinyan. The Mr. Shin mentioned in the video just now sounded like a Chinese. Her husband happened to have the surname Shin, and the two of them had just visited the memorial hall of the victims of the war. Could it be that he did it? It couldn't be such a coincidence. "Honey, the Mr. Shin he is talking about, couldn't it be you?" Wang Yuemin asked curiously. "Oh? Why do you ask?" Xinyan was really shocked by Wang Yuemin. How did this girl know that? Hearing this, Wang Yuemin repeated what was in his mind. "Yes, I did it, but you have to keep it a secret and don't ask. It seems that my girlfriend is a foodie who loves fish, and she is not the kind of person who becomes stupid for 3 years after pregnancy is rumored on the internet. Instead of using lies to cover up lies, it is better to admit it openly." Fuck. It's really you, husband. What he said just now was just a guess. Until he heard Xinyan's words, Wang Yuemin couldn't help but say, "WTF? How did he do it?" However, since Xinyan told him without hiding anything, it proved that they had no secrets. If he didn't allow her to ask, then she wouldn't ask. "Hubby, you are truly a national hero." Wang Yuemin leaned over to Xinyan's face and kissed him. Then he whispered in a voice that both of them could hear, "You are my hero too." In the evening, after the news came out, all major platforms, whether Douyin, Weibo, or major internet platforms, were all in an uproar. They couldn't contain their excitement and expressed their patriotic opinions. All major portals changed their homepages to China Red to celebrate this great historical moment. In various cities, especially in Jinling, fireworks continued until midnight. However, some sharp-eyed netizens discovered that Mr. Shin mentioned by the Prime Minister should be a Chinese, but they could not find out his identity. Then they could only silently praise this Chinese hero. Ding! To commend the host's patriotism, the system hereby rewards a whole box of Wui Mountain Mother Tree de Honpo, Beijing Herong building adjacent to Waxayazan. At this time, the voice of the system sounded in his mind, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, it's Beijing real estate again, Wui Mountain Mother Tree de Honpo." This is a good thing, even a little bit is very expensive, and the system generously gave him a whole box. In the middle of the night, Wang Yuemin had already gone to bed. Xinyan was reading the comments on the internet and couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart. He always felt that what he did today would be discovered. Apart from other things, the last time he rescued Meng Lixing, he had already made the Chinese leaders suspicious of him. Even Wang Yuemin could find something about this incident, so couldn't the Chinese leaders find anything? He thought that as long as he investigated it seriously, there would always be clues. Thinking this way does not mean that I am unpatriotic, I just hope that my peaceful life will not be disturbed. Forget it, don't think about it, just make the best of it. Putting down the phone, Xinyan hugged Wang Yuemin and fell asleep. The next morning, Xinyan woke up early as usual. Today, he was leaving for the next stop. Originally, Xinyan planned to go to Shancheng to eat hot pot, but Wang Yuemin was pregnant, so forget it. He also had a courtyard house in Beijing, and Wang Yuemin gave him a house in Herong building last night, so he decided to go to Beijing. Wang Yuemin slept until noon. After lunch, the two drove out of Jinling and headed for the capital. Xinyan did not take the highway, but instead shuttled between various urban areas and towns. Looking at the ground, it seemed that every household had set off firecrackers, and even the billboards on both sides of the road were all changed to China Red. In response to this, Xinyan smiled slightly, feeling extremely happy. Compared to the liveliness in China, things were in complete chaos in Xiaori. As the Prime Minister, De Quan personally admitted his mistakes on behalf of the country and acknowledged the errors made decades ago. In the eyes of most people in Xiaori, it was nothing, but in the eyes of a small number of people, even among senior officials, it caused an uproar. However, the damage has been done. Rather than refuting De Quan's words and making the whole world hate him, it is better to just admit it. However, a few days later, Prime Minister Xiaori De Quan was shot dead in his villa because he offended some officials and affected the interests of the entire country. This big dog Prime Minister may not know what he has done until he dies. After all, the validity period of this wish card is 3 years. Less than a month later, Typhoon Eye of the Sky suddenly turned and swept across the entire country, making the country even more chaotic. It was very enjoyable to write this chapter. I hope you will all work together to build China and strive to go to Tokyo to enjoy the cherry blossoms as soon as possible. Chapter 119, First Visit to the Capital. In the afternoon, Xin Yan and his companion arrived in the capital. As soon as he parked the car at the hotel, Xin Yan's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number in Beijing. According to past experience, it was probably from the Herong building he had just acquired. Hey, there. Mr. Shen? I'm Yang Xian, the general manager of Herong building. I've come here specially to report to you. A middle-aged woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. No need for now, I'm in Beijing, I'll visit the company some other day. Through Baidu, Xin Yan learned that the Herong building was a comprehensive building, roughly the same size as the Beihai building. However, its size was much higher than the Beihai building. After all, it was in Beijing, and the house prices and rents were not comparable. Ah, what? Yang Xian opened her mouth slightly, a little surprised. The new chairman is in Beijing? It seems that she has to prepare well to welcome the new chairman. Before she could come to her senses, Xin Yan's voice came from the other end of the phone. You don't need to prepare anything, just follow the routine. Xin Yan thought to himself, he was just going there to inspect the work, and you arrange this and that. It would be fine if he couldn't adapt to it, and it would delay his work. Okay, Mr. Shen. Yang Xian responded. Then Xin Yan hung up the phone. At this time, there is one very important thing to do, which is to go and see your own courtyard. Xiaomin, shall we go and see the courtyard? Xin Yan turned around and asked. Okay, I've only seen it on TV before, but today I can finally see it with my own eyes. Wang Yuanmin waved his hands excitedly. That was a courtyard house. In the past, it was where wealthy families lived. Now, it would definitely be worth a lot of money. More than half an hour later, Xin Yan drove to the courtyard house at number 48 Zhongxing Road. Wow! As soon as he got off the car, Wang Yuanmin couldn't help but exclaimed, this courtyard is so huge. Yes, I didn't expect that the system would give me a courtyard with two courtyards. The courtyard is spacious and airy, and the houses on the four sides are independent of each other. There are corridors connecting each other, which makes living very convenient. It is pleasing to the eye and very suitable for activities. Standing in the yard, Xin Yan felt very comfortable and relaxed. He found a chair and sat down. Modern people like them who have lived in the city for a long time almost shuttle between high-rise buildings every day. The fast-paced life often makes people feel tired. Oh, who was it? It turns out you're here, Brother Shen. At this time, Guo Ting walked in from outside. He had been living in the courtyard house that Xin Yan gave her for the past few days. He just wanted to go out to meet a friend, but he saw a car with a Beihai license plate parked at the door next door. He walked in with the idea of calling his friend, but he never thought that it was Xin Yan. Although he had expected that someone who could casually gift him such a valuable courtyard house must have more than one, Guo Ting was still a little surprised when he saw it now. He was surprised at Xin Yan's financial ability. Guo Ting, long time no see. Hearing this, Xin Yan looked towards the door. Good boy, I forgot that number 47 is next to number 48. Then he pointed to Wang Yuanmin and said, this is my wife, Wang Yuanmin. Wang Yuanmin turned around and saw Guo Ting and greeted him with a smile. Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Guo Ting, and I'm a friend of Brother Shen. Guo Ting chuckled. As expected of Xin Yan, his wife is a goddess. Then he looked at Xin Yan and said, Brother Shen, no matter what I say today, you have to come home with me for dinner. Wait for me to make a phone call. Guo Ting picked up his phone and called his father. After returning to Beijing a few days ago, his father asked him about Xin Yan for a long time. The courtyard house at number 47 Zhongxing Road was definitely not something that ordinary people could take. His father Guo told him that he must make friends with this person and never offend him. Hey, Dad. Guo Ting said, unable to contain his excitement. What's wrong, brat? No money again? Guo said seriously. Since returning from Beihai, this brat has been staying in the courtyard every day and has never stayed at home for a day. No, Brother Shen is coming to Beijing. Guo Ting said excitedly. What? Where is he now? In the office, the documents in Guo Da's hands were scattered all over the floor. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, that he must make friends with Xin Yan. Maybe the Guo family will be able to move to a higher level, so he must not let the Wang family get ahead. He is in his courtyard house at number 48 Zhongxing Road. Guo Ting said slowly. It was the first time he saw his father so excited. Oh no, it was the second time. The first time was when he heard on the phone that Shen Yan gave him the courtyard house. Okay, you stay there now, I'll be there in a minute. After hanging up the phone, Guo De thought to himself, good boy, you finally did a good thing for your father. This time he called me not because he had no money, changed his girlfriend, or got arrested. Brother Shen, my dad said he will come to visit you soon. After hanging up the phone, Guo Ting walked to Shen Yan and sat down and said, that won't do. If anyone wants to go, I should be the one to visit. Shen Yan said. Although he was very rich, the other person was his elder after all, and it would be impolite since it was their first meeting. It's okay, Brother Shen, my dad is not that kind of person. Guo Ting said. The two chatted for about 10 minutes, and then a middle-aged man walked in from outside the door. He was slightly fat, had a beard, but was extremely serious. Dad. Guo Ting said. I didn't expect my dad to be so fast. Although the company is not far from here, this is Beijing after all, and there will be traffic jams from time to time. Then he looked at Shen Yan and said, Brother Shen, this is my dad Guo De. Mr. Shen, I have heard of your name a long time ago. It is well known to me. This statement is definitely not a compliment. After all, the news on the internet is all there. He has gathered nearly 10 well-known Chinese companies under his control, and has developed an unprecedented 3nm lithography machine. He is simply a god. Hello, Mr. Guo. We should be the ones visiting you. I'm so sorry. Shen Yan said politely and then extended his hand. Why? Guo De waved his hands. In his opinion, someone so rich and young should be very arrogant. He didn't expect Shen Yan to be so humble and polite. Then he said, it's okay, it's okay. Let's not talk about anything else. Just because you gave my son a courtyard house of inestimable value, I should come to thank you in person. Ha, I won't call you Mr. Guo. It's too formal. Guo Ting and I are of the same generation. I'll just call you uncle. Shen Yan laughed and said that he really didn't like to be polite. Then he said, I'm sorry, we just arrived today and this courtyard has not been tidied up yet, so we can't entertain you. That would be great. Guo De was very happy from the bottom of his heart. This word of uncle directly brought the two closer. Then he said, it's okay, let Guo Ting take you too tonight, and I will host you. Okay, no problem. We are just worried about how to solve the dinner problem. Shen Yan smiled. She really liked them father and son. They were straightforward and much better than the sinister Wang Haoren. Chapter 120 The Shocked Guo Family Father and Son. Brother Shen, please don't lie to me. I know you have 2 Yunshan Lydian restaurants in Beijing. Guo Ting chuckled, but before he could finish his words, he saw his father and Shen Yan looking at him with strange eyes. Especially his father, it felt like he was going to stab him. Just pretend I didn't say that, just pretend I didn't say that. Guo Ting was a little embarrassed. He did say the wrong thing. If he wanted to get closer to them, it would be better for him to host the party and invite them to his home than to go to a hotel. You little brat. Guo De patted Guo Ting's forehead and said. Then he looked at Shen Yan and said, that's settled. Let Guo Ting take you to my house tonight. Okay, Uncle Guo. Shen Yan responded. People were attracted by his financial resources and wanted to establish a relationship with him. He was unfamiliar with the place. Making more friends would open up more opportunities, and he could also have food to eat. Why not? Seeing Guo De turning around to leave, Shen Yan suddenly stopped him. Uncle Guo, please wait a moment. How can you come here without any gifts? After saying that, Shen Yan walked out and took 2 cans of De Hong Pao from the trunk of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. He looked at Guo De and said, 2 boxes of tea, just a token of respect. Well, you're welcome. It's nothing. Guo De took the tea leaves, but he didn't care what kind or price it was. He smiled politely. Anyway, he was already close to Shen Yan. Before he finished speaking, Guo De glanced at him inadvertently, and he almost dropped the tea leaves in his hand. Dad, what's wrong with you? Guo Ting had some doubts. The things Brother Shen gave must be good things, but his dad wouldn't be like this. I say, Shen Yan, is this the top-grade Wui Mountain Mother Tree De Hong Pao? Guo De came out of his surprise. He didn't feel that Shen Yan was being disrespectful by giving him a box of tea in each hand. He knew that the gift from Xinyan must be expensive. But he didn't expect that what Xinyan gave him was actually the top-grade Da Hong Pao from the mother tree of Wui Mountain. He was also a tea lover, and this thing was not something that everyone could buy, and it was expensive. This kind of tea was in his hands, and he only dared to taste it secretly when he was alone. Xinyan could easily carry 2 large jars, which meant that he must have a lot more in his hands. Thinking of this, Guode couldn't help but admire Xinyan even more. What kind of person is this young man in front of him? Yes, uncle. If you like to drink, I'll get you 2 more cans? Xinyan looked at Guoda's face and asked with a smile. No, thanks. Guode stuttered a little, but he was more determined to make friends with Xinyan. Then he looked at Xinyan and said, "It's settled then. Let Guoting take you to my house tonight. I'll be the host." Xinyan smiled slightly and nodded. Then Guode left the courtyard. The few of them chatted in the courtyard for an entire afternoon, and before they knew it, it was already evening. Seeing that it was almost time, Guoting said, "Brother Shin, shall we go?" Okay. Xinyan nodded. In the office. "Mr. Jiang, Xinyan has come to Beijing," the secretary reported. As soon as Xinyan entered the service area this afternoon, a subordinate reported to him. Since it was Mr. Zhang's special order, the secretary came to report without stopping. Really? This kid has come to the capital after all. Old Zhang took a sip of tea and laughed. Well, do I need you to make an appointment with her? The secretary asked. Does he have any plans for today? Old Zhang spoke slowly. He was invited by the Guo family. I heard that Xinyan gave the young master of the Guo family a courtyard house in Beijing, number 47 Zhongxing Road, in Beihai. The secretary replied. Number 47 Zhongxing Road? Wow, it turns out that the mysterious buyer behind this courtyard house is Xinyan. Old Jian looked a little surprised. He had heard reports from his subordinates before that 2 courtyard houses with 2 entrances on Zhongxing Road were bought by a mysterious buyer, and it turned out to be Xinyan. Well, help me make an appointment with him tomorrow. I've been becoming more and more interested in this guy recently. Old Jiang chuckled. How could he not be interested? He had an ordinary background and abundant cash flow. He could produce a lithography machine that scientific researchers had failed to develop in several years in just a few minutes. Even Meng Lixing's return to China and the burning of the Yasukuni shrine were related to him. Okay, Mr. Jiang. The secretary nodded and then walked out. Rose Manor. Located in the east of Beijing, it is the private manor of the Guo family. It is a European-style building and is smaller than Xinyan's Sinan mansion. What a beautiful Rose Manor! Xinyan exclaimed as he looked at the Rose Manor as soon as he got off the car. Come on, brother Shin, it's far inferior to your Sinan mansion. Guo Ting said, putting his arm around Xinyan's shoulders. The key opened the door. Guo stood up and said, Hey, Xinyan, you are finally here. He checked his watch almost every 3 minutes, thinking that it was time. Could something have happened? When he saw Xinyan coming, the worry in his heart finally came to an end. Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Wang Yu. Guo said, pointing to his wife beside him. Hello, Auntie. Xinyan said with a smile. Hello. I heard from my little Ting that he met a very good friend in Beihai. Wang Yu nodded in response. He had heard the father and son talk about Xinyan many times. He also gave his son a courtyard house and 2 boxes of extremely expensive tea in the afternoon. The most commendable thing is that Xinyan has such a big family business at such a young age. Under the influence of Xinyan, even Guo Ting, who usually does nothing, has changed and started to care about the company's affairs. No, Auntie. We just met by chance and we get along very well. Xinyan said this without any politeness. Indeed, he and Guo Ting got along very well. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. Xinyan picked up the phone and saw that it was Secretary Jiang who called. It seemed that the leader was very well informed. Then he looked at the others and said, Sorry, I have to take a call. It's okay. You go ahead and do your work. I'll go prepare the dishes. Wang Yu nodded and walked towards the kitchen. Hello, Secretary Wang. Does the leader have any instructions? Xinyan said. Mr. Jian wants to see you tomorrow. I wonder if Mr. Shin is free. Secretary Wang said slowly. Having followed Mr. Jiang for so long, he knew a lot about Xinyan. Even he himself became curious about Xinyan. Mr. Jiang, are you looking for me? Why? Xinyan asked knowingly. It must be because the burning of the Yasukuni shrine toilet had attracted the attention of the leaders. I'm not sure either. Maybe Mr. Jiang values you more, said the secretary. Although Guode and his son could not hear the voice on the phone, they could hear Xinyan's words clearly. Instructions, Mr. Jiang, could it be Mr. Jiang from the core circle? Okay then. I'll go over tomorrow. After saying that, Xinyan hung up the phone. Brother Shin, who called you? Guo Ting asked. A strange old man wants to see me tomorrow, Xinyan said with a smile. Chapter 121 Cooperation. I just heard you say it was Mr. Jiang. Is that the Mr. Jiang I was thinking of? Guo De asked cautiously. Yes. Xinyan nodded. Holy shit. Guo De was so scared that he nearly dropped the cup of water in his hand. Their guess was confirmed. Who on earth is Xinyan that he could even touch the leaders of the core circle? You know, even though I am a famous family in Beijing, I have never been received by Mr. Jiang. I didn't expect that this young man from another place could get this honor. That's fine, but Xinyan actually called him a weird old man. How can this not be shocking? Then Xinyan briefly talked about how he got to know Mr. Jiang. I didn't expect that you also know the core leaders. You are really a promising young man, Guo De said from the bottom of his heart. No, I'm far inferior to Uncle Guo, Xinyan said politely. Soon, the food was served. Looking at the dazzling array of dishes, Xinyan picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. He couldn't help smacking his lips and gave a thumbs up. Auntie, your cooking skills are really amazing. It's so delicious. Even Wang Yuanmin beside him nodded in agreement. Although they were just home-cooked dishes, they tasted like those prepared by a chef. No, my cooking skills can't compare with those of the chef. Wang Yu was coaxed into laughing by the two's words. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Wu Ting was already drunk and fell asleep on the table. Wu Da's face was a little red from drinking. He looked at Xinyan and said, Xinyan, what do you think of my son? Compared to other second-generation people, he is straightforward and has a strong sense of loyalty and righteousness. This is what Xinyan said from the bottom of his heart. Indeed, let's not talk about it. Compared with Wang Haoren, Guo Ting is more straightforward and has no bad intentions. Uncle, I have an unreasonable request. I wonder if you can agree to it. Guo De patted Xinyan's shoulder and said sincerely. Uncle, you said we are not outsiders. Xinyan replied. The Guo family is now always suppressed by the Wang family. I can still hold out a little, but my son is useless, so I hope you can take care of him. At least don't wait until I'm gone before the Guo family collapses. Guo De is now 52 years old. He has been busy with company affairs for many years, and half of his hair has turned white. However, his son is not interested in company affairs. If the Guo family collapses after his death, how can he face his ancestors? But after meeting Xinyan, Guo Ting changed completely. Although Guo De didn't know why, it must be inseparable from Xinyan. He had some selfish motives and wanted to tie Xinyan and the Guo family together, so that Xinyan would help the Guo family in times of crisis. Xinyan hesitated after hearing this. He could see that Guo Da's action was to tie the Guo family and himself together. Although he and the Guo father and son got along very well, he really didn't want to make too many enemies since he had just arrived in Beijing. Ding, the system releases the selection task. Just as Xinyan was hesitating, the system's voice rang out. 1. Deeply cooperate with the Guo family, become the first ally after entering Beijing, and reward the property rights of Wangfujing Commercial Street. 2. Be prudent and protect yourself, refuse to cooperate, and be rewarded with a villa in Yuelan Bay. Oh, looking at this choice, it must be option 1. Since the system has chosen this, what am I afraid of? Even though we merchants are not my opponents, let alone the Wang family. Then I silently said in my heart. System, I choose 1. Successful selection will reward you with Wangfujing Commercial Street property rights. Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything. Seeing Xinyan's hesitation, Guo De felt a little disappointed. Although they had a good relationship, Xinyan was a businessman and probably didn't want to fall out with the Wang family because of the Guo family. Ah, Uncle Guo, I'm sorry I was distracted just now. Xinyan came back to his senses, looked at Guo De beside him, and then said, Cooperation, eh? Sure, I also want to develop in Beijing. Real. Guo De was overjoyed. He had been ready to give up, but he didn't expect Shen Yan to agree so readily. How could he not be happy? Then he picked up the wine glass and said, I toast to you. Of course, not to mention that Guo Ting and I get along well, I also need allies to develop in Beijing. Shen Yan smiled and drank the wine in the glass. Shen Yan had heard Guo Ting mention that the Guo family's main business in Beijing was real estate, and their side business was a media company. It just so happened that he also had such a company under his control, so there was a great need for cooperation. As for cooperation, in terms of real estate, I don't have any plans in Beijing yet, but this media company is possible. Shen Yan smiled slightly. He had many actors and singers with both popularity and strength under his command, and even a live broadcast company. Then he said, I will send someone to contact you when the time comes. Okay. Guo De said excitedly. With Shen Yan's strong support, the Guo family's rise is just around the corner. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Guo De picked up the phone and saw that it was a message from his secretary. He was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Then he said, speaking of real estate, my secretary just sent me a message saying that a mysterious person has acquired Wangfujing. That's Wangfujing, the most prosperous commercial street in Beijing. Who on earth has such power? But before he could finish his thought, he saw Shen Yan, who was holding a wine glass, smiling at him. He felt unprecedented excitement and panic in his heart. Then he said with a questioning look on his face. Shen Yan, could it be you? If nothing unexpected happens, that person seems to be me. Shen Yan said lightly. Bang! Guo De felt as if a thunderclap had rang in his mind, and he suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He had just arrived in Beijing for less than a day, and he had already acquired Wangfujing. What kind of rich man is this? He had investigated Shen Yan's deeds himself. He had donated hundreds of billions of dollars at every turn. But he didn't expect that this young man had such abundant cash flow. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with him. Does your family run a bank? You are amazing. Guo De was so excited that he couldn't say anything for a while. Although he said so, he gradually felt relieved in his heart. He had found a treasure. With Shen Yan's strength, the Wang family was not worth his attention. No wonder even the core leaders wanted to meet him in person. The two chatted for more than an hour before they ended. After declining Guo De's invitation to stay overnight, Shen Yan brought Wang Yuemin to Yunshan Lidian. There was no other way. He also wanted to live in a courtyard house, but there was nothing inside. He might as well stay in a hotel. On the way, Wang Yuemin looked at him with a sweet smile and said, Hubby, did you really buy Wangfujing? In fact, to be honest, although the two are already married, he still doesn't know how much property and money Shen Yan has. Yes, let's go shopping some other day. Didn't you say you wanted to go before? Shen Yan said with a smile. Yeah. My husband is the best. Wang Yuemin shouted, and he naturally thought that Shen Yan bought it for him, and his heart couldn't help but warm. It's nice to be cared about by others. Chapter 122 Lightning Strike. After returning to the hotel, as usual, Shen Yan undressed Wang Yuemin, bathed her and blew her hair. Although he was not drunk tonight, he was still a little drunk. Looking at Wang Yuemin's beautiful body, he couldn't help but have wild thoughts. Seeing Shen Yan trying his best to control himself, Wang Yuemin felt a little distressed, and despite Shen Yan's objection, he dived into the bed. An hour later. Wife, you are still so good at playing. Shen Yan caressed Wang Yuemin's hair lovingly, and then said, but it's better to try to avoid doing this in the future. Husband, don't you like me anymore? Wang Yuemin said with a sad face. Could it be that Shen Yan is tired of her? As if he could see Wang Yuemin's displeasure, Shen Yan knew that pregnant women tend to have wild thoughts, so he pinched her face and said, No, I'm just worried that you're tired. It's okay, as long as my husband likes it. Wang Yuemin shook her head vigorously. Not only was she not tired, she also enjoyed this feeling very much. Then the two fell asleep in each other's arms. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. At around 8 o'clock the next day, Shen Yan was awakened by a phone call while he was sleeping. He quickly pressed the mute button, only to see Wang Yuemin turning over and continuing to sleep with the quilt between his arms. After making sure that it did not affect Wang Yuemin, Shen Yan stood up, walked out of the room and answered the phone. Hello, Secretary Wang. Mr. Shen, Mr. Jiang asked me to inform you that it's 9:30, Taiha Tea House. Secretary Wang said. Hearing this, Shen Yan agreed and then hung up the phone. After washing and changing clothes, Shen Yan thoughtfully left a small note for Wang Yuanmin, telling him that he was out to discuss something and would be back at noon. He also drew a small heart at the end of the note. Then he walked out of the room. Taiha Tea House. As soon as Shen Yan walked in, he saw Mr. Jiang was on the phone, so he sat down opposite Mr. Jiang without saying much. After a while, when the call was over, Mr. Jiang said with a smile, "Long time no see, Mr. Shen." "Mr. Jiang, why did you call me here today?" Shen Yan asked knowingly. He knew that Mr. Shen mentioned in the news about Prime Minister De Quan had already attracted the attention of the Chinese top brass. "What do you think?" Mr. Jiang said with a smile after taking a sip of tea. For some reason, Shen Yan always felt that the old man opposite him seemed to be able to see through his thoughts, and then shook his head. "It was you who burned the Yasukuni Shrine's toilet, right?" Mr. Jiang asked directly. "No, but it's cooked really well. It's rare that these beasts would apologize." Shen Yan shook his head and said, "Oh? Then why did the Yasukuni Shrine burn down when you were visiting the memorial? It's like Meng Lixing just returned to China and became the new generation leader of Huawei appointed by you." Mr. Jiang leaned back in his chair and looked at Shen Yan and said, "True coincidences are rare in the world. But I'm here to tell you something on behalf of the leader. Don't be nervous. Even if you did it, as long as it's for the good of China, even if we don't know how you did it, China won't blame you but will encourage you." Wow, this old man's ideas are different from others. However, this makes me feel a lot more relaxed. Although it has aroused suspicion, what I did is good after all, and the senior leaders also expressed their support, so that's fine. Although I don't know what you are talking about, please thank the leader who asked you to help pass on the message for me. Mr. Jiang's identity is clear, so it's easy to guess who the person is who can be asked to pass on the message. There is one more thing. This leader will meet with you tomorrow. Please prepare. Mr. Jiang spoke slowly. Damn it! Jiang Lao's words were like thunder, one after another. The leader of China wanted to meet him? My God, although Shen Yan was different from his original self in terms of status and mentality, he was still the leader of China. What a great honor it was. Me? How can I be so worthy? Don't be so modest, young man. Remember to behave normally tomorrow and don't be so careless as you are now. Jiang Lao slowly stood up and walked away while admonishing him. That person is not him, after all, his identity is there, so he should be normal, otherwise it will be bad if it gets out. Okay. Shen Yan nodded helplessly. If his parents knew about this, they would be so proud of him. He picked up the phone and called. Hello, son, how was your game? How's Xiaoman? Is Xiaoman okay? The call was connected instantly and Zhang Lan started asking questions. Mom, we had a great time, Xiaomin was also very good. I have something to tell you, but you have to keep it a secret. The Chinese leader will meet with me tomorrow. After Shen Yan finished saying these words, there was silence on the other end of the phone. He didn't say much either, just waited quietly for his mother's answer. Son, which leader are you talking about, the leader? After a long silence, Zhang Lan slowly spoke. She didn't know what was wrong with her, and it wasn't that she didn't believe it. After all, her son's business was so big, but business was business, and it wasn't to the point where the leader had to meet him in person. Yes. Shen Yan responded. Oh my God, son, your parents are proud of you. You must dress yourself well tomorrow and don't be so careless. You must leave a good impression on others. Zhang Lan was so excited that he was a little incoherent. After all, he was the top leader of China. I understand, Mom, but you must keep this a secret and don't spread it outside. Shen Yan reminded. Okay. I'll talk to your dad right away. If he knew this, he would be so happy that he wouldn't be able to sleep all night. Zhang Lan said excitedly and hung up the phone. Looking at his phone, Shen Yan had some indescribable feelings. Although he really didn't want to get involved in these things, and he knew that he probably couldn't hide his affairs, but it would be good to make his parents happy. After all, he had been making them angry since he was a child. Forget it, let's just make the best of it now. After saying that, Shen Yan picked up his things and left Taiha Tea House. When I returned to the hotel and opened the door, I saw Wang Yuanmin sitting in front of TV watching a TV series. Hubby, you're back. Then he stood up and walked over with a smile, changed her slippers considerately, and then asked, What did you do this morning? I was so bored in the hotel alone. I've made a friend, and there's something I need to let you know. Be prepared. Xing Yan said word by word. It was rare to see Xing Yan so serious. Wang Yuemin nodded. Go ahead, husband. The top leader of China will meet with me tomorrow. Xing Yan said seriously. Ah. Wang Yuemin was so excited that she couldn't speak for a moment. That was the highest leader of China, not everyone could meet him. Then she put her arms around Xing Yan's neck, kissed him on the face and said, Hubby, you are awesome, I am proud of you. But why did I suddenly meet you? Wang Yuemin seemed to have thought of something, and then asked, Is it the fire at the Yasukuni Shrine's toilet? Xing Yan nodded and repeated what had just happened. It's okay, husband. Didn't Mr. Jiang say that as long as it's for the good of China, they won't interfere? Chapter 123, An Interview with Elder Tang. Wang Yuemin wrote on Xing Yan and said slowly, Don't worry. Since Mr. Jiang has chosen not to pursue the matter, the top leaders must have reached a consensus. I guess they won't ask any more questions tomorrow. Yes, Xing Yan suddenly understood. As expected, a bystander can see clearly. Why didn't he think of this? Since Mr. Jiang could convey it to him on behalf of the leadership, it proved that the upper echelons had reached a consensus. Then he kissed Wang Yuemin's delicate face vigorously and said, Thanks to you, my wife, otherwise I would not have been so stubborn. Hearing this, Wang Yuemin chuckled. It would be a good thing for him to be able to help Xing Yan share his worries. The next morning, Xing Yan arrived at the core area of Beijing and finally got in after several rounds of verification and body searches. Boom boom boom. Xing Yan knocked on the door politely. Although he had prepared himself mentally, this was China's top leader after all. How could he not be nervous? Then the secretary opened the door, looked at Xing Yan and said with a smile, You must be Mr. Shen, the leader is busy, please wait here for a moment. Okay. Xing Yan nodded. After all, he was a big boss and had a lot of things to do every day. He would just wait for a while. Then Xing Yan began to look around. There were many books, and there was a stone on the desk. Xing Yan walked over with interest. How does it feel when you see my backing stone? Just as Xing Yan was reading with great interest, an old voice sounded. Xing Yan turned around and saw an old man with vigorous spirit. His face was full of stories, but his eyes were bright and energetic. This must be the leader. Xing Yan smiled and said, Hello, leader. Just call me Mr. Tang. The old man walked to the sofa and motioned Xing Yan to sit down. Then he smiled and said, This stone is called backer stone. It is not a bribe. I bought it with my own money. It means that I am the backer of the entire China and must be honest and abide by the law. Hearing the leader's words, Xing Yan secretly gave a thumbs up. No wonder he could be a leader, but Xing Yan couldn't learn this kind of vision. Mr. Tang, I wonder why you asked me to come here today? Xing Yan tried his best to relax. Young people are just impatient. Mr. Tang smiled, took the teacup from his secretary, and immediately looked at Xing Yan and said, Have a sip of tea first. This tea is good. You are so polite now. This doesn't seem like the Xing Yan I know. Oh, it must be old Jiang who asked you to be careful, right? Old Tang said with a smile, slapping his forehead like a naughty old boy. Xing Yan looked at Mr. Tang in front of him. He was completely different from what he had imagined. Not only was he very kind, but he was also a little interesting. Then Xing Yan relaxed and said, Mr. Tang, I feel uncomfortable holding it in like this. My mom even called me yesterday and told me to change it. That's good. Young people are full of energy and vitality. Mr. Tang smiled. He found that the young man in front of him gave him a good first impression. Then he continued, I asked you to come here because I am curious about you. Hearing what Mr. Tang said, Xing Yan was stunned. Is it still coming? You seem to have suddenly become rich half a year ago. Before that, you were just an employee of a state-owned enterprise in Beihai. We have been actively negotiating about Meng Lixing's return to China. I am also familiar with Lao Ren, but Meng Lixing returned to China not long after you acquired Huawei. And you promised Lao Ren that you would rescue his daughter and bring her back to China. The more Xing Yan listened, the more cold sweat broke out on his back. Xing Yan really couldn't bear to lie to the kind old man in front of him. If the fact that you happened to be visiting the memorial during that time doesn't count as evidence regarding the minor incident a few days ago, then what about Mr. Shen that Prime Minister Daikin mentioned? Don't be nervous. The Chinese top brass has discussed this. No matter if you did it or not, No matter how you did it, as long as it's for the good of China, we won't ask any more questions. Seeing Shen Yan with slight sweat on his forehead, Mr. Tang smiled and had already made up his mind. Ah, Mr. Tang, you don't want to ask me? Hearing what Mr. Tang said, Shen Yan rolled his eyes in his heart, thinking that you leaders all like to scare people. No question. Mr. Tang put down his teacup and slowly stood up. He said to Shen Yan, young people have their own secrets. We have seen everything you have done. Although my guess is not entirely correct, it is not far off. What do you think? Are the old man's ideas different from you young people's? After saying that, old Tang laughed. He had already made up his mind about the current situation, and if he continued to question, it might just backfire and discourage others. Mr. Tang, it's me. Shen Yan then realized that he was a little speechless, as if he had been seen through. Fortunately, Mr. Tang did not pursue the matter, otherwise it would be very troublesome to explain it. Then he said, thank you. Mr. Tang smiled and waved his hand, then said, young people, the future is yours. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. I will do my best to benefit China. Shen Yan nodded solemnly. Okay, I like this boy. Mr. Tang laughed loudly, and couldn't help but admire Shen Yan. He looked at the time and said, let's stop here for today. I have a meeting later. Okay, Mr. Tang. Shen Yan stood up and walked out. After closing the door gently, Shen Yan found that his back was already wet and his legs were a little sore. After driving out of here, Shen Yan found a nearby parking lot and stopped. He lit a cigarette and took a deep puff before he relaxed. Shen Yan closed his eyes as he looked at the sky. Since Mr. Tang said it was okay, he would just roll up his sleeves and get to work. In the next few days, Shen Yan went to visit Wang Fujing and climbed the Great Wall. Before leaving, he went to Guo's house and generously handed Wang Fujing over to Gui Ting to manage. The person arranged by Jiang Nan had already contacted the Guo family for business, and the two families officially reached a cooperation in real estate and entertainment companies. This made Guo Da's family very grateful to Shen Yan. Wife, will you blame me? Shen Yan said while hugging Wang Yuemin. Why? Wang Yuemin nudged Shen Yan's chest with her little face and asked questioningly. It was a great honeymoon period, but I was busy with work. Shen Yan felt a little guilty. He had been busy most of the time during the few days he had been out, and he always left Wang Yuemin in the hotel. No, you're busy because you work and earn money for milk powder for your baby. Wang Yuemin smiled sweetly at him and said, if you don't understand this, then wouldn't you really become one of those toxic chicken soup girls on a certain audio platform? Could it be that I would also say those who care don't need to be taught, and those who don't care can't be taught? Shall we go back to Beihai tomorrow? Shen Yan suggested. Okay. I miss my parents. Wang Yuemin nodded. She really missed Zhang Lan and the others. Chapter 124 Seeing Zhuang Feifei again. 3 months later. Wang Yuemin's belly was slightly bulging. That day, after the private doctor hired by Shen Yan finished the examination, Wang Yuemin suddenly lay on Shen Yan's thighs and said coquettishly, husband, my parents have gone back to their hometown for something, I want to go out and play. After I got pregnant, I was the focus of my family's protection. However, I couldn't play with my tablet, watch TV series, and after my belly got bigger, I couldn't go out to play. Although it felt good to be cared for, over time, Wang Yuemin couldn't hold back her restless heart. No. Shen Yan refused decisively. Please, husband. Wang Yuemin said in a coquettish tone. If she didn't go out to play, she would be suffocated to death, just once, okay? I'll show you something new. Let me make it clear first, the reason I agreed to let you go out is not because of your new tricks. Shen Yan coughed dryly and said seriously. Yeah. My husband is so nice. Wang Yuemin said excitedly. Then she went to change her clothes. In the evening, Wang Yuemin walked on the beach holding Shen Yan's arm, and the sea breeze blew on their faces. Husband, I really feel great to have you. Wang Yuemin leaned on Shen Yan's shoulder and said. Oh. Me too. Shen Yan replied. I'm telling you the truth. I used to think that men would become bad when they had money, and that you would go out and have affairs with other women when I was pregnant. But later I found that you didn't do that, and instead treated me better and better. Wang Yuemin let go of his hand, stood in front of Shen Yan, and looked at the man who was a head taller than him, feeling emotional. Silly girl. Shen scratched her nose lovingly. He somewhat agreed with his mother's decision not to let him play with the tablet and watch TV series. It was easy to have wild thoughts if he watched too much of that stuff. Husband, I want a kiss. As he spoke, Wang Yuanmin closed his eyes and waited for Shen move. Shen smiled slightly, lowered his head and kissed her. Not far away, a woman wearing a baseball cap was sitting on a stone bench, watching the two men's actions with her fists slightly clenched. If Shen were here, he would definitely recognize that this was the Zhuang Feifei who cheated on him. Damn it! These were originally mine. Zhuang Feifei growled. She had followed Shen several times before. Every time she saw the two of them showing their affection, she felt very uncomfortable. Moreover, I have been paying attention to Shen's news recently. Even if it is just a rumor, I will click to take a look. But every time I read it, I regret it. How could I have imagined that Shen would achieve such success? If I hadn't cheated on him, I would be the one driving a luxury car and living in a luxury house. The more I think about it, the more jealous I become. Why should they live in luxury cars and mansions, while I am only worthy of being held down by greasy old men? I earn such a pitiful amount of money every day. Shen, you did all this, it's all your fault. Then he picked up his phone and called his mother, and the call was quickly connected. Fei, where have you been these days? Zhuang's mother asked anxiously. She had not been able to contact her daughter in the past few days, and the only thing that could prove that she was fine was that she transferred money to her almost every day. Mom, I agree with the old Mr. One you introduced to me. Zhuang Feifei spoke slowly. Her mother actually introduced her to an old man who was almost 50 years old. That was fine. This man must weigh at least 320 pounds, right? But it didn't matter. It was better than replacing the old with the new every day. It was not bad to let him deal with Shen. Okay, Mom will give you her phone number right away. After saying that, Zhuang's mother hung up the phone. After a while, Zhuang Feifei saw the phone number her mother sent to her on WeChat and dialed it without saying a word. Hey, that guy. The man's name is Wang Hao, the director of the Beihai Taxation Bureau, and he is very powerful. Of course, he also took a lot of kickbacks. Mr. Wang, my name is Feifei. I've figured it out. Zhuang Feifei suppressed her disgust and spoke in a coquettish voice. Oh, beautiful girl Feifei, you see, I told you that if you follow me, you will never suffer any loss. Wang Hao licked his lips. Damn, Zhuang Feifei is a pretty girl. He had been deeply attracted to her at the last cocktail party. It would be worth it to sleep with a girl like her once. Compared to his own wife, she was much better than the old and beautiful one. Then he said, Feifei, are you free tonight? Of course we have time. To express our apology, we have specially prepared a wonderful show for you, Zhuang Feifei said in a tender voice. Oh, okay. I'll ask my secretary to pick you up later. Zhuang Feifei's words made Wang Hao cheer repeatedly. He finally got this slut. After hanging up the phone, Zhuang Feifei looked viciously in the direction of Shen and the other person. Shen, if I can't get you, I will destroy you. If I can't destroy you, I will destroy the things you love. Honey, I'm a little cold. Wang Yuanmin stopped and said. Why don't we go home? Shen replied. No, I want a hug. Wang Yuanmin coquettishly got into Shenyan's arms, arched her pretty face, and then said, Husband, have you ever tried on the beach? No, you are my first and only woman. Shen answered decisively. Suddenly, Shen seemed to think of something. He looked at Wang Yuanmin in his arms and said, You mean, here? Wang Yuanmin nodded in his arms, and then squatted down. The place they chose was very secluded, and there were few people on this beach. Oh my God, feeling the changes in his body, Shenyan's expression gradually became euphoric. More than an hour later, Wang Yuanmin licked her lips and said with a smile, Honey, do you like it? I like it very much. How can you not like this? Leaving traces of your battles in various places around the world is probably the dream of many men. Wang Yuanmin chuckled, then wiped his mouth and the two of them walked towards the parking lot. Yunchang Lydian, room 308. Zhuang Feifei had been waiting here for a long time. Suddenly, she heard the door open and looked towards the door. Wang Hao came in wearing a fisherman's hat and sunglasses, wrapped up tightly. There is no other way. After all, I am in this identity. If I am discovered, I will no longer be the director of the tax bureau. If I quit, where can I get money? As soon as he took off his coat, he saw Zhuang Feifei lying on the bed and said with a wicked smile, "Little wildcat, you came so early." "Of course, I'm here to apologize to you, my husband." Zhuang Feifei got up from the bed, walked to Wang Hao, took off his hat and sunglasses, and then said, trying to suppress her nausea, "I'm here to serve you, I hope you will be nice to me." Wang Hao was so angry at Zhuang Feifei's combo that he pushed him down on the bed without saying a word. 10 minutes later, Zhuang Feifei lay on Wang Hao's fat chest. She said shyly, "Honey, you are so awesome. I was totally immersed in it just now." Chapter 125, Trouble at the Door. "Ha ha ha, you little wildcat." Wang Hao laughed out loud at Zhuang Feifei's sweet talk. Which man doesn't like to hear a woman brag about herself, especially in that aspect, which gives her a sense of accomplishment? But he finally got to taste this woman, she's really good. "Honey, I have an idea," Zhuang Feifei said while lying on Wang Hao's body. Then she took out Wang Yuemin's photo, waved it in front of him, and said, "Would you like to try a duet?" "Fuck." Wang Hao instantly became alert, and the girl corrected herself. Then she looked at Zhuang Feifei and said, "Who is this? This girl is pretty good. This is my ex-boyfriend's current girlfriend. He cheated on me for this bitch." As she spoke, Zhuang Feifei forced out a few tears and exaggeratedly recounted their past and the reasons why she had become like this. "This man is nothing. What the hell, he found a pretty girl when he had money." He immediately picked up Zhuang Feifei and said distressfully, "No wonder I always feel pain in your eyes every time I see you." However, this man looked familiar. He slapped his forehead and remembered, "Isn't this Xin Yan, the boss of the most popular Xingsha group? After all, he is in the tax bureau and has to deal with him." Then he asked, "You said this Xin Yan is your ex-boyfriend?" "Aha!" Zhuang Feifei nodded with tears in her eyes. She looked so handsome that anyone who came would give her a thumbs up. After he became rich, he deliberately spread rumors that I cheated on him. What should he do? Although he had never taken advantage of their business, Xingsha Group was a major taxpayer in Beihai. Besides, he wouldn't dare to do so even if he had the guts, because this was an entrepreneur that even the municipal party secretary valued. "If you can make him look good, I'd be willing to be let out by you like a dog." As if she could see that Wang Hao was a little hesitant, Zhuang Feifei quickly made a solemn promise that she would do anything as long as Xin Yan could be punished. "Fuck." Wang Hao was shocked. Regardless of the hatred between the two, the fact that Zhuang Feifei was so good at playing was enough to surprise him. Wang Hao nodded as he was horny. "Really? You're so nice to me." Zhuang Feifei wiped her tears and continued to ask, "But Xin Yan is the big boss after all, can you do it?" "Damn, can a man say he is not good enough?" Wang Hao said proudly, "Can you do it?" "Take that away, she is just a small boss, let me see how I kill her. By then, his wife will be his girlfriend." Wang Hao couldn't help but fantasize. He had never tried the couple dance before. Before he could finish his fantasy, Zhuang Feifei took the initiative to ride on him. The lights were dim and the two of them were entangled with each other. Sinan Mansion. Xin Yan didn't know that he had been targeted yet, and was blowing Wang Yuemin's hair attentively. "Honey, I don't know why, but my right eyelid keeps twitching after I came back from the beach." Wang Yuemin said, "The old saying goes, if your left eye twitches, you will get rich, if your right eye twitches, you will get disaster. This right eyelid twitching is definitely not a good thing. And I am always feeling anxious right now." "Don't worry, you just didn't get enough rest." Xin Yan comforted her. He knew that pregnant women were most likely to have wild thoughts. "Oh." Wang Yuemin nodded disappointedly and was about to continue speaking when Xin Yan interrupted him. "My grandma said that if you talk about your eyelid twitching, it will be fine." Hearing this, Wang Yuemin nodded obediently, and then the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. Early the next morning. "Beat the drums, strike the gongs." Xin Yan opened his eyes dazedly and saw that it was Jiang Nan calling, and there were already several missed calls. After looking at Wang Yuemin beside him, Xin Yan quietly left the room. "Hey, Sister Nan, what's wrong so early in the morning? You should come to the company. The tax bureau is here to cause trouble." Jiang Nan said hurriedly that people from the tax bureau came not long after work started today and insisted on checking the accounts, saying that Xingsha Group was evading taxes and their attitude was extremely arrogant. "Just check it out. Anyway, my company has always paid taxes normally. But a financial statement came from somewhere and it showed that Xingsha Group evaded 8.9 billion in taxes last quarter." Jiang Nan was stunned when he saw this. As a result, the tax bureau insisted that Xinyan come forward, so Jiang Nan had no choice but to call Xinyan. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Xinyan touched his chin. It shouldn't be like this. His Xinxia group is now a major taxpayer in Beihai. Moreover, Xinyan had told Jiang Nan not to evade taxes when the group was first established, let alone reasonable tax avoidance. What was going on? Then he asked on the phone, Sister Nan, tell me, has the company paid taxes normally? Of course. Jiang Nan yelled, what good would tax evasion bring to him? The company was not his. It had been difficult for him to get to where he was now, so how could he make such a mistake? Okay, wait for me. Xinyan nodded. Of course she believed Jiang Nan, otherwise she would not have let him sit in that position. Then she left a small note for Wang Yuanmen and hurriedly left home. Xinxia Group. Mr. Jiang, your chairman Xin is really arrogant. He made us wait for so long. Lu Di, who was in charge of the tax bureau, said while sitting on the sofa in Jiang Nan's office with his legs crossed. He'll be here in a minute. Jiang Nan was a little impatient. He had been working for so many years, but this was the first time he encountered someone coming to check the accounts. What was going on? Had a case been filed and was he going to be arrested? However, Jiang Nan was also somewhat puzzled as to where the so-called financial statements came from. Who was interfering? I'm not a big shot, Sister Nan can make any decision for me. Just when Jiang Nan was worried, Xinyan arrived before he even showed up, and then pushed open the door and walked in. Hey, Mr. Xin, you are really like a dragon that is hard to find. The man just now continued. Xinyan ignored them, walked to Jiang Nan and said, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Good. For some reason, Xinyan's words gave him great psychological comfort and made him feel safe. Tell me, what's going on? Xinyan jumped onto the desk, lit a cigarette and said. Mr. Xin, you're just sitting on your desk like this? And we've been here for so long and we haven't even had a cup of tea. Is this how Xinxia Group treats guests? Xinyan actually ignored him just now, which made Lu Di very unhappy. No matter how big your company is, Xinyan, we are government officials, and this is your attitude? There's plenty of tea, but you'd better tell me what's going on first. Xinyan still didn't look at him. He turned around and performed a smoke ring for Jiang Nan, which made the latter burst out laughing and his mood was not as gloomy as before. You. Lu Di was furious and was about to go up to argue but was stopped by someone behind him. He turned around and saw that person comforting him. Yes, why should he be anxious with him? They should be anxious. He smiled and said. Hey, Mr. Xin, even though your U group was established not long ago, you are still a major taxpayer in Beihai. No wonder you keep raising your employees' salaries. It turns out you are evading taxes. Chapter 126 being taken away. What, are you jealous? Xinyan put out the cigarette but with his hand. He had never met such arrogant people before. He even doubted whether these gangsters were from the tax bureau. Xinyan, you are so arrogant. Lu Di was completely enraged, but he was indeed very jealous. He only got such a low salary every month, while others got so much. He could have been superior to others by virtue of his status, but he did not expect that in Xinyan's eyes, he was no different from ordinary people, which made him even more unhappy. Look, your Xinxia group is suspected of tax evasion, come with us. Lu Di looked at Xinyan, you keep pretending, aren't you still the same? Can't. Jiang Nan exclaimed, this must have been calculated by an opponent, otherwise how could it be like this, and there is also that bizarre financial report. It's too fucking ridiculous. It's okay, Sister Nan. Xinyan patted Jiang Nan on the shoulder, then slipped a note into her collar. He looked at the others and said, okay, I'll go with you. I've never eaten at a government office before. Ding, the system issues a task, break the deadlock. Task completion reward, sexual function loss card. Oh. According to the system, his group was probably targeted by an opponent, but it was still unknown who it was. He then gave Jiang Nan a confident smile and turned around and left the office. In the office, Jiang Nan checked his collar and found that the note given by Xinyan was missing for some reason. Upon closer inspection, he found that Xinyan had put it under the strap of his underwear and it accidentally fell inside. When he opened it, he saw a phone number and Jiang Nan called it without saying a word. Hello, that person. An extremely serious voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, I'm Jiang Nan, the vice chairman of the group. Our chairman was arrested by the tax bureau and gave me your phone number before leaving. Jiang Nan said anxiously. What? Chen Huai was shocked. How could this be possible? He did not issue such an order. However, he was an old hand in the officialdom after all. He then asked, Boss Jiang, I am Chen Huai, the secretary of Beihai Municipal Party Committee. I am now solemnly asking you, has Beihai Xingxia Group evaded taxes? Secretary Chen? Jiang Nan was a little surprised that Shen Yan actually gave him Chen Huai's phone number. Although he was surprised, since Shen Yan gave him his phone number, he must know that Secretary Chen was a fair person. He cleared his throat and said, Hello, Secretary Chen. I swear on my personal integrity that Beihai Xingxia Group has always paid taxes normally and has never evaded taxes, let alone so-called reasonable tax avoidance. Okay, don't worry, wait for my news. After saying that, Chen Huai hung up the phone. Outside the Xingxia Group, reporters from various media have arrived. After all, it is the Xingxia Group, and tax evasion is no trivial matter. Mr. Shin, is it true that your Xingxia Group has evaded taxes? Mr. Shin, is the reason you were so nice to your employees all because you evaded taxes? Unscrupulous entrepreneur, pretending to donate money, no wonder. Facing the questions from passers-by in the media, Shen Yan was very happy and said, My fellow villagers, I just want to try the government food. Also, Xingxia Group is innocent. If I return safely, I have only one wish. I hope that the mastermind behind the scenes must have plastic surgery as soon as possible, otherwise. After saying this, Shen Yan gave a harmless smile to the camera in front of him. How dare you be so arrogant? Get in the car. Lu Di looked at Shen Yan's smiling face and felt even more unhappy, so he pushed Shen Yan directly. Shen Yan didn't bother with him, after all, he was just a small figure. Mr. Shen, when will you come back? Just as Shen Yan was about to get on the bus, a sharp voice sounded. Shen Yan did not turn around, but confidently gestured, and then said, At most 2 days, everyone will be at the same time and place, and I will give you all benefits. At Sinan Mansion, Wang Yuemin just woke up and saw the note left by Shen Yan. He didn't take it seriously, after all, Shen Yan had done the same before. Then he went to sit on the balcony, and suddenly the phone at home rang. Hello, Miss Wang? A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. I am, who are you? Wang Yuemin responded, but he always felt that the voice sounded familiar, but he just couldn't remember it. I am an employee of Xingxia Group. Our president Shen has been arrested by the tax bureau. The woman's voice on the phone continued. Ah! Wang Yuemin exclaimed, no wonder Shen Yan left home in a hurry this morning, was he arrested? She couldn't help but feel a surge of blood and stomach discomfort. Mr. Shen asked me to pick you up before he left. Please pack your things and I will arrange someone to pick you up right away. The woman continued. Wang Yuemin was a little skeptical at first, until he saw the Beihai news pushed on his phone, and the headline was that Shen Yan was arrested. He immediately agreed. On the other end of the phone, Zhuang Feifei looked at the greasy Wang Hao and said admiringly, Husband, you are so amazing. You caught Shen Yan with just one move. Shen Yan, you have come to this day. You deserve to be abandoned by me. You should die in there. Your wife is pregnant and worried. It would be best if she miscarries the baby accidentally. Well, I don't even need to lift a finger to deal with such minions. Wang Hao felt very comfortable being licked by Zhuang Feifei on her knees, and he felt a great sense of accomplishment. He then said, How's that little girl? He's already panicked, and she's pregnant, ha ha ha. I'll find someone to pick her up later. Zhuang Feifei replied. Oh? A pregnant woman. Wang Hao licked his lips. He had never played this before, but people are always curious about unknown things, so Wang Hao was looking forward to it. Then I must have a good time. If he cooperates well, we can continue playing even if the baby is aborted. After that, Wang Hao asked a younger brother to go to Sinan Mansion to pick up Wang Yuemin. He told him to claim that he was a subordinate of Shen Yan, and then take him directly to the 7 Days Hotel where the two were currently. They were not stupid. They could not live in Yunshan Lydian anymore, otherwise they would be exposed sooner or later. After arranging everything, Wang Hao held Zhuang Feifei and operated for more than 10 minutes. Sinan Mansion. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Wang Yuemin opened the door and saw a driver in a suit. Hello, Madam Chairman. My name is Xiao Wang. I am Chairman Shen's subordinate. He asked me to move you to a safe place. Please follow me immediately. After saying that, he pretended to take out a work ID from Xingsha Group from his pocket. Wang Yuemin took a closer look, confirmed it, and asked the driver to carry the box and get on the car. But he didn't see the sinister smile on the driver's face. Chapter 127, The Dragnet of Heaven and Earth, Check It For Me. In the car, Wang Yuemin held her stomach, sweat beads appeared on her forehead. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. There were only two possibilities for Xinyan to pick her up so anxiously. Either Xinyan's company really evaded taxes, or Xinyan was framed by his rivals, and Xinyan sent himself away because he was afraid of being implicated. As for the first possibility, Wang Yuemin absolutely did not believe it. Although Xinyan was incredibly rich, he knew Xinyan's character very well. The only thing missing was giving money to his employees. How could such a person evade taxes? Suddenly, Wang Yuemin felt a little dizzy, and saw the driver in front of him turning his head and looking at him with a mask on, and then he knew nothing. Boss Shin, don't you plan to order something? Ludi leaned on the table, looking at Xinyan with an arrogant face, and then pointed to the wall behind him. Look, it says there, leniency for those who confess and severity for those who resist. You better stop beating around the bush with us. They had been here for a long time, and Xinyan was just moving around with them like he was practicing Tai Chi, which made Ludi a little impatient. I'm not saying this, host, you are a wealthy person with a system, so please don't be so passive, okay? Otherwise, the readers will scold you. Hearing the cursing voice of the system, Xinyan smiled helplessly. Readers will curse me, so be it, I am the protagonist. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door, and before Ludi could open it, the door was pushed open. Ludi, what is going on? Where is your director? Chen Huai came with his secretary. After his preliminary investigation, he found that Xinyan's company had never evaded taxes. In fact, every time they paid taxes, they paid according to the highest standards. If such a company evaded taxes, there would be no clean company in Beihai. Then he looked at Xinyan and said, Boss Shin, don't worry, I will definitely give you justice. Secretary Chen, thank you for your hard work. Xinyan said politely, then exchanged 2 truth cards from the system store and threw them directly in Ludi's face. Chen, Secretary Chen. Ludi never expected that this incident would alarm Chen Huai and even ask him to come in person. Just as he was about to say something, his mind suddenly went blank, and then he turned to Chen Huai blankly and said, Secretary Chen, it was our director Wang who pointed it out to us and gave us a forged financial statement. Ha? Chen Huai was a little puzzled. How could the situation turn around so quickly? They were just interrogating Xinyan, and he just came and told them their original plan. However, even though he was puzzled, Chen Huai continued to ask, as far as I know, your Secretary Chen and Director Shin have no grudges in the past or today, so why is this happening? I don't know the details. The director recently found a girlfriend named Feifei, and yesterday he asked me to get him a work permit for Xingsha Group. Ludi said with a dull look on his face. Take it away. Chen Huai shouted, and the police behind him came in and arrested Ludi. Damn it, luckily I arrived in time, otherwise Xinyan would have suffered a great injustice, and then he would have left Beihai without hesitation, which would have been a great loss to the entire Beihai city. Chen Huai bowed to Xinyan and said, Mr. Shin, I apologize to you on behalf of the Beihai Municipal Party Committee. It's okay, Secretary Chen. It's my honor to have you here. Xinyan said politely. However, Xinyan was a little puzzled. Such a simple matter could be easily investigated with a little investigation. What exactly did the tax bureau chief mean? No, wait, did Ludi just say that he had applied for a work permit for Xingsha Group? Thinking that this was not good, Xinyan hurriedly called Wang Yuemin, but found that the phone was turned off. Damn it, this plan was not aimed at me at all, or rather, I was not the main target, Wang Yuemin was. As for the Feifei that Ludi mentioned just now, it must be his ex-girlfriend Zhuang Feifei. Chen Huai, who was standing by, saw the change in Xinyan's expression and asked hurriedly, What's going on, Mr. Shin? Have you thought of something? My wife may have been kidnapped. Xinyan said word by word, gritting his teeth. What? Everyone was shocked by Xinyan's words. The most surprised was Chen Huai, who was standing in the front. Everyone in Beihai knew that Xinyan was the best to his wife. Besides, his wife Wang Yuemin was already several months pregnant. If something went wrong by then, there was no guarantee that nothing would happen. Where is the Public Security Bureau chief? Mobilize police forces to search for me immediately. Chen Huai turned his head and looked at the Public Security Bureau chief beside him and gave instructions, then looked at Shen Yan in front of him and comforted him. Don't worry, your wife is blessed by heaven, nothing will happen to her. Go quickly. Seeing that the Public Security Bureau chief was indifferent, Chen Huai roared. At this moment, Shen Yan's mind was full of Wang Yuemin, and he couldn't listen to anything else. Suddenly he remembered that he was a person with a system, and then he muttered silently, Brother Lang, help, is there a function similar to the Sky Eye? Yes, the Dragnet card can be found no matter where you escape to. Price, 2000 NB points. Okay, I'll buy it. If it's not enough, I'll take out a loan. If there is anything going on, just come to me. Using my family to threaten me is intolerable. Ding, the Dragnet card is activated, searching for the target Wang Yuemin. Ding, the Dragnet card search was successful, location, room 322, Noble Hotel, number 58 Tuanjie Road. In addition, I will give you top-level fighting skills. If you dare to bully my wife, host, beat him up. Wait, Secretary Chen, I already know where my wife is. Room 322, Noble Hotel, number 58 Tuanjie Road. Shen Yan hurriedly grabbed Chen Huai, who was about to leave, and said, Ah? You can find out this? However, he did not care about doubting it at the moment and quickly ordered the police chief to mobilize the police. When we walked out of the tax bureau, many reporters gathered outside. When they saw Shen Yan coming out, followed by the municipal party secretary Chen Huai, they hurriedly asked, Director Shen, you are coming out now, is this a misunderstanding? Director Shen, why are there so many police officers? Mr. Shen, are you innocent? I'm sorry, my fellow journalists, my pregnant wife has been kidnapped, so I can't answer your questions right now. With that, Shen Yan got into Chen Huai's car. What? Wang Yuemin was kidnapped? The reporters looked at each other. This is big news. Could it be that what happened today was a trap designed by someone else? They drove to follow. In the Noble Hotel, Wang Hao hugged Zhuang Feifei and looked at Wang Yuemin, who had fainted on the bed. He couldn't help but lick his lips. What a beauty. Hubby, hurry up, or else something bad will happen. Zhuang Feifei took Wang Hao's arm and said, Hee, Shen Yan, when the time comes and you lose the things you cherish most one after another, I wonder if you will regret it. Chapter 128, Furious Shen Yan beats Wang Hao. Honey, how about this? We strip him naked, take a group of photos and send them to Shen Yan? Zhuang Feifei was like a demon now. She didn't care about anything else. She just thought that she should use her advantage to maximize the damage to Shen Yan. I think it's okay. Wang Hao licked the corner of his mouth. This kind of cuckold plot was his favorite. Just when Zhuang Feifei walked to Wang Yuemin, the door of the hotel room was suddenly kicked open. Even the hinges on the door frame were kicked off. The entire door panel flew over and smashed the room to pieces. Who the hell? Wang Hao cursed impatiently, who the hell disturbed my good time? He turned around and saw the angry Shen Yan. Then he stammered, Shen Yan. How did you find this place? Zhuang Feifei, fuck me. Looking at Wang Yuemin lying on the bed, Shen Yan's eyes turned red and veins bulged on his forehead. Fortunately, they didn't have time to commit violence. He then kicked Zhuang Feifei against the wall with a flying kick, and the latter vomited blood. You old bastard, do you think you can touch my woman? Looking at the greasy Wang Hao in front of him, Shen Yan was furious. He grabbed Wang Hao's few hairs and pulled him over, then punched Wang Hao in the ribs. Ah! All this happened so fast that Wang Hao didn't have time to react before he felt his ribs collapse deeply, as if they were broken. He immediately looked at Shen Yan and said, You can't do this to me. I'm the director of the tax bureau. Don't you want to stay in Beihai? You're already in this state, and you still dare to be so arrogant? Shen Yan was like a demon from hell, riding on Wang Hao and punching him left and right. With every punch, Shen Yan seemed to feel like he had beaten this old man to death. Suddenly he noticed that Zhuang Feifei was trying to sneak away, so he picked up a fruit knife and threw it out, which accurately hit the wall in front of Zhuang Feifei. Outside the room, listening to the screams from inside, the Public Security Bureau chief asked, Secretary, aren't we going in? If we don't go in, someone might die. I didn't hear anything, why did you go in? Chen Huai shook his head, pretending that he knew nothing. Shen Yan was a man of his own accord. He would not really kill Wang Hao. At most, he would beat him up to vent his anger. In other words, could you tolerate your wife being kidnapped? Then he looked at the police chief and said, Old Wei, we have worked together for so long, why haven't you made any progress? The Public Security Bureau chief was stunned by what Chen Huai said. What was going on? Someone was going to die inside. His apprentice quietly reminded him, and he finally understood. He looked at Chen Huai awkwardly and smiled. Secretary Chen is right. I didn't hear anything. I'm going to the toilet to smoke a cigarette first. You didn't hear anything either. He gave instructions to his subordinates as he walked, and then left angrily. Mr. Shen, spare my life, I won't dare to do it again. Wang Hao's face was bruised and swollen, he couldn't speak clearly, and his calf was broken. Then he raised his arm with difficulty and pointed at Zhuang Feifei and said, "It's all this woman's fault. She came up with a bad idea, saying that Mr. Shen's wife was as beautiful as a fairy and was pregnant. Fuck you. You are a hypocrite who seeks fame and reputation, and a treacherous thief in the government office." Hearing this, Shen Yan's anger intensified. Okay, since you like playing with women so much, I'll make you a woman for the rest of your life. Then he smiled evilly, swung his right hand, and removed Wang Hao's symbol of manhood at a very fast speed, causing Wang Hao to cover a certain part and wail there. It's your turn. Shen Yan walked up to Zhuang Feifei, who had beads of sweat on her forehead. He never thought that such a perfect plan could be cracked by Shen Yan in almost a whole morning. And he found this place in such a short time. Shen Yan. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I did this because I love you. Zhuang Feifei cried in grievance. Seeing Wang Hao's miserable state and the policemen who were doing nothing outside the door, she thought that this must be the end, so she could only quickly beg for mercy from Shen Yan. As long as you forgive me, I am willing to work like a cow or a horse for you. Sorry, I'm not interested in scrapped buses. After saying that, Shen Yan snorted coldly, grabbed Zhuang Feifei's hair with one hand, picked up the chair next to him with his other hand, and smashed it hard at Wang Hao. In the end, only a table leg was left in his hand. We've been together for so long, you should know that my favorite thing to play is baseball. Don't worry, I'm very accurate. After saying that, Shen Yan picked up the wooden stick in his hand and smashed it on Zhuang Feifei's head. Devil, you are a devil. Zhuang Feifei broke free from Shen Yan's hand and wanted to run away. She thought of how good Shen Yan had been to her before, and compared to that, he seemed like a devil now. Zhuang Feifei ran away, giving Shen Yan the best attack distance. Shen Yan swung the stick and smashed it down heavily. The stick broke, and Zhuang Feifei also fell to the ground. Shen Yan looked back at Wang Hao, who was lying on the ground in pain, with red and swollen eyes and a wicked smile, and fiercely inserted the broken stick in his hand into Wang Hao's fat belly. Looking at the wailing Wang Hao, Shen Yan said nothing. He knew the intensity of his blows, and although every punch hit the flesh, none of them were fatal, but they would inevitably leave some sequelae. Then he walked to the bed, looked at Wang Yuemin with messy hair. Shen Yan picked her up with heartache and walked out. Mr. Shen, are you okay? Seeing Shen Yan coming out, everyone asked with concern. Don't worry, luckily we arrived in time. I will pay for the damage to the hotel today. Shen Yan will always remember the kindness of the Municipal Party Committee. If you need help in the future, I will definitely help if I can. After saying that, Shen Yan ignored everyone and went downstairs carrying Wang Yuemin. After hearing Shen Yan's words, Chen Huai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he handled the situation properly, and Shen Yan said in person that he owed the Municipal Party Committee a favor. Secretary, please come and see. A scream pulled Chen Huai out of his thoughts, and then Chen Huai led everyone into the room. My goodness, the scene could only be described as horrific. Seeing Zhuang Feifei fainting and Wang Hao, the tax bureau chief, lying on the ground clutching a part of his body in agony, Chen Huai sighed and said, they deserved it. He then ordered his subordinates to take the two men back to the police station for processing. After Shen Yan went downstairs, the driver had already arrived here in his Rolls-Royce Phantom. After carefully placing Wang Yuemin in the back seat, Shen Yan sat in the front seat. Shen Yan didn't say anything along the way, but kept looking back at Wang Yuemin lying in the back seat, his heart full of self-blame. It seems that he needs to strengthen security measures. Last time it was his parents in his hometown, this time he actually reached out to his wife. After returning home, Shen Yan sat beside the bed, looking at the sleeping Wang Yuemin. Fortunately, he was unconscious and knew nothing, otherwise what he had just done and everything that happened today would definitely leave a shadow on Wang Yuemin, who was pregnant. Chapter 129 Solve the Problem. Wang Yuemin slept until 4 or 5 o'clock before getting up, and Shen Yan was always by her side. Honey, where am I? Wang Yuemin opened her sleepy eyes. She seemed to have had a long dream. She dreamed that someone told her that Xinyan had been arrested and that she was imprisoned. "Wake up, you are at home now," Xinyan said gently. "Ah. Husband." Wang Yuemin rubbed her eyes, sat up and hugged Xinyan. Then she started crying. "Hubby, I'm so glad you're okay." "What's wrong?" Xinyan asked with concern. "I just had a dream." Wang Yuemin then told Xinyan what he was thinking. Xinyan felt distressed. "That wasn't a dream just now, but everything is fine now." Xinyan smoothed her hair and tried his best to comfort her. She told her what had just happened, but omitted the violent part. "I'm sorry, husband, for causing you trouble." As she spoke, Wang Yuemin lowered her head and shed tears. It was all her fault that Xinyan was in such a passive position. "It's okay. Fortunately, nothing happened to you. Otherwise, I would have made them pay with their lives." Xinyan rubbed her head and thought Wang Yuemin was cute. Then he said, "Don't blame yourself." "I didn't blame you." "Why do you blame yourself?" "If you do this again, I will run away from home." "Don't want." Wang Yuemin hugged Xinyan's arm and rubbed his little face on his arm. He was really afraid that Xinyan would leave him, and he didn't want what happened today to happen again. "Okay, it's okay. How about I take you to eat fish tonight?" Xinyan sat down and hugged Wang Yuemin and said. "Okay, feed me." Wang Yuemin nodded coquettishly. After a while, Wang Yuemin fell asleep again. Xinyan gently put her down, lay on the bed, covered her with a quilt considerately, and walked out of the room. Ding, mission completed, reward function lost card. The system's voice rang out. "Actually, I had originally intended to use this card on the villain Wang Hao, but in my rage, I skipped this step and removed it from him. Never mind, I'll keep it for now. It will come in handy sooner or later anyway." After a while, Chen Huai called and told Xinyan that the case had come to a conclusion. Zhuang Feifei was sentenced to 5 years in prison, and Wang Hao was shocked to find that he had harmed so many girls that he couldn't count them on both hands. In addition to the extra money he had taken, he was sentenced to 12 years in prison. The matter had come to a conclusion in just one afternoon. They couldn't help but be unhappy. After all, the matter involved the director of the tax bureau and an outstanding entrepreneur in Beihai City. If they didn't come up with an explanation as soon as possible, they would be in trouble. After Xinyan thanked him, he hung up the phone, stood by the window, and looked at the news on his mobile phone. Now the public opinion on the internet was in an uproar. Everyone criticized this cruel person and gave a thumbs up to the Municipal Party Committee. At the same time, the Beihai Municipal Party Committee successfully saved its image, and the stock price of Xingxia Group soared. This crisis was finally over. The next morning, there was a knock on the door of his mansion. Xinyan opened the door after being informed by the nanny and saw that it was Zhuang Feifei's mother who came. "Tell me why my daughter was sentenced." As soon as she saw Xinyan, Zhuang Feifei's mother grabbed Xinyan's collar and yelled. Yesterday afternoon, Zhuang's mother received a call from the municipal bureau, saying that her daughter was sentenced to 5 years in prison. This news hit Zhuang's mother like a bolt from the blue. Her daughter was so well behaved, how could she be sentenced? After learning from various sources, she realized that it was related to her ex-boyfriend Xinyan. "Zhuang Feifei broke the law and kidnapped my wife. Do you think she should be arrested?" Xinyan let go of his hand in disgust, then took off his pajamas and threw them on the ground in disgust. "You little bastard, it's all your fault. My daughter has been with you for so long and you treat her like this? You've already been arrested and you don't care about our old relationship at all? Don't you want to think of a way to rescue her?" Mother Zhuang looked at Xinyan's disdainful eyes and the clothes thrown on the ground, then sat down at the door of Xinyan's house and cried. Xinyan finally understood why Zhuang Feifei was that kind of person. The old saying is true, like mother, like daughter. Seeing Zhuang's mother throwing a tantrum in front of him, Xinyan didn't say much and called the police directly. Soon the police arrived at the scene. "Comrade police officer, you've come at the right time. This Xinyan is a beast. My daughter has been with him for so long, but she has no feelings for him at all and sent my daughter to jail." Before the police could say anything, Zhuang's mother pulled the police chief over as if she had seen a life-saving straw and said, "That's enough. Old lady, your daughter broke the law herself and kidnapped someone. She deserves to be sent to jail." The police chief shouted angrily, saying that he had never expected that there would be such an unreasonable person. He then said, "If you do this again, we will take you away for disturbing the public. Why do you officials and rich people collude with each other to bully us honest people? Who can stand up for us? Zhuang's mother continued to wail, attracting onlookers. That's enough. Shen looked at the increasing number of people around him. If this continued, Wang Yuanmin would be woken up. Then he looked at the Public Security Bureau chief and said, "You go ahead and tell me." After saying that, Shen walked in without looking back. "Old lady, your daughter has been doing that kind of work for a long time and is suspected of kidnapping, so please stop making trouble, or we will really ask you to leave," the police chief said sternly, and the crowd heard what he said. Public security officers should not be slandered, and the claim that the police were colluding with the rich was pure nonsense. What? Zhuang's mother felt shocked. No wonder her daughter transferred money to her every now and then, and each time it was not a small amount. It turned out that she was engaged in that kind of industry. It was really a shame for the old Zhuang family. No wonder he suddenly asked for Director Wang's phone number. I thought he had changed his character, but I didn't expect he was using this director to kidnap me. Mother Zhuang looked back with tears in her eyes at the people who were pointing fingers at her. She felt so ashamed that she stood up tremblingly and walked out in a daze. It was probably more than 10 years later that Shen heard from Zhuang's mother again. Hearing that Zhuang had gone crazy as soon as he left Shenyan's Sinan mansion, his wife also left him and found a new one. As soon as Shen went upstairs, he found that Wang Yuanmin had woken up and was standing by the window watching for a long time. The reason he didn't go downstairs was because he believed that Shen would definitely handle the matter. "Husband, do you feel pity for them?" Wang Yuanmin asked. "There must be something hateful about every pitiful person." After saying that, Shen opened the window and lit a cigarette. Now the matter was finally over. Chapter 130 Marriage Fraud. A few days later, Shen Jidong and Zhang Lan rushed back from their hometown. As soon as they entered the door and before they sat down, Zhang Lan saw Wang Yuanmin standing beside them. How could he lose so much weight? Then he looked at Shen fiercely and said, "Why does Xiao Min look thinner?" "Ah! Are you kidding? Wang Yuanmin is now the key care recipient of the Shen family. She is also pregnant. What if she doesn't eat or drink well and loses weight? It will affect future generations." "Hey, Mom, please be gentle, it hurts." Shen felt pain when Zhang Lan pulled his ear. "Mom, don't blame him. It's my fault for not eating well." Wang Yuanmin saw this, and although it was funny, he couldn't just ignore it, so he quickly spoke. "Xiaomin, tell me if this brat is mean to you. Tell me and I will teach you a lesson." Zhang Lan helped Wang Yuanmin sit down on the sofa. "No, he's very nice to me." Wang Yuanmin blushed as he spoke. Based on his understanding of Shen, this matter could not end like this. After Wang Yuanmin's continuous questioning over the past few days, he already knew the part that Shen had omitted. As she was afraid, she loved her man even more. If there was loyalty, it would be 101. Then she looked at her parents with a sweet smile and said, "He has been at home with me these past few days and he listens to me." Zhang Lan's expression eased after hearing Wang Yuanmin say this. "Mom and Dad, what have you been doing when you returned home these days?" Shen asked, rubbing his red and swollen ears. "Oh, stop talking. I was supposed to attend a banquet, but..." The two of them became angry when this matter was mentioned. They were originally attending their nephew's wedding, but Uncle Zhang Song was afraid that Shen was busy with work, so he only invited Zhang Lan and his wife. Unexpectedly, the woman found out that her husband had a younger brother who was the chairman of the recently popular Xingxia group, and she asked for an increase in the betrothal gift and even wanted to buy another house and put her name on it. But his parents had already borrowed all the money, so how could they have any money left? So her nephew Zhang Qing said he didn't want to get married. It's not impossible to ask his brother for help, but this woman has seen clearly that she is not marrying him but marrying money. If he doesn't want to get married, then don't get married. If he follows this kind of person, who knows how much blood his family will suck in the future? I have talked to your brother and asked him to come to Beihai to find you. You can arrange a job for him then. Give him a higher salary. Your uncle and aunt have a hard life. Zhang Lan continued. Sure, no problem. This time Shen agreed immediately. Putting aside this matter, his brother's academic qualifications were very qualified. Although my uncle lives in the city, they are just an ordinary family. How could they possibly come up with so much money? Besides, my uncle and aunt have been very kind to me since I was a child. After all, they are my uncles. Shen remembers that he lived in his uncle's house for a while after the high school entrance examination. As he spoke, Shenyan picked up his phone, looked through his address book, and found his uncle's phone number. He knew that if he only told his mother and uncle, they would probably feel embarrassed. After all, the company belonged to Shenyan. "Hey, uncle, do you miss me?" Shenyan said with a smile. "You kid, you didn't even come to see your uncle the last time you came home." Zhang Song forced a smile and said, "This kind of thing happened at home, it was simply a joke, how could he be happy?" Then he said, "I heard that you are doing very well in Beihai, you really give your uncle a face." Hearing this, Shenyan chuckled, and then said, "Uncle, I heard about my brother's affairs. Don't take it to heart. The best is left for later." "Ah, kid, of course I know." Zhang Song laughed at Shenyan's words. "You and your uncle and aunt don't earn much in City A, so why don't you bring your brother to Beihai?" Shenyan said. This. Zhang Song was a little hesitant. Although Shenyan's words were true and for his own good, the listener took it to heart. It was true that he and his wife worked from dawn to dusk every day and did not earn much, but he felt embarrassed to ask Shenyan for help. "How about this, you ask your brother to come to Beihai, and I'll arrange a job for him." As if realizing that what he said was biased, Shenyan hurriedly tried to make amends, and then said, "I also know a lot of people in City A. If you don't want to come, I'll have someone arrange a job with a higher salary for you and your aunt." "Okay, uncle, you watched me grow up, and I have always spoken directly. When I was bothering you about this and that in high school, you didn't hesitate," Shenyan continued. "Haha, little brat, now that you've grown up, it's not in vain that I loved you so much." Zhang Song laughed, and all other thoughts in his mind disappeared immediately. He then said, "Let your brother go." "We won't go. We have been here for more than 10 years and have developed feelings for them. Besides, we still need to visit your grandparents frequently." "Good." Shenyan did not try to persuade him. He knew what his uncle was thinking. On the one hand, he did not want to cause trouble for himself, and on the other hand, he really did not want to come out after staying here for a long time. It would be good for him to go home and spend more time with his parents. Then he said, "I will ask you and your aunt in the evening, and then let your brother come to Beihai tomorrow." "Okay, thank you Shayan, your brother is in Beihai, it all depends on you." Zhang Song said gratefully. As expected, they are still a family. The partner his son found can even be called a partner, but she is simply a vampire. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Shenyan hung up the phone and then sent a message to his brother, telling him that he had bought the plane ticket for him and asked him not to forget it tomorrow. In the evening, Shenyan called Guofan to discuss his uncle and aunt's work issues. Unexpectedly, Guofan agreed without saying a word. "Are you kidding? This is the perfect opportunity to make this rich man owe someone a favor. Besides, it's just a job arrangement. His uncle and aunt have decent education, so it's not difficult at all. This favor may be exchanged for tens or hundreds of billions of investments." After everything was arranged, Shenyan sent the phone number Guofan gave to his uncle Zhang Song. After handling it, he reported it to his mother. "Boy, it's quite effective." Although he said so, Zhang Lan was proud in his heart. It was only half an afternoon and the matter was resolved. Moreover, the person Shenyan approached was the top leader of the municipal party committee. How could he not be proud? Hearing this, Shenyan chuckled, then hugged Wang Yuemin and returned to the room. "Honey, I want it again," Wang Yuemin said with a sad face. She was almost suffocating herself in the past few months. After she gave birth, she would definitely have a good time for a few days and nights. "Be good, you and the baby are the most important now." After saying that, Shenyan kissed Wang Yuemin on the forehead and told him the little stories she loved to hear. The latter fell into a deep sleep soon after. Chapter 131, Crazy Attack on Green Tea Girl. The next afternoon, Shenyan brought Zhang Lan to the airport. The timing was just right. As soon as they walked in, they saw Zhang Song coming out with a suitcase. "Xiaoqing, here." Zhang Lan shouted. "Aunt, brother, I'm really sorry to trouble you this time." Zhang Qing said with his head down. "It's okay, Xiaoqing. It feels like home here." Zhang Lan patted Zhang Qing's head and said, "Elder brother." Looking at Shenyan in front of him, Zhang Qing felt indescribable. His brother, who was 2 years older than him, was now doing well in Beihai. Looking at himself, he was such a failure. He could have been fooled by that kind of woman for so long. "I know everything. It's okay. With me here, there is no problem finding a woman for you. Just be positive." Xin Yan took the suitcase from him, and then they walked out. Since he was here to pick someone up today, Xin Yan did not drive his sixth element, but a Rolls-Royce Phantom. On the way back, Zhang Lan sat in the back seat so that the two brothers could chat for a while. Xiaoqing, what was your major in college? Xin Yan turned around and asked while waiting for the traffic light. Finance. Zhang Chang replied. Oh? Xin Yan nodded. This is what he needed. Then he said, you can go to my company headquarters in the future. According to your education, the salary will not be low, but there is one thing. After you go there, you are not allowed to use our relationship to do anything wrong. Although Xin Yan knew that his brother was not that kind of person, he still had to give him some advice. Don't worry, brother. You have given me a good opportunity. Zhang Chang nodded solemnly. His brother's Xingxia group was famous for its high salaries, and many people tried their best to get in. You can live in my house for the time being. When you want to live on your own in the future, I will give you a house. Xin Yan said with a smile. No need, I can buy it myself when I earn money. After all, my brother's money didn't come from the wind. That was a house in Beihai, and I couldn't take it. It's okay, Xiaoqing, just take it if your brother gives it to you. We are all family. As long as you work hard and don't worry your parents, everything will be fine, said Zhang Lan, who was sitting in the back row. Okay, thank you brother, thank you aunt. Zhang Chang nodded, thinking that he must work hard, otherwise he would let everyone down. Dong, 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 dong. Just as Zhang Qing was in a daze, his cell phone rang. He took it out of his pocket and saw that it was Zhao Xian who was asking for a temporary gift. He hung up without saying a word. As soon as I hung up, the phone rang again. Answer it and listen to what he says. Xin Yan saw his brother's embarrassment and said, Okay. Zhang Chang responded and picked up the phone. You are such a good fellow, Zhang Chang. My family has been brought disgrace upon because of you, and you just ran away? As soon as the phone was picked up, a woman's voice was heard cursing, and Zhang Qing was furious after hearing it. Then she said, We are no longer related, please stop harassing me. Ha, if you say it's okay, then it's okay. How about the compensation for the loss of my youth that I've been with you for more than a year? You threw me away for a mere dowry? Are you a man? Don't you have a rich brother? I've done some research, can't you just ask him to give you some? Zhao Xian said disdainfully that he had just found out on the eve of the wedding that Zhang Qing had an older brother who was quite rich and whose company was the largest in Beihai. After seeing this, the whole family started a new plan. The betrothal gift must be doubled at least, and he must also give out a separate house and write his name on it. After all, this kind of thing is a piece of cake for Xin Yan. As a result, the man refused without even a second thought and broke off the engagement in public, causing his family to lose face in the village. This morning, when the family was about to go to Zhang Qing's house to make a scene, they found out that Zhang Qing had left City A and gone to Beihai. This made Zhao Xian very angry. Going to Beihai must mean going to join Xin Yan. How could that be possible? She had to go too. She was thinking of becoming a rich wife. My parents have borrowed money from all their friends for the sake of marriage, and you still want to increase the bride price several times and buy you a house. People like you are not suitable for me. Zhang Qing spoke directly without caring about the people around him. Ha, you want to leave right after eating everything? Zhao Xian sneered. In the past, Zhang Chang always listened to her and would comfort her as soon as she got angry. But he was not sincere to Zhang Qing. If it wasn't for the house, who would be willing to marry her? Then he said, How about the mental damages for such a long time? Have some shame, what else have I done in the past year except holding hands? Zhang Chang was furious. This woman was too shameless. Xin Yan was looking at his younger brother at the side. It seemed that what his parents said was true. This family was simply vampires. He also understood from their words that they were just taking the opportunity of marriage to get closer to him so that they could live the so-called life of the upper class. Ding, the system issues a task. Refuse to be a scapegoat and fight the green tea girl to death. Complete the mission and you will be rewarded with S-class aircraft carrier blueprints. What the hell? This can also cause the system to issue tasks, take over. Could it be that this woman is pregnant? Good man, it turns out that it is not just for being a superior person, but also for finding someone to take over. This reward is really awesome. Although Xin Yan doesn't understand the blueprint of the S-class aircraft carrier, it is definitely much better than China's existing aircraft carriers. After thinking for a while, Shen Yan took the phone from his brother and said, "Hey Zhao Ji, I'm Zhang Qing's brother Shen Yan. You should have heard of me." When Zhao Xian heard that it was Shen Yan, she felt a little regretful. Didn't he hear everything she said just now? No, I have to be more dignified. I heard that rich people like to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Even if I can't get in touch with him through Zhang Chang, what if this big guy likes me? Hello, brother Shen Yan, I am Zhang Qing's fiancé Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian's tone became much gentler. Shen Yan almost laughed out loud when he heard this. It was indeed a green tea. Then he said, "You are young people. Just talk it out. It's not a big deal." "Yes, brother, you are right." I didn't argue with him. Zhao Xian heard Shen Yan say this to herself. Could it be that Shen Yan was interested in her? Thinking about it, she almost imagined a family ethics drama. Why didn't you tell Xiaoqing that you were pregnant? I could have contributed to your welfare, Shen Yan said in a calm tone. But to Zhao Xian and Zhang Qing, it was like a bolt from the blue. How did he know that? They had never told anyone. Ah! Zhao Xian is pregnant. Zhang Qing lowered his head and looked at his little brother. This shouldn't be the case. He is still a virgin. He immediately understood. He clenched his fists and his eyes were red. No wonder he always works overtime every now and then, no wonder he suddenly wants to get married recently, it turns out he went there to earn some hard-earned money. Now that she's accidentally pregnant, he wants me to take over. Chapter 132 Playing with the Green Tea Girl. Zhang Qing was so angry that he was about to snatch the phone from his hand, but he saw the latter gave him a look to reassure him. Brother, what are you talking about? How could I be pregnant? I have always been a virgin and saved my virginity for Zhang Qing on our wedding night. No matter how Shen Yanshi knew it, I couldn't admit it. If I admitted it, it would be all over. My wish to become a wealthy wife would be shattered. Oh? Really? I looked at your photo. How could someone like you have the nerve to offer a whopping 1.2 million yuan as a dowry? Is it just because of your face full of pits and white line? Don't you have a mirror at home? Why didn't you tell me? I have a friend who has been suffering from internal heat recently and his urine is yellow. I will wake you up when the time comes. Shen Yan's witty remarks made Zhao Xian very upset, but he still tried his best to restrain himself. Then he said, "Brother, is there any misunderstanding? How about this, I will also go to Beihai and explain it to you in person." You came to Beihai? Forget it. It's a blessing that your parents gave birth to you and you are tall, otherwise you would be just a piece of shit. And you still come to Beihai? I'm afraid you will pollute the air. Shen Yan continued. Fuck you, watch your mouth. I've tolerated you for a long time. Zhao Xian finally couldn't help but explode. Look, if you can't even pass such a simple test, how can I feel at ease letting my brother be with you? Alas. Shen Yan sighed in a fake manner. Ah, Zhao Xian suddenly felt like she was poured with a bucket of cold water. It turned out that what she had just heard was just a test. In other words, they were just guessing when they said I was pregnant. She quickly calmed herself down, then said with a smile. Oh, brother, why are you like this? Any girl would be very angry if she was wrongly accused of being pregnant. I'll buy a plane ticket and go to Beihai this afternoon. Idiot, I was talking to a beggar on the street, and he just insisted that I give him money. Shen Yan laughed. Are you fucking kidding me? This time, Zhao Xian was really angry. Just this one phone call made her mood go up and down like a roller coaster. Who could stand that? Then she said, stupid idiot, don't think you can teach people casually just because you have a few bucks. I'm telling you, I'm not afraid. Zhang Cheng, right? I know you are listening. Since you are like this, don't blame me. The betrothal gift you gave me before can be regarded as compensation for my mental damage. After saying this, Zhao Xian felt very happy. Damn it, I don't care about all that. Even if I can't become a rich wife, at least I have a betrothal gift of 400,000 yuan in my hand. You. Zhang Chang was furious. This was the only connection between the two of them. The Zhao family had never returned the betrothal gift. That was 400,000 yuan, which his parents had borrowed from all over the place. Xiao Zhao, I know you are not short of money. After all, you are so busy every day. I advise you not to work so hard. It's 50 yuan per trip to the park. It only takes more than 10 minutes. As for what you said about me, I am rich. Let me count for you. I donated hundreds of billions in City A and hundreds of billions in Beihai. The first thing employees ask for when they join the company is a salary increase. There is no other way. I am too rich and I can't spend it all. There's also the betrothal gift. Although I'm not short of money, don't expect it to be easy for you. Do you know lawyer Zhang San? He's a professional lawyer under my company. He has a 100% winning rate. With your status as a jerk, what can you do to fight me? Ha! Shen was like a Gatling gun, talking non-stop. If they hadn't been on the phone and were video chatting, they would have seen that Zhang Xian's face on the other end of the phone was almost turning green. You! Shen was so angry that he couldn't speak. He could only pick up the pillow in front of him and threw it away heavily. Little girl, have an abortion as soon as possible, and check if you have any disease. Although you earn a lot of money, you can't guarantee that one of your brothers may have a disease, don't you think? After saying that, before Zhao Xian could speak, Shen Yanjiu hung up the phone. Ding, mission completed, reward S-class aircraft carrier blueprint. In addition, this system has found that the host has made great progress recently. I don't know if it is because of you or the author. An extra Porsche 911 is given to you. It is now stored in the parking lot of Sinan Mansion. The reward was obtained, but the system's words made Shen very unhappy. How could this be his own problem? It must be that the author did not show himself to be brilliant. Thank you, brother. When Shen was checking the system rewards, Zhang Qing's voice rang out. I've let it go. A woman like this will be a nuisance if I marry her in the future. Brother, I just heard you say that you know lawyer Zhang San. Can you ask him to help me get the betrothal gift back by suing? No problem, this is nothing to her. Shen looked at his brother. Zhang San was the best of two men, so there would be no problem. Then he asked, Xiao Chang, do you have a driver's license? Yes, I got it a long time ago. Zhang Qing was a little confused. Why did the old man suddenly ask this? Did he suddenly feel like pooping? Then, Shen took out a pair of car keys from his trouser pocket and handed them to Zhang Qing, saying, This is a gift from my brother. Ah, although it is just a car key, for him who loves cars very much, this one is too familiar. This is the car key of Porsche 911. This car is worth a lot of money. Then he refused again and again. No, brother, this is too expensive. I will be very grateful if you can help me find a job. You can't accept this car. Just take it. Your brother's family has enough cars, and you're in Beihai, how can you get by without a means of transportation? Zhang Lan said as he sat in the back seat and looked at the two brothers getting along harmoniously, a gratified smile on his face. Yes, just take it, brother. Shen handed her the car keys and said. Well, okay then. Seeing that she couldn't refuse, Zhang Qing had to accept it. However, she knew very well in her mind that she would have to pay it back when she earned money. Besides, oil prices are so expensive that I dare not drive it myself. If it breaks down, I won't have the money to repair it. Okay, just take it. We are all family. When you get home, ask your sister-in-law to give you a bank card. It's my supplementary card, and it has an unlimited credit limit. Seeing Zhang Qing was about to speak, Shen interrupted him and continued, although you have money, you still can't spend it recklessly, and you can't bully others by taking advantage of your power, understand? Zhang Qing looked at his brother with tears in his eyes. It turned out that family was the one he could rely on. He had thought that his brother would look down on him now that he was rich, but in the end, his brother still took care of him in everything as before. Thank you, brother. Thank you, aunt. Zhang Cheng nodded and clenched his fists, resolute to work hard. Sinan Mansion, as soon as Zhang Cheng got off the car, he was stunned. This is not a villa, it's simply a manor. I didn't expect that brother is so awesome. Let's go. When your uncle and I first got here, we had the same expression as you have now. Zhang Lan walked up, patted Zhang Qing on the head and said. Chapter 133 Aircraft Carrier Blueprints. As soon as I entered the house, I saw Wang Yuanmin walking down with the help of the nanny. He smiled and said, Mom, this is Xiao Qing, right? He is so handsome, much more handsome than his brother. Hearing this, the whole family except Shen laughed, and then Zhang Qing walked over and said, "Hello, sister-in-law. What mom said is indeed right, sister-in-law is a goddess of the celestial level." Zhang Qing's words made Wang Yuemin laugh repeatedly, and then he looked at Xinyan beside him, as if to say, "Look at you, your brother is better at talking than you, huh?" Looking at Wang Yuemin's meaningful eyes, Xinyan scratched his head awkwardly. The family sat down on the sofa in the living room, and Xinyan picked up his phone and called Jiang Nan. "Hello, Sister Nan, how is the company doing lately?" "It's pretty good. Everything is fine except there is no leader." Jiang Nan said sarcastically, "The stinky brother hasn't come to the company for several months, why did he think of calling him now?" He took a sip of coffee and said, "If you don't come again, I will seize power and usurp the throne." "Ha ha, I am confident in handing the company over to you." Xinyan laughed dryly. Indeed, he had not been to the company since he got married, and he had never cared about the Herong building in Beijing. "Tell me, what's the matter with this call?" Jiang Nan knew Xinyan's thoughts too well. This person would not come to the temple for no reason. Either he was arranging work or preparing for work. "I have a younger brother who studies finance. Please help me find a job, but I am not allowed to give him any special treatment," Xinyan said slowly. "I understand," Jiang Nan responded, and then the two exchanged a few words and Xinyan hung up the phone. At the dinner table, the family chatted and laughed. Wang Yuemin, as the aunt and sister-in-law, frequently put food into Zhang Qing's bowl, making it look like a small mountain. Then Xinyan said, "Go to the headquarters of Xingxia Group to report to Vice Chairman Jiang Nan tomorrow." "I have already arranged it." In fact, it's not that he can't go with her, but he wants his younger brother to have some good experience and not rely solely on his own connections. "Okay, brother, don't worry, I won't embarrass you," Zhang Qing said vaguely with a mouth full of food. Hearing this, Xinyan smiled and nodded. That night, after the family went to bed, Xinyan quietly moved Wang Yuemin's arm away from him, then tiptoed out of the room and went into the computer room on the second floor. After sitting down, Xinyan opened the system warehouse. Today's reward was not ordinary. It was the blueprint of an S-class aircraft carrier. Although Xinyan didn't understand aircraft carriers, he had played a lot of games, so he had some understanding of this S-class. Slowly opening the blueprint, Xinyan couldn't help but cover his forehead. All the data and drawings were dizzying. However, it looked not much different from China's self-developed aircraft carrier. There are almost 10 floors from the keel of the ship to the flight deck. Looking at the detailed annotations, from bottom to top, the first floor is the fuel tank and fresh water tank, the second to fourth floors are the main engine room, boiler room, auxiliary engine room and ammunition room for carrier-based aircraft. The fifth floor is mainly for soldiers' cabins, food compartments and administrative staff offices. The sixth floor is various canteens and cabins. The seventh floor is an aircraft repair hangar and most of the 8th to 10th floors are hangars. What attracted Xinyan's attention most was the arsenal, which contained various bombs, torpedoes, missiles, rockets, etc. Just looking at such a precise map, if it can really be made, the military strength of the entire China will rise several levels. As for how to use this map, Xinyan thought about developing it himself, then shook his head, thinking that readers would criticize him again, and he didn't want to get involved in these things, so he decided to contact the Chinese high-level officials and contribute the blueprints himself. Xinyan looked at the time, it was only 11:30, then he took out his phone and called Mr. Jiang. As soon as the call was connected, Xinyan regretted it. When he was young, staying up until 11:30 was not a big deal, but Mr. Jiang was old after all, and the elderly pay attention to sleep, let alone such a big leader. As he was about to hang up the phone, the other end picked up the call unexpectedly. "Hee, Xiaoxun, what's the matter?" Jiang Lao said in a hoarse voice. Although she didn't know why Xinyan called her, she always felt that something big had happened. Based on her understanding of Xinyan, this guy would not call her for no reason, let alone late at night. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry to call you so late at night," Xinyan said apologetically. Hearing Jiang Lao's voice, he was afraid that he had woken him up. Then he slowly said, "I have a blueprint of an S-class aircraft carrier here. Do you think the Chinese government needs it?" Aircraft carrier blueprints." Mr. Jiang smiled nonchalantly, and then he was stunned as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. "Xiaoxun, you said S-class aircraft carrier?" Others may not know, but as a high-ranking Chinese official, how could he not know about the S-class aircraft carrier? This is the most advanced aircraft carrier in the world today. Currently, only the United States has built it, while China has been working to overcome various difficulties. I didn't expect that Xinyan actually had such drawings. Mr. Jiang had no doubt about this. Not to mention how many miracles had happened to Shen. Only a fool would joke with him about such things in the middle of the night. But, it happened suddenly, what should I do? You keep the blueprints safe first. I will send a few experts there in the next 2 days. If it is really an S-class aircraft carrier, the country will not forget your contribution. It's an emergency measure, so we have to do this for now. I'll report to the leader after daybreak. Good. Shen responded and hung up the phone. Judging from Mr. Zhang's attitude, the information on this drawing is very valuable. Immediately, Shen put the drawing away and put it in the system warehouse. The next day, Mr. Jiang and Mr. Tang made a brief report over the phone. Unexpectedly, Mr. Tang's surprise was no less than when he heard the news last night. Then, without saying anything else, in just 10 minutes, he convened a simple meeting of the Chinese senior officials in the capital. Go ahead, everyone. Mr. Tang said slowly. Let me tell you first, Mr. Tang. Based on my understanding of Shen, he would not joke about such things. Mr. Jiang said word by word. I think so too. Too many miracles have happened to this young man. I think we should be cautious. After all, it is an S-class aircraft carrier. Why not follow Mr. Zhang's suggestion and send 2 scientists first? After some discussion, everyone finally made up their minds, led by Mr. Jiang himself, accompanied by 5 scientists, to verify. If this is really an S-class aircraft carrier, then the entire China will surely take off, and Shen's contribution will be very huge. As soon as the meeting was over, Mr. Jiang gathered several scientists and headed straight to Beihai. It was already evening when they arrived at Beihai. Chapter 134 Brother, save me. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. At this time, Shen, who was sitting on the sofa holding a video conference, received a call. Shen picked up the phone and saw that it was Mr. Jiang calling. Shen secretly sighed in his heart, these guys are really fast. After a few brief instructions, he hung up the video, then picked up his phone and said, Hello, Mr. Jiang. Hey, Shen, we have arrived in Beihai and will arrive at your Xingsha group in about 20 minutes. Zhang Lao said, and as soon as they got off the plane, they headed straight to Shen's company. After listening to Zhang Lao's explanation, several scientists wanted to see the S-class aircraft carrier blueprint. Okay, I'll be right there. Shen responded, and then asked Zhang Nan to prepare a meeting room with good sound insulation, which he would use later. The tacit understanding they had for a long time made Zhang Nan not ask too many questions. Listening to Shen's serious tone, he thought it must be a very important matter. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of Beihai Xingsha Group, Shen and Zhang Nan were there to greet Mr. Jiang and his party. After getting off the car, Mr. Jiang introduced the group to each other, and then without saying a word, they went straight to the top-floor conference room. In the conference room, after pouring tea for several people. Mr. Shen, please take out the drawings quickly. We old guys can't wait any longer. A scientist at the front said impatiently. Yes, Xiaoshen, take it out, said the future leader sitting in the main seat. Good. Shen responded, then took out the drawings and spread them out on the table. Several scientists took a quick look and nodded to each other, thinking it didn't look fake, and then continued their research. Xiaoshen, you bring me more and more surprises. While the scientists were studying the drawings, old Zhang kept chatting with Shen. He now admired Shen more and more. According to old Tang, it has been confirmed that the affairs of Xiao Rizi and Meng Lixing were all caused by Shen. And now Shen has taken out this treasure, how can he not be happy? There is no need to doubt its authenticity. Looking at Shen sitting in front of him, Zhang Lao only had 4 words in his mind, young and promising. That means Shen is married, otherwise he would introduce his granddaughter to him. Such a talent is a treasure of China. No, I'm far inferior to you, Shen said politely. Humble, Mr. Jiang secretly gave a thumbs up. It is perfect that he can be so humble with such a family business and such achievements. It's incredible. It's incredible. While the two were talking, the scientists nearby suddenly shouted and danced with joy. What's wrong, old Lu? Although Mr. Jiang asked, he already had an idea in his mind. He thought that this drawing was probably authentic. This blueprint is truly an S-class aircraft carrier blueprint. It's incredible. The scientist was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. Really? That's great. Old General Zhang drank the tea in his cup in one gulp. He hadn't been so happy in years. Mr. Shen, are you really willing to contribute this blueprint? The way they addressed Xinyan had changed from you to you. The scientist surnamed Liu said happily that this blueprint was a priceless treasure. Wouldn't it be a pity to donate it like this? Of course. Can I develop it myself? Xinyan joked. Listening to Xinyan's words, everyone laughed, and then Jiang Lao slowly said, "Well, Xiaoxin, you did a good job, and you care about the country. The country will not forget you." Listening to what Mr. Jiang said, Xinyan scratched his head awkwardly. He was really not used to hearing them talk like this. After saying that, Mr. Jiang ordered several scientists to put away the drawings. They declined Xinyan's invitation to have dinner together and rushed to the capital without stopping. The information was too precious and could not be lost. In the blink of an eye, it was winter, and Xinyan's industry was booming. I heard from Mr. Jiang that the Chinese government attaches great importance to this blueprint. Now, after several months, the research has made quite a lot of progress. In addition, even if other friendly companies develop 3 nanometers lithography machines and chips based on the information provided by Xinyan, their sales volume is far less than that of Huawei Kunling. Sanxing anti-acne cream is extremely popular all over the world because of its amazing efficacy. As the chairman of the board, Xinyan is nicknamed the man who saves Sanxing by netizens. Red Star Company has also recovered. With the support of a large number of netizens and Xinyan's acquisition, its rapid development is just around the corner. Even Zhang Qing was promoted repeatedly by Jiang Nan because of his outstanding performance. On this day, I stood on the second-floor balcony holding Wang Yuemin and watched the heavy snow falling from the sky. The snow fell so early this year. Wang Yuemin leaned in Xinyan's arms and said, looking at her growing belly, Wang Yuemin became more and more excited. She didn't know what the child would look like when he was born, whether he would look like her or his father. Yeah, we'll be on vacation soon. Speaking of Xinyu, this girl is also very hardworking. One day, Xinyan was worried that his sister had no money in her card but was too embarrassed to ask for it, so he checked the money in the card. Unexpectedly, the money in the card did not decrease but increased. After Wang Yuemin's further questioning, he learned that Xinyu was working part-time to earn money for her studies. Although Wang Yuemin felt distressed and worried that Xinyu didn't have enough to eat or wear at school, Xinyan was very happy. Being able to endure hardships and not spend money indiscriminately was also a kind of experience for himself. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. Xinyan picked up the phone and they smiled at each other. As expected, the Chinese people didn't stop talking. Look, it was the little girl Xinyu calling. Hey, yeah, what's wrong? Xinyan asked. Brother, it's the weekend today and I want to go for a free meal. Xinyu's pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, do you want me to send a car to pick you up? Xinyan smiled. This little girl was really direct in her words. No, I can just take the bus. Before Xinyu finished speaking, Xinyan heard a very noisy voice on the phone. Then Xinyu said, Stop talking, brother. I'm going to go out and have fun. Say hello to my sister-in-law. Before Xinyan could speak, Xinyu hurriedly hung up the phone. Looking at the scraped phone, Xinyan smiled and shook his head. Then he said to Wang Yuemin, Tell the nanny later and make something delicious. Wang Yuemin smiled and nodded, then looked at him with ill intent. But before Wang Yuemin could open his mouth, Xinyan immediately understood what Wang Yuemin meant by this expression, besides wanting to eat fish. He then scratched his nose and said, Okay, I'll ask the hotel to send a fish over. At noon, the nanny prepared a large table of dishes. The fish specially ordered for Wang Yuemin had also arrived, and the family sat around the dining table. Shayan, where is your sister? Zhang Lan looked at the time. This girl was always very punctual before. I don't know. Maybe he was having so much fun that he didn't pay attention. I'll call him and ask later. Xinyan stood up and picked up his phone. Just as I was about to make a call, Xinyu called. I smiled and just as I answered the call, I heard Xinyu's cry for help. Brother, save me. Chapter 135 The Truth. Brother, save me. Hearing Xinyu's cry for help, Xinyan suddenly became nervous and hurriedly asked, Yeah, what's wrong with you? Hearing Xinyan's strange tone, everyone gathered around and saw Xinyan frowning. Xinyan, Mr. Xin, right? A sinister male voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Who are you? Where is my sister? Xinyan asked. Xinyu was probably kidnapped. Don't worry, your sister is fine. The person on the other end of the phone laughed defiantly and then said slowly, "It doesn't matter who I am. Don't worry, we are not lustful, nor are we greedy for money." "Then what do you want?" Shen Yan held the phone with unusual force, as if the phone would be crushed if he continued. "Boss Shen, don't be nervous. After all, you are the CEO of such a big company. You have to be steady. Our boss is very unhappy with you, so he hopes you can leave China." "Leaving China? Boss?" Shen Yan listened to the phone call, very puzzled. Could it be someone he had offended before? No, that's not right. Those people either went to jail or surrendered. How could there be any opponent? "Why?" Shen Yan asked back. "Oh, you have quite a personality. Our boss said that if you don't leave China, we will give your sister a knife in the face. I wonder if this pretty girl will be able to get married in the future." After saying that, the man chuckled and then said, "Don't try to call the police. You won't be able to find us. If you want your sister to be alive, come to the western suburbs ruins yourself." After saying that, he hung up the phone. "Honey, what's wrong? What happened to Ye?" Wang Yuemin asked worriedly. "Yes, son, where's your sister?" Zhan Lan and the others asked, judging from Shen Yan's expression, something big must have happened. Ye was kidnapped. After a long while, Shen Yan recovered and said to his family members. "Ah!" The three of them exclaimed in unison, especially Wang Yuemin. He had just been kidnapped not long ago, and he didn't expect that Shen Yu had also been kidnapped. He couldn't help but feel worried. What if the kidnappers treated her badly or beat her? I have read a lot of news about a certain place recently, where people were being electroshocked, not being fed, and even having their kidneys and lungs removed. Okay, don't worry. These people are coming for me and they won't abuse Ye. Shen Yan smoothed Wang Yuemin's hair and let him lean on his arms. Now that he is pregnant, he can't let this kind of thing affect him. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. Not long after, the phone rang again. Shen Yan picked up the phone and it was a call from Secretary Tang. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be about the aircraft carrier? "Hello, Mr. Shen, Mr. Tang wants to talk to you," said the secretary. "Okay." Shen Yan cleared his throat, gestured to his family, and then walked out the door. "Xiao Shen, I have two things to talk to you about. The first is to thank you for providing the aircraft carrier blueprints, which have enabled China's military strength to reach a higher level." Old Tang said seriously on the other end of the phone. "It's okay, Mr. Tang, I am Chinese, and every Chinese should work together for the rejuvenation of China," Shen Yan said solemnly. "Ha, young man, I was right about you. The second thing is that your sister was kidnapped. We found out that it was caused by an overseas phone call, probably from Xiaorizi." "Ah? How did you know that?" Shen Yan was puzzled. It had only been less than half an hour since he hung up the phone. How did Mr. Tang, the leader of China who was far away in Beijing, know about it and even find out the source of the call? "I'm sorry, due to your contribution to China, your Sinan mansion is full of our police force, and your phone is also monitored by us," Elder Tang said, but fearing that Shen Yan might misunderstand, he immediately explained, "Don't get me wrong, the police force was deployed just to prevent the kidnapping of your wife last time. As for answering the phone, it was just to thank you for your contribution to China, and we are also trying to compensate you appropriately." After hearing Elder Tang's explanation, Shen Yan was not angry, but a little proud. This standard is no less than that of the core leaders of China, right? He was very grateful to Elder Tang. If they hadn't found it out, he would still be confused. No, thank you for your help, Mr. Tang." Shen Yan expressed his gratitude sincerely. "You go ahead and do your work. If you have anything, just contact Chen Huai directly. I'll give him a heads up." After saying this, Mr. Tang hung up the phone. This young man is too important to China. Although no one knows how he can do so many incredible things, his original intention is all for China, so he deserves to be protected. After hanging up the phone, Shen Yan picked up the cigarette, poured out the only remaining cigarette in the cigarette box and lit it. Since Wang Yuanmin became pregnant, he has smoked less. Shen Yan carefully analyzed the information provided by Mr. Tang just now, overseas phone calls, daily life. Could it be that the fire at the Yasukuni Shrine toilet last time was discovered? "Ding, I'm not here yet, you've forgotten that you have a system." The voice of the system sounded in Shen Yan's mind. Xinyan slapped his forehead and thought, yes, if you are in doubt, you can ask Chunfeng. But there is no point in asking Chunfeng when you have the system. Hurry, Brother Lang, I want to buy a Sky card. Xinyan said hurriedly. Ding, purchase successful, Tianyan card successfully activated, valid for 72 hours. Ha? Wasn't it only 5 minutes last time? Why was it 3 days this time? Xinyan shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. Maybe it was the system's humanity that showed up. Through the Sky card, Xinyan discovered that his sister Xinyu was trapped in an old warehouse in the south of the city. Xinyu was shivering in the corner, her hair was very messy, and a greasy man was drooling at her. Damn it, kidnapped and raped? The person in the south of the city asked me to go to the west of the city? Brother Lang, do I still have a card that disables my sexual function? Xinyan asked with anger rising from his heart. Yes, the sex function invalidation card takes effect immediately, and the target is Chenda. This time the system did not wait for my command, as if it was connected to my heart and took action immediately. Old warehouse in the city. Little girl, my penis is very big, please bear with it for a while. Chenda licked his lips. He is still a student, so he is young and tender. He said in a lustful tone. No, don't come over here. Xinyu screamed, causing Chenda's ears to ring. It turned out that he was supposed to take the bus today, but the bus was crowded. He looked at the time and realized that he was about to miss the bus, so he planned to call an online car hailing service, but it took him 3 to 5 minutes to get one. At this time, a taxi stopped in front of the bus stop where she was and asked if she wanted to take a ride. After looking at the time, Xinyu hardened her heart and decided that as long as she wasn't late, it would be fine. Unexpectedly, after getting on the car, I fainted due to the smell coming from there. When I woke up, I was in this warehouse. Bang! Chenda slapped Xinyu in the face, then said, You little girl, you're making so much noise. Xinyu covered her red cheeks with tears in her eyes, feeling aggrieved. Brother, when will you come to save me? Chapter 136 Playing with you. Bitch, if you weren't still of some value, I would have slapped you in the face twice. Chenda said viciously. Immediately, he saw 2 snowballs faintly visible at the collar of Xinyu, whose clothes were disheveled. He couldn't help but feel a surge of desire in his heart. Just as he was about to rush over, his body trembled for some reason. This lousy place must be freezing. Chenda spat, but found that his little brother couldn't stand up at all. He couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. Damn it, you didn't listen to me at the critical moment. Hey, Lao Chen, what are you doing? At this time, a man walked in from outside the door and said to Chenda. No, nothing. Chenda said hesitantly. You old man, I don't know what you are thinking anymore. The man walked over and patted Chenda on the shoulder, then said, Be patient. If you can get this deal done, you'll get a good commission. You'll be able to find anything you want by then. After hearing what this person said, Chendatsai nodded, walked over and kicked Xinyu. He said something unlucky and left the warehouse. Xinyan looked at the situation in the Sky card and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his sister was not ruined by this person, otherwise she would have been a shadow in Xinyu's life. However, the last kick, which hit Xinyu, was like a kick in Xinyan's heart. What's wrong, husband? Wang Yuemin asked as she walked out with her big belly. It's okay. I know where Yaya is. Don't worry. Seeing Wang Yuemin coming out, Xinyan supported her with some distress and helped her in. He said to his parents, Mom and Dad, don't worry, Yaya is fine. Since they are all here for me, they won't do anything to Yaya. You guys take care of Xiaoman at home, I'll take care of it, don't worry. After saying that, Xinyan stood up, kissed Wang Yuemin on the forehead and walked out. On the way, Xinyan called Chen Huai and told them not to move, just like last time, and to clean up after he had dealt with the problem. After all, these 2 guys were just small fry, and the life behind them was the most important. Through the system, we learned that since the last Big Dog press conference, the country has been divided into 2 factions, and the struggle for power has led to endless civil unrest. However, there were still some people who remained calm, namely the 3rd faction, who had a powerful consortium as their backer. They pointed their spearhead directly at the Mr. Shin and Hua Xiaopinyan. After several inquiries, they found that there was only one suspicious person, and that was Xinyan, the chairman of Xingsha Group. Now this group is getting stronger and stronger. Coincidentally, the leader of this so-called calm faction, Inoue Iwa, is in Beihai. This makes things much easier. If you dare to mess with me, how many lives do you have? Shinyen said as he took out the bad luck card from the system store and used it directly on Inoue Yen. Then he sneered, Inoue Yen, what a name, wait for my appetizer. In a small hotel in Beihai, Inoue Iwa suddenly felt a pain, and then he broke away from his desire. Looking at the blood all over the bedsheet, he asked in his own bird language, are you having your period? The charming woman shook her head. She had just left for a few days, so how could he come back again? Looking in the direction where the blood was coming from, I found that the thing I was so proud of was actually broken. You Chinese woman, how dare you hurt me? Baka! Inoue Iwao didn't care about the pain in his body and slapped the woman in the face. The woman felt wronged after being slapped, and then she yelled, I haven't finished yet, and you broke off by yourself. Do you blame me? It's been a few days, and you didn't even give me such pitiful money, poor bastard. This was already the 5th day that he had been accompanying this young man. Since she knew a little Japanese and knew that he was a very powerful man, she had thought that if she served him well, she could live a good life with him. She had never expected it to be like this. He picked it up with one hand and threw it into the trash can, then spat at Inoue Iwa. Baga, you actually threw it into the trash can? Inoue Iwa said angrily, as the leader of the Comb faction in Xiaoshi, everyone in Xiaoshi respects him, how dare you throw my gun into the toilet in disdain? Then he grabbed her hair and the two of them wrestled. The seductive woman was not a pushover either, and kicked Inoue Iwa's broken gun head. The fight didn't last long, because the bed collapsed. The seductive woman stood up, straightened her messy hair, and said with disdain, I didn't expect that not only you are not good enough, but the quality of your daily necessities is not good either. After saying that, he looked at Inoue Iwao who was lying in agony on the bed, and left the room without saying anything. Hello, I'm here. Where are you guys? Shinyen said to the phone while standing in the ruins in the west of the city. Oh. Mr. Shin is so punctual. He really is someone who can do big things. A voice came from the phone. Before Shinyen could speak, more than 20 people came out from all directions. The leader clapped his hands and hung up the phone. Boss Shin, you are finally here. Shinyen looked at the leader and couldn't tell for a moment whether it was a man or a woman, then asked, Big sister, where is my sister? Who the hell is Shinyen calling big sister? I'm a real man. Chao Jian stomped his feet, put his hands on his hips and cursed. What he hated most at his age was people who said he was not a manly person. You, look at you, you have a male body and a female appearance. If I didn't know, I would have thought you were a hermaphrodite. After saying that, Shinyen laughed loudly. Anyway, he was sure he could rescue his sister now, so what if he played with them? After Shinyan's words, except Chao Jian, even his brothers on his side couldn't help laughing. Shinyen, you are so arrogant. Chao Jian was angered by Shinyan's words. He looked at his younger brother and shouted, Shut up, don't you want the money? After hearing this, the younger brothers fell silent. Then Chao Jian pointed at Shinyen and said, I've heard that Mr. Shin is very good at talking, but what's the use? Have you considered the conditions I proposed to you? Oh? Shinyen lit a cigarette, looked at Chao Jian and said, What if I don't agree? Chao Jian was a little confused by Shinyan's actions. Shinyen was very nervous at noon, so why did he look so relaxed now? If you don't agree, your sister will die. Chao Jianxiang said calmly. When you said this, didn't you ever consider that you might lose your life? Shinyen asked instead of answering. Oh? Chao Jian smiled. The CEO of such a big group turned out to be an idiot. Could he be so angry that he lost his temper? Then he laughed and said, Boss Shin, you see, it's 20-1 now. In other words, I feel embarrassed if two of us beat you alone. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Chao Jiangan laughed twice, he felt a gust of wind passing by him. Looking back, he saw that his brothers had fallen to the ground with their heads in their hands, while Shinyen was standing there brushing the dust off his hands. Ghostly steps, 300 NB points, it's really worth it. Looking at the people lying on the ground, Shinyen sighed. On the way here just now, Shinyen spent 300 NB points to buy it from the system store. Of course, in addition to this, there is also the heavy punch mastery. Chapter 137. Now it's one-on-one. Now it's one-on-one. Shinyen flicked the ash from his cigarette and said with interest. You, don't be happy too soon. Your sister is still in our hands, and our boss is someone you can't afford to offend. Chao Jian said, taking a few steps back. Ha, your boss is Inoue Iwao? Shinyen said playfully. How did you know? Chao Jian was completely shocked. You don't need to know. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen rushed to Chao Jian at lightning speed and kicked his balls, and when the latter was in excruciating pain, Shen punched Chao Jian hard on the forehead, causing blood to flow from all 7 orifices of Chao Jian. Moreover, it is vulnerable. Shen clapped his hands in disdain, then took out his phone and called the police chief. Hey, these guys in the ruins west of the city seem to be the wanted criminals you've been tracking down. I'm not responsible if someone dies if you're too late. Shen picked up Chao Jian's phone, unlocked it in no time, and then sent a message to Inoue Yen. He's been caught. See you at the warehouse in the south of the city. Immediately, the phone broke into pieces in Shen hands. Just over 10 minutes after Shen left, a group of police arrived. Chief, isn't this the criminal from more than a decade ago? I found one too. This Shen is too cruel. Chief Wei walked forward, looked at the miserable state of the people in front of him, patted the shoulder of the policeman just now, and thought to himself, I have seen worse than this. Then he gave a few instructions and took everyone back to the police station. South City Warehouse. Chen De was lying on a recliner with a cigarette in his mouth. Suddenly, the door rang and Inoue Iwa limped in with the help of his subordinates. Boss, boss. Seeing his boss coming in, Chen De hurriedly stood up and bowed his head. However, Chen De found that his boss's walking posture was a little strange, a bit like bow legs, so he immediately asked, Boss, what's wrong with you? Baka. It would have been fine if Chen De didn't ask, but as soon as he asked, Inoue Iwa became furious and directly gave Chen De a big slap. Today was really weird. The gun broke, the bed collapsed, and he was accidentally stabbed by the doctor when he went to the hospital. Yes, I won't ask. Chen De nodded repeatedly, thinking in his heart, you little bastard, I hope someone has cut your kidneys. Clean up, Shen will be here soon, kill him then. Inoue Yen said viciously, naturally blaming all the bad things on Shen. Chen De nodded and left. Inoue Yen walked to Shen Yu and said gently, little sister, don't be afraid. We are your friends from China. I won't hurt you. Bah, you little Japanese who tampered with history, Shen Yu spat at Inoue Yen's face, then kicked Inoue Yen's crotch hard with her feet. Ouch. The gun of Inoue Iwa, which had just been bandaged, was hit hard a second time, causing Inoue Iwa to sit on the ground with his hands covering his mouth, with faint bloodstains visible. Baga, you little bastard, are you looking for death? Inoue Yen cursed angrily, saying that this Chinese man was really hateful. Then he looked at his younger brother and said, You 5, get him. But the boss. Before the younger brother could finish his words, Inoue Yen slapped him in the face and cursed, but what? Shen will soon become our caged bird. What use is there for this little girl? You bunch of rubbish, if I wasn't injured, would I have let you off? Upon hearing this, I rubbed my hands and prepared to go forward. Her figure and appearance are first rate, and this kind of stuff is rare. Shen Yu on the side shrank into the corner in fear. 5 people were determined to torture her to death. Brother, why don't you come yet? Bang! The warehouse door was kicked open, and the bolt was slightly loose. The sound here immediately attracted everyone's attention. Who the hell are you? Chen De walked over and asked. But before he could finish his words, Shen pushed him from the main entrance to the north corner. He didn't care about the pain and hurried to his boss' side. Are you Inoue Iwa? I heard you were born in a dry well. Shen looked at the bow-legged man in front of him. Oh my god, the gun is broken now. The bad luck card is not lying to me. Then he said, You are the one who kidnapped my sister? Oh. Shen Inoue Yen was puzzled. Wasn't he already caught? Why was he the only one left now? Have you ever thought about whether you can withstand my anger? Shen turned his wrist and treated his daily life well. Even without the blessing of the system, he still had the blood buff of being a Chinese. Ha, are all Chinese so arrogant? Inoue Iwa said with a disdainful smile. Brother! Save me! As Inoue Yan's men gradually moved towards Inoue Yen Julong, Shen Yu also saw the person who came in clearly. He was really handsome. He came alone to save me. If she was not a relative of Shen she would definitely marry him. Shen you have caused unrest in our country, have you ever thought about bearing our anger? Inoue Yen raised his voice. Oh? Your own country's big dog prime minister said that, why are you blaming me? Shen said while sitting on the chair and looking at Inoue Yen. Isn't that you, Mr. Shen, that Prime Minister Daequan is talking about? Chinese pinyin. Jing Shangyan pointed at Xinyan and said, then signaled his younger brother to fork Xingyu and clamp the knife on her neck, then said, okay, I won't waste my time talking to you, you kill yourself and I'll let your sister go. Don't worry, we'll keep our promises in our daily life. Keep your word? I've done that to you. Xinyan spat, and the world would be turned upside down if he could keep his word. He lit a cigarette in a very cool manner and said, Inoue Yen, you still want to deal with me? Threaten me with my sister? What's the matter? Even if the gun is broken, it can't stop your lustful life? Inoue Yen suddenly understood, then pointed at Xinyan and said, yes, you did it? What's up? Do you like the appetizer? Xinyan said to Inoue Yen with a playful look on his face. %#amp% Inoue Iweo cursed incoherently in excitement. Hey. Xinyan waved his hands quickly, which made Inoue Yen a little confused. Then Xinyan said, be a good person, don't speak nonsense. I have no place to find an interpreter. Xinyan, you are so arrogant. Aren't you afraid that so many of us will kill you? Or aren't you afraid that your sister will be abused by us? Inoue Iwa suddenly laughed. He had the bargaining chips in his hand. There was no need to get excited. When Xinyan died, his reputation in the country would be unprecedented. When will you wake up from this daydream? Xinyan sighed and looked at Inoue Yen as if he was a fool. How could there be such a stupid creature in this world? Didn't you notice that your 20 or so people didn't show up? Chapter 138 Inoue Iweo suffers. Although Inoue Yen was curious at first, he only noticed after Xinyan said that there was indeed no one there. Could it be that they were all dealt with by Xinyan? How could it be possible? He was alone. Don't even think about it. Your men are already in the police station. Xinyan threw away the cigarette in his hand, stood up and walked towards Jing Shangyan step by step, but it is also possible that he is in the hospital now. After all, his vital signs are very weak. How is that possible? You dare to call the police? Aren't you afraid that I will kill your sister? Inoue Iwa took a few steps back and pushed the two younger brothers in front of him. Oh. Sorry, I can beat 20 people. Do you think you little Kalemiz can be my opponent? Xinyan walked closer and closer step by step. Don't be so arrogant. The younger brother cursed and was about to punch. Unexpectedly, Xinyan broke the man's wrist with his backhand. After all, it was just a daily life, and with China's support, he could do whatever he wanted. Well, do you believe it? Xinyan grabbed the neck of another younger brother, and the man's feet left the ground. He was thrown to the ground by Xinyan in an instant. He looked at Inoue Yen with a smile on his face and said, I heard that you were so rich now, is it because your ancestors also invaded China? This is what I found out through the system. I didn't expect that there was such a history of this person. Now Xinyan's bloodline buff is directly stacked up. Kill her quickly. Kill her. Without caring about the terrified Xinyan, Inoue Yen quickly said to his younger brother behind him. Poor guy, he doesn't even know how dangerous his situation is. Xinyan looked at Inoue Yen in front of him. Isn't he an idiot? He is still shouting in this situation. Then he said, yeah, close your eyes. Xinyu closed her eyes upon hearing that, and she felt as if a gust of wind suddenly blew in front of her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the people who had been surrounding her were knocked down with bloody heads. Are you still shouting now? Xinyan grabbed Inoue Yan's hair and said with a wicked smile. Great. Come on, brother. Make your life better. Xinyu didn't care about the pain in her body and hurriedly cheered for Xinyan. Okay. Xinyan agreed readily, grabbed Inoue Yan's hair and threw him out, threw the hair and scalp in his hands to the ground in disgust, and did not look at him. He walked to Xinyu and untied the rope for her. Looking at the bruises of all sizes on Xinyu's body, Xinyan was filled with murderous intent. After rubbing Xinyu's little head, Xinyan turned around and walked towards Inoue Yen. Inoue Iweo, who was standing aside, covered his head and looked at the blood on his hands. He became panicked. His hair and scalp were torn off. There was nothing he dared not do to the person in front of him. Run, you must run. Isn't China very safe? You will be safe if you run to a crowded place. Just as he was about to stand up, Xinyan picked up the silver needle that he had just exchanged in the system store for details. Please refer to Rong Mama. He flew directly at Jing Shangyan's calf, causing Jing Shangyan to stumble and fall to the ground. Young man, your ancestors have allowed you to survive to this day, but you are still not satisfied and have to come to China? Xing Yan picked up the silver needles and inserted them into Inoue Yan's fingers one by one. Hashtag percent Inoue Iwa wailed as his heart was connected to his chest. Unfortunately, no one could hear him. Director Wei, are we just going to let him do this? A young policeman outside the warehouse looked at the chief and said, listening to the screams inside, God knows what methods Xing Yan used. Young man, don't worry about things that you shouldn't worry about, don't ask about things that you shouldn't ask, and conscientiously implement Secretary Chen's instructions. If Chen Huaiyi were standing here, he would definitely praise Director Wei. Director Wei stood in place with his hands behind his back. In recent years, Xiaori has repeatedly offended China, which is really hateful. You have to know that they have not admitted the mistakes they made during the war years. He is rampant now. He dares to sneak into China to kidnap and kill him. He deserves it. I was wrong, please forgive me. At this time, Inoue Iwa's hands and feet were full of silver needles. The person in front of him was not a human, but a devil. Oh? Now you realize you were wrong? Xing Yan just sat on the ground in front of Inoue Yan. Yes, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended the great China. Although I said this, in my heart I still wanted to kill Xing Yan thousands of times viciously. When I return to my normal life, I will find someone to kill you. Ha, he was arrogant at first but respectful later. It makes me laugh just thinking about it. Xing Yan sneered, saying that the words of the world should not be believed, and then said, I still like the more arrogant look you showed just now, otherwise, how about you perform for me again and I will let you go. After hearing Xing Yan's words, Inoue Yan seemed to have found a life-saving straw. He quickly supported himself with his arms and sat up and said, fuck you, wait until I return to my daily life, and I will ask someone to kill you. Bang! Then came a slap in the face, which stunned Inoue Iwa. He then lowered his head and asked, did I do something wrong, Mr. Shin? I could be more aggressive. Puff! Shinyu at the side couldn't control herself and laughed out loud, where did this idiot come from? He did whatever he was told to do. Then he looked at Inoue Iwa and said, sorry, you were so mean, I couldn't help it. Mr. Shin, look, your sister is smiling. Can you let me go now? Inoue Iwa was a ninja in his heart, thinking to himself, just wait for me until I leave this crappy place. Okay, no. Xing Yan nodded and said. Ha? Mr. Shin, China is a great place, how can you go back on your word? Inoue Iwa asked. Snap. Are you kidding me? Inoue Yan was awakened by 3 slaps from Xing Yan and asked with wide eyes. Playing tricks on you, what? As he said that, Xing Yan stood up and walked to the side, dragged a chair over, and then smashed it heavily on Inoue Yan's forehead. Looking at the unconscious Inoue Yan, Xing Yan spat and said, you are lucky, sir. Brother, 55555. When the matter was finally over, Xinyu began to feel scared and hugged Xing Yan and burst into tears. She was afraid that she would be sold abroad and abused. Be good, brother is here, everything is fine. Xing Yan patted her back and said gently. Brother, you were so handsome just now. After crying for a while, Xinyu wiped her tears, looked at her brother and said, they really deserve to die. Okay, but I remind you that you are not allowed to learn from what happened just now, and you are not allowed to tell your sister-in-law. Xing Yan knocked her little head, and she covered it in pain. After all, she was still a school-aged child, and it would be bad for her to see such a violent scene. And Wang Yuemin was pregnant now, so he didn't want Wang Yuemin to know. Yeah, brother, you're so nice. Let's go home. Xinyu hugged him and refused to let go. Chapter 139 Workshop Supervisor. Seeing the 2 people coming out, Director Wei hurried forward to ask, Director Shin, what's wrong, are you okay? It's okay. Thanks to the Municipal Party Committee and Director Wei. The man inside has ancestors who participated in the war of aggression. Don't let him go. Xing Yan shook his hand and said. Okay, Mr. Shin. Director Wei responded and said goodbye to Xing Yan. Several people walked into the warehouse, and the strong smell of blood filled the air. Looking at Inoue Iwa lying on the ground, even his scalp was lifted up. The young policeman almost vomited. Chief Wei smiled and thought to himself, I've seen worse than this. Then he ordered a few people to take these beasts back to the police station. Sinan Mansion. Because she was too frightened, Xinyu had been concentrating so much that she had slowly fallen asleep in the car. Xinyan carried her down from the car and walked inside. Inside the room, Zhang Lan was so distressed that tears were about to fall when he saw Xinyu with messy clothes and bruises all over his body. He was about to get some medicine to wipe him, but was stopped by Xinyan. "Mom, Yaya hasn't had a good rest yet, let him get some sleep first." Hearing Xinyan's words, everyone nodded repeatedly. Then Xinyan carried Xinyu to his room. Zhang Lan stayed with her. Xinyu kept holding Zhang Lan's arm tightly in her sleep. It is conceivable how much injustice this child has suffered. "Honey, what's going on?" Shen Jidong and Wang Yuanmen were sitting on the sofa in the living room. "It's not a big deal. They were all targeting me. They just threatened me with yeah. It's all right now." Xinyan smiled and decided not to talk about it. He then said, "Thanks to Mr. Tang for calling me this afternoon. Otherwise, I still don't know who messed with me." "Son, is the Mr. Tang you are talking about the same person?" Shen Jidong had heard from Zhang Lan a long time ago that his son had been received by that person. "Yes." Xinyan nodded. "Good, my son has made great progress." With tears in his eyes, Shen Jidong patted Xinyan on the shoulder. This was the greatest honor. Looking at the family, Xinyan smiled. Yes, if it weren't for the system, he probably wouldn't have achieved such success today. The next day, with the decision of the top leadership, Inoue Iwa was sentenced to 5 years in prison for kidnapping and seriously endangering the lives of others in China, and was deported after 5 years. As soon as the news came out, it instantly became a hot search. Although the protagonist was not mentioned in the news, many people saw Xinyan that afternoon. So far, Xinyan has been on the hot search for several days as an outstanding citizen of China. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. That afternoon, Xinyan was playing games in the computer room when the phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from the line foreman of the electronics factory where Xinyan used to work. "Hey, squad leader, how are you these days?" Xinyan picked up the call and said with a smile that this squad leader had taken good care of him before. He remembered that once Zhuang Feifei's grandfather passed away and had to return to her hometown in Shaanxi province, Xinyan wanted to see her off. Although he was very busy at the time, the squad leader still agreed. Another time, Xinyan had an argument with the security guard and was absent from work on impulse. He thought that the squad leader would scold him the next day and his year-end bonus would be gone, but the squad leader was kind enough to give him sick leave. Xinyan, "Oh, no, Mr. Shin, I am not worthy of your title of squad leader." Team leader Sun Yaoqing smiled and said, ever since Xinyan left the electronics factory, there was a rumor in the team for a while that Xinyan was cheated on and stayed in the electronics factory. But later someone said that thousands of gold bars were found under Xinyan's bed in the dormitory. After that, I kept hearing all kinds of news about Xinyan, especially his Beihai Xingxia group, which has now become the leading enterprise in Beihai City. No, I've always remembered how good you were to me," Xinyan said from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for Sun Yaoqing's care and support, he wouldn't have been able to stay there for several years. Then he smiled and said, "Why did the squad leader think of calling me today?" "Well, that's right. The team is going to have a reunion, and everyone misses you. They were afraid that you're busy, so they asked me to ask you." Sun Yaoqing laughed. This kid is still the same as before. He hasn't become estranged from everyone just because he has become rich. "Okay, I haven't seen you all for a long time." Xinyan thought about it and agreed since he had nothing to do recently. He then said, "Squad leader, how about this Saturday? I miss you all so much. Come to Yunshan Lydian and I'll make the arrangements." "Not good, it's causing you trouble." Sun Yaoqing was a little hesitant. He actually knew a little bit about Yunshan Lydian. It was the largest hotel in Beihai. "It's okay, squad leader. It's just a matter of words. You go and talk to them," Xinyan said with a laugh. "Well, thank you." After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Xinyan hung up the phone. Then Xinyan called Zhang Shang and asked him to arrange a large private room for him on Saturday. After hanging up the phone, many people gathered around Sun Yaoqing and said, "How's the squad leader? Is he coming?" Yes, squad leader, that's what he said. He agreed and invited us to have dinner at his Yunshan Lydian on Saturday," Sun Yaoqing said slowly. "Fuck, Yunshan Lydian, that kind of place is not something that ordinary people can go to." Yes. I heard it's very luxurious inside." Squad leader, how has he been doing recently? Is he still the Xinyan we know? When everyone was talking about it, a girl from the back of the crowd slowly spoke. Hearing this voice, everyone turned around and looked at her with strange eyes. This woman's name is Sun Jing. She wears heavy makeup, but she is a big green tea girl in the team. She hooked up with this guy to buy a mobile phone, and later hooked up with that guy to buy a bag. Anyway, she is not very popular. Asking this at this time is almost certain that she is trying to hook up with Xinyan. When Xinyan first got into trouble, it was her who spread the rumors and she was the one who looked down on Xinyan. She must be regretting it now. Fine. Sun Yaoqing said awkwardly that if the team was not really short of people, he really wanted to throw this guy out. It was too embarrassing for his team. Even the team leader next door asked him about him. Then he said to everyone, "What's the matter, is the work done?" After hearing the monitor's roar, everyone left angrily and returned to their jobs. Sun Jing stood in front of her workbench, not concentrating on her work. She thought to herself, if I had known earlier, I should have been nicer to him. Even if I couldn't hook up with her, I could have gotten him to find me a good job. Looking at the rise and fall of her chest, Sun Jing clenched her fists. This time, I must perform well and let Xinyan pay attention to me. Chapter 140 Party. Because of the kidnapping that had just happened, Xinyu's emotions were unstable from time to time. Xinyan simply asked for a week's leave for her and let her rest at home for a few days. It was just a matter of words. Yeah, how do you feel? Xinyan sat in front of the bed, looked at Xinyu and asked. I'm fine, brother, this time it's all thanks to you. Thinking about it now, she still feels scared. It's okay. Just stay at home and accompany your sister-in-law these days. Xinyan rubbed her head and said lovingly. Then he stood up and walked to the backyard. His house was getting bigger and bigger, and there would be more and more enemies. Even if Huaxia had protected his Sinan mansion, who would not go out? Brother Lang, how much are bodyguards sold for? Xinyan muttered to himself. How did you sell pork at that time? The system said unhappily. I'm not kidding you, I need 3 or 5 bodyguards. Xinyan said. Ordinary bodyguard, price 50 NB points, senior bodyguard, 120 NB points, shadow guard, 180 NB points. Are shadow guards the kind that hide in the dark all the time? Xinyan asked. Yes. Buy 5 and get 20% off. I bought them. 1 to protect my sister, 1 to protect Xiaomin, 2 to protect my parents, and 1 to protect Jiangnan. As for why he wanted to protect Jiangnan, after all, he was the one in charge in the open, so it was better to protect him. After finishing all this, Xinyan looked at the time. It was almost noon. Xinyan said goodbye to his parents and drove out of Sinan Mansion and headed for Yunshan Lidian. Beautiful sky above the clouds, at the door. Wow, is this a place I can come to? Yes, this is too big. As soon as everyone got off the taxi, they looked at the building in front of them and sighed. They wondered who Xinyan was. He was just a worker like everyone else, but he had achieved such great success in a short period of time. If he said he was not a rich second generation, no one would believe it. Sun Jing dressed up even more beautifully for today's dinner. Looking at such a magnificent hotel, there were luxury cars worth millions parked outside the door. She was extremely jealous and she must hook up with Xinyan, even if she was just a mistress. As long as she had money and could frequently go to such high-end places, she would be very satisfied. Sergeant, what should we do? Should we go in? A voice asked at this time. Why don't we wait here for a while? This was Sun Yaoqing's first time in such a place. He felt so helpless and didn't know what to do, so he decided to wait here for a while. At this time, a man in a suit and leather shoes came over from a distance and asked with a smile, Hello, are you squad leader, Sun? Yes, I am. Sun Yaoqing nodded. Ah, it's like this, I'm the lobby manager of the hotel. There was some traffic jam on the way to our Shindong, so I was arranged to receive you first. The manager bowed slightly, then made a gesture of invitation and said, Please follow me first. The private room has been arranged. Sun Yaoqing nodded, and the group followed him in. When the door of the Imperial Hall opened, everyone was stunned. They couldn't help but cover their mouths and exclaim. Fuck, it's worth it for me to have a meal here in my life. Not bad, Xinyan needs a pendant, I want to be his lackey. Even Sun Yaoqing, who tried his best to control himself and not embarrass himself, felt shocked when he saw the decoration inside. It was too luxurious. The manager smiled and arranged for everyone to take their seats. The main seat was naturally reserved for Xinyan. On his left sat the squad leader, Sun Yaoqing. On the right, Sun Jing finally got a seat after struggling for such an important seat. Then, one exquisite dish after another was served. After a while, the door of the emperor's hall was pushed open again, and Xinyan walked in slowly, smiling and said, "Sorry, everyone, the road is too congested." When everyone saw Xinyan coming in, they quickly stood up and complimented him. "Oh, Xinyan has changed a lot now. He is more handsome than before. Yes, these clothes are all famous brands." Even Sun Jing was fascinated by Xinyan at the first sight. Xinyan now has both good temperament and good figure, and most importantly, she is rich. No. Xinyan greeted everyone enthusiastically. Then he gave Sun Yaoqing a big hug. "Class leader, I miss you so much, ha ha ha." This action instantly brought Xinyan closer to everyone, and many people lamented that Xinyan did not alienate them just because he had money. "Monitor, you are the monitor, you should take the main seat." Xinyan looked at the main seat which was left empty for himself, but he still respected Sun Yaoqing very much. Besides, the person sitting next to him was Sun Jing, and he really didn't have a good impression of this woman. "That won't do. No. Sun Yaoqing waved his hands repeatedly. How could he, as a guest, sit in the host seat? After a few rounds of arguments, Xinyan finally sat down at the main seat after failing to persuade Sun Yaoqing. He smiled and said, "Everyone, eat the food as if you were at home." "Xinyan, you weren't working in the electronics factory to experience life, were you?" Gui Yan, who was sitting opposite, said with a smile. "Oh, Sister Yan, there is no such thing as experiencing life." Xinyan smiled and waved his hands. "The thousands of gold bars you had under your bed are still circulating in the factory." Gui Yan joked. "Hey, why are you asking this?" At this time, the squad leader Sun Yaoqing interrupted and said. He was afraid that Xinyan would think of Zhuang Feifei's matter again and be unhappy. "It's okay, squad leader. What happened before is just that. There's nothing wrong with mentioning it." After so long, the squad leader still cares about him so much. "Yes," Xinyan just said, "treat it like your own home." Gui Yan said carelessly, secretly feeling lucky that she had treated him well in the workshop at that time, otherwise she might not be able to sit here today. Shen Tai, who was sitting next to him, said, "Zhuang Feifei is really the best blind person in the country. She actually abandoned you for a greasy old man." "Ha, the old must go before the new can come. I heard that you're already married. How unfair of you not even invited us." Sun Yaoqing joked. With Xinyan's current status, it would be easy to find out, not to mention the proposal and wedding of the century that made a sensation in the whole city. It would be impossible not to know about it. "Oh, blame me. I'll punish myself with 3 cups of wine. When my child is born, I'll invite everyone to come along." Xinyan drank the 3 cups of wine in one gulp. "Hey, go slow. We haven't even finished this glass of wine yet and you're almost guzzling it out." Qian Tai laughed. "This is really good wine." He just checked on his phone and it costs around 80,000 or 90,000 yuan a bottle. He must taste it carefully. "Well, it's okay. Come whenever you want in the future. It's mine." Xinyan smiled, put down his glass, then called the manager over and said, "Give each of them a diamond membership card when they leave." "Okay, Mr. Shen." The manager nodded and left the room. "How can this be so embarrassing, Xinyan?" Sun Yaoqing said first, and then everyone echoed. "It's already great to be able to eat at a place like this, why do you still need a card, and I heard that it's a diamond membership card." "It's okay. Thank you all for taking care of me." Xinyan smiled and raised his glass to toast. After sitting down after drinking, Xinyan always felt a little uncomfortable in his legs. He looked down and saw Sun Jing rubbing him with her black silk-clad feet. Chapter 141 Being Hooked. He looked up and saw Sun Jing looking at him with a smile. She said, "Xinyan, you are the big boss now. Do you want to help us?" He emphasized the word I. How could Xinyan not understand what he meant? This guy must have fallen into his old habit again. In recent years, the men who knelt under her skirt did not become playboys but became paupers instead. When Sun Jing spoke, everyone was shocked and the scene was very quiet. This kind of occasion was not suitable for such words, but everyone really wanted to be promoted. Even if they just moved their fingers, they would earn much more than they do now. "What are you talking about?" We are gathering with old friends today. Why are you talking about that? Let's drink. Let's drink. It was the squad leader Sun Yaoqing who stepped forward to break the deadlock. It was not for any other reason, but because Sun Jing was very clear about what was going on. He was mainly afraid that Shen Yan would make a mistake. Well, it's okay, it's okay. You can come to me if you need anything in the future. The position assigned to you may not be very good, but I, Shen Yan, promise that you will earn more than you are doing now in the factory. Shen Yan smiled and waved her hands. In fact, she really wanted to help her good friends. After all, living in a high-cost place like Beihai, who doesn't want to earn more? However, the one with the highest education among them is Sun Yaoqing, who graduated from a junior college. After hearing Shen Yan's words, everyone present complimented him. Oh, that's great. Even if I don't have a good education, I am still a member of Xingsha Group. Come on Shen Yan, I'll toast you a glass. After a round of drinks, Shen Yan asked everyone to sit down, but Sun Jing next to him was bolder than before and actually put her calf on her legs. The tablecloth was blocking it, so even Sun Yaoqing next to him didn't notice it. Shen Yan suddenly felt nauseous, but for the sake of face he just pushed her legs down. But the woman didn't think of giving up. She then pulled her chair closer to Shen Yan's ear and said, "They have all been arranged, what about me? This voice is so charming, it would be a shame if I didn't become a voice actor." At this moment, everyone present was like a group of spectators, looking at the two of them and thinking, this woman is up to her old ways again. What are your intentions? Shen Yan said, looking at the looks cast at him by his friends at the table. Hey, isn't it just a matter of your word for me to do any job? Sun Jing moved closer again, and tried to touch a certain part of Shen Yan with her left hand, but Shen Yan dodged it. Then she smiled and said, I heard that your wife is pregnant. There must be no way to solve it. I can help you. Sun Jing. Don't go too far. What kind of occasion is this? Just focus on your job. At this time, Gui Yan, who was sitting opposite, couldn't bear it anymore, so she slammed the table, stood up and shouted. I'm not saying anything bad about you, fat girl. The person in question didn't say anything, so why are you trying to be a hero? After hearing Gui Yan's roar, Sun Jing took out a cigarette and lit it without blushing or beating her heart. Don't think we don't know what you're thinking. Gui Yan pointed at Sun Jing and said, on weekdays, Gui Yan has a very good relationship with people in the workshop and rarely quarrels with others, but today's incident is really unbearable. Do you want to turn a good gathering of old friends into a lewd party? Then he looked at Shen Yan and said, Xiao Yan, you tell me. Yeah, you tell me about it. As she said that, Sun Jing's hand was about to rest on Shen Yan's shoulder. Since he had no objection to her rubbing his legs, this man must be similar to the dozen or so men before her. Ahem, first of all, I'm very happy to meet with you all. After all, we are meeting old friends. Second, thank you Sister Yan for speaking up for justice just now. The third one is actually not a big deal, everyone just sit down and continue eating. After these words came out, even Sun Yaoqing on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Could it be that Shen Yan was really being seduced? Just as he was about to stand up, he saw Shen Yan on the side secretly giving him a reassuring look. Then he understood everything. To put it bluntly, everyone was worrying about nothing. How could the boss of such a big group not have such a little scheming? They must have really disgusted him and wanted to punish him. Xiaoyan, you can't do this, or I will really stop associating with you. Yes, Shen Yan, you have to control yourself. Everyone started to persuade Shen Yan, which made him feel warm at heart. However, he should still use his own method to deal with such people. Sun Jing looked at Gui Yan with a proud look on her face. Her wish had finally come true. Shen Yan was much richer than other licking dogs. Then her white and tender little hand quietly reached out. System, help me find a sick old black man, I need him urgently. After thinking about it, I decided to ask for help from the system. Since you are so unsatisfied, I can only let Brother Lohei serve you. Ding, the system exchange is successful, and the old black brother's Malaysia will be delivered in half an hour. In addition, a 24-hour coma card will be given as a gift. So thoughtful. Shen Yan snapped his fingers and let Sun Jing touch him, pretending he didn't see anything. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours. Before leaving, Shen Yan asked the manager to give each of them a diamond membership card, and then thoughtfully arranged a car to take them home. In the car, Gui Yan looked at Sun Yaoqing standing beside her and said indignantly, Old son, why didn't you say anything just now? Did you just let Xiao Yan fall? Sister Yan, do you really think Xiaoyan is that kind of person? Sun Yaoqing suddenly laughed. Ah. Listening to Sun Yaoqing's words, Wei Yan couldn't help but feel confused, but after a while she figured it out, slapped her thigh, blinked her eyes, and said excitedly, "You mean? After all, he is the head of Xingxia Group. He still has some self-control and the ability to judge people." Leaning against the window, Sun Yaoqing lit a cigarette. It was not for any other reason. When he went to the toilet just now, Xingyan went with him. "Squad leader, come work with me. My sister-in-law just gave birth to her second child, and you really can't support her with your salary." Xingyan walked to Sun Yaoqing and handed him a cigarette. But, wouldn't that be bad? Sun Yaoqing also knew that he had 2 children, 2 sons, and he really couldn't afford to raise them in Beihai, a place with high consumption. "But I have nothing, so what can I do if I go to Xingxia Group?" As if he could see Sun Yaoqing's embarrassment, Xingyan patted his shoulder and said, "How about this, you come and drive for me? Although the job is not very decent, the salary is definitely higher than your current salary. I don't go out much, and you can earn some extra money in your free time." It sounded good, but he felt a bit like alms, even though he knew Xingyan was not that kind of person and was sincerely offering this land for his own good. "I'll think about it and send you a WeChat message when the time comes." Sun Yaoqing nodded, put out the cigarette in his hand, and said as he walked out of the toilet, "Stay away from that woman Sun Jing. I know you must have known something about this." "Okay." Xingyan nodded with a smile. Sun Yaoqing, this friend and elder brother, is really kind to him. Chapter 142. A poor family but a good wife. On the other side, Xingyan and Sun Jing were sitting in the car. "Oh, isn't it a bad idea for us to do this? After all, you have a family," Sun Jing said teasingly. "It's okay, we'll do it secretly." Although he felt a chill in his heart, he still said this sentence. Not long after, the system prompted that Lao He had arrived at the designated location. Then Xingyan used the sleep card on Sun Jing, who immediately tilted her head back and fell asleep. "Knock knock knock, boss, Ma Lizzie is here to report in." At this time, an old black man came from not far away and knocked on the window politely. "Very good, very good. It's yours tonight. Work hard and I'll give you a red envelope." Xingyan patted Lao Hei's shoulder, and then Lao Hei smiled and carried Sun Jing out of the car. "Oh my god, this girl is so pretty, she must be a good worker." After quickly saying thank you, he took the red envelope given by Xingyan and left quickly. Looking at his clothes, Xingyan felt a little disgusted. He then exchanged them for an identical set from the system store and threw his original clothes directly into the trash can. Wang Yuemin was pregnant, and he didn't want Wang Yuemin to smell the smell and have wild thoughts. After doing all this, Xingyan drove back to Sinan Mansion. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Xinyu and Wang Yuemin sitting on the sofa and chatting. Seeing Xinyu, Xingyan nodded. "This little girl has recovered well. You're back. How was the party?" Wang Yuemin asked. "Okay, I'll take you with me next time." Xingyan walked up to her and stroked her hair. "Brother, I'm fine. I'm going to go to school tomorrow." Xinyu came over and fed herself a macadamia nut and said, "Okay, if you want to live in the dormitory, then you can live in the dormitory. If not, I will arrange for someone to pick you up." Anyway, Xinyu is now protected by the shadow guards, so there is no need to worry about safety. "Okay, thank you brother, I won't disturb you guys, I'll go back to my room to watch the live broadcast." After saying that, Xinyu rushed upstairs. "How is it? Do you have a stomachache?" Xingyan sat down and asked Wang Yuemin. "It doesn't hurt. Sometimes I can feel the little guy kicking me." Wang Yuemin's eyes curved into crescents. She wondered who the child would take after he was born. At this time, the TV was broadcasting stories about children in mountainous areas, such as how they could not afford to go to school. Wang Yuemin felt distressed watching it, but she stopped Xingyan from turning off the TV. "Honey, I have a suggestion, but I don't know if I should say it or not." "Tell me, we are already like this, is there anything else we should talk about?" Xingyan said, scratching her nose. "How about we set up a foundation to help them? There are many talented people in the mountains, but some of them really can't afford to go to school because of family problems." The more Wang Yuemin spoke, the lower his voice became. It was not because of anything else, but because the money belonged to Xingyan. Although they were married and Xingyan had said that it was joint property, he still felt something was not right. "Okay, I've had this idea before. Let's just consider it as accumulating merit for the baby that hasn't been born yet. Shen said, snapping his fingers. Really? I thought you would blame me for spending money recklessly, husband. Wang Yuemin's eyes were red. Since she met Shen and got married, the man in front of her was really obedient to her. To use a popular saying, he spoiled her like a child. Of course it's true. Don't think about it every day. Shen gently held Wang Yuemin in his arms. Husband, I'm so happy to marry you. Leaning in Shen arms, Wang Yuemin closed her eyes happily. On the other side, Sun Yaoqing's house. Pushing open the door of his small house of dozens of square meters, Sun Yaoqing drunkenly watched his wife busying around, and couldn't help but feel distressed and blamed himself. He rushed forward to save his wife Feng Lei. You're back. How much alcohol did you drink? Feng Lei turned around and let Sun Yaoqing hold her and said gently, What's wrong, husband? Are you shocked? Sun Yaoqing then told him what Shen had said tonight. Is that so? It can be seen that Shen really does this for your own good. You shouldn't feel pressured. Feng Lei patted Sun Yaoqing on the back to comfort him. He also knew Shen. After all, he had met him at a party before. He was a very sincere young man. Then tell me, should I agree? Sun Yaoqing raised his head and asked. Promise it, first of all, don't hurt the people who are doing good for us. Feng Lei thought for a while, then looked at her husband and said, Secondly, I am taking care of the children at home now. You really can't support the whole family by yourself. I feel really bad when I see you coming home from get off work tired and having to do this and that every day. Okay, I'll listen to you. Face is the least valuable thing in this world. Maybe the acupuncturist is overthinking it. Shen is not that kind of person. After saying that, he picked up his phone and called Shen. Hello, squad leader, have you arrived home? Shen asked on the other end of the phone. Here I am. I just got home and discussed with your sister-in-law. Could you please arrange that job for me? Sun Yaoqing said, looking at his wife's encouraging eyes and the two babies sleeping on the bed. Okay, it's just like what I told you. I know what you're thinking. To be honest, I call you brother and I really treat you as my eldest brother. You were so good to me back then, and now that I have the ability, I naturally have to repay you, right? Shen said. Good boy, your elder brother was right about you. Sun Yaoqing couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. Let's put it this way. I have a building in Inhai Villa, but later I felt it was not enough, so I bought the entire community. It is prepared as family housing for Xingsha Group. You and your sister-in-law can move there with your children. Shen said slowly. No, Xiaoyan, I'm your sister-in-law. You've helped us enough. We can't take your house. Feng Lei flatly refused. Sister-in-law, long time no see. Let the monitor take you and us together some other day. Shen joked that although the squad leader's family life was a bit tense, fortunately he had a good wife, and then said, Sister-in-law, don't be so formal. I treat the squad leader like my own brother, so you are naturally my own sister-in-law. This Sun Yaoqing and his wife looked at each other, a little hesitant. A house in Beihai, or Inhai Villa, would cost at least 2 to 3 million yuan in total. Okay, listen to me, brother, don't worry about it. Just pack up your things these few days and I'll find someone to help you move. Shen interrupted the two's hesitation. Okay, I'll pay you back when I make money. Sun Yaoqing nodded without hesitation. Okay. Shen saw that he couldn't persuade the two of them, so he had to agree. After a few pleasantries, he hung up the phone. Hubby, all this seems so unreal. Feng Lei hugged her husband tightly. Now that the income problem has been solved, she can earn some extra money and own a big house. At worst, she can pay the money back slowly. After all, life will be better. Chapter 143 Foundation. In the middle of the night, Shen was sitting in the computer room playing games when he suddenly received a WeChat message from Lao Hei. It only contained 4 words, mission accomplished. Shen smiled and transferred 50,000 renminbi to him. It was estimated that Sun Jing had not been walking properly in the past few days. It was obvious that she was red and swollen. Without thinking anymore, he blocked Sun Jing, stood up and quietly walked into the room. The next day, Sun Jing didn't wake up until the afternoon. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a black egg outputting towards her. No, it must be a dream. After rubbing his eyes, he realized that this was not a dream, and he was really with Lao Hei. Then he cursed, "Who the hell are you? Why am I here?" Lao He didn't understand. He thought the woman was bragging about how strong she was. He had fought with a dead fish for so long last night that he felt bored. But now it was fun after waking up. "Let me go, let me go." Sun Jing wanted to break free, but Lao Hei's attack was too fierce, and her body was clamped tightly, so she couldn't pull out at all. Now Lao Hei understood. "You want to resist, right? Great, the more you resist, the more excited I will be." Sun Jing, who was lying on the bed, couldn't break free, so she decided to just enjoy it. She had been treated like this by others many times before, so this one wouldn't make any difference, especially since it was a black man. But Sun Jing was a little puzzled. Shouldn't it be Shen Yan? Was Shen Yan playing a trick on her? No, Sun Jing scratched her head with both hands. Was her dream of marrying into a wealthy family shattered? Seeing this, Lao Hei in front of him wondered what this action meant. Was it because he was too aggressive? Then he became more and more excited and attacked him more fiercely. Finally, after 2 hours, it was over. Lao Hei put on his clothes and walked out, saying "See you next time, baby," before leaving. Sun Jing was left lying on the bed. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, it was just too painful. After a long pause, he picked up the phone. Just as he was about to call Shen Yan, he found that the number had been blocked and the WeChat message had been deleted. His dream was shattered. After lying in the hotel for an afternoon, he felt itchy on his body. Upon closer inspection, he found that he had many pimples. As someone who often works in this industry, it was very clear to him that he was sick. Could it be that the black egg kunkin just now was sick? No. Stealing a chicken but losing the rice. Originally thought that the dream of marrying into a wealthy family was shattered. At worst I could just go back to my old job, but now, looking at this body of pimples, Sun Jing wanted to die. Shen Yan, you really pushed me to a dead end. Although he said so, he knew in his heart that he couldn't go back to the electronics factory because he lost such a big man yesterday. He couldn't deal with Shen Yan, so he had to admit defeat and left the hotel in disgrace and went to the hospital. On Shen Yan's side, he arranged for Sun Yaoqing's family to move to Inhai Villa in the morning. Sun Yaoqing also resigned from the electronics factory and declined the two people's offer to keep him for dinner, and returned to Sinan Mansion. After parking in the basement, Shen Yan picked up his phone and called Jiang Nan. "Hey, Sister Nan, have you eaten?" "Thanks to you, I just ate it," Jiang Nan said unhappily. "No, I'm your boss after all, so please speak nicely," Shen Yan joked. Yes, my boss. If you have any instructions, I will serve you wholeheartedly." Jiang Nan put down the chopsticks in his hand and said sarcastically. "Okay, I plan to take out 60 billion renminbi to set up a foundation for mountainous areas. Please help me arrange it," Shen Yan said slowly. 60 billion? Are you crazy? Setting up a foundation is indeed a good thing. Although Jiang Nan doesn't know exactly how much cash assets Shen Yan has, taking out 60 billion in one go, isn't this just living a normal life? I'm not kidding you. I only have one request. If anyone dares to take advantage of this money, I will make his life miserable. This money must be distributed to each child. Shen Yan said this in a very serious tone. This kind of thing has happened a lot in the news in the past. If you want to do good things, you must prevent them before they happen. Okay, I understand. Jiang Nan nodded and agreed. After hanging up the phone, he took a few bites of food and went to follow through on the matter. After returning home, Wang Yuemin's parents were taking care of her. Seeing Shen Yan coming back, Wang Yuemin asked, "How is it, husband?" "I just helped them move," Shen Yan replied. Even Zhang Lan and Shen Jidong nodded. This child did a good job. He was taught from a young age to repay a drop of kindness with a spring. Sister Nan has also taken care of the foundation's affairs, Shen Yan said. What foundation? Zhang Lan and Shen Jidong looked at each other and asked. That's it, Mom. That's right, Mom. Shen Yan interrupted Wang Yuemin, who was about to speak. He knew what Wang Yuemin was going to say, and then said, I plan to go to the disaster area to support the children and set up a foundation of 60 billion renminbi. 60 billion? Setting up a foundation is a good thing, but when Shen Jidong heard the amount, he almost fell off his chair and asked, How much money do you have? I haven't calculated it, but it's probably close to 1 trillion. Shen Yan said calmly. Wow, my son has made great progress. 1 trillion, that is not a small number, it is followed by 100 million. Son, I don't object to you doing good deeds. Just think of it as accumulating virtue for you. But the news also said that due to all kinds of corruption and exploitation, there is only a little left in the hands of those in need, Jianlan said with concern. Don't worry, Mom. I've already informed Sister Nan about this. Anyone who dares to commit corruption will be put in jail for life. Xinyan said after taking a bite of the orange handed to him by Wang Yuemin. After hearing this, the two elders finally felt relieved. A month later, the foundation was officially established with 60 billion yuan, which caused a sensation on the entire internet. In particular, Xinyan's statement that anyone who dares to be greedy for money will be put in jail for life won a lot of praise. Mr. Shen cares about his country and his family. This is what makes an excellent Chinese entrepreneur. Director Shen has the demeanor of a chivalrous man. Looking at the many positive reviews on the internet, Xinyan just smiled and said that as long as the children in the mountainous areas can live a better life, that is really good. Gui Province and Beihai City have successively sent banners to Xinyan as an outstanding Chinese entrepreneur. The central bank even spent more than 20 minutes promoting Xinyan's deeds. Even Mr. Tang, the head of state of China, called to praise him personally. Good boy, now that you have achieved this, your dad is happy for you. Shen Jidong patted his son's shoulder. He was really happy from the bottom of his heart. He felt so proud that he accidentally drank too much white wine at noon. Your grandfather just called you, you little brat. As a parent, who doesn't want their children to live a good life and achieve success? Xinyan chuckled and looked at his father with tears in his eyes. He felt that everything he had done was worth it. My child is going to be born in 2 months, and then I asked, Dad, the baby is about to be born, do you want to give him a name? Chapter 144, Capital Injection from Daily Life. Your father has already thought about it. Before Shen Jidong could speak, Jianlan hurriedly said that ever since Wang Yuemin became pregnant, Shen Jidong had been constantly flipping through dictionaries and checking ancient books. Oh? Tell me about it. Shen Yan didn't expect that his father had started preparing so early, and he couldn't help but ask with interest. Let's name the girl Kailing and the boy Kairuwei. How about it? Shen Jidong said complacently. Not bad, Dad, you can do it. Shen Yan praised from the bottom of his heart. Wang Yuemin, who was sitting between the two elders, stroked her belly, her eyes full of joy. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. Just when the family was happily discussing their children, Shen Yan's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Jiang Nan calling. Hey, Sister Nan, what's wrong? I have 2 things to report to you. Jiang Nan changed his usual playful tone and said seriously. Oh? What is it? Tell me. Based on Shen Yan's understanding of Jiang Nan, this tone most likely means that something big has happened in the company. The first thing is to report to Dongwang Entertainment that at the request of fans, Su Song will hold a concert at the Workers' Stadium in Beijing. Jiang Nan said. Oh? That's good. Shen Yan nodded, thinking that this concert would probably recreate the scene of tens of thousands of people singing together back then. As for the tickets, they would definitely be sold out in seconds. Yes, the second thing is that Bien Tatar, who lives a small life, asked someone from a financial group to meet you. Jiang Nan said in a deep voice. Bien Tachuoi? What a name. Wouldn't it be better to call him Yizadaobian? Shen Yan joked that he had never heard of this family, but since it was called a consortium, it must be quite large. Then he asked, why did this little devil come to me? It seems like he wants to inject capital, and his attitude is a bit arrogant. Jiang Nan replied. As soon as he got to work this morning, this person from the Bien Tatua family was waiting in the office. Although his attitude was very good, there was a sense of arrogance in his words. Capital injection? This idiot, can't we just drive him away? Shen Yan said unhappily. He really had no interest in the little devils, who kept bothering him endlessly. Moreover, he was so rich, why did he need capital injection? But according to my investigation, the Bien Tatua family has a military background. Now that life is in chaos, will they do something reckless? Jiang Nan said with some concern. You must be kidding. How can the military listen to him? Besides, we have the whole of China behind us. What can we do to him? Send him away immediately. Shen Yan said impatiently that the most disgusting thing about him was that others threatened him. Just think about what happened to those who threatened her in the end. He was not afraid. Okay, I got it. After saying that, Jiang Nan hung up the phone. In the evening, after the meal was ready, Xinyu came to the table in a bounding manner. Looking at the table full of sumptuous dishes, she couldn't help but drool. Wow! What a rich feast! He couldn't help but was about to pick up his chopsticks. However, Xinyan stopped him and said, "Wait until everyone is together before eating." Okay, then Xinyu immediately sat on the chair with a sad face. What are you doing? Yeah. Just eat. We are a family, why are you fussing so much? Wang Yuemin came over with the help of the nanny, touched her head and said, "Yeah, sister-in-law is still the best." Hearing Wang Yuemin's words, Xinyu smiled happily, made a face at Xinyan, and picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Seeing this, Xinyan smiled helplessly. This girl changes her expression faster than turning the pages of a book. How is yeah? How have you been in school these days? Wang Yuemin asked. It's fine. We eat and drink as usual. But recently there has been a theft of takeaway food in the school. The specific suspect is the new security guard, but he refused to admit it even after we approached him many times. At this point, Xinyu was furious. She had just ordered a takeaway at noon, but when the security guard went to pick it up, she found that the takeaway was gone and saw that the security guard had a greasy mouth. After asking my classmates, I found out that they had been losing takeout recently, and that the security guard, Uncle Zhao, had an extremely bad attitude. He said that it was not their responsibility to look after the takeout for them, and that it was their own fault if it was lost. Why is this happening? Wang Yuanmin said angrily. Ding, the system has issued a task to severely punish thieves and reward children with +10 intelligence. Because the children are not born yet, the rewards will be added after the task is completed. Huh? Is this system a nanny-level system? The rewards can also be given to your own children. Could it be that after 100 years, the system will be inherited by your children? Brother Lang, what's going on? Xinyan asked curiously. What's the matter? It's just the literal meaning. Do you think I should give you a reading comprehension? The system said unhappily, and then no matter how Xinyan asked, the system just remained silent. Yeah, I have something to do at your school tomorrow at noon, so I'll bring you lunch on the way. You like Yunshan Li Tian's Buddha jumps over the wall, so I'll bring it to you. Xinyan said. Really? You're so nice, brother. Xinyu hugged Xinyan's arm and shook him back and forth. Stop it. Xinyan pulled Xinyu's hand down and said unhappily, Who told your sister-in-law that I was not okay just now? Oh, brother, why are you so petty? The whole family laughed at Xinyu's words. The next day at noon, Xinyan packed 2 servings of Buddha jumps over the wall from Yunshan Lydian, then opened the system store and bought a SkyEye card first. The video sent to his mobile phone through the SkyEye card showed that the takeaway food that was lost every day was either eaten by the security guard or he secretly hid it and took it home at night, so there was evidence. So, Xinyan started to struggle in the system store, wondering whether to buy spicy seasoning or defense seasoning. In the end, Xinyan chose the defense seasoning. If you dare to steal things, just wait. Looking at the small bottle of yellow-green solution in his hand, Xinyan could smell the odor through the bottle. Without looking at it any further, he pinched his nose and poured the solution into one of the Buddha jumps over the wall. Then he spent another 1 NB point to exchange for a set of Elimo's takeaway clothes. Everything was ready. Xinyan parked the car far away on the roadside. After putting on his clothes, he hurriedly ran towards the school gate. Hey, I'm talking to you. You can't have takeout in the school. Not long after arriving at the school gate, the security guard Uncle Zhao hurriedly stopped Xinyan. No, sorry sir, I've just been delivering food for a short time. Xinyan nodded in panic. I was wondering why you look unfamiliar. Which delivery man are you from? Uncle Zhao asked, looking at the takeaway in Xinyan's hand. What does it look unfamiliar? I'm from Aramo, Xinyan said, pointing to the logo on his clothes. Okay, just leave the takeaway here. Uncle Zhao pointed to his security room and said unhappily. Okay, I'll call the client. After the fight, Xinyan hurriedly ran away from the school gate. Chapter 145, Buddha jumps over the wall. After Xinyan left, Uncle Zhao stared at the takeaway for a long time. If you are sleepy, just lie down, and if you are hungry, there is takeaway. I looked at the takeout order and found that it was Buddha jumps over the wall. I had heard that Buddha jumps over the wall was delicious, but I had never eaten it. I must try it today. Sitting in the security booth, he quickly unpacked and opened the lid. He couldn't help but frown because he smelled a strange odor in the takeaway. Maybe this thing is like snail rice noodle, it smells bad but tastes good. Then he started to eat with big mouthfuls, and soon he finished a whole portion of Buddha jumps over the wall. At this time, Xinyu happened to be out of class, so she came here, looked around, and asked, "Uncle Zhao, have you seen my takeaway?" "What takeout? I don't see it." Uncle Zhao wiped his mouth and thought that this good thing must be delicious. "That's impossible. The writer just told me that it was placed at the door." Xinyu continued to ask. "Looking for trouble, huh? I'm just sitting here, how could I not see it? Or do you think I stole it?" Uncle Zhao lit a cigarette and crossed his legs and said, "Anyway, there is not even a camera in the security office. As long as I deny it, who would know that I stole the food?" "You." Xinyu pointed at him and was so angry that she couldn't speak for a moment. More and more people gathered around. "But that doesn't make sense. Didn't my brother say he would deliver the food to me? Why did it come from a delivery man?" Xinyu didn't think much about it. "Maybe my brother was busy with something urgent." "What are you talking about? Get out of here quickly, or I will not be polite." Uncle Zhao said angrily, "This little girl, as an old man, what's wrong with eating his takeaway? It's all about respecting the elderly." Wait a minute, beautiful lady." Just when Xinyu was about to turn around, Xinyan's voice rang out. Looking at the old man in delivery clothes, Xinyu understood after a little thought that the old man must be here to deal with the thief. "Why did you take so long? Where's my takeaway?" Xinyu said, pretending to be angry. "I'm sorry, beautiful. I just gave you the wrong takeaway. This one is yours." After saying that, Xinyan handed the takeaway to Xinyu and gave him a small look, meaning, just wait and see. "Ah. It was delivered to the wrong person. What is your takeaway for?" Xinyu asked. "Well, I just went to pick up a takeaway, and one of the merchants had its dog pooped on it. I thought about throwing it away for him when I went out, but I forgot." "Luckily you didn't get the takeaway," Xinyan explained. Uncle Zhao, who was watching the show on the side, felt like vomiting when he heard Xinyan's words. Did he poop? No wonder it smelled like shit. "Hey, you stinky delivery man, are you trying to murder me? How dare you deliver something like this?" Uncle Zhao shouted. I'm sorry. Fortunately, no one ate it, otherwise I would be finished," Xinyan said with pretended relief. "You." Uncle Zhao vomited in front of so many people. After a long while, he stood up and said, "Fuck you, pay me money, fuck, and let me eat shit?" People around you laughed when they heard it. Evil will be punished. You usually eat takeout secretly. Now you feel better, right? Didn't you say you didn't eat? When Xinyu heard this, she thought, this is a confession. Good job, brother. Then she looked at Uncle Zhao and said, "Did you eat all our takeaways before?" "What nonsense! I'll just eat it this time," Uncle Zhao said with a guilty conscience, cursing the delivery man 1,000 times in his heart, and then said, "Besides, you are so rich, what's wrong with me eating your takeaway? Do you understand respecting the elderly? If you don't move, go back to your mother's womb and be reborn." Suddenly, Uncle Zhao's words aroused public anger. Why does this person talk like that? That's right, you're justified in cheating. You're disrespectful to your elders. You deserved it for eating shit. I'll prove for the delivery man that he wasn't here today. Listening to the people pointing and talking around him, Uncle Zhao couldn't help but get angry and said, "Aren't you guys going to class? Leave now, or don't blame me for being rude. Good fellow, if Mr. Shin hadn't invited me here today, I wouldn't have been able to see such a wonderful show." At this time, a voice sounded from behind the crowd. When we turned around, we saw it was the principal. Principal. Seeing the principal coming, Uncle Zhao ignored his discomfort and hurriedly greeted him. "Old Zhao, I let you come here to work as a security guard because I saw that your family was in financial difficulty. Is this how you repay me?" The principal blared at Uncle Zhao. No, they wronged me." Uncle Zhao hurriedly explained, 3,000 to 4,000 a month, working and playing every day, where can you find such a good job? Oh? Do you want to see this? Xinyan took out a tablet and placed the footage from the past 10 minutes in front of everyone. Good fellow, this old boy is waiting. I said he stole my takeaway, but he still refused to admit it. That's right, I spent over 300 yuan to buy a durian and let that bastard eat it all. Looking at the scenes in the video, Uncle Zhao shook his head excitedly. How could it be possible? Although there were cameras nearby, there were none in his own security booth. How could he even get the footage from the security booth? Give me the tablet. After saying that, Uncle Zhao tried to snatch it. Old Zhao, what are you doing? Do you know who she is? Seeing that Uncle Zhao was about to attack Xinyan, Principal Jiang hurriedly shouted at him. He's just a delivery boy, who can he be? Uncle Zhao said unhappily. In fact, he didn't even hear Principal Jiang call him Mr. Shen. Just take the tablet and destroy the evidence. I tell you, he is the chairman of Xingxia Group and the brother of the girl whose takeout you stole. Although Xinyan asked him to keep a low profile and not reveal Xingyu's identity, it was too late to care about anything at this point. What? He is Mr. Shen who donated the building to our school. Oh my god, she looks so young. I always saw her on the news before, but today I almost didn't recognize her in her delivery uniform. Yeah, he is your brother. The little girl next to Xinyu asked with envy. Yes. Xinyu nodded without saying anything more. What? Uncle Zhao was completely confused. Although he was an old man, the name of Xingxia Group was well known to everyone in Beihai City. I'm sorry, little girl, I'm sorry, Mr. Shen, I will pay the money, please forgive me, I'm still an old man. Being arrogant at first and respectful later makes one laugh when thinking about it. Xinyan looked at him with disdain. Just because you are an old man, does that give you a reason to be disrespectful? You must be kidding. Xinyan will not tolerate him. Principal Jiang, this is an internal matter of your school. I won't say more. Okay, Mr. Shen, please come in. The principal hurriedly nodded and bowed to welcome Xinyan into the campus. At the school gate, many people surrounded Xinyu and kept asking questions. Okay, yeah, you've made us suffer by hiding this. You have such a rich brother, but you still go to work, what's the point? I heard that you, Su Son, are an artist under your brother. Can you help me get a concert ticket? I can pay extra. Xinyu was a little overwhelmed by them, so she found a gap and slipped out. This stinky old man, couldn't he let me settle down in school? Chapter 146 I Give You Face. In the principal's office. Mr. Shen, you can just make a phone call about today's matter. It's troublesome for you to come all the way here. The principal poured a cup of tea for Xinyan and said with a smile. It's okay. There's no need to trouble the principal with such a small matter. Xinyan waved his hand and said. He came here only for Xinyu's matter today, and there was nothing else. Then he said, Yeah has been here for so long, I'm sorry to bother the principal. Oh, it's no trouble. The principal smiled and waved his hand. Putting aside Xinyu's background, her grades were among the best. She was an outstanding student in Beihai. This time I came here to discuss with the principal how our group can further strengthen its cooperation with your school, said Xinyan. Oh? Hearing this, the principal became interested. Xinyan was a wealthy man, so his school would definitely benefit from this cooperation. What does Mr. Shen mean by cooperation? It's very simple. Xingxia Group will give priority to Beihai University's graduates next year, and Xingxia Group will also officially announce that we are a strategic partner. Xinyan smiled and said, in fact, under the instructions of Chen Huai, there are quite a few graduates applying for the job this year, but considering the size of Beihai University, it is still small. It seems that our school has benefited from Mr. Shen. What are the conditions? Although they are happy, there is no free lunch or dinner in the world. It's a pleasure to talk to smart people. My requirements are simple. Xinyan nodded and continued, one is that you continue to help me take care of Yaya, and the other is that I have a foundation that specifically targets children in mountainous areas. I hope that your school will give more help in the future and allocate resources appropriately. No problem. Our school always treats everyone equally. Of course, he understood what Xinyan meant by resource tilt. It was not about deliberately taking care of students from mountainous areas, but about ensuring as much fairness as possible. It's been a pleasure working with you, Principal Jiang. It's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Shen. The two held hands tightly, then Xinyan said hello to Xinyu and left the school. On the way, Xinyan suddenly had the idea of visiting the headquarters. After all, he hadn't been there for a long time. Without notifying anyone, he changed his route and headed towards Xingxia Group in the west of the city. Xingxia Group. When Shen walked in from the hall, everyone greeted him. Some newcomers who didn't know Shen asked their companions, "Who is this guy? He's so handsome. Please stop being such a nympho. This is our big boss, and he's already married. Wow, this is our elusive boss." Shen didn't hear the conversation between the two people and turned to go into the elevator. When he arrived at the office door, Shen saw a few people waiting, and without thinking much, he pushed the door open and went in. "Hey, you, do you have any manners? Go line up at the back." At this time, someone on the side stopped him and said, "Oh." Shen couldn't help but look back at the man. He heard his accent and thought he was a Japanese soldier. Then he said, "Japanese soldier? What can I do if I don't line up? Are Chinese people so uncultured, %?" Upon hearing this, the man said that Chinese people have no quality, and then said a few words in bird language. Others couldn't understand, but Shen could. He was fluent in Japanese. Listening to the little devil's words, Shen frowned and said, "Little devil, I advise you not to insult Chinese people in China anymore. The last person who did that in front of me is still working on a sewing machine now." The Japanese soldiers didn't expect that Shen could actually understand what they said, but what Shen said was too arrogant, making them feel embarrassed, and then they muttered a few more words. Although the sound was very low, Shen heard it. Without saying anything more, he grabbed the little devil's neck at lightning speed and pulled him up from his seat. "My friend, what did that Japanese soldier just say?" said a burly man standing in line behind the Japanese soldier. "He said the Chinese are," Shen said bluntly. "What? Bastard, don't think you can act rampant in China just because you are from the Bien Tatar family, alpaca." The burly man unbuttoned his suit and threw the folder in his hand directly on his face. "Bien Tatuoi? Isn't this the consortium that Jiang Nan had told me about before?" Immediately, his hand loosened. "Now you know my identity, are you scared? Let me go quickly, you bastard." At this time, the Japanese soldier saw that Shenyan's hand was slightly loose, and thought that Shenyan was scared, but unexpectedly, Shenyan threw him to the ground. "Mr. Shen, why are you here?" At this time, the secretary heard the noise and rushed over. "Ah! Are you Mr. Shen?" Everyone in the queue was stunned. The person in front of them was the chairman. "What's going on with this little Japanese?" Shen said to the secretary. "They are here to seek cooperation and investment, but President Jiang doesn't want to see them," said the secretary. "You little bastard, why are you still hanging around here when the other party doesn't want to see you? Get out of here." Shen kicked him. "Are you Shen? The chairman of this small company? I advise you to accept our investment, otherwise, you will suffer from anger that you cannot afford." The Japanese soldier stood up and straightened his collar. "Fuck you. Give you face?" Without saying anything, Shen gave the devil a big bag. "How many lives do you have if you dare to be rampant in China? Look at the people around you. Not to mention beating you, even killing you is not against the law. Do you understand?" Shen pointed at the people around him and said with a serious face, "Don't fucking regret it." After saying that, the Japanese soldier walked out dejectedly. "Boss, why are you here?" Jiang Nan had just come out of the bathroom and was a little surprised to see Shen. She turned around and thought that it was a pity that she didn't put on makeup today. "I can't come?" Shen said unhappily, "If that little devil comes again, just use your weapons. He is so rampant, we have to teach him a lesson, oh not a dog." "Okay, have you eaten? Do you want to have dinner together?" Jiang Nan asked. "Okay, then I'll treat you." Shen looked at the time. It was already past 1 o'clock. "Really? Okay, wait for me for a moment, it will be quick." Jiang Nan was overjoyed. He had always refused in the past, but he didn't expect that she would agree this time. He quickly ran back to the office, took out a mirror and touched up his makeup. "Sister Nan, we are going to eat, not do anything. There is no need to make things so troublesome." I looked at my watch and more than 10 minutes had passed. As expected, girls talk very fast and always measure time in hours. "What do you care? Can't I be beautiful?" Jiang Nan rolled her eyes and said. But it was really nice to have a meal with him. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan finally packed up everything, picked up the bag, and the two drove to the Grey Whale Western restaurant again. Chapter 147 Give Jiang Nan a holiday. Opposite Shenyan, Jiang Nan supported her face with one hand, looked at Shenyan with a smile and said, "Is your husband going to dinner with your female subordinate? I hope he won't mind? Just eat a normal meal, nothing else to do." After Shenyan ordered a few dishes, he handed the menu to Jiang Nan and continued, "Besides, Xiaomin is not that kind of person. What else do you want to do? Are you going to take me into your harem?" Jiang Nan looked at him with a wicked smile. He really wanted to do something and couldn't help but think of the last time she kissed him in the car. "Okay, my sister Nan, can you be serious? How is the company doing recently?" Shenyan saw that Jiang Nan was a little distracted. He waved his hand in front of him and said, "Hate it, who's yours now?" Jiang Nan couldn't help but roll his eyes, but it was quite comfortable to hear that. Hearing that the boss was going to ask about the company, Jiang Nan straightened up and said, "Everything is going well at the company recently, but the headquarters has received a lot of cyber attacks, all from abroad." "Oh? From abroad? Then it's probably caused by his daily life." Shenyan stroked his chin. He had just turned their country upside down. Although there was no clear evidence pointing to him, he had now become the main suspect. Then he asked, "What else? How is the sales of Huawei Kunling?" "Yeah. I thought so too. As for Huawei Kunling, is there any need to think about it? It ranks first in terms of shipments this quarter." Jiang Nan looked at Shenyan with a sweet smile. When it was first released, many people were still on the sidelines. However, as the first and second waves and more users experienced it, those onlookers could no longer sit still. "Not bad, not bad. Where is the Beijing Herong building? It's funny to say that since I got this building, I have hardly paid attention to it. Everything is going according to plan. But Mr. Gua has been calling me recently to discuss entering the food delivery industry." Jiang Nan gets a headache when Guoting is mentioned. He wants to call her every day, saying he wants to talk about work, but in fact he just wants to chat about family matters. The takeaway industry is a bit saturated now, so let's just forget about it. After hearing what Jiang Nan said, Shenyan thought about it carefully. Meituan and ELE.mo are already established food delivery companies with a long history. They both have fixed and complete development models. It is better not to touch this new industry lightly. "By the way, Sister Nan, is Mr. Gui interested in you? How about I help you two get together?" Shenyan said with interest after taking a bite of the food. "Go away, leave me alone." Jiang Nan waved her pink fist and threatened. I couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. "Don't you understand my thoughts? And you still want to help me?" Seeing this, Shenyan quickly pretended to beg for mercy, and the two of them chatted and laughed while eating for more than an hour. "Sister Nan, I haven't had anything to do recently. How about I give you a vacation?" Shenyan wiped his mouth and then said, "Don't want." Jiang Nan refused without saying anything. According to past experience, Shin Baopi said that he would give you a holiday, but he also said that he would not let you have a peaceful holiday. "Okay, I will definitely not disturb you during your vacation this time. You can also take advantage of the vacation to take your uncle and aunt out for a trip or something, and get out more while you are young." "There is no problem," Shin Yan said sincerely. "Oh? Have you, Shin Baopi, changed your personality? Then tell me how many days of vacation you can give me?" Jiang Nan asked curiously with her beautiful eyes turning. "About 10 days. The company still needs you to take charge." Shin Yan smiled and didn't take the nickname Jiang Nan gave him seriously at all. "Okay, then I'll obey your command." Jiang Nan raised the glass and drank the red wine in it. After drinking it, he couldn't help but stretching. 10 days, I have to plan carefully. While Jiang Nan was thinking in his mind, Shin Yan, who was sitting opposite him, didn't know where to look. Just now, Jiang Nan stretched, revealing her snow-white skin, which made Shin Yan look left and right and feel a little nervous. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Nan saw the change in Shin Yan's complexion and asked hurriedly. "No, nothing," Shin Yan said hesitantly. "Well, I know. Does it look good? Is my sister white?" Jiang Nan asked teasingly with his hands on his belly. "I didn't see anything." Hearing Jiang Nan say this, Shin Yan hurriedly drank some water to calm himself down. This woman was really open-minded. If he wasn't careful, he would be led into a ditch. "Enough, enough. I won't tease you anymore. I've been drinking. Please take me back to the company." I'll finish my work and start my vacation this afternoon. Jiang Nan laughed at Xin Yan's embarrassment. Okay, no problem. Xin Yan agreed. After sending Jiang Nan back to Xingsha Group and watching Jiang Nan arrange her work, Xin Yan left Xingsha Group. Xin Yan spent the whole afternoon visiting friends and relatives. First, I went to see Zhong Guoming and had some fine tea from him. Then I went to the construction group to see Gao Gang and his son. I feel like Goldman Sachs has been reborn. He has become more introverted and more steady in his work. Then he went to Faust Auction House and chatted with Jiang Ye for a while. Finally, Xin Yan went to another Wanjiafu supermarket in Beihai to buy some things and made a secret visit. Nowadays, Wanjiafu has launched various small activities. The last time, he treated people differently, which has not happened again. When Xin Yan returned home, it was already time for dinner. Honey, where did you go today? Wang Yuemin asked, holding her belly. Immediately, Xin Yan told her about what happened today. Wang Yuemin didn't take the lunch together to heart, but said, Sister Nan manages the company for you every day, so she's really busy. It's good for her to take a vacation. If necessary, you can raise her salary. By the way, husband, have they got their house back? Xin Yan stroked Wang Yuemin's hair and replied, Don't worry, I've seen what they've done, and I'll reflect it in their wages when necessary. As for Sister Nan's house, it's already been taken back. After getting the house back, Jiang Nan said more than once that he wanted to return the house in Yinhai Villa to Xin Yan. Xin Yan refused and just regarded it as a reward for his hard-working subordinates. Anyway, the whole community was prepared as family housing for outstanding employees. At night, Xin Yan coaxed Wang Yuemin to sleep and was just about to lie down to sleep when his cell phone suddenly lit up. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from a friend named Guyu from his time at the electronics factory. At that time, as soon as they had a break in the afternoon, they would rush from the workshop to Shimen to order some spiritual food, and they would also have a meal and sing songs every weekend. After Xin Yan left the electronics factory, the two would occasionally call each other to chat. Guyu's situation was worse than Xin Yan's. He used to work on a construction site and now drives an online taxi in their hometown, earning a good income. Xin Yan vaguely remembered that whenever he had time, he would give himself a surprise by saying that he had just got off the highway and would be there soon. When Xin Yan opened it, he saw a picture without any text. The lighted sign on the wall in the picture clearly reads Operating Room. Chapter 148, Life-Saving Grace. Xin Yan suddenly felt uneasy. With Guyu's personality, he usually wouldn't tell others about his own affairs, unless he did tell others about something important. Xin Yan quietly walked out of the room and went to the first floor and made a phone call. Hey, what's wrong with you, brother? Xin Yan asked. My dad may be gone. Guyu didn't cry on the other end of the phone, but his voice sounded a little lonely. What's going on? Tell me about it. Xin Yan was a little anxious. From his tone, the situation was really not optimistic. That's right. Guyu said that his father was in another city and was hit by a drunk driver while waiting for the traffic light at an intersection after getting off work very late at night. Guyu also hurriedly drove from his hometown to another city. According to the traffic police, the collision was very serious. The airbags of the accident car exploded and the body of the car was slightly deformed. My father is in a very bad condition. Xin Yan, you are the big boss now. Can you save my father? Guyu said in a choked voice. Wait for me, I'll call you back. Xin Yan hung up the phone without waiting for Guyu to reply. The situation is really not optimistic now. He has a new car, a house bought with a loan from his family, and a younger sister in junior high school. All these will be a burden for Guyu in the future. Then he silently said in his heart, Brother Lang, help me. Don't shout, I heard you. Is there any solution? Xin Yan listened to the system's answer with hope. This time he was not as grumpy as before. Yes, a resurrection card. Okay, I'll buy it. I'll take out a loan. Xin Yan said anxiously. This was a matter of life and death. Wait, listen to me. This card can only guarantee that you will not die, but it will also damage your vitality. However, the specific situation depends on the subsequent care. If you take good care of yourself, the side effects will be small. If you take bad care of yourself, coupled with your poor physical condition, the situation will be very pessimistic. Okay, you help me get it out first. And you help me with the formalities. After that, Xinyan called Guyu without saying a word. Hey, brother, I just called and asked the doctor. He said it can save your father's life, but it will hurt his vitality. However, all of this depends on the subsequent care. If the care is good, he may not be able to recover to his current state, but he will be almost the same. Okay, as long as my father's life can be saved, said Guyu. You are in Lengya City now, right? Okay, wait for me, I'll be there in 2 hours. Xinyan said, and hung up the phone without waiting for Guyu to say thank you. Really, you don't need to thank me. This is a matter of life and death, and I have the ability now, so I will definitely help if I can. Even if it's not for anything else, it can be considered as accumulating merit for my unborn baby. After contacting the private plane, Xinyan did not wake up Wang Yuemin, but went to his parents' door and knocked. Mom and Dad, are you asleep? After knocking several times and seeing no one answering, Xinyan was about to leave a small note and leave, but at this time the door of the room opened, and his parents stood in front of the door and said, "What's wrong, son? Why can't you sleep so late at night? Is Xiaoman not feeling well?" No. Xinyan shook his head and told his parents what had just happened. Son, you are capable now. Mom supports you, but I have to remind you that this is a human life. Are you sure? Zhang Lan said. He supported his son more, but after all, it was a matter of human life. If the patient could not be saved, it would be no trivial matter. Don't worry, Mom. I'm sure. Xinyan said solemnly that what his mother said made sense, but Xinyan believed in the system. Then he said, I will probably be gone for 3 to 5 days. Mom, Xiaomin will depend on you to take care of him. Don't worry, be careful on the road and remember to eat on time. The parents sent their child out the door before reluctantly returning home. Before boarding the plane, Xinyan specially transferred one of the shadow guards who protected his parents to his side, and put on a white coat for him to pretend that he was a doctor. 2 hours later, Xinyan's plane landed at the airport. After asking for the specific address, he drove non-stop to the hospital. Guyu, Xinyan shouted from a distance. It was the middle of the night, so there was no need to worry about the loud noise. Xinyan, thank you so much. Even if I failed this time, I will always remember your kindness in coming here in the middle of the night. Guyu hugged Xinyan and felt very grateful. It was the middle of the night and he came here out of consideration for his own business. What are you talking about? Your uncle's health is the most important thing right now. Let me introduce you to Professor Shiren, the most famous professor in Beihai. There will be no problem if he treats your father. As he spoke, Xinyan pushed the shadow guard forward and introduced him. By the way, Guyu, where is your uncle? Xinyan asked. He should still be in the emergency room, but the lights in the emergency room are off. Could it be that? In the intensive care unit, the doctor just said the situation is very bad. Guyu choked again. Don't worry, let Professor Shiren take a look. After that, Xinyan contacted the hospital and after some negotiations, Xinyan asked the shadow guard to take the resurrection card and walked into the intensive care unit amid the questioning eyes of everyone. Outside the ICU, Guyu kept asking Xinyan if anything was wrong, and Xinyan comforted him again and again. He had known Guyu for 4 or 5 years, but he had never seen her like this. He had always been mature and steady, but now he was crying. More than 40 minutes later, Shadow Guard Shiren walked out of the intensive care unit. What's the matter, Professor Shiren? Can my father still be saved? Guyu rushed forward and said. It's only 40 minutes, not even enough to perform an operation. It's so quiet in the middle of the night. The doctor on the side said sarcastically. Shut the fuck up. Just based on what you said, you don't deserve to wear this white coat. What a jerk. Xinyan grabbed the doctor by the collar and almost strangled him to death. There are very few doctors nowadays who have medical ethics. This is a hospital, how dare you do that? The doctor was beaten and lost face in front of his colleagues. He was very upset and shouted. If you keep yelling, I don't mind being a little more serious. You can go to Beihai to ask about me. My name is Xinyan, and I'm the chairman of Beihai Xingsha Group. You can ask about the Japanese who came to pick a fight with me recently and how I abused them. Xinyan emphasized the word abuse. It was already this time, and Xinyan had no time to argue with him. He revealed his identity directly, then looked at the shadow guard and ignored her. Don't worry, your father already has vital signs. He needs to stay in bed for at least half a year and recuperate for 2 to 3 years. But, to be honest, he was pulled back from the brink of life and death, and his vitality may be damaged. Shiren said according to the instructions given to him by Xinyan on the plane. Great, thank you, doctor. After saying that, Guyu knelt down on the ground and was about to kowtow, but was stopped by the shadow guard. If you want to thank someone, thank Mr. Shin. It was he who provided the medicine and our methods. Otherwise, I really couldn't have saved him by myself. Xinyan was shocked when he heard this. This was not what Xinyan taught him. Chapter 149. I got up and opened my eyes to see a group of big men. After hearing what the shadow guard said, Guyu turned sideways and was about to kowtow to Xinyan. This was a life-saving favor. Xinyan, I will remember your kindness. No matter where I am in the future, as long as you need me, my life is yours. No, you'll shorten my lifespan if you do this. I want to live a few more years, brother. Xinyan joked as he helped Guyu up. What a joke, we need to go in and check. As they said that, the doctors were about to go to the intensive care unit, and the others did not stop them, but just stood at the door. Seeing the doctor's expression becoming more and more exaggerated, the people at the door, especially Guyu, finally felt relieved. After a while, several doctors came out and bowed deeply to Xinyan and the others. I'm sorry, Mr. Shin, I'm sorry, Professor Shiren, we are ignorant and blind, I apologize to you. It doesn't matter. It's a great help to admit your mistakes and improve yourself. Xinyan waved his hands. He didn't have time to pay attention to these people. Okay, brother, let's go out and light one? Xinyan said, patting Guyu on the back. Okay, but I'm out of cigarettes. It has been more than 3 hours since Guyu came here from Quanchang. He has already smoked 3 packs of cigarettes and now only has a lighter left on him. Don't worry, I have it. Let's go. Let uncle have a good rest. Xinyan said, putting his arm around Guyu's shoulder. On the other side, in the office, several doctors really checked the Xingxia group and the Xiaorizi incident a few days ago. Everyone was shocked. The man was beaten all over, and his tools were directly removed, and the Beihai officials did not blame him. Oh my god, we actually offended such a person today, said the young nurse on the side. Let's report to the dean immediately. This matter is beyond our scope of resolution. Moreover, the other party has such a powerful background. Even if the Langia officials come, I'm afraid they won't be as arrogant as us. The doctor just said. What are your plans for the future? Xinyan asked as he lit a cigarette while sitting on the stone steps at the gate. I don't know. I'll have to stay in my hometown for now. Guyu shook his head. In fact, he had always had a dream in his heart, which was to go out for a self-driving tour. But later he found that with the pressure of life on him, these were really just dreams. Follow me. My hotel is going to open a branch in Langia. You can come and help me when the time comes. Xinyan said. But I Haven T studied hotel management. He was really tempted by Xinyan's offer, but he had no education and had dropped out of school in the 3rd year of junior high school. How could he be capable of managing such a large hotel? It doesn't matter. You can hire someone who has studied hotel management. Xinyan smiled. These things had been planned on the plane as early as before. As long as you have money, you can hire people even if you have no education. And with Guyu's personality, managing a hotel is enough for him. Xinyan, I really don't know how to thank you. Guyu took a deep puff of cigarette and said to Xinyan with his head down. In fact, he had been preparing for the worst today. If it weren't for Xinyan, his family would really be incomplete. We are brothers, so why thank me? When we make some money, let's go on a road trip together, how about that? Xinyan smiled. No problem. Guyu finally smiled. By the way, what did the student who hit the person say? Xinyan said seriously. Although the person was rescued, the drunk driver could not be let off easily. Don't mention it. The traffic police told me that his family doesn't have much money. Don't expect to get hundreds of thousands of dollars in compensation. 70 or 80,000 is a good thing. Anyway, a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. I have asked about this. This situation has lasted for more than 3 years, and it was handled locally. By the time the matter was over, it might be possible to get out early with just that little money. Well, it's the same as what Xinyan thought. Xinyan has seen a lot of such things in the news. This is a case of the person being rescued. If not, a life alone would only be worth tens of thousands, and you can't do anything about it. Okay, at least uncle is fine now. We can just take our time with this matter. I have been in Langia these days. Just call me if you have any problems. Xin Yan comforted. After entering, Xin Yan ignored Guyu's objections and just lay on the bed at the door of the intensive care unit. Looking at Xin Yan lying on the bed playing with his mobile phone, Guyu felt mixed emotions. Before calling, he really just wanted to try it out, but he didn't expect that Xin Yan would find an authoritative professor in a short period of time, and rush over from Beihai in the middle of the night, and now he is even sleeping in the hospital with him. This kid didn't change just because he suddenly became rich, it was great. Then, Guyu lay on another bed and fell asleep quickly. He was really tired after a tiring day and working until late at night. The next morning, Xin Yan was awakened, not by the people coming and going in the hospital, but by the many people in white coats and suits standing in front of him when he opened his eyes. Fuck, it's so intense. There are so many people surrounding me. I'll sleep a little longer. In panic, Xin Yan covered his eyes with the quilt and prepared to continue sleeping. You must be Mr. Shin, right? I am Han Sanxiao, the director of this hospital, and the person next to me is Yang Yi, the mayor of Langia City. Director Han said with a smile as he looked at Xin Yan lying on the bed. Early this morning, after receiving the report from his subordinates, Han Sanxiao felt very bad. That was the big boss, and he had been offended. Moreover, the doctor he brought had cured a dying person. He did not dare to neglect it and reported it directly to the mayor Yang Yi. When Yang Yi heard it, he immediately took it seriously. He had naturally heard of Xin Yan's name. Not to mention the companies he opened, just his various donations to foundations have donated hundreds of billions, right? He is a big shot. Langia is a second or third tier city. Although it has a profound cultural heritage, no one is willing to invest. The population is seriously lost and everyone has gone out to work. This is an opportunity. If we can get this person to invest, the economy of Langia City will surely advance by leaps and bounds, and it will also create more jobs. Ah, I'm not dreaming. Xin Yan took the quilt off his head and sat up, straightened his messy hair, and looked aside. Guyu had woken up long ago and was waiting beside him with a breakfast. Ah, Dean Han, Mayor Yang, hello. I wonder what brings you here. Although he was a little unhappy about being woken up, the other party's status was there, so he couldn't get in a bad mood when he woke up, so he took a sip of water and said. It's like this, Mr. Shen. I heard about what happened last night. I have already dealt with the attending doctor seriously. Our hospital has always been people-oriented and medical ethics are the top priority, so on behalf of the hospital, I sincerely apologize to you and the patient's family. After that, Han Sanxiao bowed to Xin Yan and Guyu respectively. Guyu said it was okay. He could understand that the reason why the hospital's director and mayor came was not because of what happened last night, but because of Xin Yan's identity. Chapter 150 Plan. Oh, it's okay. Xin Yan took the red date soy milk prepared by Guyu and drank it. He couldn't help but smile and said to Guyu, "Good brother, remember that I love to drink red date soy milk." Of course, of course. I'll go see my dad, you guys chat. Guyu laughed, knowing that they had something very important to discuss, so he left very tactfully. Mr. Shin, I heard that you were going to set up a branch of Yunshan Lydian in Langia City? Mayor Yang Yi said while sitting next to Xin Yan. Yes, my friend's father still needs to recuperate in Langia, and he still has to fight a lawsuit. It's perfect for him to help me manage the hotel. Xin Yan said slowly, Old fox, needless to say, this is to let me invest. He immediately said, the hotel must be built. After all, Langia City is a city with a profound cultural heritage. There may be more projects in the future. I just heard that the other party is very rogue, and he looks like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. Don't worry, Mr. Shin. Our municipal party committee conscientiously implements the people-oriented policy of the Chinese government and will never let a bad guy go. I roughly understand that this person has a criminal record and has been drunk driving many times. Looking at Xin Yan in front of him, Yang Yi couldn't help but feel curious. How could such a young man own such a large family business? Xin Yan's meaning was clear. If you want to invest, fine, but I need to see your attitude. It's easy to talk to smart people. Xin Yan laughed and said to Yang Yi, forget about compensation. After such a disaster, I guess they can't afford much money. But I just want justice. Don't worry, Mr. Shin. Yang Yi responded. This matter was probably done. Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation? After that, Shen stood up from the bed, stretched out his hand and said, I will stay in Langyet in the next few days, and I will definitely visit you at the Municipal Party Committee when the time comes. It's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Shen. Yang Yi said with a smile. I came here in a hurry this time and didn't bring much. This is the tea I drank myself. You and Dean Han can take some back. Shen Yan took out the tea leaves beside him. Wow, I can't accept top quality Wui Mountain Mother Tree de Hongpo. There are regulations. Although Yang Yi is also a tea lover, there are clear regulations. Seeing Yang Yi confiscating it, Han Sanxiao couldn't bear to take it. This tea, just from the name, would not be cheap. This is not a bribe. I would not do that kind of thing. Mayor Yang, don't worry. Just think of it as making a friend. Shen Yan said with a smile. Mr. Shen, you are so kind, I would be honored to refuse. Yang Yi took the box from Shen Yan, weighed it, and thought, wow, this box must be worth hundreds of thousands. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Han Sanxiao took it with a smile. After a chat among them, Yang Yi was the first to leave the hospital. Today's matter was almost certain to be settled, and he still had to go back to the Municipal Party Committee for a meeting. Mr. Shen, after your friend's father comes out of the intensive care unit, I will arrange for someone to move him to a top-level ward. Yang Yi accepted the tea leaves. The other party wanted to cooperate, but he was just getting a free deal. He would feel bad if he didn't pay something back. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Dean Han. After a few pleasantries, Han Sanxiao left, and Shen Yan lay down with nothing to do and talked on the phone to Wang Yuemin for a long time. Why didn't you wake me up? Wang Yuemin blamed on the phone. I was afraid that you would worry, but fortunately, everything has been resolved now. Shen Yan smiled and said, Wang Yuemin is about to give birth, and after this incident, he will never leave Beihai again unless it is a major event. You just gave Sister Nan a long vacation, and you took on such a big thing. Aren't you afraid that she will scold you from the south? Wang Yuemin burst out laughing. Her husband really can't sit still. It's okay. We still need to negotiate. It won't be finalized for the time being. We can deal with it when Sister Nan comes back from her trip. As for the hotel matters, just leave it to Zhang Shang. Shen Yan said. That's fine. Come back early when you're done with your work. I'll miss you. Wang Yuemin said shyly, and then hung up the phone after a few words. Lying on the bed, Shen Yan began to fantasize about having a child and his parents, wife and children sitting around playing together. He couldn't help but thank the system again in his heart. If there was no system, who knows what his current situation would be like? What are you thinking about? At this time, Gu Yu came over from the side. My wife is about to give birth, and I'm thinking about our future life. When mentioning Wang Yuemin, Shen Yan's face was full of tenderness. Congratulations! My girlfriend and I were still talking about getting married, but now that this has happened, it looks like we'll have to postpone it. Gu Yu said. She and her boyfriend have been dating for a few years and they had just bought a house and were getting ready to get married, but they didn't expect to encounter this kind of change. Relax, things will only get better in the future. Shen Yan patted Gu Yu's shoulder and then said, the hospital said that after your uncle is transferred out of the intensive care unit, they will arrange a top ward for him. I will help you find a top nurse by then. Come with me to the Municipal Party Committee tomorrow. I'll need you to coordinate with us on the hotel matters later. Can I do it? Gu Yu was a little unconfident. After all, he had never studied hotel management, let alone such a big hotel. Don't worry, the people I arranged will stay here all the time, so just relax and take charge of the country. Shen Yan comforted. If you want to live here, I'll help you buy a house here, and bring your aunt and sister over if it's convenient. Seeing Gu Yu was about to speak, Shen Yan, who knew this friend too well, interrupted him and said, I know what you are going to say, and I know you too. When you make money, you can pay me back slowly, okay? Thank you Shen Yan, I really don't know what to say. Gu Yu lowered his head. From last night to today, he could be said to have witnessed the fickleness of the world and the warmth and coldness of human nature. While I was waiting outside the hospital, I asked the doctor many times, but the doctor shook his head. I asked relatives to borrow money, but was rejected every time, until I called Shen Yan. Okay, you weren't like this before. Let's go, light one, and go out and take a look at the house. Shen Yan jumped out of bed first and said. Shen Yan told the nurse a few words and left the hospital. They sat on the Chang'an in Guyudi. After they finished smoking, Shen Yan smiled and said, It's still so comfortable, just like before. Guyu was the first to buy a car. I remember that every weekend, holiday, or New Year's Eve, they used to go out together. Those days were really the happiest. Ha, it's unfair for a big boss like you to ride in such a cheap car. Guyu joked. What a pity. Don't you understand me? There's no need to worry about such a big deal. Besides, I bought it with my own ability. There's nothing shameful about it. Xinyan punched Guyu, who was driving, and then joked, if you really feel embarrassed, then you can be my driver for the next few days. You are famous for your steady driving, and I can save money on buying a car. Ha 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 ha, the two of them kept laughing. Chapter 151, Conversation and Arrangements. After wandering around for a whole morning, Xinyan finally bought a house for Guyu that was relatively close to the hospital. The house was not small, and its biggest advantage was that it was close to the school, making it convenient for his sister to go to school. The next morning, Guyu's mother and sister came to the hospital. When the hospital examined Guyu's father, they found that his condition was much better than yesterday. The whole family was very happy. After Guyu's mother heard what happened last night, she burst into tears and thanked him repeatedly. She really couldn't bear to think that if it weren't for Xinyan, the pillar of her family would have collapsed and the family would have been incomplete. It was such a life-saving grace. When I learned that Xinyan had specially arranged a job for his son and bought a house for the family, I couldn't help but shed tears, and lamented that my son really made the right friends. Okay, Auntie, I'm going to take Guyu to the municipal government today to arrange the next work. I'm sorry to bother you and your sister to stay in the hospital for a day. The house will be cleaned today. Xinyan said to them. Okay, thank you Xinyan, you are a good person. Guyu's mother said. Xinyan smiled and waved his hand, then took Guyu straight to the city government. Knowing that Xinyan was coming, Mayor Yang Yi and Municipal Party Committee Secretary Ren Zhong were waiting in front of the gate. After Yang Yi came back yesterday, the Municipal Party Committee held an emergency meeting and had a long discussion about Xinyan's investment. The final result was that Xinyan must be retained and that policies could be relatively tilted when necessary. If only Zhang Sheng had come, the government might not have taken such a big action. But this time it was a blessing in disguise, as Xinyan came in person, and the significance of this was different. On the way, Xinyan asked Guyu to go to the airport to pick up Zhang Sheng, who had just rushed over from Taiwan province. Guyu, this is the general manager of Yunshan Lydian Hotel, Mr. Zhang Sheng. You can contact him directly if you have any problems in the future. Mr. Zhang will stay in Langia City for the next 2 months. Shun Yan introduced Guyu. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I've heard of your great name for a long time. This was not Guyu's compliment. Looking across the entire China, this Zhang Sheng was extremely famous. Oh, it's okay. Mr. Shen's brothers are my brothers. We should cooperate well in the future. Zhang Sheng laughed. Anyone who was favored by Xinyan must be of good quality. So Zhang Sheng was happy to teach Guyu how to do business. Let's go, we'll go straight to the city government. Xinyan glanced at his cell phone, which was somewhat overtime. More than half an hour later, the group arrived in front of the city government. As soon as they got off the car, Xinyan hurriedly explained, Sorry, everyone, I picked someone up on the way and I'm late. Hey, it's okay. We are very happy that Director Shen can come. Yang Yi smiled and waved his hand. He had finally waited for this big Buddha. Just now, many people doubted that Xinyan was being arrogant. Then he introduced Xinyan, Mr. Shen, let me introduce you. This is our Langia City's top leader, the Municipal Party Committee Secretary Ren Zhong. Hello, Secretary Ren. I've heard a lot about you. Xinyan walked up and shook Ren Zhong's hand and said. No, it's our honor that Mr. Shen can come to Langia City to invest. Looking around China, who doesn't know Mr. Shen's Xingxia Group? Ren Zhong said this from the bottom of his heart. After all, it is incredible that Xinyan has achieved such an achievement at his age. Let me introduce you. This is Zhang Sheng, the general manager of Yunshan Lydian Hotel, and this is Guyu, the person in charge of Yunshan Lydian Hotel in Langia City. In the future, he may also serve as the leader of an investment company in Langia. So, Xinyan did it intentionally and unintentionally. He mentioned Guyu's identity now to facilitate the connection with the Municipal Party Committee in the future. Moreover, Xinyan himself thought so. After greeting everyone one by one, Mayor Yang Yi said, Oh, it's cold outside. Let's talk in the conference room. What do you think, Mr. Shen? No problem, please. Shen Yan made a gesture of invitation. Then the group came to the meeting room. After arriving at the conference room and sitting down, Ren Zhong, the municipal party committee secretary, who was sitting in the main seat, stood up and said, "First of all, welcome Mr. Shen to Langia City. Secondly, our Langia Municipal Party Committee will take the lead in expressing its attitude. If Xinxia Group comes to invest, creates more jobs, reduces population loss, and drives economic development, our Municipal Party Committee will not only support it, but will also allocate resources to it." I wonder what Mr. Shen thinks. Through his investigation of Shen Yan, Ren Zhong learned that Shen Yan didn't like beating around the bush and preferred to be straightforward. Moreover, if Shen Yan didn't take action, it would be a big move. Okay, thank you, Municipal Committee. At this time, Shen Yan, who was sitting on the left, stood up and continued, "The first step for our Xinxia Group is to build a comprehensive hotel in Langia. In the future, we will also establish Warwick Branch, Shark Branch, and Red Star Branch. If possible, the Xinxia Group branch will also be established in Langia City in the entire Dongshan province in the future." Shen Yan said that although the capital and sub-capital of Dongshan province already have their own industries, some companies, such as Red Star and Huawei, need to build factories, which will create many jobs. Great! Ren Zhong and Yang Yi cheered as soon as they heard it. Everyone knew that Xinxia Group had well-known Chinese companies under its umbrella. If this was true, their political achievements would improve, and the economy of Langia City would also rise accordingly. The group discussed until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and did not even have time to eat lunch. Finally, the matter was finalized. Once the land was approved, they could prepare to start construction. In terms of construction, with the strong guarantee of the Municipal Party Committee, Shen Yan finally agreed to use the local construction group. In the end, Shen Yan and his group declined the government's offer of a meal and told Zhang Sheng to handle the matter. Shen Yan and Gu Yu returned to the hospital. Just now in the government, Shen Yan specifically mentioned the issue of Gu Yu's sister Gu Yan transferring to another school, and the Municipal Party Committee agreed without hesitation. "You're back. Have you eaten? Let's eat the lunch I bought for you." Gu Yu's mother saw the two of them coming back with smiles on their faces, thinking that things must have gone very smoothly. "No need, Mom, we can just go out to eat," Gu Yu said. "Oh, Auntie bought shredded potatoes. I love shredded potatoes." Shen Yan sat down on the ground and started eating without saying a word, without any airs at all. Looking at Shen Yan, who was eating on the floor, Gu Yu's mother looked at her son with satisfaction and secretly gave him a thumbs up, thinking that this friend was really good, enthusiastic, and loyal. The most important thing was that he had no airs at all despite his status. "What are you standing there for? The shredded potatoes my aunt bought are delicious. I will eat them all if you don't," Shen Yan said hesitantly with half a steamed bun stuffed in his mouth. "Ha, you are still the same." Gu Yu laughed. Shen Yan, except for his net worth and identity, everything else is still the same as before. Chapter 152 Return. "By the way, Auntie, I have already arranged for my sister's transfer to another school. I can take her to handle it this afternoon." After almost finishing his meal and burping, Shen Yan took a sip of water and said to Gu Yu's mother, "Thank you so much, you have helped our family so much." Gu Yu's mother expressed her gratitude from the bottom of her heart. "It's okay, Auntie. Gu Yu helped me a lot in the past. We are good friends and I am half your son. You really don't have to be so polite, otherwise I will feel very uncomfortable," Shen Yan comforted. Shen Yan's words immediately stirred up the atmosphere in the room. Seeing Shen Yan say this, Gu Yu's mother stopped talking and just said from the bottom of her heart, "Good child. Brother, there is something on your mouth." At this time Gu Yan handed a piece of paper to Shen Yan. "Yeah?" Shen Yan took it and wiped his mouth, then threw the paper into the trash can. Then he said to Xiao Guyan, "Study hard and live up to your parents and your brother. When you graduate from university, I'll let you work in my group, okay?" "Okay, thank you, brother." Gu Yan nodded. She cried secretly many times because of what happened today. Later, she heard from her mother that it was her brother who saved her father. As a child, she felt better when she knew her father was fine. She kept Shen Yan's words firmly in her heart. "You're welcome. Wait until your summer vacation and ask your brother to take you to Beihai for a trip." Shen Yan rubbed Gu Yan's little head, very doting. "Okay." Gu Yan agreed obediently, then ran to the side to read a book. In the afternoon, Shen Yan personally took Gu Yan and Gu Yu to school. Since the superiors had given instructions and Shen came in person, the school had to take it seriously, so things went smoothly. The next day, Guyu's father Gumu finally woke up. After the doctor completed the examination and confirmed that there was no danger, Gumu was transferred to the top ward. Gumu was a little weak when he woke up. Guyu's mother slowly told him what had happened in the past few days, crying as she spoke. Gumu felt very sad. At the same time, he heard Guyu's mother say that Shen claimed to be half their son. He couldn't help but feel lucky, thanks to this good friend his son had made. Coincidentally, at this time, Shen finished the formalities and came with the dean and a group of experts. "Mr. Gu, how do you feel?" the dean asked caringly. Gumu waved his hands to indicate that he was fine. He really didn't have the strength to speak. After another examination, Han Sanxiao said to Shen and Guyu's family, "It's really a medical miracle. I can guarantee that Mr. Gu is no longer in danger. He has only suffered some damage to his vitality. I'm afraid he won't be able to do strenuous work in the future. But as long as he calms down and recuperates, his body will recover to 80% to 90%. When everyone heard this, they thought that it was 80% to 90%, which was not bad. In such a serious car accident, it was a blessing to be alive. 80% to 90%, they were already satisfied. After a few pleasantries, the dean led the group out of the ward. Thank you. After the group left, Gumu used all his strength to say to Shen, saying that he had saved his life, helped his family buy a house, transferred his daughter to another school, and even arranged a very awesome job for his son. "It's okay, uncle. You don't have to be like this. You should take good care of yourself. Your good days are still ahead." Shen smiled, then patted Guyu's shoulder, pushed him forward, and left the ward. The family was reunited, so he should not be here anymore. "Dad." Guyu knelt down in front of the bed. Although Shen and his family had been with him these days, only he knew how depressed he was. Thinking about it now makes him scared. "No, it's okay. Don't blame yourself. Even though Dad is gone, I feel relieved knowing you have a friend like this." Gumu lay on the bed, holding his son's hand with tears in his eyes. "Dad, I will work hard in the future to make our family live a good life." Guyu wiped her tears and promised her father on the hospital bed and her mother beside her. "Okay, Dad believes you." Gumu raised his hand with difficulty and touched his son's head and said. Outside the ward, Shen had just received a call from the Municipal Party Committee. Under the supervision of the Municipal Party Committee, the drunk driving student had been sentenced to 4 years. Shen responded, looked back at the ward, and then walked in. "Uncle and aunt, the person who hit you has been sentenced to 4 years in prison. Believe in the Municipal Party Committee, they will not compromise." Shen said. "Okay, we don't want money, we just want justice." Guyu's mother said. If Gumu was really dead, but the other side was still acting like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, it would really be unfair to compensate him with tens of thousands of yuan and then spend some money to bail him out. Things here have been almost dealt with. I've already made arrangements with the hospital and my sister's transfer to another school. Uncle and aunt, I won't stay here any longer. Shen said. No, auntie will cook you a meal at least. When Guyu's mother heard that Shen was about to leave, she hurriedly stopped him. Mom, Shen has a lot of things to do in his company, and his child is about to be born. Guyu stood up and said. Is that so? Then when your uncle gets better, you are welcome to come home. Our whole family will thank you very much. When Guyu's mother heard what Guyu said, she immediately realized that, yes, after all, he is the boss of such a big company, it is very good that he can take a few days out of his busy schedule. When they heard that Shenyan's child was about to be born, the whole family couldn't help but feel warm in their hearts. It was really worth making friends with him because he was willing to help their family at this time. After saying a few words, Shenyan, together with his shadow guard, finally returned to Beihai City on a private plane before dark. As soon as I entered the door, I found Shinyu sitting on the sofa with Wang Yuemin. Husband, you're back. Wang Yuemin was overjoyed to see Shenyan coming in. This guy always likes to give her surprises. Yes, I rushed back as soon as I finished my work over there. How are you? Are you feeling unwell? Shenyan asked with concern. No, I'm fine. The doctor said the due date is probably next week. Wang Yuemin smiled and shook his head. Brother, you're going to be a father soon. How do you feel? Shenyu asked mischievously. I'm excited. Xin Yan said hesitantly. Ha 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 ha. The two were amused by Xin Yan's embarrassment. Then Wang Yuemin said to Xin Yan beside him in a voice that only the two of them could hear, after the baby is born, we don't have to hold it back anymore. We have to indulge ourselves. Take care of your body first. It's not like I have strong desires. Be good. Xin Yan was certainly happy to hear Wang Yuemin's words, but he still wanted to focus on recovering his body first. He had already waited for 10 months, so why would he wait a few more months? But besides feeling sorry for you, I also wanted very much. Wang Yuemin said shyly. Hey, brother and sister-in-law, there is someone next to you, do you have to be so affectionate? Xinyu, who couldn't bear it anymore, quickly joked. Go play somewhere else. Xin Yan threw the pillow at Xinyu, but Xinyu dodged it. Then Xinyu made a cute face at Xin Yan and ran upstairs. This girl really deserves a beating. Xin Yan said, gritting his teeth. Poochie. Wang Yuemin, who was standing by, couldn't help but burst out laughing when he saw Xin Yan like this. Chapter 153 Zhang Lan's birthday. Honey, the day after tomorrow is Mom's birthday. How are you going to celebrate it? After a while, Wang Yuemin said to Xin Yan. Oh? How did you know? Xin Yan couldn't help but feel curious. As for me, I knew it the first time I went to your house. Wang Yuemin smiled. In the first few days after he arrived, Zhang Lan pulled him aside to introduce various photos to him. Wang Yuemin had memorized them at that time. Do you have any ideas, husband? Listening to Wang Yuemin's words, Xin Yan's face became even gentler. He didn't expect this little girl to be so thoughtful. He immediately said, let's have a good gathering at home and buy a gift. Okay, it just so happens that I have nothing to do these few days, so I was browsing the shopping app at home and saw a nice necklace. After saying that, Wang Yuemin opened the picture and showed it to Xin Yan. Wow, not bad, luxurious yet elegant, not bad. This is it. Xin Yan praised from the bottom of his heart. Wang Yuemin's vision is as good as ever. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his hands, looked at Xin Yan with a smile and said, give me money. Okay, you buy it and I'll pay for you. Xin Yan was left laughing and crying by Wang Yuemin's behavior. This little girl. In the afternoon, Xin Yan contacted a famous local cake shop and ordered a 5-layer luxurious cake. Since this year is Zhang Lan's 50th birthday, the meaning is also good. Xin Yan made a special trip back to City A to bring his grandparents to Beihai City. Wow, this is the first time I'm on a plane in my life. Xinjianhe didn't dare to look out the window, it was really too high. Yes, thanks to Xiaoyan, he has achieved success now. Xin Yan's grandmother smiled and looked at Xin Yan sitting opposite with satisfaction. Her leg has also recovered now, all thanks to her grandson. In the evening, Wang Yuemin acted uncharacteristically and started to act like a spoiled brat with Zhang Lan. Mom, I want to eat the stir-fried dishes from Shernan, can you and Dad go buy them for me? Okay. Although he was puzzled, Zhang Lan still agreed lovingly. Seeing the two elders go out, Wang Yuemin sent a message to Xin Yan, everything is ready. As soon as the plane landed, I happened to receive a message from Wang Yuemin. The corners of my mouth slightly raised, and I looked at my grandma and grandpa who were talking on the side and said, okay, it's time for us to go home. Several people got into a stretched Lincoln. In the car, Xinjianghe looked at the interior of the luxury car and couldn't help but ask, Xiaoyan, this car is so long, how do we turn a corner? Won't it affect traffic? No, Grandpa, don't worry. Listening to his grandfather's words, Xin Yan couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He had money, but he had never brought them to play. And my grandma, when I was playing at home after school, it was her words that successfully motivated me. She said, work hard there and buy a house. Grandma has never been to Beihai at such an old age. Xin Yan still remembers this sentence. Grandpa and Grandma, why don't you stay in Beihai from now on? Xin Yan suggested. Forget it. We really can't get used to living in a big city like this. Everyone refused in unison. Then you can stay a little longer. Xiao Min is about to give birth. Don't you want 4 generations to live together? Since that's not possible, then you can try a roundabout way to retain them by using your own next generation. Maybe they won't want to leave after staying for a while. Oh? I heard from your mother that the due date is next week, said Xin Yan's grandmother. Yes, it's next week. Why don't you stay here for a few more days? Okay? Shen Yan asked. Okay, I get to hold my great-grandson, ha ha. Shen Jianghe became excited when he heard that 4 generations were living under the same roof. He must stay. Ha 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 ha. Laughter suddenly broke out in the car. Half an hour later, the group arrived at Sinan Mansion. Fuck, Shayan, is this your home in Beihai? Or just one floor? Shen Jianghe sighed as he looked at the building in front of him. In the old society, only big landlords could afford to live in this house. Yes, child. My grandma also asked. Yes, this is my home in Beihai. Shen Yan smiled and led a group of people in. Wang Yuemin and Shen Yu were chatting on the sofa. Grandpa, Grandma, Grandpa and Grandpa, you are here. Wang Yuemin was about to stand up to greet them. No, child, sit down quickly, sit down, don't move. Grandma trotted over and helped Wang Yuemin sit down. The more she looked at her granddaughter-in-law, the more she liked her. The people on the side were a little hesitant, and Shen Yan saw all of this and said, Grandpa, Grandma, and Grandpa, please sit down. There are no outsiders here. We are all family, so don't worry. Okay, several people responded, and then sat down to chat with Wang Yuemin and Shen Yu. After a while, the 5-layer cake that Shen Yan ordered arrived. Looking at the cake on the dining table, it seemed that everything was ready except for the east wind. Oh, Xiaomin, you don't know, the place you picked is so popular, we old couple waited in line for a long time. Dad, Mom, why are you here? At this time, Zhang Lan's voice was heard. Before he finished speaking, he saw the family neatly arranged in the living room and asked in surprise. Today is your birthday. Shen Jidong said on the side. Ah. Zhang Lan turned to look at Shen Jidong, and soon he understood. The whole family was preparing a surprise for him without telling him. He couldn't help but shed tears. Mom, you are the birthday girl today. Please take a seat. The meal is ready. Shen Yan came over and supported Zhang Lan and said. You little brat, secretly prepare a surprise. Zhang Lan glanced at Shen Yan, but in fact his heart was already very warm. Good son, you still remember your mother's birthday. Such a big cake? Zhang Lan walked to the dining table and looked at a cake as high as the dining table. He said to Shen Yan, it would be a waste if such a big cake could not be finished. It's okay Mom, we'll finish it. Knowing that Zhang Lan has been frugal all her life, Shen Yan would not let this cake go to waste. Then she took out a necklace and handed it to Zhang Lan. Mom, Xiaomin spent several days picking it for you. And it was she who suggested the birthday. Looking at the necklace in his hand, which was priced at 210,000, he felt a little distressed. In fact, in his opinion, gifts are not divided into expensive and cheap, as long as his wife is thoughtful, it's enough. Walking to Wang Yuemin's side and looking at her sweet smile, he thought, no wonder this girl always played with her mobile phone these days, and today she asked him to go to the south of the city to buy vegetables for her. So that's why. Zhang Lan hugged her carefully. He really made the right choice of this daughter-in-law. That night, the family sat together happily, cutting the cake, making wishes, and chatting and laughing. Shen Yan, who had just returned from the balcony, looked at the harmonious family and his mouth was grinning to the horizon. Chapter 154 Cooperation Request from Mahua Tang. The next morning, Shen Yan was woken up by a phone call. He rubbed his brows. He was happy last night and drank a lot with Wang Yuemin. In order not to disturb Wang Yuemin, he slept in the computer room. He picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who are you? Shen Yan asked. Hello, is this Mr. Shen? This is the Pain message for Mahua Pain. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. What the hell? Painful? This sound is so familiar. The game I play is a painful one. In the past, the phrase paying money will make you stronger made so many people become Krypton Gold Party members. But why is the pain coming to me now? Yes, I'm Shen Yan. I wonder what Mr. Ma wants to see me about. Shen Yan asked curiously. I'm in Beihai and want to meet with Mr. Shen to seek some cooperation. What do you think? Mahua Tang said. Although Tingshuan has a market value of 1 trillion yuan, its development space has been limited. It is time to seek cooperation. As for the partner, it is of course Shen Yan. Tingshuan's headquarters is also in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, so it is easy to find out about Shen Yan. Oh? I wonder how Mr. Ma wants to cooperate. Shen Yan asked curiously. His own company and Tingshuan are in completely two different fields. Why is Ma Huatang looking for him at this time? Cooperate with you to develop games or software? Shen Yan continued to ask. Enter the express delivery field. Ma Huatang suggested. Express delivery? Shen Yan couldn't help but feel a little curious. Why did Ma Huatang want to enter the express delivery field when he was just a big boss? Then he asked, as far as I know, you have shares in Dongzi's company. Why do you want to enter the express delivery field? Relying on Jingdong alone, even if it delivers the next day, it still can't compete with the four major express delivery companies of the Cainiao family, said Ma Huatang. Although Jingdong is also a leader in the express delivery industry, it is difficult to cope with it alone. If possible, can we find a place to discuss it? Ma Huatang saw that Shen Yan didn't say anything, so he continued to ask. Ding, the system issues a task. Cooperate with Tingshuan to develop the express delivery industry. Reward the future blueprint and reward children's intelligence plus 10. What a coincidence! At this moment, the system's voice sounded. What is the future blueprint? Is it the development direction of my company? I'd better agree to it first. Okay, let's meet at Tianquan Tea House tomorrow. Shen Yan said. Okay, Mr. Shen, see you tomorrow. Hearing that Shen Yan was interested in meeting, Ma Huatang couldn't help but take a deep breath. Honey, who called you? After Shen Yan quietly returned to the room, Wang Yuanmin had already woken up. It was Ma Huatang from Ting Sun. He said he wanted to cooperate. Shen Yan recounted what had just happened. It hurts, husband, you're so great. Wang Yuanmin said from the bottom of her heart. There is no young generation who doesn't know about big and small horses. Now that her man is going to cooperate with him, how can she not be happy? It's okay. This time he invited me to cooperate in the express delivery field. I'm a little unfamiliar with this industry, and the express delivery industry in China is indeed saturated. There are STO Express, YTO Express, Rabbit Express, and Jingdong Express. It's like a fight between gods. Shen Yan said. Okay, don't think about it. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Maybe we can come up with a good idea after discussing it. Wang Yuanmin said to Shen Yan while lying on the bed. The next day, Shen Yan came to Tianquan Tea House as promised. In the private room, Ma Huatang had been waiting for a long time. Hey, Mr. Shen, I always see you in the news, and today I finally get to see you. Seeing Shen Yan coming in, Ma Huatang quickly stood up. Mr. Ma, I've heard a lot about you. I'm a loyal player of your game. Shen Yan said while holding Ma Hua's painful hand. Yeah, I've heard about it a long time ago. The Shark Live broadcast that night was almost crazy. Ma Huatang laughed and then invited Shen Yan to take a seat. After sitting down, Ma Huatang carefully looked at Shen Yan, who was drinking tea. He was young, too young. However, after investigation, he found out that he was not a rich second generation. How did he own his current family business? Just now, his subordinates suddenly sent him a new investigation report. Ma Huatang was surprised to find that Shen Yan had been personally received by the head of China several times, and even the entire Chinese government attached great importance to him. If he just wanted to seek cooperation at the beginning, then now he can be said to have picked up a treasure, and he must hold on to this ally tightly. Boss Ma, I won't call you that anymore. I'll just call you Brother Ma. Shen Yan chuckled. This was the name for the pain in the game, and it also helped to bring the two closer. Okay, then I'll call you Brother Shen. Ma Huatang laughed. He didn't expect Shen Yan to be so approachable. He continued, time is tight, so I'll get straight to the point. I told Mr. Shen yesterday that I'm looking for cooperation to develop the express delivery industry. Hearing the words that Ma Hua heard, Shen Yan nodded. Nowadays, 60 to 70% of express deliveries are controlled by Alibaba. Even if we have elite employees who can deliver goods the next day, we still cannot beat them. Ma Huatang continued. Then Mr. Ma, what do you want to do? Shen Yan asked. He really didn't understand the current express delivery industry. Expand the scale and expand Jingdong logistics to the same scale as the post office. Ma Huatang said. Your company can just expand the scale on its own, why do you want to involve me? As far as I know, Mr. Ma makes huge profits in the gaming industry. Shen Yan asked puzzledly. A skin alone costs more than 100 yuan, so you can imagine how much money he makes. China is too big, and the northwest and southwest regions alone are very difficult, so I must find a reliable ally. Ma Huatang poured a cup of tea for Xin Yan and said. Xin Yan didn't answer in a hurry. Instead, he was thinking, since he wanted to develop express delivery, it would not be profitable in the early stage. Even if he had money, he couldn't spend it like this. He had to save some money to buy milk powder for his child. What can I get? Xin Yan asked. I am willing to give 5% of 10 cents shares. Ma Huatang said with difficulty. If this had happened in the past, Xin Yan would have jumped for joy. There was a joke on the internet that if she was given 0.1% of 10-cent shares, she would have no worries about food and drink for the rest of her life. But now, this 5% of shares was really nothing to her. I want 10%. Xin Yan said. Although the initial investment will be huge and there will not even be any profit, the gaming industry is very profitable. 10% is a considerable dividend. Okay. Mahua gritted her teeth and agreed. She looked at Xin Yan and said, I wonder how much Mr. Xin is going to pay. Well, it depends on the situation. You guys make a plan first, and I'll have someone contact you later. Xin Yan took a sip of tea and continued, Brother Ma, don't think that I am making a profit by asking you for 10% of the shares. There is a long way to go. We have many places to cooperate, such as the gaming industry. Yes, Ma Huatang nodded. Although 10% of the shares is a considerable fee, it is exchanged for Xin Yan's investment and some opportunities for future cooperation. Chapter 155, The children were born, a boy and a girl. 155, The birth of a child. A week later, Xin Yan was sitting in the company handling affairs. When he was absorbed in his work, a voice rang out. Wow, it's rare to see the boss working so hard. Zhang Nan walked in from the door in a professional suit. Sister Nan is back. How was your time? Xin Yan took a sip of coffee. He was really exhausted these past few days. He finally understood why Zhang Nan complained every time he assigned work to her. Not bad, I'm so addicted to it that I don't want to come back. This time Zhang Nan took his parents to travel most of the south. If his parents hadn't urged him, he really wanted to play for a few more days. Looking at Xin Yan, he said, I heard that your wife is about to give birth, why don't you go and watch over her? Yes, you take over. I'm ready to go home. Xin Yan smiled, handed over the work, and mentioned the cooperation with Tingshuan to develop Jingdong logistics, and then left in a hurry. This stinky man is really honest. He told her to leave and she left. I haven't seen him for half a month, but he didn't even stay a little longer. Looking at the direction where Xin Yan left, Zhang Nan stomped her feet in anger. Xin Yan was already on the elevated road at this time. As it was the weekend, the road was very congested. Beat the drums, strike the gongs. At this time, the cell phone rang, and I saw it was my mother calling. Hello, Mom, I'll be home soon. There's a bit of traffic on the elevated road. Xin Yan explained. Don't go home, come directly to the hospital, Xiaomin is about to give birth. Zhang Lan's voice was a little nervous and a little excited. The old Xin family had a successor. He immediately said, be careful on the road. Your grandparents are here. Don't worry, Mom. After responding, Xin Yan hung up the phone. This day has finally come, and he is going to be a father. More than half an hour later, Xin Yan finally arrived at the hospital and rushed up as fast as he could. Mom! 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 What's wrong? Xin Yan started asking before he even caught his breath. You look so anxious. You just went in not long ago. It may take a while. Don't worry. Zhang Lan comforted her. He had experience and knew that childbirth was slow. For the next hour, Xin Yan was restless and wanted to go out to smoke a cigarette, but he was afraid of missing it, so he kept holding back and paced back and forth. Bite. At this time, a voice was heard, and the nurse came out holding the child, and Wang Yuemin was also pushed out. Xin Yan did not go to see the child, but rushed to Wang Yuemin first. How is it, wife? You've worked hard. After saying that, he hugged her gently. At this time, the whole family gathered around and asked questions. Ha, for generations living under one roof. Xin Zhenghe laughed. He didn't expect that at his age, he could still have a great-grandson. I'm fine, Mom. Look at the children, they're twins. Wang Yuemin's mouth curled up slightly. Now he had both a son and a daughter. He would definitely be very happy in the future. Looking at the children in the nurse's arms, Shenyan felt mixed emotions. They looked so small. Are these his children, a boy and a girl? After watching for a while, the nurse took the child away, and Wang Yuemin was also pushed into the ward. Looking at Wang Yuemin lying on the bed, and the two little ones lying beside him. My girl, thank you for your hard work. Zhang Lan touched Wang Yuemin's head. Perhaps only women present knew how hard it was to give birth to a child. It's okay, Mom. Wang Yuemin forced a smile and said. Dad, the names you found can all be used. Wang Yuemin whispered to Shinjidong, Kailing, Kairoe. Yes, now I have all my grandchildren. Shinjidong touched his belly. Old people all like children. This may be the affection between generations. But Xiaomin, are they brother and sister or sister and brother? Zhang Lan asked. Okay, Mom, I'll make the decision. They are brother and sister, and the brother has to take care of the sister from now on. This kind of thing could have been asked to the nurse, but Shenyan wanted to make the decision on his own. Since he was a child, he envied people who had sisters who could be protected by them. Okay, I agree. Wang Yuemin nodded. Mom, you guys stay with Xiaomin first. I'm going to go out and make a phone call. Shenyan said this and walked out of the ward. This brat, he's still going out to make a phone call at such an important time. Zhang Lan scolded. Mom, he must be very happy. He must have shared it with the company. She knew Shenyan too well. This matter must be known to the world. Hello, is this Sister Nan? Send me an announcement to announce that I, Shenyan, have children, a son and a daughter. All employees will be given 3 days off. I will be given paid leave at this time every year in the future. Shenyan spoke excitedly as soon as the call was connected. Really? Congratulations, Mr. Shen. I want to be your godmother. Zhang Nan was also happy from the bottom of her heart. Since she couldn't get such an outstanding man like Shenyan, it would be nice to be his child's godmother. No problem, you are the child's godmother, I have the decision, huh? Shenyan laughed and exchanged a few words before hanging up the phone. Within an hour, the news that the chairman of Xingxia Group had given birth to twins spread quickly throughout the entire network, and there was a lot of congratulations online. There was nothing they could do they could not smear Shenyan. The deeper they dug, the more they found out about the good deeds he had done. Soon, Shenyan's phone was bombarded with calls. Some were from his subordinates, some were from friends like Gui Tinggao, Gang Mahuatang, and even Mr. Jiang and Chinese leader Mr. Tang called personally to congratulate him. Even on the company's internal app, every employee sent their blessings. Shenyan thanked them one by one. Looking at the two little people in the cradle, Shenyan's heart melted. These are my children, so small. Honey, what are you looking at? Wang Yuemin asked curiously. As for me, I am here to see our child. Shenyan said with a smile. You won't abandon me, your big baby, just because you have a little baby, right? Wang Yuemin said in a gentle voice. Of course not, what nonsense are you talking about? Shenyan stood up and kissed Wang Yuemin on the forehead. Just as he was about to raise his head, Wang Yuemin whispered, I have to get well soon and make up for the emptiness you felt for the past 10 months. The more Wang Yuemin spoke, the redder her cheeks became, and she could hardly hear clearly at the end. Okay, I'll accompany you well then. Shenyan scratched his nose lovingly. When the children are older, I will take the whole family out for some fun. Okay. Wang Yuemin was somewhat happy. To be honest, she had been so pent up for the past 10 months that she felt so pent up everywhere. Honey, I want to go to the beach and wear a bikini for you to see. No problem. Our first stop will be Qin Island. We have a private plane anyway, so we can go wherever we want. Shenyan smiled and nodded. Then he said gently, okay, you are tired too, close your eyes, I will stay here with you. Okay, you can't leave. Wang Yuemin nodded obediently, then closed his eyes, and soon he fell asleep. In his dream, all the bad things that had happened to him in the past were washed away by Shenyan's tenderness, and what was left was only endless tenderness and happiness. Chapter 156, Towards the Future Together. There is an Easter egg at the end. Ding, congratulations to the host for having twins, the system hereby presents 2 heaven's chosen sons to help the baby start out as a genius. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Shenyan's mind. Unlike before, the original royal sister voice returned. Listening to the system's reward, Shen Yan couldn't help smacking his lips. Wow, this system is really generous. The chosen one, just hearing the name is awesome. Brother Lung, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Shen Yan said from the bottom of his heart. If he didn't have the system, he would probably still be screwing screws and repairing TVs in the electronics factory. He probably wouldn't have such a harmonious family, and he wouldn't have such a good wife like Wang Yuemin. It's okay. The system will serve you wholeheartedly. It will also serve your children in the future. The system's voice sounded again. Well, I guessed it right, the system can really be inherited. More than a month later, Wang Yuemin was out of confinement. In the living room, several elderly people were teasing Kailing and Kairawei. Even when the child climbed onto Shen Jianghe and peed on him, Shen Jianghe still had a look of happiness on his face. Shen Yan hugged Wang Yuemin and stood by the window, looking at the snow scene outside. Hubby, I've been holding it in for so long, now I want it. Wang Yuemin turned her head and looked at Shen Yan and said. Okay, I'll satisfy you. Shen Yan picked up Wang Yuemin and threw her on the bed like before. 3 hours later, the two of them were lying on the bed, sweating profusely. I can really see that you have been holding it in for a long time. Wang Yuemin said shyly while lying in Shen Yan's arms. Ha ha ha. There's nothing I can do. My hands can never compare to your mouth. Shen Yan laughed, and then the two of them took a bath together. Just like before, he washed Wang Yuemin's body and blew her hair. Xiaomin, it's almost time. Wait until you recover. Let's go out and play as a family. Shen Yan looked at Wang Yuemin's beautiful back and felt a little eager for a moment, so he quickly changed the subject. Great, great, great. Wang Yuemin danced with excitement and almost slipped in the bathroom. Fortunately, Shen Yan supported her in time. You're already a mother, but you're still so impulsive. Shen Yan hugged Wang Yuemin in his arms lovingly. When the latter heard Shen Yan's words, he scratched his head in embarrassment and revealed a harmless smile. 2 months later, on New Year's Eve, the family sat together to eat the New Year's Eve dinner. During this time, after much persuasion from the family, several elderly people finally agreed to stay in Beihai, not for anything else, but for the sake of their great-grandchildren. During this period, both sets of parents were fighting for the child's playmates every day. Even Shen Jidong and Zhang Lan couldn't win over them and could only smile helplessly. It'll be warmer after the new year, so why don't we go out for a trip as a family? Shen Yan said to the mother who was holding the child. Okay, where to? Zhang Lan asked. First stop, Qin Island? Then we'll travel around China. Shen Yan answered, then looked at his grandparents and said, I bought a courtyard house in Beijing. I think you will like it, Grandpa. Generally, old people like this kind of quaint buildings. I'll fly to Beijing to take them to experience them when the time comes. Just a while ago, Mr. Jiang called me and said that he must meet these two little guys no matter what. Okay. Let's go together. That private plane is very comfortable to sit in anyway. Shen Jiang has said while looking at little Carrie in his arms. As long as he was with his great-grandson, it didn't matter where he went. Half a year later. During this period, his entire industry has been thriving, and even the express delivery industry that he has just cooperated with Tingshuan is developing in full swing. Warwick has been the world's #1 in shipments for 2 consecutive quarters, and the fruit companies in the United States are no match for it. Taking some time out from the pavilion, Shen Yan took Xin Jia and Big Monkey to the United States to ring the bell for the listing. Shen Yan also met Big Monkey's sister-in-law Sisai as he wished. After Shen Yan proposed, the colorful amusement park has become a holy place for many young couples to propose marriage, and it is packed almost every day. With the endorsement of a group of stars from Donghuang Entertainment, Red Star Company's sales have also reached unprecedented levels. As for Donghuang Entertainment, it is now the largest entertainment media company in China. It is no exaggeration to say that it encompasses half of the entertainment industry. It has even signed many Hong Kong and Taiwan stars, such as Chai Yun-fat, Shan Jigo, and Hua Zai, all of whom have been signed by Shen Yan. Jiang Nan continued to manage Xingxia Group for Shen Yan with an annual salary of 60 million Chinese yuan. Gu Yu can now stand on his own. Zhang Shang said that Gu Yu has a calm personality and is quite capable. The entire Xingxia Group became the leading enterprise in China, and Shen Yan naturally became the richest man in China. But this was just a false reputation. At this time, Xinyan was sitting on the soft beach of Qin Island, hugging Wang Yuemin, who was wearing a bikini, while his parents were playing in the water and digging sand with several babies not far away. He picked up the fork, fed Wang Yuemin a bite of fruit and said, "Wife, how about we buy an island in the future and go there for a vacation when we are free as a family?" The richest man in China is so confident. Wang Yuemin looked at the man in front of him with a smile, her heart full of pride, and then she raised her lips and kissed him deeply. Go to hell, so what if I'm the richest man in China? I'm just your husband. After a long time, Xinyan scratched her nose and smiled indulgently. She looked up at the sky, wondering what the future would be like. The book is finished. Easter eggs. 5 years later. Stop right there, little brat. Those are hundreds of gigabytes of study materials that your father has collected. Xinyan ran around the room chasing little Kairue with his slippers in his hands. This brat really deserves the support of the system. He easily broke into the hidden space of my mobile phone. If Wang Yuemin knew about this, he would definitely teach me a lesson. Dad, what is this? Just let me see it. Little Carrie said as he ran, shaking the phone in his hand. Hey, Dad, I want a gift, otherwise I will stop you from chasing your brother. At this time, Xiao Keiling opened his arms to block Xinyan's way, then opened his arms and smiled and said, otherwise I will tell my mother and grandmother. Okay, Dad has a gift for you. Look, it's a gold bracelet. Do you want it? Xinyan took out the bracelet from his trouser pocket and shook it in front of his daughter. Yes, I want it. Xiao Keiling jumped up and down and wanted to grab it. Okay, but you have to catch up with your brother and help Dad get the phone back. Xinyan sat down on the sofa and took out a gold bracelet from the box, tempting her. Okay, I'll go right away. Xiao Keiling ran into the yard without saying a word and started chasing. Okay, one of me can't satisfy you? Do you have to look at those hundreds of GBs? Xinyan was looking at his daughter's back on the sofa and feeling smug, when he suddenly felt a chill on his back and his ears were pulled. Wife. Xinyan was shocked. When did Wang Yuemin come back? Just as he was about to explain, Wang Yuemin covered Xinyan's mouth with 2 fingers, leaned over to Xinyan's ear and whispered seductively, I have learned everything in it. Delete the ones in your phone. I will satisfy you. When Xinyan heard this, his mouth almost stretched to the back of his head. He quickly put the bracelet on the table, then picked up Wang Yuemin and walked into the room.